A young boy poses in the mirror. Who is this handsome devil? The ladies won't stand a chance. That's what Atho tells himself. He might look like a fool, but few know his previous life. He was the mightiest king, a conqueror who ruled from horseback. Now, before the age of 3, Atho has unleashed house-shattering power, becoming the youngest troublemaker around, even taming a mythical pet others only dream of. Will the strongest king rise again in this world of swords and sorcery? In a dark, endless void, a single point of light appears. At that moment, a conscious thought flickers to life. I never believed in the light at the end of the tunnel. It seemed a fantasy for those who cheated death, saying, I saw the light, with sweat beading on their face. But as this light grew brighter, I couldn't help but wonder. It felt like something was guiding me through this passage. But how did I die? Suddenly, the faint light was swallowed by darkness once more. My last memory. I was alone in a lavish chamber, a hand pressed against the glass overlooking a magnificent city. I gazed down upon my city. Moments later, I was frail, lying in bed. My body felt impossibly heavy. Questions echoed in the darkness. Was I poisoned? Assassinated? A wave of sadness washed over me. So many people wanted me gone. Perhaps that's why a dagger was always by my side. On the cabinet, my sword and crown rested. My final thoughts slowly formed. In the fading dark, my identity was clear. I am a king. I must know the truth of my demise, but now I was powerless. I had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps angelic choirs would have made for a better end. The light returned, hazy at first, then grew sharp and clear. A voice echoed, Congratulations, it's a healthy boy. Through blurry vision, I saw fuzzy shapes. Was I just born? A woman's voice called to her husband, asking him to bring the baby closer. A sudden realization hit me. Does this mean I've been reincarnated? But that wasn't what mattered now. The woman cooed about how cute I was. Her husband noted my hair was the same color as his. Seeing them, one question burned in my mind. Where am I? I could understand their language. That was a good sign. And the woman's smile, it was captivating. It was radiant, gentle, and filled with a mother's love. Her smile completely mesmerized me. Then, she mentioned my eyes looked just like her husband's. I shifted my gaze to the man. He seems like he would be a strict father, but he just smiled warmly, asking me to say Papa. His wife playfully scolded him for being silly. He just chuckled sheepishly. My eyes began to wander, taking in my new surroundings. Nothing seemed remarkable. But then my eyes fell on a candle in the corner and strange objects hanging from the ceiling. My blue eyes widened with questions. What is all this? The scene was that of a confused infant held in his mother's arms, still wondering where he was. It was a simple, cozy home in a field. Weeks passed. I learned my new mother's name was Alice. She was gentle, capable, and incredibly kind. My father was Genino, a reliable and charismatic man. If you could overlook his childish antics, I came to accept my fate. I've been reborn into a new family, with a new life. I was truly grateful to be born into such happiness. My previous life was a battlefield of hardship. I prayed no enemies would find me here. I could finally control my own arms and legs. However, certain delicate functions were still beyond my command. The embarrassment was immense whenever my mother changed my diapers. My face would burn red with helplessness. Walking through the market with my mother, I was lost in thought. In my past life, I was a revered king, a symbol of a nation. Now, this shame. I wished it was all a dream. It felt like I'd been thrown back into a more primitive age. I watched a man casually carrying a boar spear. Do people normally carry weapons here? Then, I heard a vendor selling strength potions for 2 coins. So, in this world, these suspicious liquids are passed off as medicine and are sold legally. Suddenly, Alice gently asked, Atho, are you getting tired? Should we head home? She seemed to have missed my disgusted look at the potion stall. Back home, a thought struck me. Knowledge is power. I realized that truth applied even more in this new world. Just as I was feeling confident, my father swept me into his arms. How's my boy doing today? He asked affectionately. Before I could even react, he tossed me into the air. Alice shrieked in terror. A moment later, I landed in his arms, my face pale. This body, it's so fragile. I couldn't believe a single toss could exhaust me, but my father just laughed heartily, as if nothing had happened. He didn't stop there. He lifted me high again, boasting that his own father used to do the same to him. Ignoring Alice's worried cries, he loudly declared that I was having fun. My face was still pale when he suddenly started shaking me back and forth. Shaking wasn't enough. He began spinning me like a top. Genino, Alice screamed. I felt my stomach lurch, ready to be sick. Suddenly, something in my knee popped. Tears welled up in my eyes. Alice, furious, grabbed Genino's shoulder. A moment later, I was wailing in pain as she cradled me. Meanwhile, my father sulked in a corner with bumps on his head. Alice placed her hand over my injury. "Let mommy make it better," she whispered, murmuring an incantation. To my absolute astonishment, a green light glowed from her palm. In moments, the pain in my knee vanished completely. Overjoyed, she lifted me into the air. I was stunned, completely shocked. Perhaps I judged this world too hastily. There was still so much I didn't understand about this place. In the quiet of my mind, one thought remained. In my past life, I was a king. In my past life, I, King Arthur, stood upon the high castle walls, gazing at my mighty army below. My military genius led my soldiers to conquer countless lands. I challenged nearly every nation on the globe, and my record was one of absolute unbroken victory. And yet, none of those achievements filled me with pride like this moment. Back in the present, I was still a baby with chubby cheeks, my face beaming with the pride of a grand accomplishment. My great feat, I could finally crawl. As I moved, my new parents watched with worried eyes. Alice reminded my father to keep me from bumping my head. He told her to block off the nearby shelf just in case. Suddenly, I stopped in front of a mirror in my home. I sat there, captivated by my own reflection. My parents found this adorable action quite amusing. I placed my tiny hands on the glass, lost in thought. It's been months, but I'm still not used to my new name. For a former king, the name Art is a little too cute for my taste. Still, I was incredibly satisfied with my current form, so much so that I let out a wicked little smile. But looking at myself, I had to admit I was ridiculously cute. A smirk of pure confidence spread across my face. The future ladies won't stand a chance against my charm. The scene was one of pure happiness, as my new parents loved and pampered me completely. A moment later, I closed my eyes as Alice kissed my cheek. She stepped out, quietly closing the door, and wished me sweet dreams. The second the door clicked shut, my eyes snapped open. I stretched, preparing to begin my mission. Without delay, I forced myself into a sitting position. With a strange grunt, I tossed my blanket to the floor. It seems this baby body made it a real challenge to escape my crib. But my efforts were not in vain. I finally scaled the railing of my prison. As planned, I landed softly on the blanket I'd thrown down earlier. Arthur began to review his strategy. Mother thinks I'm asleep, which gives me 1 hour to execute my plan before she returns to check on me. With no time to waste, I began crawling toward the door. I crept out of the room with utmost stealth, glancing back to make sure I wasn't noticed. Once the coast was clear, I moved swiftly toward my objective ahead. It turns out my destination was the family study. After reaching the room, I pushed open the door and peeked inside. It was empty, but the floor was covered in books. I suddenly clenched my tiny fist. Everything was proceeding perfectly. Without a second thought, I moved toward a low bookshelf, eyeing the stacks of books. My reason for infiltrating the study was simple. Ever since discovering this place, I sneak in nightly to gather intelligence on this new world. I was born on the continent of Dicathin, which consists of 3 great kingdoms. The first kingdom is hidden deep in the sprawling forest, the elven kingdom of Eleanor. The second lies in the vast darkness underground, the kingdom of the dwarves, Darv. And finally, Sapin, the most densely populated human kingdom. I grabbed a nearby book. From what I've learned about this place, the right to rule is passed down from one generation to the next. The book was surprisingly heavy, and I toppled over trying to grab it. Still, its contents confirmed that this world is far less developed than my old one. The reason was clear. I noticed a distinct lack of scientific and technological progress. The study's dim light flickered around me. As I searched, I finally found a suitable volume. Ah, here it is. It must be magic. I quickly opened the book, devouring every single word. Instantly, I discovered something that piqued my interest. It seemed I had reached the section on how magic is used in this world. It was slightly different from the world I once knew. In my past life, we called the force used to strengthen the body and weapons ki, but to wield it required intensely rigorous training. The light of knowledge grew within me as I read on. This new world operated on a similar principle. Here it's called mana. However, unlike ki, mana exists all around us. I was so engrossed by this knowledge that I started scratching my behind as I read. According to what I learned next about mana, only 1 in 100 people can use it, and the ability is mostly hereditary. After reading for a bit, my diaper started to feel rather uncomfortable. Ignoring it, I kept my focus on the book. Anyway, mana can be used in several different ways. The 2 most common methods are body augmentation and magic casting. For body augmentation, they use mana to incredibly boost their strength, defense, and agility. However, the main weakness is the limited effective range of these abilities. As for magic casting, one uses their mana to manipulate the external world, bending the environment to their will, but they must replenish their internal mana core with ambient mana to do so. I also learned that my mother is a diviner, a mage who can emit mana externally. Since the time I saw my mother heal my injuries, I learned that they are rare mages who can use their own mana to restore others. This new knowledge was so fascinating that Arthur couldn't help but nod in deep contemplation. According to the book, a mage's first awakening happens during puberty. I began to think about awakening my mana. That's when their mana core appears, which sounds similar to the key center of my past life. To sense ki, children are taught to meditate, to feel the scattered fragments of ki deep within their bodies, and then focus them into a single point. Thinking this, I glanced down at my tiny hands. I wonder. As the thought crossed my mind, I entered a meditative state. I closed my eyes tightly, focusing my will to sense a mana core. To my surprise, a tiny light began to glow in the center of my chest. Instantly, I could feel it activating. But just as I was making progress, someone suddenly lifted me into the air. It was Alice. She held me close, smiling, "Don't make me worry like that." Then, as if she noticed something, she asked, "Did you make a big mess in your diaper again?" Hearing her words, Arthur felt a wave of humiliation. "I will become the greatest mage in this land, so please, stop treating me like a child who just pooped his pants." But that couldn't stop the cold, hard fact. I had soiled my diaper. While I was blushing with shame, she just calmly said it was time for a change. I'd been so focused, I didn't even notice it happened. The embarrassment was so intense, I completely froze. Sunlight streamed into the study, bathing the books in light. Alice sat at her desk, lost in thought. She slowly opened a journal, then picked up a freshly dipped pen. Then, she began writing inside the book. It seemed she was recording her daily thoughts. 2 years have passed in a flash, but it still doesn't feel like enough time to fully understand him. Still, I know one thing. She recalled the image of Arthur toddling towards her, his innocent smile bright. Arthur is the most adorable child I've ever known. She took immense pride in his features, his hair with its slight reddish tint, and his blue eyes that held a deep wisdom. If I don't become a strict mother and a strong pillar for him now, he'll surely face many hardships in the future. It can't be like it was for me. The memory of tiny hands waving a wooden stick with purpose. Alice saw it by chance while heading off to do the laundry, and she was absolutely stunned to find her husband Geno teaching Arthur swordsmanship while he could barely even sit up. Geno was so absorbed in the lesson, he didn't even notice her standing right there. When he glanced over, both he and Arthur jumped at the sight of her murderous glare. Recalling these events, she wrote in her diary, half amused, half exasperated. "Sometimes I catch Geno trying to teach our son how to fight." A happy smile graced her lips as she recalled another memory. This was from when he learned to crawl. Alice remembered carrying Arthur to the market on her back. The street was lined with shops, including a blacksmith's forge. She noticed he was particularly interested in that shop. "I've realized Arthur loves the small shops in the city center, so instead of 1 or 2 grocery trips a week, we started going there every day." Once she was startled when he leaned out to reach for some energy stones. Another time, she saw him mesmerized by a mage casting spells. I don't want to spoil him, but despite that, she indulged him, letting him watch the fire mage until she finally decided to just stock up on food at home. She always watched him with such gentle eyes. Arthur is growing up so fast. I wonder what kind of person he'll become. To never lose a single memory of him, she recorded them all in her diary. Next were entries about the husband she loved and relied on so deeply. Even though he's a father now, I don't object to him continuing his work as an adventurer, but I can't help but worry. I just hope he doesn't get any foolish ideas, like turning our son into one. Setting aside her worries about her husband, Alice's focus was now on Arthur. Right now, I wish I could do something about my son's sneaking habit. She had caught him tiptoeing towards her study many times. I wish Arthur wasn't so focused on studying. Each time, she would just carry him back to his room. But that was an entry from another day. Back in the present, she closed the journal. The pen was placed neatly in the inkwell. With a happy heart, she stepped out of the room. At that moment, little Arthur was at the window staring outside. He was focused on something. He was watching his father, Geno, train. His father tossed his gloves aside. Watching him concentrate on gathering mana, I thought to myself, it's been nearly 2 years since I began to understand this world. My eyes stayed fixed on him, my mind racing. I've learned so many fascinating things since coming here. After a moment, Geno began to chant. For a few minutes, nothing happened. Then suddenly, a stone on the ground began to shift before lifting into the air. Sensing he had gathered enough mana, he quickly took control. The sight left me stunned. What kind of magic is that? Just then, more stones began to rise at his command. I instantly realized something. Geno shifted his stance, his eyes intensely focused. Then, he put all his strength into it, and gently pushed the stones an insignificant distance. The sight left Arthur completely speechless. I watched helplessly as he panted, as if he just performed some epic technique. Then, he turned to me with a smug look, asking if he looked cool. Of course, I was inwardly scoffing. He took 3 whole minutes of intense focus, just to move a few rocks you could simply pick up and throw. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on my head. Alice asked softly, "Watching your father train?" Then, seeing the mess he was making of her garden, she let out a sigh. After a moment, Jeno put his gloves back on. He tightened them securely. By the window, Alice and Arthur continued to watch his every move. In my heart, I wondered as I stared at his back. So my father is a martial artist. I wonder what will happen when my own mana core awakens. Back to Jeno, he was regulating his breathing. A single leaf drifted slowly to the ground. The moment it landed, his eyes snapped open. He threw a powerful punch. It was followed by a devastating right hook, then a series of relentless kicks, then a left uppercut, and another right. Every technique he unleashed carried an undeniable power. After finishing his set, he exhaled lightly. Arthur watched intently from inside. Even I had to admit, his father's strikes were impressive. Seeing nothing more to watch, I turned to go. But suddenly, I froze, startled by something. A strange silence fell as I stared down at the floor. It seems my current baby body was terrified by the distance from the chair to the ground. I didn't dare to move. My eyes were glued to my own shadow on the floor below. Knowing I didn't have the nerve to jump, I slowly sat down and carefully started to crawl my way off the chair. Just then, Alice noticed my strange behavior. "Why are you suddenly squinting one eye like that?" she asked. Like any normal mother, she scooped me up, kissed my cheek, and assumed I was just getting sleepy. So, she carried me back to my room. But my gaze landed on the study. I refused to give up, trying to get her to take me to the library, but she just cooed, saying it was time for bed. She also promised to take him to the study after his nap. Her sweet persuasion left him cornered. Pushing her away, he used his ultimate weapon, pouting, to demand entry to the study. His irresistible cuteness shone so brightly it made her squint. His charm completely disarmed her. After losing her composure, Alice struggled to push Arthur away. She looked at him, troubled, her body trembling with internal conflict. After a moment of hesitation, she finally surrendered, allowing him to play for a while in her study. She stood there, wrestling with guilt for keeping him indoors instead of letting him play outside. Arthur, meanwhile, coolly entered the study, justifying his pouting as a true warrior's tactic. Soon, Arthur was reading with Alice. She fondly watched him read, when suddenly, the sound of a breaking tree echoed from outside. Knowing her husband was wrecking the garden again, she went to check, promising she'd be right back. Watching her go, he thought, my greatest achievement, besides gaining knowledge, he quickly sat in a meditative pose, is my progress in forming a mana core. Before the book, he entered a deep trance, focusing on his mana core. It had taken him 2 years to move 10,000 mana fragments in his body. A small speck of light appeared in his chest as he slowly guided them toward his center. His eyes were shut with practiced focus. Now I see why it only forms naturally during puberty. Sweat dripped down his face as he felt the particles accelerate within him. Outside, the sky was clear. Inside, Arthur was intensely focused on gathering the mana fragments. It was a true test of both mind and body. He had to strain with all his might. Instinctively, he licked away every drop of sweat that fell. For him, the past 2 years were anything but a waste. His mana core was finally becoming clear, nearly complete. In the garden, Jano helplessly held the tree he'd punched in half, while Alice watched in exasperation. Then, she laughed as birds flew across the sky. It seemed Arthur was on the verge of success. With the last fragment left, all the mana was converging. Then, a sudden explosion rocked the house. The shockwave knocked Alice to the ground. Jeno rushed to her side. He quickly shielded her, covering her with his own body. The blast wave closed in, engulfing them both. Moments later, the explosion faded, but he still held Alice tightly. His back was covered in wounds, but his first concern was for her. Instead of answering, she cried out for Arthur, her eyes wide with terror. She tried to rush into the house, screaming that Arthur was still inside. Her words made him freeze in horror. He gritted his teeth in fury. He instantly dashed into the ruined house to find his son, desperately lifting stone and splintered wood to get inside. Despite his bleeding wounds, he pushed onward, searching for his child. Then he saw something that made his eyes widen in shock. He froze, stunned. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and let out a strange laugh, a sound of both pride and utter helplessness. Alice appeared, asking what had happened. Jeno just said the heavens were mocking them. He muttered that the boy wasn't even 3, and she too was left speechless. The sight that stunned them was Arthur, who had successfully condensed his own mana core before reaching maturity. A moment later, he slowly descended, walking with a proud stride, marveling at how incredible everything felt. He could feel the mana core thrumming within him. He was so happy the trees looked greener than usual, but then he saw none of them were intact. Confused, he laughed nervously, his eyes darting to the shattered logs on the ground. Worse, there were piles of broken rocks everywhere. Panic flared inside him. What in the world happened here? Was our home attacked? Who would dare attack the home of a king like me? A long time passed. Arthur once again enjoyed the comfort of his bed. The house was rebuilt, and a full year flew by. Now, his reading ability was better than ever. My mother taught me to read and write. Alice had been a dedicated teacher. I learned the core of mana usage and reinforcement. He also trained with his father, Geno. This body is too weak, so we decided to start training early. Morning runs with his father left him breathless. In the afternoon, they did sit-ups together under a shady tree. Whenever they had free time, they would do handstands. Not only that, his father finally decided. Not long ago, he agreed to my formal training. He gave Arthur a gift, the same wooden sword he received for his 3rd birthday. Back in the present, something suddenly caught Arthur's attention. Geno burst into the room, shouting that it was time for sword practice. The force of his entrance sent papers flying, leaving Arthur helpless against his father's childish antics. Later, outside, he asked if Arthur remembered his lessons. He held only a normal tree branch, reminding Arthur to perfectly sync his mana flow with his breathing during their spar. He compared it to how the heart and other organs work together. Hearing this, Arthur scoffed. Did he really think a 4-year-old could understand that? With nothing more to say, he immediately got into his stance, ready to train. His eyes burned with determination. He swung with all his might, wood clashing against the branch, but his father easily blocked every move. While casually parrying, he cheered his son on. Arthur knew Geno wouldn't stop the session until he had mastered combining his mana and his breathing. Plus, he only had a little time before dinner. Knowing time was short, he stopped his wild attacks and entered a state of pure focus. As his mana core synced with his breath, he opened his eyes. The old man watched him with a calm gaze. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward. A single strike split the branch, shocking the old man. The broken branch spun in the air before landing on the ground. Out of breath, he asked if he could finally start his training now. Of course, the man had no reason to hold him back. Sunlight streamed in as Arthur settled into meditation. As far as he knew, power in this world was measured by the color of one's mana core. At first, the core is black, formed when blood and other impurities mix with mana particles. The core purifies as these impurities are filtered over time. The process is as follows: black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and then white. He also knew each stage was split into 3 shades: dark, gray, and light. The lighter the core, the purer and more powerful it was. His peaceful meditation was shattered by Alice's voice. She was calling him to come and eat. Her shouting annoyed him. On the table, food and drinks were already prepared. She ate her portion cheerfully, and even Zeno enjoyed his meat. Unlike them, Arthur seemed irritated. He wondered if a child like him couldn't get a private space to study. Zeno suddenly told Alice they should find a proper tutor for him. Alice angrily protested, saying Arthur was only 4 years old. She yelled that Zeno himself had promised to teach him. Zeno admitted it was true, but he never expected him to control mana at just 4 years old. The only thing he could do now was restrain his power, because Arthur was too strong for his small body. Their argument raged like a real battle. She wouldn't allow him to study thousands of miles away, but Zeno argued that Ross wasn't some strange city. Besides, he had already asked a friend to look after him. Faced with this relentless battle, Arthur could only sigh wearily. His parents continued to argue, neither one backing down. Suddenly, a hand slammed on the table. His parents immediately stared at him. Zeno asked for his opinion. Did he want to study in a big city and learn from a real teacher? He felt helpless, thinking the question was a bit much for a 4-year-old. After swallowing a piece of meat, he shyly asked if they could go with him to meet the teacher. Hearing this, the two of them just stared at each other. Seeing they didn't answer, he panicked, wondering if he said something wrong. Or was it too complicated? Alice said nothing, looking like she was holding back laughter. Unable to resist, she and Zeno burst out laughing. He said he completely forgot the option of all 3 of them going together. She agreed it would be better to see the test and meet his teacher in person. Once they agreed, he slammed the table and declared the whole family would go to Rost. That night in the cozy house, Arthur was a little stunned. He was quite shocked to overhear that his parents had already prepared for a 3-week family trip. It was late, but he wasn't sleepy. It seemed he was completely absorbed in reading. "I know it's in here somewhere," he muttered, unaware Alice had been standing behind him for a while. She snatched the book from his hands, telling him to sleep early because they had an early start tomorrow. He didn't seem to like the sudden rush. She admitted she wasn't thrilled either, but since they were tagging along with her and Zeno's old friends, they had to. With that, she gently kissed his forehead. Before leaving, she reminded him not to secretly stay up late reading anymore. "You can bring a few books tomorrow." Taking her advice, they both wished each other good night. Arthur's thoughts drifted among the stars. He also knew the Twin Horns party was nearby. They had even helped rebuild this house. Lying in his soft bed, he raised his hand. He was still lost in his thoughts. From what he heard, they were a group of 2 conjurers and 3 others. Since coming to this world, all his problems had been solved. Finally, I'm leaving this quiet little town. Let's see what this world has in store for me. As dawn broke, the small family was already on the road. They waved to a group of friends in the distance. Zeno hugged one of them and thanked him for the ride. Then he introduced Arthur to the man. He pointed at Arthur and told him to introduce himself. Politely, the boy bowed his head, said his name, and thanked the man for letting his family join them. The man ruffled his hair, pleased with his politeness. His own red hair was tied back neatly. A spear was at his hip. This was Adam, a spearman. He teased, wondering if Arthur was truly Zeno's son, since he was so polite. Suddenly, someone swooped him up, taking him by surprise. It was Angela, a wind mage. She hugged him tightly, calling him as cute as Alice, squishing him between 2 mountains. He felt both shy and breathless. Then, someone else lifted him up. This person said she was hurting him. Arthur's face turned a bit pale as this person held him. The man holding him was Jordan, an earth mage. He gently placed him down, then lightly brushed the dust off him. In Arthur's eyes, he was like a friendly old dog. Suddenly, his gaze shifted sideways. He noticed Jae-min, a dual-blade warrior with a stone-cold face. She glanced at him once, then coldly walked to the carriage. Someone appeared beside Arthur, explaining that Jae-min was just shy around strangers. After speaking, the woman held out her hand. She introduced herself as Helen, a magic archer. She was very happy to meet him. After everyone got acquainted, Zeno told them to get ready to leave. He and the others loaded the carriage. Alice watched Arthur to keep him out of trouble. After a while, a voice asked if everyone was ready. Angela, sitting with Arthur and his mother, replied, "Everything is all set." And so, the 2 carriages, pulled by strange green beasts, set off. Arthur sat inside, happily watching everything. Looking at the mountains, he told himself, "Let the journey begin." As twilight fell, the 2 carriages journeyed onward. With the darkness came the hungry wolves. The travelers dispatched the beasts with ease. Alice shielded Arthur protectively. Afterwards, Juno brought the wolf carcasses back for a meal. They gathered around the crackling campfire. Arthur stared into the flames, lost in thought. Helen noticed, asking if he was tired. She reassured him it was just travel fatigue. He feigned weariness, but thought, this weakness is only for this lifetime. Suddenly, she sat beside him. "You claim to be a genius mage," she said. "Did you really awaken your powers a year ago?" The 2 of them chatted cheerfully. That's when Adam took notice of them. He stood up, announcing he needed to stretch. He then mentioned wanting to play with Arthur, having heard about his training. Hearing this, Arthur was instantly annoyed. Why can't he just play by himself, he thought. Seeing it was inevitable, Gino warned Adam, "Go easy on him, he's only done basic training." Ignoring him, Adam grabbed Arthur by the collar and dragged him off. Gino and Alice watched with worry as he sighed helplessly. "Kids my age can barely climb stairs," he thought, "yet no one here thinks sparring with me is odd." In a clearing, Arthur faced Adam's smug grin. "Ready to play?" Adam sneered. Arthur didn't answer, simply stretching for the fight. Adam then took his stance. "You know about weapon enhancement, don't you?" He then unleashed a fierce, tiger-like pressure. Faced with this, Arthur shot a helpless look at the others. He sent a desperate telepathic plea to his father. "Dad, Adam's trying to kill me. Help." But the reply he got back was complete nonsense. "Just do your best to defeat him." The response left Arthur exasperated. With no other choice, he focused on the battle. Fine. His eyes snapped open with resolve. Within that tiny frame dwelled the spirit of a mighty king. He gripped his sword as mana began to swirl. Then, he shot forward without a moment's hesitation. Adam met this with a smirk, ready for a real fight. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Adam quickly brought his spear around to block, but just before impact, Arthur vanished, leaving Adam stunned. In an instant, he had reappeared, moving like a phantom right behind his opponent. But suddenly, he lost his footing. His small body stumbled, about to fall. "Damn it," he thought, "I still can't fully control this body." Just then, Adam spun around with a triumphant smile. Regaining his balance, Arthur quickly raised his sword. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into a strike. But Adam easily parried the blow. Adam countered without mercy, but Arthur dodged. His eyes scanned for an opening, then he rammed straight into his opponent. However, Adam's eyes showed no surprise. Arthur raised his sword, preparing his next move. But before he could act, Adam's foot shot out. Miraculously, Arthur leaned back, dodging the kick. A shadow swept past Arthur's young face. Adam closed in, his spear a spinning whirlwind of motion. As Adam struck, a flash of mana shielded him. And in that moment, he recalled Newton's third law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Applying that law, he was sent flying by the impact. He crashed hard onto the ground. "Arthur!" Alice screamed in a panic. He decided that was his least favorite law, and Arthur hated painful recoil. Shaking from the impact, he slowly pushed himself up. The fight ended with Rudius smacking Adam's head, scolding him for being too rough. Adam then confronted Geno, demanding answers about Arthur's shocking skill. Geno just laughed awkwardly. I never taught him anything like that, he evaded. As Alice healed Arthur, she scolded him. Is this what you've been learning? He couldn't possibly reveal his past life's knowledge. He played dumb, claiming he learned from watching Geno. Intrigued, everyone asked him to teach them his technique. He could only laugh and give a vague hint. Cross one leg over, then use mana to kick as you fall. Before he could finish, Jasmine tried it and fell flat. He offered encouragement, not noticing Adam was also practicing behind him. Somehow, Adam's practice ended with him ramming his head straight into a tree. Seeing him stuck, Arthur wondered how that was even possible. A few days passed on our journey to Geist City. A massive waterfall crashed down a towering cliff. Alice was bathing Arthur in the lake below the falls. My birthday just passed, Arthur thought. He recalled receiving a small gift. Jasmine was the one who gave it to him. He'd received a gift and a lesson. Adam suddenly surfaced, slicking his hair back. On the shore, everyone laughed and talked happily. The training for Adam, Helen, and Geno was progressing well. Then, someone approached the water. A shadow fell over Adam. He looked up to see Rudius flailing wildly as he fell from the cliff into the lake. Everyone played joyfully, splashing water everywhere. A fish even landed right on Helen's head. Arthur was surprised that Jasmine had mastered a new skill. On the shore, Rudin held Jen's hands while Adam tickled him with a blade of grass, making him laugh uncontrollably. Jasmine amazed Arthur by grasping all my instructions so quickly, especially the feints. While changing, Arthur saw his father running off with a basket of everyone's clothes. Adam and Rudan spotted him and gave chase. That morning, the entire team packed their gear and set off. Al called out, Arthur, come on, let's go. The boy replied, I'm coming, Mom. The two carriages rolled slowly, side by side, toward the nearby mountain. The carriages moved at a gentle pace, the beast's hooves plodding on the dirt path. Adam called out, Hey, I still remember your dad causing us tons of trouble. Helen, lying on the roof, gently retorted. As I recall, he wasn't the only one making trouble. Wasn't there a time you slipped up? Adam quickly cut her off. Wait, what was I just saying? It's a tiny issue, so let's just drop it. Haha. Just then, Alice covered her mouth with her hand. Arthur asked Ham with concern, Are you okay, Mom? She smiled. Just a bit tired. I'm fine, son. Arthur gently patted his mother's hand. He continued reading the book he was holding. As he focused, he suddenly felt strange and began to break out in a cold sweat. His face darkened as he glanced sharply to one side. Jasmine was staring intently at him through a crack in the door. She whispered, Teach me more. Arthur ignored her and kept reading. While Arthur was absorbed in his book, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, startling him. Alice asked, What's happening? Helen shouted, Bandits, prepare for battle. Angela immediately gripped her wand with both hands. She chanted, Wind, by my command, gather and protect us. Alice grabbed Arthur, shielding him in her arms. Sharp arrows flew toward them, but thankfully, a whirlwind blocked them all, protecting the two carriages within the vortex. Arthur looked out, his heart filled with worry. Helen's face was cold as she leaped from the carriage. Jen snapped an arrow in half, readying himself. Rudin angrily grabbed the weapon beside him. Adam was also holding his spear, aimed straight at the enemy. A single drop of blood hit the ground. Helen gripped the arrow embedded in her leg. She snapped it off, glaring furiously at the enemy. She backflipped from the carriage roof, landing lightly on the ground. She knocked an arrow, drew her bow, and aimed it at the bandits. Alice and Arthur watched anxiously from the carriage. Arthur muttered, Damn it, we're surrounded. Outside, a line of bandits stood on the cliffside, their bows drawn taut and aimed right at them. The men on the cliff were now taking aim at the group below. A few of them hid in the bushes, smirking deviously. A gleaming axe blade appeared, followed by a muscular, bare chest. The man slammed the axe into the ground, burying it deep. He opened his mouth and ordered, Good. Capture them. The women and children are to be kept alive. Don't leave any scars on them. He paused, a twisted, greedy smile forming on his face. Then he continued, Damaged goods don't fetch a good price. I've been sheltered by my parents and everyone for too long. The bandit leader had short black hair and thick lips. He wore a smug, greedy smile. He stood there gleefully, with several henchmen behind him, bows ready to fire at any moment. I'd forgotten that every world has scum like him. Arthur's face darkened at the words damaged goods. He clenched the small knife in his hand, his eyes like ice as he stared at the bandits. Alice looked at Arthur, then turned and hugged him tightly, reassuring him, Don't worry, Mom's here. Arthur's tension eased slightly, and he grew calmer. Suddenly, a bandit fired an arrow. It tore through the air, speeding toward the group. Rudan charged forward, shouting, "Group up, protect them." He and Jen stood before the carriage, desperately blocking the incoming arrows. Everyone was now hiding behind a rock wall, but the bandits quickly swarmed down. Arrows rained down continuously. Alice tried to shield Arthur. Angela quickly used her wind magic to divert the projectiles. The bandit leader and his thugs had reached the ground. From a high vantage point, Helen fired back arrows, attacking them. The leader used his axe to shatter the incoming arrows. The rest of the team was also fighting fiercely. Reno leaped down from above. He landed and immediately punched a bandit. He glared at them with razor-sharp eyes. With lightning speed, he dashed out and took down countless enemies. But a large bandit appeared behind him. He raised his sword. Seeing that Reno was distracted by the others, he prepared to strike from behind. Suddenly, an arrow shot past, piercing straight through the fat bandit's chest, stunning him. Reno gave a thankful nod to the one who had fired the life-saving shot. From above, Helen nodded back at him. Near the carriage, the others were also fighting intensely. Jasmine swiftly took one down. Adam quickly dispatched 3 more. Suddenly, his expression changed. An ambusher's blade swung down right where he had been standing. Adam dodged just in time, the powerful slash cracking the earth. Adam quickly regained his balance and drove his sharp spear into the attacker's chin, causing blood to spray instantly. Adam panted, exhausted from the fight. Jasmine was also taking down foes with incredible speed. As she pulled her blade from one bandit's head, her eyes locked onto her next target, making him cry in fear. Suddenly, Jasmine's face changed. A bandit not far from her was holding a whip. A sharp blade was attached to the tip of the whip, and he was preparing to lash out at her. Jasmine quickly tumbled aside, successfully dodging the attack. The whip wielder missed her but managed to slice off both his comrade's legs. Jasmine landed safely, pointing her knife straight at the enemy. The man with the whip prepared to attack again, saying, "Stop resisting, little thing. I promise I'll train you well. Soon, you'll be begging to stay with me." Jasmine frowned at him. As he swung the whip, she deftly dodged it, but it still left several cuts on her face and wrist. Arthur watched from a distance thinking, "She's at a disadvantage with weapon range. Is there anything I can do? A warrior. But do I even stand a chance against a grown warrior?" He held his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone was thrown against the carriage, smashing a large piece of it. Alice screamed in terror. Reno slid down the side of the carriage, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes were cold as he stared at his attacker. Alice rushed out of the carriage, yelling, "Honey!" Arthur glared angrily at the man who had struck his father. It was the leader. He held his axe, grinning cruelly from a short distance away. Arthur cried out, "Heal, Dad! Hurry! Mom!" Alice was trembling as she looked at her husband. Arthur sensed that something was deeply wrong with his mother. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she said, "But I can't." Arthur wondered why his mother wasn't healing his father. Gino just smiled. "Alice, I'm all right. My wounds aren't fatal. Don't worry. Just focus all your strength." Gino turned to Arthur with a warning. "Listen carefully. Once your mother stops healing, those villains will make her their next target. I can hold off their leader, but not while protecting you both. Take your mother and run back the way we came. Don't stop." Arthur pounded his chest. "What are you saying, Dad? I'm not leaving you. I can fight. You saw it yourself." Geno smiled softly, ruffling his son's hair and resting his forehead against the boy's. "Listen to me, Arthur," he whispered. "I know you can fight. That's why I'm entrusting you with your mother. Protect her." He smiled, and the baby in her womb. Arthur remembered his father's hand on his mother's stomach, her discomfort in the carriage. It all made sense. She was having a baby. Geno ruffled his son's hair. "I was going to tell you when we reached the city," his father said, but Arthur placed his hand over his father's, vowing with resolve, "I swear I will protect Mom. I promise." Arthur stood, his gaze sharp, his hand on his sword's hilt. Geno asked if he was ready. They had 4 mages, and their leader was shouting curses. "They have a healer on their side. Don't let her get away." The leader pointed toward Arthur's family and ordered his men to attack. The moment Alice finished healing Gino, Arthur grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Let's go, Mom." He glanced back with a silent plea. "Father, please don't die." Nearby, Adam urged them on. "Hurry up." Suddenly, his expression changed. Behind them, a bandit with 2 blades was charging. Adam rushed forward to intercept. "I'll hold him off. You two go," he shouted, raising his staff just in time to block the enemy's ferocious strike. In the distance, Arthur pulled his mother along, running desperately. But from behind, an archer took aim. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced back just as the arrow was loosed. In a flash, Arthur blocked the shot with his small blade. The sharp impact of steel against steel echoed with a sickening crack. Arthur's face fell. His small blade shattered in 2, the arrow thudding harmlessly into the ground. The bandit stared in disbelief. How is that possible? Suddenly, another arrow pierced the bandit's head. Keep moving, Helen yelled. Arthur grabbed his mother's hand and ran, but a sense of dread washed over him. He recalled the bandits' formation. There should be 4 mages. He spotted one near Jamin and another fighting Adam. That's 2. The third was with his father. So where was the last one? Just then, the leader roared. Forget the plan, Damie. Leave none of them alive. Who is he talking to? Arthur thought. High above, streams of blue water began to coalesce into a massive sphere. We're dead, he realized. In the distance, the 4th mage was creating a giant orb of water. Then, he launched it directly at Arthur and his mother. He thought frantically, even if I can dodge this with mana, Mom isn't fast enough. The water sphere was already closing in. Arthur gritted his teeth. We're finished. He spun around, planting his feet firmly. I'm sorry, Mom, for the pain this will cause. He leaped, shoving his mother out of the water sphere's path. Alice watched in disbelief, her mouth agape. As his small body was about to be engulfed by the sphere, one thought consumed him. But if I don't do this, Mom and the baby die. With that, Arthur threw his weapon. The instant it left his hand, the sphere of water slammed into him. The rope he threw had a small knife tied to it, wrapping tightly around the bandit's leg. This was his chance. He yanked hard, praying the mana-infused cord would hold. Arthur plunged toward the chasm, dragging the bandit down with him by the rope. Alice desperately ran forward, trying to grab his hand. Suddenly, Arthur's fall stopped, leaving him dangling over the cliff. Above, the bandit was desperately clinging to the edge with one hand. But the cliff edge crumbled, and the bandit's grip failed. Arthur fell once more, pulling the mage with him. Above, Rodin slammed his staff into the ground, summoning an earthen hand. The giant hand stretched out, reaching for the falling boy. As he fell, Arthur saw the bright sun, the bandit he was dragging down, and the stone hand reaching for him. A tear fell from his eye as he smiled. It seems everyone is safe. Then the tears flowed freely. A painful thought surfaced. I just wanted to be a good big brother. Dim light filtered through the curtains of a vast room, where a young man sat on his bed, head in his hands. He stood and pushed the door open, startling the servant outside. The servants immediately bowed. Good morning, Your Majesty. He walked past them down the grand hall, toward a room with its doors wide open. Inside, an old man sat behind a desk piled high with documents. He had long white hair and a beard, with sunken eyes and a wrinkled face. He looked up, surprised. King Jay? But the young king didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on the portraits lining the wall. The members of the cabinet, the true rulers of this nation, from politics to the economy. Then, his eyes fell on his own portrait. In a chaotic world, problems like low birth rates, resource depletion, and war were all settled by the king's duel, and I am one of them. The old man spoke up. Admiring your own achievements, Your Majesty, becoming a cabinet member is the ultimate prize. I must admit, I envy the glory of a triumphant king after each victorious duel. Still, I am honored by your visit. The old man smiled, stepping closer to Jay, but stopped when he saw the king raise a hand to his neck. He removed a necklace with a golden coin and placed it on the desk. Turning his back, he declared, I hereby abdicate the throne of Malin. Jay, wait, the old man screamed. Jay pressed a hand to his forehead. I've spent my entire life chasing the illusion of being the strongest. And for what? Glory? Honor? When I was just an orphan boy, everyone I ever cherished was taken from me. Jay remembered the warm glow of a campfire from his past. I would give anything for one chance to go back in time to Aber, just to see them again. The memory of sitting with his parents and comrades laughing around that campfire filled his mind as the sun began to set. Those eyes fluttered open. He wondered, where am I? How am I still alive? He forced his eyes wide, a groan escaping as pain shot through him. Ugh. Not far off, he saw a bag with fruit spilled from it. Atho looked closer, seeing the bandit he'd pulled down with him a short distance away. The man was motionless, his small knife lodged in his thigh. The sight made him sick, and he immediately turned his head. His gagging echoed in the evening light. Atho frowned, feeling exhausted and uneasy. He let his eyes close, but a leaf fell on his nose. The irritation made him open them again. He tilted his head to blow the leaf away. Atho looked at the fruit scattered nearby. He tried to push himself into a sitting position. After managing to roll over, Atho propped himself up, inching toward the fruit. He reached out and snatched a piece. He opened his eyes again to confirm. He lay back on the grass, putting the fruit into his mouth to quiet his stomach. Then he took a drink of water. Atho lay there. He closed his eyes, thinking, thank you for the meal. The next time he awoke, he was met by a clear blue sky, with birds circling high above. Atho tried to sit up but couldn't, flopping back onto the grass. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. He felt every wound, every ache in his body. Atho stood, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. He was finally on his feet. As he hobbled forward, he spotted the bag of fruit. He went to it and slung the bag over his shoulder, then noticed his small knife. He yanked the blade from the bandit, but the force sent him stumbling back. Sitting on the grass, Atho stared up at the high ravine, thinking he had survived the fall. How long has it been? He picked up a small branch. And where am I? He wondered. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. With that thought, he used the branch as a support and walked slowly into the forest. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Oh, so you're awake? The voice startled Atho, who mumbled, huh. As he moved slowly through the woods, the voice came again. Oh, so you are awake? The sound made Atho jump. He quickly ducked behind a large tree, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Don't tell me it's the corpse. The voice asked again, how is your body? Atho powerless. If the corpse had reanimated, he suppressed his fear and approached, planning to poke it with his makeshift cane to see. The voice rang out again. Don't be afraid, the corpse will not reanimate. Hearing that, Atho let out a sigh of relief, but he quickly became guarded. Wait a minute. He scanned his surroundings. Even though the mysterious voice sounded gentle, he knew he couldn't trust it. He aimed his knife toward the sound and asked, who are you? Did you save me? But from the nearby bushes, only a rabbit emerged. The voice spoke again. Yes, I am the one who saved you. As for your first question, you will know when you reach my sanctuary. Atho frowned and asked back. You seem awfully certain that I will try to find you. The voice replied, because I am the only one who can help you return home. The words reminded him of his parents. That's right, Alice's family, Tui Han's group, and my little sibling. Are they all right? Did they reach the safe point? Atho considered his options carefully. After a moment, he chose his words, changing his tone. Excuse me, mysterious voice. Could I trouble you to help me find the way to you? The voice clicked its tongue. You learn fast. Though calling a lady sir is a bit of a loss, your sincerity is acceptable. As Atho tried to process this, wait, how did she know his name? Suddenly the voice said, I will show you. Instantly, those eyes blazed with light. He screamed in pain, covering them with his hands. Atho saw an image of a rocky mountain and a cave hidden behind a cluster of trees. He was stunned by the new experience. The voice continued to speak. I suggest you go immediately. It will be much safer while it is still light. By noon, as Atho's body felt better, he was lost in thought. As Atho crossed a chasm on a fallen log, he pondered, what kind of magic did she use to save me from such a high fall? And how did she even know I was falling? Why did she only save me? The deeper Atho went into the forest, the more questions he had. Suddenly, Atho heard a sound. He quickly climbed a large rock in front of him, silently praying, please be what I think it is. Stepping onto the rock and looking down, Atho cheered, water. He stripped off his clothes in a flash and jumped into the stream without a second thought. His splash sent droplets high into the air. Atho happily bathed and whistled in the stream. Then the voice suddenly echoed, haha, so carefree. Atho blushed with shame, using his shirt to cover himself. The voice added, don't worry, there isn't much to see. The comment felt like a knife to his heart. Atho miserably got dressed, thinking, they're just words. Atho, a king must keep his composure. The voice said, I apologize for startling you. You can stop pouting now. Atho pouted and thought, this body just hasn't fully developed yet. He used his stick to walk along the stream, collecting some water and eating a few wild berries. Since falling east of the mountain, it seems I'm in the territory of the Eo tribe. Atho mused while eating. But the Elsie forest is famous for its fog, and I don't see any at all. At that moment, the sun began to set. Atho continued on. His fear of wild beasts had faded, as he'd only seen small animals. He passed through a green forest as a small rabbit peeked out at him. But I am quite surprised I haven't seen a single mana beast. This forest is dense with mana. I regret not being home to absorb it, but I have to hurry. I need to get back to my parents, especially since my mother is pregnant. The stress from thinking I'm dead could endanger the baby, if they're still alive. After crossing the forest, a large stone mountain stood before Atho, and the voice spoke again. I am glad you have arrived safely. Atho heard this and stammered. It is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. The voice replied, while that is quite amusing. I am not a sentient mountain. You will find me inside the cave. Atho then climbed up to the cave entrance, where an eerie blue light emanated from within. Atho squinted, peering inside. He swallowed hard, steeling his resolve. Mom, Dad, I'll be home soon. Atho prepared to enter the cave as the blue light from within flashed brightly. Suddenly, the voice warned him to watch his step. At that exact moment, Atho's foot slipped. He fell straight down the cave, toward the intense blue light at the bottom. Atho for a long time. he saw an opening at the base of the cave. He fell through it, landing flat on the ground. Though landed with a spectacular crash. He sat up, rubbing his bruised cheek and groaning in pain. A warning about falling 2 stories would have been nice. Atho dusted himself off. As he stood, something caught his eye. Atho gasped, stumbling backward in shock. He fell hard to the ground, his eyes wide with absolute terror. What was this? Before him sat a gargantuan stone statue on a throne. It tilted its head, its eyes, nose, and mouth pulsing with an eerie red light. What is that? Atho whispered in fear. The statue's lips curled into a grin. We finally meet, little one. The statue rose, approaching Atho. Its horns scraped the cave's ceiling, showering sparks. Terror gripped Atho as it drew closer. The statue leaned down, saying, "If you leave your mouth open like that, a bug might just fly right in." As it spoke, a hand reached for him. Atho snapped his mouth shut. The statue stared with its red eyes, offering its hand. Though terrified, he took its hand. "It will take time," it said, "to create a spatial rift large enough for you to go home. These special fruits will help you survive until then." All around them, strange, glowing fruits appeared near the statue. Atho stood up. "Thank you." He looked at the strange fruits, then touched one. "This looks edible," he thought to himself. The fruit's glossy skin reflected his sad face. He thought of his parents, then shook his head, pushing the sorrow away. A chill ran down his spine. The statue was kneeling behind him, pointing. "That one is tastier." Startled, Atho crushed the berry in his hand. Poor Atho, covered in fruit juice, turned to reply. "Yes." And so, they began eating the fruits of the cave together. He glanced at the statue, feigning a scratch on his chin. "You said you were female, so how should I address you?" The statue replied, "My name is Sylvia." Atho then asked, "May I ask you something?" "Go ahead, kid," she responded, "though I may not have all the answers you seek." And so, the two of them began talking deep inside the cave. My fear slowly faded as I began asking her everything. Where am I? Why are you alone? Where did you come from? How did you get those wounds? And why did you save me? Sylvia answered, "Your first question is simple. This is the land between the Beast Plains and Elk Forest. No one knows of this place, so I have remained undisturbed. But at last, someone has finally set foot here. You are the very first person to arrive." Hearing this, he shyly scratched his head and smiled. "You can just call me At. It's what my parents call me. It's short for Atho." Sylvia replied, "Very well, I'll call you At. As for your second question, I am alone because there is no one left for me." Her words left Atho stunned. Sylvia continued, "Many came to challenge me for something I possess." Atho's brow furrowed. "In the final battle, I managed to escape, but these wounds are the price of freedom." Sylvia touched her scars as she spoke. She sat beside Atho. "You ask why I saved you? Perhaps it was your courage to sacrifice for others. Or perhaps I was just too lonely. Even now, I don't truly know." Sylvia replied thoughtfully, turning to her throne. "I'm sorry, At, but it seems it won't be possible tonight. My wounds are spreading. In this condition, I cannot open a portal. Perhaps I will try again tomorrow afternoon." Atho replied, "Oh, okay. Good night, Sylvia," his gaze falling in disappointment. Watching her walk away in her black armor, I couldn't help but think of the loneliness she must have endured for all those years. Suddenly, Sylvia turned back. "I forgot. While I can't see where they are, I can assure you your family and friends are safe." She smiled gently. "Safe?" Atho repeated. His eyes welled up. "They're safe." Atho bit his lip as tears streamed down his face. He looked up, a relieved smile breaking through his tears. "Thank you," he replied. Day after day, At remained with Sylvia. He would practice his sword forms while she watched from her throne. He would sit in her massive hand to pick berries from the cave walls. Sylvia would then fold her hands, trying to conjure a portal for him. During those times, Atho would obediently rest against Sylvia and sleep. We spent hours talking about everything and nothing when she wasn't focused on the portal. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks. It was just the two of us, side by side. Though Sylvia never spoke of her past, I began to understand this mysterious creature. A soft, silver light filled the cave as Atho sat on a rock, enveloped in its gentle glow. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Hands on his knees, he meditated as the silver light danced all around him. He opened his eyes slightly to see Sylvia tending to the berries. She truly was proof, he thought, that you should never judge a book by its cover. Contrary to her intimidating appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and incredibly warm. Sylvia noticed Atho watching her. She approached, offering him some berries. "Have you eaten At? These are delicious and quite rare." He reached out and took a purple one. "She's so gentle and kind," he thought. just like my mom. He remembered his mother, always strict when he made a mistake. He recalled telling Sylvia about his hatred for the bandits, for their leader's wicked face and cruel smile. They deserve a painful death, even if they somehow escaped. Otho gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fiery determination. He swore he would hunt them to their graves. Suddenly, Sylvia's large hand reached out and flicked him. The sudden flick sent Otho falling backward onto the ground. He rubbed his aching forehead, angrily scrambling up. "Why did you hit me?" Sylvia faced him and admitted, "Arthur, perhaps you were right. They deserve to die. That's why I let the mage who fell with you perish." "Then why did you?" he asked, confused. Sylvia's tone turned serious. "But when hatred blinds you, you alone will bear all the suffering. Instead, live with pride and look forward. You will face endless hardships, but never let anger and hatred cloud your mind. Learn from them and face the future with a smile." She placed a hand on his shoulder, advising, "Only then can you truly be victorious." "Did I flick you too hard? Does it still hurt, Arthur?" Sylvia asked, gently touching his forehead, her eyes filled with genuine concern. A creature with a demonic appearance, yet a strangely beautiful soul. Her words about life were starting to change my perspective. Sylvia's voice calling Arthur pulled him back to reality. "Why aren't you eating the fruit? Is something wrong?" Arthur scratched his head and smiled. "Ah, no, I'm fine." Arthur sat and ate the berries Sylvia gave him. Something about her drew his gaze. He then asked, "Sylvia, your wound, it looks like it's getting worse." Sylvia placed a hand over the wound. "It has always been this way." Arthur thought doubtfully. "Is that true?" Then she spoke again. "I have a question for you." Arthur looked up, waiting. Sylvia rested her chin on her hand, pondering. "Humans usually awaken around age 12 or 13. How do you already have a mana core? And you use it more effectively than adult mages," Arthur said proudly. "My parents told me I was a genius." Sylvia replied, "Then perhaps you can learn it." "Learn what?" Arthur asked curiously. Sylvia stood up to meditate and absorb mana while moving and even while fighting. To demonstrate, Sylvia gathered her mana into streams of purple energy that swirled around her. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. "How are you doing that?" Sylvia smiled softly and explained, "Humans don't truly understand mana. Their methods are spontaneous, fragmented, and inefficient. In the end, they must exert far too much effort." As she spoke, Sylvia gathered mana in her palm. Seeing this, Arthur held out his own hands to try. He clenched his fists, and mana glowed, but the light vanished in an instant. He looked up at Sylvia and sighed. Easier said than done. Beasts born with mana learn this naturally. But humans awaken late, so their bodies can't multitask in this way. Since you awaken early, you might succeed with diligent training. Arthur's eyes widened. He smiled faintly, then clenched his fists with a radiant grin. "I'll do my best." Sylvia laughed loudly. "Of course." Afterwards, Sylvia focused on the portal, while Arthur trained relentlessly, even when he fell hard. But Arthur understood. Mastering this meant fighting normally while maintaining a constant flow of mana inside his body. Sweat dripped from Arthur's chin, but he gripped his staff tightly, focusing on the mana flowing all around him. He sliced through the air. The silvery flow of mana now moved perfectly with his every step. Astonished, Arthur raised a hand. "No way." He shouted in triumph, a wide, victorious smile on his face. "Sylvia, I did it." But then he saw her, lying on her side on the ground. Her back was to him, and a red liquid pooled from her body. Next to her, the spatial gate was open. Arthur's face paled as he screamed, "Sylvia!" Arthur rushed to her side, where a large pool of blood had already formed. "Sylvia, what happened?" he asked frantically. He then looked down, standing in her blood. Arthur moved quickly, trying to reach Sylvia, using the mana control he had just mastered. Focusing his newfound power, he let out a yell and managed to turn her over. He saw the wound on her body, bleeding even more heavily. He muttered, "Her wound. Why did it get so bad so fast?" Arthur glanced at the portal, and a horrible realization dawned on him. It can't be. Is that the reason? Memories flashed through his mind. Sylvia picking berries for him, trying to open the gate, sharing meals, and her wound bleeding. Arthur collapsed to his knees. He whispered. The wound got worse. Was it because she was trying to create the portal? As it worsened, tears streamed down his face. She did all this. For him, helpless, he could only kneel there, hands digging into his knees as tears fell like rain. Then, Sylvia reached out, patting his shoulder comfortingly. "It's all right. It just hurts a little." Arthur looked up, his face stained with tears, and choked out. "How can it be all right?" he sobbed. "You're dying because of me." Even the berries in the cave began to wither. Arthur thought, I'm crying. I'm crying so much because I don't want to admit it. This is the first time I've cried like a child." He saw before her as she leaned wearily against the wall, crimson staining her body. Sylvia asked gently, "Have you calmed down, kid?" Arthur replied, "No. Sylvia placed a hand on her chest and smiled sadly. We don't have much time, and I'd rather not waste it on self-pity. Arthur wiped his tears. How can I not blame myself? You're sacrificing your life so I can see my family again. She laughed. Actually, you're just helping me escape this abandoned cave a little faster. Arthur could only weep. Sylvia looked at her hand as it began to fade, her armor flaking away into motes of light. My name. I wonder if it still fits. Now, I've truly done it. Sylvia's black armor began to crack, dissolving into golden particles. Suddenly, a pair of pristine white wings erupted from the crumbling shell. Then, a pure white body was revealed as the black armor faded away. Arthur stared upwards in pure astonishment. Before him stood a creature like a giant horse with sharp claws, 2 pairs of long horns, a flowing mane, and a body of pure white. This new Sylvia opened her eyes. Now, do I look like Sylvia to you, kid? Arthur stammered in shock. Sylvia, are you a dragon? She replied, yes. I am what you humans would call a dragon, but we have little time for idle talk while I'm in this form. I must use my true form to complete this gate, but now that my disguise has vanished, they will find me soon. Aetho demanded, who's coming for us? Suddenly, Sylvia acted, and the gate flared with a blinding light. Shielding his eyes, Aetho covered his wound, then turned to the boy. Listen to me, Ath. There are some things I must tell you before we part. She offered him a glowing orb, shaped like a brilliant, 7-colored egg. Aetho took it as Sylvia spoke. It's not heavy. I believe you can protect it. Then, she plucked a single feather from her wing. Sylvia gave it to Aetho, wrapped the egg in this, to conceal its powerful aura. Aetho stood bewildered, egg in one hand, feather in the other. She added, and there is one last thing. You must endure this. With that, she pressed her nose against Aetho's chest. His eyes widened as strange, glowing runes burned onto his arm. He screamed in agony, his arm burning red, covered in the strange glowing symbols. Sylvia explained, with this, all will be revealed when the time is right. As she spoke, blood flowed freely from the wound on her chest. Her eyes had faded from a deep violet to a pale, shimmering gold. Aetho worried, Sylvia, your eyes. Are you all right? Sylvia replied, I'm opening the portal now. I can't take you home, but you must find your way to people. Go, quickly. Aetho hesitated, asking, is that it? I have to leave you? Just then, the entire cave began to tremble and crack. The ceiling exploded, showering stone down on Aetho. But Sylvia was faster, shielding him with her wing as she glared behind them. A mysterious figure appeared saying, Lady Sylvia, I advise you to end this foolishness and give it to me now. Perhaps he will even heal you. The stranger wore black armor, his form disturbingly similar to Sylvia's. Aetho peeked out, thinking he looked just like Sylvia's previous form. The figure continued, You've caused me so much trouble. But his voice was cut off. A white barrier enveloped the two of them, creating a private space. Sylvia turned to Aetho. There are some things I must confess. Ath, the truth is, I deliberately delayed opening the portal, just to have more time with you. Hearing this, Aetho frowned and whispered her name. Sylvia continued, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I have one last selfish request. As the wound on her chest spread, she pleaded, Can you call me Grandma, just once? She looked at him gently. Trembling, Aetho grabbed her wing, shaking his head. No, please, come with me. I don't care what you've done. It's meaningless now. I just hope we can leave this place together. Tears streamed down Sylvia's face as she closed her eyes. You know that's impossible. Before he could reply, she snatched her wing from his hand. Goodbye, Ath. Then she threw him back towards the shimmering portal, his face streaked with tears. Aetho desperately reached for her. He screamed, No, Sylvia. Her image blurred as a single tear fell from her eye. Then she heard it, his distant call of Grandma. She closed her eyes, smiling. Alone now, she whispered, Thank you, my child. A 7-colored light filled the space. Aetho landed hard on the ground, reaching for the dawning sky. Aetho tilted his head, looking around with sad eyes. Before him were vast treetops under a warm orange morning sun. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. She's gone. Clenching his fists, he knew with certainty he would never see her again. Aetho slammed his fist into the earth and screamed. The wind rustled the fallen leaves around him as birds soared above the trees. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear. He thought sadly of the last 4 months. All he had left were memories of Grandma Sylvia. A long time that now felt like a fleeting moment. Aetho curled into a ball, the pain sharp. She treated me like I was her family. She taught me everything I needed to know. Suddenly, a faint thumping sound began, growing louder and startling Aetho. What is that? He wondered. He sat up, frowning. A voice echoed in his head. Ahem. Hello? Ah, there we go. Hello, Ath. He looked around, calling out, Sylvia? The voice replied, It's me, Sylvia. If you're hearing this, It means you now know my true identity. Atho frowned, realizing it was a message. He recalled her touch. Hugging his knees, he listened to her voice. As unsettling as this is, you still don't know most of the truth. Your body is that of a 4-year-old child, and although your mana core has reached the crimson stage, you are still not strong enough. It felt as if she was right there with him. I have passed my will on to you. As my parting gift, your future as a mage will depend on whether you can truly master it. They'll placed a hand on his chest. Who wants a gift like this? I just wanted her. Sylvia's voice continued, Oh, and Ath. I can guess what you are feeling right now. Grief, anger, and guilt. He listened silently, not noticing the smoke rising beside him, but always remember, you have a family to care for, and a purpose to fulfill in this life. At that moment, Atho noticed the smoking egg. My only wish is for you to enjoy life like any other child, and become a man we can all be proud of. As her message continued, Atho picked up the egg, studying it with a deep frown. Sylvia spoke her final words. When your mana core finally turns white, you will receive my last message. Then I will explain everything. Until that day, farewell, your highness. That title. Atho's eyes shot open in shock as he clutched the egg. 1,000 questions flooded his mind. How long had she known my true identity? He stood frozen, pondering the question. How could she have possibly known? Yet, one thing was absolutely certain. Atho looked down at the egg. If I only focus on revenge, this life won't be any different from my last one. The realization made him frown. What I must do now is move forward. With new resolve, Atho looked up and started walking. But first, where in the world am I? He stood helplessly in a vast forest, scratching his head. Atho focused, gathering mana around him. With a powerful flick, he shot forward. Gaining speed, he expertly scaled a massive tree. Perched on a thick branch, Atho scanned the area. Even with mana, his sight was limited. But one thing stood out clearly. He was deep inside the LC forest. Before him stood a colossal tree, its gnarled roots crawling across the earth. He gathered mana, then leaped to the next branch. Using Sylvia's circulation technique, Atho reached out, ready to grab his landing. His magic casting had become much faster, but he couldn't stop asking himself why he was transported to this place. Atho swung, reaching for the next hold. She said he would be sent near people. Landing softly, he thought, no matter, I'll just keep looking. Suddenly, he heard something. Atho realized it was a girl's voice. He bounded to another branch like a monkey. He spotted his target, a carriage with people gathered behind it. There, he thought happily, maybe I can hitch a ride. But then Atho frowned. Something was wrong. He leaped down closer to the group, then he heard a muffled voice. Ugh, shut her up. Atho's brow furrowed instantly. The men were huddled together, talking. We have to move fast. Just a few more miles out of this cursed forest. One of them snickered. Female elves fetch a high price, right, boss? Another chimed in. This one's young. A virgin, she'll be worth a fortune. The leader ordered, shut up and put her in the back. We need to sell her fast. Atho's grip tightened on the tree bark. His face darkened. Slave traders, he saw a face with closed eyes, pointed ears, and silver hair. A shout echoed, hurry, they're close. Atho wondered how those pigs managed to tame the wolves of this forest, but he knew taming one would be his best ticket out of here. There were many bandits, with 3 large wolves pulling the carriage. Atho thought to himself, slave traders, and all this recent chaos. It seems I can finally put an end to this cycle. To get home safe, I need a perfect plan. Atho shadowed the bandits from above. Taking out these slavers first was the only correct choice. Atho leaped to a closer branch, observing as the convoy passed. Fighting all 4 of them head-on right now is impossible for me, so I'll follow them, he decided, moving silently. He waited, meditating in the darkness, watching the group, biding his time, restoring his strength. While he waited, he practiced his mana control, looking for the perfect chance to strike when their guard was down. That night, Atho watched them closely. The time was right. Crouching on the branch, he plucked a piece of fruit and tossed it near the wolves. A series of barks and howls broke the silence. A man, Dut, grumbled, shut those beasts up before the whole damn forest wakes. Bin replied, I know, damn wolves. As Bin approached the animals, Atho thought, without a weapon, I must use a technique from my past life. But will it even work in this world? Just then, Atho gathered mana around his hand, forming it into the shape of a sharp blade. Below, Bin dangled a piece of meat at the wolves. If you're this hungry, go chew on your own tails. Behind him, Atho scurried down the tree like a squirrel. The moment he landed, Bin sensed him. He spun around just as Atho struck. Bin barely managed to say, you brat. Atho's mana blade sliced across Bin's neck. Blood instantly gushed from the wound, his eyes wide with shock. Before a sound could escape, Atho grabbed him. He threw the body aside, snatching the dagger from Bin's belt. His eyes gleamed as he thought, "I'll make good use of this." "Thanks," he muttered. As Bin lay dying, the wolves caught the scent of blood, drooling with hunger. In the darkness, the sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bone arose from the wolf pack. Dut turned his head, wondering. They're quiet now. Why isn't he back yet? He squinted into the darkness where Bin had gone. "Are you taking a piss over there?" Suddenly, a sickening, wet crunch echoed. He stared in horror at the scene before him. From behind, Atho lunged. One hand covered the man's mouth, while the other drove the dagger home. Blood sprayed into the air. Atho wiped the blood from his face. He frowned, thinking, "This body, it's weaker and tires more easily than I expected. I have to finish this fast, before the other two." But a muffled cry from the carriage startled him. Atho gritted his teeth. Damn it, of all the times. Just then, the two remaining men walked over. The long-haired one called out, "What's with all the noise? Where are you?" "Bin, Dut." They moved to the back of the carriage to check. Atho, hiding up front, quickly ducked underneath. The bald one sensed him, swinging his sword wildly, but hit nothing. Instantly, Atho shot out, aiming for the man's hamstring. His strike was precise, drawing another spray of blood. Atho counted internally, "That's 3." The bald man screamed in agony, catching the long-haired man's attention, who rushed to his side. He arrived to see the bald man collapsed. Atho stood nearby, dagger in hand. The man warned, "Careful, Dantan. That kid is a mage." Dantan smirked. "A little mage boy?" He tossed his sword aside, walking slowly toward Atho. His hands began to glow with mana, a cruel smile spreading on his face. "Looks like a golden goose just appeared before us. He might be worth even more than that elf girl." His words put Atho on high alert. In a flash, he appeared behind Atho, raising his mana-infused hands to strike. He said, "Don't die too quickly, little one." He slammed his hands down, cracking the earth where Atho just stood. As he prepared to strike again, Atho threw something right at his face. He glared furiously. "What the?" Before he could finish, a dagger tied to a mana the thread shot toward him, but the man effortlessly caught the blade. He casually severed the mana thread, connecting it to Atho. "It's over," Atho thought. Dantan chuckled. "Your little tricks are almost cute." He tossed Atho's knife aside, saying, "There's your weapon. Go get it." He lifted his foot, ready to kick the blade over. Atho was instantly on guard. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Before he could dodge, a brutal kick slammed into him, launching him from the ground. He flew through the air before crashing down hard. Dantan closed in, reaching for him and sneering, "My little bag of gold." He grabbed Atho by the ankle, hoisting him upside down. "Just give up," he taunted. "You're useless in that tiny body." But Atho was already recalling the mana condensation skill he'd learned. Condensing mana into a blade felt similar to this world's wind magic. If that theory was right, then fire magic should work the same way. He arched his body, grabbing the arm that held him captive. In his mind, he focused. Condense. Instantly, Dantan's wrist began to glow before it violently exploded. A flash of crimson light erupted with a loud bang. Dantan's hand turned black, as if it were charred. He screamed in agony, "You damn monkey! You are so dead." Atho swiftly snatched his weapon back. As Dantan was still screaming curses, "I don't care if I have to sell your corpse. You're finished." Atho was already behind him. His weapon, tied to a mana thread, sliced cleanly through Dantan's neck. The blade returned to Atho's hand. He was intact after the blast, though his clothes were even more shredded. He then eyed the coward hiding under the cart, who frantically waved his hands. "Wait, please, don't." Atho looked at him as if he were already dead. I bet the little girl said the same thing. Inside the carriage, a small, bound elf was quietly sobbing. Atho appeared before her with a bright smile. He offered a hand and said, "Come with me, you're safe now. You can finally go home." The bound and gagged elf girl looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Later that night, two voices could be heard. "What is this for? Some things are better for children not to see. But you're a child too. Let's go. Don't remove the blindfold until I say so." The little elf could only see the ground through a tiny crack. Suddenly, Atho removed the girl's blindfold. He said, "You can look now." The elf girl opened her eyes and Atho's face came into view. She blushed, starting to thank him, but before she could finish, he turned away with a cheerful wave, which for some reason scared her. She clutched his shirt, her wide eyes welling with tears, as if to say, "How could you abandon a cute little girl like me? You're horrible. I'm scared. Don't leave me." Atho replied, confused, "But you need to get home. The bad guys won't chase after you anymore. Besides, aren't elves usually safe in this forest?" He tried to gently pry her fingers off his shirt, but she shook her head frantically. she said pitifully. The monsters are only afraid of grown-ups. My parents told me that kids get eaten by hunting hounds or ghoul trees. Hearing this, Athos sighed and asked helplessly, Fine. At least you know how long it takes to get home from here, right? The girl replied, I don't know, which left Athos speechless. He sighed and started to leave. Then just stay put. I'll find us some food. It shouldn't take too long. He gave her a reassuring smile. The little elf blushed and nodded in agreement. Athos managed to gather what he could for the journey ahead. He packed a large bag for their trip, though neither of them knew how long it would take. Athos also had to consider his own way back. He sheathed his weapon, preparing himself for the long journey. A shame we can't use the cart. Athos thought, but it's probably for the best. We would only attract unwanted attention. He then cut the 3 dire wolves free. He hoped the elves had some way to return him to the human kingdom. Athos went back to the little elf and handed her a set of clothes. I found these on the cart, so I guess they're yours. Put on the cloak if you don't want to get cold. The girl happily took the clothes and said, Thank you. Athos gently patted her head. He gave her a bright smile and said, Let's get you home. He figured that as they walked, he would learn more about elven children. Athos and the little elf girl journeyed on, chatting happily. They sometimes stopped to rest and eat beneath the forest trees. Athos introduced himself properly. She replied that her name was Tessia Isolit and then asked for his name. I'm Athos Lewin. Tessia then asked, How did you end up in the Elsie forest? Athos answered, That is a very long story. Tessia simply replied, We have plenty of time. When they encountered fierce dire wolves, Athos bravely stood to protect her. He brandished his weapon, scaring the wolves away. Athos also discovered that Tessia wasn't afraid of small insects, while he was absolutely terrified of them. They also had an awkward moment when Tessia had to stand watch for Athos. Later, Athos admitted, You could say that I've lost my family. Oh, so you're from the human kingdom, right? Athos nodded. Suddenly, Tessia asked, Is it true all human men are perverts with lots of wives? Athos didn't answer right away. What? Who told you that? Tessia replied, My grandpa. Athos just said, I see. I'm sure there are perverts among the elves too. Wait, do you even know what a pervert is? Tessia answered innocently, Not really. Athos thought for a moment. Well, to answer your question, it's usually just some nobles who have multiple wives. After hearing that, Tessia said, Oh, now I get it. After walking for a while, they realized they were lost. Athos climbed a tall branch to find the way while Tessia gave directions from below. The 2 children chatted as they walked, and Athos grew curious about life in Alea. Tessia said it was fun. I spend lots of time playing with the guards and my grandpa, since my parents are so busy. As the sun began to set, Athos started to set up a small camp beneath a large tree. While playing with some rabbits, Tessia continued talking about her private tutor. Hearing this, Athos thought the elven education system sounded chaotic if they just assigned tutors at random. Suddenly, Athos appeared holding a rabbit in one hand and his weapon in the other. He gave Tessia a sheepish grin, which made her tear up at the sight. After she calmed down, she asked what Athos meant by chaotic. He explained that he was just thinking out loud. As night fell, Athos offered Tessia some fragrant, roasted rabbit. The 2 of them had talked a lot on their journey that day. Suddenly, Tessia asked, Hey, Athos, what happened to the men who kidnapped me? Athos replied, They had an unfortunate accident. Tessia asked nervously, Will they try to find me again? Though gave the girl his word, I'll make sure you never have to see them again. Under the night sky, Tessia rested her chin on her hands and smiled, Thank you, Athos. A galaxy of stars blazed above them as they sat by the dying embers of their fire. Though held his weapon, watching her. You should get some sleep. Tessia, chin on her knees, peeked at him. What about you? He held the tent flap open for her. I'll keep watch outside. Beneath the countless stars, Athos planned to examine the items Sylvia had left behind. But a rustle came from inside the tent. Tessia poked her head out. Are you sure you don't need to rest? He told me never to share a bed with a boy, but I won't say that to you. Athos replied, It's fine, I'm not sleepy. Tessia ducked back in, disappointed. Okay then, but she peeked out again. You see, I remember monsters are more likely to show up if they see a child all alone. Hearing this, Athos was speechless. Tessia proposed. So, for safety, I suggest you stay in the tent. It's very safe. Athos could only manage a helpless smile. As he entered the tent, Tessia tried to justify herself. It's not because I'm scared. Athos replied, Right, I get it. Let's sleep. As he sat beside her, Tessia suddenly reached out, grabbing a corner of his shirt. The gesture surprised him, but then a warm smile spread across his face. Now, Tessia could finally sleep soundly. Athos thought to himself, Tessia yelled, You're so much trouble. Sleep well. Outside, the stars continued to shine. Morning in the forest arrived with 3 wild rabbits. Though had fallen asleep sitting up, with Tesha resting her head on his lap. Their journey continued, and the strange new world taught them many things. Though always led with courage, and his bright smile often made Tesha blush. After calming down, she would become shy when talking to him. She often smiled at him with squinted eyes, her cheeks a lovely shade of pink. The two friends journeyed through the forest from dawn till dusk. Though realized he shouldn't rush home worrying about his family. It only worsened his mood. With Tesha following behind, Though cheerfully led the way. That night, they made camp under a large tree, but suddenly, the hammer fell. One hand clutched his chest as the other hit the ground. He gritted his teeth. The problem was his mana core. The pain would strike randomly, becoming unbearable. Though bit down hard as tears streamed down his face. Tesha asked with worry, "Though, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Tesha watched him with deep concern. That night, Thoug's brow furrowed as he sweat and clenched his jaw. Clutching his heart, he trembled and doubled over in pain. The next morning, they set off again. Though was all smiles, but Tisha's heart was heavy with worry. Behind them, 2 starving wolves stalked their every move. Suddenly, a weapon flew past one wolf, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Though appeared in a flash, his eyes glowing with intensity. Mana gathered in his hands, ready for battle, sending the wolves fleeing in terror. As they walked, Tho's eyes widened. He stumbled against a tree, clutching his stomach in agony. He thought, the pain is getting more frequent. He glanced over and saw Tesha waiting for him by a tree. He decided against it. I don't want her to worry anymore. That night, as Though slept, Tesha secretly covered him with a blanket. The next morning, the 2 children cheerfully set out again. Time passed, and Tesha learned more and more about this new world. However, their pace was limited by Tesha's stamina. She tired much faster than Though. Whenever she did, he would take her pack. He helped carry her things. And though Though used mana to strengthen his body, the growing pain made it harder to hide his condition from her. As Though clutched his chest in pain, a panicked Tesha saw him. He could only say awkwardly that he needed to use the bathroom. That night, they slept in the tent together. The next morning, Tesha tugged his shirt. I think. Though turned to look at her. Tesha blushed. Since we're friends now, can I call you by your nickname, Though casually replied. Go ahead, Tesha asked again, in disbelief. Really? Those eyes crinkled into a smile. He then looked at her with a sparkle and said in his stuffy voice, I would be honored for a country boy like me to be called by you. His act made Tesha turn away in a fluster. She grumbled, Let's go. You talk like a grumpy old man. Still better than a crybaby who can't even pee by herself without me. Though shot back. Tesha's face flushed red as she pinched his cheeks. Shut up. Suddenly, she noticed a T carved into a nearby tree. I think I just saw something. Though replied, Right, and I've seen way too much. Let's see. Moss, leaves, fog, trees, and so many more trees. Though he teased her, he thought to himself that despite the age gap, they were growing closer every day, so close they even slept with their mouths open. Tessia placed her hand on the tree trunk. She touched several trees in a row, using her mana to sense them. After a moment, her ears twitched, her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly, making Though call her name in confusion. Tesha turned to him, overjoyed. We're here. Before the confused Though could ask what she meant, the huge tree in front of them erupted in a brilliant green light. Its trunk split open, revealing a path. Tesha looked back, holding out her hand with a smile. Come with me. A loud thud echoed as Though fell flat on his face, his heavy bag pinning him down. I hate portals, he thought. Tessia nudged him. Though looked up at her. She said cheerfully, We've arrived. Though scrambled to his feet, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. A massive city stood there, with wide paths, ornate fountains, and a network of suspension bridges crisscrossing the sky. The elf residents here were also looking at him with great curiosity. Pristine was the only word he could think of, yet it failed to capture the magnificent scene before him. Suddenly, light green wisps of wind descended from above, landing before the two of them. Model NATS wind swirled into a small vortex. Tesha shielded Arthur with her body. As the gust died, a squad of knights appeared. Kneeling as one, fists to the ground, they roared, We welcome the princess's return. Their words left Arthur utterly stunned. He questioned in disbelief, Who? Where? Right here? You? Tesha looked at him shyly, then smiled and nodded in confirmation. A knight reported, We came as soon as the royal gate opened. The king and queen are. Before he could finish, a lavish carriage skidded to a halt nearby. A woman rushed out, crying, My dearest Tesha, are you all right? She was Meo Isolit, the queen of Iowa. Behind her, a man also ran forward. He was Andu Inalit, the king of Ea, both with worried eyes. The last to exit the carriage was a stern-faced old man. He was Vision Elit, the legendary former king who led the war against the human kingdom of Sapin. The old man approached the two children. Upon seeing Tessia, his face broke into a warm and affectionate smile. Arthur gently pushed her back, and Tessia ran toward her family. They were finally reunited in a joyous embrace. Watching them, Arthur wondered if his parents would ever react this way. King Andu bowed and said, "I am grateful, not just as a king, but as a father. This is a small token for bringing Tessia home safely. Please, come with us. You can rest, and I wish to hear what happened." He spoke these words while looking at Arthur with sharp, piercing eyes. Arthur thought, his voice is gentle, but his eyes show this isn't a request, it's a command. So Arthur bowed, "I would be honored." Suddenly, Tessia grabbed his elbow, surprising her entire family. She grinned at Arthur and said, "Let's go. There's so much I want to show you." The sight that unfolded before Arthur made his jaw drop in absolute amazement. While Tessia smiled happily beside him, he stared at a castle built into the trunk of a colossal tree. Tessia led him inside a magnificent hall with a grand spiral staircase, plush carpets, and countless servants awaiting orders. Arthur thought, "I feel like I've stepped into a fantasy novel." Queen Mayo told the servants, "This child is our honored guest. Prepare him a bath and a room to rest." Arthur replied, "Thank you, but I'd like to report what happened first." The queen was silent, and King Anduin gave a quiet nod of approval. In the royal receiving room, the queen brushed Tessia's hair. The king sat at the head of the table, with Vision opposite the queen. Elite guards stood behind the two men. Arthur sat at the other end, facing the king. He stood and bowed. "My name is Arthur Lewin, from a poor town in the Sapin Kingdom. It is an honor to be granted an audience with the royal family here." Arthur wondered, will this formal greeting even work if they just see me as a child? The king replied, "Despite your common birth, you seem mature and well-spoken." "Very well. Now I want to hear what happened," he requested, as the queen and Tessia watched Arthur intently. And so, Arthur began his story, starting with a vague tale of being separated from his family by bandits. It wasn't a lie, but a half-truth. He then had to recount everything from the moment he met Tessia. The atmosphere immediately shifted. When Arthur mentioned the slavers, the king slammed his fist on the table in fury. He roared, "Slavers! I knew it was those humans." Hearing this, Arthur spoke up, "Forgive my disrespect, but slaving is a profession, not a race." As he addressed King Anduin, Vision raised a hand to stop a sword. The guards had drawn their blades at his disrespect toward the king, but the old man's gesture halted them. The old man asked with narrowed eyes, "So, boy, when you saw slavers taking my granddaughter, did you beg for mercy?" Arthur calmly replied, "No, Lord Vision. I may be a boy, but I am also a mage, so I defeated them and saved your granddaughter." A guard drew his sword, shouting, "How dare you lie to their majesties?" Vision's eyes flashed a warning, and the guard immediately fell silent. Arthur pushed himself up from the table. "Whether you believe me or not, Princess Tessia has returned safely. All I want now is to return to my family in the Sapin Kingdom." Hearing this, Tessia jumped up. "You want to leave now, Art?" The king glanced at the queen, noting their familiar tone, while Vision just smiled knowingly. Arthur scratched his head. "You know, I don't think a human should stay here too long, Tess. Besides, my priority is ensuring my family is safe and letting them know I'm okay," Arthur said seriously. The king listened and fell into thought. He said, "This matter is separate from the issues between our kingdoms. You saved my daughter and brought her back through great hardship. I will grant you a favor." At that moment, the queen hugged a very unhappy Tessia to comfort her. The king continued grimly, "Unfortunately, the teleportation gate to the Sapin Kingdom can only be used once every 7 years during the summit. The gate won't open for at least another 5 years. This news made Arthur's head sink. However, it would be no trouble to send an escort with you." Arthur looked up, surprised. The king smiled, "Consider it our hospitality. Please do not refuse. Some have moved on, but many still hold grudges from the last war. For now, make yourself at home. We will prepare your escort for tomorrow morning." Arthur bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Later, in a grand, sparkling room, Arthur felt completely exhausted and broken. He quickly undressed for a bath, sighing at his fatigue. As the water washed away the grime and exhaustion, Arthur's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth, clutching his chest in pain as he doubled over. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, it's getting worse." After his bath, he sat holding Sylvia's egg, despondent. "What should I do, Sylvia? If only you were here." Suddenly, a knock echoed. "Coming." Art opened the door to find Tessia, inhaling deeply. She instantly slammed her head right into his gut. Tessia fumed. "You idiot. First, you were so cold to my family. And then you said you were leaving." Art placed a hand on her shoulder. I wasn't being cold, Tess. They're royalty, the king and queen. I had to show respect. Why didn't you warn me? Tessia just scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Art yelled, Don't you hee-hee me. Tessia pouted, turning away. Still, I don't want you to go. You're my first real friend. Art saw her shoulders shaking. He smiled gently, slinging an arm around her. Hey, don't be like that, little princess. How about you give me a tour of this castle? Tessia led him down a long hall. Above the high, vaulted arches was a glittering night sky. This is one of my favorite spots in the whole castle, she whispered. At the end of the hall was a small garden. If you stayed until spring, she said, you could see all these flowers bloom. She sat by the flowers, but for now, you can see the glowing fireflies. She reached out to a tiny light. Art simply watched her, smiling gently. Holding a firefly, she beamed at Art. Look, isn't it beautiful? His eyes widened, fixed on the tiny light in her palm. It flew towards Art, who reached for it. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something was coming. He yanked Tessia down, snatching the projectile from the air. He instantly spun, attacking with the object while his other hand blocked the assailant's incoming fist. He recognized the attacker. The elder looked at him with an intrigued smile. Art recoiled. What the hell? Were you trying to kill your own granddaughter? The man just chuckled. Calm down. It's just a toy. It couldn't even leave a scratch, much less kill my granddaughter. Only then did Art realize it was just a training tool. The elder pointed at Art. Your reflexes and technique are superb, but don't think you can use my own gift against me. And your mana control is impressive. I can see how you dealt with those slave traders. Art was speechless. Is this old man insane? Tessia pulled him close, frowning. Grandpa, stop messing with Art. The elder's brow furrowed. Messing with him? You should understand why I'm here. Art's mind raced. Why is he here? The elder crouched, studying him. It's been a long time since I've met someone so interesting. He presented a small wooden sword to Art. Let's see just how capable you really are. The sword fell. Art caught it perfectly. In a flash, he lunged, the blade tracing a deadly arc right past the elder's throat. Tessia screamed, Grandpa, but the elder just smiled. Art's blade had only split the mana barrier protecting him. He stood behind the shield, a sliver of it now severed by the blow. He stood, laughing. Ready now? Art looked up, his expression grim. He charged, aiming a powerful strike at the elder's waist, but his blade only cut cloth. The elder was gone. Instantly, he reappeared beside Art, now clad in martial robes with armored gauntlets. The elder raised a hand, aiming a chop at Art's neck. Art's eyes darted, raising one arm to guard his head while using his sword to block. He reeled, thinking, he's too strong. Before he could recover, another fist came flying. Art leaped back to dodge, but the elder shot an elbow backward, slamming into him. Art skidded across the ground. His sword was knocked loose, flying toward him. Art dove, catching the sword midair. He unleashed a furious 5-strike combo, but the elder dodged every single blow. The elder caught his blade with one hand, punching with the other. Art blocked the blow, even using mana to streamline my moves, he thought. I can't keep up. Art pressed the attack again, but the elder was too fast. Suddenly, he vanished, reappearing behind Art. The elder shot his leg out for a sweep, an opening. Art leaped over the first attack. He planted a hand on the ground, vaulting over the second sweep. Now, Art was spinning in midair. He gripped his sword tightly, twisting towards the elder. Faster! The old man sensed the danger, but it was too late. The tip of Art's sword left a thin line across his forehead. The elder leaped back. Art's sword clattered to the ground as he fell, rolling from the momentum. Tessia rushed over, crying out in worry. Art, Grandpa! She ran to Art's side. The elder rose slowly, touching the red mark on his forehead. He chuckled. Pride is a dangerous thing. I can't believe you actually managed to hit me. Tessia glared at him, just as he said, Time for round 2. Youch! She pinched him hard. That's enough bullying, Art. Grandpa! The elder yelped. Ow! That actually hurt a bit. Tessia huffed. You should have been gentler with him. The elder laughed. If I went any easier, he would have been the one bullying me. Art got up, brushing himself off. Ha ha! I am honored by such high praise from a veteran like yourself. Elder, the elder looked at him. Honored? Art was confused. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, the elder made an offer. Become my disciple. Tessia looked between them, confused. After applying a bandage, the elder crossed his arms and looked at Art. So, do you agree? Art frowned, skeptical. Are you serious? The elder asked. Why wouldn't I be? Because I'm human, Art replied. Would that even be allowed in this kingdom? The elder declared, no one would dare throw you out while you're under my protection. I know you realize you're far beyond other children, and that to some adults, this world is hell. But know this, I can teach you things that even the greatest mages in Sapin cannot. Still, Art refused. No. Even so, I can't accept. I can't even let my parents know if I'm dead or alive. The elder leaned in closer. I have a way for you to contact your family. How about that? Art was stunned. You mean? Just then, Tessia started rubbing her eyes, dozing off. The elder turned to Art. One moment. He then called a servant to take her to bed. Putting on his coat, he said, I can't just ignore the trouble brewing inside you. The sharp pains in your mana core, correct? And they're becoming more frequent. Etho was shocked. How do you know? I know much more. The real problem is you don't know the cause. Have you ever heard of a beast's will? Etho thought to himself, a beast's will. It was a term he'd never heard before, but he immediately thought of Sylvia touching his core. The elder continued, I'm sure you've already met a few mana beasts. These beasts are ranked from E to double S. E rankers are the horned wolves that pull the slave traders' wagons. A step up are the D rank lizards your family used to use. But only A rank beasts or higher can pass down their will and power to their kin, and only once. The elder's brow furrowed as he stared intently at Etho. I don't care what kind of monster you faced, the power dwelling within you is now a dangerous threat. Etho's curiosity was piqued as he asked him, For you to know all this, does that mean you also have a beast's will? The elder replied, Yes. I'm also known as the Monster Tamer. At that moment, Etho saw the elder's mana taking the shape of something. He explained that this was a title earned only after completely conquering the beast's will within oneself. Hearing this, Etho placed his hands over his chest, as if embracing both himself and Sylvia's memory. The elder knelt down. I know returning to your family is vital, but it's too dangerous right now. The power of a beast's will is too much for your young body to handle. He touched the boy's stomach as he spoke. He warned that if Etho didn't control it soon, the power would destroy his body from the inside out. The elder's grim words were a prophecy of his own possible demise. Etho lay in bed, drenched in a cold sweat. Drifting in a dream, he wondered what this heavy feeling was. Suddenly, black smoke appeared before him. It had two glowing green eyes and a matching, sinister smile. Etho wondered if this monster was born from his own anxieties and burdens, or was it the weight of everyone's expectations haunting him in his sleep? As he thought this, the monster's creepy green smile widened. Suddenly a voice rang out. Good morning. Wake up, wake up. Etho jolted awake, mumbling. What is it? He turned his head away. Go away, monster. Just 5 more minutes. Tessia snapped. Who are you calling a monster? You're in the living room. She then giggled. And your hair looks hilarious, says the mini snake-haired demon, Etho muttered. Tessia asked excitedly, Hey, is it true you're staying here? My grandpa told me this morning you would be. Etho began to change and replied, I don't know yet, princess. I have to see Elder Vian to be sure. Tessia angrily pinched his back, making him yelp. She shouted, Don't call me princess. It's Tez. I'll get angry if you keep calling me that. Etho relented. Okay. I still need to bathe and get ready. Unless you want to watch, get out. Hey, Tessia replied with disgust. Ugh, pervert, Grandpa was right. Etho yelled back, Don't use words you don't even understand. After changing, Etho headed downstairs. He heard voices from the gate. Please, father. Another voice answered, Father, you know humans are forbidden from entering this kingdom. He saw Elder Vian getting into a carriage, with the king and queen trying to persuade him. Andu In is right. We are grateful he saved Tessia, but letting a human stay here defies tradition. The elder sat in the carriage, arms crossed. I have taken an interest in the boy. Nothing more needs to be said. Besides, your daughter seems to agree with me. Tessia, sitting beside him, nodded enthusiastically in support. The king pleaded, Father, I beg you to reconsider this. The elder's face darkened. Enough. I will personally teach this boy. Announce it to everyone in the kingdom. Etho walked down the stairs, thinking to himself that it seems the elder truly is reliable. As he approached the carriage, Elder Vian called out, You're late, kid. We have to hurry. As the carriage went deep into the forest, he asked, How much farther, Grandpa? The elder rubbed his chin. Grandpa, getting a bit familiar now, are we? Etho smiled. Well, I'll decide after I meet this mysterious friend of yours. Suddenly, Tessia fell asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. The elder remarked, She woke up early just to pester me about you. Really? Etho asked. The elder leaned over, gently stroking Tessia's hair. As the kingdom's only princess, she has always been lonely. She's been hurt too many times by both adults and children pretending to be her friend. Because Tessia was treated so poorly, she became cold and distant, building an invisible wall to protect herself. But in the short time you were with her, she's laughed more than in all the past years. The elder, remembering her bright smile, looked seriously at Etho. Thank you. Those words made Etho's eyes widen. A moment later, the carriage stopped. Tessia woke up, rubbing her eyes. Huh? Are we here already? A servant bowed and opened the door. Stepping out, the three of them stood before a small cottage with a blue door. Facing the door, Atho wondered who this mysterious friend was who could make a former king come to such a remote place. Before he could finish, the elder lifted his leg and kicked the door open, shouting, "We're here! Get out here, you old witch!" The door was violently shoved open. An old woman appeared, snapping, "My hearing is fine. Stop your yelling." The elder introduced her. "Atho, this is Jinya Daka Kane, an old friend of mine and a special division. She can help you." Atho bowed. "It is an honor to meet you," Lady Jinya replied. "We don't have much time. Stop standing around and get inside." Stepping inside, Atho thought, DV. That's the same as my mother. They were people who possess magic outside of the four basic elements. Atho glanced at the stacks of books, wondering how she was going to help him. Arthur sat down. "Forgive my impatience, but Grandpa said your magic could help me reach my family. Is that true?" Lady Jinya glanced at Elder Jan teasingly. "My dear, you seem a bit soft on this boy." She then turned to Arthur. "Listen, kid, I'm a seer. This magic differs between casters, but I think I can help you. Meaning, when I want to know something, nothing can hide from me." Her eyes flashed, glowing red and blue as she stared at Arthur. For example, she said, "You are special. So special. Parts of your life are veiled from me." Her eyes glowed eerily. "But these eyes have seen glimpses of your past and future." Arthur looked up, curious. But she continued, "But you're not here for my foresight. You want to contact your family, correct?" Arthur replied, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Good." She pulled over a basin of water, then leaned forward. "Focus on the water. Picture your parents, as clearly and detailed as possible." Her hands glowed with blue mana as she cast the spell. She placed one glowing hand on Arthur's head, guiding him. "When you see them in the water, you can speak to them." Arthur obeyed, closing his eyes to concentrate. "Mom." Her shimmering golden brown hair, her warm, sun-kissed skin. When she worried about me, her eyebrows would always furrow. And Dad, his blue eyes, that firm gaze, and that goofy smile that could brighten any dark day. His honesty, a contrast to his captain's charisma. "Please, don't be dead," Arthur whispered, opening an eye. He suddenly stared wide-eyed. In the basin, he saw a familiar stew pot on a table. His mother appeared with a gentle, sad smile. She wiped her hands, saying, "It's ready." Another hand appeared, ladling soup from the pot. "That's your father," Jivy said. "This beef stew looks special, Alice." "What's the occasion?" Alice smiled sadly. "Nothing. I just wanted to cook for you." Since their last journey, Jeno helped her sit down. Her pregnant belly was now huge, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. She stared at the stew, thinking this was once his favorite meal. Jeno sensed her mood. "What is it, my love?" Alice replied, "It's nothing." She sighed, placing a hand on her belly. Her gaze was distant as she recalled her family's plight. After Arthur fell, his mother had tried to leap after him, mad with grief. Helen and Angela barely managed to hold her back. Jeno realized something was wrong after defeating the bandit leader. When he learned the truth, he collapsed, grabbing Adam and weeping as if to blame him. They returned to the carriage in sorrow, forced to move on. His mother cried the entire time. His father took his rage out on any bandit or obstacle in their path. The grief became so unbearable, Alice nearly succumbed to despair. But thankfully, they reached her in time. Angela bandaged the wound on Alice's wrist while a heartbroken Helen embraced her. Jeno was devastated witnessing that scene. Rain poured down on their tent in the forest. Jeno held the distraught Alice in his arms. He kissed her hair, but her eyes were filled with nothing but despair. After a long journey, the team finally reached the city, its gates opening to welcome them. Arthur's parents bid farewell to their comrades. They held hands tightly as they finally reached their home. The family opened the door with bright smiles, welcoming Jeno and Alice back. Alice once again busied herself managing the household. Jeno returned to the army, resuming his duties as a captain. Alice's belly grew, and Jeno was always by her side. Back in the present, Jeno's hand froze as a voice echoed, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad." The couple stared at each other, shocked. The voice came again. "It's me, your son, Arthur." Jeno dropped the spoon. Arthur's voice asked them, "Are you surprised to hear my voice in your heads?" "Yes, I'll explain everything later. But for now, I want you to know I'm alive and safe. I managed to survive the fall. This must be kept a secret, but I'm currently in the kingdom of Ellen with the elves. I know this is difficult, but it hasn't been easy for me either. I'm glad you're both okay. I hope you don't blame each other for what happened. I'm proud of what I did, and I would do it again, even if it meant my death. I wish I could come to you, but that's a bit difficult right now. It seems I have some kind of illness that needs treatment. I'm not in danger, but I need treatment before coming home. I'm not sure when that will be. I am who I am because of you. There's a mage here named Divinia, just like Mom. She's the one letting you hear my voice. Dad, I'll keep training in magic and combat while I recover. Don't be surprised if I can beat you in a duel next time we meet. Until then, keep Mom and the baby safe." Gino looked like he was about to cry. Alice's face was a mask of shock, tears welling in her eyes. She turned to Geno, crying out his name. "Geno?" Arthur's voice continued. "Mom, Dad, I love you both." Alice shot up from her chair, running and shouting, "Arthur's alive." Geno cautioned her, "Slow down, my love." They embraced and laughed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Arthur's last words reached them. "Stay healthy until I return." The image of Geno and Alice's happy tears reflected in the water. Tears streamed down Arthur's face as well, but a happy smile graced his lips. Jivy sat opposite him, watching quietly. Though his face was wet with tears, Arthur's eyes burned with resolve. He said, "I'm ready." After fulfilling Arthur's wish, the three returned to the castle. At that moment, the king and queen were at the entrance, waiting for them. Jivy and Tessia went ahead, with Arthur following. As he passed the king and queen, the king reached out to stop him. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Perhaps sitting on the throne for so long has made me a bit old-fashioned and stubborn." The queen put a hand on Arthur's shoulder, smiling. "What he means to say is, we should have apologized sooner. Please, accept our apology and consider this place your home." Elder Virion watched with a knowing smirk. The king extended a hand to Arthur, saying, "You're my daughter's savior, and my father's very first disciple. Allow me to welcome you properly." Arthur smiled warmly. He accepted the king's handshake, grateful for his generosity. But a voice cut in. "Wait." Tessia darted in front of Arthur. "If you're truly sorry, father, then let us go out and explore. I want to show him the city." The king and queen exchanged a look. The next day, as Arthur sat on the steps, a voice called to him. "I'm ready." Tessia appeared, looking lovely in a white dress and jacket. A wide-brimmed hat and floral shoes completed her outfit. She grinned at him. "Let's go, Art." She guided him through the city, showing him its wonders. Arthur was amazed by everything he saw. While walking, he accidentally bumped into someone. "Oh, my apologies," but the young elf replied with scorn, "You filthy mongrel, I must cleanse this place." Arthur was stunned silent. "What's this guy's problem?" the boy pointed. He smoothed his hair and sneered. "Just because Elder Virion is with you, you think you own this place?" His cronies immediately backed him up. "Yeah, go back to where you filthy humans belong." "Yeah, you monkey." Tessia frowned. "Art, let's just go." But Arthur thought, this little brat is really asking for a fight, isn't he? The smug boy continued, "My dear princess, he is a mere commoner. Our classes are too different. Allow me, Fitz, to escort you in his place." Arthur feigned shock. "Oh, Sir Fitz?" Seeing Arthur's reaction, the boy smirked. "So, you've heard the word prodigy, have you? That would be me. I awakened my powers recently." "Wait, what did you just call me?" "My name is pronounced Fitz, you imbecile." Arthur played dumb. "Imbecile? Is that your name?" Tessia struggled not to laugh. He bowed low. "I never imagined I'd meet such an inspiring genius. This is a humbling lesson on how to respect my betters." His act made Tessia cover her mouth, trying to hide her laughter. Arthur turned to leave. "We have places to be, so please excuse us." But as Tessia was laughing, a voice shouted, "Stop right there." Fitz stormed over with his two lackeys, his face red with anger. "Did you really think I wouldn't see through your mockery?" Arthur gave a wry smile. "Ha, this kid's got some spine after all." Fitz raised a glove. "For the pride of my family, I challenge you to a duel." He threw the glove to the ground. Nearby girls gasped and started whispering. Arthur just froze. "Wait, something about this feels off." Tessia immediately stepped in front of Arthur, frowning. "How dare you challenge Elder Virion's disciple? Even if you are a noble, you should know your place." Fitz replied, "My apologies, princess, but my father taught me to never let anyone trample on my honor." Fitz pointed his wand at Arthur, declaring, "Human, accept the duel or run away like a coward. Your choice reflects on your master." Arthur glanced at the watching crowd. "A duel, won't this escalate things?" Before Arthur could answer, Fitz declared, "I'll take your silence as acceptance. Princess Tessia, I ask you to officiate." Tessia looked at Arthur hesitantly, then helplessly raised her hand. "Let the duel begin." As the crowd of elves watched eagerly, Fitz charged forward, yelling, "Prepare yourself, you filthy human, Arthur. This prodigy will show you true power." But in a flash, Arthur was already there. His fist slammed into Fitz's jaw, knocking it sideways. The boy tumbled several feet before collapsing. Arthur stared, doubting his opponent's strength. "Seriously, that's it?" Tessia thought. "I knew this would happen." Then she grabbed Arthur's hand. "Let's run," she laughed, as Fitz's cronies surrounded their fallen leader. Tessia smiled brightly at Arthur after the incident. Arthur thought, I feel like I owe her more and more each day. Today was amazing, especially provoking Fitz. The two explored the rest of the city. For the first time, Arthur truly felt at ease. For now, all my deep-seated worries are gone. They visited the library and a street stall, but the vendor refused to sell to a human. But Tessia immediately stepped in to defend him, leaving the owner no choice. Later, the two stood on a large, open-air balcony. Tessia asked him, Your training starts tomorrow, right? Are you nervous? Arthur grew quiet, gazing into the distance as he recalled Elder Virian's words. I don't know what you've learned before, he had said, but I promise you, this training will not be easy. And don't mind the pain from your mana core. Arthur had listened intently. Beast synchronization is like submerging your body in boiling oil. The elder had pointed at him. You will be trapped here. A stranger in a strange land without your family. Even daily life will become a struggle. Then, the elder smiled slightly. But if you can endure it, the rewards will be beyond measure. Do you accept the challenge, boy? Recalling this, Arthur smiled. He raised a hand to the sky, his voice filled with excitement. I've come so far for this. I'm training hard, always thinking of my parents. His hand slowly clenched into a fist, and I'm grateful for all of it. And beyond that. On the grand balcony with Tessia, Arthur gazed out over the city and the vast forest beyond. Arthur spoke with anticipation. What does the future hold for my life? I can't wait to find out. 3 years later, a silver-haired girl was calling his name. Tucking her hair behind her ears, she warned, We're going to be. She then reached out to grab an exposed ankle. Late, she yelled, yanking the ankle sticking out from the blanket. Arthur yelped in surprise. Ag, stop. I surrender. I'm getting up. His ankle was already red as he complained. What? Did you just use mana to twist my ankle? Arthur asked. His brow furrowed in annoyance. Couldn't you find a gentler way to wake me up, Tess? That's not my fault, Tessia said casually. You didn't wake up when I was being nice. Besides, you should be grateful. A cute girl like me is waking you up. Tessia said confidently, but Arthur retorted, I see plenty of maids around here. Tessia's voice dropped. What did you just say? The two left the room and went downstairs. Tessia asked Arthur, Don't you think that maid was pretty? Arthur immediately answered, Not a chance. Grandpa V frowned at the two of them, complaining. I've waited long enough. Get ready for your lesson. There are 4 basic elements, and then there are the high-tier elements. The basic elements are wind, water, fire, and earth. The high-tier elements include ice, gravity, light, and sound. These can only be reached once a mage masters their foundation. We call them diviners. Dwarves can only manipulate earth and fire, or just one of the two, like elves. They have a much higher affinity for these 2 elements. Their defining trait is that all dwarves can forge or bend metal. Meanwhile, talented dwarves can control fire and earth so well they can combine the elements and manipulate magma. Dwarves are recognized by their long beards and horned helmets. Elves are limited to water, wind, and earth, but have a higher compatibility than humans. In rare cases, elves can also produce special diviners with the ability to control plant life. However, elves cannot train mages to control high-tier forms of water, wind, and earth. Elves are recognized by their pointed ears and long, silver hair. Human mages possess the ability to control any of the 4 basic elements. They are also the only race that can produce rule breakers in any element, along with anomalies. These can't be classified, like emitters or healers, for instance. This was the very power Arthur's mother possessed. A delicate balance of power exists between our 3 races. These 3 races form a self-contained circle, complementing one another in population, elemental affinity, and the diversity of their mages. Arthur then looked at the old man and asked if the explanation was good enough. The old man planted his wooden sword in the ground, musing. It's passable, he said. Tessia raised her hand. I know this whole assimilation process is to prepare Arthur for his inner beast will, but wouldn't it be better if he trained his body and magic at the same time, like me? Arthur thought to himself, I already knew all of this from my lessons, but the racial differences have become much clearer these past 3 years. While humans who awaken late in life are considered talented, it's astonishing that elven children awaken just after turning 10. For Tessia, it happened a year earlier. She completely tore her room apart that time. Grandpa V leaned down to Tessia. What's wrong? Mad you're the only one getting hit during training? Yes, Tessia replied resentfully. Arthur kept thinking, since then, Tessia has been training her mage skills with a tutor while learning combat from her grandfather. At that moment, Tessia was pouting at her grandfather. Geez, you should go easier on me. Arthur watched her thinking. She's going to be a monster in the future. But I shouldn't say it out loud. Grandpa V ruffled her hair. What Arthur's been doing for 3 years is fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. He hasn't had any of the physical training you have, but I guarantee that when his training is done, his body will be tougher than a veteran warrior's. Really? Tesha asked. She then turned to Arthur with a teasing smile. So that's why you're so sensitive when I hit you. The old man's eyes crinkled as he laughed. Ha ha, but Arthur just yelled. You should know it still hurts. At this, the old man looked at Arthur. It seems fusing your bones and muscles with mana for 3 years wasn't enough to drain you. Ready, kid? Arthur's expression turned serious. Holding out a hand glowing with bright white mana, he said to Arthur, Good. After today, you will become a true Beast Tamer. Unlike those lucky adventurers who simply use their beasts as tools, he placed his hand, blazing with silver mana, on Arthur's chest. I will ignite your mana core by injecting a massive amount of my own mana. You'll feel a little heat, but you'll be fine. Arthur gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck as agony surged through him. Mana began to spread through his body. His very bones seemed to glow from the flow of mana. Suddenly, his chest erupted in a blinding flash of light. Arthur screamed in agony. Grandpa, Vion, and Tezia were blown back by the blast. Stunned, they asked, what in the world was that? They immediately ran to where Arthur was lying. His shirt was now in tatters after the explosion. Tasha grabbed his hand, worried. Are you okay? Arthur replied. I'm fine, I think. Grandpa V, both relieved and scared, asked Arthur, I know you had a reason not to tell me until now, but I must ask, what kind of beast gave you such a gift? Arthur replied, she is a dragon. Hearing this, Grandpa J's eyes widened as he stammered. A dragon? He paced excitedly. A true dragon tamer. I've actually trained one. When Arthur opened his eyes again, he was in bed. Grandpa V sat beside him. How are you feeling now, kid? Arthur rubbed his forehead and replied, I think I should be asking you that. The last thing I remember before passing out was you going crazy. The old man coughed and asked, Did I? Yeah. Calm down. I'm better, Arthur said. I trust you can all keep this a secret, right? Even after I leave? The old man replied, Of course. And about you leaving, your departure date has just been set for 4 months from now. The news made Arthur jolt upright. Are you serious? I thought I couldn't and would have to wait another 2 years. The old man said, A tournament between the youth of the 3 kingdoms has finally been approved. The portals in the city of Zerat and Sapin will be open to both the Iowa and Dap kingdoms during this time. Arthur's eyes lit up at this, and then he asked, Is that why Tesha isn't here? Can you tell me? Grandpa V patted Arthur's shoulder and said, Don't worry about Tesha. I know you've been checking on them for the past few years through Genia, but you'll finally be able to see them in person. Arthur replied regretfully, Yes, but still, 4 months is too soon. Grandpa V ruffled Arthur's hair and said, I'm going to make you wish these 4 months would end sooner. Now that you've completed your assimilation, your training is about to get much harder. The old man stood up, leaving with a final word, Rest now. It will put Tesha's mind at ease. Then he was gone. Athos sat on the bed, muttering, 4 months. Suddenly, his eyes caught a flicker of light. The egg Sylvia gave him was on the floor, radiating a soft glow. A pale yellow aura now enveloped the egg as fine cracks began to spread across its shell. From his bed, Athos could only gasp in shock. What is that? Athos stared, his mind racing. Sylvia's stone. Suddenly, a tiny crack echoed. A piece of shell fell away, revealing something spiny and black inside. Then, a much larger piece broke off. A long, black shape covered in tiny spikes began to emerge. In an instant, the egg split completely in two. A creature crawled out, its body black with a silver underbelly and tiny wings, shaking its head back and forth. It let out a massive yawn, revealing 4 tiny fangs. Then, to Athos' astonishment, it simply flopped onto the ground. Athos tilted his head at the strange creature, and the little black thing tilted its head right back, letting out a curious chirp. Athos asked, unsure, Are you a dragon? At his words, the little dragon opened its mouth and chirped with joy. Athos laughed, captivated by its cuteness. But suddenly, it leaped up and bit his elbow, making him cry out in pain. The dragon released its grip and rolled aside, leaving a strange insignia branded on his arm. Athos frowned, rubbing the sore spot. As he examined the mark, the dragon just looked at him and chirped. Just then, a voice echoed in Athos' mind. Mommy. He spun his head around, searching for the source. What was that? The baby dragon stood on its hind legs, looking at him and chirping again. And again, Athos heard the call. Mother. Confused, he rubbed his forehead. Who is that? The dragon chirped once more. With that chirp, the voice struck his mind again. Mother. He scrambled back onto the bed in shock. It can talk inside my head. He turned to the dragon to correct it. Hey, I'm a boy, so you should at least call me father. The dragon chirped, and this time, Athos heard the new word, father. Aetho gently stroked the baby dragon's head. He smiled at it and said, I think I'll name you Sai, after your mother. The dragon seemed to lisp in reply, Ku. Sylvie, Aetho grinned, his eyes crinkling. You like that name? Then he blushed, realizing, wait, you really do like it. I can feel it. He glanced at the mark on his arm, this crest. It's more than it seems. I feel like it's connecting me to him. As Aetho drifted to sleep, one last thought crossed his mind. 8 years old with a tattoo. And I'm already a father. I'm a complete mess. Aetho hugged the little dragon, falling into a deep sleep, but a sudden scream jolted him awake. He sat up, dazed. Huh? What's going on? Who's there? Tessia stood before him, holding the dragon. What is this thing? It's so adorable. Her eyes were full of love, but the dragon was struggling desperately to get away. Aetho realized it was already dark outside. He fell back onto the bed and muttered, Go away, let me sleep. But the dragon was still crying for help. Papa! The next day, Aetho and Tessia were outside. Tessia walked beside him, asking, You can communicate with it telepathically? She sighed, So lucky. If I could communicate with him, maybe he'd like me too. Aetho replied, He might like you if you stopped looking at him like a predator. The little dragon was baring its teeth at Tessia. Spotting Elder Vian from a distance, she yelled, Grandpa. Come see Aetho's new pet. The old man squinted his eyes, then he broke into a cold sweat. A black creature with golden eyes, a long tail, and wings. The elder stammered loudly, Kid, you. That's a... He leaned against a wall, clutching his chest. I'm going to die from shock if this keeps up, he groaned. After Aetho explained what happened to Elder Vian, I learned that creatures like Sai normally only hatch in the presence of their own kind. We tried to figure out why he hatched in front of me. The only plausible reason was that I had fully activated Sylvia's will the day before. Even with the baby dragon around, Aetho's training never stopped. Tessia continued her sword practice with the elder, but quickly collapsed from exhaustion. Aetho, meanwhile, was learning to control his mana. He asked the elder, Do you think I'll have to hide him when I go back home? Most people won't recognize such a powerful being. The elder replied, So you'll be fine if you just pass him off as a rare mana beast. Just then, Tessia tried to reach for the dragon, which hissed at her. Vian placed a hand on Aetho's shoulder. But you have other things to worry about. I tried to strengthen your mana core during the assimilation, but now you're fully awake. I will help you train both your core and your new dragon. Aetho asked him, What do I need to do? The old man simply smirked in response. He tossed a wooden sword aside and answered, As I see it, the best way to master a beast's will is to stop strengthening your body and start gaining real combat experience. Aetho stretched his shoulders. This is getting interesting. Vian simply replied, Good, but his next sentence made Aetho freeze. Next, you will fight a Beast Tamer. Fighting someone who has already mastered these stages will help you learn much faster. Aetho's eyes flew open. A column of black wind swirled before him, with a roaring black panther at its peak. Tessia and Aetho threw up their arms to shield themselves. With a thunderous boom, a man appeared. He had a powerful, jet-black body, with long hair and a face that was just as dark. He had 2 ears on top of his head and piercing yellow eyes, giving him the look of a panther warrior. He stared at Aetho, his golden eyes blazing. Beast Tamers are mages who can harness the unique, inherited power of mana monsters. In the first stage, a tamer can borrow the strength of their bonded beast. This is called the acquisition phase. In the next stage, integration, the mage can wield the full power and traits unique to that monster. And after decades of researching his beast's abilities, Vian had achieved the second stage. He could now wield the deadly power of the Shadow Panther. Vian was to be Aetho's trainer. He had warned him that he would teleport to his side. Aetho didn't really believe it. How can he attack after giving a warning? At that moment, black energy swirled around Vian. A second later, he vanished from his spot and tapped Aetho's shoulder. Cold sweat formed on his brow. Vision's speed was unreal. When he turned to counter, his opponent had already vanished. He reappeared behind Arthur, his power so immense that Arthur felt his presence before he was even touched. Swallowing hard, sweat pouring down, Arthur quickly raised his hands in surrender. If he couldn't even track this, Vision could end him instantly. Seeing his opponent's defeat, Vision reverted to his normal form. That state still took a toll on him. It wasn't perfect. Arthur was left completely speechless. He truly couldn't follow Vision's movements, nor could he even sense him at his back. Vision picked up a wooden sword, speaking calmly. With the Shadow Panther's power, he could use wind and silence to his advantage. He aimed the sword at Arthur. The real training was about to begin. Training day and night, Arthur finally neared the first stage the dragon desired, all thanks to Vision's teaching. Vision also taught him to suppress his monstrous aura around other mages. Without the goal of strengthening his core or learning what Sylvia's dragon wanted, Arthur might have cracked under the pressure and challenged Vision for real. Thankfully, through relentless practice and control, Arthur adapted to the grueling training. In his spare moments, Arthur would recall the carefree joy of his childhood, just as Sylvia had wished. That time was truly peaceful for Arthur, but all good things must end. Their bond grew so strong that Tesha couldn't bear his departure. Both Arthur and the dragon struggled to calm her down. He then carefully wrapped grandmother Sylvia's feather around his arm. Instantly, Sylvia's mark was completely concealed. Just then, Vision clapped Arthur on the shoulder. It was time for him to leave. The carriage was ready. Vision handed him an item. This was crafted from the skull of an elite. It helps you find your way in the forest. It is a compass of sorts. Arthur immediately accepted the gift. But Vision then offered some unsettling advice. Instead of using that compass, he could just find another princess to bring him back. Arthur was left speechless. Even a tearful Tisha beside him grew furious. She swiftly grabbed and yanked his beard as punishment. Vision cried out in pain, begging for release. Ignoring Vision's suffering, Arthur quickly comforted Tesha. They would meet again soon. With Vision as her teacher, he hoped she would surpass him by then. She could only nod sadly in agreement. Suddenly, Arthur pulled her into a tight embrace, whispering words of affection. Even his dragon gently patted her head in comfort. At this, Tesha's tears could not be held back. She began to sob. The time to leave had come. It was difficult, but necessary. Arthur bid everyone farewell and reluctantly climbed into the carriage, but was stopped by Fizz. He sneered that Arthur was finally getting kicked out of the kingdom. Arthur only confused Fizz more by not even remembering his name. While Fizz's two companions burst out laughing, he burned with fury. He was the one Arthur had unfairly defeated. The fool didn't even know the challenger gets the first move, or that a proper duel showcases the beauty of one's magic. Arthur listened to his angry rant. After a moment of silence, he finally recognized him, but still got his name wrong. At this, Fizz finally snapped. He screamed at the top of his lungs, raising his hands in absolute rage. His name was Fizz, heir to the noble house of AA. He was defeated easily back then because he was young, but if they fought now, he would not lose so easily. Before he could finish, Arthur suddenly grabbed his hand. He expressed his genuine delight at meeting his old rival again. Fizz, forgetting his anger, awkwardly accepted the gesture. Before Fizz could recover, his female teammate whispered to Arthur, "You can call him Fifi, just like they do." The blue-haired man beside her nodded in agreement. Fizz overheard and grew even more embarrassed, yelling while pulling at his hair, not wanting Arthur to know. Seeing them all laughing, Arthur couldn't help but smile along. Time flew by, and he finally arrived at his destination, the floating city of Jarose. This was where Arthur's parents lived. The air in Jarose was bustling, filled with merchants and lively people. The carriage stopped, and Arthur pulled his suitcase before a pure white house. He paused, hesitating before the door. Arthur had to summon all his courage just to knock. Old memories began to surface. He had lost someone important, he had taken lives, and he had trained relentlessly, but none of that compared to this moment. His nerves were stretched as taut as a bowstring. Suddenly, a young girl's voice cut through his thoughts, but an old woman answered the door. Seeing the housemaid, Arthur quickly bowed and introduced himself as Arthur Lin. He explained that his family lived here. The housemaid was stunned to hear the name Lin. Arthur's gaze then fell upon the innocent face of the little girl behind her. Before he could think, a woman rushed out, calling the little girl's name. The woman, holding a bowl, suddenly looked up and saw Arthur. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stop. In her stunned silence, the bowl slipped from her grasp and shattered. An overwhelming emotion crashed over Arthur. This girl, Eli Lin, was his sister. He could no longer hold back the tears. Wiping his eyes, Arthur greeted his beloved mother. His mother's reaction was much the same. She smiled through her happy tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Mother and son hugged tightly. Alice sobbed as she held Arthur, saying she knew it was him from his voice. Arthur was finally home with his family. Little Eli, seeing her mother cry, began to cry as well, tugging on her mother's sleeve, wanting her to stop. From the yard, Jen and Nolan ran with tears in his eyes toward the hugging mother and children. He shouted Arthur's name and wrapped all three of them in his arms. It was a warm, moving family scene. Even the housemaid beside them teared up. Later, his parents and Arthur sat on a couch, while Eli pouted on a chair nearby, clutching a small dragon. Alice noticed Eli sitting across from them and encouraged the little girl to come closer to greet her big brother. Hearing that this man was her brother, Eli slowly approached Arthur. Alice explained that this was the brother they always told her about. Arthur sat beside his mother, feeling quite shy. After her mother's explanation, Eli shyly greeted Arthur. Memories flooded his mind as he knelt down and took the small girl's hand in his. Alice and Jenno embraced, smiling at the sight of the two brothers. Once things settled, Arthur began to share his tale, but he kept certain details secret, like the incident he'd faced. He simply claimed he used magic to escape death. He told them of meeting Tesia and recovering in the elven kingdom. Geno then asked about the small dragon on his head. Hearing its name, the little dragon chirped with joy. Arthur quickly recalled the memory of finding the Mana Beast's lair. There, Sylvia was dying from her terrible wounds. Unable to save Sylvia, he had raised the small dragon himself. Hearing this, Alice grew worried for Arthur's health. She feared his old illness might return. Hearing her, he just smiled. "Don't worry, Mom. The stabilized mana core within me keeps that thing from awakening." He appeared cheerful, but his heart was heavy with secrets. Until he was strong enough, he had to lie to his family. The truth would only bring them danger. Suddenly, Geno shot to his feet, fist in the air. He eagerly asked about Arthur's mana core, startling everyone. Alice tried to stop Geno. Their son had just returned, and he was already asking such a sensitive question. But Geno saw no issue. A little power comparison was nothing. He began to boast about being an instructor for the auction house guards. Geno boasted, pointing to the insignia on his arm. Arthur was impressed. Not only his speed, but his father's mana core had also evolved. Hearing this, Geno bragged even more, clearly proud. 2 years ago, he'd reached the dark orange core stage. Arthur was genuinely happy for his father's progress, but seeing him so smug, he felt a bit helpless and rethought his praise. Geno's triumphant mood might have lasted if he hadn't asked about Arthur's mana core. Arthur hesitated, then quietly said his core was light red stage. Geno's praise died on his lips, replaced by shocked disbelief and a curse. Little Ellie mimicked her father's shout, not knowing its meaning. Alice had finally had enough of Geno. She was proud of Arthur, but his father's language was too much. She shot Geno a dangerous smile, making him flinch. He quickly told his daughter not to learn from him. After scolding his daughter, Geno shook Arthur by the shoulders again. He couldn't believe his son's power and demanded a sparring match. Both Sylvie and Ellie cheered, rushing outside to watch the duel. Arthur just laughed, accepting the challenge. His mother, Alice, was speechless. Amidst the chaos, Arthur felt it was truly great to be home. Just as Arthur and Geno prepared to fight, Vincent appeared. He was clearly out of breath, having rushed over at the news of Arthur's return. But seeing the family's strange setup, Vincent was confused. Arthur was surprised that this man knew about his family's situation. So his family had been receiving their help all along. Geno warmly slung an arm around Vincent, ready to make introductions. After the introductions, Geno proudly introduced Vincent to Arthur. He was not just a friend, but Geno's superior. Arthur gave a polite bow. Arthur showed his maturity, explaining the situation to clear the air. Vincent was stunned by how much the boy had grown. He joked if the childish Geno was truly Arthur's father. The jest broke the tension. Tabitha then introduced her own daughter to Arthur. Her name was Lilia, around Arthur's age, a potential friend. The shy Lilia blushed until she saw Sylvie's adorable smile and was instantly captivated. Lilia was instantly smitten with the little dragon, Sylvie. Then Vincent remembered what Geno said about warming up. He finally recalled the duel with Arthur. At first, Vincent just smiled, not getting it. But when reality hit, his jaw dropped in utter disbelief. A moment later, everyone gathered on the lawn, ready to watch the match between Arthur and Geno. While the others were excited, Vincent was deeply concerned. He had to confirm the news about Arthur's core with Alice. Alice admitted her own surprise at his light red mana core, but she trusted her son would never lie about such things. But Vincent remained doubtful. An 8-year-old surpassing 3 stages? Even the 11 and 12-year-old geniuses at Gus Academy hadn't reached dark red. From afar, Arthur overheard them. He had to hide the real reason. He couldn't train 2 disciplines at once. Training his core and beast taming was too demanding. His warm-up over, Geno got serious, urging Arthur to focus. Geno was much stronger now. Arthur wanted to tell his father he was, too. The words barely left his mouth when Arthur vanished. He reappeared in a flash, striking at Geno's gut, but his father blocked it, a confident smirk on his face. Geno demanded his son be even faster than that, but before he could finish, Arthur twisted and kicked his father's blocking arm. He followed with a sharp elbow strike. No longer holding back, Geno dodged, grabbing Arthur's arm to throw him. But Arthur wouldn't be thrown so easily. With his free hand, he grabbed Geno's shirt, using his leverage to slam him down. But Geno was quick, dodging the impact and leaping back. After their brief clash, Geno looked on with pride, praising his son's skill. But the praise was over. It was time to show his true power. Geno slammed his fists together. Instantly, brilliant flames erupted around him. A new trick he'd learned since reaching the dark orange stage. He warned Arthur to be careful when facing his own father. In this world, mages held the advantage, able to command the elements. But augmenters were different. They felt the elements more keenly. At a certain stage, that affinity would physically manifest. And for Geno, a man who trained relentlessly his entire life, But without proper training, Genin could only turn mana into flames now, even with an orange core. Atho's world had been entirely different. Elements weren't assigned at birth, they were chosen. While natural talent was a huge advantage, hard work was essential since no one was bound to a single path. For Atho, having an edge in this new world made everything that happened to him seem almost effortless. Before everyone's astonished eyes, brilliant rays of light enveloped Atho, making his entire body glow. He confidently warned his own father to be careful in their next clash. Everyone watched in awe. This was Athdivian. Without a second's delay, Atho lunged at Gino, his strikes faster than the wind. Gino couldn't even counterattack. His son was just too fast. Before Gino could even catch his breath, Atho soared upwards to strike again. A thunderous crack echoed from the first blow. As Atho's next fist fell, Gino met it with his own. Neither of them held back. Their techniques instantly collided, creating a massive explosion that alerted others on the far side of the forest. The father and son traded furious blows, a perfect match of offense and defense. Suddenly, a spark from Atho's lightning singed Gino's beard, unleashing a flurry of enraged punches. Atho dodged with incredible speed. Yet he couldn't escape completely, and a lick of Gino's flames seared his face. Gino did not disappoint, his attacks growing even sharper. He used his superior reach to his advantage, making it difficult for Atho to close the distance. The next second, Atho ducked under a punch, swinging an uppercut toward Gino's chin. But Gino was just as quick. His knee shot up, perfectly striking Atho in the lower back. Time seemed to freeze. Then, to everyone's shock, Atho and Gino dropped their stances and burst out laughing together. Up to this point, Atho's greatest achievement was mastering JV, which opened up entirely new options for him. He once tried training in ice magic, but it was too unstable. Sound and gravity were useless, and Vian's beatings were painful, but seeing his parents' reaction to his power made it all worth it. Gino was thrilled by his son's power, asking endless questions. Atho answered each one of them dutifully. As father and son were talking, Eli and Alice rushed over. They were worried about Gino, but Vin was the one who needed help. He was still reeling from what he'd just witnessed. Even Tabita couldn't help but praise Atho for his incredible strength. During the meal, Vin, Dan, and Geno drank heartily. Vin then asked Geno about Atho's future. Did Geno have any idea how powerful Atho would become? Of course. He'd known since his son first awakened at 3 years old. Geno praised his son while ruffling his hair, making Atho break into a smile. Tabita was stunned to hear this, and Alice gave a resigned smile. Atho's first awakening nearly blew the house away. Hearing this, a tipsy Geno just praised his son proudly. Little Eli watched her drunken father with worry. Vin Dan was just as drunk. After sitting in a daze, he suddenly shot up with a brilliant idea, sending Atho to the prestigious Gus Academy. Geno was hesitant about the idea. Atho was only 8 years old, and Gus Academy was the planet's most elite magic institution. But Tabita felt that even while drunk, Vin was making perfect sense. Given Atho's potential, Tabita and Vin were ready to fund his tuition. They saw it as a worthy investment. But Alice knew it wasn't nearly that simple. Vin's family had helped them so much. If they paid for Atho's tuition, it would make things incredibly awkward for them. Besides, Atho was only 8 years old. An academy that prestigious would never even notice him. Vin Dan, however, saw no problem. He had connections with a high-ranking director there. He promised to speak with his contact if possible, but as Vin Dan happily explained, Atho interrupted. This was about his future, and he wanted to state his own opinion. Night fell, and little Eli slept soundly. Alice, Geno, and Atho gathered together. Words of love flowed easily between them. No matter how much Atho might change, he would always be their beloved son. The fact that he could become the world's strongest mage was only the second best news they'd heard all day. Alice agreed with Geno completely, then put on a sorrowful expression. Atho was growing up, she sighed, perhaps too old for a goodnight kiss. Atho knew his mother was just being dramatic, but he sighed and quickly planted a soft kiss on her cheek. With that, Geno and Alice wished him good night and went to bed. Before she left, Alice asked Atho to take Eli shopping the next day, partly to buy him some new clothes. It was also a chance for the siblings to bond. Geno added that Vin Dan's excitement came from a good place, but Atho's expression was serious. He had just rejoined his family and wasn't ready to leave for an academy. Seeing this, Vin Dan agreed, admitting he had been too hasty. Having said his piece, Atho quietly finished the rest of his meal. The cheerful mood in the dining room vanished in an instant. Ignoring the many eyes on him, Atho stood up and decisively walked away. Down the great hall, as Atho looked for his way, Lilia suddenly appeared behind him. Having been silent all night, she now had a suggestion for him. Her completely silent approach made Atho jump. Lilia knew a place far better than the wine cellar he was heading for. Atho didn't refuse, allowing her to lead him to this unfamiliar place. The instant she saw him, Mrs. Maya recognized Atho. He was the one who burned the lawn she so carefully tended. Atho could only apologize, but a nearby servant quickly intervened to help him. She was only joking, of course. In that moment, Atho felt he saw the real Lilia, not withdrawn, but cheerful and bright. Lilia asked for the rich, fatty duck meat. Although Mrs. Maya gave in, she gently reminded Lilia to be careful, as her mother had noticed her recent weight gain. Lilia hated hearing that. She and Maya had a secret pact about it. A young maid then whispered to Atho that this was Lilia's hiding spot when she felt stressed. Atho was curious, but didn't ask anything. The man nearby overheard and simply told Atho the full story. Vin and Tabita's greatest desire is for Lilia to awaken as a mage, despite the fact that they are both ordinary humans. Naturally, Lilia wants the same thing, but at her age, the pressure is immense. Remembering Lilia's joyful smile, Atho turned to his father, now certain that Vin's family were truly good people. Seeing their son's genuinely relaxed smile, his parents also felt relieved. Alice quickly shut the door, bidding Atho farewell. As a new dawn broke, Sylvie licked Atho's face to wake him, a classic move that always worked. Holding Sylvie, Atho's thoughts drifted to Tesha, wondering what she was doing, but a strange odor from the creature snapped him back to reality. The two of them rushed to get washed up. Sylvie hated baths, but it couldn't escape Atho's grasp. Afterwards, Atho felt refreshed, while Sylvie smelled fragrant. As Atho was talking with his companion, a sudden knock came at the door. Atho opened it to find little Eli, standing there shyly. Her parents sent her to wake him. With just a smile, he asked her to lead the way, and her shyness vanished. Eli even asked to go shopping with Atho after breakfast. As they walked, Atho was amazed by the bustling city of Jews. His eyes caught a shop filled with strange items, and he wondered what it sold. Tabitha quickly explained that the small orbs inside were called mana beast cores. These were magic cores extracted from mana beasts, used to enhance one's power. Each type of core possessed a different effect. Acquiring one of these orbs was no simple task. They cost hundreds of gold bars, and their effectiveness was entirely based on luck. With incredible luck, a buyer could get a core containing the beast's will. Atho didn't care how good it was. The price was so high he yelled out in disbelief. Hearing Tabitha confirm this, Atho felt a new appreciation for his own beast. Then, Tabitha revealed another secret to him. The Hyusha auction house had received a large shipment of mana beast cores. She suggested Atho go check them out. Hearing this, Atho was overjoyed and quickly thanked Tabitha. Suddenly, Lilia insisted Atho go somewhere with her immediately. Now, Atho sat in utter despair, perched on a barber's chair as if it were on fire. The flamboyant owner brandished his scissors. Seeing this, Atho trembled uncontrollably, turning to his mother figure for help. Unfortunately, she agreed he needed a neater hairstyle. The owner pushed Atho's head down, promising to make him shine dazzlingly bright. Atho had no choice but to sit still and endure it, but the owner was only just getting started. He licked his lips with a wink, guaranteeing a flawless result. Atho was frozen solid, completely speechless at this bizarre moment. A moment later, Atho was completely transformed, radiating a chic elegance. The new look was so good that even Eli complimented him. Alice wholeheartedly agreed, making Atho blush. As they crossed a bridge, Atho noticed a commotion below where a group was mocking someone. Lilia explained they were students from the Gus Academy. Wearing that uniform was undeniable proof of their elite status. To Atho, however, they just looked like a bunch of bullies. Lilia agreed, saying they acted no different than the local royalty. The mothers finally caught up with them. Alice asked what they were discussing, but Lilia just pointed to Atho, who was now frantically scrambling away. He looked exactly like a startled puppy. Alice found this energetic side of him quite refreshing. Atho was usually quiet and mature, not this lively. Tabitha, however, actually preferred seeing him this way, especially after last night. Remembering his actions, everyone nodded in agreement. Atho then entered a shop that caught his eye, immediately captivated by its design. Everything inside was exactly his style. He excitedly touched every item, not missing a single one. Just then, a voice from behind offered to help. He turned to see two men. One saw him as a child and wanted him to leave, while the other warned him that he was touching a dangerous weapon. Atho indifferently watched the man show off his wares. He boasted that these were not toy swords like the ones Atho had at home. His tone was condescending. He then tried to grab Atho's shoulder, but Atho swiftly pulled away, foiling his attempt. Not wanting to stay any longer, Atho headed for the door. He stated clearly that he knew what a sword was and politely apologized for the disturbance. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier excitement, but the man wouldn't let him go. Just as he was about to teach Atho a lesson, a sharp voice ordered him to stop. Unfazed, the man demanded who dared interfere. He was about to introduce himself as Iadis of House Javan Po when his eyes fell on Tabitha. She wasn't about to give him any face. He belonged to a branch of the Javan B family. She threatened to revoke auction rights for his entire family. Hearing this, Aegitus panicked and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Even the other man was now bowing nervously. Finally free, though cheerfully thanked Tabita, but she was worried he might have actually fought the man. Alice, standing nearby, shared her concern. At that moment, a mysterious hooded figure took notice of the little dragon, Sylvie. His identity was an enigma. It was late afternoon when they returned. Vindam was waiting, telling Atho someone was there to see him. The person greeted Atho warmly, saying Vindan spoke of him often. She was Cynthia Gutke, the founder and headmaster of the legendary Gus Academy. It was the ideal place for aspiring mages seeking both status and talent. It produced famous scholars, guild masters, and royal knights. In fact, anyone with real influence in the world had some connection to the Gus Academy. Its reputation was an impenetrable fortress, unique among all others. At its peak was the headmaster, Gucky. Athos stared at Gucky, and she stared right back. They looked at each other for a long moment, the house falling silent. Finally, Gucky spoke first, greeting him and extending her hand. Atho gazed at the offered hand, completely unsure of the proper way to respond. Just as he raised his own hand, Alice pushed his head down from behind, apologizing for his rude manners. She explained he was new and unfamiliar with their etiquette. While Alice was busy apologizing, Atho's mind was elsewhere. He was starving and wanted this over with. Gucky, however, didn't seem to mind. Still, it seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time. At her words, Zeno and Alice both looked up in shock. But Gucky calmly continued to explain. She knew the timing was off, but couldn't refuse Vin's request. He had contributed so much to the academy. Vin, hearing the praise, remained humble. He explained it was also for the school Lilia would attend. Hearing her father, Lilia pressed her lips together and turned away, but she didn't say a word. Vin told her Zeno's potential was extraordinary. A talent like that was something Gucky couldn't ignore. That's why she came, making a rare exception. Gucky wanted a larger area to witness Zeno's power, but Zeno wasn't feeling it. He was starving, but Alice's glare left him no choice. So Zeno and Sylvie had to endure their hunger. On the way to the courtyard, Sylvie slipped from Eli's grasp, and Gucky's eyes landed on the creature. She assumed the Manhwa creature was his contract beast, but Sylvie belonged to Zeno, born just a short time ago. Gucky found this incredibly fascinating. Many nobles purchase Manhwa for contracts here, but she had never seen one quite like Sylvie. Zeno didn't hide anything, revealing more about his companion. Sylvie's mother was a scaled wolf with small wings. She had already perished when he stumbled upon her nest. He found her protecting her last egg. Sylvie. It must have been a fateful encounter. Hearing his story, Gucky fell into a thoughtful silence. Finally, they arrived at the spacious courtyard. Now, Gucky wanted to witness Zeno's true abilities. Vin had claimed his power was immense, but he offered no details, saying she had to see it to believe it. In truth, her words were a test of his attitude. But despite the pressure, Zeno's expression didn't change. He remained completely unfazed. Was this confidence, or just arrogance? In reality, Zeno was simply wondering what to cook for dinner. The boy was clearly starving, his mind only on food. From a distance, Vin watched with confidence. He was certain Gucky would be stunned by Zeno's power. He even stressed that Zeno couldn't burn this courtyard, unlike what happened to the last grass field. Gucky asked if he would use a weapon. Zeno noticed the wand at her hip was sheathed, so he replied that he wouldn't use one either. His words made her glance down at her own wand. She just smiled softly, ready to begin. Zeno recalled his training with vision, the overwhelming power of his fire. His affinity for water, a perfect counter, was the first element from his old world to truly awaken here. Soon after, his mastery of earth and wind followed. Zeno closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He remembered what he needed to do. The moment he opened them, the stone ground split apart. Zeno pushed his power even further. The cracks beneath him widened instantly. He recalled how to channel the elements, letting them flow into his body and obey his will. Focus mana on a single point. Then, merge it with the ambient mana around him. Control it both internally and externally, and bend it to his will. With that thought, Zeno lifted his foot. He stomped down hard on the fractured stone. Instantly, the ground shattered, sending debris flying, yet his expression remained perfectly calm. Everyone stared in absolute shock. Only little Eli and Sylvie seemed to enjoy the show. This wasn't simple body reinforcement, but the first step mages use for an elemental attack. But Zeno's knowledge from his past life made it different, causing a slight difficulty. He stomped even harder on the flagstones below. Zeno wanted to see the look on Gucky's face, so he decisively raised his leg and kicked a massive slab of stone right at her. The projectile shot straight towards Gucky, but seeing the attack aimed at her, she wasn't surprised at all. With a slight smile, she raised a hand. Her elemental shield shattered the slab to dust. Not a single speck touched her. Then, she sent the fragments flying back at Zeno. He didn't hesitate for a second. Pushing off the ground, he burst towards Gucky. He was going for a direct, head-on assault. He broke right through her defensive wind barrier. His fist aimed straight for her face, but she was faster, forming an attack in her palm. A blast of force sent him flying backwards. Zeno used wind to cushion his fall. He instantly created a stone foothold to launch from again. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. Controlling wind and earth was still harder than fire and water. He needed to concentrate more. With that resolve, Zeno once again pushed off from below. The stone platform he stood on exploded into pieces. He shot towards Gucky like a bullet, but she wouldn't let him reach his goal that easily. She formed small whirlwinds in her palm and enlarged them. She directed the gale straight at Zeno. Debris filled the air. Even Vin and the spectators were caught in the powerful blast. As Zeno broke free from her attack, Gucky had already completed her next spell. 4 small vortexes of wind spun in her hands. With a wave of her hand, the vortexes grew massive. They rushed towards Zeno's position, but Zeno thought fast, using his own wind to counter-rotate. He planned to deflect the powerful cyclones. Zeno managed to dissipate the vortexes. However, his clothes didn't survive the encounter. They were torn completely to shreds. Gucky watched Zeno's struggle with approval. She had to praise his skill, but he was far too confident, facing the elements head-on. In the end, Gucky judged Zeno's skills to be impressive. Next, she wanted to conduct a small test. She told him to prepare himself. The moment the words left her mouth, Gucky unleashed her next spell before he could react. Zeno was forced to clamp his hands over his ears. Zeno realized it was sound-based magic. He began to question if Gucky was even a normal mage. After the test, Gucky's evaluation of Zeno was extremely high, seeing his potential with wind magic. Gucky offered to teach Zeno personally, but Jen wasn't focused on her offer. He was wondering when Zeno learned to use wind and earth. Gucky looked at Jen with doubt. Vin stepped in to explain it to her. Zeno had only learned fire magic yesterday, though he already knew how to use lightning. That's why he'd insisted on the stone courtyard. The grass field had been almost completely scorched by Zeno. Hearing this, Gucky could no longer maintain her composure. By that count, Zeno could use at least 3 elements, one of them at the level of a true mage. But then, Zeno dropped an even bigger bombshell. "I can use 4 elements," he said, creating water in his palm. At this revelation, Gucky nearly collapsed. Luckily, Jen was there to support her. She turned to Alice, asking about the true extent of his power. Before she could answer, Guy spoke up. Arthur wasn't just strong, he could become the most powerful. Hearing Guy's certainty, Jeno felt a surge of joy. Once things settled down, Arthur apologized for his secrets. Alice pleaded with him to never hide anything from them again. Arthur wanted to promise, but he knew he couldn't. As they talked, Guy studied his reaction, then created a private barrier just for them. She seemed to know what Arthur needed to say, so he didn't hesitate to speak his mind. He needed power and authority from Guy, enough to keep his family safe until he was strong enough to protect them himself. In exchange, Arthur would join her academy and become her student. Hearing this, Guy burst out laughing. Not even the king and queen of Sapin dared to make demands of her. Yet this boy had the audacity. Arthur wasn't bothered by Guy's taunt. He believed it proved he had even more potential than that king and queen. He added the deal would start when he joined the academy. Guy was skeptical, but Arthur explained. He promised someone he would live life to the fullest, so joining at the proper age felt right. Guy couldn't believe it. That was 3 years away. She demanded to know what he planned to do until then. Arthur thought of his former comrades. He glanced at his family, waiting nervously outside. He hadn't told them yet, but he wanted to be an adventurer. Back in the room, Alice refused Arthur's request. She screamed so loudly that everyone outside jumped in surprise. He had just returned from the dead, and now he wanted to rush off again. Alice wouldn't allow it. Seeing her mother's fury, his sister started to cry. Unlike the frantic Alice, Jeno was much calmer. He wanted to hear Arthur's reasoning first, but Alice simply couldn't accept it. After everything they had endured, she knew Jeno understood. She broke down and cried. 3 of the 4 family members embraced in sorrow. Arthur approached and took Alice's hand. He explained he would stay for a while longer, even though he'd just come home. During his 3 years in the El Kingdom, he realized how little he knew of the world. He wanted to experience the same thrill his parents had as adventurers. Jeno knew the path Arthur wanted to take. He'd felt that same pull for adventure himself, but he still had to agree with Alice. No matter how strong you are, danger is part of an adventurer's life. Hearing this, Arthur hesitated for a moment before another idea struck him. What if he found a guardian or a supervisor to go with him? Alice started to refuse, but Jeno thought it was a great idea. This made Alice furious. She couldn't believe Jeno would side with him. She wouldn't lose Arthur for another 3 years. She shook Jeno violently as she spoke. Arthur and Eli watched in fear. After a moment, they all sat down to talk again. Jenna was still dizzy from his wife's loving shake. Though terrified of his mother, Arthur kept negotiating. He would return monthly, or after every mission. Alice's rage subsided, replaced by a dangerous smile. Her question made Arthur sweat bullets as he nodded vigorously. Seeing his resolve, Eli ran to him with tears in her eyes. Seeing Eli's tears, Arthur rushed to comfort her. He promised to stay for a while longer, telling his little sister not to worry. The cuteness of her two children almost broke her resolve. But Alice remained firm and asked a serious question. Why an adventurer? She thought school was a much better choice. Arthur shyly confessed to his mother. He was still too young, and the other students were all older. He feared he would have trouble fitting in. Hearing her son's concerns, Alice grew worried too. She still wanted another option for him, maybe helping Geno. Geno quickly patted his wife's head. Geno was sure Arthur would be fine. He had faith in his son. Arthur wanted to train himself, to use the skills he learned in a place where he truly belonged. Arthur wasn't lying to his parents. Sylvia had told him to enjoy his life. Night faded, and a new day dawned. The family shared breakfast together. Geno ate heartily, enjoying a meal free from work. Vincent was surprised by his carefree attitude. Geno's only task today was training new auction house staff. He explained to Vincent it was just an excuse to throw a party. Vincent found this amusing. So that explained the exorbitant dining fees. Tabitha, Alice, and Lilia shot them judging looks. Arthur chimed in, asking about everyone's plans. Tabitha and Alice were heading to town to prepare for the Helstia auction house's next event. They were taking Eli and Lilia with them. Arthur was welcome to join, but he was only asking, with no plans to go. Suddenly, Vincent asked about Arthur's adventurer plans. Alice had agreed, but with 3 conditions. First, he had to wait until his next birthday. Second, Arthur needed a guardian with him at all times. And third, he had to visit home at least every 2 months. Geno felt at ease with these terms, but seeing him fight Sylvie over meat made Geno reconsider. Vincent wanted to know more about this potential guardian. Who would even be qualified for that job? They imagined a guardian screaming in frustration, and everyone burst out laughing. Suddenly, Eli stuck 2 forks on her head like horns. Seeing his daughter reminded Geno of something. The Twin Horns party would return from their dungeon raid. He'd heard they would be back within 2 months. One of them could be Arthur's guardian. Alice reluctantly praised her husband's idea. Her lack of enthusiasm made Geno a little sad. Arthur was thrilled by his father's news. He would get to meet the party members again. As Vincent was working, there was a knock on the door. He saw Arthur and assumed he wanted Geno, but Arthur wanted to discuss business with Vincent in town. Meanwhile, Alice and Tabitha discussed shopping for the 10-year anniversary. Tabitha mentioned how noble ladies adored Alice's handmade items. Alice was distracted by a beautiful necklace. She wondered how they'd even seen her work. Tabitha confessed she'd secretly used them to decorate the auction house's VIP room. This embarrassed Alice, as they were just simple trinkets. She'd only made them in her spare time. The 2 mothers continued their chat. Lilia noticed Eli's bored pout as she kicked a small stone. She learned Arthur wasn't joining their shopping trip, so Lilia feigned a look of deep sorrow. Now that Eli had Arthur, she didn't need Lilia. The girl frantically explained they were different, that it wasn't true. But despite Eli's pleas, Lily continued her dramatic act. She used to say she liked Lily best, but now with him around, she didn't care. Before Lily could finish, her mother scolded her for teasing Eli. Lilia cried out, pointing at Eli's tear-filled eyes, saying that lately Eli only thinks of Arthur. Then Tabitha said something that made Lilia blush. It seemed Eli wasn't the only one thinking about Arthur, but Lilia was too. Could this be her very first crush? Lilia couldn't handle the teasing and denied everything. Afterwards, a wave of sadness washed over her. Lilia thought no child her age could be a magician, so she had been patiently waiting for her own awakening. But then she saw Arthur, not just a magician, but stronger than most adults. Lily felt a pang of jealousy, wanting to become one and make her parents proud. Hearing Lilia's confession, the 2 mothers exchanged a look. Alice was the first to comfort her. Though it was hard to accept, Lilia shouldn't compare herself to Arthur. Alice was certain the other kids at Lilia's school were nothing like Arthur, but Lilia still wanted to know why he was so strong, assuming Geno or Alice trained him. If that was the case, Lilia wanted training too, but it wasn't what she thought. Geno only taught Arthur swordsmanship. The rest was all Arthur's own doing. Tabitha was stunned to hear this. She knew Arthur was a genius, but this seemed impossible. Realizing her outburst, Tabitha quickly apologized for her words, but Alice didn't seem to mind. Both she and Geno felt that Arthur was still hiding something from them. Tabitha thought the couple could just ask Arthur directly. For instance, Arthur had grown stronger during his disappearance, and during the bandit attack, his skill with the sword was clear. If Tabitha was suspicious, Alice and Geno must be too. Alice didn't deny it, but she had complete faith in Arthur. believing he had his reasons. She felt that giving Arthur his own space and supporting him until he was ready to talk was their duty as parents. Though Tabitha had a different opinion, it was their family matter, so she didn't pry. She let out a heavy sigh, and the conversation ended there. They chatted happily as they walked, but from a dark corner, a cloaked figure watched them, just like before. The figure moved swiftly to a new location, relaying information to an accomplice. He told his partner to inform Lord Exbastian that the monster wasn't with them today. Furthermore, a mage from the Giroth Academy was assigned to protect them, so he couldn't get too close. He added, Arthur will attend the Huesha auction house's 10-year anniversary. His accomplice received the intel, and with a snap of his fingers, his body was shrouded in dark energy. He confirmed the information and quickly vanished. Back in Vincent's office, despite being the owner, Vincent was sweating nervously. Meanwhile, Arthur casually sipped his tea. He couldn't understand what was happening. He suddenly felt an overwhelming presence from Arthur, more intense than even facing King Sabin himself. Vincent looked at the calm boy before him, feeling this was Arthur's true self. It was completely different from how he acted at home. After finishing his tea, Arthur politely thanked him. Vincent just stammered in reply. Arthur got straight to the point. He came to Vincent because he needed him to find a few items. Vincent agreed instantly, asking what he needed. Arthur began his list: a protective cloak, preferably with a hood, a proper sword that suited him, and a mask that could conceal his voice. Vincent knew the cloak would be easy, but the mask would require a sound mage as its creator. He paused mid-sentence, wondering why he was so willing to help Arthur despite being busy with the anniversary. Arthur, unable to read his mind, just smiled and thanked him. In return, since he had no money, he would repay Vincent another way. Vincent felt it was just a small favor. After all, Geno had helped him greatly with his work. Thanks to Geno and his training for the guards, theft at the auction house had decreased significantly, but Arthur wanted to help in a different way. He would use a method he recently devised to help Eli awaken early. As a bonus, Arthur could train Lilia as well. Vincent was still processing this when Arthur continued. He knew Vincent and Tabitha weren't mages, but he believed he could help Lilia awaken and enter the Gus Academy. Just then, a ball lay still on the ground. After a long training session, Arthur was so exhausted he collapsed to his knees. He was disappointed, thinking to himself, even after all this time, I can only use it for a few seconds. He let out a long sigh, and thinking of Vi and Cynthia Goody, Arthur forced himself to try once more. He continued until sunset, when the ball once again lay motionless on the ground. Arthur was completely drained of energy, slumping to the ground and gasping for air. In this life, or the last, Arthur knew he needed power to protect the ones he loved. Night had fallen, with heavy rain and claps of thunder outside. On a dark street, a figure was running in a panic. The person was carrying a small package. In their haste, they dropped it, and the books inside were instantly soaked by the rain. The figure kept running frantically forward. Reaching the main street, the boy was met with a chaotic scene swarming with police. He moved behind the crowd of onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, his face twisted in shock, as if he'd seen something horrific. At the scene lay a dead body, likely a relative of the young boy. Witnessing this tragic sight, the boy couldn't stop himself from letting out a piercing scream. He tried to rush towards the victim, but was held back firmly by the police, his tears mixed with the rain streaking down his face. In that moment, he saw an officer retrieve the weapon, a single handgun. The victim had likely been sent to the afterlife by that bullet. After recalling that painful memory, Arthur's determination surged once more. This time, he wouldn't get strong for revenge, but for their protection. Suddenly, Sylvie approached and called out to Arthur. He gently stroked her and replied, "You're right, it sounds like they're back from shopping." Sylvie purred, enjoying the affection. Arthur then put his shirt back on and left his room. Walking down the stairs with Sylvie, he sensed something was off. Alice approached Arthur, her expression serious as she began to question him. "Arthur, what's this about making Lilia a mage? Even as a harmless joke, that is incredibly cruel." Before Alice could even finish, Tabitha's sharp voice cut in. "If this is some prank, Arthur, you've gone too far." Yet Arthur replied calmly, "I would never joke about this. I made a pact, and it was accepted." At that moment, Vincent, holding Lilia tightly, voiced his support for Arthur. "That's right. The boy said he'd show us when everyone returned, so let's head to the living room." Hearing this, Alice and Tabitha said no more, as Arthur had already started walking. In the living room, the three parents sat in a row, eagerly awaiting their children's performance. Arthur placed a hand on both Lilia and Ellie's shoulder. "All right now, I want you to breathe exactly as I show you. Mana is best perceived through slow, deep, rhythmic breathing," Arthur thought. "I hope they can understand it this way." He then said the first step was to practice a special breathing method. In contrast to the mother's worry, Vincent was filled with excitement. Lilia asked, "A special way?" While Ellie chimed in, But I can already breathe just fine, Arthur cautioned her. This isn't just simple breathing. He then encouraged the little girl, if you can do this, you can be as strong as your big brother. Hearing this, her interest was piqued. Being so young, she innocently cheered, strong like brother. Arthur felt a bit helpless, hoping she'd grasp his instructions. With that in mind, he decided to guide them. First, inhale slowly through your nose until you absolutely can't anymore. Then, while holding that breath, open your mouth and try to take in just one more sip of air. Both of the little girls practiced with all their might. Arthur instructed again, then exhale in about 15 small puffs. Seeing them do it correctly, he praised them. Next, repeat this with your eyes closed until you see specks of light. Vincent and Tabitha held their breath, anxiously awaiting the results. Finally, little Ellie managed to do it. She cheered. I see them. Beautiful specks of light, but her joy was short-lived as they vanished. Arthur smiled, reminding her, that's because you stopped the special breathing. Lilia, on the other hand, saw nothing at all. She wondered what she was doing wrong, but Arthur quickly reassured her. No, it's all right. You're doing fine. Neither of your parents are mages, so this is to be expected. Growing impatient, Alice asked, Honey, could you at least tell us what you're trying to do? Tabitha was even more anxious. I know your intentions are good, and I don't doubt your magic. But teaching a child to awaken is unprecedented. It should happen naturally. Faced with their skepticism, Arthur explained, Well, I'm helping them follow the path I used to awaken at age 3, and the only reason I think it's possible is due to my affinity for the elements. It's a theory I came up with, but we'll see if it works after we try. He added, Please, just watch. With that, Arthur wondered if this would truly work. Then he reminded the two girls, Ellie, Lilia, your bodies will feel a bit warm, but keep breathing the way I taught you. Just like that, Arthur channeled a bit of his own mana into them. In that moment, Lilia finally saw the specks of light. Ellie had also succeeded again. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, but it wasn't over. Arthur guided them once more. Now, with your thoughts, try to gather all the white specks into one place. Those lights are your friends, and they need to be together to be happy. Can you help me do that? Ellie cheerfully agreed. After a grueling session, sweat was pouring from Arthur's brow. He let out a long, tired breath. The two girls were just as exhausted, lying on the floor. That's enough for today, Arthur thought. Just then, Vincent rushed over to ask, So, how did it go? Can our Lilia really become a mage? Tabitha added with a hint of satisfaction. This might take years, but if you can help them like this for the first few months. Just as Arthur replied that Lilia could easily become a mage, Tabitha lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down her face as she apologized for doubting him, thanking him profusely. Because of you, my child will have so many opportunities we never had as non-mages. Alice smiled warmly at the scene. Suddenly, she noticed something else. Vincent was also crying, his tears flowing from pure happiness. After that, Arthur's life settled into a steady, peaceful rhythm. He spent every morning in training, then helped his sister and Lilia get closer to their awakening. Every day for Arthur was the same. He trained relentlessly, day and night, to increase his power. Besides that, he cherished the happy moments with his family. The entire space was filled with joyous chatter and laughter. Even with a burning desire for power, Arthur ensured he spent enough time with everyone, knowing he wouldn't have many chances like this in the future. On the table, there was a notebook. In Arthur's notebook about this world, he had drawn an extremely detailed map of the 4 parts of the continent Decathan, including the kingdom of Sapin, where humans mostly lived. The second was the kingdom of Elenoir, also known as the land of the elves. Third was the kingdom of Darv, the land of the dwarves, and finally, the Beast Glades. It was a vast territory teeming with mana beasts of all levels, but that still wasn't everything. Arthur had noted at the bottom that most areas of the Beast Glades remain a mystery, as exploring deeper was far too dangerous. On the next page, Arthur had written about what a mage is. Conjurers are better at manipulating mana from the environment. They have the ability to condense and then purify it in their mana core. Using this filtered mana core, combined with external mana, allows them to cast spells with predetermined effects onto their surroundings or a specific target. Their strengths include long-range spells and absorbing external mana faster, making them less reliant on their own mana core. A mage's weaknesses are being slow to spread mana throughout their body, taking longer to cast spells, and often leaving aftershocks in a passive space. Arthur also diligently wrote about augmenters, mages who are better at circulating mana to increase their physical strength. While augmenters still depend on strengthening their core by condensing and purifying absorbed mana, they can only do so during meditation and not in the middle of a battle. Augmenters boast enhanced physiques using minimal mana. Their bodies endure the strains of combat. Their weakness is limited mana reserves in a fight, except for Arthur, who learned to draw mana from Sylvie. Their attack range is short, as greater distances drain mana faster. Arthur also noted the stages of a mana core. Its color progresses from black to red, and then to orange. From there, it turns yellow, then silver, and finally white. Each color has light and solid shades, ranking them from weakest to strongest. Regarding elemental affinity, a mage is naturally drawn to one. A wind mage can learn other elemental spells, but they'll never achieve true mastery. The core elements are wind, fire, earth, and water. For humans, the deviant form of wind becomes sound. Fire turns into lightning, earth into gravity, and water into ice. For elves, the deviant form of wind also manifests as sound. The elf transformations for earth and water are unknown. However, their combination creates wood. In another deviant form, fire cannot be changed. Earth can become metal, while fire and earth combine into magma. Next are Arthur's notes on pure elemental mages. Pure elemental mages are those who have transcended channeling the basic elements. As for recovery, they can heal wounds using what mages here call light magic, just like Arthur's mother. Diviners seem to have vast, unknown limits. Ginia could see the past and future, and even hear me talking to my parents thousands of miles away. There's no telling what else she's capable of. Finally, there are unclassified mages. They wield skills that defy description by the conventional elements. The next page features a cute illustration of Sylvie. Arthur's notes detail the ability to bond with mana beasts. Certain bonding abilities are transmitted to a recipient from a powerful mana beast. This allows the host to borrow the beast's power during assimilation. This leads to the Beast Tamer classifications. First is imposition, where the core is extracted after the beast is killed. Achieving sentience and breaking through becomes much harder. Then there's legacy, where a beast willingly gives its core to a tamer. Integrating the beast's mana core is more difficult, but a successful bond grants a pure connection to the creature's powers. After pages of dense text and illustrations, there's a scrapbook section where Arthur keeps treasured photos. One photo shows him and Sylvie fighting over meat, captioned "Survivor of the Showdown." Another shows Sylvie squeezed by Ellie, titled "Punishment for Stealing My Jerky." Next, Sylvie playfully teases Alice, who still looks a bit wary. The caption reads, "Mom isn't quite used to having Sylvie around yet." And finally, a heartwarming picture of Ellie hugging a sleeping Sylvie. On the last page, Arthur drew an adorable portrait of her. It's clear how much Arthur cherishes his family and Sylvie. 2 months later, at Arthur's home, Alice and Reynold were chatting. She mentioned Reynold must be excited to see the twin horns today. It's been so long. He didn't deny it, simply pointing behind him. He's not the only one. It was Arthur, who was even more impatient. He'd been waiting by the door all morning for their arrival. Suddenly, Sylvie launched herself onto Arthur's shoulder, making him stumble. She was so cute he couldn't help but tease her. "You're not small enough to sit there forever, you know." As they laughed, a knock announced their guest's arrival. Arthur rushed to the door. He was about to greet them when Angela suddenly tackled him in a hug. Tears streamed down her face as she finally saw him again. "Oh, you poor child. Thank heavens you're safe." Meanwhile, Arthur was being crushed, unable to breathe. The embrace was so tight, and in a rather awkward spot, he couldn't help but blush. But Angela, lost in the moment, just held on to Arthur. After a long moment, she finally released him, saying, "Oh goodness, where are my manners?" She was clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Arthur then looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Durden, you've gotten so much taller." At that, Durden couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry. Remembering their time together, he ruffled Arthur's hair. "You've grown too, kid." From the back, Adam chimed in. "I thought you all planned to act cheerful for the boy." He sarcastically asked why everyone was crying. He then pointed at Sylvie, wondering why no one mentioned the black mana beast on Arthur's back. Before Adam could finish, Helen smacked him. "Just drop it, you idiot." She then turned and smiled warmly at Arthur. "It's so good to see you. You've grown up to be quite handsome." After the knock to his head, Adam seemed confused. "So I'm wrong for not crying? It's not my fault. I'm mature enough to have some self-control." Just then, others rushed forward. Jasmine threw herself at Arthur, stunning the twin horns. Arthur was taken aback as Jasmine apologized profusely. She held him tightly, repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over through her tears. "I'm so sorry, Arthur." Seeing this, even the stoic Adam couldn't hold back his emotions, his own eyes welling up with tears. Soon, even Alice and Reynold were crying a storm. Arthur's father just seemed disappointed that they had joined the party so late. In another room, Vincent was fitting his clothes as Reynold entered. Vincent asked if he was sure they didn't need any mages inside. Reynold explained, "We have Angela and a wind mage handling the barrier. Durden is controlling the main entrance. Any more would look like a coup." As Vincent adjusted his attire, he thanked Reynold for the help. "I'm grateful your group agreed to bolster our security." Reynold replied with confidence, "With my people here, I can also place a few guards outside near the cargo area." He continued, We can detect any outside threats. The guests will be safe, and the auction house won't be destroyed. Hearing Reynolds' security plan and booming laugh, Vincent responded helplessly. I know what you're up to. With my recent experience with mages, I need you to do exactly as you promised. I hope things don't get worse. Vin then shifted the topic to Arthur, saying his son had mentioned wanting a sword before becoming an adventurer. Seeing Geno's surprise, Vin enthusiastically mimed a boxing motion to explain. Since you only fight with gauntlets, I didn't think you'd teach the boy swordsmanship. Hearing this, Geno replied with some hesitation. Well, the only thing I taught him was basic wooden sword forms. The rest, he's taught himself since he was 4. Vin was shocked that Arthur could do such a thing at only 4 years old. Then Geno added, he says he's self-taught, but when we spar, sometimes he gives off this strange pressure. Vin was confused by this strange pressure, so Geno explained it was like an inner confidence, as if he'd been fighting for decades. This sounded absurd, so Vin said cautiously, he hasn't even been alive for a decade. Don't you think you're overpraising him? Geno himself felt he was overthinking it. Maybe you're right, but during our spars, he sometimes stumbles or seems awkward, like he's not used to his own body. Hearing this, Vin said he thought he knew the reason why. Geno asked in surprise, you do? But Vin's blunt reply was, it's puberty. Seeing this, Geno didn't want to talk anymore and urged they should head down. Everyone is waiting. Finally, the two men decided to go downstairs. When Tabitha saw them arrive last, she chided, it took you too long enough. Why are the grown men the last ones to be ready? Seeing everyone prepared, Vin complimented them. Everyone looks wonderful. They were all dressed in elegant, aristocratic attire. As Vin came down, he said sheepishly, I feel bad for making everyone wear black and white. As hosts, I didn't want to outshine the guests, but I don't think we needed to match like this. Alice wasn't bothered at all. She didn't feel comfortable in bright colors anyway. As for Arthur, he was a little disappointed. He thought to himself, dressing like this makes me realize no matter what I wear, I'm just a cute kid. I wish I'd hit my growth spurt already. Then Vin clapped his hands and announced, ladies and gentlemen, if everything is ready, let's depart. The carriage is waiting outside. As he finished, everyone started to leave. Suddenly, a hand landed on Arthur's shoulder. Vin spoke to him. I hear my daughter is progressing very well. Arthur replied cheerfully. If she keeps this up, she'll be able to awaken in time to attend the Garrow Academy when she's old enough. Hearing this, Vin was incredibly grateful. Of course, Arthur replied politely, I'm just fulfilling our deal. I look forward to seeing the amazing items at your auction house. Vin laughed heartily, of course. Just like that, everyone set off in high spirits. 3 carriages rolled down the main street toward the auction house. The beasts pulling the carriages were D-rank mana beasts. They were tamed experimental creatures used to transport goods over long, rough terrain with their powerful legs, and they were a valuable asset for those wealthy enough to afford their services. Inside the carriage, the Vin and Geno families were chatting animatedly. The atmosphere in Tesh's group's carriage was just as lively. After hearing Arthur's story, Adam exclaimed, Goodness, I can't believe you went through all that after falling from that cliff. Helen, beside him, added, At least you found a friend in the end, something even seasoned adventurers or nobles rarely obtain. And that was exactly why this was so special for Arthur. Finally, the carriage wheels stopped rolling. Angela looked outside and noticed they had arrived. The carriage door opened to 2 people waiting to welcome them. One by one, they stepped out of the carriage. Arthur was the last to emerge. He was a bit overwhelmed by the scene before him. So this was the Helstia auction house? It looked like a magnificent castle. The 15th anniversary of the Helstia auction house. An event that both adventurers and nobles were excited to attend. It wasn't just a celebration, but a chance to see and perhaps purchase priceless artifacts saved and protected for this grand occasion. Inside the auction house, a large crowd had already gathered. Many artifacts were carefully displayed in glass cases. Arthur walked around, marveling. Wow, so many mana beast cores. When he saw a strangely shaped statue, Arthur wondered, what in the world is this thing? After exploring every corner, Arthur thought to himself, the outside of this building is incredible, and the inside is just as amazing. Then Vin announced loudly, All right, everyone, today is a big day. Stay focused and don't make any mistakes. Over here, Geno was also giving orders to the Group B guards. Make sure the side doors are checked every half hour before returning to your regular duties. They all obeyed. Standing to the side, Arthur watched his father work with fascination. It's great to see them like this, especially my father. It's a rare chance to see him in his element. Helen, next to him, agreed. Well, your father is the team leader, Helen added with admiration. I've grown a lot while filling in for your father, but I'm still not as good as him. She then said goodbye to Arthur to regroup with Janelle. Suddenly, Alice called Arthur to her side. He quickly responded, Coming, mother. And so, the 2 mothers and their children went inside, while the 2 fathers would join them later. The doors opened, revealing a breathtaking scene before them. A colossal hall with hundreds of rows of seats and a massive stage was fully prepared. Looking at the stage, Arthur mused, that must be the auctioneer for the ceremony. The hall also had a VIP area for families, with private viewing rooms high above to admire the grandeur of the auction house. Arthur thought, even after being a king and living in the royal castle of the kingdom of Elenoir, this place is truly impressive. Seeing Arthur's interest, Tabitha asked, "So, Arthur, what do you think of our Helstia auction house?" Faced with such splendor, he said honestly, "I'm actually rethinking the word house." Tabitha was pleased that Arthur liked the auction house. Lilia added mischievously, "Just wait until you see the secret room upstairs." With that, they headed up the staircase together. Reaching a new room, the guard announced, "We have arrived, my ladies." Everyone slowly stepped inside. The room was immense, decorated with breathtaking luxury. Arthur was inwardly astonished. Seeing this opulence, he grew eager to see what items would be auctioned today. Then Tabitha announced with excitement, "We have some very special guests arriving shortly. But for now, please make yourselves at home." Lilia and Eli cheered, raising their hands with delight. The two mothers went to order a round of cocktails. Meanwhile, Eli and Lilia excitedly gazed out the large window. Eli let out an involuntary, "Wow!" Down below, the auction hall was already starting to fill up with people. Eli marveled, "So many people, all here to bid on priceless artifacts. Everyone is dressed so elegantly." Just then, Tabitha asked what the kids were up to. Lilia explained that Eli was trying to count everyone, calling it adorable, then proposed a new game. "Instead of counting, let's play a rhyming game." Just like that, the two girls played happily, their laughter filling the room while their mothers chatted away. Everyone was savoring this blissful moment. From a corner, Arthur observed them, noting how genuinely happy they all seemed. Suddenly, a guard approached Tabitha. "Pardon the interruption, but the VIP guests have arrived and are now on their way here." The atmosphere instantly turned formal as they prepared to receive the guests. The doors swung open. A noble figure stepped inside. Vincent warmly introduced the figures as they appeared. King later, Queen Gisela later, Prince Curtis later, and Princess Caitlin later. Everyone knelt in unison to respectfully greet the royal family. Arthur recognized this feeling. It was the same sense of loyalty he knew from Ioa. King later spoke with a hint of disappointment. "I was unaware we would be sharing this space with other guests." Hearing this, Vincent replied awkwardly, "My sincerest apologies for my oversight. Your Majesty, I recall you expressed a desire to meet my family last time. I thought today would be a most suitable occasion." He then proceeded with the introductions. "This is my wife, Tabitha, and my daughter, Lilia." The two of them bowed respectfully to King later. Next, Vincent introduced Alice, a dear friend of his wife, and her children, Arthur and Eleanor. She quickly offered her greetings, "Your Majesty." At this, King later's expression brightened. "Any friend of Vincent is a friend of mine. Please, rise. We are all here to celebrate the 15th anniversary of this grand auction house and enjoy the festivities." Beside him, Queen Gisela added cheerfully, "Indeed, there's no need for such strict ceremony. Please feel comfortable. Frankly, I am quite pleased to have more company than just our guards." While the pleasantries were exchanged, Sylvie remained sound asleep. The commotion finally stirred the creature, and it awoke with curiosity. Catching sight of Sylvie, the queen exclaimed, "Heavens, what an adorable mana beast. It resembles a reptile, yet seems far more intelligent." Arthur happily introduced his companion. "She was born just a few months ago, Your Majesty. Her name is Sylvie." With that, she nimbly hopped onto Arthur's shoulder, charmingly greeting everyone. King later, now quite interested, inquired, "So this mana beast is your bonded familiar?" "Young man," Arthur replied swiftly, "Yes, Your Majesty." As Gisela gently stroked Sylvie, she remarked, "You are quite lucky. Even infant mana beasts are notoriously difficult to tame, yet she seems completely devoted to you." Flattered by the praise, Arthur offered a clarification. "We can communicate telepathically, so it's more an agreement than obedience." Suddenly, a shocked voice cried out, "What did you say?" The outburst immediately drew everyone's attention. The shout had come from Sebastian. He yelled in disbelief, "Do you mean to say you have an equal pact with this mana beast?" Arthur was taken aback, wondering if he'd misspoken. He calmly replied, "I suppose so. In fact, she was the one who initiated it." Curtis and Caitlin watched the scene unfold from the sidelines. Sebastian, unable to control himself, rushed forward. "Let me have a look at your familiar." Seeing his agitated state, King later sternly interjected, "That's enough. This is no place to be examining another's bonded beast. Need I remind you that you are currently on duty?" Chastised, Sebastian quickly knelt to apologize, but King later simply stared down at him in heavy silence. To break the suffocating tension, Tabitha quickly spoke up. "The ceremony is beginning. Your Majesty, please allow me to show you to your seat." As Arthur moved away, he felt something was off about Sebastian. The man shot a venomous glare in his direction. And with that, the auction began. The auctioneer's voice boomed through the hall. Honorable lords and ladies, esteemed nobles and adventurers, it is my greatest honor to stand before you all today. I am certain that all of our distinguished guests have gathered here today for one single, solitary purpose. He bellowed with unbridled enthusiasm, for a chance to acquire the priceless and legendary artifacts within this very auction house. At his words, the crowd below erupted in cheers, while the nobles in the balconies offered only polite, measured applause. The host continued, "But before we begin, if our guests would turn south, let us give a resounding welcome to the important figures who have graced us with their presence." Arthur clapped along with a smile. The scene triggered a memory from his past life, but he quickly shook his head. "No, I am no longer a king." With that thought, Arthur sighed in frustration. Still stuck in puberty. Though underage, he took a sip of beer just to ease the boredom. While Lilia was busy with Eli, he snuck Sylvie a drink when no one was looking. Elsewhere, Tabitha and Alice were enjoying a pleasant conversation with Queen Gisela. Arthur's gaze fell upon a wand at Queen Gisela's hip. He immediately realized she was a mage. The queen noticed his observant gaze. He couldn't sense her mana, which meant she either wore a concealing artifact or she was powerful enough to hide it completely. Suddenly, she offered him a knowing smile, leaving him slightly flustered. Just then, Sylvie chugged the entire glass, and Arthur thought, well, I definitely didn't see that coming. Interestingly, Arthur felt no attraction toward the queen. Images of every woman he knew flashed through his mind. He had no interest in any older women, not even those his age before he died. Perhaps they were just too close to his mother's age. But then Arthur realized even younger girls held no appeal. Thinking of them, he just shrugged it off, since he wasn't planning on dating anyway. He would think about that when he was older. Suddenly, Vincent called to Arthur, saying, "A sword is coming up for auction. Let me know if you want it, and I'll put it aside." He then leaned in to whisper in his ear, "And don't worry about the price, I do own this place, after all." Down on the stage, the announcer introduced a short sword forged by an expert craftsman, who was also a fire elementalist mage. Carved into the hilt was the core of a mighty thunderhawk. The sword was presented with its special feature. Imbuing it with a little mana would generate electricity around the blade, enhancing its sharpness and even causing a paralytic effect. Arthur watched intently from above. The starting price for this item was 50 gold coins. Just like that, the bidding began below. A normal house in the city was worth at least 1 gold coin, but an average family in the countryside could live well on just a few copper coins a day. Arthur calculated that the starting bid alone could support a normal family for 250 years. It was insane. Then Vincent asked his opinion. "So, do you like it? I know it's a bit large for you, but an elemental sword doesn't come around often." He replied thoughtfully, "It seems like a powerful weapon, but it's not what I need. I want something more ordinary." This was exactly what Vincent had been thinking. Vincent winked playfully at Arthur. "Why need sparks when you can create your own fire?" Then he added, "Anyway, this is just the opening act. Even if you don't find what you want, I can find the rest for you." Hearing this, Arthur was a little surprised. "You can find a voice-changing mask?" Seeing his surprise, Vincent said proudly, "Who do you think I am? Even the cloak I found for you was made from a shadow fox. It can conceal your presence from prying eyes. It seems to be what you want, so I'll get it at any cost." Seeing his uncle's determination made Arthur laugh and reply, "That's more than I could have hoped for." Vincent then warned him, "You stay right here. If anything happens to you, your parents will have my head." And so, Arthur was lost in his thoughts once more. Uncle Vincent was right. That sword was just a warm-up. More weapons followed, and even thousands of beast cores from C rank to A rank. The king himself won a few items, including an A rank mana beast core. But only after receiving the core would the bidder know if the beast's will was still contained within. Watching the auction for so long was making Arthur drowsy. He wondered when the intermission would be. Suddenly, he realized Sylvie was gone, with no clue where she had gone. He anxiously began to search for her. Lilia told him she was just here a moment ago. Arthur searched every corner, but couldn't find Sylvie anywhere. Suddenly, Arthur heard Sylvie whimpering. It turned out she was being cornered by Sebastian. He wore a terrifying expression as he called out, "Come here, little one." Sylvie was terrified, her eyes welling up with tears, looking pitiful. Just as he was about to grab Sylvie, she quickly ran to Arthur's side. He told himself to remain calm as Sebastian was a royal battle mage, so he simply called for Sylvie to leave with him and did nothing more. But Sebastian slammed his staff on the ground. He spoke down to Arthur. "What makes a country bumpkin like you worthy of being with such a special mana beast?" His words made Arthur unable to hold back, retorting, "What?" Sebastian gave a contemptuous smile as his face grew menacing. He growled each word, "I'm saying that beast will become mine." Hearing this provocation, Arthur had to restrain himself, but he couldn't stop shaking with anger. With ice-cold eyes, Arthur turned back to retort, "Say that again." A few minutes earlier, Vincent stood on the auction platform, lost in thought. It was a shame Arthur hadn't seen anything he liked. As far as he could tell, the boy just wanted a good sword, not something too flashy or powerful. If that was the case, the boy might find something in the warehouse. Suddenly, someone tapped Vincent on the shoulder from behind. It was King Glader himself. He praised Vincent for securing an A-rank beast core from his silver-maned bear. Glader also hoped that the beast will inside remained intact. Vincent bowed respectfully, thanking Glader for his presence today. The king was very pleased with Vincent's humility. As they were talking cheerfully, a giant crimson eye suddenly appeared behind them. Suddenly, an immense pain shot through Vincent's left chest. He clutched his chest, unable to stand, and collapsed to his knees. He could feel a palpable, heavy bloodlust, and it wasn't even directed at him. Vincent struggled for breath and clutched his throat. Glader was so surprised by the situation that he didn't know what to do. Vincent clutched his throat, trying to breathe, feeling as if something was constantly tightening around his neck. Vincent himself didn't understand what was happening to him. The guards on both sides saw that the situation was not right and quickly stood in front of the queen and the children to protect them. As for Glader, he quickly summoned his sword and shouted, "Who dares to attack the royal family? Show yourself." Everyone in the auction hall was now on high alert, not letting their guard down for a second. Arthur stood stunned, looking at everyone, when he suddenly realized that he had lost control. Ellie was terrified and burst into loud sobs. At this point, Vincent's condition gradually stabilized, but he still didn't understand what had just happened. Adam, Kasman, and Gino then threw open the door and rushed in. The soldiers reported the situation to them and told them to check the areas near the room. Reno quickly ordered the other two to check the upper floor. Hearing this, Arthur turned pale, worried that he would be discovered. The atmosphere in the auction hall was tense. No one spoke a word. King Glader and the surrounding soldiers remained on high alert, not daring to relax. Arthur checked on Sylvie through their mental link. Suddenly, a report came in. Captain Lee had captured an intruder. The king felt a small measure of relief at the news. Arthur was shocked it was resolved so quickly. He silently prayed for the intruder's sacrifice. A soldier then mocked Sebastian, a royal guard, cowering in fear. Hearing this, another soldier began to jeer as well. Utterly humiliated, Sebastian could barely speak. He claimed he had only slipped. Then, his eyes fell upon Arthur. Seeing Arthur's cold stare, he angrily turned away. The tense auction quickly resumed. The final item of the day was brought forward. The host's voice boomed, trying to excite the guests. The item was quickly unveiled for all to see. It was none other than a world lion cub. The host gave a quick summary for those unfamiliar with the magnificent mana beast. A fully grown world lion could become a B-rank beast. I am certain that with careful nurturing, this cub could even reach the legendary A rank. The host's introduction ignited excitement among the guests. Sebastian, meanwhile, was still watching Arthur. But the boy paid no mind to the world lion cub. The host sparked more interest by mentioning its owner would become a legendary tamer. The bidding would start at 500 gold. Higher prices were shouted out one after another. When the bids reached 800 gold, the king raised his paddle. He bid 1,000 gold. The number 1,000, and the man who bid it, silenced the room. The other eager bidders no longer dared to make a sound. They all understood they couldn't compete with the king. Vincent stepped forward to congratulate Len later and praise his generosity. Vincent was also curious about the king's purpose. Though he was interested in the cub, Len later's goal was to give it to Prince Curtis. Whether Curtis would receive the beast depended on his behavior. The panicked prince quickly tried to stop his mother. Seeing the royal family so happy, Arthur felt a bit of joy himself. Vincent offered to retrieve the items as the auction was ending. But in his excitement, King Len later decided to go with Vincent. Vincent happily led the way for the king. Suddenly, Sebastian called out to him. He whispered something to the king. Standing behind them, Arthur sensed Sebastian's words were about him. Sebastian shot a smug look back at Arthur, giving him a bad feeling. Soon, the royal party arrived at the item storage room. Vincent told them to wait a moment while the items were brought. Then he turned and called Arthur to follow him. Vincent led Arthur to a servant holding his items. "Here is everything you asked for, except the sword. I think you should look around for a suitable one here." Alice stepped forward, offering to hold Arthur's things while he searched for a sword. Seeing Arthur's interest, Len later suggested a sparring match with Prince Curtis someday, but Sebastian thought otherwise. He claimed the prince would be corrupted fighting a commoner like Arthur. Not one for false glory. Arthur knew his place and quickly refused. "I am greatly honored, but the sword is merely a hobby for me. Your Majesty, how could I ever compare to your son?" Just then, Janelle arrived looking for Vincent and found them in the warehouse. Vincent quickly told Janelle to greet the king. Inside, Janelle knelt before Len later, taking the blame for the intruder. But Len later held no ill will towards Janelle for it. On the contrary, he praised Janelle for finding and capturing the intruder. Janelle was incredibly humble, saying he was only doing his duty. Len later then asked Janelle if Arthur was his son. Janelle was surprised why Len later suddenly mentioned his son. Then, the king introduced Sebastian, wanting to reward him for his service. Sebastian was interested in Arthur's beast, Sylvie. Therefore, Len later wanted to gift the creature to Sebastian for his loyalty. Len later told Janelle of Sebastian's desire. He hoped Janelle could speak with Arthur. Janelle turned and saw his son's face darken at the news. Knowing his son would never give Sylvie away, Janelle quickly refused Len later's proposal. But before he could finish, Len later interrupted. He was more than willing to compensate Arthur. He even offered to pay a mage to break the blood contract. But Janelle's response was a bow and an apology. He explained the decision was not his or his wife's to make, but Arthur's. Arthur himself made the blood contract, so they couldn't decide for him. Alice looked at her husband with worry while Len later silently stared at Arthur. As their eyes met, the killing intent radiating from Arthur made Len later's eyes widen in shock. Noticing Arthur's defiant gaze, Sebastian couldn't contain his anger and yelled, "You brat! Did your parents not teach you not to stare at your superiors?" He even tried to rush forward, but Len later calmly stopped him. The king simply continued to negotiate with Arthur, proposing another condition. That condition was a sword from the royal armory that would satisfy any young knight, but his words fell on deaf ears. Arthur told himself to remain calm. After all, the man before him was the king of Sapin. He sighed, then bowed politely to apologize. "Thank you, your majesty, for the generous offers, but I must refuse. Not even the greatest sword could replace Sylvie." Sebastian could no longer remain calm. He angrily tried to rush Arthur, but Len later stopped him in time. The king simply made another offer to negotiate. This time, King later offered the world lion cub for a trade. Curtis was outraged by his father's decision. He had just promised the lion to his son, but now offered it to Arthur. To later, Arthur's beast wasn't unique. It wouldn't be as strong as his own mana beast. Seeing later's disdain for Sylvie, Arthur dropped all pretense of politeness. He told the king directly that his companion was not for sale or trade. Later struggled to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he reminded Arthur that he had asked twice for this favor. When negotiation failed, King later turned to threats. "My patience is thin. I'll ask one last time. Will you give her to me?" Though furious, Arthur knew he couldn't be rude to royalty. He controlled his anger and posed a question in return. "How much would you sell your child for?" His calm demeanor stunned the onlookers. Arthur hoped his question would make the king understand Sylvie's true importance to him. King later's annoyance was clear on his face. The surrounding crowd was shocked by Arthur's firm stance. Sebastian turned and ordered a royal guard forward. With a command, the soldier drew his sword and charged. He intended to teach Arthur a lesson for disrespecting the king, but Arthur calmly stood his ground. He saw the soldier channel all his mana into the blade. It was a strike meant to cut him in half. Arthur swiftly sidestepped the deadly slash. Predict your enemy's moves. Control the flow of battle. As the words of his training echoed in his mind, Arthur dodged with grace. He unbalanced the guard, and as his foe stumbled, Arthur seized his arm. He used the guard's own momentum in a devastating counter. A single, powerful punch shattered the man's mask. Seeing this, Sebastian fumed. A royal guard, defeated so easily by a mere child, he decided to use magic regardless of the consequences. Sebastian knew King later was unaware that a bonded beast like Sylvie could surpass an A-rank monster. He was determined to possess her at any cost. Seeing Sebastian prepare a spell, both Gino and Alice lunged forward to protect their son. But with a single word of power, Sebastian froze everything. Every action, every emotion, was suspended in time. However, the spell didn't work exactly as he'd intended. Sebastian stared at his staff, thinking it was malfunctioning. While he was distracted, Arthur stood up unscathed. "Spells that draw mana from the area are useless here," he said. Arthur stood perfectly still, but his eyes now blazed with killing intent. He glared at Sebastian, his fury now unconcealed. As Arthur advanced, fear crept into Sebastian's heart, his voice beginning to tremble. Left with no choice, he tried to use his status as a royal mage to intimidate Arthur. But Arthur paid it no mind. He walked past Sebastian and whispered, "This level? Of course." The cryptic remark left the mage utterly confused. Before Sebastian could process it, Arthur struck his leg. A sickening crack echoed as the bone bent at an unnatural angle. Sebastian collapsed, screaming as blood poured from his mangled leg. He cried out for help, but his pleas were met with absolute silence. He had forgotten that his own spell had stopped time for everyone else. His magic had backfired spectacularly. Arthur stepped forward, placing a hand on Sebastian's shoulder with a warning. "You should listen while you still can. No one else can hear you." The mage's face turned purple, his eyes bloodshot as tears and snot streamed down his face. The agony from his leg turned his threats into a pathetic, trembling whimper. "I am the king's personal mage," he cried weakly. "You can't do this." Arthur let him go, his face a mask of cold fury, as he uttered a final warning. "Know your place." With his overwhelming aura, no one would believe Arthur was just a child. Arthur landed a brutal punch on the royal guard's face. The mask shattered, and blood sprayed from his nose. Meanwhile, King Later and Queen Gisela were still stunned. They were frozen, unsure how to react. King Later couldn't believe his own eyes. He thought his guard must have tripped. How could a commoner child possibly defeat a royal knight? A sudden thud broke the silence. The king looked around in confusion. What? Arthur was just here. Where did he go? Why is he on the ground? Arthur had collapsed, unconscious. Lilia, holding baby Eli, saw him fall and gasped in horror. Her gaze shifted to Sebastian's mangled leg. Having never seen such a gruesome sight, Lilia screamed, clutching Eli tightly. The Vincent couple and Arthur's parents stared in shock at the horrifying scene. One of Sebastian's legs was clearly broken in half, with blood pooling beneath it. His arrogant demeanor was completely gone. He was in too much pain to even scream, now just whimpering for the king's help. King Later, despite being a monarch, was horrified by Sebastian's condition. Queen Gisela quickly ordered her soldiers to check on the mage, then she yelled for someone to find a healer immediately. Arthur remained unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, the room fell silent as the medics began their work. Gino knelt beside Arthur, checking his breathing. He then stood up, giving Alice a reassuring smile. Their son was safe. Alice hid her face, holding back tears, while Geno lifted a Tho. Then, she immediately started healing him. Seeing her son still unconscious, Alice's heart ached. Her hands trembled as she turned away, clutching her chest in agony. Geno and his wife's grief was felt by Vin, Dan, and Tab. As dusk finally settled, a Tho began to stir. The first thing he felt was a dull ache in his head. He slowly sat up, wondering how he'd even gotten home. His last memory was Sebastian's face, twisted in agony. And using time freeze, a Tho smirked wryly. He'd overdone it again. Thanks to Sylvie, a Tho could use the ability, a skill unlocked from its powerful dragon's will. It allowed him to temporarily step outside the flow of time, a game-changing skill only he, an inherited tamer, could master. But every power has its price. Despite years of training, he could only use it for seconds without backlash. A Tho knew he'd pushed past his limit, especially since this was his first time using it on another person. He sighed, falling back onto the bed. He felt lucky it was just a blackout. Suddenly, Alice's voice came from the door. At Sylvie's constant pleading, she finally opened it. Sylvie danced happily around Alice's feet. Entering, she was stunned to see a Tho was awake. He sat up as his mother came closer. Sylvie hopped excitedly around a Tho. Overjoyed, Alice rushed to embrace her son. She emotionally recounted what the doctor had told them. The doctor said you fainted from shock and would wake soon. Alice sighed. She guessed he was just reassuring them, since it had already been 8 hours. A Tho felt a pang of guilt. How foolish. He'd made his mother see him collapse and cry yet again. He'd made her worry again. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. Alice asked gently, "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" "I'm fine," he replied, asking what happened after he passed out. Alice answered grimly. No one could remain calm, especially the kids, so the king and his royal court left ahead of them. Your father is downstairs with the king's spokesman, explaining everything that occurred. Alice planned to check on Eli and stay with her tonight. Hearing that, a Tho decided to go see for himself, but Alice was still worried about his health. A Tho, however, was full of confidence. He told his mother to go get some rest. As a Tho approached the living room, he heard his father's furious voice. It seemed he was in a heated negotiation regarding a Tho. He refused to accept money, declaring this a matter of life and death. His son had nearly been killed. In the midst of the tense conversation, a Tho calmly walked in. Geno was overjoyed to see his son was awake. He rushed over to support him. A Tho just asked his father what was going on. Geno bitterly explained how the royal spokesman came to offer them money, calling it compensation for an unfortunate accident. The royal spokesman calmly stood and greeted a Tho. He introduced himself as Japper Kogai. He was here on the king's behalf to offer his deepest apologies for today's incident. He gestured to the small pile of gold he brought. A Tho went to sit next to his father. He told himself he had to play the part of a reasonable victim. First, he offered his thanks to Kogai. The official also announced that the 2 attacking guards had been dismissed, but Geno was far from satisfied with this solution. His son almost lost his life, and the king only fires 2 guards? Kogai countered that a Tho was also disrespectful to his majesty. The 2 men began to clash again. Just then, a Tho spoke up. He told Geno that it didn't matter, since he was also at fault. Besides, he wasn't really hurt, so he hoped they could end things peacefully. Then a Tho asked about Sebastian's condition. the man he had defeated at the auction. According to Kogai, Sebastian had been stripped of his military rank and was now receiving treatment. Etho feigned an innocent, pitiful look, asking if anyone discovered what happened to Sebastian's leg. Kogai honestly told them that Sebastian kept insisting Etho was responsible. Hearing his son being framed, Gino couldn't stay quiet. He roared in anger. But unlike Geno, Kogai remained perfectly calm. He continued, saying that based on the mana levels of his staff, they concluded that mana from the knight who attacked first had reacted with Sebastian's own spell. Etho listened to the explanation with a blank face. He never imagined it would all be resolved so easily. A while later, Kogai stood and left. Etho was surprised when his father handed him the money pouch, but Geno's reason was simple. Etho was the one who nearly died. Plus, he'd need the money for his journey to become an adventurer. Geno told him to get some rest, but before he left, Geno called back to Etho. He mimicked his son's punch and offered a compliment. Nice punch. Etho blushed with embarrassment, thrilled to finally be acknowledged. Back in his room, Etho carefully hid the money pouch in a drawer. He felt fortunate the incident with Sebastian had ended so smoothly, but the incident taught him one thing. In this world, he was still just a kid. Etho grabbed a bag from the shelf, but things would be different once he was an adventurer. Inside was a simple mask and a black cloak. Etho picked up the mask, holding it before his face. With this, maybe I can play a little rougher. Thinking this, Etho grew excited for the journey that lay ahead. In the tavern, the air buzzed with conversation and clinking glasses. At a large round table in the center, Geno posed the question to the group. Adam immediately refused the offer, saying he felt he was not worthy of the honor. Adam was terrible with kids, especially one like Arthur. He feared the boy might actually kill him one day. Hearing this, the others pictured the exact same thing. And with Arthur, that outcome wasn't entirely impossible. Meanwhile, Arthur just grinned, enjoying the thought. But Geno truly wanted Rain and Helen to accompany Arthur. He spoke from the heart. He and his wife couldn't repay them now, but they vowed to make it up to them. Seeing his friend so formal, Rain quickly spoke up. He said he truly wanted to go with Arthur and watch him grow up. Helen agreed, adding that she and Rain weren't helping for money. Besides, they had already earned a good amount from the last dungeon. Suddenly, a volunteer stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. To their surprise, it was Jumin. Ela was shocked by Jumin's choice. From what she knew, Jumin hated escort missions, even more than Adam. But since it was for Arthur, perhaps things would be okay. Helen also gave her opinion. She felt Jamin was the most suitable person to protect Arthur. Rain specialized in defending large areas under spell formations. Helen laughed, admitting she wasn't great at protecting others. Alice asked with concern if Jamin was absolutely sure she wanted to go. Jamin's face was brimming with confidence. Adam also agreed that Jamin should protect Arthur. She was their only augmenter with an elemental sense. She had just passed the light orange stage last year with the wind element. Jamin was the best choice they had. Rain supported the decision. Though sad he couldn't go, he agreed one escort was enough. Geno approached Rain and clapped his shoulder, promising to ask him next time. Rain smiled thankfully. Arthur then went to Jamin, greeting her with a friendly smile. It seems you'll be the one protecting me. Jamin smiled back. After their discussion, Arthur's family headed home. The moment they entered, they saw Lilia deep in meditation. Seeing her sister training alone, Ellie complained resentfully. Arthur noticed Lilia could now meditate on her own even without mana infusion. If she kept this up daily, she could awaken between ages 7 and 8. But in his opinion, she shouldn't awaken too early. He didn't want Lilia to attract unwanted attention. Arthur then turned to ask permission to visit the auction house for a sword. Since he found nothing last time, Geno readily agreed. Before Arthur left, Elle cautioned him not to be too long, as dinner would be ready soon. Lilia's parents, Vin and Tab, were waiting for them at the auction house. This was the first time Arthur had seen them since the incident. He had to answer tons of their questions about his health. Arthur did his best to reassure them he was fine, glad it was all over. But they were not pleased with the king's response to the matter. Vin sighed with frustration, guessing the guards from that day were only temporarily suspended. Soon, everything would go back to how it was. Geno shared Vin's sentiment. Arthur cleared his throat, cutting in. He told Vin his real purpose for coming, to find a sword before his Adventurers Guild test. Lost in conversation with Geno, Vin had completely forgotten Arthur was there. Vin then led Arthur and his father toward the weapons, so Arthur could pick a sword he liked. However, that was going to take some time. Stepping into the storeroom, Arthur was stunned by its sheer scale. Even Sylvie was excited. The auction house storeroom was massive, spanning 2 entire floors. Items lined the walls, neatly kept inside boxes. In the center, countless types of swords were displayed in perfect order. Other corners of the storeroom, like the upper floor archery section, were also filled with a variety of weapons. Before these magnificent weapons, Arthur and his companion Sylvie's eyes lit up with excitement, but soon their expressions soured with disappointment. It turned out, after searching through dozens of swords, Arthur realized none of them were any good. Still, he didn't give up. He moved on to test the next batch of swords. With so many warriors being augmenters, there were far more two-handed swords and large one-handed blades. Finding a reliable sword for his small body felt hopeless. Arthur stood before a weapon display, picking up two throwing knives to inspect them. He then grabbed a staff and twirled it for a moment. He seemed to have given up, now just looking for interesting weapons. After a few swings, he felt like a complete idiot. Nearby, Sylvie was struggling behind a cloth, making noises that caught Arthur's attention. He moved to help, but before he could, Sylvie pulled something out. Its face was filled with pride and joy at its own accomplishment. The item Sylvie dragged out was just a staff, not what Arthur was looking for. But at Sylvie's insistence, he decided to inspect it. The moment he picked it up, Arthur was surprised by its weight. The balance was nearly perfect for a simple staff. It was then he realized. It was actually a sword. Arthur tried to draw the blade, but it wouldn't budge. He wondered if he needed to channel mana into it. No matter how hard he tried, Arthur couldn't draw the sword. Left with no choice, he tested his theory, channeling every element into the blade, but it remained sealed. It was so difficult to open that Arthur's face contorted with the effort. After trying for a while with no results, Arthur finally gave up. He dropped the sword, panting heavily. Even using special elements hadn't worked. What is this thing? Arthur wondered. Then, his eyes fell upon his bandaged arm. He stared at the sword on the ground, his mind reeling in denial. No way. It can't be. But Arthur decided he had to try this one last thing. He closed his eyes and gripped the sword. Arthur began to channel his own unique magic. He tried to draw the blade once more. With a sharp click, the sword was finally freed. Arthur focused, meditating on the elemental exchange. Bright specks of light, the same clear blue as Arthur's eyes, began to float and swirl around him. As Atho closed his eyes, a golden sigil materialized on his cheeks, stretching towards his ears. After gathering the elements, his eyes snapped open. He gripped the hilt and unsheathed the blade. It had transformed into a translucent sword, glowing with a mystical jade aura. Atho gave it a curious swing, his eyes tracking the motion. He swallowed hard, stunned by the sight. Composing himself, Atho gazed at the translucent blue blade. He closed his eyes, gathered the elements, and began a series of beautiful swings. Sparkling blue trails followed every movement, like he was dancing among the stars. It was too beautiful to be a mere sword. But as he practiced a few more moves, Atho suddenly stumbled and stopped. He clicked his tongue. It's beautiful, but too heavy for this body. Atho glanced from the sword to the wooden barrels before him. Atho muttered internally, "My apologies, Mr. Barrel." Instantly, he raised the blade high and brought it down with a powerful slash. The wooden barrel split in two, smoke rising from the cut. Atho rotated the sword, inspecting the blade after the impact. To his surprise, he found a line of ancient text on the blade. Tracing the characters, he murmured the translation, "WK 4th, Dawn's Ballad." The moment he spoke the words, a hidden power awakened. Lightning sparked from the blade, jolting Atho's hand until it bled. Crying out in pain, he dropped the sword to the ground. His small black dragon scurried onto his shoulder, letting out a worried cue. Atho clutched his injured hand, frowning. "I'm fine, Sylvie," he wondered, but why did it suddenly? The blade sizzled, then returned to normal. What just happened? Atho wondered, bewildered. As he picked it up, he realized the sword's weight and balance had completely changed. Atho swung the sword behind him. He then executed several expert forms, spinning into horizontal and vertical slashes. He finished with a straight downward slash. The sword hadn't just been adjusted, its hilt and blade had shortened to perfectly fit his body. Atho returned to the barrel with Sylvie. He recalled his past life, having wielded the finest, most priceless blades for decades. Yet, never before had he found a blade that was so perfectly suited for him. He dashed towards the barrel, unleashing a razor-sharp strike. Atho then landed gracefully back on the ground. The barrel was now perfectly split in two by a single, clean cut. Atho turned to see the result, his face a mask of pure astonishment. Atho breathed. Such a clean cut. He gazed at the sword in his hand with deep satisfaction. Though rare, some elemental mages can craft staves that bond with a specific user. The weapon calibrates itself, improving mana flow between it and its wielder. But a sword that could physically adjust itself for a user? Unheard of. He wondered, just who was this WK the Fourth? Just then, his family arrived. His father, Jen Lewin, called out from the doorway, "Atho, it's time to go," he motioned. "We're late, son." Atho rushed over, calling back, "Coming." He held the sword and spoke to Sylvie. "This one's pretty good," Sylvie replied with a cue. Seeing her smug look, Athos smiled. All right, you were right, Sylvie. Reynolds added cheerfully. So, you found something you like. Otho replied, it's not as grand as the others, but it suits me. Jenelin then took the sword to ask his friend, what do you think, Vin? His scholarly friend replied, this was put up in the smaller auction stalls a few times, but never received a bid. Is that so? Jenelin drew the sword to inspect it himself. He gave the blade a few experimental swings. Vin asked, what do you think? Jenelin answered bluntly, the weight distribution is poor. The creator clearly tried too hard to make it light. He sheathed the blade, but for Atho, it should be a decent fit. Atho took the sword from his father with a strained smile. Suddenly, Jenelin noticed something odd. Pointing to Atho's hip, he asked, son, what is that wooden wand? Vindan also looked surprised. Atho calmed himself. Play it cool, he thought. Act like you have no idea. He feigned ignorance. I found it on my way here. It's sturdy and heavy, so I figured it'd be good for training. Sylvie played along from his shoulder. Vindan was intrigued. I don't recall seeing this before. May I have a look? Atho forced a polite smile. Of course. He handed the wand to Vindan, who asked his assistant, Huang Jameson, are there any records of this item? The assistant replied, I do remember this wand. He checked the records. One of our smiths told me a strange story. An old man apparently threw this at him, muttering that no one was worthy. We had several appraisers examine it, just in case. He hesitated for a moment before continuing with his report. And sir, it appears to be just a strangely hard and sturdy wand. Should we have an elemental mage inspect it? Otho quickly added, I'm sorry. If it's valuable, I just thought it would be useful. He put on his most innocent face, pleading with puppy dog eyes. Uncle Vindan. At that, Vindan crumbled before the child's cuteness. He rubbed his neck, completely won over. Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. It would just collect dust here, so please, take it. Atho beamed. Thank you, Uncle Vindan. He and Sylvie left, absolutely delighted. Vindan was still giddy from being called uncle. Later, at the Lywin estate, a loud pop sent confetti flying into the air. The entire family gathered in the garden, shouting in unison, Happy birthday, Atho. He bowed politely in response. Thank you all for being with me this past year. Sylvie chirped in with a happy cue. Atho's mother, Al, stood beside her husband Jenelin, smiling warmly. I can't believe you're already 9. Vincent clapped, signaling the party's start. He then turned to Arthur's mother, saying, Now, Alice. No time for speeches yet. Let the feast begin. At his signal, servants wheeled out carts laden with food. Delicious dishes soon covered the table. Sylvie chirped with delight as Arthur's family gathered, chatting happily as they found their seats. Tempting dishes were laid out, like braised ribs, sashimi, and grilled sausages. Seeing the lively crowd, Vincent's wife Tabitha smiled and reminded them, This isn't a museum. Please, sit down and enjoy the meal, everyone. They all paused to capture the happy moment in photos, but Adam was soon targeted by Eleanor Lewin. Arthur's sister playfully shoved a chicken leg in his mouth. Helen, Shard, Vincent, and everyone else laughed at the sight, while photos captured Durden Hans gnawing on a steak and Helen, Vincent, and Gideon chatting. Angela Rose was being teased by Alice, Arthur's mother, while another photo showed Adam making fun of Helen as Vincent and Gideon laugh. Another family member quickly covered Eleanor Lewin's eyes to shield the child from the mischief. Meanwhile, Angela Rose gave a sinister smile, using a bit of magic to punish Adam. After capturing the moments, everyone returned to the feast. Adam, now slightly drunk, put his beer down and asked Durden, Your turn, Durden. Remember when your pants caught fire and you ran home covering your butt? A mortified Durden buried his face in his hands, groaning, Oh, come on. Angela Rose beside him could only offer a consoling laugh. Jasmine Flamesworth, quiet until now, finally spoke up. Adam, you must have forgotten the horned mole that popped up beneath you in that dungeon. If I recall, you screamed and fell backward right into your own mess. Reminded of that horrifying memory, Adam immediately froze like a statue. Hearing Adam's embarrassing story, the entire room erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. Adam stammered, but, I thought everyone was asleep then. Arthur and Sylvie laughed along, enjoying the warm atmosphere. Inside the mansion, a fire crackled warmly in the hearth. After dinner, everyone gathered inside to talk, the air filled with lively chatter. Reynolds Lewin announced, Now that we've eaten and Adam has been humbled, it's time for gifts. He and Alice brought a birthday box to Arthur. Happy birthday again. Son, this is from your mother and me. Arthur's little sister chimed in, and Ellie too. Arthur patted the sofa beside him, signaling for Eleanor Lewin to join him. Want to help me open it? He asked. Eleanor nodded enthusiastically. Arthur opened the gift box. From inside, he pulled out a pair of gauntlets. The present made him absolutely ecstatic. Alice explained to Arthur, "The leather is from a spike-horn bison your father hunted himself. I enchanted the 3 stones on top. Each stone holds a small, one-time use healing spell. I thought it would be useful, giving you another way to stay safe on missions." Arthur slipped on the black gauntlets with their 3 green gems and whispered, "They're perfect." Overjoyed, he leaped from his seat and hugged his parents. Arthur said, "I love them, thank you, Mom and Dad." Vincent cleared his throat. We're next." He turned to Arthur. "Arthur." He then dropped to one knee, opening a box. Inside were 2 gold rings, a simple band for a man and one with a ruby for a woman. Arthur was deeply moved by Vincent's dramatic gesture. He gasped, "My God, Uncle." Vincent's wife lightly tapped his head. "Honey, stop teasing the boy." All right, wasn't that a nice little show?" Vincent pouted. His wife Tabitha continued, "Anyway, Arthur, this one is for you, and this is for you." Alice. Mother and son gazed at the rings, while Vincent winced as his wife muttered, "That stone is bigger than the one you gave me." Tabitha explained that as long as Arthur wears his ring, Alice, the stone on your ring will glow if Arthur's mana level drops dangerously low. Unfortunately, that is all the rings do, but we hoped it would bring you some peace of mind. Before she finished, Alice pulled her into a hug, deeply moved. "Oh, thank you." Then she turned to Vincent and Gideon. "Thank you both so much." Arthur stared at the ring, deep in thought. It was a double-edged sword. It would ease his family's worries, but his mother would constantly check it, fearing it might glow. He glanced over at his family, just as Adam turned to the other members of the Twin Horns. "What about us guys?" Adam said. "Because your boy is already a monster, we had the same thought as the Helstia family. This little beast doesn't need much, so we thought the whole family would appreciate this more." Durden then handed Arthur their gift, a scroll with a sigil in the center. "These are communication scrolls. I won't mention how expensive they are, because they are super expensive." Before he could finish, Jasmine kicked him in the shin as a warning. Adam quickly explained, "Anyway, it's a one-way communication tool that should work well with those new rings. Just infuse mana into your scroll, Arthur, and record a message. Once your mother Alice gets it, she can reply one time. And after confirming the reply reached Arthur, both scrolls will turn to dust." Gideon marveled, a bit flashy, but impressive work from the Twin Horns. He then leaned down, ruffling Arthur's hair. "Tomorrow's a big day, son. Are you excited?" Alice pulled Arthur into a hug, reminding him, "Promise me you'll be safe. I don't care about your rank or how rich you become." She then brushed back his hair and kissed his forehead. Arthur was deeply touched by his mother's love. With tears in her eyes, Alice said, "Just come back to me safely, that's all." Arthur bit his lip to hold back tears. "Of course, Mom. Dad and I will return whenever we can." As the party ended, night fell. The Helstia and Lewin families saw the Twin Horns off. They stood waving goodbye. Jasmine gave Arthur a small, parting smile, and he smiled back. Later that night, Arthur was lost in thought. "I've been feeling this for a while now," he thought, "but as I'm about to sleep, I finally know." Lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, he smiled softly. "I have a family now, people who truly love me. This feeling is priceless." He recalled that perfect moment, his parents, his sister, and Sylvie all laughing together. "I will protect this," he vowed to himself. "I'll fight for it." To do so, he needed to be stronger, even stronger than when he was a king. From the bathroom, Arthur's voice rang out. "Come on, Sylvie," Arthur grunted. "You have to get used to this." He grabbed Sylvie's tail with his right hand, bracing himself against the bathtub with his left. Sylvie resisted, trying to flee. With a sharp squeal, it dug its claws into the floor, gathering mana into its tiny paws. A white wisp of mana began to form, but Arthur spotted it immediately. His face darkened. "Oh? You want to use mana, do you? All right then. I'll play along." As he spoke, Arthur channeled his own mana down his arm. A white aura enveloped the hand gripping Sylvie's tail. Seeing this, Sylvie turned its head, its eyes welling with tears. But Arthur ignored the pitiful look, yanking the little black dragon with all his strength. Ripped from the floor, Sylvie was flung into the air. With tears streaming down its face, it looked at Arthur, making one last, desperate plea. But Arthur just gave a taunting grin and stuck his tongue out. The little black dragon shut its eyes, accepting its cruel fate. It let out one final whimper before landing with a loud splash in the tub. After getting everything ready, Arthur headed downstairs. He wore a black, puffy-sleeved jacket with a diamond pattern, along with black boots and the gloves his parents had just given him. Underneath, he had a yellow vest and a black turtleneck. Gideon and Alice, holding Eleanor, watched him with affectionate eyes. Seeing his son's maturity, Gideon approached with a proud smile, telling Arthur, "Look at you. You already carry yourself like an S-rank adventurer." He bumped his forehead against Arthur's. "I know you're strong, son, but don't get arrogant. Always remember your limits." And when things get tense, trust Jasmine. Arthur replied firmly, "Yes, father." Suddenly, a sob shattered the farewell atmosphere. It was his little sister, Eleanor. Crying, she grabbed onto Arthur's hand and held it tight. "Are you and Sylvie really leaving?" Alice looked helplessly at Eleanor. Eleanor sobbed, "Why? Why can't you stay?" Eleanor's raw emotion was contagious. The tears Alice had been suppressing finally began to stream down her face. She turned away, trying to hide them. Gideon also bit his lip, holding back his own emotions. Wiping her tears, Alice forced a small smile. She hugged Eleanor, trying to soothe her. "Sweetheart, your brother and Sylvie will be back very soon." But Eleanor just wailed, "No, I want them to stay. I want them here." Arthur knelt down to gently comfort her. Even Sylvie nudged its head against her leg. Arthur said, "I know my little sister is all grown up now. I have a very important mission just for you. Eli, can you protect Mom and Dad for me while we're gone?" Eleanor stopped crying. She threw her arms around Arthur, sniffling as she answered, "I've been training really hard. You know, I've collected lots of light motes now. I can protect them." Arthur was deeply moved. He didn't want to leave them either. He hugged her tightly, patting her back as he thought to himself, "I missed so much of her growing up. This short time together wasn't enough, but to protect them all, this is a step I must take." He stroked Eleanor's hair, then looked up at his mother. At that moment, Alice couldn't bear to let him go. She pulled him into a tight embrace. Arthur spoke softly to her. "Oh, Mom, don't look at me like that. I'll be fine." Gideon drew closer to his family, comforting his wife. "Our boy will be all right." Alice kissed Arthur's forehead, while Eleanor used the last few moments to hug Sylvie. As it squirmed, she whispered, "Don't struggle, Sylvie." Alice finally regained her composure and wiped her tears. She told Arthur, "Now go on. And don't forget to wear your ring." Arthur held up his right hand, showing her the ring on his fourth finger. He smiled brightly. "Of course, Mom." Arthur went to the door. As his hand touched the knob, a voice called out from behind. It was Gideon. "Your parents will always support you." The door swung open. Arthur gave his parents one last, longing look before starting his journey. Click. The mansion door shut, leaving only 3 people inside. Shaking with emotion, Alice began to sob, and Gideon caught his wife as she nearly collapsed. Outside, Jasmine Fellsouth waited with a carriage. Jasmine asked, "Are you ready?" Arthur pulled a mask from his bag and put it on. With Sylvie at his side, he stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. "Let's go," he replied to Jasmine. The two of them headed to the Adventurers Guild. Beyond the massive gates lay the main hall, bustling with adventurers chatting and searching for quests. One notice sought a C-rank fire mage. Sylvie poked its head out of Arthur's bag, gasping for air. Jasmine noticed the movement. Curious, she asked Arthur, "You're familiar. It looks a bit different. I just discovered it can slightly alter its shape," Arthur explained. "This way, it just looks like a black lizard. It draws less attention." "Oh," Jasmine said, impressed. After a short wait, a receptionist called the two of them to the counter. The receptionist, seated behind a glass counter, smiled warmly. "Welcome to the Jerry's Adventurers Guild. How may I help you?" Arthur started to speak, but Jasmine raised a hand to stop him. She acted with purpose, placing a form on the desk. "I'm here to sponsor a ranking exam for him." The receptionist's friendly expression vanished, replaced by a sudden tension. She quickly replied to Jasmine, "Oh, of course. Right away." She then pressed a hidden button under the desk. A door behind her immediately slid open. The receptionist came out and beckoned for Jasmine and Arthur to follow her. "We have a few others taking the exam today," she said. "But since this is a sponsored case, we will move you to the front of the line so you won't have to wait." She led Jasmine and Arthur through a doorway. Hearing the other adventurers murmuring behind them, Arthur felt a bit nervous as he walked through the passage. Jasmine sensed his anxiety and patted his back. "Let's go." The 3 of them arrived at the manager's office. The receptionist knocked. A voice from inside answered, "Enter." The receptionist bowed her head slightly and informed the manager, "Sir, A-rank adventurer Jasmine Fellsouth is here with a sponsorship request for a ranking exam." The manager stood up and said to the receptionist, "Ah, I am quite familiar with Miss Fellsouth. You may wait outside." He then turned his attention to Jasmine. "Miss Fellsouth, how have you been? I just saw your father not long ago." At the mention of him, Jasmine tensed, looking for an escape. Atho immediately noticed her strange reaction. Jasmine clenched her fists, suppressing her emotions. The Adventurers Guild manager flashed a professional smile and introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you both. My name is Caplet H, and I'm the manager here." He then began explaining the adventurer registration rules to Atho. Normally, you'd fill out an application and take a mana core test before the combat exam, but since Lady Flursa is sponsoring you, we can skip those steps. Jasmine heard this and broke out in a nervous sweat. Atho wondered to himself, is her family truly that special? The manager continued, "You just need a one-on-one match with our examiner. Any weapon is fine." He glanced at Atho's clothes and assessed him. "You must be a martial artist or an enhancer, right?" The manager continued, "Becoming an adventurer doesn't require a name, but given your close relationship with Lady Flurset, what should I call you?" He offered his hand to Atho. Atho remembered observing his own mask just moments before. Back then, he felt it reminded him of a half note on a musical score. Atho then shook Caplet's hand, introducing himself as, "Just call me Note." As they shook hands, Atho felt a jolt of energy surge through his arm. He realized the polished man before him was incredibly strong. After their exchange, Caplet added, "Very good, Note. A pleasure to meet you. Maddie will guide you both to the testing hall." The receptionist chimed in, "This way, please." Before leaving, Atho glanced back at Caplet, sizing him up, and surprisingly, Caplet was doing the same. Jasmine walked ahead with Note following behind. He thought to himself that the Flurset family must be highly respected. That also made him wonder if that's why Jasmine wanted to travel with him. Recalling her clenched fist, she seemed deeply troubled whenever her father was mentioned. But before Note could think too long, a guard interrupted his thoughts with directions. "This way, Sir Note, Lady Flurset. This path will lead you both straight to the promotion floor where the tests are held." The guard instructed Jasmine and Flurset to head up the stairs and take a seat until called. The door slowly creaked open, letting in a blinding light, causing Note to shield his eyes from the brightness. A fierce, strained grunt echoed out. In the middle of the arena, someone was taking their test. The noise was from him gathering power to attack the examiner, Zoc. The spear in his hand slashed wildly, a triumphant smile on his face. He followed with a stylish, spherical slash, but it wasn't rated highly since it didn't hit anything. He slammed his spear on the ground, kicking up dust. Though he hadn't landed a solid hit, the challenger wasn't discouraged. He shouted heroically, "You're good at dodging, but let's see you handle this." Then he rushed forward. But his aggression was met only by Zoc's scornful expression. Jasmine and Note had just arrived and were about to find their seats. Note, however, hadn't taken his eyes off the fight below for a second. He yelled out 4 words, "Deathly God Strike." The challenger got extremely close to Zoc, whose contemptuous expression remained unchanged. Even Note had to wonder why the man had to announce his every move. Maybe it was like how mages chant spells to focus their power. Many enhancers also chose to call out their techniques, just as this man did, even though he used techniques so simple that enhancement was redundant. A single blow sent his weapon flying before he collapsed, stammering and unable to speak. The examiner just touched his nose, wondering if he should be direct. But it was better to speak up so the man could improve. Even old ladies can swing their canes better than you swing that weapon. The words shocked the man to his core, but the ruthless critique wasn't over. He continued, saying the man focused too much on physical strength over mana enhancement, paying no mind to balance. His techniques were ridiculously easy to predict, and at 35 years old, he was only at the dark orange stage. Each cold word from the proctor made the man whimper. He sobbed, with tears streaming down his face. "But I completed my training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats." Hearing this, the proctor could only facepalm, defeated. Despite pointing out all the challenger's flaws, he called for the scorekeeper. The examiner said that people like today's challenger are usually E rank, but because he had a fire element, he would be ranked D. The D-rank man left, disappointed, clearing the stage for the next contestant, Diane. Diane was a witch who seemed quite clumsy. On the stairs leading down to the arena, she slipped and fell flat on her face, her skirt flying up. The surrounding contestants burst out laughing. A white-haired boy looked at Diane with contempt for her clumsiness. He suggested giving her an E rank without a fight just to save time. From the other side, Note silently judged that the white-haired boy's power was the real deal. Diane stepped onto the arena floor, where the examiner had been switched to a mage named Emily. Taking a deep breath, Diane shouted her introduction as a dark orange stage mage specializing in the water element. Emily said they already had her information, so she didn't need to introduce herself, which startled Diane. She kindly reminded Diane to ready her weapon, also pointing out the medical staff and healing mages on standby. Once a mage reaches the orange stage, they discover their own element instead of trying to master all 4. Focusing on a single element creates a much higher level of power, like the water element. Note had also heard that for mages, if they specialize in 2 or more elements, the test becomes much stricter and more accurate to see if the contestant truly has mastered them. Not keeping everyone waiting any longer, Diane's match began. Mana gathered at the tip of her wand as she mumbled a spell. "Oh, pure water energy, protect me." Waving her wand, a wave of water surrounded Diane, forming a magical shield. Jasmine explained that since mages like Diane aren't good at reinforcing their bodies with mana-like enhancers, they are strictly trained to create defensive shields at the start of any battle. The examiner was an Earth System mage. She launched her attack, a spell that sent swirling waves of rock crashing into Dane's water shield. It seemed the water shield couldn't hold. The swirling rocks pierced through, clinging to Dane's face and completely blocking her vision. From the stands, Note quickly realized the examiner's spell was meant to block Dane's attack range, even inside her own barrier. But Dane was no pushover. She instantly shattered the barrier, flinging away Emily's earth vortexes while chanting a counterspell. Dane gathered her magic, then unleashed a water vortex at the examiner. But her opponent seemed unfazed, able to dodge with a single movement. Suddenly, Dane shouted, "Explode!" The vortex instantly burst into tiny water needles, shrouded in a blinding mist that made the examiner hesitate. The crowd was stunned. Dane had turned her water magic into an explosion of mist. The water needles reconverged, shooting forward under Dane's command. It seemed like a direct hit, but when the mist cleared, the examiner was gone, leaving only a crater. Suddenly, the examiner appeared behind Dane. A swift strike from her staff sent a shock of pain through Dane's head. The examiner noted Dane's control was impressive, and her final spell chain was solid, but she was too overconfident, relying only on a single defensive shield. Overall, however, her mana control was masterful and quick. For these reasons, Emily ranked Dane as a class adventurer. Note believed that for her age, achieving class was impressive. The next contestant was called, but something was wrong. The magic examiner and the scorekeeper reviewed the situation. They were soon joined by the reinforcement examiner, a man named Jock. Ultimately, Alizar was certified as a B-class adventurer without even fighting. The other contestants watched on, shocked and confused by this decision. Even Note wondered why this person got a B-class rank without a test. As he slowly stood up, Alizar finally revealed himself. His eyes locked onto Note, much to his surprise. The next contestant was Lucas White. It was the same arrogant, white-haired boy who had mocked Dane earlier. He strode forward, chin held high, demanding Emily skip the test and just give him an A-class rank. Though furious, the examiner calmly read Lucas's profile. He was 11 years old, a light orange core mage specializing in fire. Note's assessment had been right. Reaching a light orange core at only 11 years old was incredible. He let out a long, bored yawn. Lucas's arrogance grated on Emily's nerves. His smug, provoking expression finally made her snap, and she hastily began the match. A powerful magical aura flared around Emily, her eyes like ice. But a battle-hungry, arrogant kid like Lucas wasn't easily intimidated by a mere glare. He just smirked. Lucas summoned a fire magic circle, leaping into its vortex. Landing hard, he slammed his staff into the ground and yelled, "Arise!" From the circle's center, flames erupted like brilliant flower petals. Examiner Emily was forced back by Lucas's ostentatious display of power. He had summoned a massive fire guardian that now stood behind him. Even Examiner Jock was impressed by the boy's incredible skill. He called him a special talent, while his colleague's surprise was expected for a white family member. At Lucas's command, the imposing fire guardian charged toward Examiner Emily. But as an examiner, Emily saw Lucas as nothing more than an unruly colt, and for his insolence, she decided Lucas White needed a lesson in humility. She spoke, slamming her staff into the ground. Instantly, pillars of earth erupted, blocking the fire guardian's path. With Emily's command, the pillars merged into a tomb, swallowing the fire guardian whole. Note immediately understood the examiner's plan. Fire needs oxygen to burn. The guardian would soon vanish inside its earthy prison. But perhaps the fire guardian was just a diversion. He raised his staff, tiny embers swirling at its tip. With a triumphant grin, he whispered, "Too late. Madam Examiner, I hear no proctor has ever been injured during these tests. Well, I suppose I'll grant you the honor of being the first," Lucas declared, as his magical embers filled the entire sky. He thought he had the upper hand, but Emily had only 2 words for him: arrogant brat. Emily's earth magic instantly shattered the embers, but this only fueled Lucas's fury as he rained down a relentless barrage of fire, forcing her to dodge. But even Lucas never expected Emily's magic to close in on him while he was on the offensive. The ground beneath him surged like a wave. Lucas tried to counter with his staff, but he was no match for Emily's speed. He was caught, suspended helplessly in midair. And then, the fiery embers he had summoned began to lose their direction, aiming straight back at him. Lucas shut his eyes, covered his head, and screamed a release spell, hoping to shield himself from the damage. But everything went silent. It turned out Emily's earth shield had blocked his own wayward attack. The arrogant Lucas had been utterly defeated. Still, Emily was happy to acknowledge his potential, praising his rare mana reserves and his mastery of difficult fire spells. But Lucas wasn't satisfied. He launched a sneak attack while Emily's guard was down, trapping her in a vortex of fire. In a flash of steel, Examiner Jock appeared between them. He shattered Lucas's cowardly attack, making the boy grind his teeth in fury. Lucas immediately started a shouting match with Jock, but the examiner's intervention was perfectly legal. Lucas had broken the rules, attacking after the examiner had declared the match over. But the arrogant boy felt no shame, screaming and blaming Emily, who could only sigh helplessly. Continuing her assessment, Emily gave Lucas a B-class rank. An unusual silence fell over the crowd. Lucas himself was seething with rage. Someone offered Lucas comfort, met only by a vicious glare. "Don't you dare compare me to a worthless ape. A B rank is only natural. Just wait until my father hears about this." Next, Note's name was called. Jiat-min and Sylvie cheered him on with bright smiles. With slow, deliberate steps, Note considered how best to approach the examiner. From the prior matches, Note knew examiner Jock had years of training, unpredictable moves, and razor-sharp defensive instincts. Snatching the info sheet, Jock urged the slow-moving Note to hurry. As Note approached, head down, Jock saw no special information listed. But as Jock reached for his sword, a terrifying pressure washed over him, turning his face pale. What was this aura radiating from Note? Though terrified, Jock assumed a battle stance. Suddenly, a voice called out, "That's enough," forcing everyone, including Note and Jock, to turn. It was the guildmaster, Cappy, at the gate. He declared he would personally test Note, leaving Jock to stammer in disbelief. Jock truly believed his own hesitation had forced the esteemed Cappy to intervene, but Cappy reassured him. This wasn't about Jock's ability, but a favor for his sponsor. His gaze on Note was deep and unreadable. "You have no problem with this, Sir Note?" The entire arena felt the immense pressure building between the two. All eyes were locked on them. To Note, this man wasn't just Sapin's top guild master. He was a legendary adventurer in his own right. He revealed no weakness. The pressure from Cappy's bloodlust was heavy, signaling this was no normal test. Then why was Note so thrilled? He pointed his blade at Cappy, who warned him to be ready for some special treatment. The match began in a flash. Faster than an arrow, Cappy was on him, his blade moving so fast Note could only block. Behind his mask, his eyes widened at the incredible speed. Swatting the blade aside, Cappy sent Note stumbling to the ground, off balance. He seized the opening, raising his sword for the final blow. But Note anticipated the attack, rolling away just in time. In an instant, Cappy flashed from behind Note to right in front of him. Mana surged through his body and into his weapon. Cappy thrust his sword forward, but Note's small frame allowed him to twist away, disrupting Cappy's attack in a way he never expected. A grin spread across his face. "Magnificent," he declared, resuming his chase. But this time, Note refused to be on the defensive. He charged forward to meet Cappy head-on. Their blades clashed with a piercing screech. This time, it was Note on the attack. One, then two slashes rained down on Cappy, forcing him onto the back foot. But Cappy's speed was nothing to scoff at. His blade grazed Note's cheek as he moved behind him in a blur. Cappy slammed his pommel into Note's spine, sending him flying forward. The longer the fight dragged on, the clearer Note's disadvantage became. His muscles were underdeveloped, and he was 30 centimeters shorter than his prime. Though merging with Sylvia's dragon will strengthen him, he was still weaker than a seasoned veteran. A veteran whose body was fortified by dense mana. They clashed again. Note grew frustrated. This underdeveloped body still felt foreign. Suddenly, mana enveloped Cappy's sword. He reinforced his entire body with magic. It seemed he was finally getting serious. Magic condensed at the tip of Cappy's sword, ready for a devastating attack. Every instinct in Note's body screamed for him to run. Seeing Note retreat, Cappy taunted him. "Looks like she found someone worthy after all." Wind bullets whizzed past Note's face. They were incredibly fast and close, but their trajectory wasn't hard to predict. Dodging, Note looked for a chance to close the distance. He parried and weaved, moving closer to Cappy. Seizing the moment, his sword erupted in fire, magic. The crowd held its breath, watching intently. The flaming sword slashed down, but Cappy managed to dodge it just in time. But the move revealed Note's trump card. He was a fire mage. He gave Cappy no time to react. Wind and fire clashed as they charged each other. Their power seemed evenly matched, but Cappy believed the fight was already decided. He was an S-rank adventurer with long-range spells that even enhancement masters feared. Yet now, he felt a flicker of fear before Note's blade. Cappy regained his composure, flinging Note away with all his might. In the stands, Jiat-min shot to his feet, his face filled with worry. Veins bulged on Cappy's face as he prepared his next strike. Note was still unsteady, an easy target. To escape, Note used magic to launch himself into the air. From above, he dove towards Cappy, his brilliant flame sword held high. But the distance was too great. He landed, only to find Cappy tireless, his spells coming faster now. Note had to trip himself just to dodge Cappy's assault. As he looked up, Cappy's sword was already descending. He rolled away. Knowing Cappy's intent, he was being forced to show his hand. The flames flared intensely, just as Cappy wanted. Fine, Note thought, let's finish this. Cappy had seen similar skills before, but this custom spell truly shined up close. Dashing forward like an arrow, Note seized Cappy's sword hand. His other hand wielded his flaming weapon, his sharp gaze piercing his opponent. Cappy panicked. Was he about to lose? No. He unleashed a cyclone, blasting Note away. The cyclone buffeted everyone in the stands. On one side, a raging vortex of wind, on the other, a brilliant inferno of fire. Neither Note nor Cappy would back down. The test was far from over. There are two schools of magic, internal and external. The textbooks claimed light magic was inefficient for mages, offering little power, but Note thought differently. With his enhanced speed and reflexes, Note should have been able to dodge anything. He unleashed his full power, but Cappy had already sheathed his sword. He apologized for pushing Note to his absolute limits. Because Note hid his true power, Cappy deduced his desire for a lower rank. In the end, Note received a B rank, stunning the crowd after a battle that felt like a clash of monsters. Everyone's reaction was wildly different. Cappy departed, leaving a confused Note behind, while Jadmin and Sylv rushed to check on their companion. Zoc hastily ended the day's examination to clear the arena. Staring at Cappy's retreating figure, Note was lost in unexplainable thoughts. In his guild office, Cappy recalled Note's chilling gaze when he was cornered, sighing, unsure of what to do. Zoc and Emily burst through the door, demanding Kay explain everything. But first, Cappy told them to shut the door, which Emily carefully did. In a single day, more B-rank adventurers had emerged than in the last 4 months combined. Not to mention, all 3 of them looked like children. Reaching a light orange core at only 11 years old was completely unheard of for humanity. Cutting off their questions, Cappy reminded them of the incident in the floating city 6 months ago. That was the first tournament between elves, dwarves, and humans. Cappy confirmed Emily's answer was correct. Most of the staff from the adventurer guilds had not been informed. But Cappy had been told weeks ago that the royal ban on elves and dwarves becoming adventurers under the Sapin Crown had been lifted. Pulling out a file, Cappy continued, saying today's examinees were proof of that. Zoc immediately asked if all 3 were elves or dwarves. Indeed, Lucas White was half-elf. He has been a resident of Sabin for a long time. Though his birth information was hidden, Lucas was likely born to an elven slave. The W family is infamous for using unethical methods to produce gifted heirs. Regardless, Lucas is an anomaly, being so attuned to the fire element despite his elven blood. Lucas awakened at 8 years old, early, even by elven standards, and was forced to become an adventurer to gain real combat experience. It appeared the W family had reached the limit of Lucas's growth using mana cores and elixirs to accelerate his progress. Elizar, on the other hand, was a total mystery. According to documents, he was raised by dwarves as a child. Elizar was sent as a representative from the Dwarven Kingdom to assimilate with the human kingdom, but Emily questioned why he received a B rank without testing. Cappy could only explain that Elizar had awakened just a few months ago and was only at the dark red stage. However, his abilities had already been verified, and his sponsor was someone Cappy could not possibly refuse. Though Cappy himself was curious about Elizar's power, the masked augmenter, Note, was the one who truly held his attention. The mere mention of Note made Zoc turn pale. Even with the examinee's information, Cappy honestly had no idea who Note really was. But one thing was certain. He didn't represent any noble elven or dwarven family. He was just curious about who the Fursus family would sponsor. Emily immediately recognized that name, a family famous for producing the kingdom's most powerful fire mages. Zoc now understood why Note was so gifted with fire magic. Although the information Cappy shared would soon be public, he stressed that they must keep it confidential until the official announcement. Emily and Zoc nodded in agreement and left Cappy's office. Alone, he remained lost in thought about the masked augmenter, Note. Note's magic was strange, yet highly effective, but it was his swordsmanship that made him seem like a savage beast. Though Note's movements were occasionally awkward, as if he was unused to his own body, Cappy couldn't even imagine how terrifying he would become once he fully matured. However, with the ban now lifted, elves and dwarves wouldn't just be the only ones becoming adventurers, but students as well. Cappy smiled with satisfaction. This continent had surely entered a fascinating new era. On a castle balcony, Princess Teja easily sighed in frustration. She remembered her time with Arthur, kicking a nearby pillar in frustration. She should have been happy he had reunited with his family, but instead, she was jealous of the girls by his side. Angrily storming into her room, she was upset. Arthur, her friend first, was with someone else. Tesha caressed Arthur's image in a crystal orb. I should have treated him better when he was still here. But Tesha was also angry that Arthur treated her like a child. Lost in her daydreams, her grandfather, Virion, burst in with good news, startling her. Although her grandfather Virion doted on her, Tesha seemed rather irritable with him. Knowing his granddaughter was lovesick, Virion teased her, saying he wanted Arthur as his grandson-in-law. Sitting down beside Tessia, he told her the good news. she would have a chance to enroll in the same school as Arthur. She joyfully asked him again and again as her parents appeared. Her mother, Mary, said that her grandfather was old friends with the director of Xyrus Academy. Virion just laughed. He was the one who trained the Quadra Elemental Augmenter the director always bragged about finding. But because of the Intercontinental Tournament, things were more complex than simply sending Tesha to the academy. The king and queen Elenoa, Tesha's parents, were still negotiating terms for integrating young elves and dwarves with humans at Xyrus Academy. If things went smoothly, when Arthur enrolled, Tesha would already be in her final year. Therefore, her father told her the most important thing for now was to train with her grandfather Virion. And in the end, these were the faces representing a brand new generation. At the Adventurers Guild, people were waiting in line. Jasmine noticed Note was lost in thought beside her and quietly asked if he was all right. Note claimed he was fine, but his mind kept replaying the fierce, even battle against Kabi. Kabi's powerful wind magic from his sword had forced Note to counter with fire magic. He actually found it exhilarating. Suddenly, Note looked up so fast it startled the sleeping Sylvie. He asked Jasmine if she was close with Kabi, since they seemed to know each other. Caught by his question, Jasmine was at a loss for words. She mumbled a reply, avoiding his eyes completely. She said they weren't really close. Her father just knew someone in his guild, which included Kabi. Hearing this, Sylvie signaled for Note to drop his plan. Sir Note. The clerk's call drew both of their attention. Seeing it was his turn, Note slowly approached the counter. However, his small stature instantly made him the center of gossip. Is that kid insane? He really is a kid. Maybe he's just short. The whispers buzzed behind him, making both him and Sylvie feel helpless. At the counter, the clerk calmly stated that she had received the results of his simulated duel. Then, from behind the counter, she presented a red-cushioned box. Inside rested a golden card. She smiled brightly at Note, welcoming him on behalf of all the adventurer guilds in Sabin. He immediately took the card, his official adventurer's license. Note, someone's voice shattered the emotional moment. He looked over and saw the same guys who'd been whispering about his height. The three of them flashed smont, brighter than the sun, making Note's expression darken with annoyance. Even Sylvie thought they should just go home and train more. Just then, Jasmine was behind Note. She placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that though he was new, he was now an adventurer and a part of their guild. Hearing this, Note looked down at the card in his hand. A wave of excitement hit him. He was finally an adventurer. For him, the name Note was a symbol of freedom from the shackles of his old identity, Athlin. However, today's fight with Kabi made him realize something. He'd spent too much time adapting to this world's magic system. Sylvie's will linked with his own inner power, helping him hone his control over the elements: fire, water, wind, earth, snow, and lightning. The tears he shed when he was 6 years old, all that pain, had made him obsessed with the power this world offered. So much that he had neglected his basic training, something he once mastered. Back then, Note used every bit of his ki for the fundamentals, drawing his sword, taking a stance, and attacking. But in this world, he had no limits. He was torn. Should he continue to pursue only magic? Lost in thought, he bumped into a young man. As he apologized and looked up, he realized it was another candidate from today. The guy was a bit taller than him and also a B-rank adventurer. But what was different was that he didn't need to take the test. In response to the bump and Note's apology, Elier just said, "It's fine." "What's this? You two know each other." The voice belonged to a man named Lucas, flanked by 2 attendants and 2 bodyguards. His face oozed with arrogance. Looking at Note and Elier, he sneered. "Is there a B-rank meeting I wasn't told about?" Note replied calmly, "And would you be furious if there was?" Lucas's face filled with contempt. "Don't get cocky just because you share his rank." He pointed directly at Note. "Even within the same rank, there are levels. And for a commoner like you, it's obviously the lowest. You should carve that into your memory," he said. Then he brushed past Note, bumping his shoulder, and arrogantly walked out with his 4 followers. Note couldn't help but think, can a side character really say such shallow things? Just then, Jasmine walked over. What was all that about? He pointed to where Elier had been. "I was just talking to." He trailed off, realizing he was pointing at nothing. Elier had vanished at some point. Shaking it off, he asked Jasmine, "Should we go to the mission board, or do you already have a quest?" Unfazed by Note's excitement, Jasmine coolly replied, "With your skills, that would be a waste of time." He couldn't really argue with her. She was right. Instead of a mission, she said, "We're going to do something else." They arrived at a gate leading to the Beast Forest, guarded by 2 soldiers. Seeing Note and Jasmine, the guards immediately blocked their path and asked for their permits. While showing the papers, Jasmine asked Note if he needed anything else. He replied that he had packed enough supplies for the coming week. With that confirmed, the 2 set off, stepping through the gate and into the Beast Forest. Note and Jasmine emerged on the other side. This area was also guarded, and ahead of them, Two other adventurers seemed to have had a decent harvest. The peaceful scenery didn't fit the name. Note asked Jasmine if this was really the Beast Forest. She explained this place was an outpost at the foot of the Gean Mountains. Most of the area right around here had already been explored. She pointed to a man chasing a small beast. Low-level adventurers usually train here or gather materials for quests. Just then, the creature sprayed a blue liquid straight into the man's face. According to Jasmine, the liquid came from scent glands used in potions and elixirs. That's why there were so many quests related to this creature. The two walked past the man, who was now unconscious from the potent stench the little monster had gifted him. Should we help him? Note asked. Jasmine simply said to leave him. Suddenly, Sylvie noticed another small monster and leaped from Note, who was confused and asked where it was going. In short, it was meant to be eaten to gain power. Seeing Sylvie's sudden burst of energy, Jasmine assumed it was the wild mana. She asked if he would follow, but he said there was no need. He could still sense it through their pact. Hearing this, she added that the wild forest had even denser mana, which would likely expand the link between Note and Sylvie. Noticing his hesitation, she placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him their destination was still far off. It was a full day's journey, and more dangerous after dark, so he had to keep up. As he watched Sylvie leave, he finally understood how parents feel on their child's first day. He remembered when it was small, how he'd grab its tail and startle it. It always followed him when he trained. The times it ran around, crying and playing, the faint, dizzying scent it would give off, and the happy laughs they shared. Now, seeing it go, he just smiled and wished it well. Meanwhile, in the Beast Forest, Note was so exhausted he ripped off his mask, gasping for air, feeling like he would collapse. He finally understood the usefulness of the mana transport skills Sylvie taught him. Without it, he never could have kept up with Jasmine. Just then, Jasmine returned with an armful of firewood. Seeing Note nearly unconscious, she asked, "You're at the light red core stage, aren't you?" She had already slowed her pace for him, which made his effort even more impressive. As Note lay there completely spent, she stacked the wood, admitting she'd expected to stop several times. Then, she used fire magic to light the kindling. Night had fallen. Jasmine removed her heavy outer cloak and set it aside. As the fire crackled, she asked Note about Sylvie. It hadn't returned, and she didn't know if it was okay. Note assured her that Sylvie was sending him updates, so she shouldn't worry. In fact, it was feeling happy. Hearing this, she began to understand Sylvie's frustration from being cooped up inside. Note closed his book and said, "It's definitely having fun." In the dead silence of the Beast Forest, there was only Note and Jasmine, and a lone owl watching them intently from the trees. The quiet stretched on a bit too long, so Note asked Jasmine why she wanted to be an adventurer. She just stared into the flames, saying nothing. Her silence made him panic. Crap, did I hit a sore spot? He wondered. A moment later, Jasmine began to answer. She wanted to become an adventurer in order to escape her family. Her answer confirmed his suspicions. Jasmine said she was fine and knew he had noticed at the Adventurers Guild. The Lemcott family, she explained, had contributed greatly in the war against the elves. She remembered it well. Members of her clan fighting alongside their divine beasts, holding back the elven forces. Her family was also filled with powerful mages, both sorcerers and enhancers. Jasmine's bloodline was considered number one when it came to the fire element. Her family took immense pride in this, as fire was one of the strongest elements. As a child, she awakened her abilities far sooner than all of her cousins. Because of this, her parents placed massive expectations on her, even when she was just a small, innocent child. They looked at her with terrifying eyes. But every test she underwent showed that she had no compatibility with the fire element. For that, her family treated her like she was worthless. As she said this, sadness flickered in Jasmine's eyes as she gazed at the wind magic in her hand. Chach, so foolish. Suddenly, Note shouted, slamming his fists on his legs. He knew about the different levels of mana cores, but this was completely arbitrary. No, it wasn't just arbitrary. It was absurd for mages to create a ranking system based on elements. He shot to his feet, exclaiming, "No element is superior to another. It all depends on how the mage uses it." Hearing his passionate defense of her, she clutched her stomach, trying to stifle her laughter. This caught Note's attention. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, making him blush furiously. After her laughter died down, she finally explained why. It was just that Note was always so calm, so seeing him like this was a complete surprise. It turned out he had an angry side after all, but he knew, better than anyone, the real reason for his outburst. It was because of his own past life. He remembered his past life, when his only weakness was that his key reserves were pitifully low. His scarred hands trembled. Fire element, water element. And then there was Jasmine, with a deep yellow core at only 24 years old, still shunned by her own family. She was his opposite. She was alone, while he had his parents, sister, and Sylvie. Thinking of this, he blurted out, "It's not fair." But Jasmine just smiled and shook her head. Staring into the fire, she said she'd long ago accepted it, whether it was enhancers versus mages or one element versus another. People always try to feel superior. That's just how the world works. Besides, she insisted she wasn't lonely because the Tui Han party treated her so well. Hearing her story, his heart ached. He realized that this was the first time he'd seen the normally cold and distant Jasmine look so fragile. Suddenly, she grabbed a burning branch from the fire. Then, she took Note's hand, surprising him completely. She then used his own water magic to extinguish the flame. Sizzle. The fire died. Smoke curled up toward the sky as they both settled into their sleeping bags. Suddenly, Jasmine said she felt like she'd forced him into accepting her as his bodyguard. She wasn't friendly or outgoing like Adam, nor was she the most knowledgeable of the Tui Han party. They really should have asked for his opinion first. Hearing this, Note chuckled. "You're pretty sensitive, aren't you?" Whoosh! A gust of wind hit his face, making him shut his eyes. It was from Jasmine. She pouted, telling him not to tease his elders. Looking up at the sky, he felt happy. She had volunteered to be his bodyguard, but she also wouldn't hesitate to call him out on his mistakes. And that was exactly what he needed, especially for times when he went too far. Jasmine looked back at him with a gentle expression he had never seen before. But he was about to collapse, whining that they both needed to sleep. With that, they turned their backs to each other and slept. Jasmine, however, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Talking with him didn't feel like speaking to a child. With that thought, she finally drifted off. You would think Not was long asleep, but he wasn't. The sun rose high, birds chirped, and the animals awoke, but only Not remained fast asleep. Sylv, he mumbled in his sleep, calling his contract beast's name. He felt a weight on him and simply assumed it was Sylv. While sleeping, he complained that it was too heavy and to get off him. He cracked an eye open, but it wasn't Sylv. It was a hideously ugly beast. To make it worse, it was drooling. With a vacant stare, he looked at it, and it looked back at him. They stared at each other without a word. Suddenly, he shrieked and shot up, sending the beast tumbling backward. He panted in fear, while the beast calmly walked away from him. Just then, he caught a fragrant scent. Looking over, he saw it was grilled fish that Jasmine had prepared. "That was funny, kid. Good morning." Following the voice, Not turned to see Jasmine, apparently fresh from a bath and still drying off. He rubbed his eyes and greeted her, wondering why she hadn't woken him up to help. At that, Jasmine gave him a look full of judgment. She had tried her best, but he was completely unresponsive. Not even a twitch. Feeling guilty, he scratched his head, apologizing for a habit he couldn't break. While putting on her shirt, Jasmine told him, "If you're up, eat breakfast. Also, ask your contract beast if it's coming with us." He smiled brightly and agreed. He immediately used his consciousness to tell Sylv to come eat. Sylv received the signal, replying to Not that it already had food, and the thing it was eating was that same ugly beast from before. The sight was absolutely disgusting. His face darkened as he told Jasmine that it was fine. This left her completely confused about what was happening. After finishing the fish, leaving only bones, they geared up, but Not didn't know where they were going today. Jasmine said the reason she brought him here was partly for a duel. He didn't understand why she would do that. Jasmine calmly explained she noticed his fighting style was awkward. His mind knew what to do, but his body wouldn't obey. She was probably right. He recalled the fight with the mystery fish. He knew what to do, but his leg twitched, throwing him backward, nearly taking the full attack. Still, he wondered what kind of duel she had in mind. Just then, she drew a short sword and said that first, she needed to know his body's limits before entering any dungeon or taking any quest. So, her demand was for him to limit his mana and only use it to reinforce his blade. Receiving the challenge, Not began the task. As he raised his hand, she suddenly told him to use the other one. This caught him completely by surprise. He asked how she knew it was a sword. She answered like it was obvious, because she figured someone like him wouldn't just carry a wooden stick everywhere. Her words struck a nerve, making him press his lips shut as he gripped the sword. He asked where they would fight. After a short walk, she led him to a wide, open meadow. He began to draw his sword, but what surprised Jasmine was its translucent blue color. Not was ready. Seeing his focus made her a bit tense, but in an instant, she regained her composure and drew her own blade. Not couldn't remember the last time he had fought without reinforcing his body. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. In a flash, he rushed straight for Jasmine without hesitation. She quickly blocked, then immediately launched a counterattack. It forced him to stagger backward. He lunged toward her, but unfortunately, she dodged it with ease. This battle with Jasmine made Not even more certain of the fear he'd had since fighting the mystery fish. Suddenly, Jasmine's blade stabbed down, nearly touching Not's arm. It forced him to retreat into a defensive stance, unable to attack. Without letting him think, she rushed straight at him without pausing. While Not was almost obsessed with honing this new, wondrous magic, he had become complacent with his sword skills. And now, reality hit as Jasmine wiped the floor with him. She had landed quite a few hits, putting him at a disadvantage. She spun her blade for momentum, thrusting at his armpit, but luckily, he dodged in time. To him, his magic was now like a crutch, and he was relying on it far too much. The grassy field now became like the surface of water. He was standing on it, concentrating and feeling this magic. It had simply hidden his limitations and shortcomings. Right now, it was as if he were underwater, his slashes having little effect. The battle ended. He collapsed to the ground, breathing like he'd never breathed before. In the end, Jasmine was the winner. After the spar, she calmly noted Not's stamina was weak and he was sometimes awkward. However, his valuable skills saved him. That said, she had to admit Not's intuition and reflexes were formidable, one could even say frightening. At this point, he was so tired he just lay on the grass. He gave a weak laugh, thanking her, but he knew she was just going easy on him. Jasmine pointed to her temple and said, "See, that's your frightening intuition." Hearing her say that, he could do nothing but offer a wry smile. However, she said he would get stronger by taking on quests and dungeons, even using magic when he won. Before she could finish, he cut her off, saying it would take too long. He staggered to his feet. He looked at his scraped hands and said he was already years ahead in mana control, so for now, he would focus on swordsmanship without using mana. Hearing Not say that, Jasmine was very surprised. Could he really fight in a dungeon without using any mana at all? Because even with his sword skills, it took decades for warriors to completely master swordsmanship. 2 years. Suddenly, Not stated the number was 2 years. He looked up at the sky and continued, "That's all I need." 2 years later, at the Adventurers Guild Hall, everyone was happily eating, drinking, and talking. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Suddenly, Kagan spoke up, asking the crowd if they had heard the news. The guy barely finished his sentence when Timon cut him off, dismissing any talk of the famous swordsman as foolish rumors. But a young man with a trendy haircut insisted the masked swordsman was real, claiming his friend partied with the guy and saw him with Jasmine. Her small stature made her unmistakable. Hearing this, Timon scoffed, "So what? What did your friend say about him?" "I think the rumors are true. He's no mage." Timon's reply was a disgusting spray of spit, forcing Kagan to offer the young man a handkerchief. Timon sneered that if the masked swordsman wasn't a mage, then all the rumors were just exaggerations. He then asked if they'd heard the stories. People said he cleared a dungeon solo, slaying countless monsters. How could that be possible? Even B-rank mages couldn't pull that off, not even in a low-level dungeon. He hammered his point home, asking if they seriously believed a normal swordsman could do all that. Kagan reluctantly agreed. Maybe the rumors were untrustworthy, but he remembered that Jasmine was also with him. The alcohol must have hit, because Timon started boasting he'd swallow the guy whole if they brought him here. Kagan sighed, thinking about Note. According to the rumors, Note was Jasmine's disciple. That was probably false too. But strangely, he wasn't just given a B rank. He'd recently been promoted to A rank. Kagan took a huge swig of his drink. Across the table, the trendy-haired guy was being forced to drink by Timon, his face turning pale. Chugging the alcohol, he still couldn't believe Note was A rank. After only 2 years in the business, he glanced at Timon, understanding his rage. Even for a B-rank mage like Timon, Note was a massive blow to his pride. Suddenly, the guild hall door creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. The person who entered made Kagan's face drain of color, sobering him instantly. It was none other than the man they had just been discussing. That's right, it was Note. The moment he saw him, Timon dropped his glass and drew his sword. "Speak of the devil," he sneered, recognizing the masked swordsman from all the crazy rumors. Now he was seeing the legend in the flesh. Seeing Timon approach, Note with a drawn sword, Kagun panicked and yelled, "What are you doing?" The man was easily twice Note's height. He leaned on his sword and asked where Jasmine was and why she wasn't with him. Before he could finish his sentence, Note completely ignored him, walking past as if he were air. Rage contorted Timon's face, veins bulging on his head. He forced a laugh. "You little brat, ignoring me?" Then he gripped his sword, raising it high. "Heard you've gotten famous from some rumors. You think that makes you better than me?" Seeing him go too far, other members tried to intervene. Timon's sword swung down, aimed right for the center of Note's head. Boom. A flash of blue light and a massive shockwave terrified everyone. Thinking he'd finished, Timon let out a triumphant laugh, but he never expected Note had already dodged aside, leaving him stunned. Did he miss? Or did the kid dodge? Note's glance sent a chill down Timon's spine. Thinking he was being mocked, Timon's rage exploded, and he channeled power into his sword once more. The blade glowed with a blue light as he slashed relentlessly at Note, but every single attack was flawlessly dodged. He taunted, "Is dodging all you can do?" Note's patience had run out. His eyes flashed an icy blue, a sight that could freeze a man's soul. Swish. Fingers flew from Timon's hand, leaving the crowd completely stunned, their jaws hanging open in sheer horror. AHH! A blood-curdling scream ripped from Timon's throat. The hand that just held his sword was now missing 4 fingers. His face was a mess of tears as Note approached. "How dare you?" he whimpered. But as he looked up, his face went pale. The world went dark, and a menacing purple aura surrounded Note. Kagan was terrified. What was this immense pressure? Timon couldn't even speak a single word. Looking down, Note softly asked 2 words. "Are we done?" Behind that question was a terrifyingly powerful aura, an energy that could make anyone tremble in fear. As Note walked away, Kagun immediately called for a bag of ice. With a healing mage, they might be able to reattach the severed fingers. Note approached the counterstaff. The girl was still shaking from what she'd just witnessed. He calmly and gently said there was a package held under the name Note. Hearing this, she scrambled to get it for him, not daring to delay for a second. After receiving his package, he coolly walked out the door, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Outside, Jasmine was waiting for him. "What took so long?" she asked. "Did something happen?" He calmly tied the bag to his horse, making an excuse that the clerk was slow. But Jasmine saw right through his lie. She pointed at him and asked, "Then what's that on your mask?" At that, Note took off his mask, ran a hand through his hair, and smiled. Nobody was seriously hurt. On the road, countless monsters, big and small, were swiftly bypassed by Note and Jasmine on horseback. As they slowed their pace, Note took out a pen and paper to write a letter to his parents. He wrote that by the time they read this, he'd likely be inside some dungeon. He apologized for not visiting them these past few weeks, but asked them to be patient just a little longer. He wondered if his parents would even believe 2 years had already passed. Remembering the days spent fighting monsters with Jasmine and all the times they trained together, even he couldn't believe 2 years had flown by. He also couldn't believe that Lilia had finally awakened. Seeing his daughter awaken, Vincent was so overjoyed he was shaking. Note warned him not to get so excited that he hired a private tutor for Lilia. The ground around where Lilia stood was shattered into pieces. This made Vincent laugh with joy as he ran to his daughter. Lilia herself burst into tears, unable to believe what she'd done. Note advised him to let her train on her own before joining the Zephyrs. The thought of her becoming his senior, he quickly changed the subject in his letter. He assured them he and Jasmine were doing fine, and he felt he'd gotten much stronger ever since he beat his dad in arm wrestling. He recalled the intense spar with his father. His mom and sister cheered them on. Against his dad's strength, Note had to give it his all. But he also shared some amazing news. He had finally reached the light orange stage. Lately, Jasmine had been a huge help, teaching him the ways of wind magic. She even made him do push-ups with her sitting on his back. They always supported each other. In return, he taught her better sword techniques. As promised, this was his final adventure before leaving for the academy in a few weeks. He would see his family again very soon. "Love you all," he finished, rolling up the letter. Jasmine noticed he was done writing. Note confirmed it, saying the letter would go out when the horses returned home. Jasmine assured him not to worry. Jin had already trained the horses to return on their own. Note had to agree. Waiting outside the dungeon was too risky. The clearing party must be waiting. "Is Sylph with you?" At her question, he simply shook his head. He explained that Sylph still spoke to him. She was now even smart enough to send detailed information, but he couldn't understand why she refused to appear before him. Seeing his gloom, Jasmine comforted him. Sylph likely wanted to get stronger before he left for the academy. She then urged him to focus on their current mission. They really needed to hurry. Note and Jasmine rode like the wind, quickly reaching the dungeon party's meeting point. Seeing them, a man named Gideon called out to the others. As they dismounted, a familiar voice rang out. "Looks like we've got another enhancer." Hearing that voice, Note spun around. Just as he'd expected, it was Lucas. He had that same old look of contempt on his face. That jerk was as annoying as ever. Ignoring him, Gideon spoke up. "Are you two the last to register? I'll handle the introductions." The man was incredibly tall and muscular. He reached out to shake Note's hand with a wide grin, his face full of interest. From that powerful handshake, he figured the rumors about the masked swordsman were true. Gideon suddenly slammed his massive hammer down, leaning on it. He then formally introduced himself. He was an A-rank enhancer with the earth element and a dark yellow core. He glanced towards Lucas. "You already know this guy." Lucas, an A-rank fire mage with a dark yellow core. Next is Dion Mare, a water element enhancer. He'll be our party's tank. The man looked rather friendly and a bit plump, and the person over there. Before Jedin could speak, Note already recognized him. It was the same B-ranker he had met before. Elier, an A-rank mage with a dark orange core, specializing in earth magic. Beside him was Oliver Hay, a dark yellow core A-rank healer. Judging by his face, Note figured he was the arrogant type. Still, having a healer in the party made things much safer. "My turn," a girl called out. I'm Samantha Tempest, A-rank water mage with a dark yellow core. Spotting Note, she lunged forward excitedly. I've heard so much about you. Please protect me. Note wondered what was wrong with her. The final member was a gentlemanly-looking man. He was Roland, an A-rank enhancer with a light yellow core, specializing in fire. He approached Note and the others with a smile. I'll be acting as party leader today. With introductions over, he gestured to the two newcomers. Jasmine introduced herself first. A light yellow core, AA rank enhancer, wind element and dual swords. Hearing this, Roland beamed, thrilled to have an AA ranker on board. It was Note's turn. Light orange core, A rank enhancer, fire element. Samantha immediately interrupted. Wait, I heard a rumor. You didn't even have an element. Note answered humbly. For certain reasons, I haven't used magic in a while. His vague reply left Samantha speechless and caught Roland's attention. Seeing their bags, Roland asked, Don't you two have dimensional rings? Note and Jasmine shook their heads. Roland turned to Lucas, but was immediately shut down. Ask Oliver. I'm all out of space. Oliver was just like Lucas. He claimed Samantha was already using his storage. I still have some room. The voice belonged to Elier. This pleased Roland greatly. Elier stepped forward, activating his ring to absorb all of Note and Jasmine's gear. Note was surprised. Dimensional rings were rare artifacts left by ancient mages, and they were worth a fortune. Even a small one cost thousands of gold pieces. After storing their things, Elier asked, Is that everything? Yes, I think so. Note thanked him with a warm smile. The guy seemed to struggle with emotions, his own smile looking stiff. Flustered by the thanks, Elier's face turned bright red. He quickly turned away, confusing the others. Roland then spoke up. All right, looks like we're ready. Let's head in then, and with that, the party entered the cave. Inside, the party moved in formation. Note Roland and Jaden took the lead. Dion, the main tank, guarded the rear as water dripped from the ceiling. Suddenly, Roland raised his hand to signal a stop. We've reached the first floor. Stay sharp. The chamber ahead was massive, but eerily empty. Not a single monster was in sight, which Lucas found strange. As Note and Gideon kept watch, a small stone fell from above. The sound drew everyone's gaze upward. In that instant, Roland's face went pale with absolute terror. The monsters weren't missing. They had been clinging to the ceiling above them the whole time. Massive beasts with glowing red eyes stared down, a horrifying, tangled mass covering the entire roof. At that moment, Dono spotted the demon bats, roaring a warning to the team. A monster dove straight for Oliver, who froze, his mouth agape in terror. In a flash, her blades sliced the bat apart. Dion also moved, crushing one with his shield. The leader, Rode, grew serious, ordering everyone into formation. They instantly took position as Oliver began chanting buffs. They formed a circle around him, facing a countless swarm. The bats dove like moths to a flame, only to be cut down. Those attacking Dono were smashed by his warhammer. The rest were quickly destroyed by a powerful spell. While fighting, Rode shouted for everyone to conserve their strength and mana, not to kill them all. Everyone immediately complied, but as Rode swung his sword, he saw a wall of fire. He didn't know who cast it. Of course, it was Lucas. That arrogant mage unleashed a fire tornado. Boom! The powerful flames annihilated dozens of monsters, shocking Rode and the others. Wiping out so many monsters at once greatly pleased Lucas. Rode instantly marched over to Lucas. He grabbed him by the collar, stunning the mage. Didn't you hear me? Don't waste mana. You know what kind of dungeon this is? Rode raged, but Lucas quickly regained his arrogant composure. He shoved Rode's hand away, snarling. So what? All the while, the team was desperately fending off the bats. Lucas argued he was saving everyone's mana by ending it early. Hearing that, Rode could only shake his head, speechless. He raised his sword and ordered everyone to move quickly before the swarm caught up. Suddenly, Rode turned back. The bat they had just killed. Its hand twitched. It was still alive. This dungeon was infamous for its creatures that could escape death's grasp, with no way to finish them for good. That's why they had no mana cores for adventurers to collect. Dion was now using his shield to block the bats so they could move. Oliver continuously restored his health and mana. And so, the pointless battles raged on without end. The monsters just kept charging and reviving. This was a truly cruel tomb. After a while, they finally escaped the swarm. Rode and Lucas were using fire to light the way. Suddenly, Rode stopped before a stone emitting a blue glow. This was the spot he'd marked, the secret entrance he had discovered on his previous expedition. So this was the real reason they entered this brutal dungeon. Rode pointed to a nook, asking for footholds. Instantly, stone steps appeared. The party began climbing the handholds. Oliver carefully helped Samantha make her way up. The last one to ascend was old John. Rode mentioned he only reached the first floor last time. The final floor was still a mystery. However, the leader was certain that the artifact allowing the bats to regenerate was hidden there. Rhodes' flame pointed toward the path deeper inside. Beside Dano, Dion was starting to show his fatigue. But as long as he got his share of gold after selling the loot, he was perfectly fine. Hearing this, Rhodes laughed loudly. Of course, you'll get your cut. Then he turned away, and with all the team members, they continued their journey. Inside the pitch-black cave, only the mage's flames provided light. Oliver suddenly stepped on something slimy, startling him. Rhodes maintained his calm, handsome expression. Samantha, feeling hot, fanned her collar, causing Oliver to blush. As they walked, Rhodes suddenly lunged forward, knocking Samantha back. He used his sword to parry a sharp object flying towards them. Luckily, Oliver caught Samantha, saving her from the fall. The existence of a trap surprised everyone. Dano turned and blamed Rhodes for not warning them. The leader began to sweat, stammering that there were no traps here before. Oliver asked Samantha if she was hurt. If needed, he could heal her. In response to his concern, Samantha just turned away, saying she was fine. She then saw Rhodes observing the sharp object, confirming it wasn't a trap, but a mana beast. Hearing him say that, the team members were all astonished. The captain then ordered everyone to raise their guard. Not long after, they proceeded deeper, no longer relaxed but on high alert. Rhodes stopped. He said they had arrived, but something felt incredibly wrong. Lucas added that he didn't remember it being this hot. No, it's not that, Rhodes said, his face puzzled. It wasn't heat, but an immense, terrifying pressure from within. Advancing just a little further, before them were countless pits glowing with a searing orange light. Suddenly, Rhodes staggered as the ground began to shake violently. Even the team leader had no idea what was happening. Bang! A massive mana beast erupted from the ground, its appearance making Oliver's face turn pale. The captain roared Dion's name. The tank immediately rushed from the back, shielding everyone as he slammed his shield to the ground. A blue protective barrier instantly formed, enveloping the entire party. He grimly asked Rhodes, "Was this thing here last time?" "No, that's impossible." Veins pulsed on the man's forehead as he demanded, "Then how did a new mana beast just appear in this dungeon?" Suddenly, the beast began to stir. As it lumbered forward, he took his stance, beckoning it forward. But unexpectedly, it didn't charge the shield. It moved around it, stunning them all. They watched, tense, as it wasn't targeting them. Once the beast had vanished back into the earth, Oliver finally broke the silence. The coward, pale just moments ago, now scoffed at the others, saying they should be grabbing artifacts, not watching some worm dig. The fool strode forward, ignoring their shouts. He paid them no mind, telling Samantha to stay close. He might not protect the others, but he'd keep her safe. Yet she hesitated, not daring to follow. This was a bad idea. She yelled that they needed to know what was happening before going any deeper. It was like talking to a brick wall. Oliver just kept walking, completely unfazed. After a few steps, Knot saw the ground cracking. His face paled as he lunged, shouting back, "Lucas, thermal shield," while grabbing the captain's collar. With a firm grip on the man, he roared again, "Lucas, do it now." Sensing the danger, Lucas grit his teeth. He hated being ordered around but had no choice. He raised his staff and began the incantation. Instantly, flames erupted, forming a barrier around everyone, except Oliver. He turned, stunned. Knot's eyes were wild, shouting, "Oliver, decoy spell." Before he could finish, flames engulfed Oliver. And then, a massive explosion. Shrapnel slammed into the barrier, causing it to crack. Lucas struggled to hold it. Seeing him falter, Samantha unleashed her water magic. Her chant formed a water shield inside the first, creating a rainbow in the cave. Droplets hissed into steam on the superheated ground. They had barely escaped with their lives. The air was a chaos of smoke, steam, and fire. Suddenly, a look of pure terror crossed his face. Samantha let out a blood-curdling scream. Jianming turned away, unable to look, while Lucas nearly vomited. The others, John, Janer, and even Knot, couldn't face the horror. The same chilling dread gripped them all, a cold fear running down their spines. Before them lay what was left of Oliver, a charred skeleton, and next to it, a single, gleaming green stone. Through the swirling smoke of that terrifying, gloomy space, the skeleton lay stark against the cold ground, a crystal pulsing with a shimmering light beside it. A man scoffed, his annoyance clear. "Damn it." Lyndon frowned, casting a suspicious glance at the person beside him. Another figure, their face hidden by a mask, stepped forward. It was Knot. They picked up the crystal and walked back towards the group. They tossed the shimmering crystal directly to Samantha. She caught it, staring blankly at the gem in her hand. "Replace the gem on your staff with this. It's more powerful." The crystal began to glow brightly in Samantha's palm. Samantha's eyes fell, her spirit crushed as she replied with a sorrowful look. "Okay." Then Knot's voice cut through the silence. "Let's get out of here." Lyndon struggled to his feet, his face grim. "Knot is right," he growled. His voice was serious, his gaze shifting. We need to leave before another blast goes off. Move! And so, the group sprinted down the rocky path. Ahead, something lunged from the shadows. An unidentifiable shape crashed down violently, shaking the very ground beneath them. Lyndon charged forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, and roared a warning. Another warrior raised her weapon, an aura flaring to life around her. Ard! Immense power radiated from the massive creature. The man strained against it, gritting his teeth in defiance. Suddenly, a desperate voice screamed out, "Samantha! Elia! Stun spell!" Samantha immediately began weaving a spell with her staff. Power pulsed from the gem, raw and untamed. As she chanted, a massive bolt of energy shot forth. Another mage prepared his own spell. Stretching out his hands, two terrifying spheres of energy formed as he chanted his incantation. Strange bindings erupted from the ground, wrapping around the giant beast. It roared in pain, but the stone chains were already starting to crack. Elia gasped in shock. Lyndon grit his teeth, realizing the situation was bad. Elia's spell hadn't even scratched the monster. Instantly, he barked out an order to the other two. Jian, Dian, on me. The two immediately focused, their senses on high alert. No words were needed. Lyndon's armor was wreathed in flame, his killing intent palpable. Let's go. Jamin, you and I will draw its fire. Dino, you aim for the spot between its eyes. They charged without a moment's hesitation. Understood. Got it. Even if Lyndon's flaming armor couldn't bring it down, it would create an opening for Lucas and Not to attack. The battle began, just as planned. Lyndon and Jian Ming moved in, their every action meant to draw the beast's attention. Lyndon's flaming sword cut fiery arcs across its hide. Jian Ming struck with two merciless diagonal chops, while Dino followed the plan perfectly. As the monster lost its focus, disoriented and distracted, he swung his blade high, aiming for the weak spot between its eyes. Sharp claws lunged for him. Dino let out a fierce battle cry, bringing his sword down with all his might. Watching the horrific battle, one person stood frozen, trembling. It was Faye, clenching his jaw, his composure shattering from the terror before him. Am I afraid? Watching the giant beast snap at the others, Not realized a bitter truth. Normal fire spells wouldn't even scratch this thing. The creature spewed a vile substance. My spell needs more heat. Amidst the chaos, Nod dodged and dashed forward. His blade pulsed with a terrifying aura. He slid his hand across the steel, and as it traveled, the blade glowed from cool blue to burning red. With fury in his eyes, he charged the massive worm. Nod leaped toward it without hesitation. He slashed in a clean arc, drawing a circle of light around the beast. Sparks flew in its black, pupilless eyes, causing it immense pain. Nod gave the signal. Jasmine, now! Jasmine instantly closed in, unleashing her spinning thrust into its massive jaw. Blood erupted everywhere. Seizing the moment, Rolandin glanced at Lucas and yelled his name. Dion noticed something was wrong. Wait, he warned. It's trying to escape. The creature, seemingly outmatched, gave up and fled. A tense silence fell over the dreadful space. I think we're safe. For now. Rolandin broke the silence. All right, let's move. He walked to Jasmine, placing a hand on her shoulder. Well done. Jasmine simply nodded, then urged the others forward. Let's go. But Lucas scoffed arrogantly. That's it, the big worm got scared and ran. The moment he spoke, a violent tremor shook the ground. Ferrith lost his footing and stumbled to his knees. As the shaking intensified, confusion spread. Nod sensed the truth. That worm wasn't trying to kill us. It was just buying time for this. A blinding light erupted moments later. Dion quickly threw up a protective barrier. Dodging the blast, Rolandin rushed over to a struggling Sahan. Jasmine pointed out a safe path for Nod, but he suddenly froze. His eyes darted to the side. He saw Riss's small frame caught in the horrifying blast. Without a second thought, Nod charged in. He chanted a spell as he raced toward Ferrith. Ferrith looked back with uncertainty, but Nod remained on high alert. Instantly, searing smoke engulfed them before exploding violently. Nod managed to pull Lucas clear, but he shoved him away. Get off me! But a strange sound drew his attention. Nod's expression shifted in horror as he cried out, Rolandin! Samantha, beside Rolandan, looked over in terror. Her calm demeanor shattered, her mouth hanging open in pure shock. Samantha quickly lowered her head, her eyes glowing with a strange light. Behind them, a menacing gaze flickered in the shadows. A dreadful silence fell upon the space. The group huddled together, a heavy tension hanging between them. Dion struggled to restrain Rolandin, whose eyes were rolled back in madness. A makeshift gag silenced his screams. Hold on, keep him down. Nod watched with a grim, cold expression. Gagged and writhing, tears streamed down Rolandin's face. He was in agony. After some time, the group sat in silence, each person lost in their own dark, unspoken thoughts. Nod let out a heavy sigh. Just then, a sandwich was offered to him. It was Dion, smiling gently. Here, eat this. You'll feel better. Dion sat down beside him. It's a special sandwich I save for dungeon crawls whenever my spirits get low. Nod took it. Thank you. Dion explained. It's best if you heat the inside, just enough to melt the cheese. Nod then unwrapped it. Inside was a delicious meat filling, covered in a thick layer of rich cheese. Nod stared at it, his gaze lost in thought. Dion cleared his throat sheepishly. Could you do mine too? Nod sighed. A moment later, he pulled the sandwich apart, revealing delicious stringy cheese. As Dion ate, his expression brightened. Good, right? Nod nodded. Very good. The older man offered a gentle smile. My fiancée came up with the recipe herself, the way the beef is seasoned and grilled. Nod nodded slowly. You're a lucky man. Please thank her for me. Dion looked surprised, then gave a warm smile. I will. But their moment was cut short by an angry voice. Can you two cut the crap? The sudden outburst startled them. Lucas pointed an accusing finger at Rolandin. What? Am I wrong? The only reason I joined this party was for a veteran A-rank mage, he sneered. Now, our leader is a one-armed cripple, and we've lost our healer. Rolandin gritted his teeth in fury, unable to stop himself from firing back. You dare complain after dropping your weapon like an idiot and needing Nod to save you? I had it under control, unlike you. Rolandin's tirade continued. I had to protect Samantha, something you should have done if you'd been fast enough to raise a barrier. He roared, if you had, we wouldn't be in this mess. Just then, Nod's voice cut in. That's enough. The argument died instantly. His eyes glowed, his voice low. Lucas, stop playing the fool. Lucas scowled back. What? Lucas turned on Nod, a core enhancer who's only orange level. Nod advanced slowly. I don't care if you're gold core, silver core, or a god. Right now. He stared directly at Lucas, his voice heavy. You're just a burden. Lucas gritted his teeth, shoving past Nod as he stormed away. Dion quietly turned to Rolandin. I'll treat my wounds now. You get some rest. Nod watched Lucas's retreating figure. Rolandin clutched his ruined arm. You need to make a decision, Nod said quietly, before we can move on. Dion has some burns, but they're treatable, Rolandin argued. All of us can still go on. But Nod met his gaze without flinching. The decision isn't about us, it's about you. Rolandin looked down, his jaw tight with indecision. Lyndon was resolute. I will continue. This could be my last raid, so I'm seeing it through. Samantha watched in horror, speaking up. Are you serious? You plan to fight with only one arm? Lyndon scowled, his reply firm. I'm still an A-rank enhancer, I won't slow you down. He then voiced his own thoughts. But I think No should be the one to lead everyone. This startled No, but Lyndon continued. You've always been the most thorough thinker. You handle unexpected situations best. No turned to the three behind him, who all nodded. He looked to the others, Samantha and Jasmine did the same. No sighed. All right, we rest for 1 hour. An hour later, the group's quiet footsteps echoed. Lyndon scanned the area, frowning. I don't get it. They faced a huge door carved with a strange beast. This place is different. This tunnel was never blocked before. Gino, weapon in hand, shot back. What's the use in complaining now? He immediately took a stance, preparing to swing. Instantly, Gino's hammer smashed into the massive door. Rock shards flew as the entire space shook. Where it hit, a hole formed, leaking a strange blue smoke. Gino's eyes narrowed. Frowning, he raised his weapon high and roared, unleashing his ultimate skill, impact. A mighty collision shook the chamber again, leaving a bigger crater in the door. Gino let out a sharp breath. Just then, a hand touched his back. Gino turned reflexively. It was Jasmine, orbs of power flaring in her hands. Try again. Gino understood, launching his skill once more as Jasmine provided support. The two of them combined their strengths. Two streams of power merged, hurtling forward. An instant later, a huge explosion erupted, shaking the very air. The great door crashed down with a deafening roar, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Light poured in, forcing Gino to shield his eyes. But the sight before him was terrifying. Before them was a strange, unnatural forest. Under the bizarre sky, No's group slowly emerged. From above, the team could be seen moving forward cautiously. They exited the massive cave, their eyes constantly scanning the area. Doubt began to grow in No's heart. There are no pillars supporting the roof. How is it not collapsing? Samantha gently touched a flower, gasping in amazement. Wow, it's beautiful. Gino squinted, still gripping his weapon. Elder G spoke gently. Shouldn't we rest for a bit? I'm getting a little sleepy. No froze. Rest? His hand tightened on his sword. He turned, his voice ice cold. We're not stopping. Something's wrong with this place. Stay alert. Elder G looked disappointed. Are you sure? I don't see or hear anything suspicious. From the grass at No's feet came a rustle, which then went silent. A deep unease washed over him. Something here felt terribly wrong. He kept walking, eyes peeled. But what is it? What did I miss? Behind him, Jasmine also took notice. Ahead, through a hazy mist, a dark silhouette emerged. A man walked towards them, arms open in welcome. On his lips, a dark and bewitching smile appeared. At the sight of that smile, an unspeakable dread filled Jasmine's eyes. It was as if her very soul was being pulled toward the shadow. Suddenly, a noise snapped her out of the vision. Jasmine's eyes flickered toward Elder G. It was that strange mist again. Elder G stood frozen, his gaze fixed forward. He cried out in absolute joy. "Clara, is that really you?" He reached out unconsciously, his hand trying to grasp something. Gina was taken aback. "Hey, Elder G, you okay?" Elder G reached out, overcome with emotion. "I knew you weren't dead." In his vision, he saw Clara and began to run. "Wait, I'm coming." Gino, confused, called after him. "Hey, get back here, damn it." No immediately shouted a warning. "Stop, it's dangerous." Jasmine added quickly, "I think this mist causes hallucinations." No stared at the mist for a long moment as the pieces clicked into place. "So that's why I felt so unsettled." Instantly, No yelled, "Everyone, stay close. This fog is making us see things." Samantha immediately heard the order and nodded. Samantha raised her staff, closing her eyes. She whispered an incantation, forming a large barrier around them. The shield would protect them from the mist's effects. Samantha asked anxiously, "But Clara?" Gino and Lyndon exchanged a knowing look. A silent understanding passed between them. Gino explained grimly, "She was Elder G's fiancée, but there's no way she's alive. She was killed in a dungeon." Lyndon added painfully, "I saw it myself. We cremated her and buried her ashes." Gino gripped his weapon tightly and spoke up, "We have to find Elder G." Lucas gritted his teeth in fury. "Why is nothing going according to plan?" he screamed. "Are you guys really veteran adventurers or not?" Both Gino and Lyndon bowed their heads, their eyes filled with sorrow, unable to reply. No sense something was off with Jasmine. "Are you okay?" Jasmine jumped, then shook her head wearily. "Sorry, I was a bit distracted." No's senses were sharp. "You saw something in the illusion, didn't you?" She looked hesitant. "Not something, someone." Her eyes narrowed. "It was my father." He opened his arms to me and smiled. An image from her childhood flashed in her mind, dozens of strange eyes always staring at her. Her hand trembled as she gripped her sword. Just then, No gently took her wrist, comforting her. "You're going to be okay?" Jasmine could only give a bitter smile. No scanned their surroundings. "All right, about this damn mist. Do you have a spell to clear it, Jasmine?" Jasmine looked dazed, "Not one strong enough to clear it all, but I think I can make a path to find Elder G." Instantly, she scraped her swords together, making a piercing sound. Sheathing her blades, she spread her arms wide. A spell began to form, power flaring between her hands as she moved forward, chanting without pause. Seeing this, Noct gave the order. "Samantha, drop the barrier." She nodded instantly. Jasmine slammed her palms together, unleashing a concussive force. A gale-force shockwave erupted through the space, followed by a blinding flash. Even Lucas froze in his tracks. Roland stared, disbelieving his own eyes. What is this? An entire forest of vines had sealed them in. The sight was monstrously bizarre. Through the tangled mass, there was no escape. An ethereal mist filled the air. Jasmine panted, her spell complete. Noct couldn't fathom where these vines had suddenly come from. Worse, they were completely unfazed by Jasmine's spell. He turned his head sharply. "They're coming. Time to get serious." Lucas screamed, "You don't have to tell me." He raised his staff, fire coiling around it. Uttering a complex incantation, he unleashed a torrent of power, setting the wretched vines ablaze. Vine after vine was swallowed by a sea of fire. The inferno blazed, consuming them without pause. But as one batch burned, another surged forward instantly. Lucas was stunned. "My spell is useless?" Noct watched, his expression grim. "This won't be easy." He raised his voice, commanding, "Diggory." The warrior immediately obeyed. "Protect the mages. They need time for stronger spells." Diggory slammed his hammer down, stones levitating. "Jasmine, Roland, on me." Noct drew his dual elemental blades of fire and water, his command absolute. Both warriors took their stance, nodding in wait as Noct's gaze sharpened. "Let's break their encirclement." The vines lunged wildly. Noct and his two companions charged. "Now, we break through together." Jasmine closed in, her magic forming blades that slashed relentlessly. Roland did the same, unleashing waves of fire that scorched the vines at point-blank range. Noct's blades moved without mercy, cleaving through the thicket. A cluster of vines converged to strike, but his reflexes were faster. He dodged the blow. From behind, another wave of vines struck relentlessly. Nock's power began to surge, growing stronger by the moment. A brilliant light enveloped him, shattering the attacking vines. One tendril was obliterated, but through dark magic, a new one sprouted in its place. It regenerated in a split second. Nock was shocked, a suspicion forming. Could it be fire resistance from internal moisture? Instantly, his fire blade glowed a searing red. Nock swung, carving a path through the frenzied mass of vines. This time, they were severed clean through. Nock watched intently. The fire resistance is definitely due to the moisture. Seeing his success, he turned to shout, "Roland, it's work!" But the sight before him was staggering. Roland was out of control, wildly unleashing crimson power at the vines. The more he fought, the more reckless he became. "You think an A-rank enhancer will fall to some overgrown roots?" Nock paused. "Damn it, he's being too reckless." A sound from the side drew his attention. Jasmine was still fighting, slashing without hesitation. She was completely focused, her slashes precise. Nock was pleased. As expected, she doesn't need my help. He immediately dashed toward the reckless Roland. Roland smirked, full of arrogant confidence. But then, something made him freeze in alarm. Vines had silently snaked around his arms, more were coiling up his legs. In an instant, his entire body was ensnared by the cursed plants. Roland was completely immobilized, struggling fiercely but to no avail. The tendrils crept closer to his face as he thrashed in despair. Just in time, a flurry of slashes descended. The vines were severed, falling limp to the ground. Nock had freed Roland from the deadly trap. Nock spoke sharply. "You said this was your last expedition. Did you mean you planned on dying here?" His words struck Roland's heart. "If not, then fight with your head. We still need you on this team." Roland stood up, his brow furrowed in thought. Nearby, Lucas chugged a potion. He tossed the empty vial, which shattered, releasing motes of magical light. Lucas used his staff to gather the ambient magic, muttering a new incantation. From its tip, a torrent of energy sprayed toward the vine forest. A scorching flame erupted, quickly devouring the vines. It was a weaker spell, but designed to spread fire rapidly. It seemed Lucas still had his wits about him. Meanwhile, Diggory blocked their relentless attacks. He suddenly roared a warning. "Elizar, watch out." But the lunging vine was instantly cut down by Roland. Elizar nodded, her eyes filled with determination as she began her own incantation. Her hands touched the ground. A slight tremor began, growing stronger with each passing moment. Cracks spiderwebbed across the earth. They raced toward the vines, spewing fire like a volcanic eruption. Nock watched as the ground fractured, flammable liquid seeping out. "They can't recover from this." He noticed Samantha chanting. "Her spell will buy us the time we need." Samantha released her spell. A wave of magic shot toward the vines, passing through her allies like an ethereal mist. Aqua, a utility spell designed to draw moisture from the surrounding environment. The vines began to wither and dry out, their movements growing sluggish. Seeing this, Nock turned, satisfied. Good. But Samantha collapsed, her strength completely spent. He caught her just in time as her eyes fluttered open. To use a simple utility spell in a battle like this. It was brilliant. Behind his mask, his eyes were warm with a contented smile. "You did well." Samantha saw this and smiled back, her heart touched. Suddenly, a strange mist began to coalesce. In an instant, a thick white fog enveloped everything, converging on the withered vines. It moved with impossible speed, seeping into the desiccated, unmoving plants. Instantly, the entire thicket surged back to vibrant life. The team stared in horror. All their efforts were for nothing. Nock observed the scene, this mist. He stared at the mist and the consuming vines, then turned. "Our spell is feeding them. The vines are absorbing the mist. We have to." But then Note froze. Everyone was staring at the same spot. Following their gaze, he slowly turned and looked up. His eyes widened in horror. Before them was a massive monster, formed from the writhing mass of vines. Note gazed upward, his hand going slack. His sword slipped from his grasp, clattering down. A sudden, chilling wind swept over them. Before him stood the colossal body of the vine creature. Samantha collapsed, her face pale with terror. "No, it can't be." Tears streamed down her cheeks. I've only ever read about this in books." Her trembling hand pointed at the beast, her voice a mere whisper. "That's an Elderwood guardian." Then, Roland gave a twisted smile, his face unsettled. "It seems God really doesn't want us to survive." Note glanced at the man, who was losing his composure. "Damn it, he's lost it." Dino turned just as pale. "You have got to be kidding me. What is an S-rank mana beast doing here?" But then, his eyes caught something. A purple cavity pulsed in the monster's chest. Dino's eyes widened. Dion! Inside that very chest, tangled in vines, was the broken body of Dion. He kept mumbling, "Don't leave me." Dion's face was a ruin. His bloodshot eyes bulged from their sockets. Tears and filth covered him as he cried, "Clara!" The sight terrified everyone below. The monster stirred, its massive eye blinking. Instantly, vines shot towards them. Tears welled in Dino's eyes, his face twisting with pure rage. He gritted his teeth, letting out a roar of anguish. "Diane!" The beast began to stir. It opened its massive maw, letting out a soul-shaking roar. Dino erupted in fury. The ground cracked as he unleashed a terrible scream. Seeing this, Note tried to stop him. "Don't!" But Dino gripped his weapon, consumed by a burning rage. Note dashed forward to intercept him. "We can't win against that thing." But Dino's overwhelming aura exploded outwards, sending them both flying. Note couldn't react in time and slammed into a nearby boulder. Jasmine screamed, her face drained of color. Note, Dino had completely lost control. Layers of rock formed over his body like armor as he let out an endless, mournful scream. The monster charged, its sharp vine spear ready to kill. Note quickly shouted an order. "Eliza, protect him." Eliza rushed forward, madly chanting a spell. A thick wall of rock erupted from the ground. The vine spear struck the wall, shattering it instantly. Note started to run forward, but a hand grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Jasmine spoke calmly. "We have to retreat." Note glanced over. "What about them?" Blood dripped from Eliza's nose, sweat pouring down his face. The powerful vine spear pushed deeper, the rock wall cracking under the strain. But Eliza refused to give up, focusing all his remaining strength. Behind them, Note replied, "But I promised." Jasmine cut him off. "And I promised your family." Eliza's defensive wall couldn't take any more punishment. It exploded violently, shaking the entire cavern. Jasmine's hand tightened on Note's, her eyes filled with frustration. "Please," she begged. "I promise to protect you this time." From over the monster's shoulder, a cloud of white dust rose, and from within it, a bright light suddenly flashed. Instantly, a figure shot out at incredible speed. It was Dino, his entire body now covered in rock. "Come on, you overgrown stump." Note gently placed his hand on hers. "We're getting out of here, but not like this." Still, Jasmine held on, refusing to let go, but he gently pulled his hand away and turned his back. "I can't just abandon them." Jasmine gritted her teeth in frustration, letting out a sharp, defeated sigh. A sharp vine spear from the monster's arm shot forward. Dino launched himself into the air to meet it. His eyes blazed, his form completely transformed as he screamed with pure hatred. "Die!" Dino's weapon crashed against the monster's spear. Dino struck with all his might. The monster released a swarm of smaller vines, trying to ensnare him. He dodged, lunging for its face and landing a powerful blow. Down below, more vines swarmed the others. They fought back desperately, but the beast was too strong. Their resistance was fading, their struggle becoming hopeless. From above, Dino's sharp eyes caught their struggle. He swooped down, swiftly cutting the threatening vines away. He charged toward the monster's face again, but suddenly, other vines shot out, catching him by surprise and binding his body tight. Note helped Samantha to her feet. "Eliza, cover Jasmine, get to Roland, then everyone run for the exit." "Got it," LeDuong responded, but Note gasped, looking up. The monster had completely captured Dino. He couldn't believe his eyes. Roland and Jasmine stared in absolute horror. Dino was completely trapped. Seeing this, Note yelled out, "Lucas, burn the vines around Dino." Lucas quickly aimed his staff, but a surge of power erupted, blasting Note backwards. Lucas was sent flying by thorny tendrils, landing face first in the dirt. A pathetic rage began to boil inside him. He staggered up, bruised and beaten. He looked desperately at the exit, thinking, "This isn't who I am." He glanced over, seeing Jasmine and Roland fighting more vines. He grit his teeth until his lip bled. "I am from the great Oi Hung clan." He gripped his staff with new resolve. His family led Sap into victory against the Iowa. He stood, his face grim. "My duty is to survive and continue the bloodline." Behind him, a weary Note helped Samantha up, watching him. A second later, before he could react, Lucas aimed his staff right at him. His mind made up, Lucas unleashed a fatal spell. The fiery blast sent Note flying through the air. As the attack faded, his flesh was seared by agonizing flames, leaving half his body severely burned. Everyone watching was frozen in horror. While Jiatmin frantically rushed over, Luke roared in pure fury. A fire arrow shot toward her. Her mind, filled only with Nate, was blind to the attack. She noticed far too late. A massive explosion erupted, sending them flying. Raging flames immediately began to scorch her skin. Error instinctively shouted Gyapmin's name. He quickly summoned stone pillars to catch her and Rolinden, but blocking the vines left him completely exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Lucas issued a chilling threat. "Don't even think about moving, unless you want to end up just like them." Ella glared at her teammate, screaming, "What the hell are you doing?" he replied with a vicious sneer. You think I'd risk my neck for a bunch of commoners? He immediately raised his staff, preparing to unleash his fire magic. You all should feel honored. You'll go down in history as heroes who bought me enough time to escape. A fireball shot into the sky, shattering massive glaciers and engulfing everything. I will tell everyone of your noble sacrifice. Allier desperately lunged forward to stop him. Suddenly, a razor-sharp vine drill struck, sending him flying backward. His body was racked with intense, crippling pain. He glanced at the Guardian, his strength utterly depleted. He could only close his eyes and wait. Suddenly, flames erupted, blasting the vines away. It was Linden blocking the attack with his flame sword. He opened his eyes, stunned to see him. Linden just smirked, taunting the beast. Quit picking on the little guys. Your fight is with me. The monster roared, completely enraged by the challenge. It quickly retracted its arm, which was being seared by the flames. Seeing his chance, he charged forward with his flame sword. The blade and vines clashed violently as fire incinerated everything it touched. Allier found he could finally move a little. He saw Jiatmin lying unconscious, then noticed Nate was also awake, coughing violently in pain. A moment later, the battle seemed to be over. Linden closed in on the monster and swiftly sliced it in two. Seeing the Guardian fall, he landed with a confident smirk. But a second later, its body was engulfed in flames, regenerating instantly. Its blood-red eyes stared him down. His face immediately went pale with utter despair. Linden was nearly out of strength. All around him, sharp vines sprouted from the ground, shooting out from everywhere to ensnare him. At the same time, Nate struggled to move, blood pouring from his mouth. Allier tried to crawl towards him, looking up weakly before finally collapsing. He saw his comrades. All of them were unconscious. He glanced to where Luke vanished, his expression cold. Far off, Linden was still fighting for his life. He thought grimly, it seems I have no other choice, but can I survive the backlash? The next second, he focused his spirit. The world went silent, leaving only the sound of his own blood. Then, fiery runes began to glow around Nate's body. His eyes glowed with a purple light. Stage 2. Dragon's Awakening. Nate focused, recalling the breakthroughs during his training at Ella that had astonished even Vian. The first was unlocking Stage 1. Collection. By using Sylvia's innate skill, he could briefly separate himself from space and time. But this stage was severely limited, as it nearly drained his entire mana core and all his stamina. The second breakthrough, however, was something he never expected. What took Vian decades to achieve took Nate only 2.5 years. The integration stage. As the memory ended, his hair slowly turned snow white. He rose to his feet, fully awakened, his body radiating an endless torrent of dark mana. Nearby, the predator Sylvie sensed the shift in his aura and looked up. Master, it spread its wings, flying towards him. I am on my way. Nate wiped the blood from his lips. I'm fine, Sylvie. He looked toward the Guardian. I need you to stay put. His normal vision had faded, replaced by the colored auras of his comrades' mana. If something happens to me, go directly to Heia's house. The little dragon replied, filled with worry. But I can help you. Nate walked forward slowly, clutching his chest in agony. Sylvie, please. After a long pause, the dragon reluctantly agreed. Okay, Master. Please be safe. At that moment, crazed voices filled Nate's mind as dark mana poured endlessly from his body. He launched himself toward the monster. Loosening his collar, he gathered frost in his palm. Time to play. The monster sensed his terrifying power and stared in shock. As he lunged, he thought, no wonder Vian beat me senseless the first time I used this. His body was already failing, blood spilling from his lips. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I have to end this quickly, and pray I survive the consequences. Frost and vines clashed in a violent storm. After a moment, the powerful ice froze everything solid. He landed, anxiously looking at his agonized arm. Damn it, he thought. Even if I can draw on all the ambient mana, my body still can't withstand this spell. With no time to rest, a vine drill shot toward him. He dodged and lunged at the beast, thinking, just a little more. He appeared beneath the monster's core and instantly froze it solid. The monster shrieked in agony, thrashing violently in its final desperate moments. Its remaining vines shot towards Nate in a final attack. Luckily, they froze just inches from his body. The entire area was now a frozen, silent wasteland. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. Ice, fire, water, and metal converged into a beam of dark energy that warped reality itself. The dark energy tore through the Guardian's body, disintegrating it wherever the beams touched. When the dust settled, Nate had finally reached his absolute limit. Blood dripped steadily from his wounds. He stared blankly at the sky, gasping for every single breath of air. Moments later, a satisfied laugh echoed in the silence. Unable to hold on any longer, he finally collapsed. Meanwhile, in the city of G's, his parents were happily playing with little I. Alice lamented, How could our 8-year-old daughter be so obsessed with playing that she falls asleep on the floor? Zeno replied cheerfully, carrying their child inside. I get it. After Li's awakening, Eli has been pushing herself to catch up. She tidied up, saying, I hope that's all it is. She's always talking about how you used to be. As he laid their daughter on the bed, a loud crack suddenly echoed. Alice's face trembled as she stared at the life ring on her hand. No way. The ring must be broken. Much later, Note finally regained consciousness. His body seized in violent convulsions, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A panicked voice called out, Note! He looked toward the sound, rushing over in a panic. Thank heavens you're awake. Through the agony, Note gasped, the gauntlet. Break the stone. Without hesitation, Elier followed his command, crushing the emerald gem on the gauntlet. Instantly, a surge of life force flooded into Note's body. His shattered form mended in a flash. He gasped for air, gritting his teeth as he recalled every detail, remembered why he was in such pain. He pictured Lucas abandoning his comrades for him, his fists clenched, eyes burning with rage. Lucas, why? Suddenly recalling something, he tried to sit up, but he collapsed back in pain within a second. Where's Jasmine? Elier pointed. Over there. She was hit harder by Lucas's spell, and her body isn't reinforced by mana. Following his gaze, he saw Jasmine still lying unconscious. Elier continued, I had a healing kit and treated some burns, but I think she might have internal injuries. Note's fist tightened. He quickly told him, Elier, use one of the stones from my gauntlet on her. Elier immediately complied, crushing a stone as life force mended her wounds. The pained, pale look on her face softened, her color slowly returning. Elier sighed in relief. She seems to be doing better. He watched her for a moment, then added, I think she'll be fine after resting for a few hours. Note thought in relief, thank goodness for Mom's healing stones. He gave a faint, satisfied smile. Heh, I haven't been beaten this badly since I was 4. It's nostalgic. Just then, Sylvie, who was flying anxiously nearby, sensed his aura and sent a joyful message. Papa, you're awake. Are you all right? He immediately replied, I'm fine. Where are you? At that moment, far below the flying dragon, the battered figure of Lucas was fleeing. Sylvie replied, I listened and stayed far away. He praised her gently. Good girl. We've escaped, so just focus on your training. But Sylvie protested, that's not important right now. It was as if she knew her bond was lying to her. I bet it is important, he thought. Trust me, Sylvie, we're just resting. The dragon hesitated, but before she could argue, he cut her off. Go do what you need to, Sylvie. I'll see you later. After sending the message, Note closed his eyes to rest. Elier looked at him. Anyway, I never would have guessed that the great masked swordsman, Note, is the same age as me. Hearing this, Note was shocked and quickly felt his face, panicking. Me mask. Elier smiled apologetically. Sorry, it must have fallen off during the fight. I couldn't find it. Note sat up, worried. What about my sword? Did you see the black staff I carry? Elier calmly pointed to a corner. Ah, it's over there. I kept it just in case. Note lay back down, relieved, taking a deep breath. Thank you for saving me and Jasmine. Elier smirked. Otherwise, I'd be no better than that scumbag Lucas, right? Note smiled with his eyes closed. Not quite. He then continued the conversation, asking about his own suspicions. I'm curious why you stayed behind after the Elderwood Guardian appeared. I saw Jasmine try to get you to leave. Note chuckled. Ha! How could a king abandon his own people? He paused, then added, and because I promised to cherish those around me. Elier looked at him thoughtfully as Note remembered Sylvie with a smile. I promised someone very important to me that I would become a better person. Hearing this, Elier stifled a laugh. You talk like an old man. He gave him a deadpan look. What kind of life did you live to make a promise like that? Note just smiled. Sometimes I wonder that myself. Looking around, he asked, how long was I unconscious? Elier leaned back. Not sure. Probably over a day. At that, Note pushed himself up, leaning against the wall. Seeing his recklessness, Elier quickly rushed to his side. Whoa, be careful. Note just waved him off. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a while until Jasmine recovers. So, how about we talk? Now completely trusting him, he extended his hand for an introduction. My name is Arthur. Elier shook it as Arthur added with a smile. Just call me Art. The next second, he tapped the wall. This stuff doesn't look very natural, does it? Following his suspicion, he continued to ask, did you create this metal bunker? Elier looked away, flustered. I only manipulated it when the cave started to collapse. He looked back at Arthur. I think the Elderwood Guardian's body is supporting the cavern. Arthur thought for a moment, then spoke his mind. Even if you are a rare class mage, I know for a fact one can only control existing metal, not create and then control it. He grinned teasingly. Unless you're a dwarf. Elier was stunned, then smiled bitterly. So much for keeping secrets, huh? Seeing this, Arthur laughed cheerfully. So tell me about it. Elier thought for a moment, then made a sly offer. All right, I'll tell you if you explain what happened back there. He pointed at Arthur's head. Your hair turned completely white. And what about those glowing runes on your body? He moved closer, and your eyes. They were glowing purple. The more he heard, the more flustered Art became. He pushed him away with a weary smile. All right, I'll talk. Seeing his agreement, Elier began to recall his past. Well, first, you were right about one thing. Since I was raised in the kingdom of Darv, I'm not certain about my own origins. He rubbed his head. Jarlang Radix, who raised me, always avoided the subject of my parents. My only childhood memories are hopeless flashes that give me headaches. The scene shifts to a young Elier happily discovering his powers, but I still had a peaceful life until I broke through to the dark orange core. That strange energy knocked me out cold. When I awoke, I was surrounded by countless glowing metallic trees. He stared at his palm, lost in thought. After that, Jia Lang told me it was time to leave, to explore the rest of the divine land. He never explained why. He frowned sadly. Everything happens so fast, and sometimes I get this feeling. He waved his hands, like an itch I just can't scratch. But I know it's connected to my power and my origins. Meanwhile, At listened to his monologue, deep in thought. Suddenly, Jasmine's soft voice murmured, "This fish is burnt. The other one tastes better." They stared speechlessly at the sleep-talking girl, then smirked. He replied, "My bad. I didn't mean for this to become some weird, emotional confession." I chuckled, "Don't worry about it." He then looked at him, asking, "So what's your story?" At replied casually, "I'm an enhancer who has mastered 4 elements, including the rare ice and lightning." Surprise, he shot up, bumping his head. And here I thought I was the weird one. You definitely take the cake. Wait, what about those strange color-changing marks? At smiled sheepishly. I'm also a Beast Tamer. That was my beast will unleashed. Alier was stunned. Beast will? Hold on. How old are you? At gave him a deadpan look. I turned 11 a few months ago. Alier's face lit up. Hey, I'm older than you. I'll be 12 soon. But then his shoulders slumped. Wait, what's there to be proud of? Seeing Alier's innocence, At had to hold back a laugh. When he saw the amused look on its face, he couldn't hold it in either. In the next moment, they both burst out laughing. Their conversation continued peacefully. Suddenly, the healing stone's effect wore off. A wave of pain returned, making it grimace. Alier asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He crushed his last healing stone. "I'm fine." Blue light filled the dark space. Jasmine stirred awake, instinctively looking over. Her eyes fell on the small figure of At enduring the pain to heal himself. She shot fully awake, much to their delight. "Oh, Jasmine, you're awake." Before he could finish, she rushed forward, hugging him tightly. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Surprised, he then smiled and patted her head. "Everything is fine. I'm okay." Jasmine cried out in anguish. "It's not fine. I couldn't protect you." He hugged her comfortingly. "I was the stubborn one. I should be sorry for dragging you into this mess." He thought sadly, has she always been this small? He couldn't help but recall 2 small children crying in each other's arms. A sudden jolt of pain shattered the warm memory. She looked up worriedly at his wound. Calming herself, she wiped her tears and said, "Alier, you have our bags, right? I have an emergency first aid kit. It should be enough for both of you." A short while later, with his wound properly bandaged, he moved and smiled brightly. "Thanks, everyone. I feel much better now." He pushed himself up, and Alier quickly moved to support him. At continued, "It's time to go home." Alier had his familiar lower the protective wall. Before them lay a wasteland, encased in thick ice from the battle. They stepped out to survey the destruction. At immediately asked with doubt, "Wait, do you think anyone else survived?" Alier followed his gaze thoughtfully. "The Eldritch Guardian absorbed the refugees during the fight, so I'm not sure." The air grew heavy with silence. Jasmine then asked, "What about Samantha?" He scratched his head. "I managed to create a metal shelter around her before we got separated, but she was badly injured. I'm not sure if she's still alive." Seeing a flicker of hope, At pushed himself up. "How can we find her in all this wreckage?" He stared at the thick ice. "Even the Eldritch Guardian's core is lost, somewhere in here." He glanced back at Alier, who was placing a hand on the ground, preparing a spell. "I couldn't do it underground, but now I can try to find her." He closed his eyes to focus, chanting the incantation for seismic wave to search for signs of life. A moment later, he sensed Samantha's location. He looked up, his face bright. "I found Samantha. Her heart is still beating." With that, he took off running, shouting, "Let's go." At watched him go, thinking, I thought that skill could only scan the surface. Just who is he, exactly? I thought that skill could only scan the surface. Just who is he, exactly? Shaking off the thought, he and Jasmine nodded and followed Allier. They soon found her hiding spot, a cave Allier opened with a spell. Inside the dark space lay Samantha, covered in wounds. She was clutching something tightly. Horrified, Allier rushed to her side, reaching to remove a vine piercing her leg. At yelled out, "Don't. That vine is acting as a tourniquet." He observed her and added, "If you pull it out, the wound will only get worse." He checked her pulse reassuringly. Her heartbeat is steady, and her breathing is stable. He then checked her temperature. But this fever is troubling. Still, I don't think her life is in danger. He sighed. Hopefully, she's only unconscious. Allier replied sadly, "Hope, huh?" After a quick discussion, Jasmine lifted Samantha. "Shall we go?" As they started to leave together, At looked around regretfully, thinking, finding the Eldritch Guardian's core in this chaos is impossible. A priceless treasure will be buried here forever. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Allier asked warily, "What now?" At tried to reassure him, "It's fine." In response, the ground before them exploded. From the rubble, the dragon Sylvie appeared cheerfully. "Papa, I'm here." At stared speechlessly at the massive creature before him. "I see that. You've gained weight again, haven't you? Bigger and taller." Before he could finish, Sylvie gave his face a big, sloppy lick. Allier had been frozen solid since the dragon appeared. He stammered, That's a wyvern, right? But it has 4 legs." His mind raced. "Wait, is that a dragon? No, it can't be." In contrast to his shock, it said calmly, "It's a dragon." Allier yelled, "Don't look at me like I'm the crazy one." At grinned, deciding to stop teasing him. "This is my contracted beast, Sylvie." Allier replied, full of doubt. "But they went extinct centuries ago." He stroked Sylvie's head. "This is why you must keep her secret." He glanced at Jasmine. Jasmine already knows. The dragon happily rushed to lick her. He sighed, helpless. 11 years old, 4 elements, 2 of them rare. Thuke wished she were a dragon. Meanwhile, the group helped Samantha to her feet. He could only watch and sigh in frustration. Suddenly, Ace's shout pulled him back to reality. "Alizar, let's move." In a shadowed valley, tearing winds echoed, startling the monsters hiding within. Sylvie soared at incredible speeds. They crossed volcanic fields and demon caves, striking fear into countless smaller monsters. The dragon's arrival sent them fleeing in terror. Lair stared at Ace, speechless. Then why not bring him from the start? Ace just smiled, offering no explanation. Suddenly, Samantha stirred. The group quickly lowered her to the ground, watching closely. She awoke in agony, tears streaming down her face. Looking at Ace, she whispered, "You're more handsome without the mask." He cut her off sadly. "Don't speak. You need your strength." Then, she remembered something. She forced a smile. "Wait, look what I found." From a torn cloth, she pulled out his mask, and the monster core stunning everyone. Ace smiled, taking the mask. "Good work, Samantha." He then turned to Jasmine. "As for the core, we'll sell it back in town and split the profits." Jasmine immediately refused. She looked at him firmly. "You're the one who deserves to have it." He glanced over, but the other guy quickly waved it off. "Hey, don't look at me. I don't want it either." Ace stared at him like he was an idiot. "What? Do you know what this is worth? And you don't want it?" Before he could finish, Samantha placed the core in his hand. She then gently spoke her mind. "I'm alive because of you. It's only fair the one who killed the beast gets the reward." He took it, glancing at his 3 comrades with a guilty sigh. Then, "Thank you, everyone." The 3 of them smiled back. A moment later, Samantha closed her eyes to rest so he could check her condition. He checked her pulse again. She was stable. He looked at Jasmine and Elizar. "Can you 2 go to the guild hall for help? I'll stay here with Samantha." They quickly nodded. Then, he remembered something. "Oh, before you go." He pulled a backpack from his spatial ring. "I'll leave your things here, just in case." As they left, he searched his own pack and pulled out a small scroll. There it is. With his mana slightly restored, he decided to send word home. After writing the message, he watched the scroll vanish into thin air. At least this way, they won't worry too much until I return. Finished, Ace turned to observe Sylvie's draconic form. "Did you get this big from absorbing monster mana and eating their cores?" Sylvie replied with pride. "I've devoured a ton of mana beasts." Ace looked at the dragon and asked again, "Can you still transform?" At his word, Sylvie focused. Its body began to shrink, shifting into the form of a cat-dragon hybrid. As he and Sylvie playfully joked around, a sharp pain suddenly returned. He slowly pulled the monster core from his pocket. It'll be hours before they return. He clutched the core, thinking, "With this, and my assimilated body, I can almost fully recover." Closing his eyes, he relaxed and began to absorb the core's energy. His body started to heal. Looking at his wounds, he remembered him. Lucas, son of a noble family, infamous for creating powerful mages through unethical means. He remembered how Lucas betrayed his own comrades, betrayed everyone's trust, all for himself. Because of what he did, the scene played over and over in his mind. Rage burned within him, even with him dead and so many of us injured. I must be careful. He slowly picked up his mask, his face turned grim as he vowed silently, his eyes cold with killing intent. No matter how long it takes, a blood debt must be paid in blood. Sometime later, the guild's support team arrived. They immediately began investigating the remnants of the devastating battle. At a recovery ward, Samantha was now safe. Though covered in bandages, she was out of danger. Lyndon's body was also recovered and returned to his family. After everything, only 4 members of their party remained. The other 3 were now at guild headquarters, reporting the incident. From the monster's first appearance when the team was skewered by thorns, to their near-death battle with the Elf Guardian, and even the moment Lyndon sacrificed himself for his team, Ace recounted everything with a grim expression, but finally snapped. Is that enough? I know this is a rare event, but we've given our full report. Seeing his frustration, the captain just sighed wearily. He organized the files. You're right, I'll let you 3 rest before the hearing. Suddenly, the doors burst open as unruly guards strode in. While everyone stared in shock, the bastard Lucas strolled in. He smiled casually. So, you're all still alive? Seeing the traitor, Jasmine and Alizar flared their mana, ready to fight, but Ace calmly held them back. Lucas feigned a wounded expression. Whoa, why so tense with a comrade? The captain sighed, a headache forming as he glanced worriedly at Ace. Ace remained calm, simply dusting off his pants. Lucas continued to taunt them. I'm just curious how you escaped that monster. Did you perhaps? He paused, a look of contempt on his face. Sacrifice someone to save your own pathetic lives? Hearing those vile words, the captain slammed the table. Sir Lucas, I suggest you stop right there. But Lucas played dumb. Samantha is crippled now, but she's still alive, so it wasn't her, was it? He paused, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Don't tell me you sacrificed Lyndon. Before he could finish, a blade flashed past his head. He looked back, terrified. The guards shouted, Young master, your ear. He reached up, touching where his ear used to be. It was gone. Blood poured down his face as he let out a horrified scream. My ears, they're bleeding. While he reeled in shock, Arthur slowly advanced. The guards tensed, warning him to stop, but he ignored their pathetic threats. His eyes now burned with killing intent. The aura he unleashed paralyzed the guards with fear. Why did the air suddenly feel so heavy? Why is my body so heavy? Lucas glared at his soldiers, screaming in frustration. What the hell do you think I'm paying you for? Enraged, he pointed at Arthur, ordering his men to seize him. The soldiers regained their nerve and charged forward. One of them closed the distance, swinging his sword in a wide arc. But before the blade could connect, Arthur disarmed him with 2 swift strikes of his scabbard. He effortlessly dodged the other's attacks, knocking them to the ground. The last guard charged furiously at the upstart, but his sword sliced through empty air. Arthur had already slipped right past him. Mr. Picus, fearing for Lucas's safety, cried out, Sir Arthur, if you do this before the trial, but it was too late. Arthur was already before Lucas, his hand a blur of motion. Lucas panicked, shielding his head, but contrary to expectations, he slowly reached out and retrieved his sword. My apologies, he said coolly. My hand slipped. Staring at the trembling traitor, he calmly continued, Allow me to retrieve it. Witnessing this, Mr. Picus broke into a cold sweat and quickly commanded Lydia. Lydia, escort Mr. Y to the medical bay immediately. She professionally handled the situation, leading them away. Arthur watched their retreating backs, then turned to his companions. Could you 2 wait outside for a moment? Though Jinan and Twy were worried, they left at once. With just the 2 of them left, Mr. Picus wiped his brow and lamented, I understand your feelings, but you shouldn't have provoked Mr. Why like that? Arthur turned, his expression unreadable. And why is that? He closed the distance, his face dark. I can eliminate that pest without anyone ever knowing. Mr. Picus, are you threatening me? Standing before the man, his eyes grew impossibly cold. He snarled, Do you really think you can protect him from me? The sheer pressure of his aura was suffocating. Those eyes, he thought, terrified. How many men and monsters did he kill to forge such a gaze? Taking a deep breath, the man regained his composure. I have no intention of threatening you. Believe me or not, this is for your own good. He adjusted his glasses, beginning his analysis. Even if you kill Lucas, the Y family won't let it go. They'll hunt down not only Miss Flame Sooth, but everyone connected to her. He continued slowly, the Sunho Guild, current and former members alike, until you have the power to protect not just yourself, but everyone you care about. I advise you not to be too reckless with Lucas. he continued, implying Arthur's power was still insufficient. And even if you could annihilate the Y family, it would be meaningless if you can't kill Lucas's older half-brother. Arthur cut him off, his voice grim. I understand. Thank you. He retracted his killing intent and returned to his seat. Now, why did you want to speak with me alone? He sat, asking casually, You're a smart man. You're not helping me out of some passing whim, are you? This is for the Adventurers Guild, isn't it? Mr. Pika stared, speechless. Is this boy arrogant or just confident, he wondered. Setting the thought aside, he adopted a formal posture. Anything within my power, I would be glad to assist you. Hearing this, Arthur was satisfied and immediately laid out his plan. Good. Then here is what I need. A while later, Arthur emerged, the plan set. Leia rushed over to him. You scared me. I thought you were actually going to kill Lucas in there. Arthur sighed, shaking his head. Not yet. Leia asked, So you're still going to kill him? But Arthur quickly changed the subject. I'm hungry. Sylvie is waiting. Let's get something to eat before the trial. With that, he walked off, leaving them to worry. Inside the courtroom, a bailiff shouted, All rise. Arthur and Lucas stood at their respective podiums, facing the tribunal. Soon, the High Council members entered, led by the chairman himself. Both men steeled themselves for the coming judgment. Everyone was now in place. The chairman looked down, his expression grim. His voice echoed, After reviewing the report on behalf of the Adventurers Guild and this council, I hereby declare Mage Lucas White stripped of his A-rank status for endangering his party members within a dungeon. Hearing this, a twisted smile spread across Lucas's face. The chairman continued, Furthermore, he is banned from re-registering as an adventurer until further notice from the guild. As the chairman finished, another man struck the gavel. The verdict on Lucas was final. After the declaration, he moved to confiscate the license. Mr. Y, surrender your adventurer's license. Lucas quickly complied. Standing nearby, Arthur scoffed at the verdict. So this is justice, he thought. A slap on the wrist for a crime that should have landed him in prison. The chairman then turned to Arthur. As for the enhancer, Arthur. He stood straight, listening intently to the chairman's words. The chairman studied him. So this is the man who soloed an S-rank monster. Despite his inner awe, he remained impassive as he announced, for showing hostility towards Lucas White and by extension the Y family. At this, Lucas's expression twisted with rage. He bit his thumb, glaring at Arthur as the chairman continued. On behalf of the council and the entire Adventurers Guild, the council members glanced at each other, nodding in agreement. The chairman declared, Sir Arthur is hereby banned from the city for the duration of Lucas Y's enrollment at the academy. The gavel struck, sealing the verdict. Masked and silent, Arthur stood perfectly still, but beneath the mask, a triumphant smile played on his lips. Still, he feigned his displeasure. Your Honor, I object to this ruling. He then questioned the council. Why am I being punished for dealing with a traitor in a dungeon? He glanced over, catching Lucas's smug, taunting gaze. The chairman's voice cut through. This is a ruling, not a debate, he stated, adding one final point. We understand the circumstances, therefore, we are not revoking your license. Lucas gave Arthur an arrogant smirk. You may continue your work as an adventurer, provided you stay away from Sir Y and his family. The guild president's ruling was absolute, and that was all. The court's decision stunned Lucas. That's it, he roared, refusing to accept it. Wait, what about his real identity? He pointed at Arthur, shouting, he could remove his mask, sneak into the city, and harm my family. A woman above calmly explained the situation. We will confirm Sir Note's identity after the hearing concludes, Sir Y. For peace, his identity remains hidden, but guild mages will monitor Sir Note, masked or not. Still unconvinced, he pointed at Arthur and protested. Enough, the guild president's voice boomed, cutting him off. This matter is not debatable, Sir Y. As the trial concluded, Lucas's retainers entered, calling for their young master. Rage was clear on Lucas's face, but he clenched his teeth and stormed out. But he couldn't resist turning back to glare at Arthur with a final warning. Know your place. Stay at least 5 cities away from me. Arthur didn't even turn, thinking contemptuously, threats while running away. How pathetic. He slowly turned, his gaze sharp and icy. Little boy. That single look struck fear into Lucas's heart. Terrified, he spun around and fled. Outside, Lucas was met by his butler and the family guards. As Arthur descended the steps to leave, someone called out, Pardon me, Sir Note. A guard bowed respectfully. Please follow me, I will guide you from the building. But the guild president stepped in. That won't be necessary. I'll see him out through the back. The guard obeyed, watching the two depart. The president opened a door leading Arthur into a strange room, a dusty old storage closet. After closing the door, he let out a sigh of relief. The president then asked, I trust our little charade was satisfactory, Sir Note? Arthur replied coolly, It was adequate. Arthur turned to face him. Thank you for your cooperation. The president replied, Of course. This was impossible without you. The president's eyes narrowed slightly. I sincerely hope I can trust you not to cause any more trouble. He spoke while leading Arthur deeper into the passage. We cannot hide the truth from the Y family forever, but if you remain quiet, they will not act. Arthur responded with a carefree smile. Actually, I'm far more careful than I appear. The president pulled a book from a shelf, revealing a secret passage as the bookcase split in two. The guild president seized the opportunity to add, Perhaps in the future, we may require your assistance, and I trust you won't forget what we've done for you today. It was a subtle reminder of Arthur's debt. The Adventurers Guild president is quite resourceful. I see. At least you know which side to choose. Arthur glanced back at him. I'll be sure to remember. His departing silhouette was both lonely and dangerous. The guild president watched him go, thinking, Captain was right. That man is truly terrifying. Arthur approached a door at the end of the hall. He opened it and stepped outside. A familiar voice suddenly called his name. He looked up, surprised. Sylvie. She dashed towards him, ramming straight into his sensitive spot. Arthur doubled over in excruciating pain. Jasmine watched them with a cheerful gaze, while Elier winced in sympathy. Sylvie asked, Is everything finished? Can we go home now? Arthur answered Sylvie, and they all started to head back. Elier then asked if he wanted to visit Samantha. Arthur felt the time wasn't right. He asked Jasmine to check on Samantha for him, and she readily agreed. As the three reached the main gate, Elier sighed. I suppose this is where we part ways. Arthur suddenly remembered Elier wasn't from Sapin. He and Jasmine shared a meaningful glance. If you have no other plans, why not stay with us until school starts? Elier hesitated, asking for clarification. Arthur began explaining what a school was. Elier was dumbfounded that Arthur thought he didn't know something so basic. Elier adjusted his glasses, replying that he had no intention of attending school. Arthur stroked his chin, recalling Elier's reason for becoming a famous adventurer. Arthur said confidently, Trust me, studying at the academy can't hurt. But Elier remained steadfast in his refusal. He was worried. It's the best academy on the continent. I might qualify, but it requires a fortune and powerful connections. Arthur grinned, slinging an arm over his shoulder. Leave everything to me. Though Arthur was confident, Elier was a bit unnerved by his tone. Arthur tightened his grip on Elier and turned to Jasmine. Miss Jasmine, could you take him ahead? I have a small matter to attend to. Elier shot him a helpless look. I still haven't agreed, you know. Arthur then added thoughtfully, Lucas will be attending the academy too. You wouldn't leave me alone with him, would you? Hearing this, Elier immediately took Miss Jasmine's hand, already wondering what to study. He didn't forget to thank Arthur. He watched him go with a smile, but his expression instantly sharpened. Sensing a presence behind him, Arthur called out, Show yourself. The figure emerged, expressing his gratitude. It was wise of you to send them away. Arthur thanked him in return for the judge's help, noting that Lucas likely suspected nothing. The man replied, I'm just glad it all ended peacefully, with no casualties. Hearing this, Arthur's gaze turned impossibly cold. People died. Arthur's reminder was sharp. Don't you forget that. Terrified by his chilling glare, the man admitted his own fault. Regaining his composure, he insisted he meant no trouble. He tossed Arthur a heavy pouch, a small parting gift. Inside was a fortune in gold coins. Arthur watched him leave, silently questioning the gesture. As if reading his mind, the man called back, For your security measures. Arthur stared silently at the gold. The money was a good cover, but a lingering problem remained. Lucas had seen Sylvie. As if on cue, Sylvie's form began to shift. In this new form, she'd be much harder to recognize. Arthur stroked Sylvie, wondering how many shapes she could take. But even Sylvie herself didn't know. As Sylvie drifted off to sleep in his arms, he mused. Having a dragon as a bond was proving to be quite useful. Inside the city, Etho took off his mask, brushing back his hair. He smiled, thinking things were fine, and stepped into a shop. The owner mistook him for a lost child. Etho calmly said his father sent him to buy a spatial ring. The shopkeeper eyed him, worried he didn't realize how expensive even a small spatial ring could be. Understanding, he pulled out the bag of gold he had received. Etho showed it to the owner, asking if it was enough. The man was utterly stunned by the amount. When he finally left the shop, the overjoyed owner waved him a spirited goodbye. But Etho felt dazed, wondering why he spent everything on a ring that could only hold a sword and a beast core. Still, it would be enough for a peaceful school year. He soon departed for the manor with Sylvie. Staring out the window, Etho wondered what life as a normal student would be like. He returned home late that night. At the door, his sister Eli was waiting with her hands on her hips. He thought she would be angry that he was late. Before Etho could even greet her, she lunged toward him. She was just so happy he was home. He was glad someone was still waiting for him when he returned. The two of them played together joyfully. Eli was afraid that if she let go, her brother would disappear again. Finally, they went inside together. Watching his cute sister run ahead, he thought to himself that she was growing up too fast. His happy thought immediately turned to panic. What if his adorable Eli gets a boyfriend and stops caring about him? That would be absolutely horrible. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. His parents ran out, overjoyed to have him home. His father even lifted him up, joking that more than his hair had grown. Being lifted up, Tho felt annoyed and shot back a sarcastic remark. Same goes for your beard, Dad. It looks even messier than before. Are you trying to hide your wrinkles with it? His mom joined in, ruffling his hair and saying, How dare you speak ill of my messy husband? The whole family laughed and joked around. His mother then hugged him, saying she forgave him for making her worry. She sobbed with relief that Tho was home. He apologized for causing her so much pain. Though Eliar's group of 3 didn't want to ruin the mood, they were eager to greet him. They were just like a close-knit family. Bright, happy smiles were on all their faces. Everyone sat in the living room, though a few people were missing. Jasmine had left him a note, as she had to return to her squad for a mission. He read her brief letter, feeling helpless at her casual dedication. Still, he regretted not being able to see her off. His father was unconcerned, certain they would return someday. Before Tho could ask about anyone else, the other two shared a knowing smile. They proudly announced their beloved daughter, Lilia, had enrolled in a prestigious academy. He was surprised and happy to hear the news. They were all grateful to him and his family for helping their clan. He was about to ask for their help when his father insisted he recount his journey through the dungeon. Tho slowly recalled the events and began his tale. Everyone was shocked by his heroic story. Tho then remembered to ask what stage his father was at, but he was still stuck at the dark orange bottleneck ever since his son had left. Nothing he tried had allowed him to break through. Tho quickly tossed him the beast core. He said that while he'd used a little for healing, there was more than enough power left for his father's breakthrough. Everyone stared at the beast core in absolute shock. His father was hesitant to accept it, knowing his son had risked his own life to get it. They were all stunned by what he had done and the immense value of the gift he brought home. But his mother was only filled with worry, so the beast core seemed worthless to her. Tho replied calmly, Use it, Dad. You'll need it if you want to catch up to me. You can't let your son leave you in the dust, can you? His father then realized his son had already broken through to another stage. He looked at the beast core and gripped it tightly. Don't you start crying when your old man beats you in our next match. They both happily agreed to fight again after his breakthrough. While Eliar was bathing, Tho barged in to give him a uniform. Eliar was flustered, but Tho was calm. Relax, princess. I can't see anything with all this steam anyway. Eliar asked suspiciously, Are you sure? Tho stepped out, closed the door, and teased. Nope. He opened his bag, taking out his mask and thinking how much had happened in 2 years. Sylvie also felt that she had grown taller than her papa. After Eliar finished his bath, they talked for a bit before it was Tho's turn. He had asked Mr. Vin Dan for some help, including sponsoring Eliar's admission to the academy. Eliar asked what he had said, but Tho trailed off as he walked into the bathroom. Eliar lay on the bed, thrilled. I can't believe I'm about to become an academy student. He asked for Tho's thoughts, but Tho felt they were already far beyond the first years there. He thought it might be a little boring. Even so, Eliar believed there would be students from powerful families. The thought of exchanging knowledge and learning to control his power was incredibly exciting. Tho thought it would be more useful to learn some ice and lightning magic. The lightning magic consumed too much of his mana, and it was hard to control even when he activated Dragon's Will. Eliar asked anxiously, Have you thought about what you'll do about Lucas? Tho sighed, dismissing it. Lucas doesn't know who I am, and until I'm strong enough to deal with his entire family, I'll keep it that way. Training is the most important thing. Eliar was surprised that he wasn't angry, and that he could restrain himself from provoking that pig. Tho replied calmly, I'm surprised the first thing you did before bed was build this pillow wall. He asked if it was really necessary, but Eliar replied shyly, Of course it is. He felt it was strange for 2 guys to sleep in the same bed. Tho smirked mischievously. So, you'd prefer I was a girl? A pillow was immediately thrown at Tho. Then, Eliar shyly brought up girls. Do you think I'll be able to find a girlfriend at the academy? Tho couldn't believe it. Someone as serious as you is worried about such a trivial thing? He comforted and teased him. You'll find a pretty girl with black hair and glasses. You two will get married and have cute little babies who also wear glasses. Confused, Eliar asked, What baby is born wearing glasses? He felt that girls would surround Tho's sickly prince-like appearance. Tho told him not to worry, saying girls his age were just kids to him. The two talked nonsense for a while before going to sleep. Early the next morning, he met the head of the Vin household on the stairs. He told him, You said you wanted to meet an inventor yesterday, so I contacted one this morning. That man is Gideon, one of Sabin's finest inventors and their newest supplier. He returns to the city in 3 days so they can visit before meeting everyone downtown. Arthur was fine with it but wondered what was happening downtown. The man explained an important announcement would be broadcast in the central square. He thanked him for arranging the meeting. The man asked if he needed something, but Arthur just wanted to talk. Arthur felt it was time to use knowledge from his past life. Just then, his father returned from training. His father asked his friend, "Is that outfit okay? I thought you had a date this morning." Hearing that, the man startled. That's right. The three said their goodbyes and the father and son began to joke around. So, how was training? His father grinned. Your old man has officially broken through to the dark orange stage. He wondered why the beast core hadn't cracked, even after he absorbed all of its power. He handed Arthur the beast core. Anyway, I have to go prepare now. He ruffled his son's hair, thanking him and promising to return before dinner. Arthur walked on, puzzled why the core was intact. A beast's will. Arthur's own body. It all swirled in his mind. A coveted power source that grants its user unique and powerful magic. The beast stood tall, its eyes filled with hostility. Its will could only be absorbed if freely given or forcibly taken from its core. He clutched the green stone in his palm. Arthur smiled, a daring idea forming in his mind. What if I merged the two beast wills? Is that even possible? There was only one way to find out. Closing his eyes, he focused on the stone. Arthur sank into another space, facing a massive, whiskered beast. It opened its eyes, staring at him as if he were an oddity. The beast tested him, unleashing an invisible force straight toward Arthur. Though his eyes were closed, the moment the force arrived, a white barrier flared into existence, shielding him. The barrier's power reflected the beast's attack. It stared in disbelief. Behind Arthur stood the silhouette of a dragon, fiercely protecting him. The dragon roared in fury and launched a counterattack. At that moment, Arthur's eyes snapped open. The stone fell from his hand, clattering to the floor. He sat panting. Any longer, and my dragon's will would have devoured the will of the Elderwood Guardian. He glanced worriedly at his palm, then bent to pick up the stone. Looking at it, he wondered, why couldn't father absorb this beast's will? Suddenly, his father's image appeared in his mind, scolding him. The beast's element and the mage's affinity must be compatible, remember? And I'm the one who forgot. Arthur smiled confidently. If that's the case, I know who to give this to. I wonder how she's doing these days. The thought of her made him pause. The next few days passed in a flash as he dedicated himself to training. While I continued my training, I always made time for my family. I'd walk with my mother and sister, or spar with others, and every night, dinner together. I lived my days like a normal boy. The next morning was bright. Big brother? Ellie called from behind Arthur's door. She entered the room, greeted by his sleepy mumble. But I want that cool dimensional ring. Seeing the two sleeping in was a familiar sight. Ellie approached slowly. Mom said to get ready for today's announcement. Arthur was drooling in his sleep with Sylvie on his head. A sinister smile spread across her face. My dearest brother, she said, grabbing her skirt. Wake up. Without another word, she leaped onto Arthur's bed. Sylvie shot up, startled by his pain howl. His soul nearly left his body. Ellie, you're too old for this. She covered her mouth in mock disbelief. Ahem. Are you calling me fat? Sylvie flew to the side, now wide awake. Arthur struggled to sit up. What are they even teaching you at that ladies' academy? She patted his back comfortingly. Ellie then climbed off the bed and added, Get ready and come down for breakfast, brother. Mom and I are heading out with Tabby first. Once Ellie was gone, Arthur dared to complain, Ugh, who does she get that violence from? Lair sat up and replied, Take a guess. The carriage rattled along the road. As they entered the bustling city center, Arthur said sadly to Lair, I'm still hungry. Lair glanced at him. Sylvie stole most of your breakfast, after all. Hey, I'm going to check out these shops. Hearing this, Arthur asked a very innocent question. Do you even have money? Lair pushed up his glasses and shot back. Unlike someone, I saved my money from that expedition. Arthur just laughed nervously and looked away. Lucky you. Syl, go with him. I'm going to see Gideon. Sylvie nodded politely. Yes, sir. Then, she flew onto Lair's head without any warning. Elsewhere, Vincent knocked on a door. Ham peeked out gloomily. Master Gideon isn't here. Oh. He relaxed when he recognized Vincent. Greetings. Sir Vincent, please, come in. Vincent smiled back. It's been a while. This way, please. The man led them all inside. Arthur stopped after a few steps, assaulted by a foul odor. Pinching his nose, he asked, What is that smell? Ham replied sadly, You should be asking what doesn't have that smell. Arthur yelled in alarm. Something's crawling over here. Gideon flew over, scolding his assistant. Ham, I told you no visitors. He stopped mid-sentence. Oh, it's you, Vincent, Gideon grumbled. Here to bother me again? Vincent shot back. As if I didn't call you about this beforehand. Gideon kicked some clothes on the floor, annoyed. I'm just tired of seeing people lately. I've had dozens of letters from the royal family this past year. They keep hounding me for a way to travel long distances across the sea. He dug a finger in his ear. Arthur endured the stench to ask his question. Across the sea? But why? Gideon snapped. What's it to you, kid? Vincent just shrugged, completely lost. Gideon turned and pointed at him. Wait, who is this brat? Arthur immediately introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Gideon. Vin spoke highly of you and your work, sir. My name is Arthur Lewin, son of Jen Lunan. The master artisan looked confused. Vin, why is this boy here? Vin, you know, I don't take apprentices, he said, clearly annoyed. Vin shifted uncomfortably. Frankly, I was wondering the same thing myself. Arthur smiled, his eyes scanning the workshop. I'm here with a proposal. You mentioned needing a method for long-distance sea travel. Is that correct? Ah, this will do. He spotted something useful on the table. Gideon's confusion deepened. Huh? Arthur then unfurled a blue parchment. It would be easier to show you than to explain. The two men watched, confused, as he worked with the large sheet. Annoyed, Gideon walked over to see. I don't know what you're scribbling, boy, but my problem isn't something a child could possibly solve. He squinted at the paper, and then he froze. Then Gideon's eyes shot wide open. What? What is this? How? What could he have seen to cause such a reaction? Gideon stammered, disbelieving the truth. This is it, he breathed, staring at the schematic. A machine that uses steam generated from external materials, not mana. How could I have never thought of this? He snatched the parchment, studying it closely. Wait, this part is incomplete. Something's missing. Gideon frowned. Arthur calmly took the sheet back from him. I omitted a few crucial details, which I would be happy to provide you. Once we've concluded our negotiations, he added with a sly grin. Gideon's brow furrowed. He pointed. You're no ordinary child. Fine by me. He waved his hand, signaling Ham with a snap of his fingers. Ham quickly entered with a wooden box. Gideon smirked. I'm sure any trinket from my workshop will excite you. Now, feast your common blue eyes on this. Inside the box was a brilliantly glowing stone. Vin looked on with interest at the jewel. It was a smithing diamond. Arthur tilted his head, observing its form. Gideon crossed his arms, introducing it. Vin told me you're a budding new mage. Vin quickly interjected. I don't believe I used the word budding. This is one of the most valuable gems on the continent. It can hold 5 times its size in mana. Arthur flatly refused. It's nice, but I don't need it. Gideon wasn't worried. He ordered Ham to bring everything from Shelf C. A pile of treasures made Vin drool, but Arthur, the target, showed no interest. Gideon rummaged through the pile. I haven't shown these to anyone yet, but you'll be the exception. He pulled out a polished mirror. This mirror can amplify direction 5-fold. Before he finished, Arthur gave a polite, uninterested smile. Gideon was so shocked he dropped the mirror, but Ham luckily caught it. Still refusing to give up, he pulled out item after item. What about this? Arthur remained calm. No. No, you can't possibly refuse this. Still no good. This one is a sure thing, but the answer was still no from Arthur. Vin's face twisted in disbelief. That was Arthur, all right, remaining calm before the infamous Gideon. But the master snapped, hurling items at him. Just take it all. But the boy dodged everything with ease, leaving poor Ham to bear the brunt of it. Defeated, the old man gave up. Vin couldn't believe his eyes. What is happening right now? Gideon grit his teeth, glaring at the boy. It seems I have no other choice. He shouted, Ham, bring out that necklace. Ham looked alarmed. But master, that was made for. Gideon cut him off, growling each word. I know, just bring it. Ham could only obey. Yes, master. He hurried off, leaving Vin and Arthur surprised. Ham soon returned holding 2 small boxes. Gideon flicked open the latches with his finger. Inside each box lay an identical pendant. Vin gasped again at the precious item. I had the most renowned designers work on these masterpieces. They are fit for royalty. Arthur picked up one of the necklaces, inspecting it carefully. The reflection of a dragon flickered in his eyes. Arthur murmured, This is made from a phoenix worm. Gideon beamed with pride, but he was also shocked that Arthur could identify it with a single glance. Vin pushed up his glasses. What's a phoenix worm? Gideon explained, They're an S-class mana beast, as rare as dragons themselves. They are known for a unique, life-preserving ability. I'm guessing you found a way to imbue that ability into this pendant, Arthur said. The old man snapped his fingers. Exactly right. Clever boy. Just as a phoenix worm protects itself from danger, a protective barrier will form around the wearer. And that's not even the best part. If the user's shield is broken, the mana stored in the pendant will be absorbed, teleporting them to the safest place they know. He smiled, gesturing to the necklace. just like a real phoenix worm. Arthur crossed his arms. How many times can a person use this effect? The master thought for a moment. Honestly, kid, it's hard to say. I wasted 5 Phoenix Worm Beast cores on this, each worth more than any other S-rank core. I'd estimate this many times. Gideon held up 2 fingers. An idea sparked in Arthur's mind. Maybe Mother and Ellie. Wait, Arthur said. You mentioned they were made for the royal family. Gideon sighed. Yes, the royals donated the cores, but that's not important. I want to know how you got this idea, and why you revealed it now, at this specific time. He narrowed his eyes. What do you want, boy? Arthur gave a warm smile. I'm just looking for a special birthday gift for my sister. Both men had the same thought, a complete lie. Arthur held up the scroll, tilting his head. Besides, I wasn't going to reveal anything until I knew what you planned to do with it. The old man sighed. Is that really necessary? You'll find out after today's announcement anyway. Arthur replied slowly. I'm sure a man of your importance has more information than a press release edited for the public. Gideon could only accept. Fine, I'll tell you everything. Do you still need both of these necklaces? Arthur said gently. I'm not that generous. Gideon tried to bargain. Then how about one instead of both? This time, Arthur said nothing. He just smiled politely, threatening to burn the schematic in his hand. Gideon bit his lip in anger, tricked by a brat who wasn't even a teen. Vincent quickly spoke up for him. I may not know what's happening in that brilliant mind, but you can trust Arthur to keep his word. Gideon scratched his messy hair. Ah, fine. The royal family can wait. Finishing the ship is more important. Then, he began his story. Last year, we found proof. No, we became certain that another continent exists beyond Decathlon. Arthur was stunned, unable to believe it. A new continent? Vincent seemed to have realized the truth. Arthur saw this and asked, You already knew? Mr. Vincent quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A royal servant revealed it, but he wasn't sure and made me swear not to tell anyone else. But now that Gideon confirms it, I believe it's true. Vincent glanced at him. Arthur, resting his chin on his hand, was deep in thought. He looked up and asked why he was so sure. Did you find any proof? Gideon was angered by the doubt. Of course, I did. What half-baked scientist would dare say that without evidence? With that, he cleared the mess on the floor, plopped onto a chair, and continued talking. He frowned, explaining, A few years ago, we found an artifact attached to a bird-like mana beast, a species never seen before in Decathlon. It had the ability to camouflage almost perfectly with its surroundings. Vincent was startled by these words. A mana beast that can camouflage and fly? Then how did you guys catch it? Gideon smiled and replied, Pure luck. Some lowly adventurer missed a squirrel and accidentally hit the bird. Anyway, attached to it was an artifact so complex I couldn't figure it out until last year. That's what confirmed everything. Arthur was curious. What did it do? Gideon replied cryptically. You know who has rights to this information, right? The royals. Arthur didn't back down. Then I guess the design in this blueprint is more important, since the royal family certainly doesn't know about it. Gideon was angry but couldn't argue, so he reluctantly answered. The artifact could record sound and images. Vincent chuckled internally. So even the great Gideon is powerless against Arthur. Arthur tilted his head and said, Is that all? Gideon cursed the brat under his breath. Suddenly, Vincent clapped. That explains it. Arthur narrowed his eyes in confusion. I don't understand what you mean. Can no inventor in Decathlon create it? You once said you'd introduce me to one of the most famous inventors and creators you know. But Sir Gideon is a brilliant inventor. He is the greatest inventor in the history of Decathlon, Vincent said proudly while introducing him. Arthur asked doubtfully, Is that true? It was like a critical hit, straight to the heart. Gideon furiously declared, Of course it's true. Bring any inventor on this continent here, and he will kneel in admiration until his face digs an inch into the ground. Arthur said calmly, So, because the supposed best inventor in Decathlon couldn't figure out the technology behind that artifact, the royal family assumed an inventor created it somewhere outside of Decathlon. Gideon was floored by these words. Then he coughed shyly. Ahem, did you have to emphasize it like that? That, plus the fact that the artifact contained moving images of all 3 kingdoms. Arthur closed his eyes and nodded. I understand. Gideon was angered by his indifference. You understand? That's it? We're talking about a continent filled with incredibly skilled inventors and possibly even stronger mages. Arthur pushed him away and said, I understand the seriousness of it, Sir Gideon, but what's the use in just imagining the possibilities? Arthur picked up a brush from the table. With this steam engine, we will soon see what secrets this new continent holds. After the negotiation was over, the two left. As Vincent walked, he said, I have never seen that old man Gideon so interested before. Is that so? Arthur recalled how passionate he was. This steam engine will need certain materials that will probably be quite Before he could finish his sentence, Gideon interrupted, urging him on. Yes, yes, I can handle it. Just draw it all out. Vincent still didn't understand how steam could generate enough energy to move such a large ship over a long distance. Arthur thought to himself, I guess the people of this world have relied so much on mana that they are quite surprised by non-magical technological advances. Vincent continued to praise him. What surprises me even more is that your parents are not surprised or overwhelmed by the things you can do. If I were your father, blah, blah, blah. Arthur didn't care much for his words and just thought, well, thanks to that, I can use this harmless technology to get some useful things for my family. But if he thought about the existence of another continent besides Dikathan, he would clench his fist. Recalling Gideon's words from earlier, he was very angry that Arthur didn't care that there were skilled inventors out there. Arthur smiled, comforting himself. This is just the beginning. Suddenly, Sylvie's voice was heard. Dad, Little Glasses and I are walking towards you in Big Glasses. We see you too. Big Glasses was Vincent. He was sighing wearily. I can't believe your sister's birthday is coming up next week. Blah, blah, blah. Sylvie waved her hand happily when she saw him. On the way, Ellie couldn't stop talking. I'm really looking forward to today's announcement. I heard the village elders say that the three kingdoms are negotiating a merger. Arthur thought deeply. If that's true, could this merger be related to the discovery of the new continent Gideon mentioned? Vincent winked. I know what's about to happen, but I won't reveal it. I don't know what he saw that surprised him so much, but he also paid attention. What is it? Your face is also pale. A boy was beaten up, and the people around him were grinning instead of helping. The boy curled up in pain. Please, I didn't do anything. Jarman smugly brushed his hair back. Didn't do anything? Just the fact that you dwarves are at Xyrus Academy is bad enough, but you dare to go against the Academy's rules. He laughed contemptuously in a sarcastic tone. Self-defense with mana? Don't you think using mana outside of school grounds is forbidden? Release your mana. The boy still refused. This made the madman angry. I said, release it. Ellie couldn't stand it anymore, so she intervened. That's enough. She hurriedly went to help him up. Are you okay? Can you stand? Jarman was furious. Unbelievable. Not only are you ugly, you're also nosy. Ellie reasoned with him. How dare you do that to him? Before he could speak, a blow sent his glasses flying. You should be asking yourself that. How dare you ruin my fun? Geo sneered with contempt. Vindan couldn't take it anymore and moved to call the guards, but Arthur stopped him. Don't. Vindan was baffled. What do you mean? We can't let them. After that, he fell silent. But the bully, Geo, took things even further, forcing the boy to his knees. Elir touched the wound on his face, thinking, if I use magic here, Arthur and my friend will be in trouble. I can't lose control. Suddenly, one of the thugs noticed something. Hey, isn't that the crest of the dwarf kingdom? He said, looking at the emblem on the boy's collar. The others leaned in, nodding in agreement. You're right. The brute yanked Elir up by his hair. How interesting. You want to grovel with your pig-faced friend? Rage burned inside Elir, but he couldn't unleash his mana to teach them a lesson. Geo raised his club, ready to strike again. Watch closely, I'll make sure you all end up in the same hospital room. He heard a sound from behind and paused. Arthur stood there, brandishing a makeshift club to protect the two. The bully scoffed. Another commoner. Get lost before you share their fate. His lackey sneered. Yeah, we don't mind taking you on, too. Arthur's reply was ice cold. Good. I was looking for a fight. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, on a busy street, a lavish white carriage was being pulled by a giant lizard. Inside sat Prince Christ, glad he had avoided the royal announcement with the king and queen at Titan. However, he questioned if security was too light, as there wasn't a single royal knight in sight. This caught the attention of his guard in black. He assured the prince not to worry, as security was tight, and he alone was more than enough. He explained that he had reduced the escort for their comfort and that Princess Catelyn had requested they avoid drawing attention. Then, both of their gazes fell upon the young princess staring out the window. Feeling their stares, Catelyn softly declared, I told you I didn't want to come. And yet, there she was. While she wasn't actively resisting, the annoyance in her tone was unmistakable. Chris sighed, wondering how her odd personality survived in the palace. He winked slyly. Good thing I'm here, or you just lock yourself in the library all day. But Catelyn shot back that the only reason for the trip was because his girlfriend had stood him up, and he needed a replacement. This made the guard want to laugh, but he had to hold it in to preserve the prince's dignity. Trying to save face, Chris argued that he had to leave Dozer at home for her, even though he planned to ride his beast during the announcement. The guard advised that his contracted beast was as large as the carriage and still untrained, making it unsafe to ride. But Chris insisted Dozer was well-behaved, then turned to his sister. However, Catelyn completely ignored him, her full attention captured by Arthur, who stood with Vin Dan on a street corner. The world around her seemed to fade, leaving only the image of Arthur. The princess's wide, curious eyes followed his every move. At the same time, Vin Dan was biting his nails with worry, clutching his pet. He had never seen Arthur look so dangerous. Fearing the noble brats were about to be destroyed, he reached out to stop him. Vin Dan pleaded, "Let's get out of here before someone gets seriously hurt." He then whispered to Arthur, "They're just kids, let it go. More importantly, are you okay?" But the brats were ungrateful, mocking him for protecting Arthur. Their arrogance made Vin Dan fume, but he dared not speak out. Suddenly, Arthur called his name. Vin Dan stiffly turned his head to see his friend's reaction, only to find a deadly smile on his face. Then, Arthur asked him to step aside. Instantly, Vin Dan's internal danger alarms went off, and his whole body started to tremble. Knowing it was too late, he let Arthur pass, silently offering a moment of prayer for the kids. Unaware of the impending disaster, one boy volunteered to fight first. He confidently claimed he could take Arthur down easily, then raised his club to strike. The braggart advanced, a defiant look on his face. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the boy's body was sent flying backward with a red mark on his cheek, while Arthur hadn't seemed to move at all. The sudden turn of events left the other kids stunned. One stood dumbfounded, unable to process what happened. Even the boy who was bullied was completely startled. In contrast, Arthur simply smiled. Witnessing this, another enraged boy gripped his club, claiming Arthur only won because he used a sneak attack. He charged toward him, determined to avenge his friend. He yelled that he would show Arthur the difference between a commoner and a nobleman trained to use a sword. Immediately, his footwork created numerous after-images, trying to overwhelm Arthur's vision. As he moved at high speed, the boy smugly believed Arthur would fall before his family's Thousand Shadows technique, passed down for generations. He was surprised that Arthur's eyes could follow his movements, but he didn't falter. He was sure the Thousand Shadows was impossible to dodge. To finish his opponent, the boy feinted with his club to distract Arthur. At the same time, he bent his knees and pivoted, launching his whole body forward. He then executed his lightning-fast footwork, twisting his weapon toward Arthur's head. In a split second, the club was about to hit its mark. But with incredible reflexes, Arthur simply tilted his head, causing the attack to hit nothing but air. The smile vanished from the boy's shocked face. The attack he took so much pride in had been casually neutralized by Arthur. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past. Arthur had used the opening to smack the boy's rear, sending him sprawling. He didn't even look at his defeated foe, who was groaning in pain. Arthur said coldly, "It's a shame you didn't reinforce your attack with mana, making it so fragile. Dealing with small fry like you is boring." Arthur tossed his staff aside, declaring his bare hands were all he needed. The young ringleader stared, stunned, but his shock quickly twisted into a sneer. To him, Arthur was just an arrogant commoner challenging his authority. Then, his father's words echoed in his mind. "A Jiden fist is more terrifying than any weapon." And so, the kid tossed his own weapon away. He looked down on Arthur, certain one punch would be enough to teach this nobody his place in the world. Suddenly, the air around the boy shifted. He realized something was dangerously wrong, an aura emanating from Arthur. What he faced now were ice-cold eyes filled with a killing intent forged on 100 brutal battlefields. Sheer terror flooded Jamie's thoughts as he realized Arthur radiated an immense pressure that even his own father lacked. But thanks to his rigorous training, the young punk pushed forward. His body vanished in a blur, lunging to break the stalemate, but Arthur remained perfectly still. All at once, Jamie's entire face was crushed by a single, brutal punch from Arthur. While his body continued its forward momentum, his head seemed stuck to Arthur's fist. Blood erupted from his mangled face as his eyes went lifeless. With a sickening thud, the boy lost consciousness. When he awoke, Arthur's group was already turning to leave. His face swollen, a few teeth now missing. Pure rage completely consumed Jamie's mind. The boy gathered his mana, intent on showing Arthur the price for disrespecting a Jiden heir. A blinding flash of light shot forward. The piercing shriek of the attack made Arthur's group whip around. But before they could react, the powerful assault was frozen solid in a wall of ice. Arthur quickly spotted who had intervened. Olai, standing beside him, also stared at the back of their unexpected savior. It was none other than Princess Caitlin. A flood of memories flashed through her mind. She once thought Arthur was just like all the other boys, including her childish brother and his friends. At least, that was her first impression. But everything had changed. She recalled watching him play around, teasing the royal guards. Each time, Caitlin found her gaze drawn to Arthur's infectious smile. That was probably when she realized he wasn't immature like the other boys she so often despised. However, as time and numerous incidents passed, she witnessed him slowly transform, from his razor-sharp glare to the sight of Sebastian trembling before him. Then, seeing him confidently stand alone against a crowd of adults led her to one conclusion. Arthur was profoundly different. Back in the present, Caitlin stood silently. Suddenly, a voice boomed, What is the meaning of this? It was Curtis. The prince, seeing trouble, had rushed over with his guard to protect his younger sister. The sudden appearance of the royals sent the entire gang of punks into a panic. Instantly, the delinquents bowed deeply, claiming they were just playing, when a commoner viciously attacked them. Outraged by the blatant lie, Ole was about to argue, but Jamie was faster, tearfully claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the dwarven boy they had been tormenting cowered in fear, drawing Lur's attention. Caitlin saw his pitiful state and knew they were lying, but Curtis wasn't nearly so perceptive. The prince demanded to know if their story was true, making her silently curse her gullible, idiotic brother. But Arthur simply replied with a short, sharp remark. What a farce. Everyone was stunned that he would dare address the prince that way. Hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Jamie's face. The guard immediately lunged for Arthur, scolding him for his blatant disrespect toward the prince. But before his hand could connect, Arthur caught the man's wrist. Pardon me, he said in a chilling voice, glaring at the guard. I have a habit of speaking rudely when I hear nonsense. The guard was horrified, unable to believe that a boy so young could so completely overpower a grown man like himself. Suddenly, Vincent stepped between them, apologizing profusely on Arthur's behalf. He desperately tried to explain that the other kids were the ones lying. Curtis was completely taken aback to see Vincent there. Vincent recounted how they found the hooligans bullying the poor boy. As if to prove his point, the tormented kid suddenly vomited a pool of blood right in front of everyone. Realizing he'd been deceived, Curtis roared with fury. He demanded the names of the punks. Jamie stepped forward, announcing he was the eldest son of the Jeeden clan. At that title, Curtis's face hardened. He knew this situation had just become far more complicated. He knew the boy had used dangerous magic, but the Jeeden clan was a powerful supporter of his own family. He worried what trouble the clan would stir up if anything happened to their heir. Sensing the prince's hesitation, Jamie smiled smugly. Seeing no action, Caitlin moved to punish the boy herself, but Curtis quickly stopped her. The prince desperately tried to de-escalate the situation and smooth things over. At his words, Jamie grew even more delighted. His father had poured too much gold into this kingdom. Not even the royal family would dare to touch him. Just then, Arthur asked Vincent if he had the communication paper. Vincent immediately handed it over, confused by his nephew's plan. To everyone's shock, Arthur called out the name Dean Augusti. Hearing this, Jamie scoffed. What kind of fool would dare call the dean of Giaros Academy so informally? The dean's grumbling voice came through, thinking it was Vincent. But Arthur quickly introduced himself, and the dean's attitude did a complete 180. She was absolutely overjoyed to hear from him. Witnessing this unbelievable exchange, everyone present was completely and utterly astonished. Without wasting a second, Arthur asked the dean to expel Jamie and his friends for bullying another race and using offensive magic in the city. The punks' faces went deathly pale. On her end, Dean Augusti was shocked by the request, especially after hearing the name of the Jeeden clan. Seeing her hesitation, a sliver of hope sparked anew within Jamie. The boy believed his family's donations to the academy would shield him, but Arthur gave an ultimatum. Agree to his terms, or he would not enroll. The headmaster instantly approved the expulsion. She even confirmed the brats were expelled, fearing he might change his mind. Their faces went completely pale. Later, the disgraced nobles stumbled home. Jamie's case was the worst, facing an epic lecture from his mother. In contrast, Arthur's group was at peace. Prince Curtis personally came to apologize for the earlier behavior. Arthur politely apologized back for letting his own emotions get the best of him. But Curtis shook his head, saying he had every right. He declared this continent has no place for racists. After his apology, the prince rejoined his sister. He remarked that Arthur was just as strange as he first thought. As Curtis kept grumbling, he realized Catelyn was ignoring him again. Suddenly, she leaned forward, steeling herself. Arthur's group heard her and turned back. Unexpectedly, the princess invited Arthur to have tea sometime. Their conversation unfolded during a windy, incredibly romantic afternoon. Caught by surprise, Arthur stared at her for a few seconds. He calmly accepted, though unsure of her intentions. The moment he agreed, Catelyn quietly clenched her fist. Hiding her joy, she promised to see him at the academy. Arthur's face showed nothing, but a warm smile touched his lips. He bowed like a gentleman, sparking jealousy from Vin and Lai. As he turned to leave, the princess returned to her seat. However, her eyes remained fixed on the young man. Curtis watched in utter shock, seeing this unusual reaction from his supposedly cold-blooded sister for the first time. Watching Arthur's group leave, Catelyn was more certain than ever. He was truly different from everyone else. On a beautiful day, people gathered in the palace square. All eyes were focused on the two priests on stage. Arthur's family and acquaintances were also in the crowd. Suddenly, Eleanor looked annoyed. She pointed at Elier, asking why his cheek was swollen. Elier just gave a forced smile and brushed it off. Behind him, Arthur quietly observed the bustling scene, his head covered. His face remained blank, but Arthur wondered how these people would react when they learned of another continent's existence. However, his real concern was that this other continent had spied on Decathan using mana beasts with recording tools. He believed they would only do that if they feared Decathan, or if they held some other sinister motive. Arthur felt a heavy weight, questioning if finding the new continent was right, but he pushed the thought away, deciding it was for the best, because if they were indeed enemies, their kingdom could now strike first. A sudden voice cut through Arthur's thoughts. It was Alice, who noticed he was more distracted than usual. Hearing her, Arthur just smiled and replied that everything was fine. Knowing she couldn't persuade him, Alice decided to pretend he was acting like any other normal 12-year-old boy. She gently brushed her beloved son's hair. Looking at him with affection, she said she would always worry, but never stop him. Her tender care made Arthur hold back his emotions. He wished he could promise her not to worry, but his conscience wouldn't let him lie. In the end, he gave his mother his most sincere thanks, straight from the heart. The crowd continued to enjoy the lively square. Suddenly, Arthur's pet twitched its ears, sensing something. The two priests began their duty, levitating communication orbs into the air. They were raised higher and higher by an invisible force of mana. Once they were in position, a giant screen materialized, showing the continent's three great royal families. King later greeted all humans, elves, and dwarves. Next, he introduced himself, announcing he spoke not just as a human king, but as a representative for the entire continent of Decathan. The king gestured, presenting the royalty from all three kingdoms of the continent. All had gathered for this memorable ceremony. Following high protocol, the entire audience knelt in respect. The king then declared that today would mark a new era for the continent. His tone sobered as he acknowledged the long-standing hatred between humans and elves. The three elven royals then sat down. The king added that the dwarves were also seen merely as business partners. With that, the dwarven king and queen also returned to their seats. Suddenly, his voice boomed, declaring that this was not what the royal leaders wanted for the future. In fact, the factions had held many meetings over the years to unite the races. 2 years ago, they allowed members of all three races to become adventurers. Later declared he was thrilled to see adventuring parties formed from all three races, all of them working together for a common goal. Next, the king stated 2 years ago was another major milestone. Xyrus Academy welcomed students from the kingdoms of Eleanor and Darv. Now, a new generation of mages could form bonds and create memories without the outdated barriers of the past. Immediately, cheers spread everywhere, especially from the youth. The king then expressed his understanding for those finding it difficult to adjust after all the years of hatred between them. However, he urged everyone to let go of the past and all racial discrimination to aim for a much greater future. Leyland ended his speech with a powerful plea, not for themselves, but for their children and the future of this continent. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, moved by the most powerful speech they'd ever heard. Even Arthur's family cheered as Leyland gestured for the Elven King to speak. Anduin rose, expressing his deep honor to speak on this momentous occasion. He echoed the Human King's message but then declared that their continent was still shrouded in great mystery. Anduin's voice grew somber, warning that even on Decathan, there are places too dangerous for anyone to dare explore. He questioned what hidden threats might still be lurking. Without wasting another moment, Anduin declared they had proof that another continent truly exists. This revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd. Some were terrified, others were stunned, while many were simply lost and confused. As for Gideon and Vincent, a single, chilling question crossed both their minds. Were these people their enemies? Watching from the side, Arthur was shocked. The crowd's chaotic and negative reaction was far worse than he had ever anticipated. As chaos threatened to erupt, Anduin continued, "Even your leaders do not have all the answers." He warned that this new continent was filled with mystery, challenge, and immense danger. The king announced they had evidence that these outsiders were already probing their lands. Lost in his speech, he didn't notice the dwarven king had left his seat. Anduin believed their current technology couldn't possibly bridge such a vast distance. Suddenly, King Dorzit roared, "Silence!" jolting the entire crowd. In an instant, every last whisper died out completely. Everyone was stunned by his outburst. The dwarven king admitted the three great races knew little, but in these uncertain times, their only path forward was unity. He reminded them to put aside their infighting. Though their appearances and cultures differed, they were all children of the continent, Decathan. A proud smile spread across Dorzit's face, hoping future generations would feel the same. He then turned to the crowd and asked, "What say you?" A wave of emotions swept through the people. A single clap started a chain reaction, as applause thundered across the entire plaza. Everyone was captivated by the king's powerful words, and Arthur and his family were no exception. Following the speeches, an appointment ceremony began for 6 chosen individuals, the bravest, smartest, and strongest from all 3 races. Dorzit declared they would now represent their people on a continental scale. He announced their shared mission, to protect the peace of Decathan and work with the royalty to safeguard their home and usher in a new age. These individuals would be known as the lances. Each lance would represent the unity of the races, not just for a kingdom, but for the entire continent. Just then, a servant presented King Leyland with an ornate box. Stepping forward, he opened it to reveal 6 exquisitely crafted golden rings. The 6 new lances then approached the stage one by one, where each ring was personally bestowed by a member of the royal families. Addison was the first to receive the honor, placing the ring on her finger. She was followed by Valen, then Zen, and finally Iogen. Next came Mykarth B, leaving only the final ring. King Anduin himself presented it to Benon Wykes, who silently admired it on his hand. Hearing the name Wykes, Arthur froze. It was Lucas's family. On stage, the 6 lances made their grand debut to the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Leyland's voice boomed, "Protect our people and bring honor to us all. And to all the mages out there, strive to become a lance in the future," he declared with excitement, stating that nothing could stand in their way. At his words, the group raised their hands in salute. With his towering height and handsome features, Benon naturally drew the most attention from the crowd. But in stark contrast to the celebration, Arthur's eyes blazed with killing intent, as if staring down his most hated rival. A cold, hard truth dawned on Arthur that day, as bitter memories from his past life came flooding back into his mind. Lucas, the traitor whose betrayal got most of his party killed. Yet in the end, he used his family's influence to erase every last one of his sins. Arthur remembered the warning he'd received. Taking revenge on Lucas was suicide, because his powerful older brother stood behind him, Benon Wykes. He was already a mage of immense power, and now, after today's ceremony, he was a lance with even greater authority. Back in the present, a servant helped Arthur with his formal attire. He mused that his identity as a Byron would greatly complicate his plans, but there were more pressing matters to attend to first, his own sister's birthday party. After a final glance in the mirror, he decided it was time. As he turned to leave, Sylvie suddenly leaped into his arms. Arthur affectionately picked her up, but then placed her on the bed, telling her to stay put for the night. Hearing this, Sylvie's ears drooped sadly. Seeing her pitiful look, Arthur explained that Vincent had warned him some guests were only there to size him up. Arthur couldn't risk it, but he offered a compromise. He'd have someone bring up plenty of delicious food. At the mention of food, Sylvie's eyes sparkled. She demanded he promise, and unable to resist her charm, Arthur gently squeezed her cheeks. He promised he would deliver, and the two happily waved goodbye. As time passed, a full moon rose high into a sky of glittering stars. Downstairs, Arthur was busy greeting his guests, cordially welcoming each of them inside the hall. One mother teased her daughter, who was staring at Arthur, telling her to ask for a dance, which made the girl blush crimson. During a quiet moment, Arthur glanced inside to survey the party. In a far corner, Lizard was trying to impress some girls, bragging about his upcoming enrollment into Xyrus Academy. Model. Acting like a noble, he tried to ask a girl out. But the glass betrayed him, splashing all over Elizer's shirt in a mortifying display. Seeing this, the girl fled the scene, leaving him to his shame. Arthur was about to approach, but after witnessing the disaster, he feigned ignorance and vanished. Just then, Geno appeared, announcing their arrival. He then urged everyone to get ready immediately. The sound of high heels echoed on the stairs. It was Eleanor, blindfolded by her mother to heighten the anticipation. She had assumed this was just a simple family party. She grumbled to herself about the cumbersome dress, but Alice just smiled, reminding her to walk slowly. Only when they reached the main floor did Alice finally let Eleanor see. Instantly, confetti cannons exploded. Family and friends shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Eleanor!" The magnificent party scene left her completely overjoyed. Meticulously planned performances began one by one. First, 2 magicians summoned a pair of dragons, one gold and one blue. Then a professional orchestra began to play. Having never seen such incredible acts at home, Eleanor and her friends were absolutely captivated. Suddenly, Jen tapped his glass, drawing everyone's attention. He announced that before continuing, he wanted to thank everyone present. Geno said he would give a speech on his daughter's behalf. His overly sentimental words made Eleanor want to disappear from embarrassment. He then declared that nothing could bring him more joy than seeing his beloved son and daughter share the first dance. The announcement left Eleanor completely stunned. She immediately shot her mother a pleading look. At the same time, Tabitha whispered to Alice that she knew nothing of this dance. As for Alice, she coolly replied she wasn't prepared either. But inside, a volcano of rage was building against her husband, so Eleanor could only whimper to her mother that she couldn't dance. Suddenly, Arthur extended his hand in invitation. The gesture made Eleanor freeze for a few seconds. She heard him gracefully ask, "May I have the honor of this dance?" With no other choice, she placed her hand in his, still full of doubt. But Arthur remained silent, his gaze as steady and deep as the tide. Seeing them agree, a delighted Jen signaled for the music. The orchestra immediately began, with the beat of the drums followed by a soaring melody. Amidst the festive atmosphere, the two siblings walked to the center of the floor. Arthur took the lead, guiding Eleanor step by step into the dance's rhythm. In Eleanor's eyes, there was now only one figure, her brother, radiating the confident air of a true gentleman. They soon found their rhythm, performing a flawless and graceful dance. Witnessing this, Tabitha and Alice were utterly astonished. The siblings' steps grew faster and more fluid. Arthur loosened his hold, allowing Eleanor to spin out gracefully. He then pulled her back, and Eleanor spun perfectly into his arms. Arthur deftly guided her to one side, then he lifted her into the air and suddenly let go. He used his magic, making Eleanor's body float in mid-air. Arthur silently manipulated his mana. Her body slowly descended, a breathtaking sight like a goddess scattering blossoms. Even after her feet touched the ground, Eleanor wore a look of utter disbelief at what he had just done for her. The onlooking crowd had just witnessed a truly spectacular dance. Eleanor was stunned. She never dreamed her brother was such a master dancer. As for Arthur, he simply gave a subtle wink. Inside, he sighed in relief that his ballroom lessons from a past life had finally paid off. The parents celebrated their children's joyful performance, but suddenly, a voice declared it was a nauseatingly beautiful display. The one who had spoken was Gideon, dressed sharply in a suit. He asked Arthur to step outside for a talk. At that moment, a luxurious carriage waited before Arthur's mansion. Inside, an elven maid wondered why her master didn't go in and give his sister a gift. She simply heard her master reply, "The person Arthur needs to care about tonight is his sister." The girl gazed out the window, softly saying she would see him at the academy soon. Arthur let out a soft sigh. Amidst the crowd, his gaze drifted into the distance. As usual, Gideon snapped at him for his silent brooding. "Stop with the internal monologue." Arthur retorted that he didn't expect him to crash a party just for a chat. Gideon yelled that he brought a gift for the girl. At this, Arthur sarcastically praised the continent's greatest inventor. Gideon explained he came to report that the council had approved the design he recreated from Arthur's rough sketches, and it was now under construction. To clarify, this council is just a title the kings and queens of the continent have given themselves, despite the monarchies they rule. Arthur simply smiled and congratulated him on his massive reward. Unaware he'd been recognized, Gideon continued with a bored look, saying he cared little for money, fame, or power, but was cut off as a hand grabbed him. A crowd of his fans had arrived, desperate to speak with him. Gideon scrambled to manage them, telling Arthur not to go anywhere. Watching the noisy crowd, Arthur truly understood that fame always comes with a price. He quietly slipped away to a corner, noticing the guests were beginning to leave. Suddenly, a voice called his name. It was Lilia. She waved to get his attention, then ran up breathlessly, apologizing for being late but wanting to congratulate Eleanor. Arthur steadied her, remarking that her parents always bragged to him about Lilia being the student council secretary. He then told her not to worry about it, greeting her with a bright smile. Lilia was overjoyed to see him again after so long. Looking him over, she suddenly wondered, "Were you always this much taller than me?" They began to chat enthusiastically, as Arthur recounted what had happened. And so, the two friends laughed and joked together freely. Arthur remarked that she'd matured, no longer the shy girl who used to hide behind others. Lilia pouted, reminding him that she'd shown him secret places, yet he still found ways to tease her. Aetho mentioned the pressure she'd endured in the past, but now she was thriving at the Magic Academy. He then praised her popularity, pointing to the boys stealing glances at them as they talked. This caused Lai to blush uncontrollably. She then shyly whispered that her entire life had changed, all thanks to him. Hearing this, Aetho fell silent for a moment. Then, he raised his glass, much to her surprise. Aetho suddenly joked he'd accept any boy she brought home, claiming he'd be even more lenient than Vindon. His words left Lilia completely stunned. As if realizing something, her voice fell flat as she gave a vague reply. Just then, a cough rang out, cutting into their conversation once again. It was Gideon, asking to borrow a though for a moment. Lai immediately bowed deeply in greeting and agreed. Hiding her emotions, she said she'd see a though later. Watching her leave, Gideon boasted to Aetho about his own fame. He then commented that Aetho was quite the charmer, and that Lilia definitely had feelings for him. Aetho simply took a sip and calmly admitted it. Hearing this, Gideon asked why he wasn't making a move, since they looked so good together. Aetho slowly explained that her life changed because of him, but her feelings weren't love. It was something more akin to gratitude. In a mature tone, he concluded that Lilia didn't realize it yet. Eventually, she'd understand it's just a girl's admiration for her hero. Gideon was instantly irritated by his wise beyond his years attitude. Changing the subject, Aetho asked what he wanted to discuss. Instantly, Gideon's bored expression returned. He wanted to use his money, fame, and power to obtain something he couldn't get anywhere else. He looked Aetho dead in the eye and declared it was Aetho's knowledge. At his words, Aetho showed no reaction, but his eyes revealed a deep hesitation. He said after giving Gideon the blueprints, he'd had second thoughts about changing the way this world operates. He believed the continent was perfectly fine without his interference. However, Gideon's reaction completely blindsided Atho. He was thrilled, realizing this meant Atho had other world-changing inventions. Atho gritted his teeth, realizing Gideon only heard what he wanted, but his gloating was cut short as Gideon froze at the shift in Atho's aura. He was met with Atho's ice-cold glare, who warned that he wasn't here to satisfy some selfish curiosity. The threat instantly sobered Gideon up. Gideon got serious, asking for the terms of their exchange. He didn't need world-changing items, but he desperately wanted to borrow Atho's knowledge. In return, he would supply any inventions or goods Atho required. Gideon was supremely confident he'd agree. Hearing this, a small smile graced Atho's lips. With that, the two shook hands, sealing their pact. Later, when Atho returned inside, his family was opening birthday gifts, but suddenly, something caught his eye. He stared at an unusual-looking gift box as Ilana urged him to bring it over. While she unwrapped it, Atho's eyes fell on the attached card. He, his mother, and father huddled together to read it. The note said the sender knew she was tired of dresses and tea sets. It was a gift to make her strong enough to stand beside Atho. Ilana Lywin gasped in delight upon seeing it was a bow. As she happily tested its draw, Tabitha marveled at how beautiful it was. Vinden guessed the design was of elven make. Jen wondered about the sender's identity, but Atho seemed to already know. Suddenly, Ilana Lywin put the bow down and pointed expectantly at Atho. It seemed she was demanding a gift from her beloved brother. Alice immediately pinched her cheek for being so impolite, but Ilana waited with a joyful look. Seeing this, Atho let out a laugh and channeled his magic. In an instant, two small, elegant boxes materialized, one for Ilana and the other for Alice, leaving both stunned. Inside were breathtakingly intricate necklaces. Atho explained the items would protect them both when he or her father weren't around. Stunned by their beauty, Tabitha asked where he found them, but Vinden shook his head, saying only two such pendants existed on the entire continent. Atho then personally placed the artifact around Eleanor's neck. He affectionately wished her a happy birthday. Elsewhere, Atho was at a loss for words. He saw his sister happily dressed in baggy pants and an oversized shirt, looking utterly bizarre. Sometime later, at the factory district, someone was diligently welding steel. Workers moved in shifts, creating a bustling scene. Suddenly, two figures appeared. It was Atho, taking a stroll with Gideon. He grumbled about being dragged all this way, but Gideon reminded him that besides Atho, no one else, not even royalty, was allowed inside. Atho walked over to get a drink. He noted that Gideon had said that 8 times now, and he was deeply grateful and impressed, but Gideon was annoyed by his completely bored expression. Atho retorted it was hard to be enthusiastic when Gideon kept waking him up using the communication scroll. Gideon sighed, admitting he thought the late-night calls would help them bond, but Atho had flatly rejected the idea. He then brought up Atho's birthday, noting 4 months had already passed. Atho simply nodded. Gideon remarked that Eleanor's birthday was a lavish affair. He wondered if Atho's was the same, but Atho's answer was completely different. He'd only had a small celebration with his family. This surprised Gideon, who knew Atho was well-connected. He then presented a gift, wishing him a late happy birthday. Though curious, Atho grumbled that it wasn't even wrapped. Annoyed, Gideon tried to take it back, but Atho was too quick for him. He then set his glass down. He thanked him for the gift, a bracelet, just as requested. Gideon grinned, saying it was nothing compared to his work on the steam system. He then wondered why Atho wanted to conceal 2 elements. He scoffed, doubting Atho could master 4. But Atho's calm confession made Gideon spit his drink all over a passerby. After hastily shooing the poor man away, he immediately turned to blame Atho. A huge question then hit Gideon. Atho was hiding half his elemental affinities. He asked in shock why Atho would even tell him. Atho joked that the more special Gideon found him, the longer he'd get free meals. Hearing that, Gideon just playfully cursed at him. Gideon smirked, "You drop bombshells like it's nothing. I have your trust now, so don't think I won't ask for proof." "Be my guest," Arthur replied coolly. He then complimented the incredible speed of the ship's construction. Gideon just chuckled. "A few days after you enroll, she'll finally set sail." He couldn't wait for his masterpiece to be finished. Leaving the factory, Arthur walked the streets. He deeply respected Gideon's ability to build a steamship in just a few months. He thought, if this new continent is an enemy, I can't afford to slack off in my training anymore. Lost in thought, Arthur wasn't watching his surroundings. He hoped the new bracelet would balance his elemental powers. Suddenly, he bumped right into someone. Arthur quickly apologized for his carelessness, but the drunkard just cursed him out. 2 girls tried to intervene, but Arthur sighed. Why does he always attract morons? The drunk then declared himself a professor, ready to teach Arthur a lesson. He sneered at Arthur's long hair. Real men have short hair and muscles, he lectured. Snatching the hair tie, he tried forcing Arthur down to his knees. To the man's complete shock, Arthur didn't even flinch. "You're drunk, so I'll let this slide," Arthur stated coldly. His eyes flared as he ordered, "Get your hand off me." Arthur's killing intent sent the man stumbling back. Furious, he yelled, "How dare you talk to a Zyros Academy professor that way?" Arthur paused for a second. The professor sneered, thinking he was scared. "If you're a student here, I'll destroy you." But Arthur silently tied his hair back. He then threw the man's pendant down, daring him to make good on his threat. The girls recognized the pendant instantly. Stunned by his incredible speed, all three were left speechless. Soon, Arthur arrived home. As he opened the door, his sister and Sylvie suddenly launched themselves right at him, but Arthur easily stopped their attack. Sylvie was curled up, and Eleanor was frozen midair. "Where are Mom and Dad?" he asked. "They're in the living room with Elijah," Eleanor said. A package came from the academy. She pulled him inside to the waiting family. Everyone was thrilled as his uniform was held up. Alice then handed Arthur another box, elegantly inscribed, "Welcome to Zyros Academy." Holding the box, Arthur reflected on his long journey, from orphan to king and then to adventurer. Surrounded by his loving family, he felt a wave of emotion. He was finally just a student. The scene shifts to a figure at a window, then Princess Kathleen at her mirror, then a girl gazing at a photo of three people. A smile touches her lips, mirroring Arthur's. Holding the box, he felt a thrill of anticipation for what this world would teach him. One morning, Liza tried waking Arthur for school, but despite all her efforts, he remained fast asleep. Eleanor nagged him about being late. Annoyed, Arthur yanked the blanket off Sylvie, which sent the creature into a rage. Sylvie immediately pounced on Elijah's face. The beast attacked the wrong target, leaving Arthur to snore peacefully. A while later, Arthur finally got up. He ignored Elijah's scratched face, yawned, and asked for 5 more minutes. As he changed, Elijah expressed surprise. "Why the scholar mage class?" Arthur explained he wanted to study magical theory. Elijah was still confused. "Why not take more classes then, instead of just one for the whole semester?" "I'm not interested in fighting kids my age," Arthur said. "Besides, I'll join the battle mage classes anyway." Knowing it was useless, Elijah warned him that battle mages crush scholars. Arthur just teased, "Are you worried about me?" Of course, Elijah denied it. "I'm worried for the students who'll underestimate you and end up in the infirmary." Arthur just chuckled. Slipping on his uniform, he told him not to worry. A confident smirk appeared as he promised not to cause too much trouble. They headed to the dining room for breakfast. Eleanor suddenly pouted, wanting to go to Zyros Academy just like her brother. "Then you'd better stop being lazy," he quipped. Meanwhile, someone asked Alice to heal the scratches Sylvie left earlier. Reynolds proudly claimed he'd raised a fine son, but Alice quickly corrected him, insisting she was the one who raised Arthur. To keep the peace, he admitted he only parented during trouble. After breakfast, everyone went outside to see Arthur off. He promised to visit when he could. Arthur patted his sister's head, telling her to be good and look after their parents. He reminded his mom and sister to wear their pendants. "What about me?" his father asked. Arthur just grinned. "Just don't burn the house down." Reynolds just laughed it off as the carriage departed. Soon, Arthur arrived. Countless students were gathered before the Grand Academy gates. Some of the wealthier students arrived on their own mana beasts. One boy soared in on a massive red bird. Elsewhere, a girl dismounted a vibrant, colorful beast. Others were already showing off their magic to impress the new students, as Arthur and Elijah took in the exciting scene. A loud voice suddenly called for everyone's attention. A sharply dressed staff member announced the opening ceremony was mandatory. He directed them to line up before the central white building. Grand, luxurious architecture filled their vision. A constant murmur of awe rippled through the crowd. Uller was at the desk, confirming his registration. The attendant announced him as a battle mage with earth magic. Next was Arthur's turn. He was assigned to the scholar class. But when she read earth and wind elements, the receptionist flinched. Seeing this, Arthur wondered if something was wrong. Lear teased that she was surprised by a dual element mage. The attendant quickly shook her head and ushered them inside. The two continued on their way. Eliza gaped at the massive crowd filling the hall, while Arthur noted that very few seats remained. Nearly every row was completely packed with students. It seemed the only open space left was near the stage. So, the two boys had to struggle through the top row to find a spot. A kid saw them, snickering to his friend about another weak bookworm. But Arthur heard everything, silencing them with a deathly glare. Seeing his fearsome expression, the bullies quickly made way for him. Once seated, Arthur and Sylvie looked exhausted by the noisy children, which unfortunately included Alizar. Suddenly, Arthur sensed a surge of mana gathering at the podium. A figure in professional mage robes materialized from thin air. The woman suddenly winked, shocking Arthur. She recognized him. Then, Cynthia raised a hand and gently snapped her fingers. Instantly, the entire hall fell dead silent. Some students, completely oblivious, continued their conversations. But after Cynthia's snap, they were stunned to find they couldn't make a sound. Arthur was impressed. Her magic was powerful enough to cover the whole building. Cynthia then apologized for her actions, explaining she disliked shouting. She explained it was bad for her throat, especially at her age. She welcomed them to the academy, calling them future leaders and a source of power for the continent. Only then did she finally introduce herself as Headmistress Audie. She admitted speeches are long and boring but was thrilled because this year was special. Never before had the academy welcomed so many elves and dwarves. The hall erupted into thunderous applause. Next up was the introduction of the Xyrus Academy Student Council. First, two boys with gold and orange hair appeared. Then it was Lilia's turn to wave. Recognizing her, Alier beamed with a massive grin. Next was CL, with a completely blank expression, followed by the final member. As she appeared, the hearts of every boy in the room began to beat as one. Even Lear let out a gasp at her stunning beauty. Sylvie, who had been sulking, suddenly sat bolt upright. The moment her figure appeared, Sylvie perked up excitedly. Arthur smiled quietly, thinking to himself, "It's been a while." The one capturing everyone's gaze was none other than the elven princess, Tessia. As she stepped forward, the crowd buzzed with whispers about her. She enrolled last year as the headmistress's disciple, though it was said she never took students. Tessia was famous for her talent, beauty, and cold, strict personality. She ignored the gossip and offered a gentle greeting. Tessia then confidently introduced herself to the entire student body. She congratulated them on entering the most prestigious magic academy and revealed she'd be observing the school for 1 year. After a year here, Tessia saw the school's discrimination clearly. This was evident even in how students wore their uniforms. Because of this, Tessia was deeply concerned about where this prejudice would eventually lead. Before the entire school, Tessia's voice rang out, calling for everyone to break down the old barriers between races so every student could be treated with fairness and equality. She urged them to follow the royal family's example in forging the council. After her speech, the audience exploded with massive applause and cheers. Arthur was also deeply impressed by her conviction and actions. Sylvie was just as ecstatic. She pointed at Tessia and called out, "Mama." Arthur quickly held Sylvie back as she jumped around. He had no idea why she'd call Tessia Mama. Suddenly, someone sitting beside him called his name. The boy's face showed he had clearly fallen head over heels for Tessia. But when he saw Arthur and Sylvie's expressions, he was met with looks of scorn. Arthur was sick of that phrase, having heard it from him the whole way there. He looked at Tessia again. He noticed she had changed somehow. Lear also watched her leave. He got right in Arthur's face, demanding to know how he knew Tessia had changed. Was it a coincidence, like meeting Kathleen and Curtis? He pressed closer as he spoke. He assumed the letters to the girls got lost. Arthur felt a pang of guilt and quickly pushed Lear away, his eyes glancing down. His gaze followed Tessia as she departed the stage. After what felt like an eternity, the ceremony ended. Arthur and the others walked outside. Alizer whined about how boring the ceremony was. He suddenly turned to look at Arthur. Passersby were staring at Arthur and Sylvie playing, but Arthur seemed to not care at all. Lear wondered if he was oblivious or just didn't care. Gritting his teeth, he angrily turned away, refusing to look at him. As they walked, they heard the sound of an argument. Ahead, two people were fighting. A blonde boy was insulting a dwarven student. He sneered that the dwarf was only fit to be his lackey. Lear sensed trouble brewing and tried to pull Arthur away. Arthur looked over, his eyes filled with disappointment that racism was so blatant on school grounds. The blonde boy, Nicholas, sneered as he challenged the other student, but the dwarf, brawled, didn't back down an inch. He touched the crest on his uniform and formally declared a duel. The other boy arrogantly touched his own crest. He smirked, accepting Brawled's challenge. The second they agreed, a powerful barrier rose from the ground, separating the two duelists. Arthur watched this with some surprise. It turned out the artifacts given by the school had such incredible functions. Arthur found himself thinking the school was quite interesting. Nicola raised a hand, and two swords materialized in his grasp. Windsor Newen clenched his fist. In a flash, a powerful trident appeared. Alier was absolutely ecstatic. He couldn't help but cheer loudly, ignoring the disdainful stares. Arthur simply stood watching from the side. A faint light glowed in his eyes as he looked at Nicola. The man's body was cloaked in red energy. He was a deep red core enhancer. Arthur then looked at Windsor Newen, who was different from Nicola. He possessed a black core. Now, he was eager to see how this fight would unfold. Windsor Newen stomped hard on the ground, then used the incredible power in his legs to launch himself toward Nicola. He began to chant, his eyes filled with determination. But Nicola wasn't about to give him the upper hand. After chanting, he also charged forward for a direct attack. He plunged both swords into the ground before flinging them upward with all his might. A wave of earth and rock followed the blades, hurtling toward Windsor Nguyen. He gasped in shock, realizing Nicola possessed earth manipulation abilities. To do that required not just talent, but also endless training. Windsor Nguyen let out a roar, powerfully shattering the incoming attack. Nicola gripped his swords tightly as Windsor attacked furiously from above. He swung his trident down hard, but it only sent dirt and rocks flying. Windsor Nguyen's eyes shot open. Nicola had reappeared right behind him. Sensing no one was there, Windsor Nguyen turned his head. By then, Nicola was already closing in. His slash was instantly blocked by Windsor. Channeling his fury, Windsor launched him skyward. But could a single blow truly defeat him? Nicola flipped a few times before landing securely. Windsor Nguyen lost his cool, rushing forward like a moth drawn to a flame. This played right into Nicola's strategy. He once again drove his blades into the stone floor. As soon as Windsor was in position, he unleashed another earth element attack. Windsor Nguyen was blinded by sand and dust, making it impossible to fight properly. He was furious that Nicola would resort to such a dirty trick. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't afford to lose. Windsor charged forward again. This time, he couldn't reach Nicola, instead getting slammed by a pillar of rock that erupted from the ground. Windsor Nguyen's eyes went white from the pain. Seeing him on the ground, Nicola strode over and began to taunt him. He may have fought dirty, but a win was a win. Lair watched the situation. The battle was over, yet the barrier remained. It seemed Nicola wanted to continue, and he was right. Nicola raised his foot, aiming for Windsor Nguyen's wrist. An idea flashed in Alier's mind, and he stepped forward. This was his moment to be a hero. But then, Arthur's casual mention of the student council president arriving shattered Alier's grand dream. Nicola panicked at the words, and the barrier vanished with him. A disappointed Alier grumbled at Arthur for ruining his chance of a lifetime. At this, Arthur could only offer a sheepish smile. Suddenly, a hand yanked Arthur back by the shoulder. Nicola's face was twisted in a scowl as he growled, asking why Arthur dared to interfere. Arthur raised his hands in a gesture of peace, trying to explain that it was over. The fight had concluded the moment Windsor Nguyen was unable to continue. Nicola shoved Arthur hard, enraged. Only he could decide when a battle ended. As Nicola left, he threatened Arthur, saying he'd better not see him again, or else. But the mischievous Sylvie wasn't letting him off that easy. It took aim at the back of Nicola's neck and launched a wad of spit. The guy froze in his tracks. He turned his head, his eyes burning with rage. Arthur gave a faint smile and pointed to Sylvie on his head to explain. This action only infuriated Nicola further. He reached for his weapon, but a female voice suddenly cut through the tension. Nicola looked over in surprise. All the bravado he had just moments ago vanished. Lair also looked toward the source of the sound. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with curiosity. Arthur and Sylvie turned to look as well. The person who had just arrived was none other than Tessia. Following her were Clive and Lilia. As the three of them walked, Clive reminded Tessia to finish the meeting agenda before the disciplinary committee convened. But at that moment, Tessia's mind was completely filled with thoughts of Arthur. She hadn't seen Art at the opening ceremony and was worried he might have skipped it. Miss Gookie had clearly said Art was here. She then wondered how she should act when they met. Should she be cold or more friendly? What if he found her first? The thought made her head spin. Clive, standing beside her, had to call her name repeatedly before she finally snapped out of her daze. Noticing her lack of focus, he asked with concern if she was feeling unwell. Clive suggested canceling the meeting if she wasn't, but she immediately refused. Tessia gave a small smile, preparing to leave. But then her eyes stopped. In the distance, Nicola was threatening Arthur. Seeing her focus on something, Clive looked over as well. He recognized Nicola instantly, as he was one of the most promising students. Clive then looked at Arthur, guessing he was a first year. But since he wasn't with the nobles, he figured he must be a commoner. Lilia also looked toward the two, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Just then, Nicola was about to show off his power again. Lilia and Tessia were horrified at the sight. They couldn't believe that Kid would dare to provoke Art. Just as Nicola was about to attack, Tisha's voice cut him off. Seeing the student council president approach, Nicola's arrogance disappeared. Tisha looked at the group sternly, saying nothing. Afraid of being punished, Nicola immediately pinned all the blame on Arthur, claiming he started it. He said Arthur had suddenly interfered with his duel. When Arthur saw Tessia, he raised a hand to greet her. Suddenly, Lilia rushed to his side, asking what was happening and cutting him off mid-sentence. Tessia had no idea these two were so close. It turned out that Arthur's and Lilia's fathers had worked together for years. They were childhood friends. Arthur added that the two of them had even lived together for a time. His comment left Tessia completely dumbfounded. Hearing this, Lilia panicked and rushed to clear up the misunderstanding. As if the fire wasn't big enough, Arthur fanned the flames, leaving Tessia even more confused. Clive, however, wasn't interested in their drama. He turned to Nicola and asked what was really going on. Clive emphasized that even if he was interrupted, he had no right to point his sword at Arthur. But Nicola remained stubborn, arguing that he only meant to scare Arthur a little. As a conflicted Clive considered letting it go, Tessia stepped forward, stating that Nicola had violated school rules. She walked up to Nicola. No matter what, today's events could not be overlooked. Therefore, he would definitely receive a suspension as punishment. Tessia glared into Nicola's anxious face. If he dared touch him, expulsion would be a mercy. Her expression darkened as she asked, "Do you dare?" Under her immense pressure, Nicola couldn't hide his fear. He gritted his teeth, then bowed deeply to Arthur in apology. Despite the forced apology, Arthur didn't care. But Tessia was still reporting this to the council to ensure Nicola was punished. She looked at the departing crowd and quickly called them back. Tessia sighed in frustration. Arthur had caused trouble on his first day. Her grandfather had warned her to be humble. What would happen if Arthur easily defeated a second year? When Arthur heard her call, he asked what she wanted. He assumed she was blaming him after seeing only a fraction of the event. Her expression turned cold. If this escalated, Arthur would surely be punished. Arthur couldn't hold back. He recounted all of Nicola's wrongdoings. Even after the shield broke, he pointed toward the Newen Bank. If it weren't for him, things would have gotten much worse. Seeing them about to argue, Ailier quickly pulled Arthur away. He stopped. Arthur turned without a word, ignoring the crowd and heading straight for the Newen Bank. Lilia silently walked over, placing a hand on Elizer's shoulder. Suddenly, Clay stepped in front of them. He gripped Arthur's shoulder, calling him a freshman. Through gritted teeth, he sneered. "Did you grow up in the Central Province?" Tessia rushed over frantically to stop Clay, but Clay stubbornly refused to back down. He claimed Arthur had been raised without manners. Arthur sighed, hating when others grabbed him so casually. Clay's face contorted at his defiant attitude. Then his expression shifted to one of shock. Arthur's face went dark, his anger was palpable. The three behind him watched in horror. Clay was suddenly blasted skyward, then crashed helplessly to the ground. Tessia rushed to his side, kneeling down to ask if he was okay. Seeing the trouble his friend had caused, he bowed his head in apology and quickly left. Tessia started to call after him, but her hand faltered. She could only glare as she watched him walk away. A shadow of despair fell over the academy. Like a puppet, Tessia repeatedly hit her head on the wall, muttering, "It's ruined. This is a disaster." In the vast room, Tessia was lost in a tangle of thoughts. She dragged her feet, then collapsed onto her bed. Her small hand clutched a pillow. Unable to bear it, she covered her face and screamed. After her outburst, she fell back onto the bed, exhausted. Then she sat bolt upright, wondering if today was her fault. Tessia tried to reason with herself. She just wanted to find Arthur. If he caused more trouble, he'd lose library access. Not just that, but other training facilities too. Her mood sank again. She regretted being so harsh. After all, he wasn't the one who drew a weapon. Tessia frowned, but Arthur himself was already a weapon. She suddenly became irritable, shouting out loud, wondering why he and Lilia were living together. Next, she blamed Miss Gookie for making her the student council president, forcing her to be fair to everyone. If she wasn't on the council, she could have run up and hugged him when they met again. At the thought, Tessia's cheeks flushed red. Just then, a knock came from the door. Clay wanted to visit, worried she was tired. Tessia didn't open it, coldly saying, "Don't worry about me, Clay. You're the one who got thrown." Clay lingered outside the door, rambling about reporting this to the principal. Tessia found him incredibly annoying. It was over, so why couldn't he just let it go? She lay weakly on her bed, murmuring, "How is Arthur getting more handsome?" Her eyes widened. How many girls would try to flirt with him now? The thought infuriated her, and she let out a loud shout to vent her frustration. Alia returned to the room, amazed at how large the academy was. Seeing Arthur's silence, he thought he was still upset about Clay. Arthur gave a faint smile. It was more than just that. Thinking back, Alia was a little surprised. He never thought Arthur would stand and argue. Usually, he'd just ignore it and walk away. Even Arthur himself didn't understand why he was so annoyed. What Tessia said wasn't wrong. He forced himself to stop thinking about it. As the two were unpacking, there was a knock at the door. Arthur opened it a crack, asking who was there. A middle-aged woman's voice answered, "Good evening." The person outside was none other than Principal Oski. She waved, wanting to come in. He didn't hesitate and opened the door for her. Ailier was stunned to see her. The principal was in their room. He bowed deeply, never expecting to meet her at such a close distance. She tilted her head slightly, asking if he was Eliezer, the one Vin often mentioned. Wasting no time, Arthur quickly invited her to sit down. Ailier sensed they had private matters to discuss. He quickly excused himself, saying he needed to get something downstairs. As they sat, she softly asked him to call her Cynthia, but he reminded her that he had already refused. The principal looked him over. He had changed so much. Even his contract beast was different. Sylvie, dozing in his arms, stirred awake. Now, the principal could only sense the earth element from him. Was he using a concealment technique? Arthur scratched his head, looking confused. Seeing his reaction, she sighed. She had hoped to sponsor a 4-element user, but she was glad he registered as a scholar mage. Arthur glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. He had planned to tell her about it someday, but it seemed trouble was brewing. As an adventurer, he'd accidentally made an enemy. He couldn't let that person suspect him now. The principal laughed. Only he would call the heir of a powerful military family a troublesome enemy. She smiled, adding that she was more worried about his real enemies in the future. He helplessly told her not to scare a new student on his first day. Setting that aside, he wanted to ask her for a favor concerning the academy. She was quite curious to hear he had a request related to the academy. The favor he wanted was access to high-level mana theory classes, especially on special systems. The principal was puzzled. She thought he joined the academy to blend in with his peers. Arthur remained composed. He'd take standard classes, but also study specialized mana systems. He felt stagnant, but there was another reason he kept secret. His old world wasn't this exciting. The headmistress smiled, agreeing instantly. She even permitted him to observe the mage's combat sessions. He was surprised, but mostly intrigued. He quickly wiped the surprise from his face. Just as he was about to ask what she wanted in return, Eliza burst in. He rushed over, scolding Arthur for disrespecting the headmistress and her kindness, but she simply admitted his suspicions were correct. She then asked Arthur if he was worried about the student council. A thought crossed her mind. They would no longer be the academy's shield. This year, she would forge them into the sharpest of swords. Then, she offered him a spot on the disciplinary committee. Arthur tilted his head, confused. The committee was made to stop arrogant students like Nicola, to keep the peace. Arthur hesitated. He wasn't even the top male student. Plus, he wasn't a combat mage. The headmistress scoffed. It was her academy, her rules. Arthur sighed, deciding instead to just read in the library. Hearing his naive plan, she reminded him that underclassmen couldn't access those restricted books. Her eyes held a hint of arrogance, knowing she held all the cards. Watching them, you'd think they were old friends, not student and headmistress. The headmistress pressed on, urging him to join the committee, saying the members were skilled and he could train with them. She also mentioned top-secret training facilities exclusive to the committee. Arthur cautiously asked if members were chosen by strength alone, but before he could finish, she cut him off. She knew his question. She had rejected Lucas White because that spot was reserved for him. Arthur paled, stunned by her meticulous planning. Meanwhile, Eliza was thrilled that he'd finally gotten his way with him. He finally agreed after her persuasion, reminding her that the facilities would need high mana concentration. The headmistress raised her hand, a blue aura flaring. A black box was suddenly tossed into Arthur's lap, startling him. Inside was the disciplinary committee uniform, already prepared. Arthur felt uneasy, seeing how well she had read his thoughts. Standing at the door, she told him to make peace with Tessia. Her last words emphasized childhood friend. At her words, Eliza froze like a statue, and Arthur was dazed. Eliza then turned to Arthur, who guiltily looked away. Eliza lost his temper, shouting, asking if he and Tessia were childhood friends. Later that night, Arthur apologized for keeping it a secret. Speaking of her, he remembered his troublesome childhood friend. Just hearing her name made Arthur's expression harden. Eliza followed him, complaining that he knew too many people, first Clin and now Tessia. He joked that Arthur would probably befriend a god next. He mused that Arthur probably secreted pheromones to attract others. As Arthur grabbed a food tray, Eliza clung to him, wishing for the same charm. He rambled that Arthur must love him, since they were both crazy. Arthur got his food and scanned the room. Every eye in the room glared at him with contempt. Even total strangers gave him nasty looks. Eliza saw it too. He guessed the rumors had already spread everywhere, but Arthur just smirked. He brushed his hair back, impressed with his sudden fame. Arthur and Eliza found an empty table to eat. Their cheerful chat was shattered by a sharp voice, reprimanding Eliza for wasting time with a commoner. The boy was Raven Ven II. He proudly announced he was from a famous family, as if everyone should know. He acted like a saint, offering Eliza the grace of joining his esteemed group. Eliza mumbled the name, mispronouncing it on purpose, making Arthur laugh. They whispered, wondering about his bird-dropping name. The insult hit its mark. Furious, Raven swept their food off the table, his face dark. He couldn't believe someone dared mock a noble. A noble like him had condescended to invite him. But Eliza wasn't afraid of arrogant nobles. He wouldn't let anyone insult his best friend. Everyone here is a mage, so we are all equal. Raven sneered, mocking his ignorance of the school's hierarchy. But Eliza stood firm, declaring he wouldn't discriminate against students, unlike what the student council preached. Raven sneered that the council only cared for politics. Now, he would teach him a lesson. He swung at Arthur, but his arm was deflected before it landed. He was stunned, wondering what invisible force had just attacked him. He saw Arthur slowly getting up and assumed it was a fluke. Taking a battle stance, he launched another powerful punch. He refused to believe an academic type like Arthur could be so fast. As he attacked, Eliezer jumped in front to block. Arthur glanced at his friend. He could have dodged it himself, but was surprised his friend moved first. Suddenly, vines snaked around Raven's wrist, then his body, hoisting him up. Unable to move, Raven panicked, screaming to be let go. Staring at the vines, he realized no student should wield such rare magic. This was instructor level. Arthur and Eliezer were equally shocked. Arthur glanced left. By the door, a familiar figure with silver hair was leaving. He smiled softly, seeming to know who it was. Back in the cafeteria, he wondered what to do with the troublemaker. A smirk appeared on his face. Raven broke into a cold sweat, threatening to tell his mom. His pupils shrank instantly as an invisible pressure bore down on him. Track stared at Arthur's killing intent, shocked a scholar could have such an aura. Arthur despised nobles who flaunted their power, not realizing their arrogant actions only degraded their family names. But they were too ignorant to understand such principles. They believed they were dispensing justice, setting the world in order. Elliot watched anxiously, certain Arthur was about to pummel the guy. And just as he predicted, Arthur raised a hand, politely asking the nobles for permission to teach them a little lesson. Trackhaven smirked. He was tied up, so any attack from Arthur would be a low blow. But Arthur wasn't aiming for his body. He was targeting the man's fragile pride. While Track was still rambling, Arthur yanked his pants straight down. All the color drained from the noble's face. It took Track a moment to process. When he looked down, his favorite blue pants lay lifeless on the ground. The students around them pointed and roared with laughter. Trackhaven screamed for them to be quiet, but no one listened. Arthur turned away, promising he would be back for him later. In a quiet corner of the academy, Arthur slowly approached Tessia. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on her. Tessia looked up from watching the night sky. The moment she saw Arthur, he broke into a warm smile. He sat down beside her, thanking her for her help earlier. She looked away, feeling she shouldn't have interfered, but he disagreed. He thanked her again for saving him from trouble a second time that day. Arthur gazed up at the stars while Tessia stared at the ground. A silence fell between them, Arthur unsure of what to say next. Tessia took a deep breath. Just as Arthur turned to apologize, she suddenly spun around, bumping her head right into his chin. She yelped out a loud apology. Tessia quickly clutched her head as Arthur rubbed his chin. He was about to make a joke, but he stopped, surprised by the sight before him. Arthur awkwardly asked if she was crying. Tessia pouted, explaining it was only because the impact had made her eyes water. Arthur hadn't realized it hurt that much. Without a second thought, Tessia leaned against him, complaining that a lump was already forming on her head. Instinctively, Arthur's hand went to Tessia's soft hair. He gently stroked her head, comforting her. The tense air softened. Tessia confessed she thought he must hate her now. But he could never hate her. Hearing this, Tessia suddenly said she didn't like that, leaving Arthur confused. She met his gaze. "I don't want you to ever get mad at me." Arthur smiled warmly. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that." Tessia admitted her own fault, saying she shouldn't have spoken to him that way in public. A weight lifted from her. She knew she just had to get used to being the student council president. As they talked, Elliot walked over, ranting about Trackhaven. He saw his friend on the bench and rushed over, excited to share what happened. But he froze, witnessing a sight he never wanted to see. Elier's face was a mask of pure shock, his eyes glaring at his friend with utter disgust. Arthur knew exactly what was going through his mind. He couldn't understand Elier's wild imagination. Just then, Sylvie spotted Tessia and leaped into her arms, calling her mom. As they were enjoying the moment, Arthur stood up. He held out his hand to her, asking her for a walk. Arthur then told her stories from his days as an adventurer. He was surprised she was so close with Gam and could understand him so well. She, in turn, couldn't believe he had faced such dangers in his past. It was because of her bond with Gam that Tessia became her disciple. Arthur, however, thought it was purely due to her skill. Tessia blushed. The Arthur before her was completely different from the last time they met. She stole a glance at him, noticing his face and the way he moved had changed. The more she thought, the more jealous she became of Jamin. Sensing her stare, Arthur turned to her. He innocently asked if something was on her mind, leaving her completely flustered. After a long walk, they finally stopped at the dorms. Arthur took out a green orb as a gift for Tessia. She instantly recognized the valuable treasure. She insisted she couldn't accept it, but Arthur was determined. To him, no other gift was more fitting for her. His sincerity made Tessia's cheeks flush pink. After seeing her to her dorm, it was time for him to go. He said goodbye, promising to see her tomorrow, and Tessia watched his retreating figure for a long time. Her eyes shimmered with pure happiness. She gazed at the treasure, vowing to cherish it. When Arthur got back to his room, he opened the door to find it pitch black. Eliza was curled into a ball under his blanket. He suddenly popped his head out with a greeting, nearly giving Arthur a heart attack. Ilyr's expression turned serious. He respectfully motioned for Arthur to sit down, even calling him sir. After hearing the full story, Ilyr was in disbelief. His untouchable moon goddess, Tessia, had actually leaned on Arthur's shoulder. For ages, students had called her that, because while Tessia was friendly, she maintained a distance, never letting anyone get truly close. She was like the moon, visible to all, but touchable by none. Ilyr nearly lost his mind, realizing Arthur had not only touched his moon, but held her close. Tired of his friend's nonsense, Arthur chucked a pillow at his face. He then ignored him and turned over to sleep. A deep silence fell over the Foot Truck Academy. Early the next morning, Arthur was already up and dressed while Ilyr was just stirring. Sunlight washed over the academy buildings as birds chirped across the campus. Arthur walked confidently down the hallway, capturing everyone's attention. He stopped before the council room with his hands in his pockets. He had finally arrived where he needed to be. He looked at the door, hesitating for a second. After a moment's thought, he pushed it open. He was curious to meet the academy's strongest students. The second the door opened, a lion lunged out, roaring in his face. At the same time, a bucket of water dumped down from above. Sylvie reacted instantly. Before anyone could blink, it leaped forward and scratched the lion's face. Arthur calmly wiped the water from his own face and smirked. Is this some kind of test to see how thick my skin is? Kai approached, a curious glint in his eye. He couldn't tell if Arthur's spot was earned or bought. He leaned in. That familiar of yours, it can't lie, can it? Arthur seemed puzzled. Kai just smirked, a thought flashing in his eyes. Just an old saying, he said, introducing himself as a fourth year. Arthur gladly returned the handshake, introducing himself and his contracted beast, Sylvie. Meanwhile, Sylvie was busy pinning down the massive lion that had tried to intimidate Arthur. Kai was stunned to see Doer so docile. From a corner, a girl's voice sighed, another one who's all show. The voice belonged to a muscular girl with a purple braid. Doja looked at Arthur, disappointed. Are there any real men on this council? Doja's tough look reminded Arthur of someone named Hyog. Hearing the name, she shot back, who's Hyog, and introduced herself. Dogat, first year. Realizing his mistake, Arthur quickly recovered, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. He offered a hand, saying he was a first year too. But Doja slapped it away. Don't be so timid. Before he could reply, Kai cut in. The other members were waiting, not just Doja and Kai. The headmaster never gave us your name, Kai explained, so we're all curious. Suddenly, Doja had an idea. She spun around, grabbed Arthur's wrist, and yanked him forward. She dragged him to the door and slammed it open. The new council member is here. A familiar voice rang out. I knew it. Arthur froze, staring. It was none other than Curtis Later. A wave of relief washed over Arthur at the sight of a familiar face. Curtis glanced past Arthur, spotting Jordan submitting to his tiny familiar. That's when it hit Arthur. This was the world lion from the auction. Curtis explained they'd formed an equal contract last year. After a brief catch-up, the two friends shook hands warmly. Doja stared, completely dumbfounded. She had no idea they were friends. Curtis then turned to Arthur. Someone else you know is here, too. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. It was Caitlin. She didn't seem surprised to see him at all. She greeted him in her usual, level tone. Arthur looked up, returning the greeting politely. Despite being a princess, Caitlin never acted arrogant around him. Another voice cut in, reminding him he'd forgotten someone. That tone was unmistakable. It was Fitz-Ira. Arthur played it cool. Do I know you? An enraged Fitz stormed over. It's me, Fitz-Ira the Third. The name triggered a memory. A younger Fitz pointing and calling him Fizzy. The nickname made the others stifle a laugh. This only enraged Fitz more. My name is Fitz, he roared, slamming his chest. Not Fizzy. He demanded respect, pointing out he was older despite being a first year. Arthur just smirked, recalling how he'd knocked Fitz out just yesterday. The memory just fueled Fitz's rage, accusing Arthur of bringing it up deliberately. Suddenly, a girl with fiery red hair stepped forward with a smile. Her voice drew everyone's attention. She removed her coat. Claire Ledhart, S-Class combat student and head of the disciplinary council. The man beside her was Thedo N. Hearing Claire's family name, Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. Could she be related to the famous Ledharts? Claire looked surprised he knew of her uncle, but Arthur just smiled it off. He claimed he'd only heard tales of the man's power from his father, hiding the fact they had actually clashed before. Claire slipped her uniform jacket back on. She explained cheerfully that her uncle began training her the moment she awakened, so their styles were quite similar. Arthur then turned his gaze to Thido. Without hesitation, Thido called Arthur a nuisance. Yet, despite the insult, He held out a hand to shake. Arthur hesitated but shook his hand out of courtesy. The moment they touched, Theto unleashed his magic. Arthur's eyes shot wide. It was gravity magic. He stared at Theto's calm expression. Arthur gritted his teeth as golden mana flared up from the floor beneath him. If not for his body, fused with Sylvie's beast will, he would have crumbled. The onlookers watched, thoroughly impressed. His test complete, Theto retracted his hand with a word of praise. Kai applauded loudly. Now he knew Arthur had real power, not just a pretty face. He then glanced at Fitz, remarking how he had face-planted from the same test. His pride stung. Fitz erupted. He was a pure mage, he argued, while Arthur was an enhancement type. It was an unfair comparison. Claire stepped between them, draping an arm over each. No fighting, she said, reminding them to focus on the debut. It was their first official appearance before the entire student body. Arthur had never heard of this before. He grew flustered, worried he would mess everything up. Curtis gave him a reassuring wink. The student council handles the announcements, he said. We just have to look cool. Arthur eyed the massive lion behind him. A giant, A-rank monster would definitely help with the looking cool part. With that settled, Claire clapped once and strode toward the door. Let's show these students who they're dealing with. Outside, the student council president, Tessia, was already making the announcement for Disciplinary Committee 1. This elite group was formed to settle disputes and maintain order. And now, the disciplinary committee emerged before thousands of watching eyes. A roar erupted from the crowd below. They never imagined the Academy's strongest looked like this. Tessia smiled, gesturing proudly toward the council members. The disciplinary committee stepped out, their black uniforms amplifying their powerful and defiant aura. The next day was bright and clear. The classroom buzzed with talk about Atho, especially from the girls, while the boys' whispers were filled with pure envy. Just then, Alier approached with a playful smirk, congratulating him on joining the disciplinary committee. Atho never expected this level of fame. He didn't realize the committee's black uniform was a symbol that guaranteed instant celebrity. Suddenly, the instructor entered. Atho immediately sensed he was a magic-type mage. At the podium stood Avius, 2 books in hand. Atho noted the man's core control was so perfect, he couldn't sense its level. Suddenly, he slammed both books onto the desk. The loud bang captured everyone's attention. With a satisfied look, Avius introduced himself and the day's topic, Fundamentals of Mana Theory, telling them to watch the board. Avius picked up some chalk. While a basic class, this course was mandatory, the foundation for all advanced studies. No one was allowed to skip. To make the lessons more effective, he announced they would be working on several interesting projects. He wrote on the board, Today's topic, a debate on whether magic mages are superior to enhancement mages. The class fell silent, waiting intently. The lesson explained that from a physical standpoint, magic-type mages have more developed mana circuits, which are responsible for absorbing environmental mana into the core. Enhancement types have stronger mana channels to distribute core mana throughout the body. This means that because magic mages absorb external mana, they can more easily reach higher core levels. Avius raised his hands. A white light glowed from his left, while his right fist was enveloped in pure mana, showing how the lines blur as both types advance. Just then, Avius noticed 2 students talking. Without hesitation, he launched both streams of mana directly at the girls. The pair sensed the incoming danger and braced for impact, shutting their eyes tight. But the deadly mana transformed into harmless feathers floating in the air. Avius then asked the class, if a magic and an enhancement mage both reach the silver core, who has the advantage, and is training both core and body truly superior? And just like that, the rest of the class became a heated debate between the students and Avius over that very question. Students stood to share their opinions, but most of them merely recited textbook answers. It was enough to open their minds, but little more. After class, Atho and Alier parted ways, promising to meet up later that afternoon. A moment later, Atho and Sylvie headed to their next lecture. Seeing the vast, luxurious classroom, he guessed this lecture would be interesting. Atho sat and stretched wearily, when a voice suddenly asked if the seat was taken. It was none other than Princess Caitlin. Atho glanced at the many empty seats, but he felt he couldn't possibly refuse her. Caitlin looked at the desk, where Sylvie stared right back. The two held their gaze, neither backing down. When Atho looked at Caitlin, she quickly turned away. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Just then, Fitz walked over. He greeted Caitlin loudly before declaring Atho his official rival. Atho was baffled as Fitz sat right next to him. The class had already settled down, and the instructor was beginning their introduction from the podium. Looking down at the podium, he immediately recognized the man. It was Guy. He never imagined Guy was an academy instructor, now confidently introducing the day's lesson. Guy's eyes soon found the trio of Atho, Caitlin, and Fitz, but his gaze lingered on Atho, the memory of his past humiliation burning in his mind. Guy's eyes flashed and a wicked grin spread across his face. His chance for revenge had finally arrived. He then deliberately drew everyone's attention to the three committee members. Atho narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of scheme this man was plotting. Guy then began to stir the crowd's curiosity about the Academy's strongest students, the disciplinary committee. His laughter grew louder as he spoke. His true goal was to publicly humiliate them, especially Atho. Atho saw it instantly. It was an obvious trap set by Guy, almost laughably so. But he had clearly overestimated the intelligence of Fitz. Without a second thought, Fitz shot his hand up at Guy's challenge. In his black uniform, he proudly announced he would demonstrate the committee's true power. Outwardly, Guy calmly invited Fitz down to the stage, but inwardly, he was laughing triumphantly. Fitz descended to the arena floor. He gave a small bow, faking humility, but his tone dripped with arrogance. Guy simply raised a hand. A huge grin split his face as he offered to give Fitz an advantage, promising to use only ranged attacks despite being an enhancement type. Guy glanced at the students, joking that any loss would be because he went easy on Fitz. He then removed his instructor badge, and a barrier erupted around them. Wasting no time, Fitz drew his own mage's weapon. He began chanting a spell, transforming the very terrain into water to gain an advantage. The spell finished, and the arena floor beneath Fitz instantly turned to water. Atho gave a small, impressed smile. Fitz's strategy was surprisingly unique. Fitz tightened his grip on his wand and charged forward. He manipulated the water with incredible skill, moving as if he and the element were one. At Fitz's command, the water formed into a massive serpent, lunging straight for Guy. But faced with this power, Guy simply smirked. Guy finally took a fighting stance. For an opponent as conceited as Fitz, this would be easy. Atho watched the fierce battle unfold in silence. He knew Guy was no ordinary mage. After all, he could conjure blue flames. As Fitz's attack closed in, the azure fire in Guy's hand burned even brighter. When the moment was right, Guy casually tossed the fireball at the serpent's head. And just like that, he completely neutralized Fitz's ferocious assault. Fitz watched in shock as the fireball hurtled directly toward him. He instinctively raised his arms to block, but then Guy did something no one expected. Seeing Fitz raise his guard, Guy instantly redirected the attack to his right thigh. The sudden shift threw Fitz completely off balance, sending him crashing down. The strike burned through his uniform, revealing seared flesh beneath. Unrelenting, Guy summoned 3 more fireballs to flaunt his power. Guy sneered at the student on the floor, his tone a blatant challenge. Was Faye ready to surrender? Sitting in a puddle, Faye hung his head, weakly mumbling his defeat. Seeing this, Arthur's face darkened. He couldn't believe a professor would so cruelly humiliate a student. A satisfied smirk crossed Guy's face as he shot Arthur a venomous glance. When a dejected Faye returned to his seat, Arthur offered a quiet, encouraging word. But in front of everyone, Guy humiliated Faye once more. He openly mocked Faye's weakness for being taken down in a single blow. Faye's face was now visibly crushed. Guy just laughed. He wouldn't stop until Arthur was on that stage. Then, Caitlin, sitting beside Arthur, suddenly stood up. She raised her hand, volunteering herself to the professor. Her action left Faye completely stunned. Guy feigned surprise, but inwardly, he was disappointed. The next challenger still wasn't Arthur. He watched Caitlin approach, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Arthur remembered something. Caitlin specialized in ice magic, while Guy mastered fire. She was practically walking into the lion's den. Seeing Caitlin head toward danger, Faye couldn't help but warn her. But Arthur, in contrast, said nothing at all. He knew nothing he said could change Caitlin's mind. The two faced each other in the arena. Guy gave Caitlin a respectful bow. Guy didn't hide the malice in his smile. He asked Caitlin not to hold a grudge, whatever the outcome. Ever stoic, Caitlin simply nodded in response. She raised a hand, a small snowflake forming as mana gathered. Caitlin now held her wand, ready for battle. Her face remained a blank canvas. Guy looked disappointed by her stone-like silence, but he didn't dwell on it, clapping his hands as blue flames erupted once more. This time, blue fire engulfed both his hands. The aura he exuded was far more aggressive than before. The tip of Caitlin's wand began to glow as she quickly raised it high. Her gaze was steady, her expression unchanging even in battle. Seeing ice shards fly toward him, Guy raised a hand to block. The ice sizzled against his fire, creating a cold mist. He shattered the small shards with one forceful wave. He was starting to get intrigued by Caitlin's power. It was on another level compared to Faye's. Caitlin didn't let up, forming bigger ice shards for another attack. With her wand lowered, 1,000 icy bullets fired off. Faced with this power, Guy remained perfectly calm. For every shard of ice she had, he had a flame to match it. Guy thrust his hands forward, activating his fireballs. Each blast met its target until nothing remained. As white smoke obscured his view, Guy launched another attack at Caitlin. Arthur's mind flashed back. he wondered if that was the spell Lucas had used during the ranking test. In the arena, Caitlyn's eyes narrowed slightly as she chanted an incantation. Ah. Guy looked up at the tiny ice fragments now above him. He hadn't expected her to shatter her own projectiles into smaller, deadlier pieces. This sudden change caught Guy off guard, giving Caitlyn a slight advantage. Caitlyn seized the opportunity and charged forward. Not to be outdone, Guy focused all of his power into his fist. He hurled the massive fireball straight at Caitlyn. She countered by summoning an ice cyclone, but the cyclone couldn't stop the flames, which shot right through, heading for her. She panicked, frozen in this life-or-death moment. Faye and Arthur immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Now the white smoke cleared, revealing the horrifying scene. Guy was shocked to see Caitlyn standing completely still. She had no defenses up. A direct hit would be catastrophic. Faye lost his composure, screaming her name at the top of his lungs, hoping to snap her out of her trance. But the fireball grew closer and closer, and Caitlyn still hadn't made a single move to defend herself. Her dark eyes reflected the approaching danger. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Guy's fireball detonated in a massive, powerful explosion, stunning every student in the room. Thick white smoke billowed out, hiding everything inside. When the smoke finally cleared, only a patch of empty ground remained. Guy stared at the scene, completely bewildered. Where on earth was Caitlyn? A paranoid thought struck him. He glanced left and right, checking for an ambush. But by now, Caitlyn had been teleported to safety by Arthur at the edge of the arena. Arthur's face was cold. He told Guy to stop his pathetic little games. The words made Guy grind his teeth in fury, but he was powerless to act. For now, he had to remain calm. He thanked Arthur for saving the princess, then blamed him for interfering in a fight he claimed to have under control. Arthur found Guy's words utterly ridiculous. He had zero control, yet he was still trying to save face. Their exchange left the other students unsure who to side with, though most felt Arthur had overreacted. Guy just shrugged, claiming he was about to cancel the spell anyway. Arthur knew better. Everything the professor said was nonsense. A fully formed spell like that could not possibly be cancelled. Arthur glanced over at Caitlyn. Seeing she was okay, he stayed silent, but Guy's words and actions were the last straw. Arthur couldn't stand the sight of him anymore. This time, he would expose the professor's true nature. He didn't hesitate to challenge Guy to a duel. Could he actually win? Guy was a professor at the academy, after all. Seeing his prey walk into the trap, Guy couldn't hide his glee. If Arthur was asking for it, how could he possibly refuse? Caitlyn stood, brushing herself off. Guy saw her scratched face, sneered, and asked the princess for her forgiveness. Seeing her leave without a word, Arthur quietly asked if she was all right. Hearing his voice, Caitlyn paused her steps. She tilted her head slightly and, though still aloof, softly thanked him. Hearing her thanks, Arthur smiled relieved. Model, then, his eyes filled with determination. Atho glared at the hateful professor, vowing not to let him get away with this. He raised his hand, preparing for his battle with Guy. His face darkened, his blue eyes and the weapon in his hand glowing. It was a sharp, blue sword. Atho was ready. Arthur stood defiantly before Guy. Below, the students buzzed with excitement. But Faye, Sylvie, and Carlin watched calmly from above. Across from him, Guy just sneered with contempt. He sneered that Arthur's weapon looked impressive. Then he turned away, his voice still dripping with arrogance. He said since Atho was a reinforcement user, he'd let him choose the combat style to be fair. Atho wasn't interested in his rambling, coldly telling him to do whatever he wanted. Hearing that, Guy froze for a moment. He seethed internally, thinking, what an arrogant brat. He turned back with a twisted grin on his face. He growled, I want you to choose. Seeing his insistence, Atho calmly told him to pick whatever he was most confident with. At those words, Guy gripped a weapon on the ground and replied, if you insist. The tip of the blade was pulled from the floor. Guy tossed the massive sword into the air, making it spin. His hand quickly snatched the hilt. He smirked, promising to go easy on him. But the blade was already enveloped in his powerful blue aura. Across from him, Atho finally made his move. His expression was utterly calm as he moved with speed and grace. The two weapons finally clashed with a loud clang. Guy smiled, but his eyes burned with anger at Atho. After a brief struggle, Atho powerfully parried Guy's sword away. Guy was thrown back by the momentum of his own weapon, but that attack was nothing. Guy regained his footing on the stage. Atho watched him, still perfectly calm. Seeing this, Guy seethed with rage. So this was him going easy? The sword in his hand pulsed with more power, glowing brighter. Guy charged forward with a furious expression, attacking Atho. But he dodged it with ease. Guy immediately attacked Atho again. His face was a mask of rage as he threw one, then two strikes. But the boy evaded every single one. Seeing him only dodge without attacking made Guy even angrier. He gritted his teeth, realizing the kid wasn't using any spells, just reinforcing his body and sword with mana. Their graceful footwork carried them across the stage. Guy unleashed another powerful strike. Atho dodged it again effortlessly. Seeing this, Guy raged internally. How dare he look down on him? Now furious, Guy began to taunt him. Atho, I trust the disciplinary committee members aren't cowardly rats who only know how to run. After speaking, Guy unleashed a frantic assault on Atho. Atho remained perfectly calm, even smirking as he asked Guy, why should I attack when our esteemed professor can't even land a single blow on a first-year student? Guy was enraged by his words, cursing him internally. His face turned thunderous as if he'd just stepped in filth. Guy's hand was now shrouded in his mana. Across from him, Atho leaped up to evade the attack, but something suddenly startled him. An attack shot straight toward his position. The blow came down like a crashing waterfall. Then Guy rushed in. He was now right next to Atho. Atho was shocked to see him so close. A massive strike from Guy came at him. Atho quickly leaned back to dodge it. He seemed to lose his balance, showing a moment of panic. He staggered backward, quickly planting one hand on the ground for support. Seeing the opening, Guy immediately struck at that spot. But Atho twisted his body and dodged. He was back on his feet in an instant, but Guy was already there. He was now right above his head. Guy brought down a vicious strike towards him. His face was twisted with a cruel expression. However, Atho once again dodged successfully. He still looked completely calm. He just gave Guy a flat, indifferent look. Guy, however, was now smiling. Watching from above, Faisal's face was pale with worry, and the students behind him were in an uproar. They wondered if they should call the match, while another student said this was no longer a simple demonstration. Below, the fight raged on. Guy relentlessly launched dangerous attacks, while Atho continued to dodge every single one. Guy finally closed the distance, swinging his sword, but Atho blocked it with his own. As Atho parried, Guy enveloped his other hand in mana. However, he had already leaped away. Atho then dashed to where he had just been standing. Whether from the force of the jump or Guy's technique, a small pillar of light appeared. Atho lunged, swinging his sword with grace. Guy hurriedly raised his own blade. Atho's sword was now pointed directly at Guy's neck. A single swing sent him flying back 5 meters. Guy was astonished that he had counterattacked, gritting his teeth as he realized the boy had gotten faster. Atho slowly straightened up, calmly telling Guy that even a cornered rat becomes fearsome. Then Atho pointed his sword at Guy. His expression was unnervingly calm. He finished his sentence with 3 words, esteemed professor. Guy was now intimidated, only able to grit his teeth and stare at him. Atho's feet began to move again. He dashed quickly towards Guy. Seeing this, Guy was startled with fear. Atho's sword, now shrouded in mana, swung powerfully. His expression had turned serious. He swung his sword with all his might toward Guy. The professor was now struggling to defend himself. After a few blows, Atho had easily pushed Guy into a constant retreat. The look on his face now showed utter disbelief. Clin later, sitting above, told Phi that he was actually pushing back the professor. Sylv was also stunned. Atho's face remained unconcerned as he continued his relentless advance. Phi's voice echoed again. He said Atho was on a completely different level than that Guy. Down below, Guy was scowling as he desperately blocked and dodged his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, Atho noticed something. He looked behind Guy where a protective barrier was being activated. After seeing his target, a cunning smile appeared on Atho's face. He thought to himself that it was time to end this. With that thought, Atho continued to back Guy toward that protective barrier. He unleashed a constant barrage of strikes. The two continued their dance of attack and parry. The sound of their 2 weapons clashing echoed continuously. Suddenly, Atho dashed forward again. He used his mana to envelop his sword, making every one of his movements radiate with power. The look on Atho's face was now one of pure determination. Seeing this, Guy quickly raised his own blade. His sword was also enveloped in mana. The tense standoff continued. Arthur relentlessly attacked Guy, forcing him to block and retreat. Through the clash, he taunted, "Think this is enough to beat me?" Arthur's reply was chillingly calm. No. His sword never stopped, pushing Guy back. He was now cornered against the barrier. With a perfect distance set, Arthur began to channel his mana. He spoke softly, but this might be. Arthur's face darkened as he drew his arm back. He swung, and a blast of colorful light erupted from his sword. Guy watched in shock, raising his sword to defend. The brilliant light hit hard, blasting him straight into the barrier. A crack appeared as Guy's body hit the barrier. Arthur smirked, his plan working perfectly as the fractures grew larger. Arthur's blade had drawn crimson essence from Guy. Realizing his defeat, Guy desperately continued to defend himself. He screamed in terror for Arthur to stop. Then, the sound of the barrier shattering echoed out. The barrier shattered, sending Guy tumbling out. He hit the ground hard. Arthur's sword landed beside his face, silencing him with fear. Arthur's expression was cold, his eyes glowing. He thanked Guy for the lesson. After the match, he calmly retracted his sword. He looked up to applause as Carlin was leaving. Within moments, Arthur and Faye ran to catch up. He quickly called out to Carlin. As she turned, a hand clapped his shoulder. Faye proudly praised him for the impressive match. It was just as he had expected. Hearing the praise, Arthur humbly thanked Faye. He then said if Faye knew the professor's spell, he could have blocked it easily. Faye confidently agreed that was obvious, and he never thought Guy would use such a powerful spell for a demo or he would have won. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "And what about me?" They turned to see Carlin. Arthur quickly tried to salvage the conversation. He scratched his head, saying he wasn't that smart, but her biggest mistake was neglecting her own defense during the final spell. An awkward silence fell. Arthur and Faye stared in terror. Carlin simply nodded. They both let out a relieved laugh. After Carlin left, they both sighed in relief. Faye said he had to go too. Later, Arthur walked with Sylvie perched on his head. Suddenly, Sylvie noticed something. She called him sadly, asking why he looked so down. Arthur knew Sylvie was worried and patted her head reassuringly. "It's nothing important." Sylvie's worried voice persisted as Arthur looked away. He was sad he couldn't beat Guy faster using his wind element. He resolved to train much harder to reach his goals. A clear sky hung overhead. Arthur walked to his next class with Sylvie, followed by a crowd of students. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He had arrived at the basic artifact creation class. The room was full of modern tables, machines, and neatly arranged glass beakers. This class taught how to channel and control mana into items for specific needs. On another wall, storage cabinets were neatly organized. Arthur looked around, curious, as this was new to him. Someone approached. "Is anyone sitting here?" He looked up at a shy, blue-haired girl. She spoke quietly. "If so, I can sit somewhere else." Arthur smiled at her. He gently replied to the girl, "No one's here. You can sit wherever you like." The girl bowed and thanked him. She then began to introduce herself, but her voice grew so quiet that Arthur couldn't hear a thing. He leaned in. "I'm sorry." The girl jumped, startled. In a panic, she said again, "I'm Emily." "Emily Watson," she said, then blurted out, "Please be my friend. It's nice to meet you." An awkward silence followed. Emily was so embarrassed steam rose from her head. "Damn it," she thought. "He must think I'm weird." But Arthur was just holding back a laugh. Then Arthur held out his hand, surprising her. He introduced himself to her. "I'm Arthur." He smiled gently. "Since we just met, let's start as acquaintances first." Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed red as she nodded eagerly. As they shook hands, Arthur noticed something. The calluses on her hand told him she practiced very hard. Emily suddenly panicked. She quickly pulled her hand back and apologized sadly, asking if he was disgusted. Emily's face fell. Seeing this, he gently said, "It's fine." Then he showed her his own hand with a smile. "I have them, too." Emily was amazed. "You must train a lot. No wonder you're on the disciplinary committee." She had always admired that. Then she spoke about herself. "I like crafting, so I'm always messing with different kinds of tools." Emily's face began to fall. "Unfortunately, that's made my hands pretty rough." Emily stared at her calloused hands as she spoke. Arthur just listened, smiling gently. He gazed ahead. "I'm actually jealous of your dream to create." He explained that in battle, the only thing he excelled at was destruction. But with crafting, the better you are, the more you can create. He glanced at the cabinets. Emily was left stunned by his encouraging words. She confessed she'd never seen it that way, amazed a 12-year-old could have such foresight. Her words caught Otho off guard. He reminded her that she was also 12. At this, Emily's expression fell. She looked down and spoke, admitting that his words were true, though it had been ages. "Since I created the projection, no one has said that." Hearing this, Arthur was stunned. He recalled the projection screen he'd seen before, wondering in shock just how old she was when she created such a thing. After a moment's thought, Arthur bowed his head again. He felt honored to meet a true genius. But suddenly, Emily stopped him, leaving him bewildered. She unleashed a torrent of questions at him, a freshman with no backing and a strange mana beast, who could overwhelm not just a professor, but a veteran adventurer with a pale yellow mana core. So she told him not to make her laugh. Hearing her words, Arthur could only manage a stiff smile as his body froze. Sylvie, sitting quietly, was caught in the crossfire. It looked at Emily in disbelief, then asked Arthur, "Do I look that weird?" Emily, ever cool, pushed up her glasses and told him, "Don't be so surprised, this is a magic academy. News travels fast, and rumors travel even faster." Suddenly, a hand pushed open the classroom door only to quickly shut it again. The professor must have arrived, and from his tone, he sounded like he was asking for a beating. "Hello, commoners." The bizarre greeting left the entire class speechless. The professor continued, telling the students not to get too excited about the honor of meeting him. His true appearance was finally revealed. With dark circles under his eyes and an unforgettable hairstyle, he was one of a kind. He cheerfully introduced himself as Gideon, the instructor for this course. Just then, he stared directly at Arthur's seat, causing the whole class to look over. His shocked expression was completely genuine. He asked in utter amazement if he was Arthur Lewin. Still wearing that look of shock, he continued. He never expected Arthur to be in his class. Arthur glared at Gideon, angrily cursing him as a slippery snake. A short while later, the lecture began. Gideon was boasting. About 20 years ago, I invented something. Then 3 years later, I discovered and created something else, which the readers will never know. He didn't stop there, telling the students he was also responsible for some other great feat. These boastful lectures left the students below in complete awe. Arthur, sitting off to the side, wondered if he came here just to brag. Sylvie was already getting sleepy. Suddenly, outside, a pair of wings spread wide, heading straight for Arthur's classroom. It dove inside swiftly. The shadow looked like a bird. Arthur was still focused on Gideon's boasting. Only Sylvie noticed. A pair of feet landed gently on Arthur's shoulder. He turned in surprise. Tsiaki's owl had landed on his shoulder, startling Arthur. Sylvie's fur bristled beside him. It called out to Arthur, warning that the owl was dangerous. The other students stared, their mouths agape at the sight of the owl on his shoulder. Gideon, at the front of the class, also looked over. He explained that the headmistress was likely summoning him, so he'd have to miss the rest of this life-changing lecture. Then he urged Arthur to hurry along. Sylvie, clearly annoyed by the owl on Arthur's shoulder, leaped up to start a fight, but the owl simply dodged. Emily, sitting beside him, whispered that she was right. News certainly travels fast. A moment later, Arthur was walking down the hallway. Feeling helpless, he asked Sylvie and the owl, "How long are you two going to keep this up?" Suddenly, Arthur spotted something ahead. Arthur saw Caitlin leaving the headmistress's office and quickly went to greet her. Before he could finish, a sense of dread washed over him. This didn't look good. Arthur gently pushed open the office door, peeking his head in. "You called for me?" he asked, his heart pounding as he saw her furious expression. Seeing Arthur, Director Guji stood up and invited him to sit. A moment later, she sat with a straight back, perfectly calm. Arthur, however, was a nervous wreck. He started to explain, "If this is about my fight with Guy, I only did it because he was using." Before he could finish, Director Guji stopped him. She calmly said she didn't call him here because of their conflict. Arthur was dumbfounded, utterly confused. Director Guji held her face in her hands, looking at Arthur thoughtfully. Her expression only confused him more. The silence was heavy and awkward. Unable to bear it any longer, Arthur had to ask again, "Then why am I here?" Director Guji's face brightened slightly. She asked if he wanted to be the temporary professor for the practical mana manipulation class. After hearing her question, Arthur fell silent. A stunned stillness filled the room. Arthur looked behind him suspiciously, asking Director Guji if someone else was there. Seeing this, Director Guji clarified she was indeed speaking to him. Arthur was bewildered. He scratched his face, curiously asking what Caitlin had said to make her decide this. Director Guji smiled at his question, asking with a sigh, "You're already calling Caitlin by her first name? Having you steal the hearts of both princesses will cause trouble, you know." Not stopping there, Director Guji imagined a scene of Tesha and Caitlin leading armies to war over Arthur. Then she added, "I don't want you starting a world war." Arthur immediately dismissed her thoughts, wearily telling her to stop changing the subject. Getting back to the point, Arthur asked skeptically if she was joking. He was still a student who hadn't even finished his first day. Then, his curiosity piqued. He asked if a student could even be a professor. Hearing his questions, Director Guji quickly cut him off. She advised him not to overcomplicate things. It was very simple. Director Guji began to explain everything from the start. As for whether it was allowed, her permission was all that mattered. Besides, it was common for highly rated upperclassmen to teach basic courses, so he wasn't that special. Director Guji stated it bluntly. Hearing this, Arthur felt a bit more at ease. However, he still had a question about Guy. At that, she told him the academy had just expelled Guy. Seeing Arthur's expression, Director Guji smiled and said, "Don't look so surprised." She had thoroughly investigated after hearing about the incident. With Caitlin's help, Guy had no defense. Director Guji continued, saying she had never seen Caitlin so serious. Hearing this, Arthur pictured Caitlin's usual face versus her angry one. He stammered, "Is that so?" His expression remained one of deep confusion. He told Director Guji he didn't understand why she would do all this. She replied as if it were obvious, saying she simply wanted him to fill the now vacant position. Professor Jai met Arthur's gaze calmly, assuring him she was hiding nothing. There was no need for suspicion. This was better for his reputation than challenging her professors one by one. Beside him, Sylv was fast asleep. Professor Jai continued, saying he'd be in the spotlight, but she would protect him if needed. Arthur still refused, citing complaints from parents. Just as she predicted, Professor Jai puffed her chest with pride and said they might. But as headmistress, this is better than canceling a class. The choice was his, she added, but it was a better use of his advanced skills. Arthur stared at Professor Guy, torn by the difficult decision. She simply held her polished, professional smile. Cornered, he had no choice but to accept. So much for his quiet, hidden life. After hesitating, he agreed to her offer. With a calm face, he told her he would give it a try. Hearing the words she wanted, Professor Jai smiled with satisfaction. She added her faith that he would succeed. After Arthur left, she watched from the window, asking her owl why he always kept her so busy. Her face was etched with exhaustion. Negotiating with him was harder than with royalty, she grumbled. Then she asked Avi for its thoughts on the boy. Avi stated its opinion. He was different. It warned the professor not to see him as a child. His soul's sharpness and emotional maturity far surpassed his youthful looks. Professor Jai found this hard to believe. How can you be so certain? She asked. Avi remained calm, saying its guess was based on his contract beast. It knew Sylv's true form was a dragon. Professor G was stunned by this revelation and cried out, "A what?" Avi continued its explanation. Once Sylv fully matured, its power would be far beyond Avi's own. Therefore, Avi advised the professor not to make an enemy of Arthur. With trust, he could become her greatest ally. But if betrayed, he could be the ruin of the entire continent. Avi watched the retreating figures of Arthur and Sylv. A short while later, in the dining hall, students crowded the food counter. As Arthur got his tray, a hand shot up. A familiar voice called out his name. Alea was at a table, his face bright as he waved him over. Once Arthur reached them, Alea introduced him to the girl sitting opposite them as his best friend and roommate. The girl shyly greeted him. Alea then introduced her to Arthur as Charlotte. Arthur returned a polite, "Nice to meet you." As he sat, he asked if class was fun without him. Alea grinned, replying that of course it was. On the table, Sylv drooled over Arthur's delicious meal. Meanwhile, Arthur and Alea were lost in their own conversation. Alea mentioned enjoying basic spell chains and mana manipulation, but suddenly, Sylv sensed a nearby presence. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with curiosity as her hand reached toward the creature. Sylv instantly bristled, startling her, while Alea's voice droned on. He said some parts of mana application felt repetitive since Arthur had already taught him. He cheerfully added that Charlotte was in his spell chain class and was incredibly skilled. Hearing this, Charlotte blushed deeply, stopping him. "You're embarrassing me." After his story, Alea looked over. "So what about you?" he asked. "I heard you totally destroyed that professor." Arthur winced at the memory, hesitating before he answered. "I became the professor for that class." Hearing this, Alea did a spit take, spraying water right into Arthur's face. Alea quickly wiped his mouth and apologized, then yelled in shock, "You're the professor?" Arthur looked annoyed. Wiping his face, he said, "I'm the substitute, so don't spit on your professor." Seeing Arthur's smug look, Alea pouted. He grumbled at him before sharing an idea he had. Maybe he'd skip a few classes to sit in on Arthur's. He really wanted to see it for himself. Then he remembered, asking, "Charlotte and I are going shopping in town. You in?" Charlotte, sitting opposite, lit up. She eagerly agreed that he should join them. Arthur could only refuse awkwardly. He had 3 more classes and couldn't skip his advanced course. Hearing this, Alea seemed rather excited. He glanced at Charlotte, suddenly blushing. "I guess it's just us, then," Alea said. Charlotte's demeanor immediately shifted. She shyly backed out, saying she'd forgotten about other plans. With that, Charlotte picked up her tray and stood. She awkwardly suggested the 3 of them go together another time, and then turned to leave. She quickly said her goodbyes with a special farewell just for Arthur. Watching her go, Alea sighed sadly. "She must be busy. I guess I'll go study in the library." His mood suddenly brightened again. "She's great, isn't she? And so pretty." Then he asked Arthur, "Do you think I have a shot?" Arthur's gaze filled with pity. He could hardly believe it. Patting Alea's shoulder, he offered, "You can do better." Beside him, Sylv nodded in agreement, though Alea was completely clueless. After eating, Arthur headed to his next class with Sylv. Inside, all eyes turned toward him. He moved like a superstar, drawing everyone's gaze. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. The person seemed surprised to see him in an advanced class. Arthur looked over curiously. Lee and Curtis were standing off to the side, waving him over. Arthur walked over to them. Lee greeted him cheerfully, throwing an arm around his shoulders. She smiled, "Don't embarrass the disciplinary committee." Arthur could only sigh helplessly. "I'll try my best," he told Lee. Down below, Sylv was greeting Jer. After a moment, Arthur turned to Curtis. "Is everyone here?" he asked. Curtis glanced around. "Almost everyone, I think." Just as he spoke, his eyes caught something. The last ones to enter were Tesha, with a boy walking beside her. Suddenly, Tessia noticed Arthur standing there. Arthur offered her a gentle, affectionate smile. Seeing his look, Tessia's face lit up with a radiant smile. But Lee pulled Arthur closer, resting her head on him. She then cheerfully greeted Tessia. But seeing them, Tessia's face fell in disappointment, her cheeks puffing in a sulk. Athos sensed the danger, his face paling. He could only force a smile and greet Tessia. Tessia was furious, deliberately ignoring Athos. She swept past them, coldly saying, "A pleasure." Lou was stunned by her reply. She told Athos that Tessia seemed to be in a bad mood. Athos glanced at Lou, the real culprit, thinking, "This is your fault." Just then, Curtis arrived, urging them to move on. Suddenly, a figure blurred past them, startling Athos. His hand immediately clenched into a fist. He glared angrily at Lucas, who had just breezed by. A memory flashed. Lucas's arrogant face asking if he was still alive. Next, the image of him loudly making false accusations. And then, the memory of him personally running a spear through his chest in a past life. Back in the present, Lucas appeared again with a startling glance. A large shadow fell over them as DM descended with Glow. Glow introduced herself as the professor for the combat division. This fire hawk was her contract beast. Athos used his eye skill to read her power. She immediately noticed, her eyes locking onto Athos. He wondered why she would hide her level and element from the students. Glow smiled, approaching Athos to greet her new colleague. Hearing this, the students behind them began whispering excitedly. One of them stepped forward to ask if it was true. Glow simply confirmed that it was. Athos was not only the youngest on the disciplinary committee, but also the new professor for practical mana application. She added that for a temporary professor, he was impressive. That answer angered most students. Even the top upperclassmen weren't allowed to teach, so they began demanding fairness. Hearing Glow's introduction, Athos wondered, was she purposely making him a target? Seeing the students protest, Glow said to trust the headmaster's decision, as Athos had defeated the class's previous professor. The same student from before sneered that beating a lower-class professor meant nothing. He claimed any of them could do it, and the others agreed. This was just as Glow planned. The boy suggested she test Athos herself. Athos knew this was a death trap, glaring at the instigator. The students eagerly awaited a fight, hoping to see Athos destroyed. But then Athos turned to Princess Tessia, giving her a look that made her shyly turn away. Glow replied she was told by the headmaster to go easy on the upperclassmen. Besides, he was just a first-year student in their class. He shouldn't get special treatment. Glow then moved close to Athos, telling him to just prove his strength. Athos felt helpless as the crowd roared. She added that she wanted a fun start to the semester, proposing games based on war and conquest. Curtis later suggested a mock battle with 3 members of the disciplinary committee, so everyone could learn teamwork. Glow agreed, but CL, beside the princess, objected. He stated he and Tessia might be opponents, which completely surprised the princess. Glow was intrigued by the matchup but felt it was unfair since they only had 2 members. Just then, Lucas asked to join the student team, exciting Glow as he was another genius. This was a perfect chance to probe Lucas's abilities. As they prepared for the match, Athos and Lucas stood near each other. Lucas probed, "So you're the commoner who took my place on the committee?" Athos coldly replied, "It was never yours." Now, all the students were in the stands watching the tense battle prep. The teams prepared their gear, but Athos ran into trouble. Seeing this, Princess Tessia helped him, surprising Athos. He asked if she should be helping him. Tessia just tightened his armor, a warning to keep his voice down. Athos reassured her that no one could hear. Tessia then shyly admitted she hated pretending not to know him. Though told her not to. Tessia's tone became accusatory. "Don't you care? Master Sylvie said you wanted to live a quiet life." Athos smiled awkwardly. "I'm not doing a good job, am I?" He then clarified some things had to remain secret, like Sylvie's true form and his own mana core level. Athos then asked the princess if she had noticed anything. Tessia admitted she hadn't, but as she began to say more, Athos suddenly covered her mouth, urging her to hide her elements as he was. Finally, Athos moved closer and said, "There's no need for you to avoid me." Tessia's face turned red as she stammered, "You're too close." Glow immediately warned them to stop fraternizing with the enemy, as the match would start in 2 minutes. Embarrassed, Tessia pushed Athos away and returned to her team. He called out and encouraged her. Before starting, Glow announced the match would be 30 minutes, followed by analysis. Because the disciplinary committee had more training than the student team, Athos would play the role of the king. If Athos is defeated, his entire team loses. Glow added that his armor has a special mechanism built by artificers to measure the damage his body takes. If it exceeds the threshold, a piercing alarm will sound. Anyone who continues to fight after the alarm will be expelled from class, and maybe even the academy. Glow stressed the gear was not meant to protect Athos. He had to use his own mana for defense and could still be injured while wearing it. And then, it all began. As the starting cry echoed, auras of red and blue mana exploded around them. The two sides immediately charged into battle. Curtis later and Jer immediately launched a fierce pursuit after Tessia. Arthur took in the whole scene calculating. Curtis couldn't defeat Tessia, but he could definitely buy them some time. Focused on their chase, Arthur suddenly sensed a presence approaching him. Wielding a gleaming, brick-red staff, Lucas White strode forward, arrogance radiating from him. Unfazed, Arthur activated his mana. A vibrant green light enveloped his weapon. Arthur had hoped for some humility, but Lucas was a lost cause. His expression hardened, eyes gleaming with intent as he quietly gathered his strength. He had no idea what was coming next. Lucas White sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. "What took you so long? Afraid your precious reputation is on the line." Before he could answer, a sound drew his gaze upward. Glow was watching from above. "So, you all came here for a show?" In that instant, a terrifying power radiated outwards. Everyone on the battlefield froze in horror, including the smug Lucas White. Only Glow seemed intrigued, while Tessia sighed, knowing what was to come. A torrent of green mana erupted, shrouding both Arthur's body and his weapon. His expression had turned murderous. He didn't walk, he vanished, reappearing before Lucas in a blur, whipping up the very grass around them. Though startled, Lucas White quickly regained his composure, ready to face Arthur head-on. Burn. At his command, crimson energy engulfed his staff. Lucas then decreed, "Obey me, Hellfire. Surround all who stand in my way." As he spoke, the battlefield transformed into a hellscape. Orbs of crimson flame materialized, encircling Lucas completely. Fearless, Arthur met the attack head-on, using his own power to shatter the Hellfire. When the two auras collided, the shockwaves slammed into Esther, sending her flying. Refusing to be on the defensive, Arthur used the momentum to summon towering mountains of rock that crashed into Lucas's Hellfire. The scene descended into chaos. The moment his earthen defense shattered, Arthur's agility allowed him to escape the Hellfire's blast radius. Arthur landed safely at a distance, his guard raised against Lucas White's next move. Believing he had the upper hand, Lucas smugly aimed his staff skyward. Countless crimson fireballs materialized, surrounding Arthur's position. But these were no ordinary fireballs. They linked together, forming a dazzling, terrifying ring of fire controlled by Lucas. As Arthur gritted his teeth, searching for a strategy, the command came. "Rain down." The fireballs obeyed, targeting Arthur Lewin instantly. They didn't just fall, they converged, creating devastating explosions in midair. Hounded by the barrage, Arthur moved with incredible speed, dodging each point of impact just as they struck. Through the smoke and flying debris, Arthur landed unscathed once more. Seeing his opponent struggle, Lucas White's smirk widened, his arrogance reaching new heights. "That's right, dance for me," Lucas taunted, as Arthur continued to evade every blow. Seeing this, Sylvie appeared, her face filled with worry. "Father, are you all right?" He reassured the small dragon. "I'm fine." "Sylvie, what's the situation?" Her worries forgotten, she chirped, "Mother is dominating Curtis, and Lancelot has the upper hand against that scowling guy." Knowing the situation was stable, Arthur turned back to the fight. "Understood. Let me know if anything changes." He then resumed dodging the onslaught, his eyes locked on Lucas manipulating the attack. "This brat's mana pool is far larger than before," he thought. Shaking it off, Arthur flash-stepped toward his foe. Power radiated from his every move. Behind him, the battlefield was still a fiery hellscape, and yet he appeared right before Lucas. Despite the sudden approach, Lucas White showed no fear, only utter contempt. At that moment, Lucas unleashed his power once more. The energy swelled, creating a massive explosion. The fiery blast erupted, throwing Arthur back. "Damn it! Without a fire or water affinity, I can't counter this heat, and my mana can't sustain this intensity." Just then, the intense heat and force of the blast shattered Arthur's earthen defenses. Seeing this, Lucas sneered, "Good thing I'm not on the disciplinary council. Being grouped with a weakling like you, I'd probably just drop out." Arthur struggled to fend off the attacks. "I can't cast a wind spell powerful enough to counter this onslaught." Fragments of his stone defenses were blasted in every direction, but still, he refused to yield. Arthur raised a hand, activating his mana once more. Planting his feet on the rubble, he launched himself directly into the fireball explosion. He deflected flames with his sword, kicking flying debris back at the incoming fireballs. But the fireballs obliterated every stone he launched. He had to think fast. "Come on, Arthur, think. Focus on the fire itself. Wind magic. The basics are just projecting and retracting it to get the desired result. But what if I manipulate the air particles directly? I could remove the oxygen that fuels the flames." His train of thought was shattered. Just then, a massive torrent of flame tore through his defense. He was already exhausted from blocking the relentless assault. Sweat dripped from Arthur's face, while Lucas stood there, brimming with arrogance. He roared, "Is this how you defeated that pathetic professor? By running away like a coward?" As he spoke, Lucas's staff unleashed a ferocious blast of fire, obliterating Arthur's defenses completely. The earthen shield shattered, turning the area into a war zone. Debris flew everywhere as Arthur was sent flying by the blast. He seemed overwhelmed, yet he held his ground, calculating every counter against his foe. Can I move fast enough to extinguish those flames before they hit? More importantly, will I even be able to breathe? A faint smile touched his lips. Why overthink this? This is why I'm here. His confidence returned. Arthur Lewin had a plan for Lucas. The entire battle unfolded below Glow, perched atop DM. Lucas is better than I thought. Her gaze was fixed on the clash of two powers. Lucas still had the upper hand. Inferno is a difficult spell, yet he wields it so skillfully. Plus, his mana reserves surpass a silver core mage. Glow sighed, stroking DM's head. Times are changing, my friend. We old-timers will soon be replaced, especially by kids like him. Her gaze shifted to Arthur Lewin, who was still locked in his own fight. The battle grew more intense, but to Glow, he lacked spells for a dual elementalist. His movements, however, were fluid and precise. She was curious about this boy countering Lucas's onslaught, the kid who could defeat a former adventurer, even a reckless one. Glow recalled the moment Arthur seriously unleashed his mana. What kind of life did he live to have such power so young? She then noticed Arthur steadying himself, drawing his power inward, suppressing it. This piqued Glow's curiosity. What is he doing? Holding his breath? With his defenses down, flames lashed at his body. The pain made Arthur stagger. Glow watched, completely baffled. Honestly, his uniform is going to be ruined. Despite the burning attacks, Arthur calmly pressed forward. A thought struck her. Glow guided DM lower, getting closer. She realized this little monster wasn't using normal wind magic. Manipulating air requires immense clarity and focus, a level of concentration few mages possess for such precise casting. That's why mages can't just rip the air from an opponent's lungs. It takes hours of intense focus. To pull air from a moving target, mages use their own bodies or a fixed location as an anchor. So, he's keeping the effective range close to his body. But to do that in the middle of a fight is unheard of. The more she watched, the more intrigued Glow became. Arthur's plan, create a thin vacuum around his body to vaporize the flames on contact. Easier said than done, he thought. At this rate, my uniform will be ashes before I get this right. But if I can just push through this. As he advanced, his clothes began to shred and burn away. Where the fabric vanished, angry burns blistered his skin from the intense heat. Seeing this, Lucas gritted his teeth. How is he blocking my spells? I don't see any wind magic, he snarled. No matter, I'll end this now. Lucas lost all control, unleashing his full power. Awaken, my guardian. The flames erupted, forging a colossal soldier of pure fire. Arthur gave a slight smile. The fire guardian charged, falling right into the first stage of his plan. So, he's finally at his limit. But in that critical moment, Arthur froze. An unexpected surge of mana. What is this? Just then, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. Papa, Mama's in danger. Arthur's heart lurched. What? How? Distracted for a second, a blast of fire caught him off guard, but his reflexes kicked in, letting him evade the Guardian's strike. As he regained his footing, he saw Glow on DM diving from the sky. Damn it! No time to think. The giant Guardian was charging again. Trapped, Arthur had no choice but to activate his special vision. His gaze hardened with resolve. Streaks of bronze light appeared on his cheeks. His blue eyes blazed, his expression turning deadly serious. Activating the vision drained his strength. Arthur forced himself to stand. Focus. I have to get to Tesha. Now, he glanced sideways and saw Glow and DM flying towards him. His anxiety spiked. I have to hurry. I used almost all my mana on that foolish barrier spell. His vision shot into the distance, locking onto a powerful roar. It was Jordan's power, being unleashed by Curtis. Was that roar the mana I sensed before? Focusing his vision, he saw Curtis unleashing his beast's will. And facing him was Tisha, standing completely unguarded. Why wasn't her barrier up? The strain of his vision made Arthur's head spin, but it didn't matter. As a broken tree fell toward Tesha, Arthur instantly moved to shield her. He had no mana left to block it, but he pulled her close. This is going to hurt. A massive impact crashed down upon them. Hearing the explosion, Tesha worried, using his two weakest elements. He can't possibly win. Her thought was cut short as Curtis later lunged, his blade of fire ready. Tesha barely parried with her own weapon. Don't get distracted in a fight, Curtis warned her. Tessia pivoted, using his momentum against him, and launched a swift counter. But Curtis simply raised a hand, forming a power shield to block the attack. Tessia gathered power into her palm, unleashing a wind orb that sent her opponent flying back. Joder appeared just in time to catch his master. But after her attack, a sharp pain shot through Tesha's body. With Joder's support, Sit later regained his focus, his expression transforming into that of a different person. Tesha sensed their massive mana, a sign of a powerful spell. She began her own chant as a mystic blue flame danced in her hand. She thrust her hand upward, causing roots to burst from the ground, blocking Joder's path. Yet he moved gracefully, dodging each one as he drew closer to Tesha. Tesha felt her core destabilize. She hadn't fully assimilated its power, but still weakly raised her sword to fight. The thought of surrender crossed her mind, but her pride as student council president wouldn't allow it. She gathered her remaining power and unleashed it. Joder and Sit charged forward to attack. Joder unleashed a powerful stream of fire toward Tesha. At the same time, Tesha began to lose consciousness as the fireballs separated from her. If she dodged, Joder's attack would cause massive damage. Hearing the loud explosion, Glow landed and saw Tesha was gone. It turned out Atho had rushed in, taking the blow for her, and both had passed out. Glow wondered how Atho had gotten there, and Professor Lurhai explained his recent actions. Glow told Dag to get everyone ready while Pawn assessed the injuries. She looked at the two of them, her mind filled with unanswered questions. The next day, Atho awoke in a hospital bed to Sylvie's worried face. She chided him for nearly dying, tearfully asking what she would do if he were gone. Atho understood completely, comforting her with an apology and promising he wouldn't leave her. He gently stroked her head with a warm hand. Suddenly, the headmaster entered, asking how he felt. Atho immediately asked about Tesha's condition. The headmaster assured him Tesha was doing better than he was, but there was another issue. Before she could finish, Atho guessed it. Tesha's body couldn't suppress the beast's will, surprising the headmaster. She sat down and learned that Atho himself had given the core to Tesha. He should help her assimilate it, but now things were complicated. The headmaster disagreed, saying he'd already done enough. The fault was hers for keeping the beast's will inside Tesha a secret. Tesha was in the most sensitive stage of assimilation. If she had told Professor Glow, none of this would have happened. She ended by sincerely thanking Atho. The headmaster said she had contacted the royal family and his own. She left and saw Tesha standing outside the door, wanting to visit but saying Atho needed rest. The headmaster didn't press the issue, instead suggesting they go get some delicious desserts. Tisha didn't resist, but she glanced back at Atho's room with a look of longing. The next day, Atho awoke to find his family at the academy. His parents rushed to his side while Atho apologized for worrying them. His little sister teased that he looked like a total mess, and the two bickered playfully. His mother gently asked what happened on his first day, while his father joked that he'd gotten into a school fight. Atho just grinned and said they should see the other guy, making his mother suspect he'd beaten someone up again. A voice from behind reassured them it wasn't like that. It was Tesha's family. Atho's parents, realizing it was the royal family, quickly bowed. The king said the pleasure was all his, finally meeting the family of the one who had saved the princess twice. The two families greeted each other warmly. Tesha introduced herself as Atho's friend. Hearing this, his parents exchanged a knowing, excited glance, making Atho wonder what they were thinking. Alice cheerfully grabbed Tezia's hand, saying Atho had talked about her so much, which brought a pleased look to Tezia's face. Atho's mother added that it was great he had such a good friend, whispering to her about the present and future. Tesha blushed deeply, covering her face. Then, Tesha's grandfather came to see Atho. Atho admitted he was worried about his parents' intentions. The old man joked that at worst, he'd become his grandson-in-law. Hearing this, Tesha tugged her grandfather's beard, both embarrassed and annoyed. She turned and apologized to Atho for his words and for getting him hurt. Atho just smiled brightly. Right after, Eli approached, speaking to Tezia with a sharp tone. Tezia knew she was just worried and complimented Eli, saying she was prettier than she imagined. Though still guarded, Eli complimented Tezia back. When Atho added that Tezia gave her the birthday bow, Eli's voice softened as she shyly said thanks. Tesha responded with a smile as bright as a flower. Atho then asked her grandfather if there was any problem with her core. He replied, "It's even more compatible with the beast than your own assimilation was," then asked how Atho obtained the core of a good W. Atho casually replied, "You just have to kill one," which the old man found hard to believe. A nurse then entered, saying Tezia's assimilation needed to be monitored. Groups of friends came one by one to check on him and ask what happened, including Gideon. Gideon invited him to a personal training room after he recovered, saying the headmaster had him build special equipment just for Atho. He said there would be a fee, but they could put it on a tab for now. Just as Atho lay back down, Tezia came to visit. She said her synchronization process also required rest, so she was on leave. Atho kindly asked again about her core. Tezia didn't answer, instead giggling that he'd almost died but was still worried about her. She brought up the past, how he'd saved her from bandits, and apologized to him once more. Atho said it was long ago and didn't matter, but Tesha shyly said she wasn't apologizing for that, but for taking this chance. Then, she gently pressed her lips to his. After the kiss, Tesha lost her composure and fled the room. Her face burned as she wondered if giving her first kiss to Atho was the right choice. She worried she looked ugly and checked her reflection in the glass door, even practicing puckering her lips again, which made her blush even more. After that impulsive moment, she felt she'd been too forward and became scared Atho would misunderstand her. She sank to the floor, deciding to pretend it never happened. But a second later, she covered her face and cheered herself on. That was the right move. There was no need to be shy. You can't make progress if you just ignore things. He'll always see me as a kid. She thought that if Arthur didn't like her, it was his loss. He was missing out on a talented, famous, and smart mage. With that thought, she stormed off to her room. Arthur, meanwhile, was still stunned that he and Tesha had just kissed. She was only a 13-year-old girl, but he was in a 12-year-old's body, and in this world, that was old enough to marry. Besides, she had been the one to initiate it. Arthur slapped himself, blaming his raging teenage. The next day, rumors flew. Arthur was teaching a class after defeating a professor. The headmistress asked if he was ready for his first lecture tomorrow. Arthur assured her he could handle it, then asked about Tesha's assimilation. She replied, "If you're worried, go see her yourself. The process is going much smoother." Thanks to her grandfather, but he must soon return home. Arthur agreed to take his place. Gideon then hurried them along, eager to begin. The headmistress only asked Gideon for a few training items, but to surprise the arrogant kid, he went a little overboard. The gate opened to a vast, open space. Arthur was genuinely impressed. As Gideon gloated, the headmistress noticed something. A device with powerful mana fluctuations. Gideon seized the moment, introducing his new iron robot. It could transform, and its mana shield blocks silver core mage spells. This was his latest model. Its name, Tobit. He set it to level 5, equal to a dark orange core beast. Arthur rolled up his sleeves, ready to test it. Gideon boasted, "Tobit's body is special steel. Its defense is even greater than its attack." Arthur then stepped forward, striking Tobit with a blue-flamed fist. The punch sent it crashing down before Gideon's eyes. Arthur simply suggested raising the level. Elsewhere, in a place filled with death, Beidou and 2 others noticed something strange about the bone crypt. "Are you sure no human, elf, or dwarf has ever entered?" The man with glasses was certain. The only entrance was sealed. Beidou glanced at the blue ribbon on his hand. This was serious. Back in the training hall, Arthur fought a level 7 Tobit. Lightning, fire, wind, water. Every basic element was unleashed in their battle. Tobit charged relentlessly, but Arthur was fearless. He activated a powerful surge of mana and met it head-on. He knocked Tobit back, but the fight wasn't over. They clashed again. Arthur decisively parried every single attack, and when Tobit lunged one last time, Arthur seized the advantage. He grabbed its limbs, slamming it into the ground. He piled both disabled Tobits together, ending the fight. Arthur calmly broke each of Tobit's limbs, tossing them aside. Meanwhile, watching the fight, the spectators pitied the poor robots. It seemed Headmistress Goody had won her bet against Gideon. The inventor was in disbelief. He couldn't accept his Tobit's defeat. "Are you sure you're hurt, kid? Or did you and the headmistress conspire against me?" Arthur moved a sore shoulder. "Come on, didn't you see me stumbling?" Gideon joked. "Oh, sorry. I thought you were dancing. But seriously, any feedback for me this time?" he asked, his tone suddenly serious, opening a notebook to take notes. Seeing this, Arthur gave his honest assessment. "Tobit has several obvious weak points. You should focus on reinforcing those areas. Also, it's limited against non-casting mages if it can't use elemental attacks." Gideon jotted down every word. "I designed it to fight augmenters, not a demon incarnate like you. Anything else?" After a moment's thought, Arthur continued. "Well, I think its mana reinforcement could be stronger." Hearing this, both Headmistress Goody and the inventor Gideon were confused. Arthur explained, "Right now, Tobit projects a simple mana barrier. It's the fastest way for a mage to defend themselves, but it's weak to focus attacks. It's complex, but a modular shield made of smaller, linked barriers would be better. That way, Tobit could quickly patch any breaches without wasting mana. It wouldn't need to generate a whole new shield each time." When he finished explaining, Arthur realized the others were staring at him strangely. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" they all asked. "You mean? You can create a shield like that?" He could only nod silently. As Gideon scribbled notes, the headmistress found him truly fascinating. "Casting such a shield takes more time," she noted, "but it's far more flexible than a traditional mage's barrier." Hearing this, her expression turned mischievous. But Gideon just stared at Arthur, making him uncomfortable. "Sir, what is it?" "Just checking if you're hiding treasure somewhere," Gideon replied seriously. The headmistress interrupted. Come now, Professor, don't be late for your first class. The next day at the academy, Arthur felt exhausted. Maybe fighting two level 7 robots wasn't a great idea, not while I'm still recovering. Seeing his condition, Sylvie chided, You're just realizing that now? Suddenly, his foot caught on a tile, and Arthur stumbled forward. As he fell, he grabbed onto something for support. He turned to apologize, but realized it was Kathleen. She put his arm over her shoulder to support him. Arthur felt awkward. What are you doing? You should be resting, she simply advised. Looking at her, he couldn't help but smile faintly. The bell rang, and the classroom buzzed with conversation. Nearby, Faye listened intently to the circulating rumors. I heard our professors lecturing today. Hard to believe. Let's see if that freshman really shows up. Hearing this, Facey's eyes narrowed. Eavesdropping was cheap, but Arthur was his rival and his teammate. The buzz in the room intensified. I really want to see what this first year's got. Just imagine him trying to act like he knows anything. I got some tips from the 5th years. I'll ask questions no first year can answer. Besides, people are already questioning this academy's quality. My father donates thousands of gold a year to this academy. For them to let a first year teach is a disgrace. I have a recording device to show him how they're wasting his money. Overhearing the chatter, Faye thought of Arthur, his rival, and his comrade. Godspeed, my rival. I'll be cheering for you. Just then, the doors swung open. Arthur entered with his small dragon, SV, supported by Princess Caitlin. The entire hall stared in disbelief at the scene. Even Faye had to admit, just as I'd expect from my rival, he really knows how to make an entrance. Entering the class, Arthur wondered why it was so noisy. Then it hit him. Damn it, I forgot this girl is a princess. He quickly said, I can walk on my own now, thank you. Caitlin then returned to her seat. Before the lesson began, he introduced himself. My name is Arthur Lewin. I'm a member of the disciplinary committee and the son of 2 incredible mages, an ordinary older brother and your new professor. At that moment, the hall erupted. The students' faces soured, and harsh words began to fly. Get lost. You think we waste time learning from a first year? What kind of joke is this? I'm filing a complaint. Arthur had expected this reaction. At least they're full of energy, he thought wryly, making the little dragon feel helpless. Arthur found this tedious. If Headmaster Goody had come or sent another professor, things would be different. But she must have planned this. Suddenly, a student leaped onto the stage, standing before Arthur with a mocking smirk. This caused Arthur's expression to harden. What do you think you're doing? The student shrugged, his tone insolent. I just felt like being the professor. All I have to do is what you did, right? Slam a teacher's face to the ground. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted from behind, backing him up. It's Letter, a second-year student. Show him who's strongest. Letter, kick his ass and show him what second years can do. Hearing their support, Letter smirked. This won't take long. Prepare to call me professor. In that instant, Arthur's tone turned furious. An immense pressure exploded from him as his mana flared to life. The sheer force of his power sent Letter stumbling backward. Seeing this, he seriously addressed the entire class. Headmaster Goody forgot to send me any official documents, but like it or not, I will teach this class. If anyone has a problem with that, feel free to leave. I won't stop you. In fact, I'll even allow you to join another class if you want. However, if you're curious why an injured kid like me became a professor at the most prestigious magic academy, then I encourage you all to stay. He spoke with absolute confidence. Finished, Arthur sighed at Letter. Are you going to sit there all day? Either return to your seat or you can leave. Terrified, Letter scrambled to his feet, stammering, Yes, sir. My apologies, sir. He then quickly left. Arthur said nothing, gazing at the fearful second years on the stage. Looks like we have perfect attendance today. Without another word, Arthur began the lesson. All right, since this is a class on practical mana application, I'll ask a practical question. What is the best way to utilize mana from the surrounding environment? The question sparked a lively discussion. One hand shot up, catching his eye a redhead with a ponytail. Mana is best used by absorbing natural mana into the mana core, where it's condensed and purified for casting spells or skills. He was satisfied with the answer. Good. Now, you all know the difference between augmenters and casters is that augmenters only use core mana, distributing it through their body's mana channels. Meanwhile, casters draw mana directly from their surroundings through their veins. So why must both types meditate and absorb mana if only augmenters utilize the mana absorbed into the core? The question left everyone pondering. Once again, the girl with the ponytail raised her hand, because while casters rarely infuse mana into physical attacks, they still need their own mana to manipulate ambient mana to form spells. Arthur then continued her answer. Exactly. What casters do is use their own mana, encoded with a spell, to command the external mana on what it needs to do. That being said, if casters inherently use less of their own mana in spells than augmenters, Then is measuring a mage's level by their core color truly accurate? Arthur's words sent a new wave of discussion through the students. While they thought about it, he requested, I need 6 students with elemental mana to come up here and form a line. Augmenters on the left, casters on my right. Once they assembled, he explained the exercise. I want everyone to manifest your most basic elemental spell. For the casters, no staves allowed. After Arthur gave the command, each student from both groups manifested a spell based on their mana's power. Arthur then continued with another suggestion. Now, augmenters, launch your spells. Casters, absorb it back into your hands. His strange proposal left the students completely bewildered. Arthur just smiled lightly. Soon after, the students began attempting his request, but they quickly realized it wasn't as simple as they thought. Every student had problems launching and absorbing the spells. They all grew impatient and frustrated. Only one student seemed to be persevering, catching his attention. Oh, it looks like Caitlin is about to get it. A frustrated voice cried out, this is so stupid. What's the point of reabsorbing a spell that's already been prepared and launched? We all know only high-level augmenters can launch long-range spells. Those voices belonged to 2 enhancers who had tried casting spells only to get hurt by the backlash. Arthur quietly cast a spell and sent it flying. This simple act seemed to leave one of the students unimpressed. Are we supposed to be impressed? Any orange core enhancer can do that. Without explaining, Arthur cast the spell once more. But this time, the spell shot out with far greater power, cracking the wall. Correct, it's not hard, but I bet you've never seen an orange core do that. I can't prove what happens when a mage reabsorbs their own spell, but trust me, it has its advantages. That little display left the students completely stunned. Now, who wants to try? Arthur asked. Then, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. The students left the hall, still buzzing about today's lesson. Meanwhile, Arthur asked Sylvie, who was on his head, how'd I do, Sylvie? But the lazy little dragon simply replied, I don't know. I was asleep. After a short walk, Arthur sat on a bench to rest. You know, Sylvie, he mused, being a professor has its perks. I can end class whenever I want. But the little dragon was only focused on a nearby butterfly. It fluttered around, then stumbled off the bench, making Arthur laugh. Just then, Kathleen walked over. Is this seat taken? She asked softly. He decided to tease her. Yes, it is. He then pretended to put an arm around someone. Seeing she didn't get it, he had to explain, I'm kidding. Hearing that, the girl placed a handkerchief on the bench and sat beside Arthur. This left him feeling puzzled, wondering what she was thinking. She praised his lecture, and he thanked her. Then an awkward silence fell between them. Is that all? He asked. What? The girl suddenly leaned in close, making him instinctively pull away. Arthur, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Kathleen's face was full of anticipation as she looked at him. Seeing her serious, slightly embarrassed face, Arthur thought, is she about to confess? Am I going to start a war between 2 races? But it wasn't what Arthur thought. Kathleen suddenly bowed low, offering a sincere apology from her family for what happened to Cabe at the auction house, for how her father had acted, and how her brother behaved in that alley. Now, Kathleen realized with regret how badly her family had treated Arthur. Hearing those words, Arthur couldn't believe his ears. He quickly reached up and pinched his cheek to confirm, which only confused Kathleen more. Arthur was surprised that Kathleen was still worried about something that happened over 4 years ago. He had moved on from it long ago. It seemed her family's mistakes weighed heavily on Kathleen. She used to admire her father, until that day when he disappointed her so much. Arthur couldn't understand Kathleen's thinking. It wasn't her fault, so she didn't need to apologize for them. Still, Kathleen felt an apology was needed because they were friends. Arthur was surprised Kathleen thought they were friends. Apparently, Kathleen's brother said that only friends make physical contact. Since she and Arthur had touched once, Kathleen just assumed they were friends. The princess's personality was a bit strange, mostly due to her upbringing. Kathleen was lost in her thoughts. She felt strange. She had always blamed her bloodline, her magical power, and even her appearance, the things that had stolen her freedom. So why did a talented boy like Arthur, who was so sought after, cautious, and highly regarded, shine so brightly? While Kathleen was lost in thought about Arthur, he was still stuck on the topic of them being friends. He couldn't believe that Kathleen helping him up counted as physical contact. Just like that, they were friends. Suddenly, Kathleen giggled, making Arthur think he'd misheard. The Ice Princess was laughing. Realizing her unusual behavior, a flustered Kathleen quickly turned away and changed the subject. The flustered girl said today's lesson was very interesting. How were the results of the 2 wind-enchanted bullets so different? Seeing the Ice Princess so flustered, Arthur teased her. So, you came here to plot and get information. Kathleen became even more embarrassed and tried to explain herself to save face. Arthur stopped his teasing and reassured Kathleen. Before leaving, Arthur winked at the princess and asked playfully, would it be unfair if I gave my brightest student an advantage? Catelyn sat there and watched Arthur's retreating back. The princess's expression was no longer stiff. She pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed this conversation had lifted a long-held burden she felt towards Arthur. Suddenly, Sylvie, who should have been with Arthur, slowly approached her leg, wagging her tail adorably. After bidding farewell to Catelyn, Arthur returned to the classroom. During the lesson, Emily, sitting next to Arthur, whispered to him, asking if he was okay after hearing he'd been injured on his first day. He replied that he was fine, but Emily continued to ask questions. Emily's chatter disturbed Gideon, who was lecturing at the podium. He angrily threw a piece of chalk at Emily's head. Gideon irritably asked Emily to tell the class the basic components of a simple light-emitting artifact. This question didn't stump Emily. She answered articulately in a long speech, causing Gideon to groan and order her to stop. After class, Arthur sighed about being assigned a project. Hearing this, Emily suggested that Arthur could take some of the light artifacts she had made before, since she didn't use them anymore. This was a timely offer for Arthur. He looked at Emily with sparkling eyes to show his joy, grateful for his savior. Somewhere, a voice cried out for Papa to do it himself. As they were talking, Elijah arrived. He told Arthur that Goody told him to come to the training room, but he stopped mid-sentence when he saw Emily. Elijah took the initiative to greet Emily. Arthur saw this and introduced the two of them. They politely shook hands. Arthur silently noted that the two seemed alike. Just then, Elijah remembered his original purpose and told Arthur to go see Goody. Arthur left, leaving Elijah and Emily to get acquainted. Arthur entered the building to meet Goody. The first person Arthur saw upon entering was Tessia. She was meditating on a large stone. Suddenly, Sylvie leaped onto her, calling out Mama. They exchanged a warm greeting. Tessia made sure to welcome Arthur as well. He asked for Headmistress W. Goody, only to learn she'd left on urgent business. Arthur suspected this was all her doing. Tessia hesitantly suggested they should begin. She was referring to the assimilation process. Assimilating with a beast takes immense effort. Most mages cannot do it alone. Having a mage with a matching element can sometimes ease that heavy burden. As a 4-element mage, Arthur's balance could help Tessia sync with the beast's will. It would restore her mana, fortify her body, and fight the Eldo's guardian for control of her core. After the process, both Arthur and Tessia were drained. They both collapsed onto the ground. Arthur felt this was enough for one day. Tessia smiled, offering her sincere thanks. While they were exhausted from the ritual, Tobit and Sylvie played happily nearby. Suddenly, Tessia asked if Arthur was angry about her kiss. Arthur froze, caught off guard by her question. He wasn't angry, merely surprised. With a sad look, Tessia asked why he was avoiding her. Faced with this, Arthur was truly conflicted. He bit his lip, feeling cornered. Before her sincerity, he could only force a smile and say they were both still too young. He'd known her since they were little kids. For a royal like her, marriage at her age was normal. But Arthur had no such standing. But Tessia saw it differently. She looked at him with sad, regretful eyes. She knew he was just making excuses. In that moment, Tessia gathered all her courage to finally confess her feelings to him. They both knew this wasn't about marriage. Arthur grew even more flustered by her resolve. She knew taking advantage of him was wrong, but she truly wanted something more between them. Whether he was playing dumb or truly didn't get it, Arthur just joked, "Well, the princess has grown up. You're not a crybaby anymore." Seeing his dismissive attitude, Tessia snapped. She wasn't expecting an answer from him, but she at least wanted him to take this seriously. Her high hopes ended in bitter disappointment. She turned to leave, ignoring Arthur's pleas. She understood him all too well. He was confident in so many things: magic, combat, intellect, because he excelled. But there was one thing Arthur was terrible at. Arthur thought no one noticed the mask he wore, pretending to be happy and unaffected. Even now, he was just trying to diffuse the tension by teasing her. Tessia realized Arthur was the childish one. As childish as when he rejected Lily, he remembered telling Lily he'd screen her boyfriends. The memory made him freeze and collapse to the ground. He wondered how Tessia knew about that. Did she overhear? Or did Lily tell her? But by now, Tessia was long gone. Arthur felt helpless, unsure how to face Tessia. He could never tell her about his past or his true age. Only Arthur remained in the vast garden, dazed and dejected. Tessia's words weighed heavily on him. He decided to fight Tobit, hoping it would release his pent-up feelings. He was sparring with Tobit now, but behind his cold, fierce exterior, his mind replayed Tessia's words over and over. "You're confident in so many things." Tobit's fist flew like a raging storm, but Arthur dodged mechanically, his eyes staring blankly into the void. Guilt and inner turmoil plunged him into chaos. Her every word was a judgment, exposing the weakness he kept hidden inside. "Confident in magic, in combat, in your intellect." Her words echoed endlessly in his mind. Arthur's sword flashed like lightning, carving a deadly arc through the air. Tobit barely managed to raise a magical shield in time. Every strike was filled with his fury. an unbearable pain he couldn't suppress. He had to prove he wasn't as weak as she believed. Tisha was right. He was confident because he excelled. Each of his attacks forced Tobit backward. Tobit's shields were useless against his onslaught, but there's one thing you're terrible at. Everyone can see the mask you wear. Tobit suddenly launched a rocket punch, a fist connected by a chain shot towards Arthur in a blur. Flames erupted at Arthur's feet, shattering the ground. It was a display of his terrifying inner power. He easily dodged Tobit's chained fist. He leaped, channeling mana into his blade and struck the chain connecting the fist. Then, he followed up with a direct kick to Tobit's head. The kick carried immense physical power and all of his inner turmoil. He remembered every single word she'd said. In her eyes, he was just trying to defuse the situation. Remembering it so clearly sent his mood plummeting even further. The kick had damaged Tobit. White smoke poured from its head as it staggered back. Her final words echoed, "You're the immature one." Now, that immature boy, his face cold as ice, prepared to land a final blow on Tobit. A blinding power gathered in his fist. Just as his fist was inches from its target, a mechanical voice announced, "Reserve mana low. System shutting down." Tobit powered off. Arthur stopped his attack. He let out a long breath, slumping to the ground. Beside him, Tobit was now completely still. Seeing her papa like this, Sylvie approached him. "Don't push yourself. You're still recovering." Arthur just smiled and said he was fine. Their chat was cut short by a knock at the door. Arthur opened the door to find Professor Glow. She'd come to check on him, since both he and Princess Tasia had skipped her class. She just wanted to make sure they were all right. Seeing the ruined courtyard, she questioned him. "Just training?" was his only reply. He reluctantly added that Tasia wasn't with him. Professor Glow cheerfully insisted he come to class. "You've missed 2 periods already. At least attend the last one." Arthur hesitated, but finally agreed to go. Walking behind him, Glow was puzzled. Did he really have such a huge private training room? And to train so hard, it ended up like that? Arthur was more of an enigma than she thought. Model. The two of them left, each lost in their own thoughts. In the classroom, his arrival sparked a wave of whispers. "He's finally here." Someone explained that he'd been badly injured. Arthur ignored them, slumping into his seat, utterly bored. Seeing Sylvie sleeping before him, Arthur couldn't resist a little poke. He sent a mental message. "Why are you sleeping so much?" Sylvie insisted she was training, not sleeping. Arthur envied her ability to grow stronger in her sleep. Suddenly, a voice called out Arthur. It was none other than Professor Menor. The professor noted with a hint of sarcasm that Arthur had finally returned to class. He asked if Arthur had recovered. Arthur replied that he had, and apologized for missing so many lessons. Professor Menor immediately questioned him about the process of spell formation. Arthur explained that it's the modification of basic spells to create a new effect. The professor was pleased with Arthur's answer. The professor recapped the previous lesson on the fundamentals of spell formation. Arthur's answer, he noted, provided a solid foundation to begin today's topic. The professor posed a theory. Imagine a world where everyone could read minds. It might not be pleasant, but try to picture it. In such a world, deceit would be impossible. He believed this would be the perfect crucible to forge the greatest mages. Hearing that, Sylvie agreed. That was exactly why she and Arthur were the best. Professor Menor asked another question. Why do some mages chant, while others don't? A student quickly answered that experts no longer need to. The answer was partially correct, but expert was too vague. The incantation's words directly affect the caster's consciousness. The professor elaborated. It fills the caster's mind with precise intent, molding their mana into the spell. He used an example. Telling a woman who despises him that he loves her would surely provoke a reaction. This example made Arthur recall Princess Tessia's reaction to their own romantic talk. His recently improved mood instantly plummeted. Returning to the lecture, with that example, the incantation is "I've always loved you," which triggers the girl's reaction, or more precisely, the spell's effect. Arthur looked around the captivated classroom, noting the professor certainly knew how to hold his students' attention. He explained it simply. Our thoughts influence our spells. With intense focus and visualization, the incantation can be shortened or even skipped. Professor Menor circled back to his original theory. A world of mind, readers would be the ultimate training ground for mages, as they'd gain perfect control over their thoughts. The lecture then shifted to the differences between augmenters and conjurers. After class, Arthur was frustrated that his mind was filled only with thoughts of Tessia. He never thought her words would bother him this much. As night fell, Arthur and Sylvie headed back. As they walked, Sylvie reasoned that Tessia was right. Annoyed, Arthur asked whose side she was on. He'd had plenty of haters as an adventurer, and their words never mattered. As they spoke, 3 shadows silently began trailing them from behind. Sylvie understood her father well. He really did care about Tessia. Arthur wondered when he had become such a happy-go-lucky fool, while Sylvie had grown so perceptive. While lost in thought, Arthur quickly noticed the anomaly behind him. He stopped, his face turning cold. Though he was distracted, his followers were laughably obvious. Three figures emerged from the darkness. It was Lucas and his lackeys, Brauld and Droke. They showed no shame in being caught, striding forward with arrogance. Their appearance ruined Arthur's mood. "You could at least try to hide your presence," he muttered. Lucas and his cronies approached with smug expressions. Seeing them, Sylvie let out a hostile growl. Droke feigned friendliness, explaining they just wanted to make sure Arthur returned safely. Brauld chimed in that the academy was dangerous, even for a commoner. Arthur completely dismissed their taunts. He retorted, "Dangerous? You mean like getting your pants pulled down?" Droke's face immediately hardened. Unable to stand the mockery, Droke roared, trying to blame Arthur for the humiliation. Lucas, who had been silent, suddenly shoved him aside for being too loud. He stepped closer, his voice a low threat. "Don't think I'll forget you fled our duel. You can't keep running with your tail between your legs." Lucas couldn't accept that outcome and demanded to know how Arthur did it. In contrast to Lucas's hostility, Arthur simply replied, "There was a hole in the ground." Lucas was not satisfied. He pressed on, demanding to know how Arthur escaped his hell prison spell, only to reappear on the other side of the training grounds. He jabbed a finger at Arthur's chest, furious. Not only did he escape the spell, he even blocked a hit for the elf princess, all in half a second. Arthur grabbed the hand pointing at his chest, stating, "That's not a polite way to ask someone a question." He wouldn't show any weakness to Lucas. Arthur took a step forward, looking Lucas straight in the eye as a murderous aura crackled between them. He felt no need to answer Lucas's insolent questions. He met Arthur's defiance with a sneer, guessing he'd used an artifact. But he quickly dismissed the thought. How could a commoner runt like Arthur possibly possess one? And without waiting for Arthur to reply, he continued his speculation. "Perhaps that elven wench, Princess Tessia, gave it to you." Facing these absurd claims, Arthur felt no anger. This was just Lucas being himself. He hadn't matured at all. Suddenly, Brauld roared with rage, accusing Arthur of using the same cunning tricks to seduce Princess Cathal. Arthur had no idea what set Brauld off. The mention of Princess Cathal made him lose control. He seethed that while Arthur was handsome, he was still a filthy commoner. His loss of control caused his mana to surge. Droke noticed and tried to intervene, but Brauld shoved him away, wanting to put Arthur in his place. Droke wanted no trouble from Brauld's mana, but Lucas didn't care. With no one to stop him, Brauld fell deeper into his extremist emotions. "Princess Cathal deserves someone better, with pure noble blood like me." Arthur was completely helpless against Brauld's baseless hatred. He replied that it wasn't his place to decide who Cathal was worthy of. Consumed by his own mana, Ma Doa's mind shattered. A monster emerged with vacant white eyes, veins pulsing across its skin as foam dripped from its mouth. In his madness, he remembered only Tessia, the girl who had his handkerchief. He raised the cloth to his nose, inhaling a phantom scent, his dull eyes staring into nothing. His love had twisted into a sickening obsession. Lucat watched Ma Doa with utter contempt, a mocking smile on his face. The fool had finally snapped. Ma Doa kept muttering, pathetically clutching the handkerchief and repeating Tessia's words that he was the chosen one. Ma Doa's condition grew more bizarre. Atho and Sylvie realized it, their guards rising instantly. Atho told Sylvie his mana levels were dangerously abnormal. Ma Doa had lost all reason, like a wounded beast, with eyes burning red with hatred. The mana radiating from him shattered the very ground. He mumbled that Atho had to die. Before Atho could react, Ma Doa transformed his hand into a giant stone hammer and launched it straight at him. The blow was so powerful the earth shook, shattering large rocks. His blood-red eyes locked onto Atho, promising a painful death. Atho was shocked that Ma Doa would actually attack. Beside him, Sylvie prepared for battle. In a flash, the stone fist slammed down. Atho used his foe's momentum, spinning to evade while throwing Ma Doa backward. Their clash created a small shockwave. Atho couldn't believe Ma Doa's explosive power. The sheer destructive force kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. From within the rubble, Ma Doa showed no signs of stopping. He simply braced his attacking arm with his other hand. Atho roared at Ma Doa for attacking a committee member. Chat, pale with worry, tried to intervene, but Lucat feigned innocence with a cunning glint in his eye. He claimed to be terrified of the situation, but his smug, mocking expression told a completely different story. Of course, Atho didn't believe Lucat's lies. The man acted innocent, with no magic or weapons as evidence to incriminate him. Unlike the indifferent Lucat, Chat was still worried about Ma Doa's condition. He looked completely wrong. Lucat seemed to think Chat was too slow on the uptake. Lucat mentioned next week's combat class, suggesting Chat might lose to Ma Doa. He said to just let him get hurt or expelled. That way, Chat would lose a rival. The benefit of Ma Doa's absence slowly dawned on him. After a moment of hesitation, Chat chose to leave with Lucat. Before leaving, Lucat taunted Atho, telling him not to get hurt and run away again. Atho gave him no response. The moment they left, Atho was attacked from behind. Madoa had escaped the rubble, launching countless sharp rocks which Atho barely dodged. Immediately after the barrage, Madoa charged at Atho with a ferocious growl. He was no longer human. His face was now covered in stone, his wide mouth revealing sharp, jagged teeth as he drooled uncontrollably. He looked more like a monster, his hands encased in thick rock. Atho formed a shield, just in time to block the fatal blow. But the immense power still knocked Atho backward. He couldn't understand how an orange core could be this strong. He had more mana than Lucat, and was using it with brutal force. Atho needed a plan, and fast. To capture him without killing him, he might have to release his seal. As he weighed his options, a massive shadow fell over him. It was Sylvie, who had transformed into a dragon. Sylvie easily pinned Madoa under its massive foot. The fight ended with shocking speed. Atho watched silently as Sylvie returned to its normal form. It looked away impatiently, as if it had waited long enough. Before Atho could speak, Lei came running from a distance. She called out to Atho as she ran. She was training nearby when she felt the massive fluctuation of mana. Even Atho, who fought him, didn't know why Madoa suddenly exploded with power, went berserk, and attacked him. Seeing his state, Lei stepped forward and lifted the unconscious Madoa's shirt. Strange, blood-red characters were carved along his spine. Lei's face darkened. She'd seen this mark before. After taking Madoa for treatment, Atho, Sylvie, and Lei left. He wondered if this had happened before, as Lei's reaction was too familiar. She confirmed a similar incident occurred while Atho was in the infirmary. Atho asked her about Madoa's strange mana and the blood symbols. She said she would explain everything at the next disciplinary committee meeting since the whole team needed to be informed. Walking and talking, they soon arrived at Principal Goody's office. Lee asked Atho to report exactly what he saw. They knocked and were permitted to enter. Atho saw Principal Goody at his desk, but to his surprise, two other people were in the room. It was a man and a woman, dressed in white warrior attire, radiating an aura of immense authority. As Atho studied them, they turned to look at him. Atho and Sylvie stared wide-eyed at the strangers. The air in the room grew still as their eyes met. Lei was the first to react. She excitedly shook Atho, because the two people they saw were Lanban and Lan A in the flesh. Principal Goody introduced them, explaining that Atho and Lei were members of the disciplinary committee and the most promising mages of their year. Lei then bowed politely, saying it was an honor to meet them. She boldly stated her dream was to become a Lan, but her enthusiasm was ignored. Ban looked past her to the principal, saying, "Please take the proper measures as soon as possible." Principal Goody nodded in agreement. Their business concluded, Ban and A turned to leave. As he passed Atho, Ban gave him a sharp sidelong glance. A, however, wasn't nearly as cold. She acknowledged Lei's greeting, patting her shoulder and saying she would be waiting. As the two left, Lei was overcome with happiness at A's response. Meanwhile, A, To, and Sylvie were lost in thought, and Sylvie looked like she wanted to speak. A, though, understood Sylvie's concern. He knew they were incredibly powerful. The energy they gave off put everyone on alert. Back in the office, the headmistress asked Lei and Atho what happened, telling them to sit down and explain everything. But before getting to the point, Atho had to ask about the two who just left. What could bring two of Gideon's strongest mages here? It wasn't a simple visit. Headmistress Gookie wouldn't give a reason, saying it wasn't their concern right now. She revealed Lambai was a former student, and since his brother attends the academy, he stopped by with a notice. Lei couldn't hide her awe. She never thought she'd meet them in person. Unlike Lei's excitement, the headmistress just sighed, hoping they brought better news. Putting that aside, the headmistress urged Atho to recount what had occurred. Atho explained everything, from Lucas, Chat, and Mawa confronting him to the events that followed. He focused on Mawa's strange behavior, his immense mana flow, and his abnormal magic. Headmistress Gookie listened, deep in thought. She asked again about the blood symbols carved along Mawa's spine. A look of understanding crossed her face as she fell silent. Atho sensed she knew something. She hinted that Mawa wasn't the first case, and he wouldn't be the last. Atho wanted to know what happened to Mawa. But unfortunately, neither the apothecaries nor the artificers knew for certain. She said they had requested support from the mage guilds, asking for researchers to cooperate with Gideon's staff, hoping for a swift answer. Though silently mulled this over. The headmistress assigned Lei and the disciplinary committee to patrol the classrooms, promising extra staff for the night shift. Lei agreed to her terms. The headmistress then turned to Atho, saying it was a relief he had returned. The disciplinary committee desperately needed the help. Lei and Atho then departed. Headmistress Gookie watched them go, before returning to her room and closing the door. The moment the door shut, Avi appeared on her shoulder. Avi wondered if it was wise to involve students. Headmistress Guki could only let out a resigned sigh. In the worst-case scenario, sacrifices are necessary. She had come too far to turn back now. The calm woman from moments ago was gone, her face etched only with fatigue. She couldn't understand why they were acting so soon, long after nightfall. Elsewhere, Atho and Leah said their goodbyes. She told him to get some rest, since it was late. They agreed to meet at the committee meeting tomorrow. As Atho and Sylvie walked back, he spotted Lanbai and Lucas talking. He quickly ducked around a corner. The two of them seemed to be arguing. Lucas wore a sour expression, silently listening to Lanbai. Atho realized that no matter how arrogant that brat was, he had to bow to his older brother. He recalled Cappy's words, and they rang true. Nothing would matter unless Atho was strong enough to kill Lucas's stepbrother. He couldn't touch Lucas with his brother's protection, at least, not yet. As Atho was lost in thought, Sylvie suddenly sensed danger. A hand shot out of nowhere, a weapon flashing past Atho's neck. It was Aaliyah. She summoned her power, vines and roses twisting up her arm to form a sharp sword at Atho's throat. His killing intent towards Lanbai, she noted, was too strong. Before Atho could draw his own weapon, Aaliyah had already seized the advantage. She pointed out that drawing weapons from a spatial ring is simply too slow. That opening left Atho unable to stop her surprise attack. As she spoke, she retracted her power, the plants vanishing back beneath her sleeve. Sylvie leaped onto Atho's shoulder, growling protectively. Atho sheathed his weapon. He assumed Aaliyah had the wrong idea. He held no hostility toward Lanbai. Today was the first time they'd ever met. Aaliyah leaned in close, forcing him to instinctively back away. She said that even though he suppressed his presence, she still noticed it. And being a dual-element mage wouldn't save him. Was Lanbai really that powerful? Atho wondered. Aaliyah confirmed it. Lanbai was terrifyingly strong, and with that, she joined the spying party. Aaliyah and Atho peeked at the two brothers from a distance. Atho asked just how strong Lanbai was. Aaliyah weirdly held her hands apart to describe his power, making Atho think her sense of humor was truly bizarre. Aaliyah sighed when Atho didn't laugh at her joke. She was the weakest in their group, she explained, so the gap between her and Lanbai was massive. Atho patted her shoulder to comfort her, which she subconsciously found offensive. Aaliyah continued, saying Lanbai was one of the strongest, but he couldn't match her intuition, she boasted, pointing to her head. Atho understood instantly. That's why she sensed his presence before he even knew she was there. Seeing that Lanbai was finished, Aaliyah said her goodbyes. Before she left, she admitted she enjoyed their talk. Perhaps they would meet again. Atho and Sylvie bowed politely, thanking her for sharing with an ordinary student like him. Seeing this, Aaliyah thought of her younger brother, who would be Atho's age. She ruffled his hair and thanked him, probably because he reminded her of her brother. Then, Aaliyah followed Lanbai's retreating figure. The next morning, the academy was buzzing. A second-year student had apparently gone berserk and attacked someone last night. That student was none other than Manhwa. Another student heard it was Manhwa and couldn't believe it, calling him a mere pig. Seeing everyone whispering, Atho knew the rumor had spread. Sylvie wondered why humans gossip so much. Atho commended her question. The two of them headed to the committee meeting. As he entered the room, everyone gave him a strange look. Atho didn't know what was happening until Le delivered the news. Last night, Manhwa had died. As everyone started their new day, they were oblivious to the darkness that was quietly descending upon this place. In the meeting room, Atho was reeling from the news. He asked about the circumstances of his death. A committee member said the artificers and healers couldn't stop his mana from leaking. He didn't see how mana could leak from an unconscious body. Lee explained it was likely tied to the symbols on his back. Atho then asked if they had discovered anything else. Caitlin reported they found a small lead, but no details were shared. Suddenly, Tiato slammed his fist on the table, furious that the disciplinary committee was always kept in the dark. Lakuyan Khan wasn't worried, believing that with Arthur present, the disciplinary committee would reorganize and strengthen its patrol schedule. When the meeting ended, Arthur and Sylvie left with Clint and Fitz. Fitz seemed concerned about Arthur patrolling with Tiato at night. Those two never got along. Fitz awkwardly turned away, claiming he wasn't worried about them. Arthur, however, didn't think much of it. He felt it was actually a good opportunity, since he needed to learn from both upper and lower classmen. Arthur was only surprised by the late patrol time. With the issue settled, Fitz's attention shifted to Arthur's dagger. Fitz was shocked to learn the daggers were actually communication devices. Every member of the disciplinary committee carried one on their person. Arthur was just as surprised, thinking it was only for show. Meanwhile, Caitlin found it odd that Kai volunteered for patrol, especially for such a large area. But seeing Clint's expression, Arthur sensed no surprise. Curtis had once told Fitz that Kai was infamous for skipping his duties. Arthur guessed he just didn't want to patrol with Taito. He felt a pang of regret for not being paired with Clint, wondering why her brother was so against it. Caitlin stated blankly that she only told her brother they became friends after making physical contact. Hearing this, Arthur and Fitz finally understood the brothers' intense reaction. The three of them reached the classroom. Arthur said his goodbyes, as they would now be teacher and students. Entering the room, Arthur stood at the teaching podium. Fitz and Caitlin found their seats. To start his lecture, Arthur asked who had considered the question he posed yesterday. Would you hold back? Or would you taunt your opponent, reveling in your own superiority? When a fight is unavoidable, assuming you are the weaker mage helps prevent carelessness in battle. After finishing the theoretical part of the lecture, he mentioned the exercise from the previous day and had everyone practice it together. By the end of class, Arthur and Sylvie had fallen asleep. When they woke up, they found a note saying someone had asked Tobian to wake them. Arthur and Sylvie hurried to their next class. Upon arriving, he apologized to Professor Glow for being late and asked for permission to change his clothes. However, Professor Glow stopped him. She refused to risk him leaving before he was fully recovered and pushed Arthur towards the stands to sit. Arthur obeyed, thinking at least he wouldn't have to deal with another challenge from Lucas. Upon reaching the stands, before Arthur could even see her, Sylvie had already spotted Tessia sitting there and ran to her mama. Hearing Sylvie's cry, she turned around and caught Sylvie in an embrace, but Tessia's gaze was fixed on the approaching Arthur. Arthur sat down beside Tessia. In contrast to Sylvie's joy, the atmosphere between the two was quite awkward. Neither person took the initiative to speak first. A moment later, as Arthur was about to speak, Tessia cut him off, saying she didn't need an explanation. She let out a sigh and admitted she had been too angry and said things she wished she'd never said. But Arthur didn't think so. He felt that what she said before was, to a certain extent, very true. He thought he knew how she felt about him, but Arthur had always been afraid to face it. Now, Arthur understood and decided to confront their emotional problem. The reason he acted that way before was because emotions are much more complex than magic or combat. He couldn't get better at them just by training. Tessia agreed with Arthur's way of thinking because she was the same. She had lost control of her emotions and talked about things she was told not to tell anyone. Arthur smiled and said that Tessia was much better than him. He was always running away from her, while Tessia didn't deserve to be treated like that at all. Arthur apologized to Tessia and at the same time directly rejected her feelings. He couldn't be in that kind of relationship with Tessia. At those blunt words, Tessia paused for a moment and looked into Arthur's eyes as if searching for another reason. Arthur apologized and said he couldn't have that relationship with Tessia. His words made Tessia look sad for a moment and she turned her face away. But immediately after, Arthur quickly added another clause, at least for now. Arthur's words sent Tessia's mood on a roller coaster. From sad to surprised, she seemed not to believe her ears and asked again. For now, Arthur was too embarrassed to look Tessia straight in the eye. He stammered that it wasn't now, and maybe when they were older. Tessia pretended to be angry and continued, Arthur, did you think I would wait for you no matter what? Her words hit Arthur right in his weak spot. He really had thought so, but on the surface, Arthur still denied it. He knew Tessia was very popular, and honestly, he didn't know how long it would take for him to be ready. Although Arthur didn't make a firm promise, for Tessia, it was enough. She smiled brightly, just knowing that was enough for her. Sylvie also became cheerful with the atmosphere between the two. Arthur sighed, because he had finally managed to make Tessia happy and temporarily resolve their emotional problem. But Tessia had another concern. She hesitated, then poked Arthur's cheek. Can I trust you? That you won't go flirting after what you said? Faced with her doubt, Arthur gave his firm assurance. Absolutely not. Tessia sighed. I guess I'll have to trust you for now. Arthur added that he never intended to force her to wait for him. At his words, Tessia turned, a confused look on her face. Then, Arthur surprised her with a kiss on the forehead, hoping it would buy him just a little more time. After their talk, or rather, after the kiss, Arthur walked to class in a daze. Seeing her papa zoned out, Sylvie teased him about his ghost kiss. Arthur snapped out of it, burying his blushing face on the desk. He weakly argued it was just a peck on the forehead. Beyond that, Arthur wondered why, after a week, they were still stuck on basic magic theory. At the front of the class, a kind-faced professor continued her lecture. This was Professor Dihello. She posed a question, and a student raised his hand. He seemed to have a serious point of confusion he needed answered. Gravity, lightning, metal, lava, sound, plants, and ice are all natural. So why is there no mana for anything but water, fire, earth, and wind? An excellent question, the professor began. For decades, researchers have studied this, but no one has a definitive answer. Some theorize that variant elements require very specific conditions, so no corresponding mana can naturally exist. The fire element is a special case, since fire itself requires an external catalyst to even exist. That is why many consider fire magic the most advanced form, bordering on variant magic. Realizing she had gone on a tangent, the professor paused. She quickly moved on to the next topic, but the students were already bored to tears, with some even sleeping openly. Arthur now understood the slow pace of the class. His thoughts drifted to Tessia, wondering how she felt, but Sylvie knew it was more than just a talk. Meanwhile, Tessia was at home, staring at her reflection. She recalled Arthur's kiss, her face flushing as she hid it in her hands. It was just a peck, she told herself, but her heart raced. She studied her face, trying to stay calm, but her excitement was undeniable. Her imagination was already running wild, picturing what their future children might look like. She pictured a boy and a girl, a perfect mix of them both. Then her thoughts turned to what they would have to do, and her face turned crimson. Hiding her face, she turned away from the mirror. Later that night, in a secluded alley, a couple was spray painting a wall red. They looked smug, finishing their work with a flourish. The red letters sent a clear message. Someone was not welcome here. But unfortunately for them, this was Arthur's patrol route. He appeared from the shadows, asking if he could join their game. The guy panicked, recognizing a disciplinary committee member, and bolted. The girl, however, stood her ground, charging her mana for an attack. "Get lost, you punk!" she screamed, lunging at him. Without waiting, Arthur simply tripped her, sending her sprawling. She glared up, accusing him of hitting a girl. Arthur almost laughed at the accusation. He was a firm believer in true gender equality, after all. Flaring his aura, he gave her a choice. Want a real fight, or come quietly to the admin office? Her tough act vanished. Her face went pale with fear, knowing just how powerful Arthur truly was. Just then, Theo appeared, dragging the coward who ran. The guy stood trembling next to Theo, who reported there were no markings on the boy's back. Arthur had Sylvie check the girl, but she was clean too. Theo cursed, frustrated by the dead end. He offered to take them, asking if Arthur was okay alone. Arthur waved him off, continuing the patrol with Sylvie. But the late-night shift was getting to Sylvie, who complained of being hungry and tired. Arthur promised the shift was almost over and food was next. As they neared Kai's patrol zone, Sylvie suddenly detected a strange pulse of mana. Arthur sensed it too. He scooped up Sylvie and ducked behind a pillar. A mysterious, black-cloaked figure sprinted past their hiding spot. He caught a glimpse of a blood sigil on their back, just like the one Madoa had. The figure sensed something and glanced back warily before ducking down a side street. But high above, Arthur and Sylvie were already in pursuit. Sylvie urged her papa to hurry after the cloaked figure. Arthur told her to be patient. Getting too close would give them away. If there were more of them, they needed this one to lead them straight to the hideout. The target ran on, completely oblivious to his pursuers. They were closing in when suddenly a voice called out Arthur's name. The figure below instantly froze, their cover blown. It was Kai. He ignored Arthur's frantic signals to be quiet. By the time Arthur turned back, the target was gone. He was furious. Kai asked what he was doing in this sector. Arthur snapped back that he was tailing a lead and could have found their hideout if not for him. Kai argued that Arthur still should have reported the intruder in his patrol zone. Changing the subject, he asked where Theo was. Arthur explained the vandalism incident and that Theo was escorting the culprits. "So your sector is unguarded?" Kai pressed. Arthur simply said that Theo would be back soon. As they spoke, the dagger on Arthur's chest began to glow. A signal from Theo. Something was wrong. Arthur prepared to race back to his own sector. Before departing, Kai made his terms clear. This was his zone. He would hunt the stalker. Atho's mission was to return and support Tien Duo. Atho simply nodded in agreement. Tho quickly described the target. A black cloak, long trousers, and high boots. Enough for Kai to begin his search. Kai acknowledged. But Arthur never saw Kai's expression after he walked away. The smile vanished, replaced by a dark, calculating glint in his eyes. Arthur rushed over to Urza Jogas, T. Slater, and Thien Do. He anxiously asked about T. Slater's condition. Before Thien Do could answer, Du Ga Du spoke up. He was just struck on the neck. Thien Do refused that casual explanation. Only an incredibly strong enhancer could have done this. Faced with Thien Do's rage, Du Ga Du remained completely unfazed. Arthur explained the situation. The victim was attacked while escorting 2 students to the office. By the time Arthur's group arrived, the culprits had escaped, but since they were students, they couldn't hide for long. Arthur wondered if they had an accomplice, but Thien Do immediately shut that down. No normal student could fell him in one blow. The first possibility was that they were older. Arthur voiced the second possibility, someone like Mado. Clutching his head, Thien Do grimly agreed with him. Cetus later asked Thien Do for a description of the attacker, but he couldn't remember. He only vaguely recalled landing one hit. Hearing this, Arthur's own suspicions began to stir. He asked Sylvie again about the injury on Kai's hand, and she confirmed it. Suddenly, Thien Do asked why Arthur ran towards Kai's district. Arthur felt mentioning the hooded figure would be useless, so he kept it to himself. The other three exchanged a look, seeing his evasion. They then voiced their trust in Kai, starting with Thean Do. He was very confident in Kai's abilities, despite his useless appearance. Du agreed. Although Kai looked despicable, he was very reliable. Arthur said nothing more. He just silently watched them tease Du for her seemingly prejudiced comment. During class, Arthur couldn't focus. Both the attacker and the hooded figure were still on the loose. He was still furious that Kai had interrupted his chase. He was so lost in thought, he didn't even notice Emily Watson and the teacher looking at his work. He only snapped back when the teacher called on him. Instead of progress, all he had was a mess. The teacher looked disappointed. He'd expected a one-of-a-kind creation from Arthur. Emily noticed Arthur wasn't focused and asked what was wrong. He didn't hide that it was about the disciplinary council's latest case. For the first few periods, Arthur just sat there, lost in thought. He had to force himself to focus on his studies. He hadn't absorbed a single thing all morning. Suddenly, Emily nudged him, showing him some glowing orbs. The sight instantly cheered him up, though Sylvie just shook her head, exasperated. In combat practice, Glow ordered the students to pay attention. First, the Enhancer Squad's formation had to hold. Next, they had to protect their mages, not just chase the enemy. The training was intense, showcasing everyone's true power. Arthur watched them from a distant stone slab. He thought about how, even after the incident with Mao, Lucas was only suspended for a few days. As Arthur was thinking, Sylvie complained that Tasia wasn't there. He just patted her head, reassuring her they would meet in the training room. Sylvie then remembered they didn't have patrol duty tonight and got excited. Arthur playfully pinched her cheek. Just then, Glow approached, rubbing her temples as she sat down. Seeing her troubled look, Arthur asked what was wrong. Glow sighed. The council had banned access to nearly all the training dungeons she used for missions. Arthur asked Glow if there were any excursions left. There still were, but only to lower-level dungeons. She gave Arthur a wink, hoping he wouldn't mind that they were too easy to handle. As the sun set, Arthur and Tasia finished their training, both completely exhausted. Arthur suggested they soak in the water to cool down. As they soaked their feet, Arthur asked if her beast will was still resisting. Everything seemed stable. There hadn't been any issues since she started sparring with Glow. Arthur was relieved, but still reminded Tasia to report any problems. She had to tell him or the headmaster, Goody, since her grandfather wouldn't be here for a few weeks. Tasia agreed to this. Arthur continued, if everything goes smoothly, you can complete the assimilation in just a few weeks. With some luck, Tashia's mana core would even be upgraded. But it seemed only Arthur cared. As he spoke, Tasia splashed water on his face, telling him to cool down. After the joke, Tasia told him to go rest, but he wasn't finished with his nagging. He splashed her right back. His goal was revenge, but he still spoke words of concern. And so, the two of them played endlessly in the water. Sylvie had to dodge out of the way to avoid the crossfire. After a while, they were both soaking wet. In a quiet moment where no words were spoken, their hands gently touched. The touch made Tasha's heart race, but the moment was shattered by a person's sudden appearance, interrupting the romance. That person was Headmistress Goody. Tasha jumped when she heard her voice, while Arthur calmly turned to greet her. But when he looked, he saw Goody's struggle, the fresh wounds covering her body. Seeing Goody's condition, they both rushed to her side. Tasha was overcome with worry, but the headmistress insisted she was fine. She said with a cheerful smile that she just wanted to get active, so she trained at the Mages Association. Arthur thought she had a council meeting, which was true, but she needed to unwind after. Tasha felt Goody was pushing herself too hard. She was covered in scrapes. Goody simply agreed with her. After speaking to Tasha, she turned to Arthur. Since Arthur had a class soon, Goody wanted to borrow his training room for the evening. Arthur had no problem with it, as he and Tasha had already finished their training. They said their goodbyes. Arthur headed to his classroom. He knew Goody was hiding something, but he understood it wasn't his place to interfere. Arthur kept yawning over and over. Eliza, sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask what was wrong. He had been sleepy since they left the dorms. He must have returned very late last night. Arthur only knew Eliza was asleep when he got back. Eliza knew that as well. The thing was, he also returned late because of a club meeting. Arthur wasn't surprised that Eliza joined many clubs. He just asked for its name to learn a bit. Mentioning this lifted Eliza's spirits. It's the Chain Chanting Research Club. It has a lot of girls. Hearing that, Arthur's face turned pale. Eliza looked like someone starved for affection. Eliza immediately disagreed. He felt that Tho was the strange one. At their age, most were exploring relationships, discovering who they were. But before Eliar could finish his thoughts, the instructor at the podium cut him off. He was speaking so loudly he disturbed the entire lecture. When Eliza quieted down, the teacher went on, "Much as I'd love to hear about your rosy love life, I have a lesson to teach." The moment he finished, the class's laughter made Eliza's face burn red. The teacher's voice then turned serious. In that instant, every student in the room focused intently on his words. Regarding Madu's fate, I'm sure many of you have heard. Because of this, I must remind you all how dangerous it is to use your power recklessly. At this very moment, the best mages and healers are still working to find out why Madu fell. But I want everyone to know one thing. Madu died because he used a magic so immense he couldn't control it. You all must understand the danger of pushing your mana core too far. It's just like your own muscles. If you strain them, you get hurt. Go further, and the damage is permanent. Go beyond that, and your life is forfeit. A student raised her hand to voice her opinion. There was a rumor that Madu was still breathing at the time. She argued that with a few healing elixirs, he might have lived. The teacher agreed with her point, but said there are always exceptions. He raised this issue to warn them of this grave danger. This is a widespread problem, not just Ma's case. Any method that forcibly refills mana from an outside source almost always comes with a host of side effects. One of those is a catastrophic overflow of the mana core. As Atho listened, he had his own private thoughts. The teacher's story was missing something. It didn't explain his irrational actions or the mana-leaking sigil on Madu's back. When the next class began, it was Atho's turn to lead. After greeting everyone, Atho got right to the lesson. It seems no one in here has mastered the technique I demonstrated before. So, today's lesson will begin with a few examples. Atho called a student named Letter to the front, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper as he did. When Atho called him, Letter trembled, unsure of why he'd been chosen. But Atho ignored him, continuing with his lecture. He told the class to picture Letter as one of his most powerful foes. Then, he ripped the paper in two. He continued setting the scene. I'm an enhancer, but Letter is too fearsome to get close to. I must attack with a long-range spell. As Atho spoke, he balled up one piece of the paper. The simple paper pellet was now his spell. It was a technique everyone recognized. He then blew the paper ball toward Letter. Next, Atho repeated the true spell he had shown them last time. He rolled the other piece of paper into a tube, then blew another pellet through the hole, striking Letter on the forehead. Letter instantly turned to stone. The rest of the class burst into laughter at the sight. Atho had finished his demonstration. He believed that was enough for the enhancers present. With that hint given, Atho began his lecture for the mages. In the meeting room, Alia spoke to Ben-Gu. She thought her next mission was to assist Lan A in E. She asked Ben-Gu why Lan had summoned them to this room. Ben-Gu guessed it might be related to something he found in a dungeon on the Obit Gay outskirts. Hearing this, Alia looked skeptical. At that moment, the door opened and Va appeared. She sat at the conference table and got straight to the point. Va told Alia that she and the council had decided to remove her from the EO mission. They had discovered traces of mages not from their divine continent deep within some dungeons. Alia was shocked, knowing they had never found proof of any other continent. Compared to Alia, Ben-Gu was much calmer. Just because we haven't found these people doesn't mean they don't exist. He then asked Va for proof, and she nodded in confirmation. The fabric fragment they found was woven with mana from a beast they had never discovered on their divine continent. Ben-Gu could also sense the foreign mana in the cloth. He asked if the council had learned anything else from it, but the cloth was too torn. No enchantment would work on it. Next, Va raised another issue with Alia. Alia was instantly ready to listen. Va spread a large map out for them to see. Recently, adventurers working in various areas of Big Lay have noticed unusual activity among the titanic bloodworms. But Alia didn't see this as a major problem. They aren't rare mana beasts, their appearance isn't strange. Va slowly explained. At first, we thought so as well. But when we connected their locations and consulted with beast behavior specialists, we realized their tunneling routes are extremely unusual. While it might just be them expanding their territory, we must consider it in light of the recent brutality from other mana beasts and the potential reemergence of Alaxia from deep within the dungeon. Ben-Gu began to speak. I am currently leading the Big Lay investigation team, but he wasn't able to finish. Alia interrupted him. My sensory magic gives me a much wider search range than yours. However, for my senses to work properly, I must go alone. Va felt that would be far too dangerous. Ben-Gu continued Va's thought. I'll handle the deeper areas, but I'm worried the bloodworms are now digging towards the lower-level dungeons, closer to Sapin. Va added that they could wait for Mika to finish their task. Then Alea and Mika could work on this case together. But in the end, Alia refused. The longer this drags on, the more danger the adventurers and students out there will face. I will conduct my investigation immediately. Atho yawned as he opened his door. The moment his eyes focused, he saw Curtis Later being attacked by Carlin Later's ice magic. The force of her attack sent Curtis Later slamming back into a wall of ice she had just conjured behind him. Curtis Later quickly got to his feet, furious with Carlin Later. Being thrown into her ice was no different than being thrown into a wall. Faced with his anger, Carlin Later's expression remained cold. Atho was speechless at the scene. He couldn't tell if they were teammates or enemies, and it wasn't over. Tian Duo suddenly shouted and leaped high into the air. He unleashed his own ability on Curtis Later. Instantly, the gravity around Curtis Later warped and shook violently. But at the same moment Tian Duo attacked, Curtis Later had already raised his shield to block the blow. Atho watched Tiadu, absorbing the gravity magic he'd yet to master. Suddenly, Tease Later threw his sword down, shouting that this time would be different. Before Tiadu could even react, Tease Later unleashed his fire magic. Instantly, the discarded sword erupted in a massive pillar of fire, trapping Tiadu. Tiadu quickly threw up his arms to block. He hit the ground hard, covered in scrapes. Curtis Later smirked, pleased with his work. Though scratched up, Tiadu was thrilled. He even praised Curtis Later, eager for another round. Suddenly, metallic threads shot across the room, stopping the fight. The one responsible was Kai Quellet. He gave a helpless smile. It was an order from Lel H. Arthur's brow furrowed. Was this silent metal magic? He hadn't sensed his presence at all. How did he control those threads? Curtis and Tor looked on, disappointed. La sighed, annoyed with them all. Unlike those two, the rest of them actually wanted to get to class. During the meeting, Lei explained the situation. She, Arthur, and Curtis Later would be gone for weeks to the Beast Forest, so they needed to rearrange the patrol schedule. She asked for volunteers for the extra patrols. Kai raised his hand, since he was free anyway. Lee immediately agreed, thanking him with a smile. Fizz volunteered next, proudly declaring he had no friends. Lee was speechless, but thanked Fizz for his spirit. Meanwhile, aboard Dujia Du was suddenly snared by threads that wrapped around her wrist. Her hand shot up, as if volunteering against her will. Now, Dujia Du was reluctantly on patrol duty. His mission accomplished, Kai asked her to patrol with him. She agreed, on one condition: he buys her food. With the roster filled, the meeting ended. Afterward, Vid excitedly followed Arthur, offering his help. Despite his academic knowledge, Arthur still needed to be careful out there. Fizz offered to share his vast experience in the Beast Forest. He had no idea he was talking to an A-rank adventurer. Just as he was boasting, Carlin Later appeared to expose him. Hadn't she seen a chomper plant steal his food? Instantly, Fizz's cool image shattered as he complained. Carlin just casually covered her ears, completely ignoring him. Seeing the two bickering, Arthur quickly escaped with Sylvie. He walked past Kai and Dujia Du, then asked Lei about Kai's magic. He couldn't sense any attribute from the spell earlier, but Lei didn't know either. Kai kept his abilities secret. The threads were a special type. Arthur suspected the threads were used to hide his attribute. Kai's hearing was sharp. He approached, asking if Arthur was curious. Arthur dodged Kai's invasive closeness but admitted it was true. He wanted to know about the threads. Kai easily agreed, but there was a condition. Once Arthur learned his secret, Kai would eliminate him. His expression turned cunning and dangerous. Despite Kai's threat, Arthur remained completely calm. Luff finally stepped in, separating them. Their class was about to begin. In a vast training ground, Sylvie slept on a large rock. Nearby, Arthur and Eliza were practicing together as Eliza moved a pile of earth and machinery. Finished, Eliza calmly remarked he was once curious about machinery, but it didn't hold his interest like magic. Just then, Arthur appeared right behind him. He teased that Eliza only learned magic for the girls. Eliza immediately denied it, then shyly looked away. He admitted, maybe a little. So Arthur tossed him a wooden sword. Even mages need basic combat skills. Arthur gave a sly grin. Girls love this too. Provoked by Arthur's teasing, Eliza lost his composure. He charged forward angrily, swinging the sword, but Arthur dodged with ease. Eliza swung again, furious. This time, Arthur playfully parried the blow, offering a small compliment. As they clashed, Arthur noted Eliza's skilled swordsmanship. Eliza was stunned by how easily he dodged. Arthur said nothing, observing him silently. Eliza's swings had no wasted motion. His footwork was firm and perfectly balanced. With a little training, he could be a strong swordsman, especially combined with his one-of-a-kind metal magic. While Arthur was lost in thought, Eliza went for a direct strike, but Arthur dodged, giving him a light tap. Instantly, he fell face-first into the dirt. While Eliza nursed his pride, Arthur pointed out his mistake. When you get angry, your swings are too wide. Eliza spun around to retaliate, but saw Arthur offering a hand to help him up. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Arthur, as if they were one and the same. Overwhelming pain surged through Eliza, and he screamed. Arthur rushed to his side, worried, but Eliza's emotions were in turmoil. He violently pushed Arthur's helping hand away. Arthur offered to take him to the infirmary, but he refused. Before Arthur could understand, Eliza stood up to leave, making an excuse about needing to shower at the dorm. He reassured himself it was just from the fall. Then he turned and said a quick goodbye. Arthur could only watch him leave. The following weeks passed by peacefully, almost too quietly. Midterms were near, but Arthur felt no excitement for his classes. Thanks to the help of Tobit and his other teachers, Arthur's skills as a mage were steadily improving. Even so, he never forgot his true reason for enrolling in this academy in the first place. Because of this, the small, everyday moments with his loved ones were what he cherished most. While walking with Elizar, Arthur talked about his classmates. But Elizar seemed lost in his own world, not listening. Arthur noticed he'd been unfocused lately. He asked what was wrong, but Elizar just shook his head. He claimed it was just stress over the upcoming exams. Then he reminded Arthur about his trip to Big Glade tomorrow. He told him to take care of himself and not to overdo his training with Tessia. With that, Elizar said goodbye and left. Sylvie noticed Elizar's odd behavior and sent a thought to Arthur, who had noticed it too. At the training ground, he noted Tessia's progress. Her beast will integration had improved immensely. Tessia flushed with excitement from the praise. She naively believed that any future mana beast they fought would be no match for her now. Aitho flicked Tessia's forehead, reminding her to be cautious. After assimilating, she hadn't even recovered one half of her usual strength. Tessia puffed her cheeks in protest, arguing that Aitho himself had sealed his two strongest elements before marching straight to Big Glade. But Aitho immediately countered. The key difference was that he could release his power at any time. Tessia, however, could not. Still not convinced, Tessia didn't want Aitho's protection, especially since she was 1 year older. Aitho agreed instantly, but before she could question it, he added one more thing. Aitho perfectly mimicked Tessia's voice from when they were small. She had said that Beast would appear if they saw him outside because he was a kid, so for everyone's safety, he should stay in the tent. Aitho leaned in close, still imitating Tessia's old, sniffling voice. Now embarrassed and furious, Tisha shoved Aitho to the ground. He just laughed joyfully. Only Tisha could be this fierce with him. She then unleashed a flurry of chaotic attacks on Aitho. Right in the middle of their fun, Vian appeared out of nowhere, interrupting them. At first, Tessia was confused, but realizing the situation, she jumped up and darted away in shame. Aitho asked why Vian was in juice, assuming he had a council meeting. Vian seized the opportunity to tease Tessia with his answer. He had just snuck away to visit his dear niece, who was now all grown up. Tessia burned with embarrassment at his teasing. She yanked Vian's white beard, telling him to stop talking. The truth was, Vian was worried about Aitho's journey to dungeon the next day. He had wanted to ask Cynthia GKY to watch over Tessia, fearing an abnormality in her mana core, but GKY was away. So, Vian hoped Aitho would support Tessia until their departure. Aitho was conflicted. Helping Tessia was simple, but he had planned to visit his family today. Vian then suggested he could just take Tessia with him. She was completely stunned by the suggestion. Aitho refused immediately, vowing not to fall for Vian's scheme. He could picture his parents' reaction if he brought Tessia home. Aitho's tone was resolute, but as dusk fell, both he and Tessia appeared in front of his house. The moment they arrived, his whole family gave them a warm welcome. They even already knew who Tessia was. Hearing this left Aitho confused, while Tessia was visibly flustered, that is, until Alice moved aside, revealing a pile of wedding gifts sitting under the stairs. Aitho buried his face in his hands, mortified, as Tessia awkwardly scratched her head. Seeing them just standing there, Alice called them inside for dinner. A lively Eli grabbed Tessia's hand, eager to show off her archery skills. Pulling Tessia along, Eli explained that Helen always helped her practice when Tui Han's group visited. Standing near the door, Aitho smiled, feeling happy that everyone got along so well. Elsewhere, in an underground tunnel, winding rose vines guided Aaliyah forward. She pushed herself to run, following where the vines led. But once again, Aaliyah found the trail had split into countless paths. She realized Lamade was correct. A Titan blood worm could never move like this on its own. She closed her eyes, focusing. Based on the tunnel's layout, they were all converging in this area and heading deeper towards the river, with the Great Mountain as the goal. She then opened her eyes and sprinted down the path she sensed. Just as she was about to press on, her foot met the edge of a sheer drop. This was a path leading to a vast cavern far below, where a massive hard serpent dwelled. Her abrupt stop sent a few stones clattering into the abyss. The sound immediately enraged the serpent. Aaliyah found it bizarre. It was a hard serpent, but it had horns on its head, and its skin was equally strange. All known records describe them as gray with blue flames along their spines. Moreover, the species ignores its own young, so guarding a tunnel made absolutely no sense. After analyzing the situation, Aaliyah contacted Vey with her communication device. She reported a strange haddock serp guarding the tunnel, overflowing with immense mana. Vey understood, asking for her theory on whether it was the cause so he could proceed. Aaliyah believed so. Its coloring matched other mutated mana beasts from the past, and she confirmed that she needed backup. The response was swift. Vey had 50 combat mages ready to teleport to the nearest cave, ordering Aliyah to stand by for further instructions. Aliyah looked at the beast below and firmly agreed. Night fell, and after the meal, Vin was so drunk that Aetho and Tab had to help him up. Lilia pouted, declaring that if Vin got this drunk every time she returned, she would just stay at school and never come home again. Though wasted, Vin understood Lilia and protested. Tabita quickly soothed the situation, saying Vin would surely cry with regret for sending Lilia to Just Academy if she didn't return. But this did nothing to ease the girl's embarrassment. Lilia was mortified that Vin was telling her personal stories in front of Tessia. With that, she angrily hit the pillows Vin was lying on. Lilia then noticed Tessia was gone. Atho explained she'd gone out for air with Alice. He then looked at Jen, about to carry her to bed. Gino immediately handed the girl to Aetho to do so. He then ruffled Aetho's hair, telling him how often Eli had been asking for him. Geno reminded Aetho to tell Eli he was leaving tomorrow to keep her from oversleeping. Outside, Alice and Tessia sat talking. Alice thanked Tessia for coming. Alice worried that Tessia wasn't entirely comfortable, but Tessia insisted she was having fun, saying Vin and Lilia were interesting. Alice joked that she should be embarrassed by them instead. Tessia didn't argue, simply laughing in agreement. After a brief silence, Tessia asked if Alice was worried about Atho's journey tomorrow. Alice admitted that she was, which confused Tessia since Atho was incredibly powerful. Alice confessed that even if Atho were stronger than all the lands combined, she would never stop worrying because even the lowest level dungeons hold unknown dangers. Realizing what she'd said, Alice apologized for scaring Tessia before the trip. Tessia saw no issue. She would protect Arthur, just as he had protected her. Alice was happy about Tessia's resolve, but truly hoped it wouldn't be necessary. Tessia, you are also your parents' treasured daughter, she said gently. If anything happened to her, they would be utterly devastated. Alice pleaded for Tessia to protect herself first and foremost. As for Arthur, Alice had complete faith in her son. She turned to go inside, but Tessia refused, wanting to stay in the cool air a bit longer. She also thanked Alice for the walk, who simply smiled. It's nothing. In Eli's room, she woke to see Arthur covering her with a blanket. Still groggy, Eli asked when Arthur was leaving. His reply, tomorrow morning, brought a wave of sadness. She wished he could stay longer. Arthur couldn't, even if he wanted to, but promised a full week at home after his job. With no other choice, Eli agreed, then asked for a story. Arthur hesitated, knowing he had an early start, but Eli didn't care, patting the empty pillow beside her. He could only give in to his sister. Sitting beside Eli, Arthur asked what story she wanted to hear. She wanted him to continue the tale of how he became a professor. Arthur paused, recalling where he'd left off. He quickly remembered. Professor Guy's spell, once started, could not be stopped. So he had jumped in, pulling the defenseless Klin later out of harm's way. At the name Klin, Eli guessed she must be the princess of King Sabin. Not quite catching her drift, Arthur confirmed it was true. Immediately, Eli shot him a sharp glare. He'd saved another princess. Arthur felt helpless, as her look accused him of collecting princesses in distress. Arthur continued, after saving Klin later, I told the professor to fight me instead. Eli just laughed at his story. She assumed Arthur did it to get Klin later's attention, but he had no such intention. He playfully pinched her nose as punishment, then quickly finished the story. After he defeated Professor Guy, the Academy's headmaster, Gus, offered him a teaching position. Eli thought the story was over, assuming Arthur accepted right away. But it wasn't that simple. Arthur didn't accept so easily. Only when he was granted access to a library that few professors could use did he finally agree. Eli wanted to know what else convinced him. Arthur added that he got a private training room encased in pure mana crystals. Because of that special treatment, the other faculty members were easier on Arthur. This gave him even more time to train. Eli then asked if he was a good professor. Arthur was, of course, an excellent one. Students from other classes would even sneak in to attend his lectures. Eli's expression was one of pure amazement. Eli then fired off questions asking who Arthur used the training room with. He then told her about Gideon's progress upgrading Tobit. This led Eli to ask about Tobis. And just like that, morning came. Genel and Alice were already awake. Not seeing Arthur in his room, Alice asked her husband where he was. Genel assumed he was at breakfast. Alice had no idea where he could be. But when they opened Eli's door, the sight of the two siblings sleeping peacefully made them both break into a smile. At the exploration site, Professor Glow gathered Team A. Arthur used the opportunity to tell Sylvie to go hunt a little while they were inside the dungeon. Sylvie hesitated, but Arthur was confident. This was just a low-ranked dungeon. With Professor Glow present, there was nothing to fear. Reassured, Sylvie flew off to hunt. Before it departed, Arthur reminded Sylvie to call if anything unusual happened. With that settled, Arthur glanced over at his team. He couldn't believe Glow had put him and Lucas on the same team. Lucas was at the center of a crowd, boasting about his knowledge of this place. He bragged about being an A-rank adventurer. Everyone listened with admiring eyes, but right at the peak of his arrogance, Arthur cut in. He mentioned hearing from a friend that Lucas's adventurer license had been revoked. Lucas froze for a few seconds, then glared at Arthur, who was greeting his friends. He furiously grabbed Arthur's shoulder, accusing him of being jealous of his fame. Arthur calmly replied that he was only speaking the truth. Lucas lost his cool, about to attack. But in that moment, Kai appeared and stopped him. Their team needed to choose a leader before entering the dungeon. Lucas felt this was unnecessary. The leader, obviously, should be him. But before he could finish his sentence, all the team members, including Arthur, chose Tesia as their leader. Tessia was stunned that she was chosen. She looked around in a daze. To Arthur, this was the natural choice. Tessia had leadership experience as the student council president. She was also a mid-range mage, perfect for observing her teammates. Jay added that with Tessia as leader, their team could be called the Queen and her knights. Lucas watched them celebrate, seething with anger. He could only mutter curses under his breath. When it was time, Glow called for everyone's attention. The students understood their teammates' abilities. They needed to apply the team formations and strategies they had learned for this mission. After speaking, she led the students into the dungeon. Inside, Glow commanded them to maintain formation and protect themselves with mana at all times. After just a few steps, Jen was already shivering from the cold. Curtis reminded Jen to use his own magic to raise his body temperature. Arthur stared at his hand and thought. He didn't even need mana. Thanks to Sylvia's dragon key, his body was hardly affected by the cold. Struck by the dungeon's dreamy purple beauty, Tessia couldn't help but admire it aloud. Glow then explained the dungeon's features. It was a D-rank dungeon called the Widow's Crypt. They were only exploring the first 2 floors, so they just had to be wary of mana snailers. Hearing this, 2 female students started whispering. One noted that the snailers' thick fur made them difficult to damage, even if they weren't dangerous. The other complained about their filthy appearance, horrified by the thought of getting close to a snailer. Curtis then spoke to Charles about his thoughts. He wondered if there were any other expedition teams nearby. He'd heard it was easy to spot other groups, even on the first floor. Charles said Professor Glow had hired adventurers to restrict access weeks ago, but it was still strange to see no one. The deeper they went, the more something felt wrong. Glow became suspicious. By this point, they should have passed the snailer's den. Realizing the anomaly, Glow ordered her students to be on high alert. Even with no monsters in sight, they could not let their guard down. Lucas thought Glow's orders were useless. This place was completely barren of monsters. A student then asked Professor Glow, if the second floor is also empty, will they venture deeper? Glow replied that they wouldn't. If both floors were clear, they'd report back to the expedition team. Nearby, C.T. Lur joked with Lei about hunting mana beasts outside the dungeon. Before he could finish, Kiss later slammed into Professor Gogi. Professor Glow broke into a sweat, ordering the students to fall back. Ahead of them, a massive horde of snailers blocked the path. While others fled, Ren and a few students froze, stunned by the sheer number of monsters. Arthur quickly dragged Ren away from the scene. They retreated, leaving Professor Glow to handle the threat alone. The snailers were ferocious, with glowing red eyes and massive fangs. Drool dripped as they surged towards Professor Glow. Mana flared around Glow. As the beast lunged, she unleashed her sword. With a few swift strikes, the entire snailer horde was torn to shreds. Defeating them was easy, but she was still shocked. Not by their power, but by the fact they had gathered in a swarm. She returned to her students with a warning. Killing snailers isn't hard, but their behavior is a major concern. To ensure everyone's safety, this expedition ends now. Suddenly, as she ordered the retreat, a fireball shot directly at her face, but Glow dodged in an instant. The flames grazed her cheek, scorching the wall. Arrogant, Lucas flared his mana, refusing to obey her command. He argued they shouldn't leave over a few weak monsters. His actions were reckless, but his words resonated with the others. Other students began to agree. Even C.T. Later's group wanted a chance to fight. Only Arthur seemed to understand the professor's caution. Glow considered it. Based on recent findings, this might be the students' only chance to gain real dungeon experience. Besides, snailers are just low-level creatures. With her here, the risk seemed manageable. Her mind made up, Glow agreed and divided the students into teams. She warned them not to fight amongst themselves. The teams immediately scattered, but Glow stopped Lucas, giving him a final warning. If he pulled another stunt, he would face the consequences. Lucas nodded quickly, pretending to understand before rushing off. He found his team just as Tessia was assigning roles. Arthur took point, with Kai and Ren at his sides. Their mission? Protect Arthur. With Lucas in the center, they formed the diamond formation. Lucas casually agreed. He felt Tesha was overcomplicating a simple, pointless trip. Tisha was stunned by his words. Kai grew angry, but Arthur stopped him. They had a bigger problem. Massive snailers were closing in. Arthur watched as Jen focused his mana into a strange sword hilt. Suddenly, a whip made of pure water erupted from it. Jen was busy showing off. By the time he looked, Arthur had already killed a snailer. Still, Arthur quietly thanked him for his effort. Jen simply froze and nodded. The five of them held their formation, cutting down any monster that got close. Arthur's sword was a blur of destruction. Kai took down a snailer with his bow. Jen's water sword decapitated another beast. Lucas, however, was pure overkill. He unleashed his firepower, incinerating a whole group of monsters at once. But as he targeted another, someone else stole his kill. Teja summoned a flurry of vines, ensnaring the monster. A moment later, its head was torn clean from its body. From a distance, Glow saw their training was effective, but they weren't used to long battles. Wounds and exhaustion were beginning to show. And yet, the horde of snailers showed no sign of stopping. Glow ordered all teams to regroup. It was time to leave. Tesha heard the command and called everyone back. As they moved, Jen unfortunately stumbled. The monsters immediately swarmed him. Tesha trusted Arthur to handle the situation. Arthur signaled for the others to retreat. Jen was being crushed under the beasts, unable to escape. In that critical moment, Arthur decided to use a powerful skill to blast the monsters off Jen. He had never tried this technique without Toby. Closing his eyes, he focused his power, then yelled for Jen to brace himself. The moment Jen hit the ground, Arthur unleashed his attack. The single slash blew every monster away, clearing the area around Jen. The move worked, but it took a heavy toll on Arthur's arm. He ignored the searing pain and pulled Jen to his feet. Just when they thought it was over, a loud crash echoed behind them. From a new rock slide, several winged snailers emerged. These winged beasts were on another level. They let out a powerful roar, and the sonic wave affected everyone in the dungeon. These were snailer lords. Professor Glow quickly created a barrier to block the attack. Something felt terribly wrong. Snailer lords should never appear on a floor this low. The two beasts finished their roar and prepared for another attack. The grotesque creatures charged at Glow with terrifying speed. She removed her necklace, and two massive swords materialized in her hands. She blocked a simultaneous assault from both snailer lords. With a powerful shout, she forced them back and then lunged forward. The beasts took to the air, swooping down on her. But it was obvious Professor Glow was in a completely different league. Despite their enormous size and thick hides, they stood no chance. Professor Glow's power was completely overwhelming them. While Glow handled the lords, she ordered her students to clear an escape path. As Arthur fought, he suddenly spotted Delphin in the distance. He signaled for her to join him. At that moment, Tesha, Stis later, and the others rallied to Arthur. They fought as one, without a moment of rest. Arthur quickly spoke with Delphin. He needed her to seal the chasm the monsters came from, promising to protect her while she did. Delphin agreed immediately, but she explained she needed time. Just then, a reckless snailer charged from behind, aiming right for her. As she shielded her face, bracing for the end, nothing happened. Arthur had already sent the beast to its grave with one clean strike. He then ordered Delphin to focus her power and complete the mission. This time, Delphin didn't hesitate, slamming her clasped hands onto the ground. Instantly, the deep chasm sealed over, becoming solid earth again. Elsewhere, the fight raged on, but one injured student was out of commission. Cetus later was struggling with the monsters when Tessia screamed for them to get down. A massive wave of power shot right over them. The weaker monsters were vaporized. The effort left Tessia sweating. After closing the chasm, Delphin immediately reported to Artho. Artho nodded. Their next job: clear the massive rock slide blocking their path. Despite his injured right arm, he prepared to use it without hesitation. He brutally popped his own shoulder back into its socket. Then, gathering mana, he unleashed a powerful strike on the mountain of rubble. The punch barely made a scratch. Artho realized if they couldn't completely destroy this barrier, their situation was hopeless. Then, a burning smell appeared, quickly spreading and filling the entire dungeon. Artho searched for the source and saw Lucas in a rage, incinerating monsters into charred meat. The fire was creating a toxic, unbreathable miasma. Understanding the problem, Artho quickly ordered everyone to stop using fire. They had to extinguish the flames now, before the oxygen ran out. Artho then spoke with Delphin again. They needed a powerful explosion to clear the path. Suddenly, Sylv's voice echoed in his mind via telepathy. He quickly told Sylv to get to the dungeon and check the situation outside. They were completely trapped inside. Sylv understood and immediately got to work. Artho nearly asked for his help, but then he remembered seeing Tis later and Jorder fighting together. Realizing the key, Artho called Tis later over at once. He asked if his WH house will was strong enough to clear this rubble. Tis later said he could, but his mana reserves were too low. He needed Jer. But Artho already had a plan for that. Just focus on your initial charge and create the blast. Seeing he understood, Artho then told Delphin to help the others hold back the SALs. Once Delphin moved, Artho took a deep breath. He focused on mana transference, a technique researched for years without any success. Even when mages shared a dominant element, their internal mana sources were never a perfect match, making transfer impossible. But Artho was different. Because he could control all 4 elements, he could simulate and replicate another's mana. He could copy mana types, adjusting the elemental ratios. Though inexperienced, he placed his hand on Teaslater's back and began the transfer. Instantly, Teaslater received a massive surge of power. As he channeled, Artho thought to himself, he had been careless today. He was so confident in his abilities that he never considered what could go wrong. He truly believed he could protect everyone from any threat. His power in this life compared to his last had made him arrogant. Just then, Teaslater spoke, saying he'd reached the first stage, but Artho was lost in his thoughts, barely hearing him. He needed to reach the white stage, and that would require time and power. He had to be careful not to repeat his past failures. He refocused only to feel Teaslater's beast while mana resisting his own. Filled with newfound mana, Teaslater's form shifted slightly. He told Artho to stand back as he prepared to unleash his power. Boom! A massive hole blasted through the rock wall, big enough to escape. Nearby, Gloy was still fighting 2 Snaler Lords, her attacks tearing off their arms. But even with her incredibly powerful dual element magic, the beasts were pushing her back. Teaslater yelled for everyone to retreat now. Artho couldn't see Tessia and frantically looked back. He spotted her trembling, using her staff for support. He rushed to help her. When he reached her, she told him something was wrong with her mana core. But that could wait. They had to escape first. Artho's mind was racing. Why were there 2 Snaler Lords in this dungeon? They were only supposed to be B-rank monsters. Professor Gloy, an A-rank adventurer, should have defeated them easily. Something was wrong. A loud crash cut through his thoughts, and he turned in shock. Even Professor Gloy was frozen, staring in horror as a Snaler Lord was brutally annihilated by something far more terrifying. A grotesque S-rank creature appeared, staring down Gloy. She was paralyzed before the towering monster of pure mana, its body like a wall of black steel. The monster's claws swiped down like a flash of lightning. Gloy dodged desperately, screaming for the others to run. Suddenly, her face tensed, her eyes widening in absolute terror as she realized something was deeply wrong. The beast roared, and a wide swipe forced Gloy to the ground. She stabbed her swords into the floor to stop herself from sliding back. She dodged, but a claw still managed to graze her face. The creature then ignored her, charging toward the trembling students. 2 students stood frozen in place, their faces pale as they watched the horrifying mana creature approach them. Without warning, a volley of sharp metal shards flew through the air, sinking deep into the monster's hide. Its pained shriek forced the students to cover their ears. Professor Gloy raised her sword, taunting the beast to draw its attention. "Come on, you fat pig." Artho looked back at the professor facing the beast alone. His heart clenched with worry. He knew she couldn't hold it off for long. He glanced at Lee and Teaslater, urging him to flee. In an instant, he handed the unconscious Tessia to Lee. Lee caught Tessia, then looked up with hesitation. Seeing the weapon drawn in Artho's hand, he asked, "What are you planning to do?" Cretus rushed forward, grabbing his arm. He pleaded, "Even for a dual-element mage, this is suicide. Leave it to Professor Glow." Before Cretus could finish, Ather's arm erupted in flames, forcing him to let go. Blue fire engulfed his limb as Ather, with burning resolve, ordered everyone to retreat. The mana beast shrieked, its vast black wings unfurling as it charged Professor Glow, who parried with her own orange-flamed sword. Professor Glow's eyes narrowed. Her wounded face tense with alarm as she grasped the creature's terrifying evolution. She knew they were cannibals, but that didn't matter now. Suddenly, Ather's cry echoed as he dove from above, cloaked in brilliant blue fire. As Professor Glow attacked from below with her crimson blaze, she glanced up, stunned. Questions about his mysterious flames flooded her mind. The beast's piercing shriek and grotesque black tongue forced both Ather and Glow to leap backward in shock. Her eyes remained locked on the monster, but she yelled at Ather, "I told you to get everyone out of here." Ather expertly deflected a razor-sharp claw, calmly stating, "It would have attacked your comrades anyway." The beast roared in fury and charged them. Both warriors dodged the attack. Ather warned her, "None of your strikes will be able to reach it." Hearing this, Glow scoffed, "Are you mocking me?" Ather coolly replied, "I just want to test something," as they evaded the creature's snapping jaws. Raising her blazing sword, Glow agreed. She struck from behind, leaving a fiery arc in the air, and asked, "Are the others clear?" Ather glanced into the distance at a silver-haired figure. Lucas stood there, his emerald eyes glaring at Ather with raw intensity. Then, just as suddenly, Lucas turned and left. Ather confirmed to the professor, They're gone. Glow raised two swords engulfed in red flames, declaring the plan. It can't leave this dungeon. We just need to weaken it. The mana beast scanned the area with glowing red eyes, its long tongue tasting the air. Glow used the opening to discuss strategy with Aether, who told her, hold it off for 10 seconds. The monster roared as Aether vanished into thin air, leaving Professor Glow to face the creature alone. The professor charged, her mind racing with Aether's dual elemental power. Elsewhere, Aether prepared to strike, his body radiating an ethereal blue flame. Aether slowly drew his sharp blade from its sheath. The blue fire surged violently, forming a protective shield that illuminated the cavern. With a mighty shout, Aether moved. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, a streak of blue flame in his wake. His power crashed down, trapping the wildly thrashing beast. Its blazing red eyes stared up with pure hatred. Aether's gaze hardened with resolve as he lunged straight at the monster with his cold blade. The sword struck true, and Aether's blue flames consumed the creature's body. It roared in agony, baring its fearsome teeth, but a shattering pain suddenly shot through Aether's shoulder. His grip on the sword trembled and loosened. His eyes widened in horror as he gritted his teeth. The beast swiped its claws directly at him. In a flash, Glow was there, pulling Aether from the deadly path of the claws. But Aether's eyes stayed fixed on the monster, his hand reaching for what he'd lost. His sword remained embedded deep within its flesh. They retreated some distance, with Aether limping behind the professor, his shoulders screaming in pain. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. A sense of dread filled Aether as he glanced back. The monster was right behind them, its sharp claws swinging down. Bright red blood sprayed as the claws tore through Aether's leg. His scream of pure agony echoed as the pain sent him crashing to the ground. Aether! Glow cried out in panic. As she reached for her sword, a bizarre light erupted from the claw embedded in his leg. The creature's limb began to glow with a pearlescent light, stunning Aether into silence. A blinding flash engulfed everything as he yelled, "Get back!" A deafening explosion sent them flying as the ground collapsed, forming a bottomless chasm. Glow scrambled to the edge, helplessly calling Aether's name as he fell into the abyss. Debris rained down into the dark pit. Despair washed over Aether's face as his arm flared with blue light. A huge rock fell, striking his head and forcing a pained groan. The impact dazed him, his vision blurring. His eyes slowly drifted shut, and his unconscious body plummeted into the darkness below. Aether's eyes slowly fluttered open. He had awoken mid-fall, and with his remaining strength, he slammed his body against the cliff face. He hung suspended in the air, desperately clinging to the rough rock. He gritted his teeth, but his hands slipped. As he fell again, he silently cursed his own weakness. A brilliant blue light enveloped Aether's body as he focused every last bit of his remaining strength. There was only one option: survive the landing. His mana was almost gone, but a fierce will to live ignited his eyes. This little bit had to be enough. He could see the bottom of the abyss approaching fast. A new resolve formed in his mind. Now was the moment. He unleashed his power, pressing his body against the cold rock face again. Energy pulsed from him continuously as he fought against the unstoppable momentum. A radiant stream of blue energy flared to life as he slid deeper and deeper into the chasm. His bloodied face was a mask of intense concentration as power poured from his hands. He created a swirling vortex of energy and then finally let go. A fierce blue cyclone roared to life below him. It enveloped his body, protecting him from the deadly impact with the ground. After the landing, Aether's motionless body lay at the bottom of the chasm. A large tear in his shirt revealed a deep, bleeding wound on his back. Feathers danced through the air, drifting down in a magical golden light. The massive wound on his back began to glow, miraculously healing itself. Aether shifted his shoulders slightly. A single white feather floated down as he coughed. His eyes slowly opened, his breathing heavy and ragged. He struggled to push himself up, his coughs echoing in the abyss. Kneeling in his tattered clothes, he clutched his head as a sharp pain pulsed through it. Looking up, he finally noticed it. His sword was still buried deep in the monster's corpse. Arthur stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Rolling his shoulders, Arthur approached the fallen beast. He considered boosting his senses and regeneration, impressed by the creature's powerful will. Gripping the hilt, he yanked the sword free. He raised a hand, absorbing the dark energy drifting toward him. Arthur sheathed his sword, his gaze fixed on the deep pit. Even at full strength, climbing out would be a challenge. He scanned the area, searching. Suddenly, the brilliant purple glow from a cave mouth caught his eye. Arthur moved toward the light, hearing the distant sound of flowing water. He stepped cautiously, his hand trailing along the cold rock. Before him was a powerful waterfall, bathed in a mystical purple light. Reaching out to touch the cool stream, Arthur pushed the curtain of water aside and stepped inside. His eyes shot wide in pure shock. He stood on a stone ledge looking down at a watery staircase. Below, a single, blood-soaked hand hung frozen in the air. Arthur was paralyzed by the sight. Bodies were impaled on cruel, twisted spears, lying still in pools of foul blood. A faint cough echoed through the silence. Arthur instantly tensed, drawing his sword and turning toward the sound to call out. A weak plea for help rose from the corpses. Arthur rushed to investigate, stepping carefully past the scattered bodies. He averted his gaze from the grotesque sight of the bodies pierced by razor-sharp spears. The weak cough sounded once more. Unable to pinpoint the sound's origin, Arthur asked the survivor to speak again. A weak voice called out, "I'm here." Following the voice, his eyes widened in horror. His body went rigid as stone, and the sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Arthur began to tremble violently as he recognized Alea sitting among glowing lilies, blood flowing endlessly from a spear piercing her body. He whispered her name, his heart shattering as memories flooded his mind. He saw Alea, smiling as she patted his shoulder. Then the moment she held a blade to his throat, thorny roses wrapped around her arm, and the way she had closed her eyes, leaning in close to him. He remembered her sadness and how he'd anxiously watched over her. Her silly, teasing expressions, her gentle face as she stroked his hair. His mind reeled, unable to accept that the Alea in his memories was the same one dying before him. He remembered her strength as a white mage, her confidence as a proud warrior. The shock was too much. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Kneeling before her bloody form, he called her name through choked sobs. Healing energy flowed from his hand to her wound. "Who's there?" she asked weakly. Arthur fought back tears to focus his power. "Just hold on," he pleaded. Alea whispered, "Do I know you? Have we met before?" "It's Arthur," he said, "from the Gus Academy. You said I was the same age as your younger brother." Alea managed a faint smile. "That's right, the little spy from the Vanguard Squadron. What are you doing here?" But a wave of pain sent her into a coughing fit. Arthur quickly urged her not to speak. Her trembling hand reached out and gripped his. "It's enough," she whispered. Her eyes fluttered, her breathing shallow as she accepted her fate. Tears streamed down Arthur's face, his hands shaking at her words. Arthur bowed his head. "I'm sorry." But Alea offered a faint smile. "Don't be. Having you here makes it better." His eyes filled with sorrow. "What can I do?" Alea only smiled gently and shook her head. Crushing helplessness seized him. He clenched his jaw in agony as his emotions erupted. He screamed in desperation, "I don't understand why this happened. Why is this happening to you, Alea?" Her delicate, doll-like face and white hair were stained crimson. She remained silent in the face of his anguish. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. She replied slowly, "Do you mean, why am I still alive?" She held out her hand, a purple glowing object within it. "He kept me alive this long." "For revenge," she said. Arthur watched as the purple light floated from her hand toward him. "Revenge?" he repeated, confused. "For what I did to him," Alea explained, as a purple crystal hovered over a small flame. Arthur took the stone, studying it with uncertainty. Alea weakly beckoned him closer. Her slender hand pulled him near. "Even with my mana core shattered, I should show you everything," she said. "Let your mana flow into me." Arthur leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers. The area flared with a magical blue light, his own eyes glowing intensely. Arthur's consciousness was pulled into a deep, dark cavern. A terrifying, eight-headed serpent with a massive horn appeared, its killing intent suffocating the air. The scene shifted, and green, thorny vines ensnared the beast. Warriors surrounded it, attacking as one. The serpent's eyes burned with hatred. The next vision was of the beast, finally defeated. Its massive body lay still, bound by green thorns and guarded by warriors. Suddenly, an object in one warrior's hand shattered and vanished. The warriors scattered in a panic, but their path was blocked by a black-horned demon, sitting casually as if he had been waiting. Sharp spears erupted from him, piercing the warriors. Blood sprayed through the air. The survivors could only watch in horror as their comrades fell. The wicked black-horned demon simply observed, enjoying the massacre as if it were a stage play. He grinned, showing sharp teeth as he held up two fingers. The demon's voice echoed in the space. "You have two choices. You can choose to fight me and die. Or..." His blood-red eyes gleamed with malice as his sinister smile widened. "Kill all of your comrades, and you get to live." The remaining warriors charged, only to be tossed aside. In desperation, Alea weakly sent her thorny vines at him, but the demon's cruel voice simply cut through the chaos. "Did you think your pathetic efforts could change anything? War was always inevitable." The dark demon's mocking laughter echoed through the space. Twisted spears rained down, piercing the final warriors. The air filled with screams of agony and clashing steel. The once proud green vines were now helpless against his evil power. He dodged the powerful strikes of the green vines with ease. For a moment, it seemed caught, but he slithered away like a venomous snake. The prolonged struggle ignited his rage. His face twisted, red eyes glaring and teeth clenched into a demonic mask of fury. He told Aaliyah he had prepared a quick death for her and her comrades. Then, with a mocking tone, he feigned pity for her choice. He kicked the warriors away like they were mere puppets. Then, ruthless spears pierced through them, painting the battlefield in crimson. He whispered that she wouldn't need those anymore. He grabbed her leg, dragging her toward a sharp spear. In one swift motion, it plunged through her chest. His sharp claws rose towards her eyes. He said he'd read that if one sense is destroyed, the others become sharper. Aaliyah fell into eternal darkness, her ears filled with desperate screams, begging for release from the torture. The dark demon asked how she felt. Could she hear their cries of despair more clearly now? Arthur violently awoke from Aaliyah's horrific memory. His body shuddered as he retched. Aaliyah weakly whispered an apology, saying not everyone could witness such horrors, especially a young man like him. Arthur wiped his mouth, saying no. Everyone here must overcome their trials. Arthur looked down, saying at least now he understood what they'd all endured. He then turned to Aaliyah and thanked her for showing him. Aaliyah's lips slowly parted. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the dark red blood. Wiping her bloody face, she looked at Arthur in anguish, crying that she didn't want to die. Arthur's head sank lower, his own tears falling endlessly. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around Aaliyah's small frame, holding her tightly. She cried into his ear that she was so scared. Arthur buried his tear-streaked face in her shoulder, promising he was there. Beautiful lilies watched in silence as the two embraced in their shared pain. Suddenly, Aaliyah's arm went limp, falling lifelessly. A withered petal drifted down like a final teardrop. In a heavenly light, a happy woman led a child to a mirror, reflecting their joyful image. Arthur vowed to himself that Aaliyah's death would not be in vain. In the silent space, he knelt before the body of a fallen warrior. With calloused hands, he dug a deep grave and laid the soldier to rest. Arthur raised his hands, using his power to cover the warrior's body with earth in a solemn farewell. Arthur realized from Aaliyah's memories that there wasn't just one of those dark armored demons. Arthur plunged the fallen warrior's blade into the ground, a silent oath to the dead. He wondered just how many there were and what they were searching for. Arthur realized this demon was identical to the first one he'd met in Sylvia's cave. He placed the warrior's helm on the sword's hilt. Whether the demon targeted all of humanity or just the gods, it made no difference. He thought that as an elemental warrior, he had no other choice. Arthur walked over and lifted Aaliyah's lifeless, blood-stained body. His mind raced with the demon's words of a coming war. He couldn't afford to be complacent. Arthur tore a piece of his own shirt, gently wiping the blood from Aaliyah's face. He thought about protecting the people he cherished in this world. Arthur looked down at Aaliyah's name tag in his hand. He knew he had to become stronger. His hand clenched the tag, his resolve turning to steel. Standing before Aaliyah's body, Arthur raised his hands. He focused his power, drawing water from a nearby waterfall. Crystal-clear streams of blue water flew towards him, enveloping Aaliyah's body to form a water coffin. Arthur gently placed a lily on the liquid casket, whispering that she would no longer be alone. His eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at the flower. He then promised her he would send them to hell to join her. Arthur's voice carried over the field of graves. Each mound was marked by a sword and helmet. The demon spears that had taken their lives were scattered about. Arthur turned his head slightly, his gaze falling upon the shape of a majestic black dragon. He looked up at Sylvia's noble form and thanked her for waiting. The black dragon's voice echoed Papa through the silent cavern. Arthur approached, gently pressing his forehead against Sylvia's. He whispered that he was okay. Forcing a faint smile, he said it was time to leave this place. His head lowered as he turned to go. Arthur and Sylvia departed, leaving Aaliyah and the countless warriors to rest forever in the cave. The great dragon soared from the dark cave, flying toward the sunset-colored sky. Arthur walked out slowly, his figure weary. The dragon now walked beside Arthur in a different form, its worried gaze fixed on him. The two figures approached a grand city gate, guarded by two soldiers in silver armor. As he neared, a soldier blocked his path with a sword. The guard demanded to know what a kid was doing out so late and asked him for identification. Arthur lifted his head, stating his full name and status. He said he was returning from a class expedition to the widow's catacombs. The soldier was startled, asking him to confirm if that was the site of the recent, unusual accident. Arthur said nothing, only giving a slight nod. The soldier immediately ordered his partner to notify Grest Academy and the Adventurers Guild. The man obeyed, rushing off. The first soldier then explained the guild was already gathering people to rescue him. As the soldier turned, Arthur grabbed his arm. His eyes were firm. He just wanted to go home now and would report to the academy in the morning. Hesitation flickered across the soldier's face for a moment. Finally, he sighed and agreed. Arthur and Sylvie stepped out, heading toward their familiar home. The night sky suddenly erupted with a colorful, brilliant aurora. Arthur paused before the steps of his house, his expression deep in thought. He looked up, lost in the beauty of the lights, whispering about everyone's worry and the hard questions waiting inside. In the sky, ribbons of light danced like soft silk through the silent night. Arthur slumped onto the steps, whispering to Sylvie about his selfishness. He just didn't have the strength to face this right now. The sky blazed with the aurora, a magnificent painting of nature. He raised a hand as a silver light began to glow. Aaliyah's nameplate rested in his palm. Her last words echoed endlessly in his mind. He remembered her fear of being alone and her fear of dying. He thought that, intentional or not, he wished Alea's end could have been like his. He fell silent, staring at her nameplate. He prayed that Alea would get a chance to live again. Just then, a figure appeared, standing quietly behind Arthur and Sylvie. Into the silent night, a deep, warm voice broke the stillness, admiring the magical beauty of the aurora. Jen approached slowly, his eyes still fixed on the vibrant lights. He remarked that such phenomena in Face City should have their own special privileges. The aurora shone proudly, displaying its splendid colors. Arthur's hesitant voice began to speak, but Jen sat beside him, gently telling his son he didn't need to say anything. In the quiet scene, Arthur lowered his head in sorrow while Jen looked up at the sky. They both fell into a shared silence. Suddenly, Jen spoke, wondering if Arthur remembered. He recalled his late wife, noting how Arthur's mother could only use healing magic on small wounds. Jen looked into the distance, saying his mother was just like Arthur is now, carrying a scar that remained unspoken even today. He turned with a smile, telling him, "Don't push yourself too hard. Everyone has their own battle to fight." He continued, saying Arthur was so much like his mother. He placed a hand on his son's head, promising to always be by his side. He would wait for the day his son succeeded. He gently added that life is not just a single battle, so it's normal to fail sometimes. Hearing this, Arthur finally broke down. Jen stayed beside him, ruffling his hair, telling him to stand up, look back, and learn from it. Arthur's body trembled with choked sobs. His father's steady voice filled the air, declaring that strength would lead the way to victory. Tears streamed endlessly as Arthur sat with his father, as if releasing every burden he held in his heart. Morning light gently streamed through the windows of Grest Academy. From a high balcony, Arthur stood silently, gazing at the vast campus below. Suddenly, a voice from behind told him not to just head to her office. Cynthia stepped gracefully onto the balcony. She heard him say the view was better here. Her eyes scanned for his companion, but Arthur replied, "I told him to stay home." Cynthia smiled gently. "After what happened, you need to rest." She then asked if he had any other plans. Arthur gave a small smile. "I promised my mother and sister I'd go shopping with them." The mood grew heavy, leaving them both in their own thoughts. After a moment of thought, Cynthia gently asked what had happened down there. At the mention of Professor Glow's report on the unusual Snailer Queen, Arthur's fingers tightened on Alea's nameplate. He turned and held it out to Cynthia. "This is what happened." Stunned, Cynthia took the nameplate. Her face grew pale as she realized who it belonged to. She froze, whispering that it was impossible. Hesitantly, she breathed Alea's name. Arthur's reply was blunt. "She's dead." Arthur's vacant eyes reflected deep pain as he mentioned the bodies left in the catacombs' lowest level. A land warrior's death meant they were here. She cautiously asked if he knew the cause of all this. Arthur paused for a moment, then replied that he knew nothing at all. Cynthia clutched the nameplate tightly. She would report this to the council and told him not to worry his mind with it. She turned away, stating that this matter was beyond his reach. The council and the land warriors would handle whoever caused this. Watching her leave, Arthur whispered, "Let's hope so." On a busy street, the hurried footsteps of the crowd filled the air. Alice, Tabitha, and Eli strolled past the shops lining the road. Eli's cheerful laughter rang out continuously, but Alice's worried eyes never left Arthur, who carried a deep sadness within him. They went from shop to shop, their arms soon full of bags. Occasionally, joyful laughter would erupt when Arthur teased his little sister. A small bell chimed as another shop door opened. Tabitha was excitedly talking about her favorite place. Arthur cleared his throat, asking if there was a training supply shop nearby. All three of them turned to look at him. Tabitha asked if he meant the Elias store. She said one was nearby, and he could head there first if he wanted. Alice offered to go with him, her eyes filled with concern, but Eli's cheerful cry over Sylvie's new shirt interrupted them. Alice rushed toward Eli. Meanwhile, Arthur set down the bags, waving them off. He told them he'd catch up later, and to go have fun without him. Left behind, Sylv cried out, pleading for him not to go. Arthur offered a final farewell, promising that its sacrifices were not in vain. Arthur strolled through the noisy crowd, his hands buried in his pockets. The path ahead of him gradually emptied. His gaze fell to the ground, where a single lily petal lay abandoned. The image of a fragile Alia, surrounded by brilliant lilies, replayed in his mind like a sad, silent film. He vividly remembered the moment her soft arm fell, her final goodbye to the world. A pure white lily on the water was her beautiful, last farewell. Arthur stared at the flower on the ground, lost in thought. Then, he moved on. stopping before a deserted, dead-end alley. Seeing the shop's shabby exterior, Arthur doubted this was the place to be mentioned. How could anyone sell medicine in a hovel like this? His expression darkened at the thought. The place looked like a den of sickness and poison. As he slowly stepped forward, a voice from behind made him jump, asking if he had any spare change. He spun around to see a man sitting on the ground. Arthur suddenly realized he hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. Noticing his reaction, the man grinned, asking if he'd just seen a ghost. The man said he was just a beggar asking for some loose change. Arthur reached into his pockets, wondering why he was just sitting there so oddly. The moment Arthur's hand extended a coin, the old man's wiry fingers snatched it with lightning speed. A sly glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he pinched the coin, muttering thanks. Realizing he'd given a valuable silver coin by mistake, Arthur quickly asked for it back while searching for smaller change. When he looked up, coins in hand, the old man had vanished like a wisp of smoke. Arthur froze, realizing he'd just lost 100 coins. Dejected, he approached the rundown shop, mourning his lost silver. A faint glow from the doorknob made Arthur wonder, was this some kind of customer test? His hand slowly reached out towards the softly glowing handle. A bronze light spread from the handle to his wrist like glowing vines. The door swung open at his touch, releasing a cloud of old dust that made him cough violently. A cheerful voice welcomed a customer into the space. The old man from before was now sitting comfortably behind the counter, waving and asking how he could help. Arthur strode to the counter, demanding his money back from the self-proclaimed homeless man. The shopkeeper explained his true identity, blaming the misunderstanding on his appearance. He then offered in exchange any item in the store to make up for it. Arthur's scornful gaze swept over the shop's old wares. What in here could possibly be worth a silver coin? He sneered. Oh, plenty of things, the owner insisted from his counter, if you have a sharp enough eye. Arthur suppressed his frustration, reminding himself to respect his elders. He began to walk slowly through the shop, his curious eyes observing every little corner. A thick layer of dust covered everything, prompting Arthur to ask how old the shop was, and if the owner ever bothered to clean it. The owner argued that manual labor didn't suit an old man like him, and that the shop was perfectly fine. Arthur paced along the old wooden shelves lined with all sorts of strange items. On the highest shelf, a jet-black cat watched Arthur's every movement. For a moment, the cat's star-like eyes locked onto Arthur's gaze. The cat's sleek body gracefully vanished around a corner. Arthur opened a small box and discovered a ring with a glittering stone inside. His curious eyes were fixed on the strange object, wondering what it was. A sudden jet of water shot from the gem on the ring, making him jump back. Arthur quickly put the box back. The shopkeeper just clicked his tongue, saying, "You dodged it, didn't you? It's only water." Arthur felt his patience wearing thin, like he might go mad if he stayed any longer. But he persisted, determined to find an item worth the money he'd lost. With a heavy heart, he searched every nook and cranny of the old shop. Covered in dust, Arthur slowly walked back toward the old shopkeeper. A clear sound suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Sev appeared instantly, leaping onto Arthur's head and affectionately calling him Papa. Sev continued to pout, blaming Arthur for abandoning it, which made him laugh. He gently stroked Sev, reassuring it that it had survived. While Sev sulked and ruffled his hair, Arthur turned to the shopkeeper to announce he hadn't found anything suitable. He fell silent when he saw the owner's stunned expression, his eyes glued to Sev. Arthur waved a hand in his face, asking if he was all right. The owner snapped out of it, coughed, and said he was fine. Arthur stood his ground, intending to get his money back and leave, since he couldn't find a single item he liked. This made the old man squint and mutter about his irritating personality. He bent down to rummage for something, complaining about Arthur's taste, before finally finding an object. He signaled for Arthur to get ready and then tossed it towards him. Luckily, Arthur caught it with ease. He held the orb, observing it meticulously and wondering about its origin. The old man grinned, pushed Arthur out of the store, and simply said, "This is what you'll need," giving Arthur only enough time to yell out, "Wait." The owner just managed to thank you and hope to see you again before slamming the wooden door shut. Arthur paused when he saw the black cat from before, sitting there watching him intently. It gave him a slight smirk before walking away gracefully. Elsewhere, Alice, Tabitha, and Eli were sitting on a street corner, chatting cheerfully. As soon as Eli saw Arthur, he waved him over. Alice looked at him curiously and asked if he had found what he needed. Arthur just mumbled, "I guess so." Tabitha expressed surprise that Arthur couldn't find anything in a shop famous for its elixirs and medicines. The four of them then walked down the street together. Tabitha shared that many students visit the place to find new items and training materials. Arthur looked confused, mentioning the shop's shabby appearance. Tabitha replied that she never said it was a rundown place. Arthur insisted the shack was a total wreck. Arthur and Sylvie looked up, their eyes widening in utter shock, because the dilapidated shack from before had now transformed into a magnificent, luxurious building. Jen Nip was using a massive building as a base. Lucas followed a student from Genis's inner circle. He was led into a deep tunnel carved from solid rock. Before long, they arrived. Lucas saw Genis seated in the center of the room. His subordinates were lined up on both sides. The guide immediately knelt, greeting his master. Genis casually stepped on the man with a smirk, then warmly welcomed Lucas to their secret meeting. The kneeling subordinate stood, his face filled with displeasure. He reported to his lord that Lucas had arrived as requested. Genis feigned excitement at meeting the famous Lucas. He welcomed him to join his great expedition. Lucas remained perfectly calm. He retorted he never planned to join. He only came expecting something interesting but found it all rather mundane. Then, Lucas mocked Genis for his strange appearance. He joked that Genis looked more like a professor than a student. Lucas's taunts enraged the surrounding followers. One shouted, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully? You should feel honored to be invited here." Lucas simply thought they were all fools. With a snap of his fingers, flames erupted instantly. Watching his subordinates burn, Genis showed no concern. He simply reminded them not to be so rude to his guest. Meanwhile, the men screamed for their lives in the fire. Lucas watched them, trying to sense Genis's mana, but found it incredibly difficult. Lucas began questioning Genis about his home world and why he organized these frequent expeditions. He also asked why Genis was so determined to recruit him, poisoning and luring so many students. Genis claimed it was a grand mission, not poison. He spoke of a plan far greater than their mere academy. However, the time was not yet right for him to execute it. He needed a powerful mage while he waited. Lucas was the one he had chosen. He was chosen because he was different from the others. The students here, despite their noble status, were all deeply dissatisfied with their lives. The academy prided itself on catering only to the purest bloodlines. Genis claimed Lucas was an exception, bored by such trivial matters, just like him. Lucas immediately rejected the notion. He wouldn't waste time on flaws that he could fix whenever he wished. To him, these country bumpkins were no better than low-level adventurers or even Genis's own pathetic minions. The spoiled nobles were especially worthless. Lucas turned his back, declaring he had no reason to lower himself and serve the likes of Genis. Genis's voice followed him, praising his arrogance, his belief that the lower classes were useless. Then, Genis mentioned Arthur. At that name, Lucas's rage ignited. Genis continued to provoke him. He sneered about Lucas being hailed as a prodigy, coddled by his power and swift awakening. But to Arthur, Lucas was absolutely nothing. The angrier Lucas became, the harder Genis pressed his assault. Lucas could no longer contain his fury. He roared at the fiend before him, demanding to know who he truly was. Genis just laughed, calling himself a philanthropist. He then confidently proposed that he and Lucas should work together. Lucas realized Genis had been observing Arthur for a very long time. Lucas demanded to know his scheme. Genis wanted to start a war, to shatter the weak link between the three great powers. He had also taken the council and controlled the director. Everything was nearly complete. He just needed Lucas to finish the job. Lucas understood. Genis wanted to turn Arthur into one of his mindless puppets. Genis seemed surprised by Lucas's sharp deduction. It appeared his mixed bloodline hadn't dulled his mind in the slightest. However, Lucas had a question. If Genis knew Arthur hadn't been experimented on, how could he hope to kill him? Was he planning to use the same method for Manhwa? Genis waved his hand dismissively. Manhwa was nothing but a weak pig. He promised Lucas that if he trusted him, his own power would ascend to a whole new level. Given Genis's meticulous calculations, Lucas was certain of one thing. He had a plan to force Arthur into an all-out battle. And it was true. Genis knew Arthur was merely human. He valued his family and friends above all. And one person was especially dear to him, Tessia. At the mention of Tessia, Genis's men reacted with fierce opposition. Genis conspired with Lucas, saying that spilling just a little of her blood would surely send Arthur into a rage. Lucas seemed pleased by this, letting out a satisfied laugh. Meanwhile, Elijah was alone in his room when he heard a sudden knock at the door. He opened it to see Arthur standing there. Arthur sheepishly claimed he had forgotten his key. Without a single word, Elijah pulled him into a desperate hug. Arthur knew Elijah was worried and quickly tried to calm him. He joked that Elijah could never truly get rid of him. Elijah shot back, calling Arthur a stubborn cockroach. Arthur began to unpack. His bond, Sylvie, played with Elijah, who petted her soft fur. He recounted how Director Goodsky had come to see him, telling him not to worry about Arthur. However, after Elijah heard what had happened from the others, he found it hard to believe Arthur was standing here completely unharmed. Arthur asked how everyone else was. Elijah said Lai and Curtis were fine and in the infirmary. Tessia was in the training hall with her grandfather. Arthur was surprised. The training hall, Elijah explained that everyone wanted to see for themselves that Arthur was safe. Hearing that, Arthur decided he had to leave immediately. He couldn't face everyone's questions after appearing like this. Arthur told Elijah to just let everyone know he was fine in class tomorrow. He was sure they would believe it. Elijah agreed to do as Arthur asked. After Arthur left, Elijah collapsed onto his bed. His face was full of sorrow as he clutched his head, feeling utterly helpless. Arthur walked down the empty hall. He guessed the director was meeting with the council. Director Virion would never miss those meetings. Suddenly, Sylvie shrieked from his neck. She had sensed mana. Urged on by Sylvie, Arthur rushed to a nearby door. He threw it open. Black smoke billowed out, and a voice echoed from deep within. Did that person know Atho? Stranger still, the ring on his hand suddenly grew hot. Atho couldn't understand what was happening before his very eyes. Atho saw a seated man with his back turned, dressed in white. It was none other than Tesh's grandfather, Vien, who was channeling his power to save her. A green light pulsed in the room. Tesh's body was encased in thick, thorny vines, hundreds of them. The sight left Atho completely horrified. He instantly recognized Tesha. Vien explained she'd been like this since leaving the dungeon. Atho demanded to know what happened to her. Vien admitted he wasn't sure what was happening to Tesha. He theorized the beast's wild will was rejecting the assimilation and was now consuming her. He suspected it was connected to Iga, the monster Atho had defeated. He added that the process had started a long time ago. And yet, Tesha was now mutating, as if she was transforming. A shadow crossed Atho's face as he realized this was all his fault. This happened because he hadn't given her the beast core. Atho raised his hand, the ring flared with light, and a thorny vine lashed out at him. Sai was thrown back, screaming for Piba. Caught off guard, Atho collapsed. A deep wound opened in his chest. He had nearly been killed. But the assault wasn't over. The vines kept coming. He dodged and defended desperately. Vien watched in horror as Atho was knocked down, only to struggle back up again. The situation was dire. Yet Atho could still joke that Tesha must really hold a grudge against him to attack like this. Vien couldn't believe he was joking now. The vines attacked with even greater ferocity. Sai panicked, unsure of what to do. Atho yelled for her to run to Vien and protect Tesha at all costs. He leaped into the air and landed hard. Suddenly, his orb shot toward the vines. Vien and C watched, transfixed, as the vines exploded. Tesha floated, suspended in midair. Golden light from the orb washed over her body. Her skin was flawless, clad only in a few remaining vines. The orb sank into her chest. Slowly, the thorns began to crack and fall away. She began to fall. Atho rushed forward with a large cloth to catch her. The sight was ethereal and beautiful. He gently placed Tisha on the ground. Vien and C ran to them. Vien didn't know what Atho did, but he was certain he had saved his granddaughter. He was overwhelmed with gratitude. Tisha awoke, sitting up and rubbing her eyes, completely unaware of what had occurred. Seeing her grandfather and Atho, her eyes lit up and she jumped to her feet. Vien opened his arms, thinking she was running to him. But no, she rushed right past him and embraced Atho. Vien was mortified. Did his granddaughter take a wrong turn? Atho was stunned, standing frozen in place. Then, he gently stroked Tesha's hair. It seemed everything was finally all right. She couldn't believe Atho was alive. Atho gave her a warm smile. It was true. He was really alive. As they stared at each other, Vien wished the ground would swallow him whole. How utterly awkward. Tessia was taken to the infirmary. After the doctors treated her, she fell asleep. Atho, Vien, and CV remained to watch over her. Atho was lost in thought, unable to understand why the orb from the old man at I's shop had flown towards Tesha like that. And that orb saved her? He had to return to that shop and find out who, or what, that old man really was. Suddenly, a doctor's voice pulled Atho from his thoughts. He announced that Tia's condition was stable, her mana levels showing nothing unusual. Vien and Atho exchanged looks of pure relief. However, the doctor added there was one confusing problem. Vien had told him Tesha's core was bright orange. Atho confirmed this was true. The strange part was that the doctor, a dark yellow core mage, couldn't measure Tessia's magic at all. It seemed impossible. Vien went to Tesha's bed to check himself. Atho grew worried, but Vien motioned for silence. After a moment, he pulled his hand back. Atho panicked. Is something wrong with her? Vien sank to the floor. He said nothing was wrong, but Tesha's core was now at the initial silver stage. Atho and Vien left the room. Atho worried about leaving her alone. Vien reasoned she was just exhausted and needed to rest. After all, she had just broken through 3 entire realms. He would wait for her to awaken, then take her back to the castle. Atho then voiced his own questions about the lances. Vien said he heard what happened from Cynthia Gutke. He asked what Atho wanted to know. Atho asked about their true power. Vien used white cores as an example. It would take 20 to 30 yellow core mages to defeat a single silver core. For a white core, the power scaling is exponential. He was a mid-tier silver core, and it would take 10 mages like him just to face a white core like Kima. Other silver cores would need 6 or 7. Atho looked at Vian innocently. 10 of you? Are you that weak? Vian pinched his cheek hard, insisting he wasn't weak. They were just overwhelmingly strong. Atho wondered why. Some of the lances were still young. Why not rule a kingdom? With just 6 of them, no one could ever stop them. Vian explained that it's forbidden. The lances only become stronger when they are augmented. Atho didn't understand. Vian couldn't explain further, as it was a royal secret that secured their power since the kingdom's founding, known only to the royal bloodline, and Atho was now sworn to secrecy. Then Vian turned to him, asking, "Do you believe in the gods?" Vian began his tale. The elves, humans, and dwarves were once nomads who made great pilgrimages, interacting with the other races. Despite their different cultures and beliefs, the three powers had a strong relationship. They lived in peace until the man of beasts appeared, hunting them like prized prey. The number of survivors dwindled with each passing year. Then one day, a deity descended upon the mortal realm. With limitless power, it gave the three races the tools to end the war and their dark era. The deity appeared before 3 people, the ancestors of today's 3 great royal families, the Laser family, the Glasander family, and the Islete family. The deity granted artifacts to the 3 ancestors. Later, the 6 artifacts were divided among 3 individuals chosen to be kings, but the kings never intended to keep them. Instead, they were given to 2 of their most loyal retainers, who swore soul oaths and were granted their titles. Those artifacts gave them a deep insight into harnessing the powerful energy that surrounded them. The 3 kings personally led the 6 artifact wielders, spreading their new knowledge and power by teaching those with talent. This gave rise to the first generation of mages. Humans, elves, and dwarves united to drive the man of beasts into a bloody trench now known as Berlan. After that, true peace was established across the land, ending the era of beasts and heralding a new age. The 3 races separated peacefully. The human king ruled the western territories, a flat and fertile land perfect for growth. The elven king claimed the south, where they could live in harmony among magical forests and symbiotic creatures. The dwarven race followed their king to the north, a land filled with a rich supply of ores and precious gems. The 3 kings and their lances deeply valued their people. They truly lived for a time in peace and prosperity. Hearing this, Arthur spoke up. He realized the lances were the first to use magic, through the 6 artifacts gifted to the kings. Besides, the story was far too ancient, and something about the ending felt wrong. How could it not mention the war between humans and elves? And where did the lances go? Before Arthur could ask more, Virion pinched his ear. The story had only just begun. Virion explained that since Arthur knew of the war, he would skip that part. But that peaceful life ended after just a few generations. One day, all 3 races forgot their ancestors' alliance, forgot the sacrifices made for peace, and greed consumed them all. The lances didn't disappear. They existed for generations, growing stronger alongside the royal families, with 1 user per artifact. It was only the discovery of a new continent that forced them to finally inform the lances. Arthur finally understood why the story was kept secret. Because even if the lances swore oaths to the kings, if word got out that the artifacts could create white core mages, the deity's authority would eventually crumble. Arthur was grateful that Virion trusted him enough to share such a great secret. Virion put a friendly arm around Arthur, praising how much he had matured, but couldn't resist teasing him. He ruffled his hair, saying Arthur's body had finally caught up to that needlessly sharp brain of his. But then, Virion's expression turned grim. He was telling this story because a part of it was directly related to Arthur. He was surprised. Virion then mentioned that his bond beast was not merely a mana beast, but a deity. Hearing this, Arthur glanced at Sylvie, who was sleeping so soundly she was drooling. The deity Virion mentioned was Sylvie. Virion waved his hand. Deities aren't like what you read in books. They are simply beings who transcend their mortal bodies and become one with mana. Arthur then remembered something he once thought, that Sylvie was a dragon. Virion acknowledged Sylvie was strong and clever, but there was a reason dragons were seen as a blessing, a reason Arthur kept her a secret. Arthur found it hard to speak. Virion didn't blame him. He would have done the same. He stood, calmly assuring Arthur that his contract with Sylvie was no mere coincidence. This world is changing. He couldn't predict what role Arthur would play, but no matter the circumstances, he had to be ready. Arthur walked with Sylvie, looking up at the sky and wondering, what is a deity? Sylvie trotted beside him, asking where they were going next. Arthur replied that he needed to check on a few things. He approached a wall, finding a gem and a small piece of paper. He read it, and then left with Sylvie. Arthur was having breakfast with his family, but his mind was elsewhere. Seeing this, his mother Alice asked about her son. Not wanting her to worry, he put on a smile and praised her cooking. He told her he really missed the meals she cooked for him at school. However, Arthur couldn't fool his own mother. She pointed at his plate and asked if that was the reason he was only eating peas for breakfast. Arthur didn't know how to respond. He looked down to see Sylvie had already taken a huge bite of his steak. Alice spoke gently. She wanted Arthur to share his troubles with the family so they could understand. It would be better that way. Arthur insisted he was fine and promised to make time for his family in Asura. Just then, Reynolds spoke up, wanting his son to return to normal after all his troubles were over. Alice agreed with her husband. All that mattered was their son's happiness. But Ellie sternly reminded her brother to bring Sylvie home safely and not to forget her present. Reynolds turned to his daughter, asking about the items he bought for her. However, Ellie said they were too childish and didn't suit her. Watching the two argue, Alice could only smile. To Arthur, his family was truly the most peaceful place. They all loved him so much. Afterwards, Arthur said goodbye to his parents and sister, leaving with Sylvie. At the palace, an emperor sat on his throne, head bowed, facing 3 advisors who were pleading with him. "This is necessary, King Grey." The second man eagerly agreed. "Strengthening our kingdom is of the utmost importance." The bald one also chimed in, analyzing the issue for the sake of their kingdom's people. The kingdom he ruled, where everyone was ready to fight for them. "You need to kill her." The king remained silent. The long-bearded advisor spoke gravely. "Kill her, King Grey. After you kill her, the world will never mock your kingdom again." Suddenly, Sylvie's voice called out, "Papa." Her face was full of worry as she stared at her father. Arthur awoke, his heart pounding in his skull. He propped himself up, head in his hands, and let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Sylvie asked, "Papa, are you okay?" He placed a hand on her round head, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. "I'm fine." He told Sylvie it was nothing more than a bad dream, but as he kept stroking her head, his eyes held a distant, thoughtful look. Why did that memory surface now? Of all times. As if remembering something, Arthur reached into his pocket and pulled out the small note. He read it over and over, very carefully. Memories flashed through his mind like a movie reel. Stumbling into that decrepit potion shop in a dead-end alley, the strange owner, and his grandfather's warning that the world would soon change. "Arthur, you must always be ready." Connecting the events, Arthur's head buzzed. This note had to be from the old man at the shop. I don't know how he heard our conversation, but he knows something vision couldn't tell me. The more he thought, the more his head spun. Hating the feeling, he leaned back, clearing his mind to start fresh. He glanced out the car window, his curiosity piqued. But who could possibly know more than vision? The carriage carried Arthur, his daughter, and his heavy heart onward. At the western teleportation gate, an elf guard watched him. The guard's voice was stern, demanding a reason for travel and proper identification. Arthur was completely caught off guard. He blankly repeated, "Identification?" The elf tilted its head, patiently explaining this was the western gate to the Ea kingdom. "We require verification to permit passage." He wondered why the elf said Ea, but Arthur remained silent, using mana to search his spatial ring for something to prove his identity. After a moment, he presented a gold-plated watch engraved with King Eleno's crest to the guard, asking if this would suffice as verification. The guard stared in shock at the child before him, his brow furrowed with apprehension. Possessing the seal of an Elenoid noble. Who is this kid? The soldier's attitude did a 180. His stern face vanished as he bowed, rushing to activate the portal. "This way, please." Stepping inside, he felt a brilliant, golden light wash over him like a warm dawn, easing his worries. Arthur strode boldly forward, but the moment he stepped through, a storm of light erupted. The sudden flash made him and Sylvie panic. She clung to her father's head, hands raised to shield her eyes. Just as he tried to turn back, chains of light shot out, binding them completely. He struggled to stay upright. This is strange. They were being pulled down. Sensing Sylvie's fear, her father yelled, "Sylvie, hold on tight." A vortex of rainbow light quickly sucked them into another dimension. The two landed hard on some kind of floor. Everything went pitch black. Arthur scanned the darkness while Sylvie trembled in absolute terror. This was the first time he'd ever felt his daughter this scared. Sensing the difference, he snapped his fingers. A ball of fire blazed to life, but beyond its light, the darkness was absolute, like standing in the void of space. His mind raced as he yelled, "What the hell is happening?" As he processed the situation, a heavy pressure forced Arthur to his knees. He wondered what level of power this was. Even reinforcing his body with mana did nothing against it. As he struggled, a strange sound echoed nearby. "Who's there?" Arthur shouted. Suddenly, a pair of eyes materialized from the void, staring right at them. He froze, his own eyes wide at the milky white orbs that shimmered like stars. Sylvie, however, kept her eyes squeezed shut, trembling uncontrollably. As if the game was over, a deep, raspy voice finally spoke. "It seems we finally have some privacy to speak peacefully." Instantly, the space around them shifted, as if they were kicked into a deep abyss. Arthur tumbled downward. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp, and he caught Sylvie in his arms. After the chaotic tumble, They were transported to a pure white room, an endless white space. Only then did he see how violently Sylvie was shaking in panic. The protective father glared forward and roared, "How dare you?" He then recognized the black cat with those familiar sparkling eyes. Arthur yelled, "You're the cat from the elf shop. What exactly are you?" The cat remained silent, its deep, glittering eyes locked onto him, just as before. Then, it slowly closed its eyes. A brilliant, golden-white light flooded the space. The light began to reshape the cat, making it larger, until it finally took on a human form. Its body, like cracked glass, gave way to a handsome, platinum-haired man. He placed a hand on his chest and spoke with gravity. "My friend, I have come to you through the mind, to individuals like yourself. We are what you would call gods." Meanwhile, in a dark forest made even eerier by the night, Cynthia Gusky walked slowly through the trees. She seemed to be in no hurry. It turned out she had been at the council chamber. Just as she entered the hall, someone's angry shout echoed, "Say something! Alansi is dead." Cynthia paused, hiding behind the door. She saw King Lenler calming the former king of the dwarves. "Calm down. Doxit. We need more information before we act." As she sat, Queen Mayo Isilis spoke. "Cynthia, are you certain the children found A's body without a trace?" "What do you mean, we?" The dwarven queen slammed her hand on the table. "Bring those students here at once. We must interrogate them." "Ja, later," Queen Sapin countered. "Bringing students here now is unwise. We cannot bring any of them to this place. They would become arrogant, thinking themselves heroes. Besides, Cynthia has already questioned them and investigated the scene." Andu continued calmly. "The next step is set. They would send their best tracking mages to search for any remaining evidence." He formally invited Cynthia to join, but she declined with a polite smile. "Unfortunately, I have another urgent matter to attend to." At her words, Doxit immediately snapped. "What could be more urgent than this?" Queen Mio Yellis cut in. "From my perspective, Cynthia has already done enough for the council. Thank you again for your assistance. The Cuss Academy welcomes your early return." Leaving the suffocating council chamber, Cynthia walked with a heavy heart. Seeing her frown, Avi swooped down to her shoulder. "What is troubling you so deeply?" She paused, then confessed her deep uncertainty. Was it right to hide from the council that Aetho was the one who found A? The horned owl answered firmly. "Of course. That kid's a mystery. Council suspicion would be a disaster." Into the night, Titch Mitch, one human and one beast, walked on. "Let's just count our blessings." He didn't see a thing down there. As she walked casually, she suddenly froze, her senses screaming danger as she scanned every shadow. Just as she suspected. Glass shards shot from behind, followed by a blast of lightning-fast fire. The ambushers had landed a clean hit. Shinya winced in pain, not just one. A coordinated attack. This was trouble. Two more assassins leaped from the bushes, rushing her. Their robes revealed deep red curse marks. The cocky rookies charged in, only to be knocked out cold a moment later, their faces planted on the ground. One wave falls, but the next one keeps coming. An earth and a wind mage stepped up, determined to take Shinya down. But with a single flick of her wrist, she unleashed a high-frequency sound wave through them. All four attackers collapsed, clutching their heads in a hopeless struggle. Shinya turned to her companion, Avi, finished them. The one-horned owl screeched with excitement. It instantly grew to a massive size, grabbing the assassins one by one. With a sickening crunch, 3 of them were gone. She left one alive for questioning. Blood dripped from his mouth, but his eyes were defiant. He let out a mocking laugh. "I've heard all about you. Living quite comfortably, I see." Shinya's voice was ice. "Your magic core is fading. Tell me their plan, and I'll grant you a swift end." She sent another pulse of sound into him. When he still refused to break, she furiously clenched her fist, and his bones began to shatter. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing as blood poured from his wounds. But through the pain, he laughed. "You think I'd talk to a traitor? You've made a grave mistake. They will reclaim the power that is rightfully theirs. This continent is doomed. It will vanish within a century. We have spies in every corner, from the jungles to the deepest seas. Your time in Decathlon is running out. A war is coming." Fluid began to leak from the assassin's ears. Blood seeped from every pore as her sound waves pulsed through him. His skull was crushing his brain. He roared out his final words, then choked on blood and went silent. She let the lifeless body fall. She sighed, turning away wearily. "Thanks for cleaning up that mess," A.V. preened smugly. "It was nothing. A bit tough, but edible." The owl nuzzled against her, worried about the wound on her back. Enjoying the gentle affection, Shinya softly reassured it, "I'm fine." But this victory felt too easy. She urged A.V. to move on. "We should head to the coast first." As she spoke, Shinya produced a vial from her ring. A.V. knew what to do, tearing her robe to expose the wound. She poured the potion directly onto the raw skin. The potion stung, but a deeper worry consumed her. The bleeding stopped, but the blood-red curse mark beside it throbbed with a persistent, dull ache. Recent events flashed through Arthur's mind. Meeting Andre right before she was assassinated on the tomb's final level. Her final words to him. The way he sobbed as he held her, sending her to the next world. Finding that strange potion shop in the alley, and meeting its eccentric, teasing owner. Obtaining the strange orb. From the man who now stood before him. The man who first appeared as a black cat, and in that moment of desperation, the orbs flew from his ring to free Sylvie. None of it could have been a coincidence. Finding the second orb in that same alley with a note requesting a meeting. And now this man was connecting it all. My friend, the voice spoke in his mind. I'm reaching out to those like you. We are those you would call gods. It all hit Arthur like a high-speed flashback. Back in the present, the man explained this mental link was more convenient, which is why he requested this meeting. Arthur stayed on high alert. This man was more powerful than even a white core mage. Arthur's head was spinning. A god? He swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. This was no time to freeze up. He was a father. He had to protect Sylvie. Arthur's demeanor shifted instantly. Before we begin, he stated firmly, I need to confirm a few things. He pressed on. The protector. He mentioned a gate leading to EOA. What did he mean? And what happened to Tessia and Elder Vian? How is this connected to the orb you gave me? The man nodded. I only need confirmation that you will pass through the gate. He raised his hand, gathering golden mana. Instantly, the ground began to tremble once more. Arthur held Sylvie tight, shielding her. When he looked up, he saw an illusion of Tessia and Elder Vian. As you can see, the man explained, the elven princess and former king are safe. In fact, the princess is much stronger now, thanks to the stone you gave her. It stopped her core from shattering. And remember to keep the second one. That stone is for you. Arthur and Sylvie listened, their heads throbbing, especially the part about Tessia's core. He opened his mouth to ask, wait, shattering? But the man continued, now, let's discuss why I brought you here. He snapped his fingers once more. A map of the continent, Decathan, appeared before them. He explained that Arthur was a citizen of Decathan, but Decathan is not the only continent. This is no longer a secret. His voice dropped. Decathan and Alakria have always been under our control. He explained this without blinking. The control of those from Ephiatus. Though lesser beings like yourselves call us gods, a title you've used for ages, we call ourselves the Asuras. The names Ephiatus and Alakria rang a bell. Wait a minute, Arthur interrupted. Are you the ones? The gods who gave us magic? He nodded in acceptance. His knowledge was limited to what the former demon king had told him, but the truth about Asusa remained a mystery to his people. As the man spoke, the map magically illustrated his every word, like a professor giving a history lecture. Asusa is governed by a noble obligation. We never interfere directly with human affairs unless the world's peace or balance is threatened. That is, until we discovered that this sacred law had been shattered. The great clans of all races splintered into 3 major factions. Illusions swirled around Athos, displaying 7 flags for 7 minor powers. Each ruling clan pursued its own agenda, but we all remained neutral, refusing to act against the lower realms. However, when Anna became the new leader of the Verger faction, he broke that pact to elevate his own people. Athos vaguely understood that Vicha was a faction name, while Sylvie stared at the flags in confusion. The man nodded, his expression growing troubled. He feared Athos had already encountered some of them. Feverjay operates without rules, even defying Asusa itself. Think of them as scientists, obsessed with researching the deepest secrets of mana. When Iona took power, Vergara's strength grew exponentially. We concluded they experimented on humans to enhance their own abilities. The 13-year-old boy, once a confident scholar, now looked devastated. How cruel, he whispered. Sylvie frowned in agreement. For the young father, this was shocking news that had to be exposed. A moment later, Athos looked up, confused about what this had to do with him. Golden mana flared around the man's fingers as he agreed. These things should have nothing to do with you. But now, you are connected to them, he said, gesturing towards Athos and Sylvie. An immense wave of blue mana crashed down on them. Panicked, Sylvie clung to her father's shoulder, letting out a frightened cry. The pressure ripped Sylvie from her father's grasp, swirling around her until her true form was revealed. A dragon with 2 long horns and jet black fur, exposed to this powerful stranger. She began to sweat, utterly bewildered. The man's voice dropped, laced with relief. We've searched for Lady Sylvia for so many years, and we finally found a trace of your mana. Only to see a young boy carrying a deity on his head. He declared loudly, Athos, you are now bound to my master's only daughter and the granddaughter of the most powerful being across the 3 continents. Athos stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He scanned Sylvie from head to toe, making her flinch as her heart hammered in her chest. His sharp mind pieced it all together. So, Everything Vion said was true. He then asked a simple question. So dragons are gods? And Sylvia's grandmother is one of the strongest people in existence? The handsome man replied, if you're talking about their bloodline and potential, then yes. Most deities have 3 forms, but it seems Sylvia's daughter. Athos corrected him. Her name is Sylvie. The man looked startled, his brow furrowing as he speculated. It seems Lady Sylvie maintains that beast form to conserve energy. Although most Asusa tend to maintain a human form to store mana, the father looked up at his daughter, bewildered. Human form? Sylvie? The man's tone was firm. Precisely. If she hasn't transformed into a human by now, it's very likely because she is unable to. He hesitated for a moment. Perhaps Lady Sylvie's mana core is still undeveloped, considering the other factors at play. The man's face darkened, his gaze turning serious. We have found signs that Aeona's spies have reached this continent. He announced grimly, war is coming, and though the upper class will deny it, your bond with Lady Sylvie is crucial, so long as you agree to become our ally. If Athos agreed, they would not dare separate him from Lady Sylvie. Athos felt as if the man was offering a blessing, but his cold, dead eyes held an unspoken threat. If he refused, they would take his precious Sylvie away. The thought made the protective father clench his fists. This had to be a mutually beneficial partnership. Athos looked straight at the self-proclaimed god. This war will involve my entire continent, my family, and my friends. I will be your ally, but on my own terms. You're not asking for a partner, you're just testing if I'll be your pawn. The man seemed taken aback by Athos's sharp response, unable to believe such words came from a boy so young. The divine being raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. You're young, but remarkably perceptive. Athos, your mana core has developed nicely. Once Lady Sylvie is in Photis, we can train you. The news hit them like a thunderclap. What? They both yelled. We're really going to Photis? He nodded in confirmation. What is all the excitement about? Lady Sylvie's power, a power even the Asusa covet, lies dormant within you, untapped. Photis is the only place you can learn to unlock your potential. This way, both of you will grow stronger. Only then will you stand a chance against the mages from Laxia. Hearing this flood of information and prophecy from the self-proclaimed god, Athos and Sylvie stood stunned, a whirlwind of emotions swirling inside them. Meanwhile, in the disciplinary committee room, Captain Le was holding a tense meeting. Nearly everyone was present, except for Athos. The tense situation distracted the ice-cold princess. It had been almost 2 days since Leigh and Curtis returned from their field mission, but they couldn't rest. With crime escalating on campus due to the academy's current state, there was no time to relax. Meanwhile, the red-haired captain gave a tense briefing. They attacked someone, chained them to a statue, just for being a commoner and an elf. We must stop this discriminatory group immediately before they do something far more serious. Prince Sis later listened, his arms crossed. The once bright young man was now gaunt, with dark rings under his eyes. Helplessness and lack of sleep had brought him to tears almost every day. Only his younger sister, Catelyn later, knew the full story. He told no one else about the dungeon, or how he and Lee had to leave Atho behind. A strong girl with braided hair raised her hand to ask about the search, complaining that the professors weren't helping them find any real evidence. They're too busy worrying about their foolish sponsors. Kai added, I've only managed to spot a few suspicious faces lurking around, but they're not our culprits. I'm watching Chak Ravampo, but we can't move without proof. The hot-headed Tiato slammed the table and roared in anger. Then what's the point of the disciplinary council if we can't even solve this? The captain sighed in frustration. Our only choice is to wait for Headmaster Goody's return. A member grimaced and began to complain. I can't believe they're doing all of this just because they're unhappy with the school's administration. He gritted his teeth, stopping himself from saying more. A dreadful silence fell over the room. Catelyn, who had been quiet, wasn't just being reserved. She was desperately trying to suppress her emotions. That emotional dam finally broke. She shot to her feet, yelling, Though became a professor through his own power, not connections. They have no right to use that as an excuse. Lee, who sat opposite her, jumped in surprise. What an outburst. A little warning next time would be great, you know? Before she could say more, Kai turned and gently took Catelyn's sleeve, speaking in a soft, calming voice. We know, Princess Catelyn, and you hate them more than anyone, because they dare use that excuse to commit their crimes. Kai's logic doused her anger like water on a fire. Ashamed, Catelyn sank back into her seat, head bowed. The captain understood. Truthfully, the entire team was at a loss. Hiding her face behind her hair, the princess added resentfully, if Atho were here, he would definitely know what to do. Her words immediately silenced the room. Everyone was stunned at the mere mention of Atho. Her brother quickly tried to explain, Sorry, Catelyn, but we can't drag Atho into this. She wouldn't back down, her face cold as she retorted, Atho will be back soon enough. Seeing things escalate, Duchu called out, Catelyn. Perhaps thinking his large build could mediate, he stepped in. "Excuse me," but a sudden voice cut them all off, and the entire team turned to look. The captain's eyes widened in recognition. "You're those friend, right?" Ilier Knight nodded, looking flustered to be meeting the disciplinary council for the first time. He raised a hand formally. "My apologies for interrupting. I wasn't sure when I would be able to find you all together. I was just trying my luck, and it seems I found you all." The team stared at the earnest young man, dressed as neatly as the boy next door. But before he could finish, a violent tremor shook the room, throwing everyone off balance. On the captain's command, the skilled committee members bolted out the door. "Hurry! Something is happening. We'll regroup outside." With that, everyone scattered in different directions. A terrified, bookish girl stumbled and fell, forcing Kai to carry her out. As Catelyn ran, she thought of her mother's most important principle, equality. She remembered being a child, refusing to attend class with others simply because they weren't princesses like her. Her mother had knelt before her, stroking her hair. "My sweet Catelyn," she had said gently, "I know you don't mean any harm, but refusing to play with others because they aren't royalty is not right." She wanted her to know that before she was a princess, she was a person. It didn't matter if someone was a king or queen, a teacher or a powerful mage, an elf or a dwarf. Everyone is different in their own way. But a person is still a person. Never hate someone for something they cannot change. The queen had pinched her adorable chubby cheeks, repeating the lesson. Those words from her childhood echoed in her head now, as she raced after the captain and her brother toward a plume of thick smoke rising from the campus center. Her mother's lessons replayed in her mind, a warning about prejudice and the unconscious inequality we can create. When they arrived, Catelyn's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the very building her mother had fought so hard to create. It was a museum and a memorial for the alliance of the three races, a symbol of peace and culture her mother had taken her to see as a child. Now, it was engulfed in a sea of fire right before her eyes, and Catelyn's heart burned with it. The fire grew, spitting out rocks and debris. The scene was chaos. Everyone was panicked, desperately trying to escape. The disciplinary committee charged straight into the blaze to rescue people. Some students used wind magic, creating gusts to beat back the flames, but they had to be careful. There were still students trapped inside. Fortunately, a hawk carrying Miss Glow arrived in the nick of time. The scene was tragic. Some choked on smoke, others fled, and the injured had to be carried away. She saw several students pulling a friend from under some rubble. Spotting Lay and Degas helping another injured student, Glow waved her hand, shouting, "Over here." She carefully helped the two committee members lift the injured students onto the hawk's back, ordering it to take them to the infirmary immediately. The hawk nodded in obedience and took flight. Water mages arrived, casting spells to douse the flames. A balding professor pointed and yelled orders, "Deal with the fire on the left." The professors agreed. After a tense silence, they chanted a powerful spell. A torrent of water, like a cascading waterfall, crashed down upon the flames. Thanks to the bald man's masterful wind control, the inferno was extinguished. All that remained was a charred building, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. The academy grounds lay in ruins. Wounded students staggered toward the infirmary. Among them, a figure named Chak glared, gritting his teeth and cursing at nothing. Princess Caitlin flew into a rage, screaming Chak's name. Her wand flared with power as she lunged forward, and the other students scrambled out of her path. Chak knew he was cornered, his limbs trembling with fear. He shoved his own friend aside, trying to clear a path to escape, but an iron grip seized him from behind. Theo lifted Chak like a dumbbell, who wailed, "Somebody help me!" Fueled by mana and rage, Theo roared, "Enough nonsense," before throwing him. Chak crashed hard onto the ground. Theo's powerful aura was enough to terrify him. A gravity field pressed down as Theo said, "We need to ask you a few things." Chak looked around frantically for help, but not a single person dared to meet his gaze or offer aid. His so-called friends abandoned him in his time of need, but Theo gave him no chance to do anything else. A sharp voice cut through the tension. "What is happening here?" It was the balding professor, his thin wand pointed straight at them. Now is not the time for infighting. Alier, the boy with glasses, also rushed over. He'd followed Professor Glow, sensing trouble. Seeing a teacher, Chak immediately started playing the victim. He pleaded, "Professor, this disciplinary committee member grabbed me for no reason. I don't know what's going on." The two black-clad members stood speechless, lacking any solid proof. Chak pointed at them accusingly, "I nearly died in that explosion. And yet they ganged up on me, an innocent bystander." Theo's temper flared. "Innocent?" The crushing gravity field slammed down on Chak once more. "My superiors have noticed you," Theo growled. "You and your little gang are always lurking around the scenes of these incidents, and you want me to believe you're innocent?" Theo couldn't control his fury. As he yelled, the gravity intensified. The balding professor snapped, Does the disciplinary council now make accusations without proof? He glared, his tone dripping with displeasure. Attacking a student is no small matter. The professor seemed ready to lecture Theo right then and there. Luckily, Professor Glow appeared, stepping between them. "Theo," she said sternly, "I understand your feelings, but you can't accuse a student without evidence. We cannot be reckless right now." The gossiping students, despite their injuries, started whispering. "What is the disciplinary committee doing?" Another group murmured. They were about to beat that kid before the professor arrived. The Ice Princess ignored the professor's words, ready to deliver justice herself, but Curtis stepped forward, blocking her path before turning to Theo. "We should listen to Professor Glow," he said seriously. "We need to apologize for this. The priority now is checking if anyone is still inside the building." Theo, though seething with rage, had no choice but to bite back his anger. He stared down at Chak, who was gasping for air on the ground below, the stone cracking under the immense pressure. Theo grabbed Chak's collar, hauling him up and throwing him toward his friends. Theo then turned and walked away in silence. Curtis hurried after him, while the Ice Princess watched Chak being carried off by his group. For a split second, she hoped her eyes were deceiving her, but behind his messy hair, Caitlin was certain she saw the scoundrel flash a triumphant smirk. The scene shifts to a forest, a volley of stone darts shot out, slamming into a tree target. Alier, the boy with glasses, wiped away his sweat. He glanced at the darts scattered everywhere and cursed. "Damn it, I have to try again." He channeled mana into his hand, but this time, even more of the darts went astray. Dejected, the young man collapsed to the ground with a heavy sigh. He looked up at the sky. "Sinking with the earth is easy, but my control is just too weak. Even at this level, I still have a long way to go." It felt like an impossible task for his current talent. "I'll have to ask Arthur to train me some more," he thought, rubbing his head in frustration. He knew Arthur was a gold-stage, quadra-elemental mage with a dragon's will. Compared to him, Alier felt like a complete amateur. If Arthur were here, he wondered, could he have extinguished that fire all by himself? That day, after the fire was put out, all the disciplinary committee members had gathered in the park, their expressions grim. But after Alier announced that Arthur had returned, safe and sound, the entire group erupted with joy. The captain smiled, pinching his nose to hold back his tears. "I knew it. I knew he was alive." Curtis leaned against a wall, breathing a sigh of relief as a genuine smile finally broke through his weary expression. Beside him, Theo tried to act unfazed, but the small smile he couldn't hide and the pat on the prince's shoulder gave away his true feelings. And Fizzit, who always called Arthur his greatest rival, had tears and snot streaming down his face, completely betraying his tough words. Even Caitlin, the stoic girl from the icy lands, wore a contented smile. "Thank goodness," she whispered. The muscular dwarf, Dew, flexed his muscles. "Well then, I guess we'll have to clean up this mess before Arthur gets back, so he won't have to lift a finger." The others all grinned in agreement. "I knew that troublesome brat wouldn't die from something like that. That's our Arthur." Their happiness all stemmed from the news of Arthur's safe return. Watching them, Alier knew Arthur was truly loved here. Back in the present, he hugged his knees. Would they still worry about him if they knew the true extent of his power? He shook his head, pushing back his overthinking. No, they'd just worry in a different way. He knew Arthur was popular for his skills, but even without them, people like the committee and Princess Tessia would still care for him deeply. He wondered, if I hadn't grown up with the dwarves, would they treat me the same way? His thoughts were spiraling out of control as a terrifying idea flashed through his mind. They were all Yan Yan's strange creations, yet only Arthur reaped all the benefits. A chorus of horrifying voices echoed in his head, along with the image of a massive man in iron armor looming behind him. Poisonous envy began to cloud his thoughts. The boy cried out in despair, clutching his head, trying to stop the dark feelings from taking root. Just then, happy memories with Arthur flashed through his mind. He remembered how Arthur was the first to befriend him, teasing the shy young man. He and Loki were like brothers, sharing stories about everything under the sun until midnight. If Arthur hadn't put an arm around him after that disastrous tomb raid, he never would have gotten a scholarship to the planet's most elite academy. And before that, they had laughed victoriously after a life-or-death battle with the forest guards. Even covered in wounds, they joked constantly, forcing smiles through the pain. He was so happy with Arthur. Realizing this, the boy slapped his own cheeks and screamed, "No!" It seemed he finally understood just how terrible his thoughts toward his best friend had become. Coming to his senses, he pushed himself up, resolute. Arthur was always on his side, but he was facing an even greater battle. He recalled his friend's advice and took a defensive stance. Using earth magic to fortify his body, he focused his mind. Now, he understood. To stand confidently beside his talented friend, he had to become stronger. The boy channeled power from his core into his legs as his brown eyes flashed with a mystical green light. Rocks and dirt levitated around him, controlled by his magic. With a wave of his hand, Ella sent them hurtling forward. The force was so immense it created a whirlwind of debris. That's right, he was determined to become even more powerful. At the transfer gate to the Aaliyah kingdom, countless cargo carts were lined up. A muscular man waved his pass, grumbling, "How much longer is this going to take?" Another man on the cart behind him delivered the bad news. At this rate, they'd be lucky to get through by the end of the day. A man with long hair nudged his friend. "Hey, cheer up. At least we have this work, thanks to the council." Suddenly, the muscular man saw Arthur and an elf girl walk past. He was about to call out and invite them to wait, but Arthur simply walked through without queuing. Enraged, the man rushed forward and grabbed Arthur's shoulder, yelling, "Hey, wait a minute." Seeing the man's aggressive expression, Arthur knew this guy was looking for trouble, but he answered politely, "Can I help you, sir?" The man saw that the boy wasn't an elf and pointed accusingly. "Hey kid, are you blind or something? People are lining up to get into the city over there." The elf beside Arthur explained, "This person is a guest of Aaliyah and is on urgent business." But the brute didn't care about the elven kingdom and shoved her hand away. He was about to teach the insolent kid a lesson. The long-haired man from the cart stepped in. "Roger, just let it go." But with his blood boiling, how could he? "No way," he snapped. "We're all permitted guests of Aaliyah, and we have business inside, too." The man cursed loudly, then jabbed a finger at Arthur. "What I'm asking is why this little punk gets to cut the line. We've been sitting here for hours." Arthur, disliking his tone, slapped the rude hand away. "I have a valid reason for not waiting," he stated calmly. The little familiar also bristled, ready to scratch the man. The guy just smirked, flashing a gold tooth. "Looks like someone needs to be taught some manners." He then suddenly channeled fire mana into his hand. He grabbed Arthur by the collar. Fire mana into his hand. He grabbed Arthur by the collar, cackling as he held the boy effortlessly. "Don't worry," he sneered. "I have enough self-control not to burn you alive, kid." "If you want to burn me alive," Arthur replied coldly, but before he could finish, a torrent of blue flames erupted from his body, blasting everything away. With an icy gaze, Arthur looked down at the man sprawled on the ground. "You need at least this much power to even try," he smirked. The muscular man's face went pale. He stared at the boy in absolute terror. Seeing the man's face turn green, Arthur quickly left, afraid he'd cause a heart attack. The elf girl laughed nervously and hurried after him. As Arthur entered the city, he was struck by the bustling crowds and the diversity of races gathered there. People laughed and haggled around the various stalls and shops. The air was filled with a sense of peace and security. Since it was the first time the residents had seen a human escorted by the royal guard, all curious eyes fell upon Arthur and his little familiar. As he walked, he recalled the moment he'd confronted the being who claimed to be a god just before they parted ways. If finding Sylvie was so difficult, he had asked, "Why did it take you so long to find just us? Doesn't my bonded beast share Sylvie's unique mana signature?" The being had pointed to Arthur's left arm and said sternly, "When you use Lady Sylvia's feather to cover your contract seal, you also conceal that signature presence." Arthur looked down at his arm, stunned. Oh, right. The contract seal Sylvie had placed on his hand. He'd been worried about people staring, so he had wrapped it with a feather from Sylvie's mother. At the time, he thought he was being clever. The being confirmed that his small action had cost them an immense amount of time in their search for Sylvie, but now that they had found him, it was time to prepare for the journey to Photis. Back in the present, after a long walk, the elf led Arthur to the royal palace of Aaliyah. The architecture was unique, with tall, cylindrical buildings backed by a dense, dark forest. Arthur sighed, looking up at the small patch of blue sky visible through the greedy tree branches, the name Photis echoing in his mind. Getting past the guards was the usual ordeal. Even with the elf vouching for him, the two soldiers stood with weapons ready and stern expressions. "Good morning. Who is this?" As Arthur stepped forward, activating his spatial ring, the elf bowed and moved aside. He then pulled out a pocket watch engraved with the Aaliyah Kingdom's logo and held it up for the guards. The guards eyed the pendant with suspicion, as if checking for a fake. One turned to the guide, "Has this been authenticated?" Arthur glanced over in surprise as she nodded frantically. Still, the two guards radiated a clear sense of distrust. Arthur scoffed, annoyed. If no one believes this crest is real, then what's the point of even having it? But after a moment of confusion, the guard's demeanor shifted. He bowed deeply. "Please, go right inside." Arthur sighed in relief, pocketing the item. Before he could even take a step, the ground shook violently. A section of the castle exploded, raining debris down on the guards. "Get back!" Arthur yelled. He reinforced his body with wind mana, ready to strike. He'd just been relieved the guards weren't enemies, and now this mess. Channeling the mana flow, he unleashed a whirlwind, catching the falling rubble and setting it down safely. Strangely, vines were tangled within the stone. Their growth had shattered the walls. Suddenly, a very familiar voice called out, "Arthur, it's good to see you, kid." Someone leaped from the explosion, landing in the dust cloud, shocking him. What's happening? An intruder? The former king, Virion, emerged from the smoke, coughing and waving his hand in frustration. Kid, do you really think I'd cause this mess over a simple intruder? Just then, another massive explosion rocked the castle. The heroes instantly formed a wind barrier to protect everyone. High on the castle wall, the elf princess Tessia screamed for her grandfather. She was surrounded by dozens of emerald mana vines, wildly destroying everything they touched. The girl was crying, her face soaked with sweat. She screamed in despair, "I can't control it." Down below, Virion was also sweating. So, her body has already integrated the Elderwood's beast will. Arthur's eyes widened. What? How could she have fully integrated an S-class beast will? He narrowed his eyes. Something was suspicious. Don't tell me this is related to that stone from Winsome. The old king turned, his face grim. Even though she's undergoing her second awakening, Tessia can't control the vines. For every one I cut, 2 more sprout back. He then asked Arthur to try, offering to provide support from the ground. Seeing the former king about to move, the 2 guards quickly asked if they could help. He waved them off. Just stand guard and clear this area. Make sure no one comes here. One of the soldiers curiously asked, "And what about the kid's mission, sir?" Virion whirled around, his temper flaring. "He's staying here. Now get out." The older he gets, the shorter his fuse. The poor soldier wilted and turned to leave. He just wanted to know who the boy was. The former king muttered, "The fewer people who know about Tessia, the better." He then looked at Arthur. "Now, are you ready?" Seeing her father and grandfather about to act, Sylvie chirped, "Papa, should I move back?" The young father smiled. "I'd rather not have a dragon sighting scare everyone in the castle. I'll call you if something goes wrong." With that settled, Arthur raised an eyebrow at Virion. "Shall we?" The old man winked back. On his signal, they both shot toward the castle where Tessia was trapped. Despite reinforcing himself with the wind element, Arthur was surprised by the vines' fierce welcome. They shot up from the ground, attacking from all sides with deadly intent. Out of the corner of his eye, Arthur spotted a vine getting dangerously close. It tried for a sneak attack but was spotted too soon. Annoyed, it lunged forward, tearing open one of his barely healed wounds. These vines had gotten much craftier. Arthur swung his hand, and a blade of mana sliced the vine into 8 pieces. He wanted to burn them all, but using fire magic now was too risky. A thick mist began to pour from the castle as the vines swarmed everywhere. He had only one choice: use wind magic to minimize the collateral damage. Arthur took a deep breath, focusing his mana. His chocolate-brown hair faded to platinum as lightning-like energy coursed through his veins. His ocean blue eyes flared with a mystical violet light. Phase 2 of his power was successfully activated. The vines were multiplying, but Arthur charged forward, overwhelming them. Everything slowed down, even the strikes from his grandfather's beast will were now clearly visible. Deep within the dense thicket of vines, Arthur saw Tessia, huddled with her face in her knees, helpless. As if sensing an enemy, the vines rushed him, their roots covered in a new layer of sharp thorns. This new form was interesting. With his thunderclap ability, time itself seemed to freeze. He had turned this into his own playground, ruled by his laws. A violet aura flared around Arthur as he weaved through the vines, getting closer to Tessia's prison. He yelled, "Tessia, try to keep the vines from closing." The girl looked up, her eyes wide and tearful. "Arthur?" She blinked, confirming it was him before nodding. The little princess forced the last of her mana into the roots, preventing them from sealing the opening. This was its weak point. She urged him painfully. "Hurry! I can't hold on much longer." With his power, Arthur instantly froze all the vines around Tessia and rushed to her side, reassuring her. "It's all right." The translucent emerald vines covering Tessia were now completely frozen. Arthur gently pulled her into his arms, patting her head. "I'm here." He then enveloped her in a protective layer of mana. The entire space was now covered in ice and snow. Everything was under control. He snapped his fingers, shattering the ice. Cradling the princess, he leaped safely to the ground below amid a chaotic, sparkling rain of ice shards. Once they landed safely, he gently released her. Noticing her silent, downcast head, he asked with concern, "Tessia, are you okay?" She clutched her elbow and took a ragged breath, trying to steady herself. "I hate," she said, "that I always need you to save me." Arthur put his hands on her trembling shoulders. "It's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me for giving you that beast will." "No way." Tessia shot back, playfully punching his chest, stunning him. "What you gave me was a chance to get stronger." He froze. Was she just teasing him this whole time? "Now I have to learn how to use it, to become strong enough to fight with you." She smiled, her eyes burning with determination. Arthur understood her resolve, everything she was doing, and a happy smile bloomed on his face. He raised a hand to fist bump Tessia, and the atmosphere suddenly grew charged. They shared a long, knowing glance as he promised her, "I will wait for you." Elsewhere, A dashing blonde deity was secretly watching the young couple's sweet moment unfold. He watched the innocent kids with concern. It was still too soon to tell him everything. But one day, that boy would learn it all from Lady Sylvie. The scene then cuts to Sylvie, playing without a care in the world. His expression suddenly turned grave, especially the secret behind his lineage. Under a sparkling light, our chocolate-haired Arthur gazed lovingly at the elf princess, and she met his gaze with her own clear eyes. The air grew thicker with unspoken feelings. All the two young lovebirds needed was a priest to make things official. Just as the moment peaked, a grandfatherly figure popped out, catching them red-handed. Old Man Vu looked heartbroken, sensing Arthur was about to steal his precious granddaughter away. "I don't mean to spoil the mood," he began, but next to him, Sylvie couldn't stop giggling that her papa had found her such a beautiful new mama. The old man changed the subject, pointing to the beautiful, but now ruined, castle. "In this sea of water, just think of the people who have to clean up this mess. We have to start right away." Vian had already summoned 500 people, including guards, servants, and maids from the entire palace, to help restore the castle. Pushing aside their exhausted groans, Arthur and Tessia turned to each other as if drawn by gravity, their shoulders accidentally brushing. Their shy eyes met once more. The air filled with romance for a moment, before they remembered the third and fourth wheels watching the live broadcast. They quickly pulled apart as the princess turned away, embarrassed. Arthur feigned scratching his head and asked his grandfather-in-law, "Where should we begin?" Vian grinned mischievously, replying, "Anywhere that hasn't been blown to bits." An excellent response, old man. Sylvie immediately cheered and clapped, applauding his loving sarcasm. That afternoon, under warm sunlight, the four adorable heroes rode in a deer-drawn carriage through the deep woods. Tessia rested her head, closing her eyes for a moment. Sylvie had it best, sleeping soundly in her new mama's arms. Vian confided in Arthur, "I encouraged Tessia when she wanted to release the first stage of her beast's will. We both thought she could control it, since her body had already integrated with the power." He admitted he was overconfident, thinking he could keep her in check. Sitting beside him, Arthur folded his arms in thought. Since her integration was sped up, she skipped the training and had no chance to test her limits. He turned his head, looking fondly at the sleeping princess. He could feel it now. Her beast's will was completely different. Unlike his own, even though it was fully integrated, it felt like it was resisting her mana. Arthur's face grew serious as he warned the old man, "Tessia needs to be more careful. If this keeps happening, it will be extremely dangerous for her and everyone around her." Hearing this, the old man's blood boiled. He shot up from his seat, and as her grandfather, roared in Arthur's face, "Of course I know that. I'm just a normal grandpa, proud of his granddaughter's achievement. Is that a crime?" After his long rant, Vian sighed and sat back down. It seems Arthur has a knack for getting on his nerves. He's got a long way to go before being called grandson-in-law. Vian looked out at the green forest, musing, "If only we had a seal to restrain her mana until she has better control. That would be the best solution. But that would also leave her vulnerable if something unexpected happened. Perhaps we should find a protective artifact for her." His grandson-in-law in waiting eagerly chimed in, "Yes, a relic of protection sounds perfect. And if it makes you feel better, I'll stay by your beloved granddaughter's side as much as I can. That's our Arthur for you, always saying the right thing." Vian smirked teasingly. "I'm sure you will, kid." At that, he paused. His playful eyes suddenly turned dead serious. He lowered his hands and called out, "Hey, kid, I know I tease you and Tessia a lot." He paused, his brow furrowed as he studied him. "But what do you really think of my granddaughter?" Faced with such a direct question from her guardian, Arthur's eyes widened. He was speechless, his expression a mess as the old man watched him seriously. "I wonder, have you ever thought about marrying her one day?" The question shot straight through his heart. The young man bowed his head and stammered, his confidence gone. Arthur bit his lip, unsure how to explain his feelings, but after some thought, he gathered his courage, and with the conviction of a man, sincerely called out, "Grandfather." The old man didn't seem to pay him any mind, closing his eyes and stroking his beard. "Of course you will. She can be a bit rough, and we may have spoiled her a little, but she is a very good person. Besides, you two have fought side by side. You won't find anyone else like her, you know?" Arthur was speechless. The old man had already accepted him, but Arthur's face fell as he voiced his own hesitation. "I thought elves usually date and marry much later in life. It seems our boy is eager, but worries she's too young for the weight of marriage. How very thoughtful of him." Hearing his timid tone, Vian leaned back and laughed. "Look at the dizzying pace of the world. If we don't change with it, what will become of us?" He stroked his beard straight, then leaned in and asked quietly, "Let me guess. I really want to know, Arthur, do you like my granddaughter?" Sunlight streamed in, scattering golden light, making the scene even more dreamlike. Full of emotion, his eyes sparkling, he looked at the old man and gave his final answer. I do. After a small pause, Arthur hesitated. But I can't say for certain that I know what liking or loving truly means. But I hope that, in time, I will find the answer. Vion's expression changed, becoming unusually serious. Arthur continued, but before that, I need to become a better man, before I can consider marrying your granddaughter. His sincere voice and determined gaze won over the elder, especially Vion. Vion lowered his head, a smug smirk playing on his lips. A fine answer. You know how to use your head. Just then, he heard the faint voice of little Sylv. Arthur flinched, snapping his head around. That cunning little creature was already there, legs crossed and grinning. He froze solid, terrified she had overheard his confession. Sensing Arthur's sheer panic, Vion calmly reassured him. Don't worry, Tessia is still fast asleep. And indeed, it seemed our princess was sleeping quite soundly. But that was just a front. Inwardly, she was screaming with joy. Oh my gosh, Arthur just admitted that he likes me. I can't believe Grandpa actually made him confess. You're the absolute best. Grandpa. Wait a second. Is my breathing too loud? Keep your eyes closed, Tessia. She tried to quiet her breathing, to still the wild pounding in her chest. What if Arthur hears how fast I'm breathing? Oh no, can he hear my heart racing? She was trying her best to fake being asleep, but her act was a bit much. It only made Vion confused. Why is the child sweating so much? Our hero was just as lost. I don't know. A nightmare? Maybe? Yet, even after his confession, Arthur's heart remained heavy. His feelings for Tessia were unlike any other. He knew the best thing he could do for her now was to protect her. He resolved to become her ultimate protector. His thoughts then drifted to the two beloved women back at home. Knowing Eli and his mother also had phoenix pendants gave him some small peace of mind. But even with those, it was only a temporary measure. And Eli hadn't even fully awakened her powers yet. Arthur closed his eyes, focusing. He remembered the Queen's warning. The coming war was very real. At that thought, Arthur's eyes snapped open wide. An idea flashed in his mind. That's it. He had to find a contract beast for Eli, one strong enough to keep her safe, a beast that could not be defeated. A contract beast could do more than protect Eli's life. It could finally defend her from those cowardly bullies who always tormented her. That's right, he would find a pet for his sister that would obliterate anyone who dared to get within 3 feet of her. A wicked grin spread across his face. Vion, watching the ridiculous expressions, couldn't take it anymore and decided to interrupt his scheming. I don't know what you are plotting in that head of yours, but snap out of it. We have arrived. The carriage stopped. As Arthur peeked out, Vion had already stepped forward to gallantly help the princess down. After a dazed moment, Tessia joyfully leaped into the elven queen's embrace, crying out, Mother, Father. Arthur stepped out of the carriage, looking around, bewildered. Where are we? The elf king waved warmly. It's good to see you again, my boy, he said with a smile, patting Arthur's shoulder. It seems whenever our daughter is in trouble, you are always there, the queen added. Truly, we don't know how we could ever properly thank you. The elven queen then turned to her esteemed father. Perhaps someone could kindly explain why we had to move the entire estate out here? And why is our beautiful manor now in utter ruins? The former king just chuckled nervously, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Seeing his father's silence, the king turned to tease his daughter. Don't tell me you have finally learned how to cause a little destruction? The comment hit its mark. Tessia froze, mouth agape. She fidgeted shyly, mumbling, Not exactly. Her expression left her parents speechless, their eyes wide with shock, but they quickly tried to comfort her. She doesn't need to worry about any of this. Vion quickly jumped in to defend his beloved granddaughter. He chuckled, waving his hand. I was merely training Tessia. We got a bit carried away and accidentally destroyed a tiny part of the manor. That's all. Hearing the flimsy excuse, Arthur raised an eyebrow, judging the old man. Noticing the disapproving look from his new grandson-in-law, Vion shot him a sharp, silencing glare. Arthur immediately swallowed his protest. He glanced at the terrified princess, sweat covering her forehead. He quickly forced a smile. Yes, of course. Grandfather is absolutely right. Vion nodded, sighing in relief. He thought to himself, all right, I'm starting to like this kid. With the matter settled, Vion stretched. We'll have this mess fixed in no time, though the draft might be a bit chilly. Then his eyes narrowed, and his tone changed completely. Also, I believe it has been far too long since I visited my old friend, Ginia. Is Lady Ginia okay? Seeing his granddaughter's worried face, Vion hesitated before giving a vague reply. She's just been rather busy. Besides, Ginia has told me several times that she's been eagerly waiting for Arthur to pay her a visit. With that, he turned and walked off, forcing Arthur to hurry after him. I'm curious why she's so interested in me, but where exactly does Lady Ginia live? I can't recall the last time we visited her. Queen Mio then explained, it has been a very long time. Ever since she moved, none of us have seen Lady Ginia. Following a familiar path, Vian led the group through the forest toward Ginia's home. He chattered on enthusiastically about his old friend. She chose to isolate herself here, near the kingdom's edge. She never said why, but the last time I came unannounced, I nearly died in one of her traps. I did warn her we were coming, but still, everyone must be on guard. He suddenly stopped, his face growing serious. If her defenses are raised, it means there is someone nearby whom she considers a grave threat. Even with all his knowledge and experience from 1,000 battles, Arthur found this strange new information completely baffling. What on earth could make Lady Ginia so incredibly defensive? The group followed Vian as they ventured deeper into the woods. The mood was surprisingly light. Suddenly, Sylv shot off after something rustling in the roadside bushes. It was a tiny mouse, and the little creature seemed quite annoyed that she couldn't catch it. She focused a brilliant yellow orb of mana in her mouth, and then zapped the poor mouse into another dimension. Problem solved. Sylvia trotted on happily with her prize. Seeing the incredible power of his future son-in-law's pet, the king couldn't help but praise Arthur. I must say, your connection continues to astonish me. The old man was stunned by the boy's latent potential, as was the emperor. Suddenly, the emperor changed his tone, bowing his head slightly. Even so, I realize I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Meanwhile, our clueless hero had no idea why his future father-in-law was thanking him. The king offered a warm smile, saying, "For keeping my daughter safe. From what I've heard, Tessia escaped danger many times thanks to you." Arthur shyly scratched his head. "It was nothing. Tessia helped me, too." The king's interest was piqued by the claim his beloved daughter had also helped Arthur. "Oh? In what way?" The boy paused, looking up as if lost in thought. He finally spoke. "She helped me keep a clear head on many occasions." Anduin was taken aback by Arthur's mature reply and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's not what I expected to hear from a 13-year-old boy, an age where you couldn't even get an ID card under the old laws. His laughter faded, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "For several reasons, I suppose I must treat you as an adult." Receiving this positive feedback from his future father-in-law, Arthur felt a spark of excitement. "Thank you for your generous words." But the emperor stopped walking, his brow furrowed and his eyes hard. That wasn't entirely a compliment. Let me tell you, as a father, no father wants to see their child grow up too quickly, much less see them carry burdens meant only for adults. As he spoke, he gazed at his family up ahead, laughing joyfully, especially his precious little daughter. In that moment, he seemed to pity the boy who had been forced to mature far too soon. Arthur understood and fell quiet, thinking to himself, "I stopped being a child more than 30 years ago." The emperor continued, "Did you know that the council was formed because of you?" Arthur stared in shock, pointing to himself. "Because of me?" Anduin's mood grew heavy. "To be honest, I haven't held a high opinion of humans since the war. I lost my mother because of them. I never found a reason to forgive them. And then, a few years later, I almost lost my daughter after slave traders invaded our forest." A torrent of bitter memories concerning humans flooded his mind. It was the very reason he found it so difficult to open his heart to their kind again. Until Arthur appeared, a human boy who brought his daughter home safely. His courage not only saved his daughter, but it also taught the Elf King a lesson. Being humbled by a human child was the wake-up call he needed. The Emperor's cough brought them back to the present. He had said a lot, but it all came down to one simple truth. He wanted the boy to know, "I do not object to you becoming a member of our family." In that moment, he projected the image of a truly dignified and magnanimous elder. But that image was quickly shattered by a few teasing words from Queen Mayo. "He can put on that cool face all he wants, but my husband has been anxious to see you again, and not just once or twice." Her words hit the mark, causing the Emperor to freeze solid. All his hard work to build an image for his son-in-law had gone up in smoke. Arthur could only manage an awkward smile. The Queen smirked playfully. "If you wanted privacy, you should have cast a sound barrier, darling. From the looks of it, it seems you wanted everyone to hear." Sylvie couldn't have agreed more with her grandmother's words. The former king couldn't pretend he didn't hear them, hiding a smile behind his hand. Meanwhile, our heroine, Tessia, had long since decided to play dumb. "Wow, this leaf is so pretty. Look at these symmetrical veins, and it's so smooth." The two stone statues behind her could only share a forced laugh. A strange sound echoed nearby. Vian signaled for silence. The air grew still. That strange sound rang out again, putting everyone on guard. Arthur frowned, watching the vines for any movement. Sylvie suddenly sensed a strange presence in the bushes beside her. It suddenly cried out, "QQ," alerting everyone. All attention snapped to the bushes. Arthur immediately channeled his mana, summoning his weapon to prepare for a fight. The air was thick with tension when a branch suddenly fell onto something below, snapping in two. The sound put everyone on high alert, ready for an ambush. Then, an old woman raised her head, her backlit form appearing utterly terrifying. She then let out a bonus sound, one not familiar to the human world. Thrum. The sight sent Arthur's blood pumping as he lunged forward. "Monster!" he yelled, scaring the old woman so badly she nearly stumbled and fell backward. Fortunately, Grandpa Vian stopped him just in time, preventing a fatal mistake. The old woman gasped for air, recovering her wits after the terrifying shock. Genia flew into a rage, shouting furiously, "What's the big idea swinging your sword at an old woman? Is it because all of you were late?" Everyone was speechless at her appearance. The former king steadied his trembling son-in-law, adding, "With a face like that, I would have swung too." Suddenly, Tessia rushed forward to hug the woman. "Genia, I'm so happy to see you," leaving the old woman stunned. Genia then embraced her beloved girl back, stroking her hair. "I'm so happy to see you too, my dear." With the misunderstanding resolved, the group set off again. The former king asked, "I thought we were supposed to meet you at the entrance." Genia waved her hand cheerily as she led the way. "Well, you all were taking too long, so I came looking to see if you were lost." She then pinched Arthur's plump cheek. "It's been years since I last saw Arthur. You've grown into such a handsome young man. If I were 100 years younger, I'd have snatched you away to my lair." Arthur rubbed his cheek, still shaken from the ghost scare. "I don't know how to respond to that. Humph. Just ask Genia how gorgeous I used to be. Men would fall at my feet the moment I appeared," Genia declared with her arms crossed confidently. The queen covered her mouth to hide a laugh, confirming, "It's true, she's not wrong. My mother always said that girls her age were all jealous of Aunt Jin," added Arthur. But the former king next to him stuck out his tongue. "I'll give that a dislike. Oh, she was average looking at best." Genia smirked, crossing her arms. "Of course you would think so. There was only one woman who ever caught Vian's eye." Before she could finish, the old woman realized her slip of the tongue. She turned back apologetically. "Vian, I'm sorry. That was thoughtless of me." Arthur watched as an awkward tension fell over everyone. Then the former king started walking again and spoke up. "No, I'm the one who should be sorry. I understand how you feel too." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely somber. Suddenly, the former queen regained her composure. She urged them to continue, as they were nearly there. Confused, Arthur tried to ask what was happening, but before he could speak, Tessia put a hand on his shoulder, shaking her head to let it go. They resumed their journey to the former queen's home, the rest of the way in complete silence. Upon arriving, Genia parted a curtain of vines, inviting them in. Beyond it, they stood before a waterfall. "Let's go," the old woman announced. She then pressed a hidden switch, opening a secret passage. Green mana flared to life, revealing the path and stunning the two youths. Before entering, she warned them strictly, "Do not summon any light. We will travel in darkness." With a gesture, she led them inside. Arthur and Sylvie stepped inside, awestruck. They found themselves walking through a colossal cave. Reaching their destination, Genia opened a door. "Welcome to my home," she said, hurrying them inside. "We have much to discuss." In the vast yet cozy home, Arthur and Tessia's family drank tea prepared by Genia. She poured a steaming cup for Arthur. Arthur lifted the cup to his lips as Genia sat beside him. He glanced at her, wondering what magic could make a space larger on the inside. Genia simply smiled, saying nothing. Anduin and Mayo chatted cheerfully while Vian stretched and let out a tired yawn. Tessia, next to her mother, also yawned widely. Arthur sensed something was wrong. In just moments, her entire family had fallen asleep. Tessia was now resting soundly on Mayo's lap. Yet, he just calmly took a sip of tea. Genia chuckled, telling Arthur to be more alert when everyone around him is unconscious. He slowly set down his cup, not surprised as he'd been expecting this. He looked back at her, concluding she already knew everything. Genia smiled, intrigued, and confirmed his suspicion was correct. He guessed further that what she would say was for his ears alone. Genia affirmed this, but said she had something else to discuss first. It was something Arthur needed to know about her power as a soothsayer. Hearing this, Arthur was stunned. The histories of Jews barely mentioned such magic because of its rarity, and yet Genia was a true user. Arthur was excited to learn divination from her. She smiled at his enthusiasm. Genia set her tea down with a sigh, her expression turning serious as she began her story. Her eyes locked onto his. "All who use this magic and master the four elements must find a great power source to fuel their abilities. This is what makes them completely different from ordinary mages, as they don't absorb power from manality particles in the air." Genia continued, "For example, your mother, Alice, was a catalyst with a healing ability no recovery spell could ever match. In Genia's entire life, she could count the users of such unique magic on one hand, and they all shared one defining trait, their mana source. They draw power from it to fuel their unique magic. This differs from those with unusual elements like Arthur. and the power of soothsayers like her also develops along a different path. They can awaken their power at any moment in their lives, usually resulting in a painful purification. Afterwards, faint visions of the future appear, hazy and hard to grasp, and these fleeting images of the future cost no mana at all. She asked Arthur if she couldn't control this power, wouldn't it be useless? Arthur was silent, then asked about the spell she used when he was a child, the one that connected him to his parents. She smiled, explaining that she had simply illustrated those images by combining them with her power as a soothsayer. Then she continued, "True divination is knowing the future beforehand, knowing where and when an event will occur." Arthur politely interrupted. He didn't see how she could sustain that power if her mana core didn't fuel it. Before he finished, Jinia knew his question and answered. She trades her own life force in exchange. So it seemed that every time soothsayers like her peeked into the future, their own lifespan was shortened as the price. That is the true power of divination. The rest is just choosing useful spells within those limits. Arthur listened intently to her explanation. Then she asked Arthur if he remembered her mentioning Vienne's wife. Jinia closed her eyes, recalling the old days. Her name was Lania, also a prophet, and even stronger than Jinia. Lania's unconscious prophecies were far more detailed and frequent. Jinia recalled the day she ran to her sister under a flowering tree. Jinia had always looked at her sister with such admiration. Lania's beauty and gentle nature made the other demon women of their generation both envious and hateful. To Jinia, Lania was like a goddess of light, the pride of their kingdom. The people adored her. After Lania and Vienne fell in love, they held a beautiful wedding and were officially wed. Even fate itself seemed to smile and bless them. However, fate would also be incredibly cruel to them both. As the war between the demon and human worlds was ending, they sat down to negotiate a treaty. The tension between both sides was still extremely high, and the demons suspected that humanity still wanted to assert its power. And they were right, because the human emperor at the time had schemed against the last heir to the demon throne. Arthur, sensing the gravity, snapped his head toward Jinia, seeing a connection. Just as Arthur thought, Vienne had become their assassination target. Hearing this, Arthur understood Jinia's earlier joke. Of course, he would think that. Only one girl had ever caught Vienne's eye. Arthur nodded in understanding. He glanced at Vion, who was sleeping with his arms crossed, and his face darkened with thought. Lania was utterly tormented by Vision's death. She only prophesied a few details about his passing. Arthur's voice rose in protest. He believed a prophet of her power could have done more to prevent that outcome. But Jinia cut him off sharply. If Lania had tried to alter a fate sealed by the heavens, another person would have certainly died instead. He knew his wife, Lania, would do anything. He begged her to stop, but she stubbornly continued to alter fate behind his back. For Jinia, even a single glimpse into the future was enough to feel her own life force draining away. Imagine Lania doing that every single day for her husband. Jinia's eyes filled with sorrow, and yet Lania endured it all. In the end, she managed to keep Vian alive until the day the demon king of that era launched a rebellion. She struck down her own father to end the war. She succeeded in everything, but the price was her own life. Lania had burned away her entire life force. A few weeks after peace was established, she died in the arms of the man she loved. Everyone was left heartbroken and full of regret. That was the very reason Jinia hated Vian for so long after. She also admitted hating her sister for leaving her alone in this world. Only then did Arthur realize the depth of their tragic bond. Jinia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm herself after speaking of her late sister. Arthur looked back at Vian, lost in thought as he watched the man doze. He slowly sifted through his memories of him. Vian was always a cheerful man who loved to joke around with others. Arthur never imagined he carried such a tragic past. It just proves the saying that the most humorous people often have the most wounded hearts. Sylvie woke up from a deep, drool-filled nap. It looked up, confused to see all the members of House Yellis sleeping beside each other. It glanced over, noticing Arthur's silence and contemplative expression. After a long pause, Lady Jinia raised her teacup and spoke, saying she wasn't telling this story just to get his sympathy. She paused to let Arthur catch up. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. Sylvie tilted its head, watching their secret conversation. Arthur asked quietly, "If not for that, then why tell me?" Jinia took a sip of tea, steeling herself for her announcement. She set the cup down, her gaze becoming incredibly serious as she looked at Arthur. She had to use the same power that killed her sister, to peer into his future. Arthur asked in shock, "My future? But why?" Sylvie, also startled, hugged his leg, then scrambled onto him to glare fiercely at Jinia. Seeing Sylvie's reaction, Jinia spoke. "It seems your contract beast can sense you're in trouble, can't it?" Arthur immediately stroked Sylvie to give it a sense of security, then replied, "Yes, it's because our emotions are linked." He patted its head to reassure it. "I'm okay, Sai, but thank you." Sylvie let out a soft cry and nuzzled his hand. Ginia glanced at Sylvie, then confessed. To be honest, even before I first saw you or your contract beast, I had already prepared to glimpse your future. Hearing that, Arthur asked, surprised, before we met, why would you do that? Ginia explained, to naturally receive a vision of a specific person like that has never happened before. Then her expression grew even more serious. Arthur de Carthan, a completely new era is beginning. Everything is changing. Ginia offered her prediction, and you always seem to be at the very center of it all. Arthur silently repeated her words. A new era. Then he looked confused. But why me? Even Ginia couldn't answer him. The answer is difficult to say. If I reveal too much, it could affect your desired outcome. She closed her eyes, debating whether to tell him more. But if I tell you too little, it would defeat my purpose in seeking a better result. Arthur seemed to realize that more information would harm Ginia, so he tried to stop her. You're sacrificing your life force, Lady Ginia. What can I do to help? Suddenly, Lady Ginia raised her hand in front of him. It seemed she thought of someone who could help them. Wait, could Vian know? Then she waved the idea away. Why would it be him? I've lived long enough. If my life can help the future, then I should use it. Lady Ginia held the crystal ball, making her prediction. But it seems looking into your future has attracted some troublesome new enemies. This hideout is no longer a secret. Hearing that, Arthur's expression grew worried. Ginia continued, this was my choice. I only wish I could have gathered more useful information. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce, warning him, you will face many difficulties. No matter which future you choose, that will not change. Arthur and Sylvie listened intently to her instructions. Your path will always be marked by enemies and obstacles. Ginia came to her conclusion, but in the end, all I can tell you is that you need an anchor to steer you toward your final goal. Arthur considered her words, to a final goal. Ginia suddenly asked, how do you want to complete your life story? That is what will define the path you take, Ginia continued. I have only two things to say. One, a person doing bad things for good reasons. She raised a single finger for emphasis. Don't just look at the tip of the iceberg. And two, the most dangerous enemy is not always the one on the throne, pulling every string. Arthur and Sylvie listened carefully, but a discarded soldier has nothing left to lose. A sad look suddenly crossed her face. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything more. Arthur raised his hand, hesitating to ask, what if I don't make the right choice? Ginia set down her teacup. She walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sometimes, the right choice is not the good one. Then Ginia advised him, we've talked all night. You should rest before you and Teja return tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, a group of figures spoke amongst themselves. Lucas swirled a blue vial. Is this the same junk your little leader gave to the big guy? He sneered. Traxion reached out, annoyed. He wanted it, but his body couldn't handle the strain. Lucas smirked. So, you have not even tried it? Track gritted his teeth and turned away. Lucas pushed his advantage, holding the vial closer. Wait, don't tell me you're too scared to try this? He burst out laughing, taunting them. No one dared to move. Pathetic. Lucas eyed the blue liquid in his hand. He knew their cores were far too weak. This drug would be instant death for them. Track roared in anger. You think we have time to babysit you? We have work to do before tomorrow. Our intel says the disciplinary committee is getting restless. We need to move. Suddenly, a flame shot past his face. The fire from Lucas sent him sprawling to the ground. Track roared, his body now crackling with sparks of rage. He questioned, you're just a messenger. Who gave you the right to yell at me? He held the vial towards him. M's leader is already making his move, while you're stuck here watching me. Then he downed the entire vial, shocking them all. His eyes began to change, his pupils constricting. Veins bulged on his face and neck before he suddenly collapsed to the ground. A dark crimson aura exploded from his body, terrifying them. After a moment, Track looked on in awe. Incredible. Gino pointed at Lucas, smug. See, you couldn't resist it any better than that pig. The blonde agreed, all my suffering was worth it to see this. Track stood up, sneering at Lucas. You just bark and hide behind your family. A failure will always be a failure. Then he stomped on Lucas's head. You're dying anyway. Get up. Don't waste our time. Suddenly, Lucas grabbed his ankle. The immense power in his grip made Track scream. Lucas hurled him into a distant tree. His friends rushed to his side while Lucas slowly rose to his feet. Looking at his hands, a limitless red aura poured from him. He remembered being reprimanded. I heard you started the fight. Think you're strong enough to waste everyone's time? Do you still want to depend on your parents, wasting thousands to fix that broken body of yours? Begu's words echoed. Or will you finally learn to stand on your own? Lucas erupted in a crazed laugh, his power swelling with every sound. Gino trembled, raising his sword defensively. The blonde still worried about Track. Though terrified, Gino turned to flee. He didn't get far. Lucas simply pointed a finger. Boom! Flames consumed him instantly. The blonde guy screamed in absolute terror. The blonde saw Gino get hit, but Track grabbed his arm. "Where are you going? You have to heal me first." He shoved Track away. "Let go. Gino is dying." He ran towards Gino's burning form. Looking at the inferno, he could only call out his name, utterly helpless. He kept muttering no. He gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, and turned on Lucas. "You monster! You killed him!" He fired blasts of green energy. Lucas just scoffed. "So what?" Smoke billowed around him. He took one slow step forward as a loud crack echoed. In a flash, Lucas was on top of the blonde. He grabbed his throat and slammed him to the ground. Lucas was a madman drunk on power. He whispered, "I just wanted to make sure you knew. This drug works much better on me." Blood poured from the blonde's eyes and mouth. He grabbed Lucas's hand, pleading, "Please, don't." A sickening crack echoed with a flash of fire. Track leaned against a tree as Lucas approached. Lucas glared, his eyes filled with pure rage. "Call me a failure one more time, I dare you." Terrified, Track stammered, "No." A massive explosion then ripped through the forest. The flames lit up the night sky. Elsewhere, in a quiet home, Genia was bringing out food. Tatia was lazily stroking Sylvie on the table. Then she suddenly sat up and stretched. Genia set down a plate and asked with a caring voice, "I think the sleeping herbs in last night's tea were a bit strong. I didn't realize it would knock everyone out." Anduin waved it off. "It's fine, we needed the sleep." Vian muttered, "Speak for yourself. I had urgent work." Did it have anything to do with my dear Tesia turning part of the castle that Anduin and Mio spent years renovating into a pile of rubble? Before she could finish, Vian stuffed a vegetable in her mouth. "This is delicious. You should try some, Genia." She placed a box on the table, telling Tessia, "Your grandfather wanted something to help control your wild side. This might help." Tessia opened the box to find a shimmering gold bracelet. She whispered her thanks. Arthur looked surprised. "We were just talking about the beast seal yesterday. What about it?" His question earned him confused looks from the others. He awkwardly tried to save face. "I guess I'm the only one still surprised, then." Anduin expressed his gratitude to Genia. "Thank you for always caring for Tessia." She waved her hand cheerfully. "It is my pleasure. Now, let's all enjoy lunch before the children have to leave." They entered a cave. Genia pointed to a glowing portal. "This will lead you back to Ross City." Arthur immediately asked, "I thought teleportation gates were ancient relics strictly controlled by the empires. You have one for personal use?" Genia just smiled, not answering, leaving Arthur embarrassed again. King Anduin and Queen Mio hugged Tessia warmly. "We will visit you soon," they promised. Vian also added a reminder, "You must visit GKY's office before the tournament. I haven't heard from her in a while and want to make sure she's still breathing." Tessia happily agreed. She then turned to thank Genia, hugging her tightly. "I wish we could stay longer." Genia lovingly hugged Tessia back. "It's all right, my dear. I treasured every single moment." Both Arthur and Sylvie were sad to leave everyone behind. Sylvie asked with concern, "Are you okay, Papa?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine, Sylvie." Then Tessia, Arthur, and Sylvie quickly said their goodbyes. The others smiled and waved them off. Stepping out of the portal, Tessia couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't there be guards stationed at every gate? Arthur guessed aloud, "I heard many staffers quit when the Aza constellation appeared. Maybe they are just short-handed now." As they walked down a quiet street, Tessia's eyes suddenly widened. Above them, the sky was a blaze of spectacular color. She gasped in amazement. "No matter how often I see it, the Aza constellation is beautiful from down here." Sylvie gazed at the sky and told Arthur, "Dad, the sky is still cracked." Tessia and Arthur walked towards the palace. Sylvie pawed at the door, which suddenly flew open, sending him tumbling inside. Arthur stared in surprise at the person before him. It was Jasmine. She smiled at them both. "Long time no see. You're right on time." Rudin and Helen also came out to greet them. Rudan exclaimed, "You've really grown." Helen chimed in, "If it wasn't for young Gunter, I might not have recognized you." Adam appeared, slinging an arm over Rudan's shoulder and teasing, "All right, stop pretending." Then he pointed at Rudan, asking Arthur, "See anything different about this big bear?" As if finally noticing, Arthur let out a gasp. His attention was fixed on the small ponytail atop Rudan's head. Adam explained, "At first, I thought he was copying me, but you were the inspiration for this monstrosity." Just then, someone came down the stairs. Angela ran to hug Arthur, squealing, "You're getting more and more adorable." Seeing Angela clinging to Arthur, Tessia began to fume. Before she could say a word, Angela lunged over to hug her too. "Hi there, you must be the cute little elf, right?" Arthur's family came out to greet them. Jen spoke up, "All right, why don't we get them inside?" Ellie happily greeted her brother, "Glad you managed to not almost die this time." Arthur gritted his teeth, that little brat. She ignored him and ran to greet Tessia. Jasmine pointed inside and announced, "Okay, everyone, let's head on up." As they prepared to enter, Tessia hesitated. "Actually, I just meant to visit before returning to school. I've missed a lot of student council work, and I must see Commander Goodsky. But thank you for the invitation." Hearing this, Arthur asked with concern, "Did something happen?" Tessia just raised her wrist, showing him a bracelet. She smiled, "No, not at all. I just need her help adjusting this, since I'll be wearing it for a while. And as president, I can't relax here while Lilia is still at school." Arthur thought with a pang of guilt, "I promise to stay by her side now that her magic is suppressed." Seeing his silence, Tessia stated firmly, "It's only for one night. I'll be fine." Though worried, Arthur had to agree, reminding her not to overwork her unstable mana core. Alice then approached Tessia with a shawl. She wrapped it around her thoughtfully. "I wish you could stay, but if you must leave, at least stay warm." Tessia was a bit taken aback, stammering her thanks. Everyone waved goodbye to Tessia. Arthur smiled at her, while Ellie at his side urged, "Come on, brother." Inside, everyone enjoyed a lively dinner. Adam raised his glass. "A shame the princess had to leave, but the night is young. And for once, I don't have to share a bed with Rudan." Rudan happily raised his glass. "Praise the gods for that." Arthur smiled to himself, but his expression soon turned grim. The drunken crowd grew rowdy, some wrestling on the floor, others spouting nonsense. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. "Hey, Arthur," Jasmine asked shyly. "Did I mention how worried I was when I was away?" Helen quickly cut in, turning to Arthur. "She has, Jasmine. 20 times already." Helen then suggested, "Hey, how about we get some fresh air?" Arthur glanced at the chaos and replied helplessly, "Yes, please." The two of them went to sit on the steps. Helen suddenly spoke. "Right, I heard you've been taking care of your mother for your father." Arthur replied, "It seems I'm getting good at it without even trying." Helen stared forward. "Arthur, you're meant for great things. Just stay true to your goals and know what you're fighting for." Arthur recalled old Genia's words, "You need an ultimate goal to anchor yourself." After a moment, he turned to her. "Are you a little drunk too, Helen? Where did that come from?" Helen laughed loudly. "Maybe." She stood and stretched. "With the discovery of the new continent, I guess I'm a bit on edge." With that, she headed back inside. "Well, I'm going in to keep my comrades from burning this place down." Arthur chuckled, "I'll be up in a bit. Thanks for pulling me out of there." Helen winked. "Anytime. You should sneak off to your room and get some rest." After Helen left, Arthur mulled over her words. He didn't know why he was brought to this world as a child, but he refused to believe he was just a pawn. Happy memories with his loved ones flashed in his mind. His true mission was to protect their smiles. Whether it was the gods or some damn fate, he would forge his own destiny. Outside the palace, Draco's voice boomed. "All units are in position." With a wave of his hand, he commanded his underlings and the massive beast horde below. "Begin the assault." At Xyrus Academy, Theo was stretching. Noticing Kai focused on a purple artifact, he asked, "Are you done yet?" Kai replied, "Almost. We just need Dorahue to arrive to activate it." Lilith approached Kai. "Are you sure you don't want to join us?" Curtis added, "Those crazed cultists are about to launch a full-scale attack. We need to be on high alert and prepare for battle." Kai, holding the purple crystal, replied, "I've done my scouting. I think overtraining now would do more harm than good." Just then, Dorahue burst in, struggling with an armful of equipment. He rushed in saying, "Sorry, I'm late. I brought the energy resistance gear for our training." Just a few steps later, Duji tripped on a rope, sending resistance bands flying. One of them rolled forward, stopping at someone's feet. Certus later shot him a confused look. "You want us to waste mana on these? A real battle is about to erupt." Lihad helped Dugia up with a cheerful pat. "You know what Dugia is trying to accomplish. Besides, this training will be far more effective once this mess is over." Seeing everyone had arrived, Thido called out, "We're all here. Activate the barrier." Receiving the order, Kai activated the matrix. A ring of fire instantly encircled the disciplinary committee. The team was warming up for a fight, but Lisath saw something was wrong. "Why does this barrier look so strange? Why is it red?" Tytler slammed the barrier, yelling, "Kai, I think this thing is broken. Shut it down." Faye just laughed it off. "Funny joke, Kai. Now are you going to let us in on it?" Lesath touched the wall, her expression grim. "What if?" "He can't hear us." Suddenly, Theo slammed his fist against the barrier. Lesath quickly stopped him. "Be careful." Clintlander scanned the area. "Stop wasting mana. There must be an emergency release switch nearby." Lesath's face lit up. "Of course." She immediately dropped down, her hands searching the ground. It might be right under. She pried a tile loose. Inside was the switch, but it had been brutally smashed. Everyone froze in shock. A tower materialized inside the barrier, radiating immense power. At the same time, stone shards flew at them. Clint and Theo quickly threw up a mana shield. Suddenly, figures in black robes phased right through the barrier. The situation turned dire. Lesath yelled, "Formation!" This is not a drill. Instantly, everyone unleashed their power, falling into combat positions. Doja Due charged a robed figure, landing a brutal punch that bloodied his nose. Meanwhile, Clintlander and Faye summoned a storm of ice lances toward the enemy. Theo was also wildly pummeling the assassins before him. Lesath's flaming sword cut through the enemy ranks. She turned to the others and yelled, "We have to push forward. We need to carve a path to help Kai. He's in danger out there." But a scornful voice echoed from beyond the barrier. "Have you really not figured it out yet?" The group whipped around. Doja Du's eyes widened in horror. In unison, they all breathed the name. Lucas. He stood there smugly, hands in his pockets. "Kai was the one who lured you all into this trap." Doja Du couldn't believe it, roaring in fury. "You're lying." Lucas retorted, "And why would I need to lie?" Red lightning began to crackle at his feet as the sheer force of his power shattered the ground. Then in a flash, Lucas lunged toward them. A wicked grin spread across his face as he finished his thought. "When I can just crush you all myself?" The team stared in terror, shocked by his incredible speed. Lucas then unleashed a wave of energy, blasting them all back. Lesath quickly used her mana to launch a counterattack. Lucas glanced back at her. A twisted, fiery specter with his face materialized behind him. The flame then lunged straight for Lesath. Luckily, Doja Du tackled her out of the way just in time. The immense force sent them both crashing hard into the barrier. Lesath suddenly noticed Doja Du's aura was phasing through the barrier, creating a small rift. An idea sparked, and she quickly told him her plan. "If we make the rift big enough, we can escape. We need everyone to fall back to this spot." Doja Du scowled. "Easier said than done. I don't know what these new guys are, but he's stronger than any of the professors." Meanwhile, Lucas was preparing a spell aimed right at Faye. Seeing his friend in danger, Theo went for a sneak attack. But somehow, Lucas knew he was there. He spun around and caught Theo by the throat, making him cry out in agony. Lucas smirked at Theo. "Just look, a superior being like me, crushing a mere human." Amidst the chaos, a bracelet in Lucas's pocket began to glow. He casually tossed Theo aside and pulled it out. An alert chimed from the device. "Target has arrived." A grin spread across Lucas's face. "It's time." He then stepped right through the barrier wall. Kai saw him leaving and yelled, "Hey, where are you going? You were supposed to capture them for us." Lucas just ignored him and kept walking. "They're captured. Besides, I have a more important task to handle now." Inside the barrier, Doja Due saw enemy numbers swelling. "Lucas is gone, but their reinforcements are pouring in. I think we need to get out of here, now." Leza turned her gaze back to the energy rift. Seeing her chance, she yelled to the others, "Cat, use your defensive spell. We need to escape." Theo, holding back the enemy, shouted, "Let's go, Cat." Hearing the call, Clintlander and Faye conjured a torrent of water. It instantly froze into massive walls of ice, blocking the enemy's advance. On her side, Lesath managed to tear open a small hole in the barrier. She urged everyone to get through the opening. The enemy saw their escape and blasted the ice with fire. The rest charged hungrily towards the gap. Seeing this, Doja Du jumped back inside the barrier. Lesath screamed in disbelief, "What are you doing?" Doja Du glanced back at them. "Get out of here, now." Theo stopped in his tracks. "There's no way I'm leaving you." Before he could finish, Doja Du slugged him, sending him flying out of the barrier. "Don't be an idiot, just go." Theo cried out from the force of the blow. As Doja Du was distracted, a robed enemy formed a mana orb and blasted him square in the chest before he could react. "Die, you little runt." But suddenly, a blast of energy sent the attacker flying backward. It was Faye, standing behind Doja Due. He panted, "I've got your back. That's one down." Doja Du grinned, "Let's do this." On the other side, Lesath was leading the escapees. "This way." Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the area outside. She yelled, "Go, find the professors." After she spoke, Lesath looked out, and her expression hardened into stone. Hearing the blast, Theo ran to her side. "What is it? What's happening?" The entire group stared, horrified, at the scene before them. Outside was pure chaos. An army of monsters was attacking everyone, tearing them apart as terrified students fled for their lives. Elsewhere, in a luxurious carriage, Tisha was lost in thought. She told herself she wouldn't worry about Arthur, but her heart wasn't listening. Her mana core felt completely drained. She gazed at the bracelet on her wrist. "I hope Headmaster Goody can help me master this." Suddenly, a massive explosion jolted Tesia from her thoughts. She rushed out of the carriage. "What was that?" she demanded of the driver. The terrified driver could only point ahead. "That is." Tessia's face went deathly pale as she looked. A blood-red barrier was covering the entire academy. Her attendant turned to her asking Princess Tesia, "What should we do?" Tesia urgently yelled back, "Fall back." Before she could finish, a blast of fire sent her flying. In agony, Tesia reached for the flames. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Unbelievable." Lucas slowly approached her. "So, you finally showed up. All alone? This is far easier than I ever imagined." Tessia stared up at the man, her pupils constricting in pure horror. "Lucas?" she whispered in disbelief. Hearing his name, he flashed a brutal smile. "Hello, princess. You look terribly lonely." Tessia glanced toward the carriage, trying to use her magic to save the driver. "I might still be able to save him," she thought. "I have to put out the fire." But then, the carriage exploded in a blast caused by Lucas. "It's incredibly rude to ignore someone," he sneered. "You should be more concerned about yourself." Enraged, Tessia blasted Lucas's hand with magic. She slowly rose to her feet. "Shut up." Suppressing her pain, Tessia's voice was low and dangerous. "I don't know what you're planning, but it ends now." Lucas scoffed. "Oh? And you're the one who's going to stop me?" He stepped closer. "You can't even focus your power. How could you possibly interfere?" Tessia glanced at her glowing bracelet. "Lady Jin's bracelet. It suppresses my beastly will, but it also restricts my magic." Suddenly, Lucas violently grabbed her collar. He lifted her from the ground, enjoying her pained expression. "There we go. This beautiful look really suits you. Who knows? You might even like me more than that pathetic boyfriend of yours." Tessia let out a cold laugh. "Is that all you have? The fact you haven't killed me proves I'm not your true target." She smirked. "You used the same drug that killed Ma Doa. Following me, this was all to lure out a Tho, wasn't it?" Furious, Lucas slammed her to the ground. She cried out in pain. "Shut your damn mouth. What do you know?" Tessia pushed herself up. "I know your inferiority complex has hit a new low." Hearing that, Lucas furiously slapped her across the face. He crouched down, pointing in her face. "Not killing you doesn't mean I'll go easy on you." A smile touched Tessia's lips. "Perfect." In a flash, she seized his hand, shocking him. Tessia's body erupted in powerful, glowing energy. "Because I don't need you to go easy on me. Let go." Lucas roared. Suddenly, tendrils of blue energy wrapped around his body. "What is this?" he yelled, before being violently thrown backward. Pain shot through Tessia. "I have to hold on. I can't let him use me to trap a Tho." But Lucas had enough. He unleashed a terrifying blast of power that sent her flying. "That's enough." He casually brushed a flame from his shoulder, then walked over to pick up Tessia's bracelet. He irritably forced the bracelet back onto her. "I can't let you kill yourself with your own magic, so either you wear this or I'll let it corrode your flesh." With that, he grabbed her by the hair, dragging her to the edge of the barrier. With his free hand, he opened a path and pulled her inside. Dragged helplessly, Tessia thought in agony, "I can't move." Her gaze blurred as the barrier began to seal. "I have to escape." Her vision started to fade. She saw innocent people scrambling to get out. Her entire world was stained crimson. Monsters were slaughtering them without mercy. Meanwhile, for the disciplinary committee, massive monsters roared as they charged. Thido leaped into the fray, screaming, "All of you, just die." He slammed his fist into the earth. A wave of sharp rock spikes erupted, impaling the monstrous beasts. Behind him, Faceit screamed as a monster dragged him away. Hearing the scream, Lear was distracted. A monster seized the opening and lunged. Before he could react, the beasts were upon him. They rained relentless blows upon him. He tried to block, but it was useless. Elizar gritted his teeth, his strength about to give out. Suddenly, sharp pillars of rock shot up from below, piercing through the monsters and drawing out agonizing roars. Finding himself safe, Elizar scrambled away. As he ran, his eyes darted around. He noticed something and quickly took cover. Behind him, a black-robed figure raised his arms. "Human students," he boomed. "Raise your hands and swear your loyalty to us. Do so, and these beasts will no longer attack you. As for the elves and dwarves, stop resisting. We will destroy your mana cores regardless, granting you a peaceful end." Elizar turned to warn the others, but monsters were everywhere. There was no escape. How could the staff and Principal Goody let this happen, he wondered. A sudden cry for help snapped him from his thoughts. He instinctively turned toward the sound. A female student was cornered by a black-robed man. She struggled, crying out, "Somebody, please help me." Elizar couldn't believe his eyes. Even the professors are part of this cult. Without a second thought, he launched a volley of stones. "Let her go." The robed man raised his wand, creating a shield. He flashed a wicked grin. "If you value your life, you'll get out of here now." Suddenly, Doer appeared overhead, shattering the shield with its claws. Certus later appeared from behind, yelling, "Joder, protect us." With the enemy distracted, Elizar seized the moment. Using his power, he levitated stones all around him. Overwhelmed, the enemy quickly fled. As the man escaped, Certus later pointed the student to safety. Run to the training facility. The good professors there can protect you. The student thanked them and ran for her life. Eliza walked over to his friend. Certus, I'm glad you're okay. How are the other disciplinary committee members? Curtis sighed. Most are fine and helping out. But Dorahue and Fizz, he paused before asking in a panic, What? What happened? Curtis answered grimly. We were ambushed by the cultists. Dorahue and Fizz stayed behind to cover our escape. Elijah grabbed his shoulders, demanding, What about Arthur and Tessia and the rest of the student council? Curtis shut his eyes, his face tight with pain. Luckily, Arthur and Tessia aren't back yet. The student council is fine. It's just Lilia, C, and I got separated. Hearing this, Elijah let out a sigh of relief. After a heavy silence, Eliza finally asked, What are we supposed to do now? Curtis Lair let out a long sigh. Honestly, I have no idea, he admitted. We just have to survive and wait for reinforcements. Perhaps the lamb will even be dispatched. Eliza's heart sank, lost in despair. Suddenly, a piercing sound rocked them, and they clutched their ears in pain. A voice boomed through the chaos. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. To all students and faculty of Goth Academy, my little pets won't be biting anymore, so be good and make your way to the clock tower. Genip emerged, a black bag dripping blood in his hand. It is time for the final ritual to begin. Behind him stood a legion of black-robed figures. He spread his arms wide, his voice booming, and trust me, you won't want to miss this. Outside the red barrier, a crowd was gathering, but soldiers formed a wall, holding them back. Panic filled the air as no one knew what was going on. A man pushed forward desperately. I can't reach my daughter. Why can't we go in? But the soldier's command was steel. Stay back from the barrier. Behind them, 4 mages poured their power into the shield, trying to break through. The soldiers could only try to calm the terrified crowd. Elsewhere, a blond man gave his report, his brow furrowed. Neither our mages nor our engineers have ever seen a barrier like this. Its very structure is alien to our methods. His superior scowled, uninterested. I don't care what it is. Can the guild break it or not? The blond man averted his gaze, sweating. We can't, he confessed. We contacted the Eden branch for a larger mana drill, but it seems they're having their own problems. He suggested we could request aid from the Lan. His superior crossed his arms. We already tried. Even the Lan are overwhelmed with incidents across the entire continent. The young man's face went pale. This is a coordinated attack. Before he could finish, his master clamped a hand over his mouth. We must keep this quiet for now. We can't afford a widespread panic. The young man could only let out a muffled agreement. Our forces are searching for a weak point, his superior declared. No matter what it takes, no matter how long, we will bring this barrier down. The master silently placed a hand on the shield's surface. He gazed upwards, lost in thought, hoping they weren't too late. Inside the barrier, chaos reigned. People were panicking, some gravely injured. A young man on a strange mount rode past. Stay here, Curtis yelled to Eliza. I'll go find the others. The young man with glasses surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the wounded innocents as he cursed their unseen enemy under his breath. Young mages rushed to protect and heal the wounded. One, completely exhausted, collapsed, sobbing into her hands. Near the blue barrier, people pounded on the shield, screaming to be let out. One mage even unleashed a spell directly against it. Eliza stood back, quietly watching the mysterious figures in black cloaks outside. Then, a deafening sound erupted, making everyone stagger and clutch their heads in agony. A man appeared on the other side of the barrier, his back stained with blood. He wore a blood-splattered mask and carried a dripping sack as he approached them. At the sight of him, the crowd erupted, hammering against the shield and screaming for release. Nearby mages readied their spells, unleashing powerful attacks on the masked figure, but their magic shattered uselessly against the barrier. From beyond the barrier, he simply chuckled, holding his mask as he laughed maniacally. Staring at their helpless rage, he began to mock them. It seems, despite all the death you've witnessed, you foolish Dians still don't grasp the gravity of your situation. He reached into the sack and tossed its contents towards the barrier. It landed with a sickening, wet thud. Everyone inside froze in absolute horror. It was the severed head of Dozadu. Eliza stumbled backwards as people screamed and scattered. The moment he recognized the face, he collapsed, a horrifying chill seizing him. He caught himself on the ground, vomiting violently. Eliza wiped his mouth, his eyes wide with terror as he looked again, praying it wasn't really her. Thido shoved his way through the crowd. Tears streamed down his face as he slammed against the barrier, screaming in pure despair. He hammered his fists against the shield until they bled. His face was flushed. As he screamed his friend's name in agony, Dozadu, he slid down the barrier's surface, still punching weakly. Then Thido roared with fury at the masked man. Fight me one-on-one, you coward. A twisted smile spread across his lips. He pointed to himself. Me? A coward? His fingers slipped under the mask, pulling it away to reveal the savage face of Genep. I am the almighty Genep. Fido kept pounding on the barrier, taunting him. Genep just sneered, and in a flash, his hand shot through the barrier, grabbing Fido by the wrist. He yanked Fido through and sent him flying. But Fido twisted expertly in midair, recovering his balance and landing safely on his feet. Fido instantly unleashed his power. The ground beneath him fractured under the sheer pressure. He charged forward, burning with vengeance for his friend. Genep didn't even flinch. He simply spread his arms wide, inviting the attack. Stomping hard enough to shatter the pavement, Fido leaped. His legs shot forward in an empowered kick, aimed right for Genep's head. In an instant, the ground beneath them exploded. The mages erupted in cheers. Even our professor couldn't block that. There's no way Genep survived. But as the smoke cleared, Fido was on the ground, his legs shattered. He grimaced in blinding pain. Fido grit his teeth, tears of pain welling in his eyes. Before he could move, Genep's boot slammed onto his cheek, pinning him to the dirt. Is that all you've got? He taunted. Fido defiantly spat blood onto Genep's boot. Genep's grin only widened. Let me help you clean up. With a snap of his fingers, Fido burst into flames. There, he laughed. Much better, isn't it? Fido lay motionless on the cold earth. Oh, he's still alive, Genep announced casually. His friends could only watch, frozen in sheer terror. Genep turned back to the horrified crowd. And now, for the main event, he declared. His forces dragged out 3 more of their friends in chains as a swarm of Lord Snellers circled menacingly above. They shoved fists forward, his body covered in bruises. He could only grit his teeth, enduring the agony and shame. Elijah watched in silent torment, his eyes burned with a murderous rage, hungry for revenge. Behind them, a hand gripped a fistful of platinum hair, dragging a body across the ground. Dragged before them was Tesia, brutally tortured by their hands. The city was in ruins, the mages decimated. Survivors were gravely wounded, many dead. Even the disciplinary committee members were nearly wiped out. First was Doe, then the smoldering body of Fido. Curtis, enraged, tried to shatter the barrier, but Le held him back, weeping. Curtis furiously hammered the barrier, tears of rage on his face. He swore that Rebel would pay. Le held him fast. They had lost too much to be reckless. Right now, survival and preserving their strength was all that mattered. Curtis roared, desperate to save Fido and Fies before Genep finished them. Lilia stepped forward, slapping him to bring him to his senses. Tears streamed down Lai's face, but her voice was steady. They needed a plan to stop these monsters and save the people, but they couldn't do it without Curtis. Lai affirmed this, her gaze unwavering. Curtis touched his stinging cheek, finally calming his mind. He lowered his head and agreed. From behind, Le quietly gripped his shoulder. Just then, other students pointed toward Genep. They all looked. With a chilling laugh from Genep, his henchmen dragged more prisoners forward. The calm Curtis just found was shattered. They forced Faye to his knees. Man's son, bleeding from a fresh gash, was ordered down. Then another dragged out Tesha's tormented body. 2 Snellers flew in to guard the prisoners. Eliza was frantic. Tesha wasn't even supposed to be at the school. Pale-faced, he clawed at the barrier. Why let's sock out our after poor Tesha? Why is she her condition? But Tesha remained motionless. Then Genep spoke again. Now all eyes were on him. He swept his hair back and began to introduce himself. He stated his name once more, and with a wave, fire erupted. He spread his arms wide, posing like a savior sent to redeem them all. He casually sat on a throne of fire, explaining his origins from a cruel, distant place where the weak were crushed. He glanced at them with one eye. Here, they were the elite, but where he came from? He pointed arrogantly. You're all just trash. He crossed his legs, declaring he would prepare those he deemed worthy. Ignoring the hateful glares from Gloy and Avius, he continued. This was so they might earn a place when his Dark Lord conquered the continent. The air grew thick with tension. To them, he was a monster. He finally stood, his fiery throne dissolving into embers. He raised a fist to the sky. Be excited for this unique chance at new power. He then called for Lucia, who stepped forward, dragging Tesia. Lucia stepped up, pulling back the hood of a red cloak. With a smirk, he announced ADC officer and the genius elf princess. He didn't stand a chance. The man removed his hood, revealing his true face. It was Lucas. Enraged, Eliza cursed him, pounding the barrier. Eliza's fury caused power to radiate from his body. Lucas glanced over, his face twisted, veins bulging hideously in his eyes. He sneered, yanking Tesha up by her hair. He leaned close to her neck, wickedly inhaling her scent just to provoke him. Eliza's endurance snapped. His only thought was slaughtering Lucas and his monsters. That killing intent caught Genep's attention. A dark power born of hatred enveloped Eliza, threatening to consume him. Deep down, Eliza had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground around him. They wounded those nearby, even skewering some like thread through a needle. People screamed. His consciousness faded as more spikes impaled countless victims. But by now, he couldn't hear their cries. The spikes slammed into the barrier, cracking it like glass. Eliezer felt the pain, but he couldn't stop. His hands summoned a dark, deadly energy. Eliezer was terrified, but his body kept moving. He shattered the barrier with his bare hands and walked through. 5 SALs blocked his path, but he pushed forward, fueled by dark energy. A voice in his head grew louder, drowning out his own. Eliezer spread his arms. Countless spikes erupted, skewering the Snellers as if they were nothing. He vaguely realized this wasn't him, just before hatred completely devoured his mind. Silencing his inner voice, Eliezer advanced on Lucas with a terrifying gaze. Blood trickled from his eyes. Eliezer no longer knew who he was. Genep's army moved in, but he raised a hand to stop them. All that existed in Eliezer was the will to destroy Lucas. Even if his body collapsed, he struggled to look up, reaching for his target. It doesn't matter, as long as I kill Lucas. Eliezer thrust his hand forward, a long spike shooting straight towards Lucas. But Lucas used his power to dodge just in time, the spike only tearing his clothes. Eliezer's body began to fail. He hadn't killed Lucas, and his body had hit its limit. In the moment he fell, Eliezer saw Jen running towards him. Lucas raised an eyebrow, confused. The enemy who nearly killed him had just collapsed. Genep rushed to Eliezer's side, his eyes filled with a strange concern. A voice echoed in Eliezer's mind. So much pain. Arthur, where are you? Arthur recalled his childhood and the Swordheart clan's code. Humility, loyalty, resolution, and courage. Even as a child, Lee loved the sword, hearing lessons she couldn't yet grasp. 4 virtues, her father would say, to forge a mind as sharp as a blade, a lesson repeated with every swing. And so, Lee grew. Her swordsmanship sharpened day by day, and she truly believed she would uphold that sacred doctrine, no matter the cost. In that moment, Liv felt utterly naive. Watching Elier's rampage, pure fear was etched onto her face. She didn't know what magic Eliezer used to break the barrier, but this was their perfect chance to counterattack. Lee's eyes widened, her hand trembling on her sword. Why couldn't she move? Her grip tightened, shaking with fear. Just then, Professor Genia entered, sword in hand, telling the students to get back. Glow worriedly eyed the professor's injuries. Genia brushed off her wounds, insisting that with the barrier down, they couldn't waste this opportunity. Glow prepared to join her. Lee stared in disbelief. Did they really think they could beat Jen? Why were they rushing to their deaths? She turned away, cursing their foolishness. Curtis called out from behind. They couldn't just stand there. Lee turned. The squad was ready, awaiting her command to support the mages. Panic filled Lee's eyes, fear eclipsing her family's oath. She backed away, terrified. Why are you asking me? Curtis was confused. The entire team was waiting on her. The disciplinary committee captain was ready to obey. Lee took another fearful step back. She didn't want to die here. She wanted the professors to fight. Her gaze fell on Janip holding Alizer, then to Thien O's burnt body, and Dududue's severed head. Across the field, Glow was leaving with Professor Genia, but she couldn't help but notice the look on Lei's face. Glow offered a faint, confident smile, as if entrusting everything to the disciplinary committee and Lei. Lei's gaze was a mix of desperation and indecision. The old teachings echoed in her mind. Humility, loyalty, resolve, courage. Gritting her teeth, Lee knew she had to make a choice. She immediately ordered the wounded and the fearful to fall back. The rest would follow her. They would fight for Justia's sacred flame. Brushing past Lucas, Genep whispered that the plan had changed slightly. He hoped Lucas would return with him, a clear warning not to betray him. Genep ordered Lucas to handle the trash, then left with Alizer. His followers retreated, dragging Fit along and leaving Tezia on the ground. Lucas grabbed Genep's shoulder, demanding to know why he was taking a creature like Elier with them. Before he could finish, a terrifying glare stopped him. A mere subordinate dares to question his master? Genep's voice was lethal. Lucas immediately fell to his knees. An underling reported the escape portal was ready. As Genep left, he warned Lucas, "Don't disappoint me." Lucas trembled from just a single glance. As Genep was about to leave, Professor Genia and the others charged, determined to stop him. Genia's magic sent stones flying toward Genep, declaring he wasn't going anywhere. But Lucas blocked them with a wall of his own fire magic. He spat angrily. "You annoying insects." Lucas unleashed his terrifying power, summoning 2 flame dragon heads that lunged toward Glow. She flew up, dodging one attack and another dragon head. With a single, masterful slash, she cleanly severed one of the dragon's heads in an instant. "Is that all you've got?" Glow taunted. Genep's henchmen and a few monsters moved to support Lucas, all of them charging at her. Suddenly, blasts of elemental energy shot past, directly repelling the incoming attack. Lee and her comrades charged in to protect the hostages and support the professors. Glow glanced back, stunned. "What are you doing? Get out of here, it's too dangerous." She urged them to save themselves. "This is our battle, too." Lee replied with courage. Her blade swiftly impaled a small sneller. Pinning it, her own sword ablaze, she asked, "This is what you taught us, right?" Glow fell silent, both proud and worried. Turning back to her opponent, she warned, "Lee, be careful." Lee nodded in agreement. Just then, she spotted a familiar silhouette. A shock of grayish-blue hair stood out among the enemies. Le's teeth ground together in pure rage. She knew him. How could he? She screamed his name as her flames erupted into the shape of a salamander. Her red hair seemed to burn. Other henchmen leaped in to attack, but her fury only fueled her advance. She swiftly leaped over stone spikes, closing in on Kai. Seeing this, the enemies focused all their attacks on her. La twisted midair, her sword a blur, deflecting all their attacks in a single, fluid motion. Suddenly, Kai controlled thin iron threads, which in a flash wrapped around nearby spikes, ensnaring her legs. He effortlessly hoisted her into the air. "How could you do this to us?" Kai La cried out. "To Thido and do. Her eyes burned with hatred. "How could you?" Before she finished, her body felt light. The sword slipped from her grasp as the threads pulled back. La helplessly watched Kai walk toward the portal, muttering that he couldn't escape. She saw Curtis and Lilia running to her, but couldn't hear them. She thought they should be chasing Kai, but as she parted her lips to speak, her throat filled with the thick taste of blood. As realization hit, blood poured from her mouth and nose. In horror, she slowly looked down at her body. She had been suspended on a stone spike all along, piercing straight through her chest. Her vision slowly turned crimson with her own blood. Curtis screamed that he would help her as Lilia frantically searched for aid. Suddenly, a massive tremor and thunderous footsteps made everyone turn. Glow fell to the ground. Lucas, about to deliver a final blow, turned toward the sound, his eyes narrowing at the approaching figure. Even the injured and the medical teams turned their heads, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Dying, La saw him and managed a tearful smile. Footsteps echoed, revealing a massive creature behind the figure. Sylvie's eyes blazed with fury. In front of her stood Arthur, his face a mask of rage. A colossal dragon loomed over Le, its horns like twin polished swords. Its crystalline scales were a profound black, making its own shadow appear gray in comparison. Its eyes gleamed with a terrifying intelligence and cruelty, but the boy standing beneath it was somehow even more frightening, making her heart pound with fear. Each step he took radiated a quiet, unshakable confidence. His entire being overflowed with a raw, untamed fury. Her only regret was not seeing Lucas's final, defeated expression. Amid the chaos, countless bodies lay gravely wounded. Glow, racked with pain, used her sword to pull herself up. Lucas's limbs trembled as crimson flames engulfed him. He scanned the area, his mind racing. He could now cast higher-tier spells with a near-infinite mana pool. Lucas's pupils constricted, veins bulging on his forehead. He seethed, thinking Dr. Jenny's elixir had made him a god. These so-called elites were now nothing more than ants beneath his feet. But why did his insides feel like they were being crushed by icy claws? Lucas burst into maniacal laughter. Well, Arthur, right on time for the party. You think that overgrown lizard can save you now? Even the great professors from Gus Academy couldn't touch me. Arthur advanced slowly, ignoring him completely. Lucas continued to rant. If you think you can? He froze mid-sentence as Arthur walked right past him. Time stood still in the terrifying silence. Arthur approached Tezia's motionless form. Feeling disrespected, Lucas gritted his teeth. The men in black stammered in fear. Hey, is that a real dragon? I'm completely paralyzed. Lucas was incredulous. He dares to ignore me? He turned, only to see Arthur checking Tezia's pulse. Arthur felt a faint pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Drugged, but otherwise unharmed. Seeing this, Lucas let out a twisted, mocking laugh. She was screaming your name, you know? He sneered. Jenny didn't want me to touch your precious princess. His face twisted into a grotesque mask. But I don't think I'll listen to her, he snarled. What better way to break you than to make you watch helplessly as I snap every one of her pretty little limbs? Hearing this, Sylvie snarled and turned on him. With a mighty roar, flames erupted around her body. Lucas scoffed, but his eyes narrowed at Arthur's back. A seed of doubt began to sprout. Even after that, he still ignores me? Rage exploded from Lucas as his flames surged. You dare turn your back on me, you country bumpkin? I'll break every bone in your body and make you watch. Before he could finish his threat, darkness suddenly enveloped Lucas. A crushing pressure slammed down on him. He was frozen in place, a familiar terror rising. It's just like before. A rabid demon tearing me apart from the inside. Why is this happening? He panicked. Why does this presence terrify me more than the Academy's professors? More than even my own brother? Then, A voice called his name. Lucas. Arthur's chilling voice echoed. I considered you a fly, not even worth swatting, but if that fly insists on buzzing, he growled, his eyes glinting, then even a saint would crush it without a second thought. The immense pressure forced Lucas back a step. He glanced down at his feet and let out a blood-curdling scream. From the ground, thousands of shadowy hands erupted, clutching his body. He struggled wildly, his eyes bloodshot. This can't be. I'm supposed to be stronger. So how can a worthless insect terrify me like this? How many armies did he slaughter to gain this suffocating bloodlust? Driven mad, Lucas unleashed his power. Countless multicolored orbs materialized around him. He roared, "Get away from me!" The orbs shot toward Arthur with blinding speed. Sylvie cried out a warning. Arthur glanced back, his eyes now transformed. With a cold, emotionless face, he said, "It's all right, Sylvie. Just protect Tesha." Suddenly, a golden emblem blazed to life on his arm. Immense power surged from Arthur's body, radiating outwards in a storm of raw energy. Arthur's very appearance began to shift. His hair turned a shining gold, his irises a deep violet. Faced with that apathetic gaze, Lucas completely lost control. Arthur advanced, each step radiating a chill that snuffed out the flames. Lucas roared, "You weren't just hiding your fire magic. How can you use ice magic too?" Throwing caution to the wind, he conjured a sharp spear and hurled it. With one hand wielding fire and the other ice, Arthur effortlessly deflected the spear. He didn't stop there. A sphere of dark energy formed in his palm. He fired it, and the blast sent a horrified Lucas flying. Looking at his severed hand, he screamed in agony. "My hand." He gritted his teeth as Arthur approached. "Lightning magic too. Impossible. You're a quad elemental." Before he could finish, Arthur seized his other arm, lifting him up. He leaned in close. "That's right, I am." With those words, he unleashed a searing frost on the arm. Lucas howled in agony as it was instantly encased in ice. Arthur tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the frozen arm shattered into 1,000 pieces. Overwhelming pain sent Lucas crumbling to the ground, screaming. He sobbed, "You can't do this. I'm Lucas Wykes." Seeing his defiance, Arthur stomped on his shin. He emotionlessly uttered one word, "Crush." Instantly, his leg caved in, shattering against the floor. The sight of splintered bone and blood sent him into shrieks of despair. Arthur asked Lucas coldly, "You mentioned Degenet before. Is he the mastermind behind all this?" At this, Lucas's eyes widened as he let out a crazed laugh, his voice trembling. "That's right. And guess what? He's captured that useless fool you call your best friend. You've lost." Arthur crushed his other shin under his boot. "This world is changing, and there's nothing I can do." Another piercing scream echoed. Arthur's tone shifted. "But," Lucas asked in a panic, "Wait, what are you doing?" Arthur's power flared uncontrollably. "At least I can make sure scum like you will never taint the future generation." Hearing this, Lucas plunged into absolute terror, begging through his tears. "No, please don't. I'm sorry. I'm begging you, stop." Arthur stomped down hard between his legs. His voice rang out like a curse. "May your suffering follow you into your next life." The scene was horrifying. Lucas lay motionless on the stone, a broken, bloody mess. Arthur walked calmly through the wreckage. He felt their gazes fixed upon him. In the face of his terrible power, he could see their fear, their shock, and even their awe. He was so accustomed to it, Arthur had forgotten how lonely his path truly was. He tilted his head up. The world around him felt bleak, terrifyingly silent. He suddenly clutched his chest, staggering from overexertion as Sylvie rushed to support him. From the smoke, Lucas let out a pitiful, trembling cry, "Brother!" As if in answer to the call, a blinding light erupted from behind Arthur. Startled, he spun around as a huge explosion roared. The light vanished. Through the smoke, 3 imposing warriors appeared, including Lucas's brother, Ben Gui. Seeing his brother broken and bleeding, his lifeless eyes streaming tears, Ben Gui could not contain his rage. He gritted his teeth and suddenly erupted. A terrible power exploded, shaking the very ground. Arthur was completely stunned. As realization dawned, he scrambled away, yelling for Sylvie to get clear of the danger zone. Before he could finish, Ben Gui's attack struck like lightning, slamming Arthur straight through a wall. The wall shattered from the immense impact as Arthur cried out in pain. The dragon, Sylvie, charged at Ben Gui in a fury, but Arthur knew the power gap, quickly shouting for Sylvie to stop. But it was too late. Before Sylvie could halt its charge, the white-haired woman among them, Vada, finally made her move. In a blur, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Sylvie, making it roar in agony. The last warrior was Onzek Gwen. He was using his magic to summon soldiers of pure magma, commanding them to secure the survivors in the area. Another squad of magma soldiers quickly surrounded and captured a group in black cloaks. Suddenly, Onz's gaze fell on Arthur, lying motionless in the rubble. As Arthur wished he could revert to his second phase, Ben Gui strode toward him. Each of his steps cracked the very earth beneath his feet. He seethed with rage, wanting to torture Arthur. Death wasn't enough for his brother's killer. Just as Ben Gui prepared a final blow, Ons appeared and blocked his path. Ben Gui roared, "This bastard tortured and humiliated my brother before killing him, and you're telling me I can't harm him? Are you planning to oppose me too?" Facing his fury, Onze stated that Arthur had saved everyone from his younger brother. Though Onze understood his pain, he still warned Ben Gui to choose his words with care. But Ben Gui refused to believe it. He swatted Onze's hand away. "Don't test me. I only want revenge for my brother." Seeing his words were useless, Ons had to resort to force. Two magma soldiers appeared and restrained him tightly. Thwarted again and again, Ben Gui's rage boiled over completely. He screamed Onze's name, unleashing his power and breaking free. His emotions and his aura erupted like a volcano, and the violent surge of energy forced Onze back. Arthur could only lie there, completely helpless, as the danger closed in. Ben Gui condensed his power into an orb in his palm. He stared down at Arthur, his face an emotionless mask, and unleashed the fatal blow. It was too fast. Onlookers screamed in terror. Just as everything seemed to be over, a single hand appeared, effortlessly neutralizing Ben Gui's deadly attack. In a flash, she subdued Ben Gui with magical ice swords. Vada coldly reminded him that the council, not any single individual, would decide Arthur and the dragon's fate. At this, Ben Gui, though still seething with resentment, had no choice but to bow his head and obey the command. Onze's magma army continued its mission, stabilizing the area and aiding the injured after the chaos inside the massive tower. Chaos still reigned after the battle. Survivors frantically searched for their families, while others stared in grief at the still forms of loved ones beneath white sheets. An older man was tending to Arthur's wounds when Vada approached from a distance, asking if he required any more help. Luckily, it was just mana exhaustion, but his relief was short-lived. Vada suddenly produced a pair of handcuffs, ordering Arthur to wear them. Silently, Arthur presented his wrists to be cuffed, but Vada didn't trust him. She materialized a golden lock, forcing it into his body as a second security measure to prevent escape. It instantly transformed into chains that burrowed deep into his flesh, sealing away his power completely. The flash of pain subsided. Arthur didn't resist, only pleading with Vada to do the same for his spirit beast, to ease the dragon's pain. Vada studied him, then glanced at Sylvie, still restrained by the ice spikes. Perhaps only now did Vada realize the dragon was his spirit beast. With a simple gesture, she made the ice spikes dissolve, freeing Sylvie. The dragon raised its head, looking at them both. It heard Arthur's voice, telling it to revert to its fox form. The power gap was simply too great to fight. After a moment of defiant hesitation, Sylvie finally obeyed Arthur. The massive dragon began to shrink, returning to the form of a small, adorable fox. Sylvie rushed to Arthur's side. Anxiously, she asked what to do next. Though he had no answer, Arthur gently reassured her they would be all right. With a tense expression, Arthur led Sylvie behind Varay. She glanced back coldly, ordering, "Follow me to the Mages Guild camp. Await the council's next command." A crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on them. Arthur and Vay walked in front, followed by Ons and Baden, with giants marching behind. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. "I heard he killed a noble student." "Yes, and from the Y family, no less." Two others were murmuring nearby. "But wasn't that guy from the White family a terrorist?" "He was. Still, the way he killed him." Arthur drifted numbly past the gossip. These commoners were not people of juice. As Arthur walked, he brooded over their baseless rumors. Then, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Arthur!" He instinctively turned to see his family rushing toward him, calling his name in a panic. He turned to Vay. "May I speak with my family?" She gave a silent nod. A fire of pure rage ignited behind Baden. "After everything he's done, how can you?" he seethed. Ons quickly stepped in to stop him. "Hear all sides first, Baden. The boy did what was necessary. Don't let your feelings cloud your judgment." The gate stood between the family and their reunion. He faced them with a bright smile. "I've made you worry again, haven't I? It's just a misunderstanding." "Don't worry," he said. But Alice asked frantically, "What happened in there? Why are you in cuffs? You'll be okay, right? It's nothing serious, is it?" He forced a happy smile and replied cheerfully, "Of course, please, look after everyone while I'm gone." He took Alice's hands in his. His hands were covered in bandages. She asked him, "Is there anything we can do?" He answered softly, his voice thick with emotion. "I'll be fine. I am your son." Tears were already streaming down Alice's face. The faces of E and Jeno fell, their expressions filled with a silent, helpless sorrow. The ring on Vay's hand began to glow. Ons glanced down and said, "The council has reached its verdict." Vay then materialized a scroll. She called out, "Arthur, please." As his hands dropped, he saw his family for the last time. He took a step, and the world grew strangely cold. Vey unrolled the scroll to read. By the power vested in me by the council, the crowd fell silent, listening to her every word. I, General Vey of the Six Mages, hereby declare. Outside, Arthur's family could barely control their emotions hearing Vey's words. Arthur, son of Geno and Alice. She rolled the scroll shut and spoke with an icy tone. The council decrees that due to your excessively violent actions and related unconfirmed circumstances, your mana core will be sealed, your title of mage will be revoked, and you will be imprisoned until further notice. Arthur's expression darkened, the cheerful mask he wore for his family now gone. Vey declared, this sentence is effective immediately. Arthur could only watch as they spoke of him. The crowd on the outside began to murmur. What's going on? What was that explosion? Did he really kill one of the six? Why is there a barrier holding students? Alice was horrified and terrified. Imprisonment? Geno grabbed the bars and screamed, my son. It can't be. His face grew pale, his hands trembling. General, this must be a mistake. The students outside were talking about Arthur. This is insane. He's the one who saved us. Honestly, he probably deserved it. A sharp cry cut through the noise. How dare you? Vey turned. Carlin later strode in, her voice filled with rage. How dare you punish the only person who did what was right? We only survived because of Arthur. If it weren't for him, your six mages would have had no one left to save. She stared Vey down. When my parents hear of this decree, they will have it overturned immediately. But before she could finish, Vey held the scroll before her face. King and Queen later have already endorsed this verdict, along with the King and Queen of Zinner. Hearing those words from Vey's mouth, Carlin later was utterly stunned. She screamed, impossible. They would never. Lin later appeared, placing a hand on her shoulder. He thought, if two kingdoms' rulers approve this, then arguing is useless. Excessive violence. Without context, it sounds like I was the one behind this attack. Hundreds of eyes stared at him with scorn and disdain. He called out to Vey. She turned, a white object in her hand. He asked her tentatively, can I speak to my family one last time before you take me away? She nodded silently. She watched his back as he walked toward his parents. Geno looked at him. Son. Arthur forced his lips to part, then stretched them into a bright smile, a smile that hid an ocean of unspoken grief. He said cheerfully to his family, don't look so sad. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she called his name. Arthur, my love, do you truly not know what's going to happen to you? He quietly lowered his gaze, unable to meet hers. A small voice called, brother. Little Ellie was there, trembling. Arthur reached out and gently stroked her hair. She's grown so fast. I just wish I had more time with her. He caressed her face and said softly, I'm just going away for a little while. He turned his back. I will return. I promise. Geno called his name. Son. He froze for a few seconds. Geno continued, son, no matter what happens, no matter what people say, our family will always be with you. We will always support you. So please, remember to come home to us. Hearing that, his heart ached as tears threatened to spill. He clenched his jaw, holding back the storm of emotions inside. Alice and Geno hugged each other, looking at Arthur as if hoping for something. The arguments around them raged fiercely. Arthur stood silently, as if he had accepted his destiny. Ben and Z seemed unable to reach an agreement, and Vey could only stand between them to stop the confrontation. Ben furiously left with his brother's body, not forgetting to shoot a hateful glare at Arthur. A powerful light erupted from Baden. He launched himself into the sky, shaking the very ground. Ignoring Ben's fury, Onze summoned a flying monster with lava scales to transport Arthur. He assured Arthur it wouldn't burn. Arthur didn't react. He was powerless to do anything anyway. The three of them, Arthur, Ons, and Vey, ascended, beginning their journey. As for Baden, he returned with his brother's body, his brutal aura shocking everyone. The butler saw him and hesitated to even offer a greeting. Baden kicked the door in as servants welcomed him. A maid, seeing his dark mood, nervously asked what he was carrying. Baden's face grew grim as he ordered, get my father. Now, in the room stood only Baron and his father, head of the wife family. He was seething, enraged by his son's shameful death that stained their family's name. He had given Lucas everything, every tutor, every monster core, every elixir. All of it, completely wasted. He continued berating Baron for returning after his failed revenge, for tainting his evening meal with such failure. He raised a hand to strike Byron, but the blow was caught. As one of the 6 lances, Baron's pride wouldn't allow it, not even from his father. The man was all too familiar with his son's arrogance. His anger subsided as he demanded to know what happened. Byron began to recount his brother's demise. According to the witnesses, Lucas had terrorized the academy with a cult led by someone named Geniep. For his crimes, Lucas was brutally eliminated. After hearing the tale, Bayron's father pondered for a moment. They would strike first. He then summoned Adeline. He ordered Adeline to pen a letter to the council. It would state that Lucas was manipulated by Geneb, that his son's death was at the hands of a lawless degenerate who no longer deserved to live. As they held a private funeral for Lucas, he hoped the council would reach a just verdict. With that, Adeline departed. Bayron questioned his brother's funeral arrangements again, but his father's grief from the letter had vanished, replaced by cold indifference. He simply ordered Adeline to handle it. Dissatisfied but silent, Bayron left. Elsewhere, Arthur, Alfred, and Veray soared through the sky. Arthur asked how much farther, and was told not long now. He grumbled about the cuffs. He wasn't foolish enough to try escaping 2 of the 6 lances in midair. Alfred explained they were flying over monster-infested forests. Arthur could become a liability. Arthur scoffed. They were the legendary 6 lances, yet they feared mere monsters. Alfred remained calm at Arthur's taunt. The 6 lances were powerful, but still mortal. The monster forests held countless dangers, a fact even Arthur knew. Caution, therefore, was never a weakness. After his long-winded speech, Alfred sighed, realizing he'd been lecturing a mere boy. Arthur shot back that he was a prisoner, not a boy. Alfred replied calmly, "You can certainly be both a boy and a prisoner." Arthur observed that traveling with Alfred was far better than with Veray. Alfred simply agreed, noting Veray wasn't much for conversation. Their conversation flowed easily after that. Alfred then wondered aloud how Arthur became such a skilled mage. Arthur was curious, since Alfred had never seen him fight. Alfred explained he'd heard Bayron speak of his little brother. The students' accounts filled in the rest. Arthur grew more curious about what Alfred had heard. Considering he was escorting a prisoner, Alfred said nothing more, noting their strange circumstances. Their conversation ended as they reached their destination. Before them, a path like a giant ribbon of ice led to the council's floating castle. A magnificent castle appeared before them, a grand fortress suspended in the sky. At the entrance to the council's floating fortress, 4 figures appeared: Arthur, Alfred, Veray, and Sylvie. Alfred paused his spellcasting, giving a piece of advice. He always carries a bit of earth, especially since the castle's materials couldn't be used for magic. When that failed to open the way, Veray revealed another path, a staircase. They ascended the dark steps towards a brilliant, shining light. The light was so blinding Arthur had to squint. They proceeded down a long, wide corridor. As a precaution, Alfred whispered a warning to Arthur. Inside the castle, speak to no one from the 6 lances. They walked on in heavy silence, observing everything. Arthur recalled a castle from his past life. Like this one, it was beautiful on the outside, but utterly empty and lonely deep within. At last, they arrived. Veray threw open the massive doors, and they proceeded inside. Opposite them sat figures of immense power: the stern king and queen of Sapin, the unyielding king and queen of the dwarves, and finally, the benevolent king and queen of Elenwar. Before these royals, Veray bowed her head respectfully. She announced her mission was complete. Arthur Lewin was before the council. A heavy silence filled the room. As Arthur bowed his head, an enraged voice suddenly boomed, calling him arrogant. It belonged to Dossid Greysaunders. He accused Arthur of seeing himself as their equal, demanding he kneel. Arthur simply met his rage with a sharp gaze. Alduin and Muriel could only manage wry smiles. Then Arthur finally spoke, offering an apology. He explained he was never taught how to properly respect nobility. Glader interjected, calming Dossid's fury. He asked Veray to remove Arthur's manacles to facilitate their discussion. The cuffs were unlocked, giving Arthur some relief. As he rubbed his wrists, Alduin called out his name. He offered his thanks, not just as a leader, but also as a father. Suddenly, Dossid slammed his fist on the table, cutting Alduin off. He roared that they were here as leaders of the continent, not as fathers. Glader added fuel to the fire, saying there was no need to thank Arthur, then condemned him for acting barbarically before killing his classmate. Dossid insisted on reading the report of Arthur's supposed crimes. Glader felt Dossid and his wife were going too far, but despite the sentiment, Dossid stubbornly read the report, condemning Arthur without hesitation. Alduin and Muriel's patience began to wear thin. They demanded Dossid stop, reminding him that Arthur had saved the students at Xyrus Academy. But Dossid refused to yield. He argued Arthur merely used the situation as an excuse for his personal revenge against Lucas Wykes. Anduin listened, but it all sounded absurd. Arthur wouldn't rush into danger for revenge, but even if he did, there was no solid proof. In fact, Arthur risked everything to save countless lives. Lauder spoke up, arguing that Arthur should not face death, but her supposed kindness was a facade. She proposed to leave Arthur paralyzed, breathing but unable to move. At her words, Arthur's eyes narrowed with suspicion. After his wife agreed, Doit thanked the elder profusely. Not stopping there, Doit also targeted the dragon. Maya was utterly speechless. She turned to G's ladder and later for support. J's ladder gently replied that as parents, they agreed. He also acknowledged that Arthur had saved their child's life. Later added that as a leader, he had to consider Deut's perspective. He believed the Dwarven king and queen were being objective. They were thinking of the entire continent. Even so, Anduin vehemently disagreed. Doit exploded, telling Anduin to remember his place. Anduin refused to back down, stating this was not a trial. Doit's harsh words made Jis Siliter and Mayo shoot to their feet. Doit shot back that the continent was on the brink of war, blaming Anduin for losing a critical asset through carelessness. As tensions flared, Arthur tried to speak, but Doit savagely cut him off, giving him no opening. Doit's arrogance infuriated Anduin, yet Arthur persisted. If I cannot reveal the truth, then my presence here is pointless. Arthur wanted to recount what had truly happened so everyone would understand, but the elder only continued her verbal assault. She ordered Enrage to imprison Arthur and his bond. Again, Anduin rose to demand justice, refusing to let the dwarves control the council. From the back, Aegian watched everything in silence. It seemed Doit had found Anduin's weakness and completely neutralized him. Facing this, Anduin fell silent, giving no further reaction. He clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. He then signaled to Ian and with eyes closed, conceded. As for Arthur, he too said nothing. Then, Enrage and his soldiers led Arthur away from the hall. On the way to the dungeon, he realized the direness of his situation. The dwarven royalty was against him, and the sappy monarchs were neutral. They arrived at the dungeon, a grim and chilling place. Arthur's thoughts went to Sylvie. Seeing her trapped, he felt the dragon's deep exhaustion. In his current state, Arthur could only rely on Anduin and Mayo for a way out. The cell bars slammed shut. Anzi looked on with pity, promising to visit him. Here, at least, it was quieter than the council room. Suddenly, a different voice echoed through the dark, calling his name. For Arthur, it was an incredibly familiar voice. He could hardly believe it. Could that be Commander Cynthia? From the other side, a voice asked if he was Arthur. He approached the iron bars, peering out uncertainly. Director Guji, he called out. The sound of their voices echoed in the dungeon. Director Guji explained she had been imprisoned for days, completely unaware of the attack on Xyrus Academy. He told her everything that had transpired at her school, but he still didn't understand why the council had jailed her right after their meeting. Arthur listened intently as Director Guji spoke. She thanked him, expressing her sorrow for all that he had endured. A faint green light from outside cast an eerie calm. Though he'd explained it, she wanted to know more about his fight with Lucas. Arthur explained that Lucas had used a drug, one that had been seen before, but it had a different effect on him. He grew stronger, but remained perfectly lucid. Arthur sighed, adding, he knew exactly what he was doing. Guji was puzzled. Besides Lucas, you didn't see the mastermind? Arthur replied grimly. No, he was gone when I arrived. Why? Guji replied that she just needed to confirm something. Now I understand, she murmured. It was meant to happen, but it shouldn't have been this soon. Their plan is moving faster than expected. Arthur was stunned. What plan? Who are they? His question was met with silence. He spoke in a low voice. I'm starting to form a conclusion, but I pray that it's wrong. Her silver hair hid her face. After being made a scapegoat, she was no longer a director. Seeing his confusion, she slowly answered that this was why she was here. She believed the council would blame her for the incident to divert public attention. She stopped there, sighing softly. I cannot speak of it. I'm afraid I am forced to remain silent about what I know. She trembled as she continued, not by choice, but by force and magic neither of us can resist. Even telling you this much is agony. His mana slowly began to activate as he gripped the bars in fury. A mana oath, how convenient. He slammed his fist on the bars, then slumped down, thanking her for the information. Director Guji could only offer a soft apology to Arthur. Elsewhere, someone burst through a door, shouting, What the hell is going on? Doit roared. Later calmly poured wine into a glass and took a sip. I thought we had an agreement, Doit growled. Later raised a hand to stop him. After finishing his drink, he spoke slowly. I am well aware of our agreement, rest assured. You will have my and my wife's vote. He then frowned, adding, But Doit, don't expect me to make absurd accusations against the boy who saved our continent's future, including my own son. Doit yelled back in his face, Future generation? There will be no future if you don't stand with me. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice low and threatening. If this continent is to have a future, Arthur and his divine beast must be returned to him. That was our deal. Later poured another glass, calmly stating he remembered perfectly. Doit didn't need to remind him. Suddenly, he asked Doit, Do you realize that we are both betraying our entire population? Doit scoffed. Betrayal? This continent is already doomed. There will be no one left to betray. We are simply saving what is important to us. There is nothing wrong with that. Later took another sip, stating bluntly that they were abandoning their people to save their own lives. Doit didn't care. They lived to serve and gain wealth from his continent. Len later swirled the wine in his glass. And what about the people? We have no idea what he'll do to Sapin, let alone Alea, Duat replied, adding, elves are always far too noble for their own good. Unlike them, we know nothing of leadership, Duat smirked sinisterly. Just imagine it, Len. The technology and riches he brings, immortality, power, wealth. Duat was lost in a vision of himself on a mountain of gold. Endless treasure. Can you even believe it? It won't be a dream for long. Len later slammed his glass on the table. Shut up, don't you dare lump me in with scum like you, he roared right into its face. I follow him for my family's benefit. You abandon your own kind for your selfish desires, for power and wealth. What about your people? Did you ever consider what he'll do once he arrives? There will be a genocide, or if he's smart, he'll make them all slaves. His words left Doit frozen in place. But my wife's love for our children outweighs any concern for the human kingdoms. He recalled a sweet memory between father and child, whispering, everything I've done to reach this position was to preserve the glory of the Lair bloodline. I can only hope my ancestors will forgive me. Seeing his despair, Doit turned and left him alone. Lenler tilted his head back, draining his glass. The promised fortune meant nothing to him. His only wish was to become the strongest mage, to make his ancestors proud. The past flashed before his eyes. He saw himself as a pathetic mage, struggling to level up even with countless elixirs. He was jealous of his beloved wife, and even of their own child. But after seeing his father blinded by power, he swore to never forget why he needed strength, to maintain peace and protect his family. The people's trust was a source of strength. But now, even with 2 of the 6 disciples in his grasp, he couldn't shake his feeling of inferiority. Back in the present, Len later staggered to his feet, accidentally kicking a small book. He vaguely wondered if this decision was truly for his family's safety. Or was he just like Doit, craving the power that he had promised? His vision blurred, the glass falling and shattering. Len later collapsed to the floor. He stared up at the ceiling. After a moment of silence, a smirk crept across his face. Len remembered meeting Arthur when he was just a small child. Facing the boy's cold gaze, he thought that the only thing greater than his magic was his bad luck for getting tangled in this mess. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Len later's eyes slowly closed as a quiet apology formed in his mind. He wanted to believe Arthur's sacrifice was for the good of the continent. Yes, it was for the greater good. For the greater good that he had wrought. A dark sky enveloped the black wings of crows. The castle and landscape below looked desolate and abandoned. The crows landed on sharp spikes along a fence. Their eyes were as red as blood. Suddenly, they let out a long, terrifying cry. The crows then bent down, as if gnawing on something. Below, a pair of bloody hands gripped the iron bars. They were Arthur's hands. His mind was filled with questions as he looked up from the ground. He couldn't see the crows from here. To find an answer for himself, Arthur began to climb, ignoring the blood dripping from his hands. He kept climbing to the very top of the wall. It was only then that Arthur sensed something was horribly wrong. The crows were gone. The blood on his hands kept flowing. Now, what appeared before him were human heads, mounted on each spike of the fence. Startled, Arthur fell from that dizzying height. The heads, with puffed cheeks and bulging eyes, turned to watch him fall helplessly. The sight was pure terror. Arthur's desperate scream echoed across the sky. He kept falling, certain his end had come. But then Arthur's heart pounded as he awoke. It was only a dream that felt terrifyingly real. Arthur's whole body was trembling. A sudden noise made him jump. From the shadows emerged IGJs, holding a letter out to Arthur and signaling for him to be silent. Arthur slowly took the letter. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it and began to read. Anduin had written the letter, warning Arthur that time was short. The council would soon declare him and Cynthia Gusky as terrorists. By eavesdropping, Anduin also learned who Arthur was being handed over to and had asked his own father to move Arthur's family to safety. Anduin had to do this. He was repaying a debt to Arthur for everything he'd done to help Teshi Elit. After he finished reading, the letter vanished without a trace. Just then, another pair of feet appeared before the iron bars. It was Byrongu, here to escort Arthur. They were waiting outside the council chamber doors. Byrongu said he was looking forward to this trial, promising to use the same methods on Arthur's family that Arthur had used on Lucas White. Faced with this, Arthur coolly asked, "You really want to fight a 13-year-old? Provoked, Byrongu angrily grabbed Arthur by the collar. He sneered that Arthur was a fool for acting so defiant. Despite his disadvantage, Arthur was fearless, continuing to mock Byrongu's deepest insecurities. He didn't see that he had done anything wrong. The one who was wrong was Byrongu's little brother, and he got the punishment he deserved. Hearing this, Byrongu snapped. He gritted his teeth and threw Arthur to the ground. As he lay sprawled out, a voice boomed from the council room. The verdict was a public execution for Cynthia Gusky. Arthur gasped, worried for her. The massive doors opened, and Cynthia Gusky was led away. Her sorrowful eyes met Arthur's. Arthur could only look back at her with regret. Now, it was his turn to be judged. Arthur grimly walked before the council as Deutsche G.J. Sander opened the verdict scroll. He declared that for his actions, Arthur should have been executed, but the council had decided to be merciful. Deutsche and his wife exchanged a smug look. He continued to read Arthur's sentence aloud. He was to be stripped of his mage title and all the rights that came with it. Arthur would remain in prison until further notice. Deutsche then shifted his gaze, studying Arthur carefully. "You are now permitted to speak." Unafraid, Arthur demanded to know why he was still imprisoned as Lara calmly explained the council needed to monitor the victims. Once the public forgot, Arthur would be freed. Suddenly, he recalled the letter stating he'd be handed over to someone. Realizing his fate, Arthur accepted it but asked about Sylvie. In response, Laudera slammed her hand on the table. She berated Arthur for his audacity after the council's mercy. Anduin then clarified that Arthur had lost his rights as a mage and could no longer keep his divine beast. Crushed and missing Sylvie, Arthur could only clench his fists and nod in understanding to King Eoa. Deutsche sneered from the side, saying Sylvie would be cared for by a much stronger mage. With the matter settled, Lara signaled Begu to return Arthur to his cell and bind him securely as his figure faded away. Arthur was now certain Deutsche G. Sander was happy to be helping Vicha. He numbly savored the sunlight before returning to the darkness. The new cell looked better than the last, but Begu roughly shoved him inside, slamming the door and leaving without a second glance. Once Begu was gone, Arthur spoke to a mysterious figure, admitting the place wasn't so bad if you ignored the iron bars. To Arthur, it was better than the White Room or his previous cell. Then, a figure stepped out from the shadows behind him. This person must have understood his intentions. For Arthur, this was the right person at the perfect time. The man was Quinn's, tall and handsome. He stepped out holding the dragon Sylvie, who was curled up in a deep sleep. Meanwhile, wine glasses clinked in celebration for Deutsche G. Sander and his wife. He held her close, satisfied their plan was working perfectly. In his glee, he mentioned a mysterious figure, saying he would lead the continent into a new era alongside him. Laudera leaned on Deutsche, asking if this person was truly so powerful. Deutsche grew grim, remembering his past facing mana beasts and near-death battles. Yet for Deutsche, nothing was as terrifying as that man. He recalled their first meeting, feeling as if he were facing a god. Deutsche then gloated, smug that he'd been chosen for no clear reason. He began to mock Anduin and Lara because they valued the people more than their own power and status. Deutsche arrogantly claimed he was once stronger, if not for that incident. He stopped, remembering Laudera knew nothing about it. That incident was why he was crippled and never surpassed the orange core. To distract her, Deutsche asked for more wine. Completely oblivious, Laudera didn't notice a thing and simply poured her husband another glass. But in his mind, Deutsche recalled the truth. His affair with a peasant mage's woman, and the moment he was discovered. That mage had struck his mana core. Feeling no remorse, Deutsche believed the woman was honored. But the damage was permanent, even killing the man couldn't fix it. Now, Deutsche was filled only with regret. Laudera's voice, calling his name, shattered his thoughts. She was as arrogant as him, certain the people would always obey. Stroking his beard, she thought of killing anyone who dared to defy them. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered that with his support, they had nothing to fear. Laudera dreamed of wealth, adoration, and immortality, a wicked smile on her face. Then Deutsche remembered something else any married couple would do. But as they lost themselves in fiery passion, their privacy was shattered by an intruder named Andia. In his hand, he held a soulless knight, tossing the body down in front of Deutsche and Laudera. A powerful energy radiated from him. "Forgive the intrusion," he mocked. Deutsche grabbed Laudera, shielding her. Deutsche roared, "Do you know who I am?" Andia calmly replied, "I do." The eye in his forehead flashed as power gathered, his voice laced with contempt. He called them insects that needed to be crushed. His attack descended like lightning, shattering the ground beneath them. But suddenly, Ons appeared, blocking the fatal blow and saving the Sanders. Andia had no desire to fight him. The only thing he truly wanted were the heads of the G.J. Sander family. But Onze, bound by duty, refused. Without another word, he charged Andia. Rings of fire erupted as soldiers of molten rock rose from the earth, surrounding the intruder. Deutsche watched, stunned. 4 or 5 creatures attacked Andia at once, but he repelled them with a single hand, his magic overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene descended into a chaotic blur of power. The lava soldiers were reduced to dust, proving Andia's immense strength. But Onze refused to lose and began a new chant. Magma armor materialized, encasing Onze's body in fire and smoke. Hiding, Deutsche realized this was the source of his pride. Blazing with intense heat, the armored Ons flew toward Andia, raising a fist imbued with all his power and aiming it straight for his foe. Shockingly, a transparent barrier protected Andia. It was so strong that even Onz's full power couldn't leave a single scratch. Then, Andia used his own magic to blast Onz away. And most terrifying of all, he hadn't moved a single finger. Onz slammed into the wall, shattering it. Doit was stunned. Onz was wrecked from just one attack. He had lost an arm in an instant. Despite this, Andia praised his talent, saying Onze could be useful for the continent's future. But not this time. In the blink of an eye, Andia appeared right before Ozek. He aimed a single finger. A tiny spell formed, but its power was immense. At this range, Ozek had no chance. It was a blow that could shatter stone. Doit's grand chamber was blown apart. He could now see the sky from inside his room. His work done, Andia turned towards Doit. He felt bad for keeping his next target waiting, but another challenger arrived. Descending from above was the warrior, Mika. A massive explosion erupted. Mika's eyes scanned the scene. She swiftly closed the distance to Andia, yet Andia remained perfectly still, unmoving. Her first words were an apology to Doit for her tardiness. In response, Doit showed no gratitude, instead screaming at the young woman. Despite this, she gladly put her life on the line for him. Mika moved with incredible agility, lunging toward Andia. She swung her weapon to strike, but Andia dodged with absolute ease. He praised her impressive gravity manipulation. Suddenly, Mika spun around in shock. When did he get behind her? He let out a condescending laugh. Was this her limit? Mika was terrified. She had never faced such power. Provoked by Andia, she gripped her hammer tight, screaming that she had no limits. She then unleashed a devastating blow, but Andia was utterly calm, raising a single finger just as he did with Ozek. The inevitable happened. Mika couldn't evade Andia's attack. As she fell, Andia turned to Doit, whose face, along with his wife's, turned deathly pale. Doit understood the situation. He fell to his knees, begging for his life. But his wife remained arrogant. Seeing this, Doit forced her head to the ground. This scene sparked no interest or pride in Andia. He simply stated there were no gods here, only the Ao clan. Doit pleaded for his life, promising to do anything. Andia smirked, thinking Anna had chosen a worthless pawn. Doit kept begging, his voice trembling. He blamed the one who threatened his wife and people for his submission. Andia seized the chance, ordering Doit to release the two Hexasect members from their oath. When Doit hesitated, Andia opened his third eye as a threat. Doit trembled uncontrollably, not daring to resist. He was taught an oath could never be broken, but his life was on the line. He clasped his hands and began the incantation. A magical purple light emanated from his hands, enveloping both Ozek and Mika. He thought his life was spared. He was wrong. Andia went back on his word instantly. Before Doit could react, he was struck by a fatal blow. His wife met the same fate. She collapsed, her eyes wide open. A wicked smile crossed Andia's face as he announced, "Let the game begin." Meanwhile, Arthur was chained in his cell, clothes tattered. He turned his head and smiled, right on time. Behind him stood Queen Sam, expressionless, holding Sylvia. He gently called his little dragon's name, but she didn't stir. Sylvia is still asleep, he thought, reaching out to stroke her. Queen Sam handed Sylvia to Arthur. "I never expected you and Lady Sylvia to be captured by Vitch's allies so soon." He crossed his arms, saying that saving the academy was noble, but their own safety should have been the priority. Arthur replied, "Some lives were more important." Queen Sam asked if it was for the elf princess. Arthur immediately denied it, confessing it was for the disciplinary committee and his best friend. Queen Sam let the matter drop, but he still had some questions. He didn't get why the culprit also took Arthur's friend. Arthur froze deep in thought, "I don't know, but now that you're here, I need to find them." Queen Sam cut him off, raising an eyebrow. "You want to save your best friend? We've learned they've taken him back." Startled, Arthur asked where. Queen Sam calmly replied, "To the All clan." Arthur slumped onto the cot, placing Sylvia beside him with a sigh. "Damn it." Queen Sam frowned. "You can't even escape this cell. A rescue attempt would be suicide." Arthur clenched his fists in frustration. "I still have to go, hoping Alizar is alive for me to save. But you're so sure I'll die there." He looked up at Queen Sam, desperate. "So what do I do?" Queen Sam replied, "Luckily, the old man left before you arrived. The Vitcha are interested in you, so they will keep you alive." He glanced at the sleeping Sylvia and continued, "But if they discover you possess Lady Sylvia's original will and her daughter, I fear not even the Ao clan can protect you." At this, Arthur exploded in anger. "So that's it? I'm supposed to abandon my best friend?" He was counting on Anduin, believing Queen Sam wouldn't abandon them here. Arthur spoke in despair. "Since most of the council works for Vitcha, my options are limited." He jumped to his feet. "If I flee, the Hexa sect will track my mana signature. If I hide in the beast swamp, the mana beasts will get me." Arthur stared him down. "So what am I supposed to do?" Queen Sam frowned, then sighed. "It seems you've had time to think about your predicament." Arthur spoke with suspicion. House Jander is allied with Vergra, and House Later sides with them. But I feel like they were forced. Queen Sam nodded. Impressive, Arthur. It's time. Their talk was cut short by the cell door opening, and a voice called out. Before them stood Ben Gu. He furiously demanded to know how Queen Sam got inside. Queen Sam simply admitted that he broke in. As he spoke, Ben Gu began casting. Then enough talk. Lightning crackled from his hands, converging into a powerful blast aimed right at Queen Sam. Lightning! Arthur panicked behind Queen Sam, but the man himself remained impossibly calm. Queen Sam raised his right hand, unleashing a cloud of sparkling purple dust. The lightning bolt crashed into him, creating a massive explosion that lit up the entire cell. As the dust settled, Quinlan's face was revealed, completely untouched. He casually called him Brat. Bayard froze in shock, realizing his ultimate attack had no effect. Quinlan clenched his fist, and the lightning simply vanished into thin air. He declared arrogantly, "You are no match for me." Bayard felt provoked. He scowled, his teeth grinding in pure rage. He drew his hand back, preparing to strike again. He stepped into an attack stance, unleashing a barrage of lightning orbs. It seemed Quinlan was growing tired of Bayard's stubbornness. He smirked and said, "Enough." With a single flick of his wrist, he shattered every single lightning orb. Quinlan aimed his magical hand forward, straight at his opponent, and uttered a command. Suddenly, an invisible force slammed down on Bayard, forcing him to his knees. He looked up, teeth clenched in pure fury, his face contorted with rage from the powerful technique. Suddenly, a soft but firm voice cut through the tension. Bayard paused. It was Vada. Seeing her, Quinlan released the magic pinning Bayard, who fell backward from the inertia as she stepped into the cell. Bayard scrambled up, confused. He broke in here. Veda sternly warned that Quinlan was a god, not someone Bayard could address so casually. She bowed low, formally apologizing to Quinlan for the incident. Vada looked up and said, "Our king humbly invites you." A short while later, Quinlan and Arthur arrived at the meeting room as Vada requested. Arthur stared at the strange man, realizing he was no ordinary person. He tried to step back, but Quinlan stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Arthur glanced up with concern, but Quinlan gave a reassuring nod, telling him not to worry. They all took their seats at the table. The man with the eye on his forehead stood up and introduced himself as Andia. He continued speaking in a mocking tone, "I'll make this simple. Quinlan and I have been sent to give you lesser races a chance at survival in the upcoming war with the Vritra." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Frustration and helplessness showed on every face. Cynthia looked back at Arthur's angry frown, her nod confirming Andia's words were true. An elf stood up, voicing their concern. "So the war is truly coming, just as we feared." Andia declared that he had eliminated the traitors and the entire Jander house. Their people would now serve him. He then shook his head, hinting, "But we are also reconsidering poor decisions made in the past." The red-haired young man next to him began to sweat profusely, his face filled with fear. He turned and stammered, "Your powers are clearly far beyond ours. Can't the Asura come to Decathan and defeat the Vritra without the help of us lesser beings?" Andia shook his head. "I'm afraid it's more complicated than that." He began to explain the situation. "The Vritra clan were once Asura who broke our laws. A war of that scale would surely level the world. The Asura and the Vritra signed a treaty. The high races cannot directly attack or interfere with the lesser races." Arthur's voice suddenly cut Andia off. "Then didn't you violate that treaty by killing the Jander house?" He stared at him, completely bewildered. Andia scowled in displeasure, but Quinlan shook his head and answered for him. "Decathan is currently fighting forces led directly by Agrana of the Vritra. He won't break the treaty just to level the playing field." Arthur gritted his teeth in frustration, his fists clenched tightly in protest. "Then, what about the black-horned demons that have occupied our lands? They've been here since before I even knew they existed." His face darkened. He recalled a painful memory and added, "And some have even assassinated members of the Six Lances." The elven man from before shot to his feet. He was shocked, stammering, "How do you know about that?" Suddenly, Cynthia opened her palm. In it lay a cloudy, purple shard of stone. She asked, "Are you perhaps referring to the master of this fragment?" The moment she revealed it, Andia's third eye stared at it in utter astonishment. He immediately turned to Arthur, admitting Quinlan was right. The boy was not ordinary. "The ones who sneak into this hell are not Asura," Andia continued gravely. "Those monsters were once lesser beings like you, but they have undergone countless experiments." The elven girl looked terrified to learn that monsters who weren't Asura could kill the strongest mages of Decathan. She asked in despair if they could possibly win. Andia began to outline a strategy based on what they knew. "The monsters are few. Their leader won't send them recklessly, now that I'm here. Consider me the commander of this war. For the Ashura's sake, I will protect this continent." The meeting ended. Arthur followed Quinlan, holding Sylvie in his arms. He asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Shouldn't we be part of the war planning? Quinlan said confidently, Andia can handle the battle preparations. We're going to visit your home. You'll need to say your goodbyes. Arthur froze, not understanding. Goodbye to what? Where am I going? Quinlan looked back and replied that he was taking Arthur and Sylvie to the homeland of the Ashura. Arthur was stunned to hear he would be training in a fetus. Deep in the dense forest, Arthur followed Quinlan with Sylvie and began to complain. I'm not a fan of trekking through the woods, he asked irritably. Can't you just teleport us closer to Elder Gina's place? Quinlan replied, I could teleport us directly there and shatter the barrier protecting your family from any and all danger. Hearing that, Arthur gave in. Okay, you have a point. Quinlan turned and asked, Now, were you listening to what I told you about Ephaetus and the Great Eight? Arthur replied, Yes. The Asura have clans in Ephaetus. Each clan has many houses, but only one house from each clan is considered one of the Great Eight, and the Vritra belong to the Basilisk clan. Arthur's face grew grim. I still can't believe the other clans tried to assassinate Agrana. I thought negotiation would be the first and only answer for that. You know, for peace and all that, Quinlan replied. From the start, Aena was too dangerous for negotiation. We didn't know his plans for us or what he did in Alaxia, so we agreed. Direct elimination was the only way. At last, they reached a cave entrance, where long vines hung down like a curtain. A strange, faint blue light emanated from within. Trailing Quinsam, Aether asked, But I still don't get why Sylvia was involved, or why she appeared in Dicathan. Aether stepped on a root with a sharp crack. Quinsam replied, Aether, what I'm about to tell you must be kept secret. This is known only to a few members of the Inza clan. Lady Sylvia herself joined the elite division to defeat Aona. Aether's eyes widened in shock. He asked Quinsam, What? They just let her go? You said they only knew Aona was dangerous. Wasn't that a suicide mission? As they talked, they arrived at the entrance, where the curtain of vines swayed gently. Quinsam pushed the vines aside and entered the cave, answering Aether. Lord Inge never gave his permission. She disguised herself, only revealing her identity when it was too late to retreat. They ventured deeper into the cave while talking. Soon, a massive, roaring waterfall appeared before them. Quinsam continued, As for how she was captured or why she hid from us after escaping, I do not know. Aether remembered his time with Lady Sylvia in the cave. They continued through the cavern behind the waterfall. Aether asked again, So what happened to the Ozia who went with her? Quinsam's fist clenched as he replied, Something no commander could have foreseen. Quinsam's eyes grew cold as he recalled. Aona was waiting not just with a larger Basilit army, but with lesser races who shared the Ozia's innate magic. The Vicha clan had interbred with the lesser races in Laxia. This revelation horrified Aether. In disbelief, he asked, What? Quinsam continued. Through breeding and experiments, we were completely outnumbered by tens of thousands of hybrids. Quinsam recounted the scene with a pained expression. Everyone from the division was either killed or captured. Anna himself appeared before Lord Injat, informing him that Lady Sylvia had fallen in battle. Hearing this, Lord Injat seethed with rage on his throne. He gritted his teeth, ready for war despite the costs. But the other clans pushed for negotiation. This stopped the Ozia from acting directly, fearing the consequences it would bring upon the world. If the 7 races were to wage war on Verg, we wanted to shift the blame to the other Basilits in Feudus. Quinsam frowned, recalling. But punishing an entire race for the crimes of a few, just for an experiment, was wrong. Aether whispered, That's horrible. As he walked deeper into the cave, he thought, the other clans of Feudus must have also tried creating powerful warriors through interbreeding, like the Vicha. But their conscience and pride must have stopped them. If Aona has been active all these years, Verg's army must have grown immensely, not to mention the imbalance with Decathan. A sudden thought struck Aether, and he looked up, saying, Wait, the 6 ancient artifacts you gave to the people of Dicathan. Quinsam turned his head and finished Aether's thought. They were given to them to create a more balanced battlefield. Hearing this, Aether frowned. A battlefield. So this is my role? A pawn for the Ozia clans in this war? Quinsam replied. It will be easier for both of us if you see it as protecting your friends and family. He then asked, Speaking of family, have you thought about how you'll tell them? Aether nodded silently. At that moment, Jen, Alice, Eloner, and Gina were all together. Gina handed Alice some food, who accepted it, saying, Thank you, Elder Gina. Jen was also holding a pot. Suddenly, a voice said, That smells amazing. Elonor's head snapped around as she gasped, No way. Aether stood at the cave entrance and suddenly asked, Is there any left for me? Startled, Jen and Alice dropped what they were holding. The family of 3 rushed toward Aether, Elonor shouting with joy. The 4 of them shared a joyous embrace. Alice put a hand on her son's shoulder, while Elonor ruffled Sylvie's hair and asked, Sylvie, are you okay? Aether turned away, still holding Sylvie. He teased, Why don't you ask if I'm okay? The little girl buried her face in his back and replied coolly, You always come back alive anyway, making everyone burst out laughing. Suddenly, a loud noise made everyone's hair stand on end. Aether spoke with resignation to the figure at the cave entrance. Hey, Quinsam, could you be a little more subtle? He introduced him to his family. Everyone, this is Quinsam. He's the one who saved me, and he'll be my future master. The family was intimidated by Quinsam, but he just stared back at them coldly. From afar, Gina bowed deeply. Welcome, Master Quinsam. At that, the family snapped out of their stupor. Jen scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Alice also said, You must be a powerful mage. Thank you for saving our son. Then Alice turned, grabbing Aether's arm and asking, You said he's your future master? Teaching you what? Aether stammered, Well. Before he could finish, Alice said, Never mind, it doesn't matter. Alice cupped her son's face and said gently, You've just returned from a long journey. Why don't you go wash up and have some dinner first? A short while later, Aether had changed his clothes. He sat eating dinner, chatting happily with his parents and sister. A warm fire blazed in the center. Quinsam and Gina watched this scene from a distance. Suddenly, Quinsam cleared his throat. Aether glanced at him, and they exchanged a subtle nod. He put down his plate and said, Elder Gina, may I speak with my parents alone? Elder Gina nodded. Aether led the way, with his parents following him into the room. Before leaving, Jen looked back at Gina, Quinsam, and his daughter arguing loudly with Sylvie. Come on, Sylvie, you can eat it. They sat down, and Jen said, Shouldn't your master be in here with us? Aether shook his head. Alice placed her hand on her son's, asking with concern, Aether, my love, are you worried about us? Aether lowered his head and said, I know I've caused you both so much pain, but there's one more thing I must do. I will tell you everything about it. But before I start, there's something I've debated telling you for a long time. Aether sighed heavily, continuing sadly, Ever since I came to this world, Alice was confused. She asked, Huh? Came to this world? You mean when you were born? Aether replied, Sort of, but not exactly. Alice was bewildered and replied, I don't understand. Atho bowed his head. Please believe me, I remember the moment of my birth clearer than anyone. He gently returned his mother's hands. Atho twisted the ring on his thumb. He looked up, his expression grave. At that moment, I was transported, reincarnated. I was torn from my world and brought to this one. Those shocking words, Alice was stunned, speechless. Zen couldn't believe his ears. Wait, son, say that again. Alice shot up from her seat. She knelt before Atho, her question spilling out. Atho, what are you saying? Another world? Are you all right? She asked, filled with worry. Did your master put these thoughts in your head? Seeing her reaction, Atho softly shook his head. No, mother. My master knows nothing. Only you and father know this truth. He began to explain. I don't know what to call it exactly. I've thought about it for so long, I suppose. It's something like reincarnation. Alice grew more horrified with every word. Atho, did something happen when they took you? What did they do? Come here, let me heal you. Seeing her overwhelming confusion, Zen spoke up. He said calmly, Let the boy finish. Alice turned to her husband, her eyes filled with fear. So Atho described his former world. At least, the parts he could recall. He detailed his role and relationships, proving this wasn't some fabricated tale. All the while, Atho's parents sat in near silence. They listened intently to a story that seemed utterly impossible. Occasionally, Zen would ask a question, his face an unreadable mask. But Alice's shock was impossible to hide. Her face grew pale, her hands trembling as Atho's tale continued. He lost track of time, speaking for what felt like hours. Finally, overwhelmed with information, Zen frowned and asked, This king, that war, and your magical talent. Atho understood before he finished. Yes, the key system of my old world is very similar to the mana system here. And as for that war, you've understood correctly, father. Suddenly, Alice burst out laughing through her tears. Her body trembled as she spoke. I see. It's all a joke, isn't it? Oh, my sweet boy. She turned to her husband, acting as if their son was playing a prank and they'd nearly fallen for it. Alice refused to believe it. She pleaded with Atho. This is a joke, right? Tell me this is just some cruel prank, Atho. Her face was pale, but she forced a laugh. You can't possibly be some dead king, transported into the mind of my unborn son, right? Right? Seeing his mother's desperate expression, Atho was struck with a profound sense of guilt. He lowered his gaze, struggling to speak. I don't know all the details, but I am not joking. At his words, Alice's last hope shattered. She collapsed into her chair, utterly defeated. Memories began to flood her mind. Atho as a baby, cherished by his parents, their home always filled with laughter. Even as he grew older, Alice would still pull him into her arms. She cherished their playful moments together. She recalled Zen lifting a Tho into the air. "Is your hair the only thing getting long?" A Tho would just tease back. "So is your beard, Dad. It's bushier than ever. Are you using it to hide your wrinkles?" She remembered nursing his wounds. Every happy memory they shared now felt like a dagger to her heart. She refused to accept it. This can't be real. She screamed through her sobs. Desperate, she clung to her husband. "Zen, don't tell me you believe him. Our son is sick. Something must have happened. It's not certain," was all he could say, holding her tightly. "My love." Seeing his parents' anguish, Tho couldn't bear it. He turned and left, unable to watch them suffer for his sake. Outside, SV was sound asleep. Tho took a moment to play with his sister, Eli. Even Jin was smiling, while Quinn Sam just watched everyone silently. Just then, Zen stepped out from the tent. He called to his daughter, "Eli, can you go sit with your mother?" Without hesitation, she handed the sleeping SV to Tho. "Yes, father," she replied. As she left, she turned back to ask, "Are you feeling better?" As Eli rushed inside, she suddenly stopped. Then, she turned and threw her arms around her brother, taking him completely by surprise. She held onto Tho for a long moment. He understood, patting her head fondly. "Looks like you're the one comforting me now." Eli smiled warmly. "I won't ask questions if you leave, just as long as you always come home." A while later, Tho and Zen walked outside. He asked about his mother. Zen told him that she had fallen asleep. He added that Alice was still in deep shock. Tho remained silent upon hearing this. Perhaps there was nothing left for him to say. Tho then asked once more, "So, do you and Mom believe me?" Zen answered calmly, "You have no reason to lie to us." He began connecting the pieces. Besides, it all makes a terrifying kind of sense. Your early awakening, your skills. It all fits. Seeing his father's calm acceptance, Tho asked, "Father, are you all right?" Suddenly, Zen's composure snapped. He whipped around. "Am I all right? Of course not. This isn't something a person can just accept. Are you Tho, or Jay, or someone else entirely?" He grew more agitated. "Our memories, were they all a lie? Were you just playing the part of the son we always wanted?" He was completely lost. "How am I supposed to treat you now? You're actually older than me. Yet you're my 13-year-old son." The thought of Alice made him lose control, and he yelled, "Your mother raised you from a helpless infant. She mothered a middle-aged man, thinking you were her own flesh and blood." Overcome with rage and grief, Zen slammed his fist into a nearby stone wall. The impact shattered the stone. Tho could only bow his head in silence. His knuckles were bruised and bleeding. "I'm sorry, but are you truly our son? Did you take the body of our unborn child, the one who was supposed to be our son, or did something else happen?" To these questions, Tho had no answer. After his outburst, Janelle regained his composure. "I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm just so confused right now." Arthur then dropped the formal address. "You're right." Janelle's face was full of sorrow as he continued. "Like I said before, I truly don't know why. Perhaps I saw where your son might be, but I don't know how that led me to this place." Arthur turned away, his voice heavy. "I never wanted to hide this, but now I question my choice. I've wanted to tell you for so long, but I never found the courage." Arthur then revealed he had to say this before he left. The words stunned Janelle, who never imagined he would go. He gave a bitter smile. "Yes, given the situation, it's better if we're apart." Janelle asked anxiously how long he'd be gone. The answer, at least a few years. Hearing the time frame, Janelle's shoulders slumped in sadness. That long? He was at a loss for words. Arthur sighed and started to walk away, leaving Janelle alone. After a few steps, he paused. "You know, I have no memories of my family from my past life. Growing up with no one to truly love me, I became an unbeatable warrior, but a terrible person. But since coming here, you, your wife, and then Eli, taught me something I had never known before. I may not be the strongest warrior or mage here, but I'm a much better person than I was before. I'm sorry for hurting you both. Thank you for teaching me how to be good." As Arthur spoke from the heart, happy memories with his family flashed through his mind. At these words, Gino couldn't hold back his tears. Arthur, too, was crying uncontrollably. Through his tears, he thanked Janelle for loving him as a son. Then Arthur finally walked away, leaving Janelle to weep in absolute agony. A short while later, Arthur returned to the tent. Jinya and Quinsam were waiting. Seeing him, Quinsam stood up. "I see you've settled your affairs. Are you ready?" Arthur simply nodded. "Yes, let's go." But Jinya stopped him. "Wait, aren't you going to say goodbye to your family?" Lifting Sylvie into his arms, Arthur replied, "It's not necessary. I've done all I need to hear." He then bowed his head. "Thank you. Please, watch over them for me." But she grabbed his arm, her voice laced with worry. "Arthur, please, Your expression is terrifying. It doesn't suit someone with such a kind heart. I'm only now beginning to grasp the weight of the wars you face, she warned him gently, but do not fall back into your old ways. You know better than anyone. The deeper you fall, the harder it is to climb out. After her warning, she urged, now go. I promise to handle things here. With that, Quinsam placed a round device on the ground. He cut his own hand, letting a few drops of blood fall into the center. Instantly, a magic circle flared to life, casting a brilliant, blinding light. Arthur then asked, hey Quinsam, is there something strange about my face? Quinsam replied coolly, your expression reminds me of the Pantheon Asuras of Photius. They are master warriors who hide their emotions to fight effectively. A useful method. Quinsam then confirmed, are you certain you've settled everything here? I need your full focus when we arrive in Photius. Though his heart was heavy, Arthur's voice was firm. I'm ready. And just like that, he and Sylvie vanished, teleporting to Photius. But Janelle, left behind, was still tormented. I hate what happened. A part of me wishes I'd told Arthur it was okay, that he's still family. But a bigger, uglier part of me wishes he had never told us at all. Finally, he dragged his heavy feet back toward his tent. The anguish hadn't faded. Janelle could only bury his weary face in his hands. He'd always known Arthur was different, even as a child. Perhaps accepting it was too much for his pride. His selfish pride. That maybe, just maybe, he was raising a once-in-a-millennium genius. Janelle walked on, lost in thought. The signs were always there. The boy's strange behavior. His unnatural mastery of the sword. His talent as a mage. Janelle approached and sat down beside Jania. She sadly confirmed Arthur's departure, but he already knew. Then she added quietly, I was dreading the day he would finally tell you. Her words took him by surprise. Janelle never thought that Jania already knew. She spoke sincerely. I have seen many things, but that boy is the only one who has ever forced me to use this old mind to its limits, just to guess at his future. When she called Arthur, that boy, Janelle corrected her. He's not a boy, Jania simply replied. To me, he is. Just as you are still a child to me. She then looked to the sky, sharing her thoughts. I've always found it rather funny. People's assumptions about age and intellect. That age brings wisdom, and intellect brings logic. Janelle listened in silence, saying nothing. She then turned to him, her eyes sharp. Combine the two, and you get a cold, calculating person. Wouldn't you agree? She suddenly placed a small pouch on the bench, leaning in close to challenge him. Do you not think of me as such a person? He answered quickly. Of course not. But I don't see what this has to do with Arthur. Jania explained. Didn't you just wish Arthur hadn't spoken, that you'd be happier not knowing who he truly is? She read Janelle like an open book, placing a finger on his chest. And I bet you're wondering why he chose to tell you at all, aren't you? The heart is always the brain's greatest enemy. But Jania said for men, the brain's true foe is something else entirely. She then consoled him, saying emotions will always oppose logic, efficiency, and anything practical. It can get us hurt or even killed, but we are powerless to change it. It makes us weaker alone, but so much stronger together. Hearing this, Janelle couldn't help but wonder. So Arthur had acted on emotion, not logic, when he shared this with them. Jania let out a laugh. Haha, how would I know what he was thinking? But Jania did know one thing. She knew that boy since he was just a child in this world, and he'd been through so much since then. Stretching as she stood up, she added, perhaps this is a big step he must take to finally break free from his comfortable shell. She then handed Jenna a bag. Hold this for me, while I go prepare some food for your wife. Arthur's master said it's a gift for the Lin clan. Seeing a gift for his clan, he opened it with surprise. A present? Inside the bag was a small, adorable bear cub. Eli appeared from nowhere, startling him. Oh, it's so cute, Dad. What is it? Can I keep him? Jeno turned, saying she'd scared him and that he wasn't sure about keeping the animal. But Eli didn't hear him. She was lost in the bear's eyes. They were the same color as hers, a perfect copy. And just like that, Jeno let Eli cradle the little bear in her arms, thinking to himself, I once dreamed of riding a powerful magical beast into combat. If my daughter had a spirit beast to protect her, that would be great. Eli, overjoyed, named the little bear Boo. The name left her father a bit confused, so Eli explained, the two black dots on its face make it look constantly annoyed. And it was true, the cub looked like it was pouting about something. She then hugged Boo and announced that her mother was awake. A moment later, Jeno entered the room to see his wife. She wasn't sure how long she'd slept, but he told her it had been a few hours. She then asked about Arthur's situation. He's already gone, isn't he? Jeno simply replied, yes. Alice's face fell as she asked Jeno a question. Am I a terrible person? He comforted her. No, why would you think that? With tears welling up, she confessed. I called Arthur a lunatic. I didn't want to. I didn't mean it. I truly didn't. Holding Alice tightly, Jenna reassured her. That's a normal reaction. I don't think anyone could easily accept what Arthur told us. Despite his words, she bit her lip, crying silently. Alice couldn't stop blaming herself. Does it make me a monster? That I doubted if Arthur was even our son. Her question caught Jenna completely off guard. He didn't answer, but thought, I want to tell her no, but how can I? I feel disgusted with myself for having the exact same thought. And so, Jenna's mind drifted to the past. Alice carried their son for 9 long months. She nurtured him, cared for him when he was sick, and taught him everything about this world. And now, everything she knew about that child turned out to be a lie. I have to be strong. I need to be the rock my wife can lean on. Lost in thought, he clenched his teeth, holding back his emotions. Suddenly, Alice looked up and apologized to Gino, but he just pulled her into a tight embrace. You have nothing to be sorry for. We just need some time to sort through our feelings. Arthur knew this. That's why he told us everything before he left. Then Alice asked how long he would be gone, and Gino told her he'd said a few years. Through her tears, she wondered, I wonder what our son would have been like if Arthur hadn't taken his place. Her words struck Gino like a dagger. It pained him even more to see her thinking this way. Alice, please don't say that. Don't ask those kinds of questions. But she couldn't stop. Would he be brave and outgoing like you? Or maybe cautious and shy like me? Her questions twisted the knife in their hearts, forcing Gino to stop her. My love, please don't. Arthur is Arthur. But Alice challenged him. And what is Arthur? Our son? Her sobs grew louder as she voiced the regret they both felt. Don't you realize it, Gino? In this whole conversation, we haven't once called Arthur our son. Gino could only freeze, his own eyes filling with tears. And so they held each other, leaning on one another in their moment of deepest sorrow. Gino, being stronger, tried to comfort his wife. Right now, just like you, it's hard for me to say with confidence that Arthur is our son. Hopefully, that will change when we see him again. But that doesn't change the fact that we've considered him family for over 13 years. The more Alice heard, the more she wept. Gino recalled the countless happy moments their family had shared. He said bitterly, we laughed, we fought, we celebrated, and we cried together. Isn't that what truly brought us together as a family? Not by the blood that flows in our veins, not by who we were in the past, but by everything we have experienced together, right? Remember when Arthur risked his life for you on our way to Xyrus? He wouldn't have done something like that if he didn't truly care for you. Gino did his best to lift her spirits. Alice, you're not a bad person. We just need time to think through all of this clearly. Hearing her husband's rational and comforting words, Alice tried to stop crying. A bit embarrassed, she said, Gino, don't look at me. I probably look awful right now. As Alice wiped her tears, Gino suddenly grabbed her hand. He pulled her close, placing a loving kiss upon her forehead. Afterwards, the couple looked at each other with deep affection. Gino didn't forget to praise her, saying Alice was very beautiful. They leaned their heads together, as if to comfort one another. Suddenly, Eli called out from outside, Mom, come see Boo, startling both parents. Alice was confused. Who's Boo? Gino just laughed, I'll tell you later. And with that, Alice's tears stopped, replaced by a gentle smile. Then Gino hugged his wife tightly, and they both shared a happy laugh. The scene changes. A path lined with cherry blossoms in full, poetic bloom. Using a magic circle, Arthur and Quain had teleported to Thetis. In his arms, he carried Sylvie, while he himself took a moment to look around. A truly breathtaking landscape unfolded before Arthur's eyes. He gasped, so this is the land of the Asuras. It's beautiful. Then he and Quain walked forward. Quain led the way, introducing, Welcome to Thetis, or, more precisely, the castle of the Indrith clan. Arthur was a little surprised. Before him now stretched a vast, open space. A magnificent, glorious castle appeared, the whole scene like a grand, epic painting. Arthur still held Sylvie tightly in his arms as he took each step forward. The path remained filled with cherry blossoms. He and Quain continued to walk down the path. After a long walk, they finally arrived before the gates of the magnificent castle. Right before stepping inside, Arthur observed with a hint of nervousness. As he walked, he wondered, were there no guards? Quinsam explained they'd been watching since they crossed the bridge. He then entered first, telling Arthur, come on, we shouldn't keep Lord Injat waiting. And so, they entered the magnificent castle. A massive gate opened, with Quinsam leading Arthur. Awed by its sheer grandeur, Arthur could only stare. Walking onward, he thought to himself, so this is Sylvie's home. Arthur then asked, anything I should know before meeting this lord? Sylvie's grandfather. Hearing this, Quinsam's brow furrowed. Unfortunately, even I don't know what to expect. This situation is highly unusual. After a brief exchange, they reached another great gate. Suddenly, 2 figures blocked their path, apparently the lord's personal guard. The woman spoke. Elder Quinsam, so you finally brought the human boy, her companion added. Is it truly right for a human to hold the princess? Hearing their challenge, Quinsam warned, enough. Snight, they have already formed a pact. Now, are you going to let us pass? Faced with his question, X-Knight could only silently agree. The two guards turned and left without another word. The gate was then opened by the guards. Arthur felt a surge of tension before meeting Sylvie's grandfather. As the doors swung wide, light spilled out from within. At last, Arthur and Quinsam stepped inside. There, on the throne, sat Lord Injat. He had been awaiting their arrival and that of his granddaughter. Quinsam immediately knelt in reverence but was told to rise. A sense of unease crept into Arthur's mind. So this is Lord Injat. I can't sense his aura at all. Suddenly, a shockwave coursed through his body. Overwhelmed by pain, Arthur collapsed to his knees. He had no idea what was happening. He looked down at his trembling hand, where a strange mark had appeared. It was searing his skin. Instantly, Arthur was forced to his knees. It was as if some unseen force controlled him. Seeing this, Lord Injat let out a long sigh. Suddenly, Sylvie vanished from Arthur's arms. He looked up in shock toward Lord Injat. Arthur was stunned, wondering how the Lord had reclaimed her in an instant. Noticing his expression, Injat asked condescendingly. Then, he questioned him directly. Did I give you permission to hold my granddaughter? Observing Sylvie, Lord Injat began his critique. It seems you haven't trained her at all. Her mana level is shamefully low. He glared toward Arthur. And seeing her in hibernation, you must have overworked her. Arthur seethed at these words but held his tongue. Sensing the tension, Quinsam quickly bowed his head. My lord, I beg your forgiveness. I should have trained Princess Sylvie while in Dekeathan. If you wish, my lord, I can begin her training immediately. But Lord Injat immediately refused his offer. He declared he would personally care for Sylvie and needed no one's help. A wave of anger washed over Arthur, his fists clenching and trembling. Injat then lightly touched Sylvie's head, and her ears suddenly perked up. Waking to see her grandfather before her, Sylvie was terrified. Her face was a mask of terror before Injat, who simply stared back coldly. They hardly seemed like a loving family. Worried, Sylvie turned to ask Arthur, Father, where am I? Arthur desperately wanted to reach out and hold her, but he stopped himself. Restraining himself, he told her they were just far from home and asked how she was. Little Sylvie let out a long yawn and replied, I'm sleepy. Can I go back to sleep? Arthur smiled softly and nodded, letting her rest again. His expression hardening, Arthur addressed Lord Injat directly. He voiced his confusion. Elder Quinsam explained you needed me, but not why I was brought here. If this is just about training, wouldn't an isolated dungeon back in Dekeathan have been more suitable? Why bring me to the land of the gods? The Lord paused, then answered. I believe you are the key piece we need to fight Anna and his growing army. With that said, Lord Injat asked Arthur, I assume you understand our mutual interest in winning the coming war, don't you? Injat stated it would be best to assign experts to help Quinsam with Arthur's training. Therefore, consider it an honor. Only the most talented youth receive the training you're about to undergo. But for Arthur, it wasn't a satisfying answer. He pressed further. How do you know when this war will come? How much time do we have? Seeing his persistence, Injat replied coldly, That is my concern. Focus on your training. I will inform Quinsam when it is time for you to return to your homeland. Hearing this, Quinsam turned and began to pull Arthur away. But Arthur persisted, asking about Sylvie's fate. As a servant carried Sylvie away, the Lord answered, She will remain with me until her own training is complete. Seeing that he was being separated from Sylvie, Arthur let out a sharp, What? Making Injat turn to look. Though Quinsam pulled him away, he kept demanding, How long will it take? When can I see Sylvie again? But no answer came for Arthur as he was led away. Meanwhile, Sylvie slept soundly, oblivious to her own fate. A moment later, Arthur and Quinsam were outside the castle. Arthur's mind was still racing with questions. I still don't understand the point of that meeting. Arthur admitted he could handle the Lord's criticism, but not being separated from Sylvie. Hearing that, Quinsam explained, Your relationship with the Asura clan is a reluctant compromise, at best. That is why our Lord chose to meet with you privately. Quinsam tried to reassure Arthur. Having to rely on what we see as a lesser being, it has wounded our pride. Do not worry. Neither you nor Princess Sylvie will be mistreated. He turned back, affirming, You are both far too important to us. Hearing this, Arthur replied, So that's what Lord Injat meant, the key piece for the war. After walking a while longer, Quinsam gripped his arm, announcing, We're here. Surrounded by nothing but rocks and flowers, Arthur scoffed. What? We walk for hours just to train in a place like this? But Quinsam simply warned him to hold on tight. Suddenly, a fierce gale whipped up, shocking Arthur. He felt an invisible force pulling at his entire body, and just like that, Atho was pulled into a swirling portal. He emerged in a vast cave before a shimmering pool of water. Quinn Sam appeared moments later. He called out a greeting, glad to see Cozy again. From the shadows, a voice answered back. I'm glad to see you too, Elder Quinn Sam. Cozy's figure emerged with his words. He approached, asking, You must be the human, Athen. Quinn Sam made the introductions. Atho, this is my best friend Kosi. He's a D's warrior of the Asupanshan tribe, like Andia. Atho, slightly bewildered, replied, It's an honor to meet you. Spotting the shimmering orb, Cozy had a question. Quinn Sam, did Lord Yizat truly give you that ether orb? Quinn Sam confirmed that he had. The orb glowed with an arcane blue light, resting in Quinn Sam's palm. Cozy remarked that Lord Yizat was investing heavily in Atho, but he was still curious. What was the ether orb? Cozy explained while stepping forward. It will be essential for your training. We'll use the Dragon Clan's power to manipulate ether. It's a mighty element that pervades the entire universe. It separates your soul from your body and even manipulates time. Atho grew more confused. Quinn Sam added, Lord Yizat also granted us his private training grounds. Wherever Quinn Sam walked, the water parted before him. The ether-rich liquid here accelerates training and heals any injuries. Seeing the water rising around him, Atho cried out in panic. Wait, what's happening? Quinn Sam just gave a cryptic smile. You'll see soon enough. A memory flashed through Quinn Sam's mind. A lightning-fast punch flew straight at his face, too quick to block. In that memory, he recalled his brutal regimen, 8 hours of combat, followed by 10 hours of meditation. The memory showed Quinn Sam being kicked to the ground by a trainer. He struggled back up, recalling the training, though flawed, taught him vital pressure points. Quinn Sam also recalled how brutal and seemingly senseless the training techniques were. Staring at the blood on his calloused hand, Quinn Sam clenched his fist, his resolve hardening against any challenge. He followed the regimen completely, attending every session. Gritting his teeth, he braced for the trainer's next attack. Quinn Sam recalled how his classmates beat him down, forging his current strength. It was ironic how easily the memory returned in this familiar situation. The scene was a perfect echo of his past. Atho was being overwhelmed by Cozy, unable to even breathe. He blocked Cozy's arm, but his legs moved like lightning. Atho was swept down in an instant. He lay broken on the grass, his body covered in wounds. The moment he opened his eyes, Cozy's fist was already flying towards him. The blow descended with the force of a collapsing sky. It missed his face, but the impact shattered his arm. Atho let out a piercing scream, his face twisted in bone-deep agony. Blood trickled from Atho's mouth. He staggered to his feet, clutching his ruined arm as he faced Kosi once more. Again, Kosi swept his legs and he fell. A voice called out, Enough! Atho jolted awake in the pool, gasping, his eyes wide with horror. Atho felt a wave of nausea. He tried to cover his mouth, but it was no use. He retched, emptying his stomach. Kosi simply stood by and watched. When it was over, Atho wiped his mouth, looking slightly relieved. He turned to Quinn, Sam, and Cozy, declaring he could continue. Impressed, Cozy asked, How long has it been? About 5 minutes, Quinn Sam replied. 5 minutes outside equaled about 1 hour inside. At this rate, Atho would never be ready for the coming battle. Quinn Sam turned to him with a warning. The more you're ejected from the spirit realm, the less time we have. Atho sighed. Don't blame me, Quinn Sam. Blame Cozy for kicking me out every few minutes. Cozy retorted that he only used moves Atho could handle. Even the Algia struggled with this pressure. He leaned in, praising Atho for handling the near-death experience so well. Wasting no more time, Cozy signaled to resume. The water below began to surge, enveloping both Atho and Cozy. Soon, Atho's face was gaunt and worn. After more than a week of this torture, he knew this was Lord Izat's private training ground. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Cozy's hand landed on his shoulder. But this time, Atho dodged Cozy's attack. In his soul state, he had endless tries, and thanks to the ether orb, the crushing pain of death was lessened. It made Atho wonder how agonizing it would be in his physical body. Just then, he failed to dodge. Cozy closed the distance in a flash. Atho had lost count of his defeats on that grassy field. Including rest, he'd endured months of this training. Cozy remained as calm and patient as ever. And again, Atho fell. That field of grass was becoming his second bed. Atho recalled his first time in the spirit realm. He couldn't even react to the first blow. Cozy's attack never changed, but it took weeks for Atho to barely dodge it. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to trust his body. And again, he jolted awake in the pool. Atho gasped for air as the voice continued. Your body is the one thing that will not betray you. Ashamed, Atho admitted the power gap with Cozy was just too vast. In the spirit realm, a blast of energy shot at him from behind. He dodged, but it left a shallow cut on his face. The clash between Atho and Cozy raged on. The wind howled across the endless green field. Atho had improved, and Cozy praised him for lasting longer than before. Cozy's voice pushed him. Forget the pain. Can your body endure? Keep going. Don't give up. CJ offered these words of encouragement to Arthur, whose limbs were still flailing wildly. In a moment of carelessness, C leaped and kicked Arthur squarely. He crashed down, clutching his wound, his face swelling as he struggled to recover his strength. C's shadow fell over him, blocking the harsh light. Sid still offered a word of praise for not suffocating. In response, Arthur made his feelings perfectly clear. He shot Sid the middle finger. Sid just gave a warm smile, telling Arthur to rest until his soul had recovered. Suddenly, a stream of purple magic appeared, slowly mending Arthur's wounds. Sid then suggested they pause training for a while. Arthur didn't get it. Was he not learning fast enough? That wasn't it at all. His ability to learn was truly formidable, but with his stubbornness, Sid feared Arthur would break down at this pace. Sid sat down on the grass as he spoke. Arthur did the same, and they faced each other to continue. Arthur was confused. The healing magic would prevent his death, and his soul was recovering quickly. If Sid just went easier, he'd be fine. But Sid wasn't talking about physical damage. He pointed to his head, saying the real damage would be here. Sid explained that constantly experiencing death leads to a level of pain even the Asura's fear. It would begin to defeat the purpose of their training. Endure too much pain, and the body will instinctively shut down. But regardless of Arthur's will, just enough pain would become his strongest sword and shield. Arthur heard the warning but stubbornly demanded to continue. In response, Sid decided to reveal a glimpse of his true power. A terrifying aura exploded from him, making Arthur tremble. Before he could blink, Sid lunged, his arm piercing straight through Arthur's chest. Arthur coughed up blood as Sid gently laid him down. Sid himself could feel that Arthur's instincts were different from others. Along with things to learn, there are things to unlearn. Sid gently stroked Arthur's hair like a brother, vowing to make him an unrivaled warrior. Then, Sid decisively pulled his arm out, leaving a gaping hole in Arthur. Arthur shuddered, but was it from the fatal wound, or the thrill of training with such a master? Or perhaps from the coming battle he was preparing for? Lying motionless on the grass, blood slowly pooled beneath him, but Arthur's expression was one of pure bliss. Lying alone under the vast sky, Arthur felt a mixture of all these things. Sid stood opposite Arthur, a short sword in his hand. His body radiated an invisible and terrifying pressure. Facing Sid, Arthur tensed up, thinking to himself, this guy is a true monster. Sid's two lower eyes had turned completely white, emitting a faint, ghostly glow. His upper two eyes, with their black pupils and golden irises, were wide open, making him even more fearsome. He was a true predator. His voice echoed, I'm coming, Arthur, be ready. Under the pressure, Arthur braced himself, then shot towards Sid in a flash. His longsword ready to swing, Arthur realized Sid had already read his moves. He clicked his tongue. Damn it. Just as Arthur guessed, Sid spun with a kick, his short sword ready. A loud clang echoed as Sid effortlessly blocked the attack. However, Arthur didn't stop, immediately darting behind his opponent, swinging his sword to strike Sid from the rear. But Sid once again read his movement and blocked it. Arthur cursed his miscalculation. Over a month had passed outside, meaning nearly a year had gone by in here. Arthur's footwork was solid as he dodged Sid's attack, sliding to a stop on the grass. He panted from exhaustion but never let his guard down, watching to see where Sid would attack from next. Arthur immediately spun around, slashing without hesitation, but Sid calmly dodged. He dashed toward Arthur, impressed by his progress. He said, Your movement is improving, even under the pressure of my aura. He then swung his short sword across Arthur's body. It was too sudden. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Arthur used all his might to block with his sword. A deafening clang rang out. Arthur was thrown backward but managed to land on his feet. From the force of the blow and Sid's aura, Arthur's body trembled, but he held his sword tight and steadied his breath. Even though his body had reached its limit, he stepped towards Sid to continue the fight, but the inevitable finally happened. Arthur had no strength left. His calloused hands could no longer grip the hilt of the sword. Arthur's entire body collapsed. As he gasped for air, Sid praised him. Not bad. He then retracted his aura, removing the pressure. The oppressive energy vanished. Arthur lay sprawled on the grass, panting as he asked Sid, this time, how long did I last against your king's force? Sid answered nonchalantly, You're improving. Hearing the cold reply, Arthur pushed himself up. He asked again, Not long enough, was it? Sid calmly replied, Don't fixate on it. He then rallied Arthur's spirits. Let's go again. But this time, no weapons. I know you prefer the sword, and it's a fine blade. But for a mage, hand-to-hand combat is the most versatile style. Understanding, Arthur sighed with regret, sheathing his sword. Sid continued gently, For the war to come, I need to mold your bones. build your muscles, and forge your mind to its absolute limit, so you become the knight who can protect your continent and the ones you love. Your performance in close combat has been impressive, but your fighting style is better suited for one-on-one duels. Arthur was surprised to hear Sid's praise, but his spirits sank with Sid's very next words. He stated, "The Aja clan is forbidden from this war. Thus, their descendants, the half-breeds, will be their strongest force. To prepare you for enemies with Asusa blood, I'm limiting your mana use. You must learn true precision. In a real fight, enhanced physical power, combined with precise mana control, is the most effective way to take down an opponent." Stealing his resolve, Etho took his fighting stance once more. He replied to Cody, "Understood." In response, Cody unleashed his oppressive aura again. Cody approached him. Lesson 1 is survival. You will learn to fight and evade at far greater speeds. Next, you'll fight under immense pressure, under the weight of my royal aura, or killing intent, as you call it. Your endurance has grown these past few months, but the third point is your narrow field of vision. As he spoke, Cody vanished, appearing suddenly behind Etho, but Etho managed to spot him just in time. Etho spun around, his fist clenched tight. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches at Cody, a storm of powerful, relentless strikes, but Cody blocked every single blow, effortlessly. He praised Etho, saying, "A fine punch indeed." Etho. Then he sidestepped with ease, dodging the attack. Etho, having put too much force into the blow, stumbled forward, unable to redirect his momentum. Etho's fist struck nothing but air. Cody watched him and asked, "How much of your strength did that powerful punch just waste? Could you keep that up for 2 or 3 days straight?" Listen, proper mana distribution is crucial in a prolonged fight. The same goes for your body. Mana is a tool, like a sword you must master. Your body is the foundation that brings those tools together, creating a true warrior. As he spoke, Cody blocked another attack. He seized Etho's wrist, slipping behind him, and twisted his arm before landing a heavy blow right between his shoulder blades. His arm locked and his body struck. Etho froze in shock. Cody reminded him, "Defend yourself with mana. Etho, I'm giving you permission." Instantly, Cody slammed a palm into Etho's back, forcing his own mana into the boy's body. As the foreign power surged through him, Etho gritted his teeth in agony. A cold sweat broke out as his body convulsed. Overwhelmed by the immense power, he screamed. As his body hit its breaking point, his own vast mana erupted from within. A shockwave of mana bathed everything in a golden light. When Etho next awoke, he found himself submerged in a pool of pure, clear water. His head was still spinning, but Etho managed to sit up. Cody noticed another student arriving. "Ah," he said. "There you are." The student walked past Etho to formally greet his master. With hands clasped, he stood at attention and reported to Cody, "My apologies for the delay, master." The boy then noticed Etho for the first time. He shot him an arrogant glance, then turned away with a dismissive scoff. Curious, Etho approached Cody and his student. He asked who the boy was. Cody calmly replied, "Etho, I'd like you to meet Taichi, your new training partner." Hearing this, both Taichi and Etho stared blankly. Taichi, especially, couldn't believe his ears. Suppressing his shock, the boy questioned Cody, "A training partner?" "Master, I thought I was finally ready for private lessons," Cody answered bluntly. "Taichi, your training will be to fight Etho. Now, come here so we can begin." He then walked toward Etho. Taichi looked down on humans with disdain. He grumbled to Cody, "Master, what could I possibly gain from training with this lowly creature?" Cody frowned. "Etho is under my special tutelage. You've been given the honor of training with a rare talent, and you dare to complain?" Taichi pouted and shook his head. "No, master. I just feel it's a waste of your valuable time to train a mere human." Cody let out a disappointed sigh. He turned to Etho. "Listen, though everyone in the Panthy tribe uses mana differently, Taichi has been trained in the Tai SCT method to increase his attack range. By sensing an enemy's weight distribution and power flow, you can counter with the perfect amount of force. This way, you use less energy to break their attack, conserving your own strength for the counterstrike. I've only given you the basics, Etho. I want you to learn the rest by sparring with Taichi." The three sat in a triangle surrounded by a circle of water. After the explanation, Cody addressed Taichi. "Taichi, you may use your full strength against Etho. Do not worry about causing serious injury. You two are permitted to go all out here." Hearing this, Taichi let out a smug grin. Etho sat straight, listening intently to Cody's words. Then, Cody gave him his conditions. "Etho, you are forbidden from using mana. You may only dodge and evade. Your only counterattack is to throw your opponent." The rules Cody set for Etho seemed incredibly unfair. Taichi asked Kodai, confused. Master, this is unfair. Shouldn't my mana be restricted, not the humans? Kodai just frowned at his disciple. Taichi, I am tired of your complaints. Are you questioning my judgment? Taichi stammered, and no, of course not, master. Kodai then announced, then let the training begin. In a flash, Taichi and Atho were teleported to the spirit realm. Taichi immediately launched a kick, but Atho dodged it just in time. Taichi followed up with a swift punch. Again, Atho spun out of the way. Surprised by his speed, Taichi gave chase. The boy shot toward Atho like an arrow. Watching from the outside, Kodai silently made his assessment. Though only 7 years old, Taichi's talent was extraordinary, enough to catch the eye of the clan elders. Yet, against his lightning-fast assault, though expertly parried every blow, after only a few days, and with all his restrictions, Atho was already starting to catch up to Taichi. His footwork, his evasions, his movements, they were all becoming faster, more precise. It was as if his body was instinctively shedding every wasted motion. Watching Atho calmly evade Taichi's relentless assault, Kodai was stunned, wondering to himself, how is this possible? How many battles has he fought to gain such masterful insight? Facing another fierce strike from Taichi, Atho instantly brought his arms up to guard, a successful block. Kodai was lost in thought. After watching the battles of the past few days, he thought back on all his years as both a warrior and a master. I've trained many top-tier disciples in the Thai ST Guild. He watched as Atho flawlessly recovered from the blow, landing in a perfect defensive stance. Adjusting his own breathing, C realized that training this boy, Atho, sparked a feeling he had never known before. Excitement, reverence, and pride, a torrent of emotions he couldn't even feel for himself. There was no telling what Atho could become, and the desire to find out thrilled C. If only Atho were born in Aja, he'd be an elite even among the highest ranks. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Atho read Taichi's trajectory, catching his fist mid-air. The boy was thrown off balance and slammed to the ground. Atho flashed a confident smile, brimming with power. The feeling that Atho should be a brilliant, life-giving son illuminating everything only made C's sense of regret deepen. The gods had made Atho a disposable pawn, to be used and discarded. What a tragic waste. From the throw, Taichi sprang up and lunged at Atho, unleashing a punch. By now, Atho was accustomed to their attack patterns. He easily saw that Taichi's arm overextended. He ducked beneath the blow, slipping forward. As planned, Atho dodged cleanly, and the attack met nothing but air. From behind, another disciple from the Thai City Guild, a girl with milk tea brown hair, shot forward. She clenched her teeth, putting all her strength into a kick aimed at Atho, but he had already seen its weakness. Her leg went too high, throwing her off balance, a flaw he would exploit. Atho dropped low, darted to the right, and grabbed the girl's ankle, throwing her backward. Now, a three-eyed boy with two-toned hair rushed toward Atho. Without giving him a moment's rest, he instantly threw a punch. Atho recognized the left hook was too early and decided to lean back just an inch to avoid it. The three-eyed boy's fist grazed past Atho's face, a hair's breadth from its mark. Atho immediately jumped back, creating a gap between himself and the two Thai ST disciples. However, they pressed on, attacking relentlessly. With some distance, Atho could now observe all their attacks across a wider field. He foresaw one punch aimed for his face, while another kick targeted his ribs. Their attacks were getting far more precise. Then the Thai SCT disciples unleashed a volley, a straight punch, a low kick, and a hook. Yet, despite the barrage, Atho easily weaved between every blow. Suddenly, from behind Atho, Taichi surged forward, throwing a punch that split the air. Luckily, Atho spun in time, lowering his center of gravity to evade it. While Atho was occupied with Taichi, the three-eyed disciple rushed forward. Flanking him on both sides, they readied their kicks, creating a pincer to trap Atho. Knowing this was unavoidable, Atho dropped into a Tang-style split. Atho ducked under Taichi's head kick and blocked the other boy's kick to his ribs, using the impact's force to spring out of the trap. Though had escaped the Thai SC City disciples' pincer. Just as they turned to charge again, CJ's voice echoed out. Time's up. The kids from the Thai SC Guild were all frustrated. We were so close. Damn it, Master, if you'd given us one more minute, we would have had him. The children's complaints whined to C, but he just crossed his arms, sternly rebuking them. Enough. It was 4 against 1, and you complain about not landing a single blow? C then turned to Atho. How do you feel? A2 gave a cocky smile and replied, never better. Another training match began. This time, C himself joined. A2 attacked, but C blocked the strike as always. About 4 months had passed in the outside world. Inside the spirit realm, Atho was parrying Ta Chi's ferocious attack. The other Tai SC disciples followed up with their own kicks and punches. This meant that thanks to that sphere, Atho had been training in this realm for nearly 4 years. C blasted Atho, sending him flying far back. Physically, Atho's body in the spirit realm had hardly matured at all, but under C's guidance, his muscles and core level had gained several years of battle experience. The moment he regained his footing from C's attack, Atho had to face the relentless barrage from the Tai S City disciples. His 14th birthday had just passed. Just like any other day, Atho spent it sharpening his body, his reflexes, and his combat instincts. He calmly evaded the flurry of combination attacks. The final sparring session finally ended. Atho collapsed onto the grass, while the disciples either sat down or bent over, gasping for breath. CJ had also helped Atho sharpen his use of mana in combat, but he hadn't taught him any new concepts yet. Atho didn't know if it was due to the physical differences between humans and asuras, or if CJ was unwilling or unable to teach the Tai SC clan's mana arts to an outsider. Atho could only place his complete trust in CJ and absorb everything he was taught. When the training concluded, Quinns arrived to check on Atho. Atho socked his hands and bowed to C and the kids. "Thank you all again for helping train me." The children just sulked, annoyed at losing to a human. Atho looked back at everyone one last time before leaving the spirit realm. Tachi was the most resentful, his face twisted with rage and prejudice. Atho turned to C, bowing his head. "Master C, thank you for your guidance during this time." C gave a gentle smile. "This was beneficial for me too." Atho stretched his muscles and asked Quinns, Sam, and C, "So what's the next part of our training?" Seeing Quinns, Sam, and C both fall silent, Atho looked back and forth between them. He asked hesitantly, is something wrong?" Quinns Sam replied, "No, we'll begin the next phase soon." He paused, and C stepped forward, placing a hand on Atho's shoulder to finish the thought. "It's just that, you haven't changed at all." Atho was bewildered. "What do you mean no change? My mana core has already advanced to the next stage of the light yellow level." He was reaching the peak. Quinns Sam then began to explain things to Arthur. "Arthur, training in the Uther sphere offers huge gains, but it's forbidden for children. The time distortion can shatter a mind that hasn't fully matured." Kaz elaborated for Arthur's sake. "Even Lord Inza and I hesitated to use this on you. But this war left us no choice." Quinns Sam continued speaking. "But your mannerisms and mine haven't changed at all. You've mentally aged 3 years in there, but you show none of the expected changes for a child." Arthur, caught off guard, evasively answered him. "I was forced to mature early for most of my life. I'm used to it. Becoming a professor at Sirius and teaching my peers only solidified it." Hearing this, Quinns Sam felt relieved. That's good for us, and your training." Then, Quinn turned to Kaz. "Thanks again for your help. Even an Ashura would fall to your expertise in close combat." Kaz simply nodded and replied calmly, "Don't thank me. If Arthur wants to beat those bastards, he needs the best training." Kaz patted Arthur's shoulder. "Arthur, remember the mages of Lilia were trained directly by the Asuras. Their mana arts are far beyond anything in Daikathan. Frankly, it's frustrating that my hands are tied. But breaking the treaty means a world-ending war. To prevent that, you and your comrades must fight this battle yourselves." With the warnings given, Arthur and Quinns Sam departed. Arthur bowed respectfully, while Quinns Sam received a sudden letter. Quinns Sam handed the scroll to Arthur. As he read it, shocking news drained the color from his face. He followed Quinns Sam, his head hung low. It seemed Arthur was fighting to regain his composure. After a moment, he looked up. "This information from Shia Gosiki. About the so-called Force Scythes. Should I make them my targets?" Quinns Sam nodded grimly. "According to the letter, each of the Force Scythes has a retainer, a powerful warrior who serves them directly. Every one of them is a threat on the battlefield, and 4 more exist at an even higher rank. We concluded this from horn fragments found in the dungeon where Aelia was attacked, but Gosiki confirmed they belong to a pureblood, one whose rank is equal to those retainers." Hearing this, something felt wrong to Arthur. Wait, wasn't Commander Gosiki bound by an oath to never reveal information? Arthur instantly understood. He frowned, shaking his head with a sharp sigh. "So, a mere retainer killed Aelia, not one of the scythes. The scale of this war is immense. 2 continents will send millions of soldiers to fight for their homes. Daikathan and my family are safe for now. But against the Vritra's might, for how long? No." Arthur crushed the rising anxiety. He steeled his resolve. At least now he had a target, enemies to eliminate. That would be the purpose of his training. Following Quinns Sam, they reached a steep cliff. Quinns Sam announced, "This is your next training ground." Seeing the view, Arthur's shoulders slumped. "Of course," he muttered. Quinns Sam asked, "You remember the rules for this next phase, don't you?" Arthur replied calmly, "I can't use anything besides what's in this bag, and no high-level mana arts." Quinns Sam confirmed, correct? Quinn Sam then handed him a brown cloth pouch. And you understand the task you must complete? The pelt of a carnivorous squirrel, a silver leopard's mana core, and a titan bear's claw, Arthur listed. How does this prove I'm ready for Sylvia's will? Just then, Quinn Sam added, and there's one more condition. He presented a small golden bell to Arthur. You must wear this at all times. When you have all the items, shatter this bell to signal me. And I suggest collecting them in order. Teased, Arthur snapped at Quinn. I'm starting to doubt your training methods. He gritted his teeth, but still walked towards the chasm. Standing on the treacherous edge, rocks crumbled into the abyss. Arthur took one deep breath. Then, without hesitation, he leaped into the darkness below. Some time has passed since Arthur's leap from the cliff. Below, a pack of squirrels plays, unaware. Suddenly, one perked up at a strange sound. Arthur lunged from the bushes to grab it, but the squirrels were faster. Failing yet again, Arthur cursed the bell around his neck. Frustrated, he moved to a new spot to try his ambush once more. After days of observing the carnivorous squirrels' behavior, Arthur learned the bell was alerting them to his presence. He also discovered they were incredibly sensitive to his mana. Arthur realized that being low on the food chain gave them incredibly sharp senses. Hiding wasn't enough, he needed a new approach. Catching them would have to wait. Arthur continued his stealthy pursuit, so silent you'd have to be right beside him to hear a thing. He was withdrawing the mana flowing through his body. A huge risk, leaving himself defenseless in this unknown territory. But even withdrawing his mana wasn't enough. Arthur sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state in the heart of the dangerous woods. He realized he had to completely clear his mind and intent to fool these creatures. Then, a sudden discovery caused him to crack open one eye. He realized the squirrels ahead were using their sense of smell. Seeing no danger, they began to gather together. Arthur smiled, having successfully suppressed his presence. But his joy was brief, as the squirrels suddenly detected him and scattered. Frustrated, Arthur noted that it's always easier said than done. Still, he didn't give up. After days of testing their limits, he learned 3 things. First, releasing a tiny bit of pure mana didn't scare them off completely, but it was enough of a warning to make them impossible to catch. Second, his innate mana didn't alert them, but his intense focus would leak his intent, frightening them away. The final, most useful lesson was that the external mana flow didn't scare or alert them. To test this, Arthur placed some mushrooms on the ground. Then, he sat quietly and meditated before the pile of mushrooms. Arthur slowly sank into his inner senses. He found the mana stream spreading pure energy from his core was more prominent than the channel that absorbed impure mana from the air. With his self-made technique, he had to balance the pure energy flowing out and the ambient mana flowing in. Arthur recalled the many years since Sylvia first taught him how to circulate mana. She had taught him to condense and absorb mana while moving even during combat. Now, that automatic circulation greatly aided his new technique. Through this perfect balance, he could use his magic without being detected. It was time to test the theory. Arthur peeked open his eyes. Just as he'd hoped, the squirrels were gathering to nibble the mushrooms. A smile crept across his face. He shouted with joy, sending the terrified squirrels fleeing for their lives. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. In the quiet forest, Arthur crawled to his backpack, thinking that refilling his mana core every minute was slowing him down. Even after many days, he could barely move while maintaining the technique. Looking up at the squirrels, Arthur scowled at the stupid bell on his neck. He wondered if SV's training was going any better. What about his family, and friends like Tesha and Alizar? He quickly pushed the thoughts away, knowing he had to focus on his training. He understood it was the only way back to them. The next morning, he resumed his diligent practice. His goal, unleash his mana on the squirrels before they could react, and reach the tree before the bell chimed. He calculated that he had to use mana for movement. He needed speed to keep the bell silent, and balanced mana to hide from the squirrels until he was close. Arthur imagined the scenario, training relentlessly. Sweat poured down like rain, but he persevered, repeating the motions to get stronger and escape this place. Arthur remembered CJ stressing the importance of controlling mana flow to conceal or reveal one's presence. This control would disrupt an opponent's senses. He took a deep breath. Arthur resolved to erase his presence by cloaking his output with the untraceable mana in the air, then increasing its power upon reaching his target. Could this be the skill Quinsar was testing? And so, Arthur moved while trying to control his body. He trained relentlessly, ignoring the sharp pains and fatigue. The ground was now covered in the countless footprints Arthur had made. A few more days passed. Now, Arthur stood breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. On a nearby cliff, Quinsar was secretly observing Arthur. He wondered what the boy was planning. 2 weeks had passed, and Arthur still hadn't caught a single squirrel. Quinsar's faith in him began to waver. The squirrels' tails, he thought, could sense any mana distortion, but they were simple creatures. He frowned, thinking Arthur just needed to erase his presence and wait with bait to easily pass the test. Quinsar consoled himself. At least Arthur was finally learning the skill he wanted him to learn. Suddenly, he noticed something different. Arthur was silently moving toward the squirrels. In an instant, his hand was about to touch one. Arthur put all his strength into this one chance. Immediately, the squirrel that was happily munching on food was now held securely in Arthur's palm. Witnessing this incredible display, Quinsar was stunned to realize he had completed the first stage of Mirage Step. He never expected a mere human to grasp the basics of the technique, a master skill that helped the Tidy clan surpass all others in combat. Quinsar couldn't help but admire Arthur's outstanding talent, succeeding just by observing C. He wondered how far he would go in the future. As for Arthur, he was still engrossed in chasing the squirrel. He tried tiptoeing after it, and when it didn't run, he tried waving his hand. But in the end, the animal still fled, leaving Arthur sighing. A while later, Arthur was hiding in the bushes, watching another squirrel intently. Suddenly, the shadow of a much larger animal appeared. The beast stomped its foot threateningly, terrifying the small creature. Arthur quickly recognized a silver leopard approaching. Instantly, he took a deep breath, simultaneously mobilizing his magic. Elsewhere, Arthur lunged at the panther, but the beast dodged, leaving only cracked earth behind. Sensing danger, the panther fled into the forest. Seeing this, Arthur immediately gave chase. He was sprinting when he had to brake hard at a cliff's edge. Before him, a raging river blocked his path. Furious at losing the trail after pushing so hard, he slammed his fist into a tree. Anger was etched clearly on Arthur's face. Amidst the peaceful sounds of a babbling brook, Arthur recalled when Sam found him, the night after he had first caught the squirrel. He had told him that catching the squirrel was only the first step to mastering the phantom step technique. After that day, Arthur spent nearly 3 weeks deep in the forest before finding Claw. That silver panther was now his current target. He'd mastered burst speed, clearing 10 fields without a sound. Still, capturing the elusive creature felt no closer. Staring at his reflection in the river, Athos steeled his resolve not to give up so easily. He splashed cold water on his face to cool his burning frustration. Then, he looked up and saw a squirrel eating a fruit. His stomach growled instinctively, making Athos wonder when he'd last eaten. Pushing hunger aside, he stood up, suddenly sensing something was wrong. A bird with a fiery red crest spread its wings, targeting the squirrel. With a sharp cry, it dove straight for its prey. Instantly, the squirrel was snatched by the bird and carried away before Athos's astonished eyes. Watching the predator's masterful hunt, Athos realized it predicted the squirrel's movements. A flash of insight struck him. Just then, another squirrel scurried by in a panic. The bird immediately dove from the trees, landing right in front of it. As its sharp talons closed in, the bird sensed a hand lunging for it. But despite the surprise attack, Athos only managed to grab a single feather. Watching the bird soar into the sky, Athos bitterly realized his burst speed still wasn't good enough. And so, Athos spent a week observing the birds, sometimes raiding a nest for eggs to regain his energy. He soon realized the birds weren't just fast. Their true power was predicting and controlling their prey's movements. From a third-person perspective, he could see the bird's intent and predict its attack before it even happened. This was a level of thinking the squirrels could never reach. However, the leopard was entirely different. It was far too intelligent. It was smart enough to evade him without a direct confrontation. He watched the leopard and considered the nature of his phantom step, a technique meant to conceal his mana for a perfect strike. However, the skill still required him to move his muscles with incredible speed to activate it. Athos lunged at the leopard, realizing a technique for squirrels was too slow to overcome Zhou Long's reflexes. Missing again, a new idea sparked within him as he watched the birds soar. A theory began to form in his mind. If he could completely eliminate the physical movements needed for the technique, like a form of instant movement, capturing Zhou Long would be certain. Athos recalled his past life, where he'd learned about the body's complex system of paired muscles. Each pair was responsible for one half of a movement. For instance, the biceps contract when the arm bends, while the triceps activate when it straightens. The abdominal muscles also tense with every forward step, and the calf muscles are crucial for propelling the body forward as the foot pushes off the ground. Even in smaller motions, the body's mechanics are more complex during dynamic states like walking, running, or jumping. Back in the present, Athos trained relentlessly to increase his flexibility. Luckily, much of his anatomical knowledge from his past life remained. Athos closed his eyes to heighten his focus, his feet immediately rising. In a flash, he executed his burst step, creating numerous afterimages. During each break, he reminded himself to consciously control his energy, not just let his muscles follow a predetermined sequence. With precise timing, he could activate one muscle chain to mimic another, creating the illusion of movement without moving his whole body. He believed if he could perfectly control his timing and energy output, he could achieve something even CJ would find impossible. It meant he could use the phantom step from any position without limitation. But theory was one thing, reality was another. Exhausted, Tho bent over, wondering how much longer he would be hunting wild animals out here. Time passed, but he stubbornly continued his training. He suddenly noticed the forest was eerily quiet today. He hadn't seen a single squirrel. Tho turned toward a roar, seeing two leopards circling each other in the distance. He guessed a territorial battle was the cause of the forest's silence. Suddenly, one leopard lunged forward, its sharp claws extended in a ferocious attack. But the other leopard was no slouch, deftly dodging aside and taking advantage of the opening to land a painful scratch on its opponent's right eye. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted, making Tho's face pale. The trees and the ground itself began to shake violently, forcing even the fighting leopards to stop and look around. Man and beast alike turned toward the source of the commotion. Suddenly, one leopard vanished before its rival's stunned eyes. Tho was confused. Why would the winning leopard suddenly flee like that? Despite his questions, he knew this was his only chance to take down the beast. Tho closed his eyes, concentrating and calming his body. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a strange blue light. Tho's body shot forward like a blur. Before the beast even noticed, he was right in front of it. He tackled it to the ground, but unfortunately, the leopard was strong enough to get up and slash at him. Tho dodged in time by dropping his center of gravity. His hands quickly locked around the opponent's neck. Tho was ecstatic. He had finally captured the leopard. But it was too soon to celebrate as the leopard clawed him again. Tho now struggled to maintain his chokehold while enduring the searing pain from its claws. In the middle of the struggle, his foot slipped on the edge of a cliff. Before he could regain his balance, the leopard thrashed wildly, throwing Tho completely off-center. And so, man and beast fell into the deep chasm. Luckily, just before hitting the ground, Tho managed to cast a repulsion spell to avoid the impact. He silently apologized, hoping Sam would understand his circumstances. Thanks to his quick thinking, Tho landed on the ground, safe and sound. But dense smoke from the impact billowed up, sending him into a violent coughing fit. After a moment, the scene below cleared, revealing the wolf's corpse. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Arthur quickly covered his face to avoid the dust. His eyes widened as he sensed something was terribly wrong. Before Arthur now stood a colossal shadow. Its owner was a massive black bear with dark red stripes across its fur, like exposed blood vessels. The ferocious beast slowly trudged towards Arthur. The situation turned dire. A huge figure with sharp, crimson claws appeared before him. This unwelcome sight made Arthur freeze, breaking out in a cold sweat. It was a ferocious titan bear. Its eyes were black voids, its body wrapped in blood-red energy. He expected it to be absolutely massive. The atmosphere grew strangely heavy. Arthur's face showed clear disappointment as he stared at the so-called titan. But its height was limited. The bear only reached his chest. Arthur silently judged it. Why is it so small? Is it just a cub? He glanced at the mini bear nearing the wolf's corpse. Suddenly, a voice declared its ownership over the kill. That wolf is my meal. Arthur flinched, shocked that this mini bear could talk. From his conversation with Sam, this was never mentioned. The bear was still praising how fresh the wolf meat was. But then, it turned to him, bearing a terrifying set of fangs. It wanted to devour him, too. His guard shot back up, and Arthur gritted his teeth, assuming a battle stance. Mini body, but titan strength. A powerful energy blast followed the bear's swipe, heading straight for Arthur, who struggled to defend himself. But the force was overwhelming. He was thrown back, clutching his wound, wondering about this monstrous power. Before Arthur could recover, the titan bear unleashed a barrage of slashes. They rushed towards him from a short distance. Refusing to be cornered, he used his incredible speed, dashing to evade the deadly strikes. But unfortunately, one of his legs was sliced open, drawing blood. Seizing the chance, the titan bear lunged, its sharp, drooling maw wide open. To the beast, he was nothing more than a walking meal. He once again dashed away from the bear's attack. The titan bear slammed into a cliff wall, while Arthur struggled with his various wounds. They stopped, facing each other for a moment. The titan bear seemed curious what he could do with his bleeding wounds. But it didn't wait for an answer. It roared, launching another volley of cold, magic-infused slashes. For a split second, Arthur couldn't dodge. 3 gashes dug deep into his body, drawing blood. Even so, he desperately dodged the remaining attacks. As the bear plotted its next swipe, a surge of power slammed into Arthur. He was thrown from one rock to another, before collapsing helplessly, coughing up blood. The cliff face behind him had shattered. His pupils constricted in fear as Arthur realized this bear surpassed the spirit realm. And if he died here, he would die in the real world, too. Using all his willpower, he forced himself to stand once more. Meanwhile, the titan bear gloated, thinking it was over, and confidently approached him. Without a word, Arthur kicked a thick cloud of dust into the air, straight into the surprised bear's face. It unleashed 2 slashes, cutting through the dust. But Arthur quickly jumped aside to dodge. He realized the slashes aimed at his legs were incredibly sharp. As the dust settled, the Titan bear appeared. Its glowing red eyes and the energy lines on its body made it look even more menacing. Baring its sharp fangs, it advised him to stop dodging. The more you resist, the more painful it will be, and the less meat there will be left of you. Staring at the ferocious beast, Arthur reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. I won't run anymore, he said, his body trembling from his wounds. Immediately, the Titan bear unleashed a powerful blow imbued with immense energy. The attack slammed directly into Arthur's body. He felt his body being torn apart. Blood gushed from his legs without stopping. He knew his legs wouldn't hold out for much longer. Arthur needed to finish this mini bear, this titangent-powered beast, before he collapsed for good. His gaze hardened, staring at the bear just a short distance away. He vowed he hadn't fought through 2 lives just to die by the claws of this fat bear. Using everything he had left, Arthur instantly teleported right behind the bewildered bear. But the pleasant ringing of a small bell alerted it, and it spun around. It unleashed a powerful slash, but only sliced Arthur's golden bell in half. He had already stomped the ground and vanished. Not even an afterimage remained. At that moment, a dark figure appeared behind the Titan bear, his eyes gleaming. By the time it realized and turned around, it was too late. Arthur had already thrown a punch brimming with all his remaining energy. With blue eyes blazing with fighting spirit, his fist slammed into the bear's stomach, launching its body high into the air. A wave of immense energy followed the strike, throwing the Titan bear into the distant cliff. It roared one last time and collapsed, foaming. Then, on the other side, Arthur's body could hold on no longer and collapsed. He lost consciousness completely as blood poured from his wounds. Not long after, Condensing arrived. He surveyed the wreckage, wondering why Arthur had come so far down. He suddenly froze at the sight. The remnants of a great battle, with the bodies of a beast and a man. In a flash, Condensing rushed to Arthur's side. A healing light flared as his face tensed with pain. Arthur's ribs were broken, his body full of internal injuries, his leg bleeding uncontrollably. He wondered how all this was caused by a mere bear cub, his gaze shifting to the beast lying defeated nearby. But Condensing himself immediately dismissed that thought. Not even a 3-meter-tall bear could do this. His eyes locked onto the Titan bear's red claw as it began to twitch again. Condensing's brow furrowed. A savage roar erupted from the beast as it forced itself to stand. Lines of blood-red energy began to glow, especially where the threads were most concentrated. Something inside his body was struggling to get out. It burst through the bear's abdomen, severing the red energy threads. A single tentacle emerged from the bear's stomach. Seeing it, Condensing made a quick assessment. This thing was incredibly dangerous. The bear might have been sentient, but was now controlled by this parasite. It had the ability to hijack a body and enhance its host to an unbelievable degree. This parasite could even prove fatal to a war god. Oona herself had used it to create an enhancement serum, which was given to her people during the Psy-Rat attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Condensing grabbed the writhing tentacle from the Titan bear's corpse. With a stoic expression, he ripped it clean out. He wondered if Aether had found this by sheer bad luck or by some twist of fate, then mercilessly crushed the tentacle in his grip. Green slime gushed from within it. When he opened his hand again, a strange, glowing green gem rested in his palm. Holding the gem, a satisfied smile appeared on Condensing's face as he quickly placed it into the unconscious Aether's mouth. Then, Condensing looked down at him and spoke with cryptic intent. You will face many hardships and pay a great price, Aether. After swallowing the strange gem, his body began to transform. Night had fallen. Aether awoke in a warm bed, his eyes groggy, completely unaware of his surroundings. As full consciousness returned, Aether shot upright. Pain immediately racked his body, making him tremble. But stranger still, he couldn't feel his legs at all. Just then, another voice calmed him. Your legs are fine, young man. An old woman approached, holding a cup of water. She looked at Aether with an unusual smile. I was hoping we might meet under better circumstances. Aether asked the old woman if they were in Feudus. She just smiled warmly, introducing herself as Ms., and confirmed they were indeed in Feudus, the best place for his recovery. She continued speaking, her hand lightly touching the bandages wrapped around both of Aether's legs. Using mana would heal you faster, but it might deform your bones, even after just 2 days of treatment. Hearing it had been 2 days, Aether nearly choked on his water. He stammered, asking what she meant by 2 days. Seeing the anxiety on his face, Ms. gently reassured him and pulled up his blanket. Your only priority right now is to rest. It took hours to get your legs to their current state. With that, Ms. turned to leave the room. Aether called out his thanks for her treatment and hospitality. Ms. turned back, her next words carrying a much deeper meaning. Think nothing of it. I don't treat just anyone. I simply wanted to meet the human boy who is said to be the savior of the world. After she spoke, Ms. left the room. As Aether watched her go, a sharp pain shot through his left chest, making him wince. He let out a sharp breath, deciding to meditate to speed his recovery. Without hesitation, Aether closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. He realized his core had changed. A sphere of silver light materialized before his chest. Then, shimmering patterns began to appear across his face and arms. Astonishment was written all over his face as the surrounding energy enveloped his body. In an instant, the energy focused into his core, making it glow intensely. His hair began to shift to a mix of white and gold. When the light faded, Aether saw multicolored particles of energy floating all around him. He could only stare, dumbfounded by the bizarre phenomenon. His eyes darted from the energy particles he'd never seen before to the ancient script glowing on his skin. But suddenly, his strength vanished, making him grimace. His brown hair slowly returned, and the glowing script on his skin began to fade. Just then, Mrs. voice came from the doorway. "Now I am certain, you are one who has inherited the mindscape." Hearing this term, Aether couldn't help but ask what she meant. Ms. held nothing back and answered him directly. The signs of Sylvia's power are unmistakable, hair and eyes changing to white, gold, and purple, and ancient runes appearing on the body. The mindscape is an ability only those with the blood of the Inzath clan can possess. Ms. stepped closer to him. "Tell me, Aether, can you now see the very colors that make up the world?" Aether slowly nodded. Those colored particles must have been what she was talking about. She placed a cup of hot tea on the table. As Aether watched, Ms. continued her explanation. The mindscape was named by the ancestors of the Inzath clan. Those who possess it are said to become peerless in this existence. Even if the user lacks raw power, the energy that activates the mindscape grants them an immense depth of knowledge and understanding. It is something those without it can never comprehend. To put it simply, knowledge is the true power. Hearing this, Aether recalled the last time he used this power. Back then, he could only see 4 colors, but this time, he saw purple as well. Is this one of the secrets that a so-called lesser race like myself isn't meant to know? The question made Ms. pause, lost in thought, but she soon let out a small laugh, speaking of the pride of beings called the Asuna, and how even great clans are filled with secrets and greed. The Inzath clan was no exception. Confusion was written all over Aether's face. He gave her a deadpan look. Ms. then moved to gently support his legs, saying, "I won't pretend I'm any different from them. But I have lived a very long time and I understand these fleeting matters. I can teach you a thing or two." Ms. smiled gently at him and offered, "Would you care to go for a walk?" The scene shifted to a starlit sky, surrounded by majestic mountains, forests, and a grand conservatory. As Mare pushed his wheelchair, Otho stared in awe at the surrounding scenery. Seeing his wonder, Mare explained, "These creatures thrive thanks to the Monado and Photis." Leaning down, she asked, "You can feel it too, can't you?" Otho gave a slight nod in response. Satisfied, she continued onward, explaining that at first, no species could control mana, not humans, creatures, nor magical beasts. As she spoke, a bug flew before Otho. Mare continued, "Mages of a certain element absorb matching mana from the air more easily." She used the bug on his hand as an example, as he watched it, completely captivated. This bug can touch all mana, but only takes what it can absorb best. Mages are the same. With a core, a fire mage only absorbs red mana particles, but after refinement, the mana they use is white. She spoke while pushing him towards a pool where water element creatures were swimming, bathing in their native attribute. During refinement, a water mage's elemental absorption becomes unbalanced compared to others. Like these creatures, they must surface before swimming again. Mare continued, "The process makes water mages more sensitive to their element. To summon a fireball, one must focus on its shape, its proportions, the fire's density, and velocity. Yet, a water mage can raise orbs of water to block attacks with a simple flick, just like those creatures playing with water." Mare then asked for his thoughts on the reason why. Otho answered confidently, "Because their body absorbed the water element during refinement." His answer was perfect. Pleased, Mare pushed him toward the greenhouse's center, where a gazebo was waiting for them. As they moved, she added that after long exposure, a mage gains deep insight into their element during meditation. It seemed Mare had already prepared tea, set amidst the elegant and beautiful view. Taking her seat, she raised her cup with an elegant smile. "Tell me what you know of E." Rubbing his neck, he replied, "Not much, but I know it can control time." Mare calmly added, "And we both know E is completely different from mana." Setting her cup down, she lifted a pitcher. Though both create the world, they operate in entirely separate ways. She poured clear water into a glass. Some say E are the bricks of the world, while mana is the life that fills the space between. Simply put, mana is the water, and E is this glass I am now holding. She tilted the glass, making the water swirl. One can easily control the water inside without using mana. But changing the shape of the glass itself without breaking it is far harder. Even the Inzar clan, masters of E, lack the theory to explain it. What they can do, however, is detect E through the use of their core. As she spoke, Mare tilted the glass, nearly spilling its contents, but no one in this existence can perceive it. It is the law that binds our world together, and they cannot find the boundaries of that bond. At this, Atho voiced his own theory. The purple light I can see when I use my core, that's E. Mare confirmed his suspicion. She explained that using his core lets him see the glass from within, the very boundary of their world. A stronger mana, core controls more inside. However, by using E, they can control the glass itself, giving them the awesome power to warp the world. Absorbing all this new information, Atho nodded slowly when she asked if he understood everything. Next, Mare described E's composition. It's made of 3 parts: Evum, for time, Speedium, for space, and Vavum, for the components of life. Together, they form a mighty shield that protects the world. But no matter one's power, a person can only master a single branch of E. However, in time, we found a way for those with an aura to know their true aptitude. Hearing this, he immediately asked what it was. Seeing his curiosity, Mare simply smiled. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted before him, and Atho could only stare in pure astonishment. Her white hair flowed freely as ancient, glowing glyphs blazed to life across her skin. At the same time, she calmly answered his question. It is a way of letting ancient runes flow on the body by using the core. The light faded, revealing her current form. White hair, violet eyes, and a benevolent face. Mare now looked like a true goddess. Atho stared, completely stunned. Mare explained further, the ancient script on each person is different. Mine shows that I have an affinity for Vivum. It is why I could heal you, Mare stated. Atho, activate your core. He immediately complied with her command. He closed his eyes, focusing all of his power to awaken his core. Mare then approached him, taking his hand to carefully observe his ancient script. Just as she had predicted, his ancient script was magnificent. Hearing this, Atho looked with doubt at the glyphs now covering his body. He snapped his fingers, creating a burst of pure fire. He then tested his other powers, conjuring a small whirlwind. A stone shattered to pieces, and water splashed everywhere. The phenomena he created formed a beautiful scene. Seeing his delight, Mare also felt happy. Arthur himself had never realized this before. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a thing. Mire touched the crystals, saying, "Of course, I don't blame you for not recognizing this form." She explained, "It's created for research, not meant to be seen." Essentially, Aether operates in a way completely separate from mana. As Mire gently manipulated the crystals, she warned Arthur that controlling ether like mana would only lead to failure. She caught the ether particles, guiding him. Think of the glass of water again. You can drink it, gargle with it, or divide it however you wish. But trying to do the same with the glass itself is foolish. Ether is all around us. However, it's also a boundary, confining us like we are confined in our own bodies. From these crystals, Mire formed Avum, which controls life. And this was the very power she used to mend Arthur's legs. Watching the ether crystals gather, Arthur was utterly astonished. He quickly sat up, bombarding Mire with questions about Aether's wonders. Seeing his haste, Mire couldn't help but chuckle. She told him to calm down. Mire then explained she had studied Avum for centuries, ever since realizing her own affinity for life. But even so, Mire lacked the confidence to answer all of Arthur's questions. But Arthur desperately wanted to know the truth of ether. Seeing his resolve, Mire couldn't disappoint him. She explained his body couldn't absorb ether like mana. In truth, he was only influencing its presence and impact. Arthur was stunned, asking, "You mean my core doesn't affect ether at all?" That was exactly right. An individual's core is what links their body to the mortal realm. A mana core is vital because it allows for direct control, something ether cannot do. Mire touched the rune on Arthur's hand, warning him not to be hasty in his training. In any case, he would soon discover his own inclination. Mire added that someday his training would no longer rely on memory to refine mana, but would reach a deeper insight that cannot be taught. Hearing this, Arthur was deeply confused. Mire herself didn't know if this was coincidence or destiny, but Arthur's ability and his limits with ether were because of Sylvie's will. Arthur himself had suspected this for a while, but Sylvie's will only helped Arthur withstand Aether's pressure. That wasn't the reason he could control it. Arthur gripped his wheelchair as a thought struck him. He shouted, "Because I can control all 4 elements." That answer left Mire deeply satisfied. Mire explained that deep insight into the 4 elements allows one to see past the water and perceive the glass. She sensed Arthur's endurance was at its limit, and so she permitted him to release Realm Heart. His incredible stamina had made Mire see him in a new light. With her permission, Arthur quickly deactivated Realm Heart. He slowly opened his eyes. Arthur looked at the glass on the table and asked Meyer which aether art suited him best, but her shake of the head left Arthur disappointed. Moreover, Meyer gave him a stark warning. She didn't know if he could ever consciously control ether like they did. He could wield the four elements, a dragon's will, and realm heart, but at the end of the day, he was still only a human. Arthur gritted his teeth, refusing to accept that cruel reality. He turned away, pretending to understand, but she continued speaking. While writing something, Meyer stated that Arthur would never have an affinity for Avum, nor would he grasp ether despite Sylvie's will. Similar to Sylvie, he could control the very fabric of the realms that hold existence in place. Arthur quickly grabbed the paper Meyer had sketched, glanced over it, and then said he belonged to the Spadium branch. However, even with this knowledge, Arthur still couldn't control it consciously. Arthur looked at Meyer pleadingly, begging her to tell him what to do. In truth, until now, all Arthur knew about this great power was that he could use it. But unfortunately, he couldn't endure the strain it caused. Meyer comforted Arthur. She too felt it was a waste of a young talent like him. Arthur clenched his jaw, completely unwilling to yield. Meyer understood his current feelings. She said she wasn't mocking him, but reminding Arthur that he had full control over this power. Because knowledge is a source of infinite strength, perhaps one day he would find a way to overcome his own limitations, something that even the Asheras couldn't do. To impart this secret knowledge to Arthur, Meyer had broken many laws, because if it fell into the wrong hands, it would surely be used against the Dragon Clan. Meyer took Arthur's hand, speaking gently. Even if Realm Heart cannot be fully utilized, its functions and senses are an unparalleled asset in battle. The abilities Arthur now held included Realm Heart, control over four elements, and superior combat prowess. Those things would truly help him, but Arthur was still hesitant. Meyer seemed to know what he would say next, so she added that the movement technique that left him in this state could not be one of those useful abilities. Meyer also warned him never to use that technique again. All the days I spent training and refining burst step had become meaningless. She asked how it worked. Seeming surprised, I trained myself. I hoped she might change her mind after hearing its mechanics, but it was clear that the movement technique was far too dangerous. My breakthrough to the Silver Core stage was a fortunate surprise. This battle will easily make me an A-rank adventurer, even without elemental magic. Arthur was now back in his room. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, looking utterly disappointed and frustrated. I've made some progress with my mana spells. Burst speed was the only technique I created, but it's gone now. At this thought, Arthur slowly tried to move his leg. There are truly Asura living in Axia, people whose mana control likely surpasses anything I can imagine. Arthur grabbed his pant leg and pulled it up. Then he sat upright. According to Quinn's psalm, an attendant had wiped out a whole squad with a single spear. He shifted his position, facing the bedside table. His eyes were fixed on the glass of water, lost in deep thought. Meyer stressed that knowledge is power, but he looked so disheartened. It won't help me defeat Alexia. At dawn, Meyer was already waiting outside Arthur's house. Arthur slowly limped out, his steps completely unsteady. According to Meyer, she could tell he'd had a difficult night. Arthur knelt down to adjust his shoes. He felt awful that his leg was injured like this, but at least now he could walk. Meyer was happy to hear that good news. She told him she had informed Quinn Psalm that she would be borrowing him for a while. Elder Meyer told Arthur, "How long that is depends entirely on what you can achieve. I want to share some of my knowledge with you and guide you along the correct path. But you are still human," and their understanding of mana was still very primitive. Arthur stood silently in the pink flower garden, listening to her words. Then Elder Meyer began her instruction. "Now, my boy, think of every spell you know, and use any combination you like. Attack me with all your strength." Arthur nodded, raising his hands. Tiny, colorful motes of ether began to float in the air around him. Elder Meyer continued, "In your right palm, you're preparing a water orb, while your left hand will shoot a small gust of wind." Arthur asked, surprised. "What?" Elder Meyer closed her eyes, wagging her finger. "My boy, I told you to attack me with everything you have." Hearing this, Arthur gritted his teeth and focused. He took his stance. She took a single step, and as her foot landed, she located Arthur's exact position. She opened her eyes, smiling at Arthur. "You plan to shatter the ground beneath my feet. A clever idea, but I prefer you didn't ruin my lawn." Arthur asked, shocked. "What? How?" Elder Meyer winked, tapping her head with a finger. "As I said, this is an ability you already possess. I am simply guiding you down the right path." With those words, his training time with Elder Meyer flew by. Today, in the pink flower garden, Elder Meyer sat behind Arthur, healing his wounds. She said, "My dear boy, you are not aware of the spell from behind you." Arthur replied, confused. "I didn't think you'd use healing arts as an excuse to constantly inflict serious damage on me." Meyer explained, "A true grasp of mana fluctuations starts with sensing a spell the moment it affects the physical world. Then, you use your inner world to perceive its exact form. Arthur rolled his shoulder after the healing and turned to ask Meyer, if you can heal all the injuries you give me so easily, why not just cut off my legs so a new one grows back? She placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and explained, using ether beyond a certain point always has a price. It's not that I can't heal such serious wounds, but to do so, I would have to extract the life-sustaining ether from someone or something else. Hearing that, Arthur said, then it would be better if you stopped attacking me. Elder Meyer just laughed. Well, it's great you're no longer falling for my feints. She poked his forehead and said, remember, even if your opponent chants their spell aloud, it's their imagination that truly defines its size, shape, and duration. You will face enemies who use chants as a feint to deceive their opponent, and those who do not. Arthur swept his hair back and replied, it's been 6 weeks. You must have guessed by now that I've taken this lesson to heart. Elder Meyer bent down, offering a hand to help Arthur up. She said, it's because you are still too rushed, trying to face the spell before its form is clear. It took me decades to get it right. And for dragons, that's considered fast. Arthur, on one knee, waved her hand away. He pushed himself up from his knee, immediately taking a stance. Let's go again. A golden aura of energy swirled around his body. Ancient runes appeared on his hands and fingers. His eyes turned violet, 2 streaks of gold blazed beneath them, and his hair began to turn silver. A golden energy now enveloped him. Elder Meyer held out a hand. Tiny particles of purple and green ether danced around it. They glowed brightly, simultaneously, covering her in a layer of light. Arthur's brow furrowed in concentration. He suddenly crossed his arms, trying to destroy the spell Meyer just launched. He knew it was a wind bullet. The two forces collided, creating a huge explosion of smoke and dust. Elder Meyer smiled and offered praise. Good, but Arthur was already focused on the trembling ground beneath him and leaped into the air. He predicted it instantly, an earth attack from below. Arthur jumped, dodging a sharp earthen spike that shot up from under his feet. He then glanced over his shoulder, where tiny ether particles were gathering. He guessed Meyer's next move was Radiant Flash, and swiped his hand to break the technique again. But he didn't notice a sharp rock flying toward the back of his neck. Just as the stone spike was about to hit, a hand suddenly reached out. Arthur suddenly turned his head. Quinsam was now standing beside him. He easily caught the stone spike and crushed it. He said to Arthur, I guess we're out of time for this. Then, he knelt on one knee before Meyer and said, my apologies for interfering. Meyer replied, I'm glad to see you. Quinsam, rise. Seeing this, Arthur thought to himself, he'd already deduced Meyer had influence in the Inzart clan, given her power and her ability to keep him here. But even Quinsam kneels before her. As Atho was lost in thought, Quinsam stood and bowed. My apologies for arriving unannounced. But Lord Injat had already arranged Atho's next instructor, and his patience was wearing thin. Meyer placed a hand on Atho's shoulder, replying, I understand Atho has excelled in his mental landscape training. I also wish to watch over this child, so there's no issue if I occasionally intervene, is there? Quinsam glanced between them, then nodded. Of course not. Meyer turned to Atho once more. Now, remember what I told you about the world around us. Continue to cultivate your mental landscape. Atho smiled back. Of course. By our next meeting, I guarantee I'll have mastered it. In the courtyard, Atho and Quinsam waved farewell to Meyer, then followed a path through a forest of pink blossoms. Quinsam stared intently at Atho as they walked. Atho finally asked, is something wrong? Quinsam replied, for Lady Meyer to spend her time not only healing but also training you. Your luck never ceases to amaze me. Atho asked, so, who exactly is Meyer? It is Lady Meyer, and if she hasn't told you herself, it's not my place to say. Atho chuckled. You know, when we first met, I thought your position was quite impressive. Now I'm not so sure. Watch your tongue, human, Quinsam warned. Even the lowest of the Awe clan is stronger than any of your inferior race in the Divine Lands. They continued to talk as they neared the teleportation gate. Quinsam stood before the portal and said, now go. Your instructor does not like to be kept waiting. With that, they both stepped through. Atho's feet landed on sandy earth the moment he passed through. He now stood at the bottom of a deep pit. He looked around and asked Quinsam, so my next training session will be here? Quinsam replied, you've learned to cast mana and fight up close, honing countless skills. Now you will begin to fuse them all into a unified style, utilizing both elemental magic and your combat skills. Suddenly, a voice echoed. So this is him? Atho looked up curiously to the edge of the towering crater, where a figure stood. This is the child prophesied to become a hero, the one who will lead the Divine Lands to victory against Vodi's trained armies and his pathetic, disgusting minions. After speaking, the person leaped into the pit. He expertly jumped between the crater walls to break his fall, descending with dizzying speed. His landing caused a massive explosion. Dust and debris completely obscured Atho and Quinsam's view. Atho sensed something just before a giant black hand shot out from the dust and seized him. The hand lifted him as the dust settled. Atho stared, stunned at the sight before him. Before him stood a suit of black armor, its red eyes glowing, its massive hand gripping him tightly. The armor looked at him and said, "Hello, kid." Atho let the golem hold him as they stared each other down, but then its body suddenly crumbled. Atho quickly dodged away as Jen emerged from the dust and rubble. From Atho's reaction, he could tell the boy felt no fear, only initial surprise. Seeing Jen appear, Quinsam introduced him to Atho. Jen would be his long-term mentor from now on. Atho quickly greeted him, but Jen paid no mind to his politeness. He turned to Quinsam to ask about the punishment for tardiness in the human world. Atho was floored by Jen's words. He wanted to ask again, but Jen listed off punishments, like removing a finger or toe. Since that seemed a bit harsh, he mused that prison or social isolation would be more reasonable. Atho was utterly terrified. He couldn't believe being slightly late would result in such a heavy penalty. Quinsam spoke up to defuse the situation. Although being late left a bad impression, there were no such punishments in human society. Jen couldn't believe it. Knowing humans have short lifespans, Jen thought they would value time. He finished and turned to complain to Atho. Humans were a stagnant race. Atho didn't argue back. He even found himself reluctantly agreeing. After his complaint, Jen spun around, and the tassels on his clothes slapped Atho painfully across the face. But he didn't care. He wanted to explain why they were here and why he had to come to this crater. With that, he ordered Atho to take off all his clothes. Atho remained silent for a moment, then complied with Jen's words. Jen asked what he said, but Atho didn't want to repeat it. After undressing, Atho's entire physique was on display. He only left his underwear on, even asking if Jen wanted to see his little brother too. Hearing this, Jen couldn't help but mockingly praise Atho's audacity. The savior of a lesser species was truly different. Suddenly, Jen's eyes landed on the feather wrapped around Atho's arm. Before Atho could react, he snatched the feather to inspect it. Jen immediately recognized it as a dragon's feather. He felt it was a waste to use such a rare crafting material as an armband. Atho didn't understand what a crafting material was, so Quinsam gave him a quick explanation. The feathers on their arms are one-of-a-kind scales, and they have a special effect on mana and ether. From birth, these feathers will never fall off. Therefore, for a dragon to give its feather to another is to give all of its affection and trust. Memories of that day flooded back into Atho's mind. He never realized that act carried such a deep meaning. Ignoring Atho's emotional state, Jen decisively grabbed his arm, wanting him to stretch it out for study. Atho resigned himself to being measured as Jen circled him. After finishing his study, Jen decided on a training method for Atho. He wanted him to use his right hand to cast basic spells of all the elements he was capable of using. First, Atho needed to create a stone pillar 2 centimeters long with a radius of 20 centimeters. Atho wanted to know why, but Jen just urged him on without answering. So Atho demonstrated all his elements as Jen meticulously observed. By late afternoon, they had finally finished the analysis, but it wasn't over yet. Though Atho was shivering from the cold, Jen ordered him to fight to assess his mana usage. With a snap of his fingers, a golem appeared. It charged furiously toward Atho. Jen ordered him to cast a spell at the golem. Though a bit confused, Atho quickly fired a lightning bolt at the creature. The moment one crumbled to dust, more golems emerged near Arthur. He braced for the one on the left, but the right golem struck him down first. Arthur's attack was knocked skyward. Jen immediately declared it a miss, but Arthur refused to accept Jen's judgment. Wearily, Arthur rubbed his brow. He spoke his mind directly. He could focus better if he just knew Jen's plan. Besides, Jen's judgment was biased. He'd have an easier time with fire or water, but water mana here was incredibly scarce, a fact Jen knew all too well. Jen then asked for Arthur's age. He answered truthfully, nearly 15. Jen paused, considering the response. Arthur spoke with a wisdom beyond his years, but Jen remained unconvinced. He wanted to test Arthur's remote mana control. Arthur let out an exhausted sigh. Arthur shot a pleading look at Quinn, but his gaze was quickly averted. Defeated, Arthur accepted the command. In a flash, Jen summoned a horde of golems. They swarmed the edge of the volcano. The fastest ones began to descend. Arthur stared at the overwhelming number. He wondered about Jen's limit. For this type, he could summon thousands. Jen gave the order, eliminate them. Arthur prepared for battle. Switching to combat mode, he combined water and lightning elements. Arthur leaped towards the descending horde. Arthur threw a single punch. A wave of golems shattered into rubble. He fought with lightning and ice. Soon, every last golem was destroyed. Wiping away sweat, Arthur asked for the next test. Jen was impressed by his performance. Now, he wanted to analyze his body's limits. Jen knew from Quinn that his sword skills were good, and that he'd learned new techniques from Sai. Arthur didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to put on some clothes. He was starting to freeze out here. Jen waved it off. He needed to observe Arthur's movements. He added he had no interest in his bare body. Arthur fumed but couldn't do a thing. Jen flicked Arthur's forehead. He demanded to see his primary weapon. Wincing, Arthur drew his sword. Jen took it, his surprise turning to loud laughter. Arthur scowled at the mockery. It may look plain, but it's effective. He moved to demonstrate its power, but Jen stopped him, saying he already knew. Jen turned to Quinn, asking if this was why he'd brought the boy to him. Quinn admitted he had his suspicions. Arthur shook his head as Jen tried to draw the blade. Only he could unsheath that sword. But a moment later, Arthur watched in disbelief as Jen slid the sword from its sheath with ease. He was completely stunned. Jen smirked, swinging the blade in a perfect circle before aiming it at Arthur. He then revealed the true reason. It wasn't because he was an Asura. It's because I'm the one who forged this blade. Jen's words triggered a memory. The blade was engraved with Dawnbreaker and a single initial. He couldn't believe Jen was its creator. Jen thought he was in disbelief, but Arthur had a different question. Why was the sword on the Diderthan continent? Swinging the blade, Jen explained, this sword was a failed experiment. While gathering minerals, he'd simply tossed it away in the beast forest on Arthur's continent. He thought the odds of it being found were slim, the odds of it being drawn even slimmer. He then began to mumble, calculating the probability of this very encounter. Arthur was left speechless. He couldn't believe the Dawnbreaker was considered a failure. Its quality and design were impeccable. He had never seen a blade like it, but Jen scoffed at the comparison. Even his failures were not to be compared to the crude weapons of the human world. To him, it was a grave insult. As he spoke, he began to bend the blade, shocking Arthur to his core. Jen made it to be an all-purpose weapon, a foolish idea from a moment of madness. In the end, it was just a sharp piece of metal. Jen turned to Quinn, noting the strange coincidence. Quinn agreed, then asked about Jen's next move. Was he finally going to do that? Arthur was confused, so Quinn explained. He'd brought Arthur to Jen for two reasons. First, Jen's methods were strange, but his combat insight was unparalleled. Second, Quinn wanted Jen to forge a new sword, one perfectly suited to Arthur's unique style. Arthur was stunned by the revelation. He asked Jen about forging him a sword. Jen immediately corrected his wording. I create swords. I do not forge them. Jen stated he was only training Arthur to repay a debt to Lord Taijap, a debt that didn't cover creating a new sword. And with that, he decided to keep the Dawnbreaker. Arthur asked if he'd get it back. Of course, Jen replied. To him, it was just a sharp piece of metal. It was still Arthur's, and he had no desire for it. Then, he pulled another sword from the earth. He tossed it to Arthur. You'll train with this from now on. It calculates the user's movements and force. Arthur took the blade and gave it a few swings. He wondered how Jen had summoned it, but Jen dismissed the question as trivial. Jen then demanded the feather Arthur had. Arthur cautiously asked why, but Jen refused to answer, saying the boy asked too many questions. Reluctantly, Arthur handed it over. Jen took the feather. He told Arthur to get some sleep, then prepared to leave with Quinn. Arthur asked if they'd return that night. Of course not. Only you will be here. Jen and Quinn had their own matters to attend to. Training required Arthur's own initiative. Nothing in life would be handed to him. This was for his own good. With that, they departed, leaving Arthur alone in the volcano's crater. He sighed, not believing a word Jen said. Night fell, and the sky filled with stars. Just as he drifted off to sleep, a loud crash echoed through the crater. Still groggy, Arthur jumped to his feet. As he was tying back his hair, something lunged at him from behind. He dodged just in time, a sharp axe missing him by an inch. Arthur immediately counterattacked with earth magic. Dust and debris filled the air, making him cough. Jen's voice echoed from the crater's rim. On the battlefield, you must always be vigilant. There is no such thing as true rest. Jen summoned a horde of golems for Arthur's training. Seeing the exhaustion on Arthur's face, Jen ordered him to shed his gear and continue. Arthur obeyed, muttering a curse at Jen. This time, commander-class golems led the grunts, and his mission was to eliminate them. Despite his fatigue, Arthur's movements were sharp in combat. With sword in hand, he feared no golem. He fought with his blade and elemental lightning power. As a golem lunged, a white golem with a shield instantly appeared to protect him. Another white golem appeared, cutting down the dark creature. This training was different. This time, he had allies. As the battle's core, everything hinged on him. Whether attacking or defending, he fought with all his might, finally striking down the commander. He collapsed, gasping for breath. Jen gave the results. His side lost 271 units, while the enemy lost 512. The victory felt hollow. The enemy was too weak. In the end, he'd let too many allies fall. He blamed the stone, ape comrades. Before he could finish his thought, Jen handed him bread and water. Arthur ate ravenously, then resumed speaking. He felt nothing for the golems regardless of their side. Jen seemed to understand, then allowed Arthur to rest. Jen warned that the next day's battle wouldn't be so simple. Utterly exhausted, Arthur fell asleep instantly. A scream jolted him awake. He grabbed his sword and shot up, seeing a horned, monstrous figure cloaked in black. Its appearance was grotesque. The creature stood on a mound, clutching Tessia by the throat, staring down at Arthur. Jen lifted her effortlessly as she screamed, "Let me go. Somebody, save me." Jen's grip tightened, making Tessia wince in agony. Arthur watched in horror as his eyes turned pure white, two glowing yellow marks appearing beneath them. He charged toward Jen with all his might. Jen swung his free arm back, preparing to unleash an attack. Glittering particles of light formed around him. Then, with one swift motion, he severed Jen's arm. The limb released its grip, and Tessia fell. Jen stood frozen, stunned by Arthur's shocking attack. Meanwhile, his severed arm and Tessia hit the ground hard. But Arthur wasn't finished. He charged Jen with his sword, sending him flying into a boulder. But he stood up instantly, launching a counterattack. He spread his arms wide and massive. Crimson spikes of fire materialized in the air. Arthur focused his gaze as a purple aura swirled around him. Jean attacked, firing the flame spikes, and the space between them erupted in brilliant light. Arthur dodged the spikes, but one shot toward the unconscious Tessia. Panic shot through him. Tossing his sword aside, Arthur dove and caught the fiery spike. With his bare hands, he hurled it back, gasping in pain from the heat. The fire spike exploded as it neared Jean. Arthur shielded Tessia behind a rock. Suddenly, a foot stepped toward his discarded sword. From the smoke, Jean emerged with a smile. Arthur stared, completely shocked and bewildered. Looking down, exhausted, he thought, "This has gone too far." Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "Jen, that's enough." They stared at each other, then Jen transformed. Then, to Arthur's surprise, Jean vanished. Jen reappeared in his original form, fixing his sleeve. "You figured it out quickly," he remarked. "I was curious what you'd do if it went further." Arthur rubbed his head, sighing in relief. It wasn't hard to see this ridiculous situation was fake. "Jen, I hope you didn't do this just for fun." Jen rubbed his chin. "Why was I attacked for simply training you? Do you disagree with my methods? Is this some punishment from your inferior race?" Arthur replied, flustered, "No, it's an expression." "Never mind," Jen said, annoyed. "I did this for your own benefit. Look at yourself. You recklessly spent your energy just to save that girl." Arthur firmly replied, "Look, I know it wasn't the best tactical choice at the time, but to me, some people are more important than my own life." Jen didn't back down. "But you can't deny it was a reckless move." But then, Jean conceded Arthur's point. "Of course, family and mates are important, even for an owl." Hearing that, Arthur quickly held up a hand. He hurriedly explained, "Tessia? A mate? No, she's not my mate." "Oh?" Jen said, skeptical. "From what Quinn Sam said, and your expression, you're clearly smitten with her." Jen casually asked, "So, have you two done it yet?" Arthur looked bewildered, stammering, "Done what?" He quickly denied it, "No, not yet." Jen's barrage of questions left Arthur reeling. He rubbed his eyes, trying to stop Jen from asking more ridiculous questions. "Come on, we're getting off topic, Jen. You can create any puppet with just earth." Leaning on his chair, Jean answered. "I can create physical matter with my own hands," Jean then admitted, slightly disappointed, "but not everything. I can't simulate water using only earth." Suddenly, he looked at Arthur curiously. "Besides, how did you realize it was all an illusion?" Arthur quickly explained his observations. "After I calmed down a bit, I realized I could see the fluctuations of the yellow mana particles around them. They looked real, but a being like that wouldn't appear just for Tessia." And he asked, "Can a lower race member ever cast magic on an Oz level?" Jen shook his head. "The word impossible is not in my vocabulary, but that is a near impossible feat. However, you need not worry about that." Arthur was confused, so Jen explained. "Because you are living proof that anything is possible. You have an innate understanding of all four elements and their variations. Simply put, mastering all four elements was the key to unlocking the secrets of Aether, a gift from the Dragon Princess." Even Jen had to acknowledge Arthur's power. "You're truly phenomenal, kid. Not even House Orem has your kind of talent and luck." Arthur smirked. "If that's a compliment, I'll take it." "So, what's our next move?" Jen grabbed his hand, his expression grave. "First, let me see your dominant hand." Jen produced a small ore, holding it before Arthur. "This is an Ethereum ore," he explained. "By itself, it's no more than a worthless stone. But, with the proper refinement and synthesis, a process I'm taking to my grave, so don't ask, it can become something extraordinary." Jen held Arthur's hand, placing the ore in his palm. Remember when I said I don't find swords, I create them. With this crystal and the right tools, I can grow it into a weapon. Arthur asked, surprised. Grow? You mean like a plant? Jen sighed, a worried look on his face. Yes and no. But if that's all your tiny brain can manage, then sure. Let's go with that. As the ore settled into Arthur's palm, it began to smoke. Jen continued, normally, I'd spend years, perhaps even centuries, just observing how you fight, analyzing and synthesizing everything I need to forge a weapon perfectly suited for you. But circumstances are dire, forcing this gamble. Arthur looked lost. What do you mean by that? Before he could finish, Jen pressed down hard on the ore. It seared into his palm. Arthur cried out in agony as blood dripped from his hand. Why didn't you warn me? Jen answered nonchalantly. My apologies. I forgot to count to 3. I synthesized this ore from Lady Sylvia's feathers and Lady Sylvie's scales, 2 crucial parts of who you've become. Jen gestured, accidentally smacking Arthur in the face. Every action, every thought, every change within you will now determine the fate of this weapon. Even I don't know what it will become or if it will become a weapon at all. Arthur was still confused. Then why choose such an uncertain path? He stared at the crumbling ore in his hand. I thought you decided not to forge me a weapon. Jen gave a dismissive reply. A simple, sharp sword won't be enough against the Vritra. And we are running out of time. Arthur seized on the crucial point. Wait. I thought the war was still 2 years away. Jen's face darkened. About that, Queen Sam just received a report from Alacria on the current state of Decathlon. Jen continued, Queen Sam and Lord Indrith forbade me from telling you this, but you deserve to make a choice with all the facts. There's no telling how long the Aetherium will take to activate. It could take a year, or even 5, before it becomes a true weapon. But you still must grow stronger before the war, Jen reminded him. Arthur noticed the strange urgency. I know, but why are you in such a hurry? This isn't like you at all. He stared, awaiting an answer. Jen's brow furrowed. Arthur, even though their main army has yet to arrive, the war has already begun. The declaration hit Arthur hard. He stammered, What do you mean? Queen Sam said we had 2 years. Jen shook his head. That's the nature of war, kid. It is never predictable. Arthur turned decisively. I'm going back. His face was a mask of determination. If the war has started, I have to fight. But then, the very ground began to tremble beneath him. Jen was furious at his reckless decision. And then what? He challenged. Get yourself killed? Arthur spun around, his voice sharp. I've spent months training with Aether to face them. Isn't that the entire reason I came here? It's not enough. Jen roared, then scoffed. At your current level, you couldn't even defeat a retainer. The truth hit Arthur hard, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Then, Jen spoke. 1 year, Arthur looked up, startled. Jen met his gaze, his own eyes filled with resolve. Give me 1 year. With my help, you will give Decathlon a real chance at victory. Arthur clenched his jaw, then finally nodded in agreement. As they faced each other, the ground beneath them cracked and a voice echoed. Meanwhile, at the castle, Tesha pleaded, Grandfather, I can fight. Virion didn't look up from his report. I've already said no. Beside him, Aldir sipped his tea. Your grandfather is right. He explained the danger to Tessia. For you to go to the front lines now is far too reckless and entirely unnecessary. Tesha snapped back. Then when will I be needed? You yourself said I've grown much stronger. Aldir replied coolly. It is still not enough. Fury flashed in Tessia's eyes. She clenched her teeth and turned to leave. Excuse me. Aldir could only sigh. Tessia slammed the door, her frustration echoing in the hall. Virion felt powerless against her stubbornness and turned to Aldir. Is this truly the best way? Aldir set down his cup. You know what your granddaughter means to Arthur Lewin. Aldir stared into his reflection in the tea. No matter how many years we train her, letting her on that battlefield will undoubtedly cloud his judgment. Tessia stormed through the castle halls, her eyes fixed forward. She finally reached the main gate, where 2 guards stood watch. They were surprised to see her approach. One of them spoke up. Princess, what brings you here? Tessia's voice was firm. Open the gate. The guard hesitated. My apologies, Princess, but we've received no orders from Commander Virion or Lord Aldir for anyone to leave the grounds. Tessia's voice was ice, repeating her command. Open. The gate. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tessia. She is with me, he said calmly. We are just running a few errands. The 2 guards hesitated, exchanging a look, but at last they opened the gate. As light streamed through, Tessia offered a quiet, thank you. As they stepped out, another guard greeted them with a bow. General Vey, Princess Tassia, what is your destination? Vey simply nodded toward Tassia. Understanding the gesture, she stated their destination. The city of Ateston, please. The guard stepped aside, revealing a shimmering portal. Then, the guard added a word of caution, as attacks from the outskirts were growing more frequent. Please present this identification seal upon arrival. Tessia glanced at her guardian, silently asking, Are you sure you want to chaperone me, Vey? She replied instantly, I just finished my session with Princess Kathleen. A short break is welcome. Relieved, Tessia smiled and stepped through the gate. Ediston was once the capital of Sapin, a human kingdom. A map of the country surfaced in Tessia's memory. She recalled from her studies that the city was built on the western coast, far from the Dwarven Kingdom and Elven territories, and even further from the treacherous beast glades. A small circle on the map pinpointed the highest concentration of beasts. With all battles focused there, Ediston had become the city furthest from the war. An ideal defensive position, protected by the sea on three sides. However, a few years ago, with war looming, the king had ordered the entire city to be razed. Hearing footsteps on the street, Tessia continued her thought. It was rebuilt as the final line of defense against the Laxian army, as a lone figure watched over the city from above. In a quiet corner, citizens went about their day. In another, 3 soldiers were talking among themselves. Elsewhere, a patrol marched in formation, royal crests on their chests. Vey and Tessia had finally arrived. They wore hooded cloaks to avoid drawing attention. Vey warned her to keep her sword ready and remain alert. Tessia turned and asked, But you're with me. Besides, isn't this city the furthest from the battlefront? Vey explained, In times of war, one must always prepare for the worst. They passed by a small shop, and its wares caught Tessia's eye. She picked up a necklace to examine it, then asked, You said you just finished training with Kathleen, right? How are the Lur brothers progressing? Vey answered, I was told Curtis is determined and hard-working, but his progress is still quite slow. Despite being a Beast Tamer, his mana manipulation is only average. Tessia let out an oath of surprise. Vey continued, Princess Kathleen, on the other hand, is advancing rapidly. I heard she was a born genius, and after 2 years, I finally see why. Tessia paid for the necklace she had chosen and replied, Well, she's not necessarily better than everyone. Vey conceded, That's true. It's not a fair comparison. I forgot there's a boy your age. Arthur is on a completely different level. Vey walked ahead. After he completes his training with the Asuras, his power will be monstrous. Let's hope he's ready for the battlefield. Tessia sighed. Right. Tessia glanced at the loudly talking soldiers and asked Vey, Do you think their army could ever push this far? She remembered her grandfather's words. Grandfather said Director Cynthia confirmed that being west of Decathan actually makes Ediston the city closest to the enemy. Vey agreed with her grandfather's assessment. Yes, but she also said they have no way to transport a large army across the sea. Vey's voice grew grim. That's why they chose a more covert method, using the teleportation gates they set up throughout the Beast Glades. She continued, The Vritra can bring in significant forces and hide them in endless labyrinths and dungeons until they're ready to strike. After hearing Vey's explanation, it all made sense to Tessia. I see. She thought to herself, all of our intelligence on the enemy comes from Director Cynthia. Though Master Alder partially broke the curse that sealed her knowledge, she still fell into a deep coma. Tessia suddenly looked up at the sky, her face filled with worry. This war has strained my relationship with grandfather, but I'm not the only one suffering. He and the council are handling everything on the political front. She continued her thoughts. After the death of King and Queen Glader, the dwarves rebelled. So the council is working desperately to rebuild that alliance, while also urging every city to prepare its armed forces. She remained lost in thought. Grandfather has to shoulder all of that. At least I can continue my training. Suddenly, a figure holding a stack of papers ran towards her, shouting, Watch out! In an instant, a hand shot out and grabbed the person's arm. Tessia drew her sword, pressing the person against a wall as she aimed the blade. The hood of her cloak fell back in the process. Tessia stared at the person before her. Emily was frozen in fear, her glasses knocked askew. Recognizing the face, Tessia gasped, Emily? Realizing who it was, Emily's eyes welled with tears. Princess, she cried, throwing her arms around Tessia. Tessia happily returned the embrace as Emily waved at Vey. And hello to you, General Vey. The general gave a polite nod. Miss Watson. Sheathing her sword, Tessia beamed, It's so good to see you. Emily cheerfully began picking up the fallen papers. Tessia, embarrassed, helped her. I'm sorry. You appeared so suddenly. My body just reacted. Emily replied graciously. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. I was carrying so much that my glasses slipped and I couldn't see a thing. Emily adjusted her glasses and grinned, but it was also pretty exciting. You know, like an adventure game. Suddenly she remembered. Oh no, I can't waste any more time. Emily hurriedly stood up. I have to go. Tessia's curiosity was piqued. What's wrong? Clutching the stack of papers, Emily explained, These documents seem incredibly important. Professor Gideon even requested aid from Alance and the council. Upon hearing that, Tessia shot a hopeful glance at Vey. After receiving a subtle nod, Tessia immediately turned to Emily with an offer. Can I come with you? Birds soared over the city of Eton. Tessia helped Emily with the stack of papers as they walked onward. Tessia nudged Emily playfully. "So what are you and Professor Gideon researching? I haven't seen you at the castle." Emily just yawned widely. She replied, "Don't call him a professor. His mind is hardly normal, let alone fit to teach the next generation. I can't even count how many times I've had to dig our dear professor out from the rubble and junk after one of his self-made explosions." Emily nudged her back gently. "And what about you? How have you been, princess?" Tessia answered, "Don't call me princess." "Emily, you know I don't like that." Tessia's face fell, her voice filled with frustration. "It's so suffocatingly boring in the castle, you have no idea." Emily nodded in agreement. Well, of course. A castle with such narrow hallways and ridiculously low ceilings. As they walked and talked, Emily joked, "I heard floating castles are out of style now anyway." Tessia laughed loudly. "You think you're so funny, don't you?" Emily sighed dramatically. "Try being cooped up all day with the professor. Your sense of humor will vanish without a trace." Tessia shot back. "Try being trapped for a year in a castle with a Sousa and a grandfather so overbearing that even breathing feels dangerous." Just thinking about it made them both shiver. Emily adjusted her glasses and said sadly, "But don't be too hard on your grandfather, the commander, after you were kidnapped." Emily realized her poor choice of words and quickly corrected herself. "I mean, after that incident, I can't imagine how worried he and your parents were." Tessia nodded in agreement. "I know, and I am trying. Last year wasn't easy for any of us. Training hard is the only way I can reassure myself that I'm getting stronger," Tessia said, walking ahead and speaking her mind. "But with the Laxian army's attacks on the Beast Glades getting more frequent, I just wish I could be on the battlefield now." Emily was suddenly curious. "What about Otho? Is there any news?" Tessia shook her head, clearly annoyed. "You mean the same old story, Master India repeats every day like a broken record?" Suddenly, they both remembered India's famous line and spoke it in unison. "He is in training. That is all you need to know." Afterward, they both burst out laughing. Emily then remembered Alizar. And what about him? Hearing his name, Tessia clutched the papers tightly as her face grew sad. "No, there's been no news at all. It's been so long. And I still don't understand why he was taken." Her voice grew quiet. "All I know is that he tried to save me before they took him." Emily saw Tessia's pain and started to say, "Hey, it's not." But Vay's voice cut them off. "We're here." The three of them stood before a building, slowly descending a set of stairs toward the entrance. Emily placed her hands on the doorknob and recited an incantation. The door slowly groaned open at her command. The three stepped inside a chaotic workshop, filled with busy workers, smoke, and dust. The three of them went down the stairs. Tessia covered her nose, asking Emily, "What's that awful smell?" Emily didn't smell a thing, so she asked, "What smell?" She then explained, "There are so many minerals and materials being smelted or refined down here, it's hard to distinguish between them." From the other side of the room, a man's voice roared. "Damn it, Aemon. How many times have I told you, you simpleton, you can't put those minerals in the same container. Their properties are incompatible, and now all I have left are two useless piles of rock." A man then rushed out, holding a box. Emily spoke up. "Ah, that sounds like my dear professor." A man in a tidy suit approached them and bowed with respect. "Ah, a good afternoon to you, Princess General, Miss Emily. It is a relief you returned so quickly. Professor Gideon is waiting for you." Emily held the papers in her arms and asked him, "Great, is he having one of his episodes again today?" The man speculated, "I'm afraid so. He's probably very eager for those notes." Emily asked him about the papers she was holding. "Do you know what any of these are?" Just then, from a distance, Professor Gideon quickly approached them. He grabbed the papers from Emily's hands, glanced at them, then tossed them aside as if searching for something, which confused Emily. "Professor, what is this?" He ignored her question, completely focused on reading, which made Emily call out "Professor," much louder. He then folded the book and placed it neatly back into Emily's hands. Professor Gideon frowned, rubbing his forehead while muttering a curse. His face was grim as he said, "General, I have sent a formal request to the council. Since you're here, could you accompany me? Your help would be immense." Vay heard this and asked, "So where are we going?" The man replied, "The eastern coast, on the northern border of the Beast Glades." The sound of hooves echoed as Tessia and Emily's group rode toward the east coast. Tessia wondered why Professor Gideon was in such a rush. Leading the way, he warned everyone, "We've arrived. Stay alert." Suddenly, everyone reined in their horses. Tessia gasped at the scene before her. They were now on a high cliff overlooking the vast distance, with a massive warship below. She wondered, a Dicathan ship. Gideon recalled a time before while looking at a map. "They ordered me to find a way to travel long distances across the sea." He then suddenly shouted, "An engine not powered by mana, but by steam generated from an external source." Inside a shipyard, People were busy building ships to sail the seas. An old, battered ship had docked near where Tezia's group was standing. It was adrift on the churning waves. Someone on deck was waving frantically. Tessia whipped around to face Gideon. Wait, this isn't a divine transport? Gideon eyed the ship. It's worse. Hearing that, Tezia felt a sense of dread. Worse? What do you mean? Gideon offered no explanation, just urged them on. Emily placed a comforting hand on Tessia's shoulder, thinking, will he ever answer us? Tessia stepped aboard, observing the damage. Were these bite marks? Emily agreed. What kind of monster could leave bites this big? Her question hung in the air. No signs of life, Professor Gideon confirmed. A pointless precaution, but thank you, regardless. The ship's interior was decrepit. Cargo crates clogged the upper deck, while moss and grime clung to every surface. Tessia's eyes narrowed. If this isn't the Digger Tots, she thought, then what is it? She watched the others move upstairs, wondering. Who besides Professor Gideon could even build such a vessel, let alone sail it? And the crew? They had vanished. Suddenly, her attention snapped to Vi opening a locker. Vey, Tessia called out. After a quick scan, Vey turned, her judgment swift and grim. Everything has been completely wiped. Someone had deliberately scoured all traces of the ship's identity. Tessia silently agreed with Vey's conclusion. The crew wanted this vessel to be a ghost. Emily then offered her own theory. Professor, could someone have stolen your designs? A rival, perhaps? Gideon shot the idea down. Impossible. He began to explain, until a few weeks ago, this ship was completely submerged at the bottom of the sea. If the tides hadn't receded, and a team of adventurers hadn't found it, we would never have known of its existence. Emily pressed on. But the sailors? Do you think they all drowned? Gideon answered. No, not all of them. He crouched, brushing dust from the floor, no tracks, no evidence, nothing left behind. The crew wanted this ship forgotten. That's when Vi finally spoke of the unease she felt when she first laid eyes on it. I had a dark premonition about this ship, she admitted, but I wanted you to confirm it yourself. Gideon held out a hand for the report. After reading it, his face grew heavy. I prayed my fears were wrong, but it seems I was right all along. He held the document, his thoughts turning grim. At first, I dared to hope that the missing crew of the Digger Tots had somehow repaired it and sailed it home. But now, he continued, his voice firm, I can say with absolute certainty this is not my work, nor is it related to the Digger Tots. The implication hit Emily like a physical blow. She trembled. Professor, you mean? He knew exactly what she meant. This changes the entire war. Tezia's brow furrowed with deep worry. This war? Vey began, her expression equally serious. Yes, Princess, Gideon confessed. It means our enemy now has a weapon, a ship that can carry an army across the ocean to Digadan. Elsewhere, Lord Viv sat in silence, staring at a glowing crystal. He sighed, unable to escape the storm of thoughts raging within him. The situation was far more serious than they had ever predicted. Or rather, the leaders, including himself, had been dangerously complacent. Damn it. King Lair of Sapin slammed his fist on the table in fury. Gideon, are you absolutely certain of this? The old inventor replied. As I said, Your Majesty, I can only speculate that it's from the Laxian army. However, I'm sure it is not the Digger Tots. Queen Gisla took her husband's hand, trying to calm him. She pressed Gideon. How can you be so certain? Gideon took a deep breath. Because the Digger Tots was an invention I was immensely proud of. I placed my own personal sigils on its hull. They were my signature, so to speak. But the ship we found is completely blank. Furthermore, Gideon added, the material of the frame is completely different. King Lair cursed again, rising from his chair in a rage. Lord Viv, though tense, tried to calm the king. Lair, compose yourself. Calm down. Did you not hear the man? Forgive me, Lair seethed, but how can I remain calm, knowing the enemy is preparing to invade? The king of Sapin continued, they could send tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of soldiers by sea. We're already struggling to find the bastards hiding in the Beast Forest. Enough. Andia's sharp voice cut through the king's rant. Lair fell silent, turning to the warrior Vi for her opinion. What are your thoughts? The warrior was resolute. I may not know its design, but I agree with the professor. The fact that all markings were erased is proof enough. But Queen Gisla worried it might be a diversion to lure them away from the Beast Forest. Andia agreed with Gisla's strategic assessment. He argued that if Laxia wanted to divide them, a ship appearing on the west coast would have been far more effective, as that's where they expected an attack. Queen Mio added that the ship was found in the middle of nowhere. With such unpredictable tides, its discovery was a miracle in itself. Silence filled the chamber, until Andia finally spoke. So the question for both humans and elves is pursuing this worth the risk? But Cynthia revealed that Laxia was already moving its soldiers deeper into the Beast Forest. It would be foolish to assume the enemy had only one plan. They had no choice but to prepare for attacks from both fronts. But without the support of the dwarves, gaining an advantage in this war would be nearly impossible. The plan to request aid was critical, so the king and queen of Sapin asked the rulers of Elenoa for permission to join the summit in the Dwarven Kingdom. Lord Viv swallowed his pride, knowing they needed the dwarves to have any chance of victory. He thought of Laxia's soldiers crossing the border, and how his own granddaughter Tessia had found their warship. He couldn't even be angry at Vi for bringing her, knowing Tessia's stubborn nature. A knock echoed from the wooden door. It was his granddaughter, Tisha. Vi said you sent for me, grandfather. He stood, clearing his throat. Yes, Tessia, there is something you need to see. From the crystal on his desk, a vision of a bloody battlefield materialized in the air, stunning the elf princess. But as she looked closer at the projected image, her stunned expression twisted into one of pure horror. Blood flows in rivers from the chaotic slaughter. Here, no one remains whole. This is the battlefield. Just 5 days ago, we sent 400 to that dungeon. 200 soldiers and 20 mages never returned. Vivian felt the guilt. He was the one who gave the order. He knew their deaths were his responsibility, and the guilt tormented him endlessly. He knew the war had just begun, yet he'd already made decisions he could never forgive. His selfish need to protect Tessia had driven his actions. Even though Tessia could be a massive asset in this war, sadness filled Tessia's heart. Grandfather, Tessia, you are an incredibly talented mage. With 2 years of intense training, you'll be a valuable asset, but no matter your power, you are still only human. One single mistake is all it takes to lose your life. That is why I forbid you from joining any battle. Caressing the sword in his hand, Vivian continued. His gaze toward Tessia turned to ice. Tessia, after what you're about to witness, will you still want a part in this war? Tessia's expression hardened. She answered firmly, yes. Vivian tossed a training sword to his granddaughter. Tessia caught it in a flash. She lowered the blade with a steady gaze as Vivian spoke. Then prove your resolve to me. In moments, they were on the training grounds. So, you understand the rules of this duel, correct? I asked again, tightening my grip on my sword. Tessia replied with conviction, already in her stance. I understand. Instantly, Vivian lunged, slashing at Tessia, but she dodged aside just in time. From the side, she channeled magic for a counterattack, but Vivian weaved past her spells, forcing her to dodge. He leaped back as massive roots erupted from the ground. Where Tessia's magic touched, vines grew thick and fast, coiling like serpents protecting their mother. Tessia saw her chance and closed the distance, but he simply raised his sword and effortlessly parried her strike. Using her own momentum against her, Vivian leaned back, grabbed her sword arm, and threw Tessia down. As she fell, vines shot up from the earth, wrapping around her waist, stopping her fall and pushing her back up. She regained her balance to attack again, blocking with her blade. Vivian couldn't hide his excitement. Tessia's beast control had improved immensely. Channeling mana into his limbs, Vivian dashed toward Tessia, dodging the storm of vines that protected their master. Just as she entered his blade's range, Tessia lost him. He seized the chance to attack, but as he swung, she sank into the vines below. As Tessia vanished, the vines swarmed together. Vivian leaped back just as they formed a sphere, encasing Tessia inside. For a brief, terrible moment, he feared she had lost control again, just like the last time. But when the vine cocoon burst open, Vivian could only whistle in awe of his granddaughter. Her body was now covered in an emerald green mana. Tessia's skin turned a pale ivory, while her hair and brows turned a vibrant green. Her turquoise eyes glittered, now filled with complex symbols. Be careful, grandfather. As she spun with her twin blades, he felt overwhelmed by her relentless, stormy assault. Tessia slashed and stabbed without pause, injuring them both. Scratches and cuts appeared as she slowed, creating an opening. Vivian ended the duel with a powerful kick, knocking her flat. You lose. You failed to land a single direct hit after all that. Tessia gasped for breath. Vivian sighed and shook his head. On the battlefield, you will call me commander, not grandfather. Tessia's eyes lit up with joy. This meant she could join the war. Thank you, Grandf. But Vivian cut her off. I have conditions. Yes, sir. Tessia replied with a determined gaze. You need permission from your mother and father. You also must be mindful of your own status. No matter who your squad leader is, you cannot be a burden. If your team feels you can't handle things, I will pull you from the battle immediately. They'll worry about your safety, and that won't help the war effort. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Tessia nodded eagerly. And one more thing. Avoid using your second phase. I don't know if you can fully control it yet, but in that form, you're far too reckless. Lord Adia said the same. He said the beast will have synchronized with his strange, but even he doesn't know why. Tessia confessed. As she turned to speak with her parents, Vivian stopped her for one last thing. Granddaughter, from now on, I am no longer your grandfather. My past decisions were for your safety and happiness. He clenched his fist to stay calm. However, you have become a soldier now. I am forced to treat you as such. When I or your general gives an order, know that your safety won't be the top priority. This is my final warning. Tezia rushed to her grandfather and hugged him tightly. I understand, Commander. Den was her home, and she would do anything to protect it and its people. I know, he murmured, and that is exactly why I'm so afraid. Inside the castle, Vivian headed to a room in the cellar, entering the door at the end of the narrow hall. My sincerest apologies, I wasn't expecting any visitors, a middle-aged nurse said as she rose from her chair. No need to apologize. Anna, I just felt like coming. How is she? He asked, looking at the unconscious woman on the bed. Anna replied, I've just given her the medicine to keep her body strong. Physically speaking, her body is in perfect condition, but no matter how hard we try, we can't seem to wake her. Same as always then, Anna replied, and taking the hint, she left to give Vivian some privacy. Sitting on the wooden chair by the bed, Vivian looked thoughtfully at Cynthia. My old friend, are you sleeping well? I wonder if you already know, but I suspect the Ladi army can build steamships. They'll likely use them to ferry tens of thousands of troops here, and I'm sure you didn't know that, did you? You were still here, after all, when our own ships began construction. He sighed, gazing at Cynthia's serene, sleeping face. I have some news for you, something you won't believe. I've allowed Tezia to join the war. Can you even imagine? I'm certain you'd be shocked by my choice if you awoke. He laughed, recalling he told Tessia he'd treat her like a soldier, as absurd as it sounded. Then, the grief returned, for he was truly terrified. I know how fiercely she burns for the battlefield, and I know how stubborn that girl is. So I decided if she must fight, it will be under my command. He clenched his jaw. He leaned forward, head in his hands. In truth, that was a lie. He had abdicated his throne to escape these very duties. And yet, the task before him now was far greater than anything he'd faced as king. A court elder now monitors him constantly, ensuring he is mentally, spiritually, and physically fit to command this war. But how pathetic is it that he just wants to sit in his garden and watch his granddaughter grow in peace? Fate is a cruel, mocking thing when Viv must send that same girl into battle. Anduin, his wife, and Gila. They all try their best to assist, but in the end, they look to him for orders. Even Anduin believes he is the only one fit to lead. He let out a long, shuddering sigh, his hand trembling as he raised it to his face. Cynthia, I have already outlived my own wife by decades. I do not want to outlive my child and grandchild. I don't think I could bear it. He reached for Cynthia's hand, afraid she would vanish at his touch. Finally, gathering his courage, he placed his hand over hers. I never had a chance to apologize to you. I had a feeling something was wrong. You knew it too, didn't you? Even after Anduin removed your curse, you knew it wasn't completely gone. You knew you could die if he revealed information about Laxia, about Vergica. Yes, I considered that as well. And yet, I did not stop you. To gain an advantage in this war, I let you fall into this state. He paused, his voice cracking. I should have stopped you. He fondly recalled their past. While many despise you as a spy, I never did. You chose to defy your own people to help us, making a choice that proved you were the strongest of us all. The true battle is about to begin. I won't be able to come down here often. Viv rose from his chair, looking at his old friend one last time. My friend. But I promise you, once this war is over, I will do everything in my power to wake you. Until then, please rest. They clashed with demons of every size. Amidst the battle, David shouted a reminder to Teja. Meanwhile, Tessia used her magic, sending massive roots from the earth to bind a giant beast as she replied to David with confidence. Nearby, Kazia fought with her fists of steel. As they took down one monster after another, someone told David not to bicker with Tessia. The horde of Gila beasts was endless. They decided to retreat, viewing this as just a probe. David claimed that the mages were no longer needed. Cenas retorted that every class has its own purpose. Tessia then devised a plan to hold them down for Cenas to unleash her full firepower. Tezia then unleashed countless root tendrils toward the enemy, binding the entire monster horde. Once they were trapped, Cenas pressed a button. A devastating beam of red energy erupted, and a massive explosion turned the demons to ash. The team stared, amazed by Cenas' new power. Cenas replied that her new magic was strong, but the recoil was severe. Kazia chided her, saying she should have trained more. Sinews retorted sassily that training at Kazia's intensity was exhausting. The team took a moment to breathe and headed back to rest, knowing the flames would only hold the enemy off for a while. Davat was eager for a good meal, but Kazia and Kia cringed at the thought of the same oyster stew they ate every day. David begged Tezia to prepare a meal for her hardworking warriors. Tezia flatly refused. Kia quickly shoved his face away and teased him. Davat figured the shorty was just jealous of his good looks. Kia yelled angrily that being short is cute. She then turned to Tessia with sparkling eyes. David threw an arm around Cenis, teasing that she was also small but not mean, despite being 10 years older than Kia. Annoyed, Cenis shrugged him off, asking why he was dragging her into it. Tessia called for order and reminded everyone to rest as they reached a large gate. Tessia, excited about a bath, knocked on the gate. A person inside verified their identities, and the gate slowly opened. Inside was a large space surrounded by rocky hills, filled with numerous tents. After her bath, Tessia felt completely refreshed. Seeing her team starting a fire together created another warm memory. Suddenly, a voice called out to Tessia. It was Helen and the Heralds. Before Tessia could make introductions, David was already holding Angela's hand, flirting, as Kazuya and Cenis watched helplessly. His arrogance had its reasons, as he was a master of mana control. Helen suddenly asked Kazuya if she was from the J family, to Kia's shock. That family had served the Glaive clan for centuries, and Helen recognized her mana control. Tessia explained that the G family is known for its fierce fighting prowess, while the Glaive clan are masters of the axe. Since Kazuya was born into a family with no sons, she was raised as a boy. David reached the gold core level, left his clan, and achieved diamond class on the battlefield. His many achievements, often with Kazuya, made them a perfect pair in battle. Tessia added that he's cranky but cares only for two things: flirting with pretty girls and looking after little Kia. As for Kia, being raised as a boy gave her a tough personality, but she is friendly and cares for everyone. Seeing David and Kia bickering, Helen said they looked just like Tisha and David used to. Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Tisha. Everyone around them laughed knowingly, making Tessia blush with embarrassment. Nearby, Stennis was cleaning his gun when someone approached, curious about the strange weapon. Sinus nervously explained his unique power let him build it. Tessia added that he can enchant his shots with combat magic. Hearing this, Helen's group was completely stunned. Tessia then gave a brief introduction of Stennis. Sinus had caused a major stir at his evaluation, earning an introduction to Tessia's grandfather. He's a gold core mage of fire and wind, but his body struggles to absorb mana, so he proves his worth through his inventions. Tessia's squad is one of the youngest, but they are all brave warriors fighting for their homeland. Her team has always excelled at their duties, holding the line and driving back monsters, allowing the main army to fight with confidence. Tessia asked Helen why she was there. Helen hesitated before answering they had just returned from the wall. The situation there is dire, and Tessia's team was ordered to see if they could help. She warned Tessia's team to prepare themselves. Hearing Helen's words, Cenis asked what she saw at the wall. The question made Helen's group fall into a grim silence. Seeing this, Tessia spoke up. You've already fought the Laxian mages, haven't you? Faced with the question, Helen had to admit it. We were at the wall for about 4 months. It's like a military fortress. But fighting on the BGL frontier, the mages weren't our biggest problem, the beasts were. That's why Command sent us here. The D-rank mutated mana beasts in this cave are controlled by the enemy, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. We must find and kill them before they're used to destroy the wall. Helen then explained the grim details. The mutated mana beasts, tamed and controlled by the Laxians, are often the masters of their own dungeons. Through them, the enemy can control hundreds of lesser mana beasts. As long as those mutants are alive, the lesser mana beasts will obey and fight for the Laxian army. Countless squads entered dungeons to kill the mutants before the enemy could amass enough to destroy the wall. My squad and I were assigned a dungeon with an S-rank mutant. The fighting down there is more brutal than any war. Hearing this, Tessia's expression hardened. Tell me more about the battle at the wall, Helen. But her request clearly agitated Adam. He pushed past Helen and Angela to face Tessia. Listen, princess. This isn't a fairy tale your nanny reads to you at bedtime. This is war. People on both sides die, and that's considered lucky. Adam spat, not noticing Tessia's expression darken. She frowned and shot back. I know what war is, Adam. I'm asking because after this, my team deploys to the front lines. I want them to be prepared. The tension between Adam and Tessia was palpable. To break the hostile mood, Angela quickly pulled Adam away. All right, time to set up camp. Let's calm down. Dinner will be ready when you return. Meanwhile, Jordan and Helen tried to soothe Tessia. Don't mind Adam. The battlefield is a brutal place. He's only reacting like that because he doesn't want you to know. Helen added that Laxian soldiers are far more savage than the mana beasts. At least these things fight to survive, but the others fight only to slaughter. Honestly, I almost pity the beasts. Cenas still didn't understand Helen's words. Jamin then explained, information, it's the most important thing in a war. Both sides want to gather all intel on the other, which means capture and torture. As he spoke, Jamin's expression became incredibly grim. A flash of sadness crossed the faces of Helen and Jordan. This fight is black and white. Monsters are evil, we are good. But when you fight a person who can talk, scream in pain, and beg for mercy, everything turns gray. Distinguishing right from wrong becomes much harder. Hearing this, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Just as Tessia was about to speak, a shout rang out. "Please, let me in. Hurry." The sudden cry put everyone on high alert. A figure in armor was screaming for a doctor. Seeing this, Helen immediately asked if this was a common occurrence, but the answer was a firm no. Inside the medical tent, an injured person lay on a cot. The tent flap opened, and Princess Tessia entered, surprising Jogo. "What is it? Are you hurt?" But the person standing beside Tessia surprised Jogo even more. Helenat. They shook hands in greeting. "It's good to see you, Jogo. Or should I call you Captain now?" Jogo smiled. "Please, you could easily take my spot. But why are you two here? Are you okay?" Jogo became worried. Seeing this, Elder Aberta spoke up. "The princess must be curious about the news our sleeping prince has brought, correct?" "Caught," Tessia replied sheepishly. "You're right. I can't hide anything from you, Elder Aberta." The elder spoke sharply. "Does this humble infirmary look like a place for gossip?" Without another word, she called to Cenis. "You, come hold these herbs for me." Me?" Cenis stammered, startled by the elder's call, but he obeyed. Helen then explained the situation to her. "We didn't mean to intrude, but I must report to my superiors at the wall. I thought the fastest way to understand the situation was to speak with him." Looking at the unconscious man on the cot, Jogo said, "You're right, but unfortunately, it will be a while before he can answer you." Watching the examination, Cenis asked, "What's wrong with him?" Elder Aberta replied while treating him severe dehydration and exhaustion. "It seems he hasn't eaten or had water in days. Judging by his legs, he's been running for a long time." Jogo wondered, "But what from?" Just then, the soldier's finger on the bed twitched. He shot up in a panic and asked everyone, "How long was I out?" Jogo quickly reassured him, "Calm down, maybe 10 minutes or so." The worried elder gave Sayer a cup of water, urging him to drink before speaking. He took the cup and drank hastily. Jogo had to ask, "Sayer, I know you just woke up, but we need the situation report now. Where is your squad?" At the question, his hands clenched the sheets, his face dark as he answered heavily, "They're all dead. I'm the only survivor." Sayer slowly recounted his tale. "I argued with my squad, so I didn't go with them, but I felt guilty, so I followed them shortly after they left. But when I arrived, they were being ambushed by GNs. They're more dangerous than we thought. There were hundreds of them, and some even had human weapons. But I had to hide for days just to install the portal." As he spoke, horrifying memories flooded back. "I couldn't risk activating it there. The GNs would have destroyed it. So I ran back here." Rogo pressed him. "You said the gate is ready?" The hopeful expression was gone, replaced by horror. Behind them was a massive door, and they were guarding what lay beyond. "Looks like we found it. The S-class nest." His words made every face in the room grow grim. Minutes later, Jogo's voice echoed through the vast cave, relaying the scout team's message to everyone. At the news, over 100 soldiers stirred into action, preparing for the imminent battle. Cenis, however, was unusually pensive. He had performed well since their arrival. Helen, Angela, and Jamin were busy cleaning their weapons, but a grim look was etched on each of their faces. Cenis had said it. This was a real battle with genuine mutants. He glanced at Kazia and Davet. They hit it well, but he could see their anxiety. But his attention was drawn to Tessia. While everyone else was tense, she remained cool-headed. The youngest, yet the most composed and confident, she put a tie in her mouth, ready to pull her hair back. The simple act made Cenis blush at her charm. Just as he was watching, she turned his way, and he instantly whipped his head 180 degrees away. His heart pounded, but he forced himself to focus. The guy knew his place. He knew Tessia loved a Tho, so there was no chance for him. Pushing aside thoughts of romance, Cenis began to clean his gun, his mind turning to the coming fight. The creatures they had fought before would be nothing compared to what awaited them now. After passing through that gate, the thought drove him mad. Cenis muttered about his magic. He had 25 low-damage rounds, 8 of them high damage. It would be better if he had 5 more low damage and 2 high damage rounds. Or maybe he was just thinking out loud now. Kazia's voice made him jump, and he almost missaid her name, correcting himself just in time. Seeing him muttering, she laughed and told him to stretch before the fight. When she offered her hand, Cenis didn't hesitate, taking it with a smile and agreeing. A while later, the soldiers stood assembled in neat rows as Rogo began to speak. "Vanguard team, listen. Be careful. We can't know how many beasts are on the other side." After Jogo finished, Tessia spoke up. She turned to the soldiers with a bold promise. "We will all survive this together, and when we get out, we'll celebrate with a feast." Her words ignited their fighting spirit. Sia, Cenis, and Davet roared their approval. With spirits high, Jogo gave the command for all soldiers to move out. "Advance." The command echoed. Every soldier charged forward, their faces set, with no trace of fear. No, A blood-curdling scream shattered the air, making Stennis's face go pale. The soldier who screamed was being choked by a monster, unable to fight back. David saw it and used his magic to save her. But when Kazuya checked her vitals, it was already too late. The battlefield was chaos, a storm of magic against monsters. As Stennis scanned the area, a voice shouted a warning. "Monster, on your left." His eyes flared with a sharp, blue light. He took aim, and with blinding speed, brought the monster down. Die! Another shot rang out, followed by support fire from Kazuya. Their combined attack took down 3 beasts at once. Seeing his skill, David called out mid-fight. "Looks like you're finally becoming useful." Seinyus just smirked back. "Shut it." Seeing the two banter, Kazuya, after felling a beast, shouted for them to lend a hand. 2 more monsters were now charging her position. They didn't keep her waiting. The 2 rushed to her side with axe and gun at the ready. David's axe struck true, cleaving a monster's skull, and Kazuya's enhanced fist sent another's head flying. Suddenly, massive roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring dozens of monsters. It was Teshia's magic. Swirling leaves and powerful roots now surrounded her. With a single, flowing strike, she decapitated 2 beasts. Then she gave the order, "Davat, surround them." Receiving the order, David unleashed his fire magic, encircling the trapped monsters. Then, an earth mage made the ground beneath them collapse into a deep pit. Rogo gave the signal. Now, a vortex of wind and fire formed instantly. However, a few of the monsters broke free. They immediately lunged at the soldiers. Tessia, Kazuya, and David were starting to tire. "It's done. Just leave them." Instantly, mages behind the vanguard unleashed their spells. A barrage of blue, red, and gold magic soared toward the monsters, blanketing the area in smoke. The vanguard followed Jogo. He ordered Stennis to clear a path. At that moment, a massive red orb of energy erupted from the barrel of Stennis's gun. Firing, it created immense pressure, knocking him and several others back. The orb flew swiftly toward the monster horde, causing a massive explosion. Earth and rock flew everywhere as smoke and dust filled the air. Through the dust, Rogo saw that a deep crater had appeared, and not a single monster remained. After assessing the situation, everyone erupted in joy, shouting and cheering in absolute delight. Jogo yelled out, "Healers, raise your flags, gather all the wounded at your positions. If you cannot fight anymore, return to the encampment." Even with Stennis exhausted and unable to fight, David was still playfully taunting him. Kazuya could only laugh. The Rogo warriors stood on the pile of monsters, holding up a severed head and roaring. "This was an overwhelming victory. Even if mana beasts attack us, we will keep moving forward. Our comrade's sacrifice will not be in vain." But while others cheered, Stennis had other thoughts. He knew this wasn't an overwhelming victory. He watched them carry the fallen away. The weight of a person is more than just a number. 10 people were lost, and they hadn't even reached the den. How many more would die today? Looking at Tessia, she too felt an indescribable sorrow. Inside the cave, healers tended to the wounded. Tessia looked quite sad as she watched everyone. Stennis noticed this. He asked her what was wrong. Hearing him, she sighed deeply. She was glad they won, but the loss of 10 people was heavy. David then clapped a hand on Tessia's shoulder, feigning a hurt expression, calling her a kind princess, gracing them with her pity. This made Tessia extremely uncomfortable, but Kazuya quickly grabbed her hand, comforting her that they tried their best and had won. Stennis, now treated, also agreed with Kazuya. He smiled, saying this was a known risk on the battlefield. Sacrifice is natural, and they can't save everyone in every fight. Tessia smiled bitterly. "Perhaps you're all right, I can't save everyone." From start to finish, David had been teasing Stennis, and seeing Tessia saddened by his words, he suddenly didn't know how to explain himself. Behind him, a soldier's hip ached after the battle. The healer who treated Stennis asked if anyone else needed help. Suddenly, Tessia sighed deeply. At this rate, she couldn't catch up to him. Kazuya instantly caught the word him. Was this the Arthur she always mentioned? Hearing this, David next to her flared up. From what David said, in Tisha's eyes, Arthur was an all-powerful, flawless genius, making him seem not quite human. Isn't that being biased? Hearing that, Kazuya teased David that he was just jealous because Arthur was the ideal he aimed for. To fuel the fire, Tessia said Arthur was very popular at school, but she didn't know if he noticed. Hearing that, Kazuya added on. She was sure Arthur was more handsome than David. Hitting a nerve, he started to get angry with Kazuya. He demanded she repeat that with an even fiercer face. After all that, Arthur's only flaw was that he seemed a bit scary at first glance. Hearing his crush talk about someone else, Stennis seemed a bit sad. Then Kazuya suddenly recalled something. Blocking David's path, she asked if Arthur was the one who saved her from traffickers when she ran away from home. Remembering that time, the boy in tattered clothes with a bright smile reached out to her, telling her it was safe now. Let's go home. But back then, her hands were tied and her mouth was covered. She could only cry. Now, recalling it, she felt it wasn't simple kindness from the heart but a rational plot. Kazuya's mind drifted far away, her heart racing. She thought Arthur was definitely a bad boy. David next to her stuck out his tongue, feeling like he was about to vomit. He crossed his arms and said Arthur wasn't that great, because when she was kidnapped during the Gareth Academy invasion, he didn't check if she was okay but just went somewhere no one knew. At this, Teja refuted what David said. Arthur followed her grandfather to ensure she was okay and was simply too busy. David lifted his chin, saying, "Oh right," to some secret training spot. Feeling it was too much, Stennis hit his shoulder, implying he should shut up. But it seemed the recent battle had addled his brain. He ignored Stennis's hit. He continued, "If you ask me, I just see Arthur as someone scared of death, trying to escape the fight." Now it was Kazuya's turn to think he'd gone too far. She approached to remind him. "You're wrong, David. Arthur might be naive in some areas, but he's not a coward who flees. His desire to protect his loved ones is too great for that." Tesia replied with a face full of certainty and determination, without any hint of sarcasm. Seeing this, David finally stopped. However, he didn't forget to get in a final word about Arthur being the hero who saved them from Adi's wrath, which made the other three feel helpless against David's reckless nature. Suddenly, Stennis said, "Arthur probably isn't that strong, right?" Faced with this question, Tessia could only shake her head and say with a bitter smile that Arthur was very strong. Kazuya said her father greatly admired Arthur, so Tessia would introduce him to everyone, right? She agreed without hesitation, hoping to see him again soon. A while later, Jogo was leading everyone deep into the cave with a torch. It was so dark that even David had to admit the place looked terrifying. Suddenly, Jogo signaled for everyone to stop. He turned around and whispered that they would soon reach the place where Sayer and his team were ambushed by the man beasts. Based on what Sayer reported, everyone should be prepared for at least a few hundred Nozen orcs. They would be larger and more dangerous than the previous monsters they had faced. Once again, he urged everyone to prepare themselves, hoping they would all be blessed. At this moment, everyone was on their highest state of alert. As they ran for a while, suddenly they couldn't understand what was happening. The creatures were dropping like flies. It was unknown who or what had done this to them. This started to cause panic among the soldiers. David didn't know whether to be relieved or scared. Jogo ordered everyone to the door. This door was massive. In front of it, everyone looked incredibly small. Tessia ordered them to maintain formation, but the door was not tightly shut. Jogo continued to order everyone to open the door. The soldiers started pushing it, while the mages were in a ready-to-fight stance. Opening the door revealed the corpses of many large monsters, causing everyone who saw it to turn pale. Their faces turned purple, hands hanging limp, eyes wide with tearful confusion. There was a person sitting on the pile of monsters, emotionless, his blue eyes looking very cold. It was Arthur. Tessia's eyes widened in bewilderment. Could that really be Arthur? The soldiers present also looked at each other, shaking their heads in confusion. Suddenly, a noise made everyone jump into a defensive stance. High above, a small dragon appeared before Tessia's eyes. It was Sylvie. The tiny dragon rushed toward Tessia, embracing her tightly. Jogo, fearing danger, quickly drew his sword. He shouted, "Princess, are you all right?" But Tessia stopped Jogo, explaining that the dragon was her friend. Jogo remained unconvinced, seeing Sylvie as a foe. He demanded to know the dragon's identity. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a black cloak appeared, sword in hand. He leaped down to the ground, startling the group again. They all fearfully raised their weapons, bracing for a fight. Jogo's face filled with suspicion and worry. The mystery man was Arthur Liu. Bruised and battered, he stood among the monsters, claiming he was not an enemy. Helen instantly recognized Arthur, overjoyed by his return. Stennis, having only heard stories, finally saw the man himself. He noticed Tessia standing frozen, without any reaction. Stennis wondered why she wasn't happy to see Arthur again. Their reunion was full of laughter and chatter. Jogo cut in, reminding them they had urgent matters to deal with. With a serious look, he asked what had happened here. He also wasn't told that someone new was joining their attack. Arthur confirmed this, as he'd only just arrived. He admitted his own surprise at appearing right in the middle of a massive monster horde. Jogo was stunned, realizing Arthur had handled all the monsters, including an S-class. Arthur calmly asked if he saw anyone else around. The entire group could hardly believe it. They saw Arthur as just a kid, while they were a fully prepared battalion of mages. Stennis was also shocked. He asked about the monster cores. Arthur pointed down at Sylvie. The little dragon loved eating monster cores. This made Jogo even more suspicious. Could the tiny Sylvie really devour all those cores? Just as they relaxed, Sylvie detected a noise. Another monster was charging at Arthur from behind. Tessia panicked and rushed forward. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere. Arthur had effortlessly claimed the monster's head. The scene unfolded in an instant, leaving everyone frozen. They could only stare with wide, shocked eyes. Arthur looked much thinner now. He apologized for missing one, saying he now needed to rest and eat. Tessia volunteered to care for Arthur, promising to escort him safely to base. Standing beside her, Helen pouted, saying Arthur was her old comrade too. Arthur just smiled and stepped towards Tessia, sincerely thanking her. On the way back, Helen and Arthur chatted cheerfully. Tisha knew Arthur was her childhood friend, but an uneasy feeling grew in her chest. The happy scene between Arthur and Helen made Kia blush from behind. David seemed annoyed, while Tessia hadn't seen Arthur in years. She thought their reunion would be different. Hugging Sylvie, her face was calm, making her thoughts impossible to guess. Back at the base camp's lit tents, Arthur remained secretive during the meeting, only summarizing key points. This was unsatisfying, but enough to plan their next move. After the meeting ended, Jaemin Flemsuit left. Inside, Tessia glanced at Arthur and suddenly lost her composure. She clutched herself as her face flushed and her heart raced. Could this be love? Arthur turned to Tessia with a radiant smile. I've missed you. Hearing this, Tessia's eyes filled with tears. She bit her lip and hugged him tightly, calling him a fool. Arthur warmly hugged her back. Tessia started to pout, acting playfully angry. He gently wiped her tears away, saying she was still a crybaby. Tessia turned away, embarrassed, insisting that she had changed a lot. Arthur's handsome face could make any girl's heart flutter. He rested his chin on his hand, wanting to hear her stories. The two of them created a truly romantic scene. Outside, Stennis was warming himself by a fire when David sat down. He said he felt uninspired. Kia approached, remarking how lively things were. She felt that even if they teamed up, they might not return unharmed. David agreed, thinking Arthur couldn't accomplish anything alone. He didn't believe Arthur cleared out all those monsters by himself. Kia could already sense the jealousy here. David confirmed. You mean envy? Stennis cut in to explain the difference. Jealousy is fearing someone will take what you have. Envy is wanting what others possess. The words hit David hard. He gripped his axe, having understood something. Devat brazenly declared he would challenge Arthur. Kia and Stennis tried to stop him, but failed. Kia didn't get why Devat was so bothered by just one person. She believed Arthur couldn't possibly end this war, but David didn't need any pity. He just wanted to know the true extent of Arthur's power. Based on his words, he judged Arthur to be an arrogant guy. Stennis defended him, saying Arthur was new here. This only annoyed David more. Stennis explained he wasn't taking sides, it was just his opinion. On the battlefield, being wary of strangers is normal, but Tessia had talked about him constantly. Didn't David think they should trust Arthur? Amid their tension, David felt Tessia's judgment was clouded by childhood memories. He smirked, suggesting Stennis only defended him because he had feelings for Tessia. Stennis was furious, gritting his teeth. He pointed, calling David as petty as a child. Enraged, David grabbed Stennis's collar, saying he acted on instinct. Kia pleaded for them not to fight. David provoked Stennis, saying his anger was because his malformed mana core made him helpless. Stennis retorted that David's pride was hurt by someone stronger. They both exchanged ugly insults, their words growing more vicious. They were like volcanoes about to erupt. But just as a fight seemed certain, David walked away. Kia sighed in relief, then another voice called out to them. It was Arthur, with Tessia waving beside him. David flashed a sly grin and began walking towards Arthur. He stated Arthur Lynn's full name, introduced himself as David, and formally challenged him to a duel. Arthur now stood in a circle, facing David and his large axe, with Jogo at his side. A crowd gathered to watch. Come on, David. That's right, show us what that roaring axe can do. Tui Han's group watched from nearby. Tessia hugged Sylvie, with Kazia and a sighing Cenis beside her. Arthur calmly faced David in the ring. He said, I've accepted your challenge, but can I ask why you want to fight me? David replied, it's a matter of a man's pride. The answer left Kajia and Cenis speechless. Jogo stood between them and said, all right, let's quickly go over the rules before we start. Only use mana for body reinforcement. Whoever gives up or is unable to fight, loses. Jogo looked at Arthur warming up and thought, David is a skilled fighter, so this kid will have to be serious. Let's see if you're as strong as they say. As Jogo waved his hand and shouted begin, the ground cracked from a powerful stomp. David shot like a bullet towards Arthur and circled behind him. He raised his axe, ready to strike, but Arthur shot a cold, sharp glare at David. Startled, he quickly jumped back, keeping his distance from Arthur. The crowd began to murmur. What's wrong, David? Stop messing around. David's temper flared as he yelled, all of you, shut up. Kazia and Cenis glanced at each other, confused. Cenis thought to himself, I know David long enough to understand his crazed, A-rank monster personality. He's cruel but incredibly effective in a fight. I've seen him defeat an A-rank adventurer twice his size with a triumphant smirk on his face. But now, I can't believe my eyes as sweat drips down David's chin. Stennis realized with a shock, even from here, I can see the bloodthirsty monster. David is afraid. At this moment, David was gritting his teeth, brows furrowed, sweating as he stared at Arthur. He suddenly yelled, then charged with his axe, slashing twice at Arthur, who easily dodged. David slashed again at Arthur's stomach, but it was no use. He pivoted, leaping high for a downward chop, but Arthur ducked under the attack. Before Arthur could stand, David lunged forward. Arthur swiftly raised one hand to block David's axe. His other hand quickly punched him in the stomach. David was immediately knocked back. He thought to himself, this monster's reaction speed is insane. David scraped his axe on the ground, launching a large rock toward Arthur and yelled, "Block this." Arthur casually raised a hand and shattered the rock into pieces. Suddenly, David appeared behind him and swung his axe, but Arthur teleported away, causing him to miss again. David glared at Arthur and cursed, "Damn it!" Arthur ducked under David's second axe swing, quickly darting behind him, striking his neck, knee, and waist. Before David could react, Arthur was back in front of him. He landed 5 consecutive punches on 5 different spots on David's body. After finishing the sequence, Arthur calmly turned and walked away, leaving David staggering behind him. He trembled, dropping his 2 axes to the ground. After 3 steps, he collapsed. The crowd buzzed. "What just happened?" Kazuya asked. "It was a mana pressure point strike." Stennis also said, "You mean the skill that blocks mana flow in the body? I read about it in a book on mana anatomy, but those points should have been protected by mana reinforcement," Kazuya added. "And those points are so small, it's almost impossible to target them in a fight." At that moment, Arthur stood beside David on the ground. He offered a hand and asked, "Need help?" But David, embarrassed, said, "Stay away from me." Stennis watched Arthur from afar and said with interest, "I think we just witnessed something amazing." There was a desperate scream. David lay limp on the ground, angrily asking, "What's happening? Why can't I move?" Suddenly, someone laughed and answered David, "You'll be fine, kid. Isn't that right, Arthur?" Arthur and everyone else turned to look at the newcomer. Tessia also saw them and asked, "When did they get here?" Kazuya and Stennis were gaping in astonishment. Arthur smiled affectionately. Mr. JV also smiled kindly at him. Behind the old man, Alder was hooded in the brightly lit tent. Mr. JV put Arthur in a headlock and laughed. "Why didn't you tell me you were back?" Arthur replied, "It's good to see you too, Gramps." Alder lowered his hood and greeted Arthur. "Lady Sylvie, you two have changed so much." Arthur also greeted him. "Alder, I would hope so. How did you two know I was here?" Mr. JV answered. "Lord Aldir received a letter from Lord Queen's, and so we came right away." Lord Aldir asked, "Tell me, was sending you to Tesh's encampment Jen's idea?" Arthur replied helplessly. "His sense of humor is truly unforgettable, isn't it?" Tesha cheerfully added. Seeing Arthur was more surprising than encountering an S-class monster while hunting. Arthur recounted, "The moment I arrived, a horde of monsters attacked Sylvie and me. We didn't even have a chance to catch our breath." Tessia's eyes widened with excitement as she asked him, "So what you told Jogo earlier was true? You took them all on by yourself? And what about the gate? How did you get in and how did you?" Mr. JV raised his hand to cut Tessia off. "Not now. Tessia, there are some important things I need to discuss with Arthur, and not here." Tessia replied, "Then we'll leave." Alder said, "Not you. You will stay." Tessia replied unhappily, "Arthur has only been here for a few hours, and you're already taking him away?" Arthur placed a hand on her shoulder and explained, "Tessia, there's a lot I need to report to them." Mr. JV called out to Tessia. The old man crossed his arms, looked seriously at Tessia, and said, "This dungeon has been cleared, so everyone will be leaving soon. You have your own battle to fight, don't you? You and your squad will be very busy, so prepare them. Remember what we agreed upon." Hearing this, Tessia lowered her eyes and nodded. She gave a solemn military salute and replied, "My own battle must be fought with my own strength." "Yes, Commander," the old man replied. "Good." Alder held the curtain for her. He said, "Now go, Tessia. You've grown stronger in just a few months. The battles you've endured are forging you well." Tessia replied, "Thank you, Master." Arthur was surprised by this. "Master?" Lord Alder took Tessia as his disciple? That's quite a surprise. Arthur followed Tessia out from behind the curtain. He watched her figure walking back toward her teammates. Stennis noticed him. Arthur politely nodded and smiled in greeting. Stennis also raised a hand in a military salute to Arthur. Behind Arthur, David asked Stennis, "What's that? Why should I greet him?" Stennis asked, bewildered. "I just thought it was proper." Arthur walked with Jevon and Andia toward the gate, now radiating a brilliant golden light. As they walked, Arthur asked Sylvie, "Why didn't you speak to TD?" Sylvie replied, "A lady must have a secret or two." Arthur just smirked at that. "Oh, quite the young lady now, are we?" Sylvie teased. Planning to surprise Tessia, By then, they had nearly reached the gate. Arthur stepped through the gate, but something made him and Sylvie glance back. Before them stood a colossal bear-shaped creature. Its two glowing red eyes were locked onto Arthur. The towering bear stared him down. Suddenly, Ellie popped her head out from behind it. She mumbled something while a stunned Arthur just stared blankly, asking, "Huh?" Before he could react, Ellie leaped toward him. She threw herself into his arms, crying, "Welcome home, big brother." Arthur gently hugged Ellie back, ruffling her hair. "Thanks, Ellie." Then he playfully put her in a headlock. "You're too big to be tackling me now." Virian Audier and the bear, Boo, watched the happy reunion. Suddenly, Ellie said, "Ah, there they are." She waved at two approaching figures and called out, "Mom." Arthur hesitated, looking away as he saw his parents. Alice reached for him, but he shied away. To his shock, they both suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. He stammered, "I don't understand." Alice held him close, speaking softly, "The son we raised for over a decade has returned after years of training. I think that's reason enough for a hug." Zen patted his head, adding, "I'm sure you've endured all kinds of hardships." Then Alice pushed him away, pouting. "Besides, we've invested a lot in you." Blushing, Arthur replied, "You're right, Mom. You gave me more than I could ask for." Ellie took his hand. "Brother, aren't you going to ask me about Boo?" Arthur glanced at the huge bear. "This big dog is named Boo?" His words angered the bear, which roared, "Making fun of my name?" In a flash, Boo's paw slammed onto Arthur's shoulder. The impact cracked the ground beneath him. The bear was shocked to find Arthur completely unharmed. He casually brushed the paw off his shoulder and turned to Ellie. "Boo seems a bit hot-headed," he remarked. Ellie replied, "She just wanted to see if you were as strong as I said. Boo's very competitive." Ellie said this while comforting the dejected bear. Arthur was stunned. "Wait, Ellie, you can talk to beasts? Do you have a bond with it?" Ellie replied, "I guess so." Alice commented, "At least we know who raised this girl." Hearing that, Zen puffed out his chest, proud of his daughter. Arthur turned to the two men. "When did this happen?" Virian answered, "Lord Quinn hasn't mentioned this to you? He gifted this man a beast to your family before you left for a fetus." Arthur said, "That's it? Quinn gave this stuffed animal to my sister? How could she ride it into battle?" Zen explained, "Well, when Lord Quinn gave Boo to us, she was just a cub. Even so, I must say, Boo has grown incredibly fast over the past 2 years." Ellie jumped excitedly, agreeing with her father. Audier stepped forward. "It's touching to see such a warm reunion. The rest will have to wait until after our discussion," Arthur was told. But he turned to see his parents nodding. Audier reassured him, "Arthur, your family has always lived here. This is for the best. You will see them again soon." Arthur bowed to him. "Yes, thank you." He ruffled Ellie's hair. "I'll talk to you later, okay?" Leaving his family behind, Arthur followed the two elders. He glanced back at Ellie playing with Boo. His parents were smiling. Arthur smiled faintly. He waved to everyone. Beside him, Sylvie said, "I'm glad your sister won't be lonely anymore." Arthur replied, "Yeah." Inside, the three of them sat at a large table. Arthur asked, "Is it just us? No king or queen, no council? I thought the commander would at least be here." The two elders shared a knowing glance. Virian said gravely, "There's much about the war you haven't caught up on. Tessia is currently in a deep sleep." To cope with the curse activated when she revealed information about the Alacrians, Arthur was stunned. "She? What?" He gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists. Then he sighed. "Tell me everything." Arthur then spent hours bombarding the elders with countless questions. He'd been out of the loop for nearly 2 years. Quinn and Zen had only told him what they deemed necessary, which wasn't much. According to Virian, the Lances are focusing their efforts on the Dwarven Kingdom. They are negotiating hard, hoping to regain the dwarves' loyalty. Baron and Varay have done what Tessia once did, forming a team to gain experience on the front lines. They've had to fight countless monsters. My family took shelter in the castle for protection, but the elves have gone somewhere. Virian is using his resources to support the war effort. He's been directing and aiding everyone. Arthur asked, "Are my parents interested in joining the war too?" He replied, "Your father is, but I told him to hold back until you returned or until Eleanor was a bit older." Arthur responded, "Thank you. I can't imagine how I'd feel if my father fought and died while I was away." Then he gave a slight smile. "Now, let's get to the main topic of this meeting." Arthur's expression turned serious and mature. He said, "I know you didn't bring me here just for a reunion. Something is serious enough for you to keep your granddaughter a secret. Otherwise, you would have told me at the camp." Virian shook his head. "Tessia is very ambitious and has been well trained. But," Arthur finished for him, "but you still worry about her safety above all else, right? I understand. Commander, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems the current battle is the main concern for everyone on the front lines. While the wall's defenses stop mutants and Alacrian soldiers, Their secret portals and ability to control mana beasts form a dangerous fighting force. Otter nodded in agreement with his assessment. Arthur glanced at the two elders. This is highly suspicious. The forest clearings would be the perfect place for them to gather and control S or SS class mana beasts, but that's too obvious. None of them can break our lines. This means we are stronger. Or they're just biding their time. Arthur's words silenced Virion. He looked directly at the commander. I think it's the latter. Commander JV confirmed Atho's words. Recent evidence has confirmed it was highly suspicious. Lord Andia stood up, holding a scroll. He walked to Atho and said, Now, Atho, you cannot blame yourself for what I am about to say. He spread the scroll on the table. Atho looked at the drawing in shock. He asked, This is? Andon said, Not a forgery, if you are wondering. This is the ship Laxia built using your design. Atho grabbed the schematic, studying it intently before angrily crushing it. JV stood and said, Now, Atho. But suddenly, a soldier burst in, shouting, Commander, my lord. JV turned and asked, What is it? The soldier tremblingly reported, They are in sight, Commander. They have arrived. On the west coast, he stammered, They are here, the ships of Laxia. Atho's eyes widened when he heard this. His chair fell to the ground as Atho rushed from the room, to everyone's surprise. He and Sylv ran like the wind, but Sylv's expression was strange. Atho bumped into a guard without apologizing. Soon they reached the gate. The armored man blocked his path. State your identity and purpose. Halt. Atho ignored everything and rushed past, but was caught. The soldier pushed him back and warned, Stand back. Atho tried to remain calm. Please open the gate, but they still followed the law. No one could enter or leave without Commander Vion's or Lord Undia's permission. There's been no order from them, so the gate can't be opened, kid. Atho quickly explained. I just returned to the castle with Vion and Andia. They know I need to go out. I order you to open the gate. The soldier didn't listen and looked at him with contempt. Commander Vion and Lord Andia, no matter how noble your family is, you should still learn to respect your elders. The person next to him kindly reminded him, It is very dangerous for you to go out alone right now. If you have a guardian. Atho sighed wearily. The two soldiers suddenly felt breathless, as if an invisible object was pressing on them. He angrily glared at them. I don't need a protector. Not at this moment. Atho. Suddenly, someone called his name and approached. Andia arrived to resolve the frightening atmosphere. Atho can leave whenever he wants, but remember not to do anything foolish and waste time. He did not answer, but just nodded. After the gate was opened, he rushed out. Open the gate to Tin. At Anna's location, two dark shadows appeared on either side. They were ordering her, Provide us with as much information as possible. Your knowledge is the key to victory. Headmaster, think of the millions of lives you will save if you cooperate with us. It doesn't matter if you die from the curse, as long as we get the answers we want, your value ends here. He smiled sinisterly and reached out his hand. Anna's eyes widened in fear. Die? She woke up with a confused look on her face. Perhaps Lord Andia had broken the curse. The two shadows gradually disappeared. The scene shifts to a story from long ago. Vian and a young Anna were walking in a field. Now that the war is over, what do you plan to do next? We've known each other for a while. Through the years, whether as enemies or not, there's one thing I've always thought. She smiled back and asked, Oh, what is it? Your undying love for me? Vian waved his hand and joked. Pardon me, but no. Have you forgotten I have a family? Anna laughed teasingly. That hasn't stopped other nobles. He retorted, Elves are very loyal. Suddenly, Vian became serious. I've always thought you were a great and inspiring guide. I can imagine you as the headmistress of some famous academy, leading the younger generation to a bright future. Anna was confused and asked, Why do you suddenly think so? For many reasons. He turned to look at her, but seriously, I think you should consider this. It suits you very well. Anna replied with a butterfly on her hand, but then it flew away. Or maybe I'll open my own academy? I'm starting to like the city of Geo. Vian chimed in. An academy for mages on a floating city? That's interesting. She put her hand on his shoulder and invited him. Or shall we open one together? He was startled by this offer. But then he chuckled. Haha, what would we call it? Goody and Yellet's Academy of Magic? After laughing enough, Vian also politely refused. No thank you, but I will send my children or grandchildren when they are old enough. So be it, if your school is good enough for them. Anna said confidently, I will definitely open a school. Just you wait and see. Gus Academy will become the best academy for mages in the whole world. Vian shook his head wearily. Gus Academy is in Geo. The name doesn't sound very special, does it? Anna joked cleverly. Or maybe we should just go with Goody and Yellis's Academy of Magic. Your descendants would be lucky to get in. Vian pushed her shoulder. You know, I'm just kidding. Then suddenly he turned around and wished her well. I hope Geode Academy will be a great success. Anna replied happily, I hope so. Her cheerful eyes suddenly changed. Vian turned his back and left. She looked at his back and the surroundings became colder. Anna tried to reach out to hold him back, but it seemed impossible. That footstep kept moving forward. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground. "Hey," Vian said jokingly. "I'm just an old man now. Hurry up." Her whole body was bleeding, for no apparent reason. A piercing scream woke him from his dream of the past. He hurried out to see soldiers running in one direction. "What's wrong?" The soldier immediately reported. "I'm not sure, sir." The scream seemed to come from the lower floor, but there was no one there. Before he could finish speaking, Vian froze. He was startled and scared that something bad would happen. It was Anna. On the other side, Atho was rushing with Sylv. A guard standing there stopped him. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? Do you know this place is on high alert?" He frowned and replied, "Commander Vian sent me here. Now please open the door." He irritably shook off the hand that was holding him. The man did not believe him at all. "That's reasonable. Commander Vian sent a skinny, handsome boy here to fight. If you are a noble kid who ran away from home out of anger, now is not the time." Atho was tired of having to explain again. One person after another blocked his way. He waved his hand at the two people behind him, unaware that they were terrified of what was in front of them. "Leso diem, take this kid back. I don't have time to protect anyone else right now," he growled angrily. "If you don't open the gate, I'll go myself." Behind him was a giant dragon, Sylv. It carried him over the obstacle and moved forward. He sat on it to observe the situation below. Arthur seethed, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He remembered discussing the design with Gideon, one that used something other than mana. The drone flew for a moment before touching down. He jumped into the deep snow, trudging forward heavily. He recalled Vian's words, "You should not blame yourself. Whatever happens, you must always move forward." He had finally reached the lower level. A crowd was gathered around, every one of them in misery. "Don't fight for the past." He frantically threw the door open. "Fight for a better future." The scene before him was soul-crushing. He collapsed to his knees in disbelief. "I never saw myself as some hero meant to save the world. My reason for fighting is simple: to protect the people I cherish." Lady Anna had been murdered in her own bed. Vian screamed in anguish, clutching his face. "But now, after everything that's happened, I have a new reason." Arthur stood beside Sai, who was in the form of a massive dragon. It was time to fix his mistakes. Seeing the thousands of ships approaching, he knew this was his chance. In his old world, he lived as an orphan boy named Gray. One dark night, his childhood friend Nico was fumbling with a lock on a strange house. "Almost got it," Gray praised quietly. "Nice one, Nico. But hurry." Nico whispered back, "You keep watch. I'm almost done." Watching his friend, Gray grew doubtful. "Are you really sure you know what you're doing?" A moment later, the lock clicked open. Nico puffed out his chest, boasting loudly, "Kneel before my talent." Gray shot back in a panicked whisper, "Keep your voice down." They slipped inside, searching the house for valuables. It was his first time stealing, feeling powerless against his own fate. He could only think to himself, trying to justify his actions. Stealing from others, this is wrong, but it's necessary. Seeing Nico with the jewels and gems, he thought grimly, "But the orphanage is in danger, and we need money." With that, they stuffed the valuables into their bags, ready to go. Nico looked at him cheerfully and asked, "You done?" Gray was sweating, his fists clenched tight. He finally answered, "Yeah, let's go." They reached the slums. Gray hesitated, looking around nervously. "Can we trust that guy? Who would buy things from a 12-year-old kid?" Nico replied casually, "He doesn't ask, I don't tell. Simple as that. Besides, he's willing to pay us in cash." A moment later, they stood at the back door of a large shop. Nico knocked softly, then quickly put on a menacing expression. The small door opened, revealing a bald man. "Well, the hard-working kid. Looks like you brought a friend." Nico scowled with contempt. "He's just here to help carry the stuff." The man said nothing more and simply stepped aside. "Come in," and closed the door. The room was thick with the smell of smoke. Nico whispered, "I'll handle this. You just look around." Gray quickly agreed, eyeing the large bookcases and the intimidating smoke-wreathed thugs. While everyone was busy, he slowly pulled a small, dust-covered book from a shelf. It was a guide to Key. He had only read a few pages when Nico finished his deal and appeared behind him. "Find something interesting?" Startled, Gray immediately denied it. No, it's nothing." Before he could explain, a voice came from behind them. "The kid can have it if he wants," the man said calmly while wiping a glass. "Nobody here can read it anyway. It's just collecting more dust." The two boys exchanged a look. When the man said nothing else, they quickly left. Outside, it had started to rain. Gray looked at him and complained, "Why did I have to come along? It feels like you could have done that by yourself." Suddenly sensing something, he glanced back warily. Nico was still cheerful and carefree. "Hey, you got a free book, didn't you? Besides, it was fun." Gray cut him off with a serious tone. "We're being followed." He calmly signaled with his eyes. It was the smokers from the shop. Unlike Gray's sharp senses, Nico noticed nothing unusual. No way. Before he could continue, Gray warned with a grim face, "Nico, take the next alley and run." As he spoke, both of them turned and bolted. They scrambled over a slippery wall where Nico stumbled. Gray instantly caught him. "Come on." Seeing no escape, the two decided to hide and wait. After a long moment in the rain, Nico suddenly peeked out, to Gray's absolute horror. Before he could be stopped, the blue-haired thug appeared before them with a sneer. "Found you?" The thug reached for Nico, but Gray was faster, yanking him back and yelling, "Run!" But Nico was completely frozen in fear. Seeing this, Gray charged forward decisively, grabbing a stick to hit the man. The other thug was closing in. He glanced at his terrified friend, who had tripped and fallen. He made a quick decision. He yelled at the thugs, "Hey, you pigs, is this what you want?" With that, he grabbed the backpack and took off. With them pursuing him, he knew he couldn't escape. His eyes darted around, searching. He saw a long nail in the wall, then an empty can on the ground. His mind made up, he spun around and stopped. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the can directly at a thug's shin. As the man stumbled, Gray vaulted off his back, snatching the long nail in an instant. With no time to rest, he was met with a punch from the blonde thug. Gray calmly dodged. "Not bad, you little brat. You're fast." Suddenly, Gray adjusted his stance. Gripping the nail, he slammed his fist into the man's face before he could react. Blood splattered instantly. After beating the two thugs, they quickly ran away. Nico looked at Gray, grinning and nudging him. "And that's the reason you came with me." "Man, you should have seen yourself, Gray. You moved around them like a king." Gray thought for a moment, then replied, "I honestly don't know what I did. Everything just seemed to slow down." Nico cut in, reminding him of the past. "Like when Pavia dropped all those plates, you caught all 5 without even looking." Gray was speechless and shook his head. "Yeah, but what does that have to do with fighting?" Nico sighed, rubbing his head. "You'll figure it out soon enough." With that, they arrived back at the orphanage. "Okay, let's go inside. We need to be quiet before anyone wakes up." The two of them crept up the stairs together, filled with dread. Just a second later, a loud creak came from behind him. He spun around to look at Gray, his brow furrowed in a terrified warning. Gray felt a pang of guilt. "Sorry." Suddenly, Quake's voice called up from downstairs. "Nico, could you two come in for a moment?" The voice made them both jump in surprise. He reacted fast, pretending to answer from his room. "Just a moment," he called out. The nanny, he suspected, whispered, "Do you think she knows?" Impossible, he thought, terrified. But is she a witch? A moment later, they both stepped inside. Before her, they feigned total innocence. Quach stared intently at the two siblings. "A newcomer has arrived. I want you to meet Cecilia. So you 3 could meet." She continued, "You're all the same age. I want you two to show her around and become friends." Suddenly, the world went dark, yet sunlight flooded his room. Art awoke from the dream, catching his breath. He quietly stroked Sylvie's hair. "It's been a while since I've dreamed of my past life." Outside, the entire estate was now covered in snow. As he gazed at the winter landscape, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Enter." A guard stepped in, announcing formally, "Sir, the meeting location has been decided." As he and Sylvie started to rise, the guard added, "The commander requests you prepare." Art was suspicious. Prepare? Instantly. A troop of maids entered with complete attire. After they dressed him, all the maids were blushing. Sylvie wondered silently, "So does this mean no young woman has ever caught your eye? Or are you just completely smitten with that princess?" Hearing his devoted child, he warned furiously, "Don't think I won't kick you just because people are watching." Art strode into the main hall. Andia saw him and called out, "Arthur." He approached in his proud, noble attire, forcing the old man to praise him. "You look annoyingly dashing in that." He draped an arm over his shoulder. "Remind me to get photos to bribe Tess with." Art closed his eyes, annoyed. "Maybe you should design more comfortable clothes instead." Watching them, Andia urged them forward. "Let's get moving." Ascending the high platform, Art looked around, thinking. Since Headmaster Goody's death, Grandpa Vian seems to be handling things better. He's strong. He has to be, after all. Staring at the old man's back, he thought, "The way V killed Headmaster Goody troubles me. But I can't imagine what Grandpa Vian is feeling." Suddenly, his grandfather turned back, his voice grave. "Are you ready to meet V's messenger?" Art countered, "Are you ready, grandfather? I know you want to find Headmaster Cynthia's killer." But before he finished, his grandfather smiled. Crossing his arms, he said, "Let's focus on returning safely first. My granddaughter would kill me if anything happened to you." Amused, Art replied easily, "She'd do the same to me if you got hurt." Vian chuckled, "All the more reason to return safely." A moment later, preparations were complete. Andia looked at Vian. "Shall we depart?" Without hesitation, they both leaped from the high precipice. After a moment, Sylvie glanced at Art. The time was right. Together, they plunged into the abyss. Below, both his grandfather and Andia hovered in midair, enveloped in a golden sphere of energy. At the same time, Sylvie began to transform, the immense form of a dragon slowly taking shape. With a powerful beat of her wings, she soared. Art mounted her in one fluid motion. They created a stunning violet spectacle against the dawn, racing through the wind. Sylvie turned her head back, asking with concern, "Are you holding up all right?" Arthur seemed completely unaffected, replying cheerfully, "I'm fine, Sylvie, though I'm still not used to you using my name." She immediately lifted her head, boasting proudly, "Grandfather said I must uphold the dignity of dragons." Art was speechless. I'm sure he said a lot of things. He frowned, his mind flashing back. On the last day of training at Funis, I was summoned by Lord Injat. I thought there would be no more surprises, but his thoughts were pulled back to that moment, entering the estate and seeing Mare's cheerful greeting. "We meet again, Arthur." Beside her sat Lord Injat. "I'm sure you know my wife, Mare?" The Lord continued leisurely, "Without Mare's help, you would have been in serious trouble." She calmly interjected, "I merely offered some guidance." "Some guidance?" Art thought skeptically. Mare's presence was a shock, but Lord Injat's final warning was what forced me to reconsider everything I'd worked for. "I hope you won't take my advice lightly," he'd said softly. As Arthur recalled those words, Vian spoke, "We're almost there. Stay alert." He shook his head, telling his friend, "Meeting them without a contingency plan. It doesn't sit right with me." Andia calmly replied, "If their envoy turns against us, we have every right to intervene." Vian considered this, given what the Vorage have done, creating half-orc hybrids, mutants, and now ships. His gaze drifted to the horizon. I can't imagine how long he's been planning this. This whole war is just a game to him. Andia heard his friend's despair. Though Aena is forbidden from fighting directly, he is the one moving the pieces on their side. Vian asked grimly, "Then who moves the pieces on our side?" Andia stared at him for a moment before answering, "You are the one leading this war." After a long silence, Vian clasped his hands. "That's what I've been telling myself every night." Moments later, they reached the Vorage Chara stronghold. Andia looked up at Art. "It would be best if you and Lady Sylvie joined us down here." Sylvie spoke to him telepathically. "I will conceal myself for now, but not when war breaks out. If I am to protect you, it will be with you on my back." With that, she shrank down to join him in the sphere. Seeing who awaited them, Art said doubtfully, "I don't think these are ordinary envoys." They were greeted by Yutao and Shinrit. One of them smiled thinly. "Welcome to this wasteland." Seeing them, Andia spoke first. "We were told we would be meeting an envoy, but that title seems beneath you too." He replied coyly, "You flatter us, but for now, that is our role." Shinrit then introduced them respectfully. "I am Shinrit, and this is Yutao. It is an honor to finally meet you." "Sir Andia," he began, "we've heard tales of the famed Asura in Futis." I was stunned. "Jay Tainer, I trust you'll honor the treaty and stay out of this fight," he added. Andia replied coolly, "Only if your side does the same." Udo then chimed in with a taunt. "I understand why the one-eyed gentleman and the old man are here, but I never expected a prodigy like you to appear." Arthur Lynn glared at him. "I could say the same." "Why are you designers even here?" The man sneered. "We're envoys. We can't let you capture and torture innocents for information. Now, can we?" His expression then twisted into a chilling grin. "Because that is exactly what I would do." Sirit saw this and tried to intervene. "Yutao, enough." But he shot back, "What? It's not like the one-eyed man here can even touch us." Hearing this, Andia quickly retorted, "I wouldn't want to." He turned to Sirit. "We didn't come here to trade barbs. Let's get to your conditions." Sirit nodded and began to explain, "As you wish. Our sovereign requested I deliver this simple message to the leaders of Decathan. Surrender the royal families and mercy will be granted. Resist, and our armies will wipe every last person from this continent." Hearing these words, Vian An's fists clenched in fury. "You call those conditions? That's an ultimatum." The man interrupted, "Old man, you should be grateful you even have a choice." Yutao offered a twisted reassurance. "Don't worry. If you choose the first option, I promise I'll be gentle when I take your head." The air grew heavy with tension. To avoid a conflict, Sirit warned, "We did not come here seeking trouble." Yutao, he turned and shot back. "I'm not trying to. I'm just giving them a friendly warning about the battle to come." Looking back at them, he licked his lips with a hungry gaze, a threat for both the old man and his granddaughter. "I will personally enjoy her while you watch helplessly." He then let out a crazed laugh. As Arthur's rage flared and he reached for his sword, Vian surged forward, punching the man hard in the face. The face under the hood was revealed. He looked back at Vian, grinning. That tickled. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a cracked horn on his head. A past memory flashed before his eyes. An aura of pure killing intent exploded from him as he stepped forward. "It was you?" the man growled back. "What, you little brat?" Arthur's voice turned grave. "You're the one who killed Alea in the dungeon, the one whose limbs I severed." At that moment, he was consumed by pure rage. "Was it you?" Utah thought back on his words. "The one whose limbs I cut off? There have been a few." As if remembering something, he grinned. "Oh, you mean that cute little thing?" He stepped in front of Arthur, taunting him with a cruel smile. "So what if it was me?" Seeing Arthur's fury, both Vian and Sirit put a hand on him, and he calmed himself. "Is there anything else to discuss, or was that the last of your threats?" Sirit immediately spoke up. "You will have 2 days to decide. If the royal family of Decathan doesn't surrender by then, we will consider that your answer." The tense exchange ended. As they were turning to leave, Utah couldn't resist a final taunt. "You must have heard her pathetic screams, right? It almost made me not want to kill her. Just keep her alive and make her scream a little longer. You know?" With that, Arthur's control shattered. He instantly cast a warning spell, firing it directly at them. The spell shot past them, slamming into the sea below. Utah looked at the technique and scoffed. Impressive. A cute little trick. Before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted behind him, sending a pillar of seawater into the sky. Arthur's voice was low and menacing. "I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield." Then he turned and walked away with defiance. In the dungeon, the air was heavy with the stench of blood and dead beasts. Mutilated corpses were strewn everywhere, with body parts scattered about. Nearby, the battle was still raging. Beasts were lifted into the air, controlled by a powerful force. Angela's sharp iron vines coiled around a monster, hoisting it up like a helpless puppet. It writhed in agony, unable to break free. Beside her, Teshi was gathering her mana, getting ready for another attack. The long battle had turned the dungeon into a bloodbath. With a mountain of corpses forming, soldiers rushed to carry them outside. Adam stood grimly looking over the dead. Cenas and Dav were fighting off the last of the monsters. Dav broke a horn with his bare hands and grabbed the monster's jaw. From a distance, someone shouted a warning about their horns and fangs, but Dav needed them intact to use as weapons. Dav was in a foul mood. He stomped on a corpse, annoyed that they were still fighting these useless beasts. Apart from the one he just killed, the others weren't even worth their cores. Cenas agreed with Dav. No cores meant no ammunition for his weapon. Dav was frustrated. How did Arthur's contract beast eat all the cores anyway? I bet he pocketed a few. This time, Sinews didn't agree with Dav. Dav wondered why the monsters were piled up like that. Arthur had created that mountain of bodies. Dav just thought he was showing off. Sinews explained that these dungeon beasts don't act like normal mana beasts. They're completely insane. So they fought each other, trying to climb to the top to get their prey. Arthur. Dav sighed in frustration. Yeah, I get it. I'm not stupid. Then he grumbled that Cenas had no sense of humor. Cenas just turned away, ignoring Dav's complaints. Suddenly, Cenas felt something strange. The ground began to tremble. He asked Dav, "Do you feel that?" Dav just assumed it was more corpses falling. Elsewhere, Helen let out a breath after finishing off a group of beasts. Tesha asked if she was done. "I think so." Everyone started to slow down, as there wasn't much loot to go around from this wave. Hearing this, Adam chimed in. "On the bright side, we don't have to get our hands dirty." Helen agreed that Adam had a point. Tesha, Helen, and Adam began to chat. Tesha asked what the other two planned to do next. Helen said they would return to Xyrus to resupply before tackling the next dungeon. Tesha and her team planned to return to the Flying Castle and await further orders since they had already been here longer than expected. Adam smiled and encouraged her not to feel bad about getting some rest. Tesha agreed that everyone deserved a break. Nearby, Kajia and Jamin were with Rudan inspecting a wall. Rudan walked up and touched the heavily cracked wall. Jamin asked what he had found. Rudan looked thoughtful, feeling that the wall's texture was different here. Suddenly, a massive force struck the wall from the other side. Sensing the danger, Rudan roared for everyone to run. The wall couldn't hold and shattered. A horde of beasts surged right through. The beasts howled, their sharp maws gaping as they charged the panicked crowd. Seeing this, Adam, Tesha, and Helen readied themselves for battle. Adam rushed in first, as Helen screamed that they had to evacuate everyone. But with so many monsters, an immediate retreat was impossible. They were forced to fight them head-on. Giant beasts fell, spraying blood, but many people were also struck down, their lives extinguished. With their massive bodies and razor-sharp claws, a single swipe could instantly end a person's life. The battle between humans and beasts raged on, with no clear victor. Everyone fought desperately, using every ounce of their strength. While retreating, Dav was suddenly ambushed by a huge beast. One devastating blow sent him sprawling to the ground. From a distance, Senus cried out Dav's name in worry. Nearby, Tashia channeled her mana into the ground, causing countless vines to erupt like ropes. Helen skillfully drew her bow, her focus absolute. The knocked arrow glowed with a blue light, a clear sign of its master's power. Then, Helen released the arrow. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the air, splitting into a volley that struck the ensnared beasts. Each one was pierced clean through, leaving a gaping hole. They had no choice but to perish on the spot. Focused on the monsters ahead, Helen and Teja were oblivious to a giant beast silently closing in from behind. It slammed its fist where they stood, causing a shocking explosion. Luckily, they leaped away just in time, dodging the fatal blow. It was then Teja realized how powerful these beasts were. She couldn't fathom how Atho had defeated them all alone. Meanwhile, Dav was struggling to block the massive beast's assault. His weapon clashed violently with its blows, but its strength was overwhelming. He desperately willed his arms to move. His hands trembled from the strain, yet the monster remained completely unfazed. Just as Davos was about to collapse, Kaji appeared and struck the beast down. She yelled at him, demanding to know what was wrong. Dav confessed he still couldn't feel his hands after what Atho had done. Seeing them, Teja ordered them to the exit to help the soldiers. Kaji agreed, and they supported each other towards the exit, ignoring the growling monsters that pursued them. Just then, Jatmin appeared, blocking the pursuing beasts. Her two sharp daggers flashed, creating dazzling streaks of light in the air. Every one of her slashes was precise, cleanly severing limbs as foul blood sprayed from the beasts. The dancer, Jatmin, was performing a deadly ballet, each movement a destructive force. At the exit, Kazia and Dav urged the fleeing crowd forward. Angela and Cenas guarded the exit, ensuring everyone's safe passage. They combined their attacks, blasting the monsters back with a huge wave of power. Adam moved like lightning with his sharp spear, slashing at the neck of each beast and instantly stealing its life. They roared in agony and collapsed, but more monsters surged forward, encircling Adam like an iron cage. As his strength failed, a surprise attack from behind made him turn. It was Ruadan coming to his rescue. Adam was grateful for his timely arrival, knowing he owed him for this. Ruadan brushed it off, telling him to save the thanks. They had a much bigger problem. Ahead stood even more giant beasts. Their maws gaped open, revealing sharp teeth, their eyes glowing blood red. They roared constantly, creating a terrifying, deafening sound. Suddenly, countless vines erupted around Adam and Ruadan, forming a wall that blocked a devastating blow. Close call, Ruadan gasped as Helen appeared. She had created the wall of vines. She told them they owed her one now. Tessie arrived right after, but the monster shattered the vine wall with immense force. It roared and charged, but Adam swiftly blocked its path with his spear. He drove his weapon straight into the monster's head. The precise strike made it howl in agony before it died. From behind, Helen loosed her arrows, each shot splitting into 3 to take down her foes. Adam joked she should save a few for him. She replied he'd have to try harder. But Ruadan wasn't so lucky. He was pinned beneath a monster's claw. Seeing this, Adam and Helen rushed to his rescue. Enraged, Adam unleashed a powerful blast of light from his spear, destroying the beast. He pulled Ruadan from its clutches, shouting his name, but he was unconscious. Adam yelled to Helen that they needed to move, but she was already facing another monster. Ruadan startled awake, only to see Helen's dangerous situation. Helen's bow was trapped in the monster's iron jaws. She pulled with all her might, muscles straining, but the bow wouldn't budge. Its serrated maw held fast like a steel trap. As she struggled, another beast lunged from the side. Adam saw it and screamed a warning, but it was too late. Helen turned in panic, but it was no use. Her bow was still stuck, leaving her completely defenseless as the new beast charged with terrifying speed. Its razor-sharp claws shot towards her. In that horrifying instant, no one could react in time, not even Helen herself. At the council's sky castle, a magic portal opened. Atho asked Vian if he had considered their terms. Vian, walking ahead, replied, "Not exactly." He hesitated, saying if they kept their word, many innocents could be saved. Atho refused, as the price was sacrificing his grandfather and his family. Andia, also ahead, agreed with Atho. Fuss could also be affected, and in a few generations they would have the power to oppose the Asusa. Vian knew this. He didn't want any more protests because of his choices. Atho suspiciously asked if he planned to tell everyone. He paused, then replied that trust is priceless. A leader needs their people's trust. Would they still trust him if he gambled with their very lives? Arthur gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Vian let the people decide, and they chose to sacrifice their own leader. Vian was resolute. The age of kings was over. This battle involved everyone, so they all had the right to choose. After that talk, a heavy weight settled on Arthur's heart. He and Sylvie stood on the balcony, seeking a moment of peace. Suddenly, Sylvie noticed Eli down below. She saw another man making the young girl visibly uncomfortable. Arthur and Sylvie exchanged curious glances. He was a nobleman with long, flowing blonde hair, trying to look dashing but appearing utterly ridiculous. He boasted about rejecting a red-maned horse, needing a beast on par with Prince Curtis's world lion. Before he could finish, Boo appeared, its eyes burning with rage. With its claws, it snatched him up and tossed him away like a broken toy. From a distance, the fool thought the beast actually liked him. Seeing this, Eli sternly lectured Boo about throwing people she dislikes. She stopped mid-sentence, seeing Arthur headed their way. The moment she saw her brother, Eli crashed into Arthur's arms, overjoyed that he had returned. The stares from the surrounding crowd were unnerving. Eli explained that every noble in Decathan knew of Arthur Lewin. Arthur's gaze fell on his sister's contract beast. He and Boo stared each other down in a silent challenge, before shaking hands, much to Eli and Sylvie's confusion. Arthur formally greeted Boo. Eli asked when they had met. Arthur replied that men with a common purpose bond quickly. With greetings over, Eli admitted it was good he was back. He was the only one who could stop them. She looked at him, her eyes shining with hope and expectation. Arthur asked her who. Mom and Dad, she whispered, her voice laced with sadness. They had decided to join the war. Meanwhile, the toss-away noble was completely forgotten. Arthur headed for his parents' room, Eli's desperate expression haunting him. His little sister's sparkling eyes had pleaded with him to stop Zeno and Alice from going to the battlefield. Still, Arthur was deeply conflicted. Did he even have the right to stop them? He couldn't selfishly allow his own parents to risk their lives on the front lines. Arthur pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zeno and Alice were surprised to see their son, not expecting him back so soon. In a blaming tone, Arthur asked if they really planned on leaving for such a dangerous place without saying a single word. Alice explained they wanted to be fully prepared before his return, but Arthur felt they should wait until Eli was older for something so serious. Zeno, silent until now, finally spoke. He revealed that the commander-in-chief had advised them to wait for Arthur's return before acting. Arthur instantly realized their sudden decision wasn't about him. There had to be another reason. Zeno had received word from Helen. There was an attack in the dungeon right after everyone had left. Arthur reacted sharply. How is that possible? I was just there yesterday, he insisted. He'd wiped the dungeon clean and even felled a level 5 mutated beast. But the truth wasn't that simple. According to Zeno, a hidden passage had opened in a wall. The twin horns bought time for the younger warriors, but the emerging beast was too powerful. Adam was defeated and had made the ultimate sacrifice. Arthur couldn't accept it, declaring he'd killed every last monster. Zeno patiently explained that the passage had been blocked, which was why it had evaded Arthur's senses. No one could have predicted such an assault. The twin horns fought desperately to protect the others, but the casualties were far worse than anyone had anticipated. Arthur's mind immediately raced to Tessia. He demanded to know who else was hurt, but Zeno only knew the urgent, tragic news about Adam. Arthur mourned for Adam but stood his ground. This was not a reason for Zeno and Alice to join the fight. Zeno immediately shot back. They weren't acting out of guilt. They understood that a soldier's life was always fraught with danger. Overwhelmed, Arthur slumped in his seat. He knew he had no right to stop them, but a selfish part of him couldn't bear to imagine what would happen to Eli if her parents met danger. How would the little girl possibly survive? Alice understood his fears for them, and especially for Eli. They had considered everything before this. They knew this decision would impact them all, but it was Alice who wanted to help the twin horns. Arthur was stunned. That should have been impossible. Zeno had once told him that Alice had to avoid using magic because of a terrible incident in her past. Alice glanced over at Zeno. She never imagined he had told their son that story. She sat beside her husband and gestured for Arthur to sit, ready to reveal the truth. She took Arthur's hand. He knew of their history with the twin horns, but he never knew there was another member, long before he was born. Her name was Lensa, and she was Alice's complete opposite, energetic and incredibly outspoken. Despite that, the two of them were extremely close. Lensa had been a famous augmenter before joining Twin Horns, a decision that shocked everyone. From that moment on, Lensa's name became one with the Twin Horns. Her vibrant spirit put everyone around her at ease. Lensa could reign in both Adam and Zeno, and even make Jamin laugh, but she was only on the team for 2 short years. Then, the accident happened. The Twin Horns were ambushed by a swarm of wasps. Alice worked frantically to heal everyone's wounds. Zeno and the others recovered quickly. But Lensa was struck by a venomous wasp, dangerously close to her mana core. The poison spread, destroying it permanently. Lensa could never use mana again. Alice had tried everything she could. Only later did she learn a horrifying truth. If she hadn't closed the wound, a doctor could have easily removed the toxin. Overwhelming regret consumed Alice. She had stolen Lensa's only joy, her closest friend, her trusted comrade. Lensa's one desire was a glorious death in battle. Losing her ability to use mana was a devastating blow. In the end, Lensa entered the dungeon and never came back. Alice choked back a sob. For years, the guilt had tormented her as she wept. Not everyone lived a life as eventful as Arthur's. This pain wasn't sudden. It was a slow, quiet agony born from Alice's deep love for Lensa. This left Alice afraid to use healing magic on anything but surface wounds. She knew Adam's death was different from Lensa's, but she realized the twin horns needed her and Gino now more than ever, especially with Arthur on the front lines. Alice and Gino could only wait at home for news, but Arthur worried for Ellie. What if they didn't return? Gino placed a hand on his son's shoulder. It doesn't matter how strong you are, Arthur, he said. Death rarely comes from weakness. It strikes when you lower your guard. Gino and Alice wanted to do their part to win this war. He would protect her at all costs. Their only goal was to return home safely, to reunite with their children. And Arthur felt the same. Perhaps they hadn't raised him as they thought, for he had memories of a past life. Still, they hoped Arthur would always remember his sister, Ellie, and not sacrifice himself for some greater good. Even in defeat, there's always a chance to fight back, Gino reminded him. You only lose when you're truly dead, because then all chances are gone. Arthur was puzzled by his father's words. Gino hoped his son would remember, but Alice cut in. It's far too soon for such talk. Suddenly, Commander Virion appeared, surprising Alice and Arthur. He came to ask about the twin horns losing a member, offering deep condolences. He also had news for Alice and Gino. The other warriors were arriving. As Arthur's group approached, a soldier opened the gate. Instantly, their expressions hardened. The scene before them was tragic. Every single person was gravely wounded. Virion thanked them for their selfless sacrifice. Arthur stared at the brutal scene, speechless. Then he heard Helen's name and his head snapped toward the sound. Both his parents sadly asked her about the others, but Helen didn't know what to say. After a moment, she finally murmured that they were all okay. The rest of the twin horns were with the medics. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Understanding her pain, Alice pulled her into a comforting hug. Arthur looked on, his own heart heavy with sorrow. He watched her with mournful eyes. They urged her to rest, but Helen rushed forward. She threw her arms around Arthur, stunning him. He stammered, "I'm so glad you're safe." He started to apologize, but Helen cut him off. She knew what he was thinking. War is war, she stated. Death is simply unavoidable. Right now, we must focus on making those bastards pay. She told him to stop blaming himself. Stunned, Arthur understood and agreed. He watched them lead her away, his heart heavy. Virion gave him a sad look. They would tell Helen about joining the twin horns. She would likely be happy about it. With Adam's loss, the twin horns needed all the help they could possibly get. More wounded soldiers emerged, their bodies covered in injuries. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face, Stannis. He quickly grabbed his arm. Stannis was surprised to see Arthur too. Anxious, Arthur gripped his arm, forgetting his friend was injured. Stannis flinched, crying out in pain. Arthur immediately let go, apologizing. He was just grateful his friend was alive. He asked about the others, but Stannis had no idea where they were. Just then, two more figures emerged from the gate. It was Kia, carrying Davat. Both of them were critically injured. Suddenly, Davat's weight lessened. She turned to see Arthur helping her. "Thank you," she breathed. Once down, Davat immediately received healing. Arthur approached Kia with a water flask and asked about Tessia. After a moment, she simply pointed toward the gate. Tessia's figure appeared, looking just as battered. As Arthur reached for her, his vision shifted. A warning echoed in his mind, "I will not take this advice lightly." Arthur would be wise to close his heart to the elf princess. Snapping back to reality, Arthur stepped closer, calling out her name. Tessia was startled to see him. Before she could react, Arthur pulled her into a hug. All his worries washed away. He was just thankful she was safe. Surprised, Tessia hugged him back, reassuring him. "Of course, I was going to be okay." Arthur released her, wanting to take her to her grandfather. Relieved, the old man embraced her tightly. After that, she didn't get much time with Art. Her grandfather insisted she go for a medical exam, but aside from a slight ache in her bones, she was perfectly fine. More people streamed back from the gate and began receiving treatment. Davat, Stannis, and Kia were all asleep. She was relieved her squad was being cared for. They were thrilled to see each other. They bumped fists, as if their wounds were nothing. They were just glad everyone made it back safe. She returned to her bed to rest. It felt amazing to be back, even for a moment. Tessia smiled, looking at the photo on her nightstand. At least this feeling hadn't changed. But late into the night, sleep wouldn't come, despite her utter exhaustion. Tessia slipped out of bed, wondering if her grandfather was still awake. As she neared his door, she suddenly heard hushed voices from inside. It was Arthur and her grandfather, debating whether to tell her. But Arthur insisted, "We can't hide this. Sooner or later, she's going to find out." She was surprised to see Athos still here, talking with her grandfather. Her grandfather argued that it would be better for her to know later that she probably wasn't ready now. He feared that she wouldn't be able to handle it in her current state. She stood outside, not understanding anything, and pressed her ear closer to the door to listen, to model. Arthur felt she would listen if shown respect, but what if she heard the truth from someone else? Her reaction would be unpredictable. Her grandfather feared she might just leave, and what would happen then was anyone's guess. Arthur reminded him they both knew what Tessia was capable of when she set her mind to something. The old man knew, but his worry was about her master's death, killed by those bastards in this very castle. What if Tessia found out? Hearing this, she was utterly stunned. Her master was dead? The woman who had always been so cheerful, so helpful, was now gone from this world. She stood frozen, unable to accept the devastating truth. Arthur stepped out, hoping the old man would tell him when he planned to break the news. They both froze, seeing her standing right at the door. He called her name, his voice filled with worry. Despite the shock, Tessia had one request: take her to her master. In the quiet of the night, Virion, Arthur, and Tessia walked silently to where Master Cynthia was being kept. Tessia was heartbroken and bitter, seeing her confined to such a filthy place. She felt the injustice deeply. These cells were for murderers and traitors. Virion explained calmly that it was the safest place for her now, and they would give her a proper farewell when the time was right. They arrived. The guards saluted respectfully as Virion ordered the door opened. The three entered the cell. It was bare. The first thing that caught their eye was a lone coffin in the center of the room, with a single flower resting on its lid. Tessia completely broke down at the sight of the coffin, or more accurately, at the thought of Cynthia inside it. She collapsed to the floor, her head hung low. From behind her, Virion revealed that only a few knew about her death. Pain ripped through Tessia. She deserved a grand funeral, with all her students present. The professors who taught at Xyrus owed her that for all she'd done for the continent. Helpless tears streamed down Tessia's face. She screamed. Such a respected person didn't deserve to be in a dark place like this. Seeing his granddaughter so broken, Virion stepped forward to comfort her, but Tessia, lost in her grief, lashed out at him. Why did you hide this from me? If she hadn't overheard, when would she have known? In a week? A month? After the war? She wondered what else he was keeping from her. Virion could only stand silently as she vented her emotions. Tessia's tears wouldn't stop. She was hurt that after everything she'd done to prove her maturity, he still treated her like a child. Tessia screamed these feelings at her grandfather. In contrast to Virion's helplessness, Arthur, who had been silent, spoke with a chilling coldness. You're being a child. Tessia couldn't believe it. Her teary eyes shot toward Arthur in utter disbelief. Tessia didn't understand why he would say that. He, of all people, should understand her feelings. Yet it was him, not anyone else, who called her a child. As if mocking her pain, Arthur looked at the frustrated and confused Tessia. He told her bluntly that throwing herself onto the front lines at a young age didn't make her an adult, nor did her reckless attempts to prove herself. It was all the work of a stubborn brat. Tessia was stunned that Arthur would dare say that to her. Ignoring Virion's protests, Arthur continued, and if she thought about it logically, she would realize why her grandfather had to keep this a secret. He used a harsh tone to snap her out of it. What would happen if he announced that someone had been killed by the enemy in the safest place on the continent? Tessia's emotions only worsened at Arthur's words. He said she was only 17. Tessia yelled back that Arthur was only 16. She cried that despite his age, her grandfather, Master Aldir, and even Master Cynthia never saw him as a child. Arthur didn't deny it, but he didn't agree with her either. If they saw him as an adult, that was their own perception. He never tried to prove it to them. Seeing the argument escalate, Virion once again tried to stop Arthur. He thought Arthur had said enough, but Arthur felt he wasn't wrong. Tessia needed to hear this. Shaking with indignation, Tessia claimed it wasn't fair. Arthur did whatever he wanted, while she, no matter how hard she tried, was always the girl who needed protection. He yelled back, completely disagreeing with her. Tessia, still crying and lost in her dark thoughts, couldn't act like Arthur's little sister. She stared him down and retorted that not everyone he cared about would simply do as he says. Arthur was speechless at her defiance. Virion's voice boomed between them. That's enough. Both of you, stop it. Arthur turned to Virion, his eyes cold and decisive. I suppose I was wrong. She wasn't ready to know. With that, without waiting for a reply, Arthur quickly turned and left, leaving a cold silhouette behind him, ignoring Tessia's sobs. Virion hugged his granddaughter, comforting her. He said they should pay their respects to Cynthia here. Cynthia would have preferred the tears of those she loved over a funeral with millions. Tessia wiped her tears away. She and Virion knelt before Cynthia's coffin. As for Arthur, he was in no better mood after leaving. Suddenly, Sylvie rushed up from behind and bit Arthur's leg fiercely. Startled by the pain, he instinctively tried to shake her off, but she held on tight, refusing to let go. He finally had to grab Sylvie and lift her up forcefully. Only then did she release her grip with a satisfied look. Arthur was furious, demanding to know why she did that. Sylvie asked him why he had to say those things. Arthur, confused, just stared at her, as she sighed, chiding him for being so blunt. Arthur was annoyed with Sylvie. He insisted that he only said what Tessia needed to hear, then dropped Sylvie to the ground. Arthur explained that Tessia let emotions sway her judgment, a fatal flaw for a princess and a soldier. He told Sylvie his harsh words had been absolutely necessary. Sylvie grew pensive. She agreed Tessia shouldn't have mentioned Ellie, but wasn't Arthur just blaming her for his parents joining the war? Arthur instantly denied it, but then quietly admitted that Sylvie was partially right. Hearing Sylvie's logic, Arthur wondered what she learned at Futhus. She proudly swished her tail, saying she'd gotten stronger and taken a grooming class from La Papa. Arthur ignored Sylv's playful jabs, staring silently at the sky. He missed the time when things were simple. The two stood in silence beneath the night sky. In another timeline, at a special school for orphans, Matron Cub watched Gray with a deep, contemplative gaze. She suddenly called his name, making the boy jump. Matron Cub felt she wasn't the right one to teach him about ki. While his reserves were smaller than his peers, there was still plenty of time for growth. She imparted a life lesson. If you lack resources, you must master what you have for when it matters most. The boy dutifully thanked her, showing he understood. Matron Cub nodded, pleased, before moving to a more urgent topic. She recalled an anonymous donor who had just given them money. Gray looked away awkwardly, clearly connected to it. Then she announced news that stunned him. They would no longer accept donations. He shot to his feet in disbelief, wondering if she was closing the orphanage. Matron Cub smiled calmly, saying the government would now fund the orphanage, so they no longer had money problems. But Gray wasn't happy. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Are we exposed? Normally, that would be impossible, but she was a witch. Gray sighed, pushing the thought aside. Feeling relieved, he thanked the matron for telling him. Gray stood to leave, but Matron Cub stopped him, asking if he and Nico were getting along with Cecilia. Gray hesitated, saying they were getting along better after some minor troubles. Matron Cub fell silent, then cut straight to the truth. Has Cecilia spoken a single word to you or Nico? Scratching his head, Gray turned away in shame and admitted she hadn't said a thing. The matron seemed satisfied, giving them a mission to break through Cecilia's shell. Because if anyone could, it was Gray and Nico. Gray questioned why they had to befriend Cecilia, but the matron was cryptic, saying Cecilia would tell them herself. Gray hesitantly explained that Cecilia seemed normal, but because of those accidents, everyone was afraid of her. He and Nico weren't scared, but too many kids had landed in the infirmary because of her. Gray wanted more information to truly help, but Matron Cub offered no more details. She patted Gray's head, saying that he couldn't learn about her from others. She had to learn about herself on her own. Gray's job wasn't to help, but to be her friend. When she needed him, she would open up. Finally understanding, Gray promised to remember her words. He even affectionately called her mom. She smiled gently, correcting him. She was the head matron. As Gray walked down the hall, a group of kids ran up, shouting his name. They challenged Gray to a game of tag, declaring they would definitely catch him. Gray narrowed his eyes, feigning doubt in their abilities. One kid lunged for Gray, but he dodged with nimble grace. The children erupted as Gray effortlessly evaded their grabs. Gray confidently teased them for missing. He challenged them to try harder, and the same boy charged at him once more. This time, Gray swiftly caught the boy, lifting his small frame with ease. Gray told the others they did well but were too young for a hero like him. The kids grumbled that it was unfair. He set the boy down and ruffled their hair. He reminded them that only the weak complain when defeated. As they chattered about his speed, Gray announced his heroic strength was needed elsewhere. The kids waved goodbye, vowing to catch him next time. Gray then noticed a warped floorboard, thinking how run down the building was becoming. Matron Cub must be too busy. He bent down to fix the board, resolving to help her with the house's upkeep. Gray returned to his room, kicking the door open and yelling, "The mighty Gray has arrived." An annoyed Nico grumbled for him to shut the door. Gray saw Nico knitting and asked, "You're taking up knitting now?" He reached for a glove beside him, but Nico quickly grabbed his arm. A sudden jolt of electricity shot through Gray. He jumped back, frantically, asking Nico what just happened. Nico just smiled softly, warning him not to underestimate knitting. Putting the glove on, he asked, "Cool, right?" After the incident with the bullies, he started researching self-defense. Nico held up the glove, explaining its palm had microfibers that could generate a certain amount of electricity. The microfibers react to Nico's ki and touch the muscles of anyone he grabs. As he spoke, an image of golden ki threads appeared, running through a target's muscles. He explained that a small stone inside channels his ki, firing it through the microfibers and into an enemy's muscles on contact. Gray was amazed, wondering why someone with Nico's incredible intellect hadn't been adopted yet. Nico was indifferent, remarking that not all parents are good. A flash of pity crossed Gray's eyes. Gray thought about how he had no memories of his own parents, but he knew Nico hated his so deeply that Gray felt lucky to remember nothing at all. Gray called the gloves flashy and asked why Nico didn't just learn to fight like he did. But Nico shook his head, pointing out that Gray never actually learned to fight. He explained he needed these gadgets because he wasn't like other people. He didn't have a predator's primal reflexes. Nico joked his own were somewhere between a sloth and a turtle. Gray noted the gloves would only buy him a little time. Nico tossed the gloves on the bed, agreeing the microfibers were expensive and didn't last long. Nico revealed he used money from pawning jewelry to buy the materials. Gray then asked how he planned to give the rest of the money to the matron. Nico calmly said he would use an acquaintance. He'd give them a small cut to deliver the rest to the matron as a generous donation. Gray's face twisted at the absurdly complicated idea. Gray exclaimed that only half the money would be left, making Nico laugh. With a sly look, Nico said Olivia would never accept it without questions anyway. When Nico used her first name, Gray pinched him. Nico rubbed the spot while Gray muttered that luckily, they wouldn't need the money now that the government was helping. Hearing this, Nico eagerly asked if he could use the rest of the money for more microfibers, causing Gray's face to darken with rage. Nico handed Jay a few books. Jay accepted them, saying this rich man would surely forgive him. Nico corrected, "The word is generous." Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble. Jay looked around, but Nico knew at once. It's Cecilia. This tremor was lasting longer than usual, so Nico urged, "Let's go check." Surprised, Jay reminded Nico what had happened to the last volunteers who tried to suppress Cecilia's power. Nico replied that he remembered. The man was built like a bear, but couldn't even get close. Still, he couldn't just wait for Cecilia to overcome it herself. He said he couldn't imagine Cecilia's pain. Jay stepped closer and whispered, "You like Cecilia, don't you?" Nico's face flushed crimson. He frantically denied it, even claiming he didn't know who Cecilia was. He only admitted she was kinda cute, making Jay laugh reluctantly. They moved down the corridor, bracing against the violent tremors. Suddenly, Jay froze. Two figures were standing at Cecilia's door. He wondered if they were just lackeys. Nico couldn't believe they were just standing there. Jay snatched Nico's gloves and dashed forward, leaving Nico to shout his name. He knew they couldn't approach Cecilia safely. Jay shoved past the two, who called out his name in surprise. Opening the door, he saw Cecilia clutching her head on the bed, radiating a mysterious green energy. Jay shielded his eyes from the incredible power, realizing Cecilia was no ordinary key user. While the best students produced mere trickles of energy, she could generate powerful currents of ki around herself. The ki grew stronger, forcing Jay to the floor. He knew she had no control. One emotional surge could trigger an explosion. Cecilia screamed, holding her head. For many, this power was a gift, but for her, Jay knew it was a curse. Jay slowly approached, encouraging her. With tears in her eyes, she screamed for everyone to stay back as her energy surged, forcing them away. The ki currents injured Jay, but he patiently moved closer. Cecilia warned he'd get hurt, but he still held out his hand, urging her to take it. Cecilia finally touched Jay's gloved hands, and a brilliant golden energy flashed through the room. The feedback knocked Cecilia unconscious. Jay looked at his gloved hands, thinking how pathetic it was that this small thing had drained all his ki. Nico rushed to Jay's side. Meanwhile, Arthur was sound asleep when frantic knocking and urgent pleas came from his door. A maid begged him to open up to prepare for Commander Vision's speech. Another figure approached, telling her, "Step aside, I'll wake him." A sudden, huge explosion jolted Sylvie and Arthur awake. Arthur was instantly on guard, weapon drawn and ready. Recognizing the intruder, he lowered his weapon, his expression sour. Bayan restored his energy, remarking that Arthur seemed to have learned new tricks. Arthur criticized the rude sneak attack, but Bayan calmly replied, "This is war." He then told Arthur to get dressed, as the clans were gathering at the portal. Arthur was aware of his differences with Bayan, but understood the meaning behind his words. They were invaluable allies. Their differences meant nothing to the continent's survival. The maid from before rushed in, apologizing, but before she could finish, other servants entered and calmed her. 3 servants bowed respectfully, relaying a direct order from Commander Vision to speed up the preparations. The maid offered to help Arthur get ready, but he refused. They brought in a cart and asked him to wear the armor after his bath. Arthur gazed at the shining armor as his servant explained that Lord Andia had it specially prepared for today's speech. The grand corridor was steeped in a heavy silence. Outside, the garden was filled with the strangely peaceful fragrance of flowers. In the formal chamber, Queen Rosilla adjusted King Len's collar as he stood motionless, advising him to stay calm. King Len vented his frustration, not understanding why Commander Vision wanted a speech when Laxia terrorists were already on their shores. Queen Rosilla's gaze snapped toward Vision's back. She understood the king's worries. As the commander consulted his subordinate, She whispered that this was why they had left the castle. Three figures suddenly appeared, agreeing with the unpredictable decision. King Anduin, his queen, and Arthur slowly approached. They believed it was to inspire the people, hoping the crowd would see their military's might up close. Queen Mayo gestured to the solemn ranks of warriors, stressing that the commander would get the reactions he desired. King Len closed his eyes, expressing a faint hope for the battle. The sound of a door opening suddenly cut him off, drawing everyone's attention. The commander sneered when he recognized the newcomer. The figure strode before the crowd and called out, "Commander Vision." Arthur stood in magnificent silver armor and a majestic cape, placing a hand to his chest in a salute. He looked at them all with cold eyes, noting their time apart. Queen Maya remarked on the young man's maturity. He only gave a short reply, "Yes." King Len proudly affirmed Arthur's growth in both physique and power, worthy of being one of his mightiest warriors. Arthur humbly stated his view that in this war, he was merely a soldier of the continent, unconcerned with lineage or personal power. A figure suddenly approached to greet Arthur. Gia appeared with a gentle smile, introducing himself as the new leader of the dwarves. He shook his hand and said he'd heard much about Arthur from Elizar's letters. Arthur hesitated, asking for his identity and receiving a solemn confirmation. Dahadia spoke of being his guardian since birth, stirring complex emotions on Arthur's face. After a moment, Arthur bowed his head, apologizing for not being there to help. A frantic Gadia grabbed his hand, pulling him close. He said gently that it wasn't his fault. Elizar was always a magnet for trouble. Arthur clasped his hand, vowing that Elizar was his best friend. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind like a film reel. A faint smile touched Arthur's lips as he promised Gadia he would bring Elizar home. Gadia bowed his head in thanks. Commander Viden then clasped his hands, shouting, "Lances, attention." The commander announced the gatekeeper would signal when it was time to pass. Sylvie and Arthur watched Gadia's retreating figure, wishing they could have spent more time talking with him. Arthur glanced over at her. "It would be great to know what Elizar was like as a child," he said. Sylvie admitted her curiosity about why Elizar was raised by the dwarves and by someone of such high status. Suddenly, a throat cleared right behind them. A approached to greet them, recalling their last encounter and wanting to formally introduce herself. Arthur recognized her, offering a courteous handshake in return. An awkward tension suddenly filled the air after their handshake. Arthur stated it was a pleasure to meet her. Aya just smiled faintly. "I'm sure we'll get along." As Aya's figure faded, Sylvie smiled, remarking that she seemed nice. But Arthur disagreed. He sensed something else entirely from her aura. Moments later, someone else approached Arthur. "Seems your training has been going well," the person remarked. Virai told Arthur he'd already passed the initial and mid-tier silver core stages. Arthur replied humbly that the path to the white core was still long. But Virai just clicked her tongue, saying it wasn't as far as he thought, making Arthur's eyes widen in shock. A call for the lances echoed through the vast hall. An army followed, their armor gleaming a brilliant silver and gold. Sylvie sat on Arthur's shoulder, her eyes wide with pure excitement. Arthur remarked that she had a strange idea of fun following the lances. As he stepped outside, the blinding sunlight forced him to shield his eyes. A massive screen showed the Queen and Princess Sabin, igniting the massive crowd gathered below. From the balcony, important figures waved back at the cheering populace. The unfamiliar atmosphere sent Arthur spiraling into nostalgic memories. A maid quietly reminded Arthur to watch for Commander Viden's signal. The commander stood proudly on the balcony, clearing his throat to begin. He expressed his immense pride and gratitude to the crowd for the long journey they had all endured. His gaze swept over the masses, affirming their leaders were by their side. He declared that those who protected the continent for decades will continue to do so. Placing a hand over his heart, he vowed their king and queen were not rulers who would risk themselves on the front lines. He gestured towards Bayon, announcing a welcome for the mighty lances of Decathlon. Bayon, Vere, and Arthur placed their hands on their chests, stepping forward to greet the people. The crowd's roar echoed through the air until the commander signaled for silence. He spoke of the war and how half the lances were already fighting on the front lines. He then reminded them of what it means to be a lance, a title not bound by status or birth, but earned through effort, talent, and overwhelming strength. The commander declared the dawn of a new era. As Arthur stepped forward from the shadows, he was solemnly introduced as a new lance. The crowd erupted into whispers, while those on the balcony applauded. Arthur glanced over, asking sheepishly, "Was this your idea, Commander?" The commander quietly replied, "Yes." Arthur suppressed his annoyance. "If it were anyone but you, I'd be angry." Commander Viden simply replied, "Good." Then he told Arthur, "Just smile and wave. They can all see you on that massive screen behind us." Viden then cheerfully asked about his speech, causing Arthur to refuse awkwardly. He confessed he wasn't even prepared to be named a lance, asking to skip the speech, but Viden replied that he didn't want him to prepare. He pulled something out, saying, "These are your people, Tossing the object in his hand, he added that Arthur was one of them. He then handed it over. Arthur examined it as Vidin explained that people would listen to him, not some silver spoon noble. The commander said he had faith in Arthur. A small golden object rested in Arthur's gloved palm. He turned to face the crowd as the commander told him to just be himself and speak from the heart. Below, the people waved joyously, their eyes filled with immense pride for him. Arthur watched them as Vidin said, "Those are your people." Doves of peace filled the imperial sky, but a hidden danger was lurking nearby. Standing on the ramparts, Arthur looked down at the citizens. He thanked them for being there that day, feeling humbled by the deep patriotism within every imperial citizen. Yet, some say they love their country, not just because they were born there, but because it is what sustains them. As long as it provides a life for them, that love remains. Arthur knew that this sacred love was something that could never be truly measured. Loyalty to one's country isn't born from status or gain. It must be nurtured through the support of many others. It's born from support, from promises to help each other grow. Trying to define loyalty is perhaps the most arrogant act in the world. Each of us holds our own definition of it, and we show it in our own way. Loyalty is easy to see in times of peace. It's easy to cheer the king when our families are safe and warm. It's not hard to support the army when victory already seems certain. But will this coming war be so easy? Soon the people of this empire will have two choices: live with your own or die with the enemy. And today, I choose to stand here to prove my choice is the right one. A lance's loyalty cannot be bought, nor can it be given away. This undying loyalty that burns inside me wasn't forged in a single day. It was forged in a poor childhood, in memories with friends who became my family. It was shaped as an adventurer, a student, and even a teacher. And now, he stood as a warrior of the empire. Arthur didn't deny the royal family's past mistakes, nor their tireless efforts for a better empire. The clearest proof was the impossible unification of three kingdoms on this very continent. Regardless of race or origin, everyone here has a duty to protect this land. There are two ways to resolve this. Will they surrender the royal family, or will they fight to the very last drop of blood? While the commander was ready for war, Arthur hoped for something greater. He urged the people to trust their own hands rather than the enemy's empty promises to turn over the royal family. He couldn't control everyone, but with these words, he hoped they would fight for the continent's peace, for their own peace and for their families. Arthur's heroic speech ignited their hearts, sparking an emotion stronger than ever before. Even the weakest among them now burned with a desire to save their country. In unison, they raised their fists, ready to fight the invaders until the end. The air filled with cheers of "Long live Dahatia." At that moment, Sylvie suddenly transformed. Jet black wings unfurled, revealing fierce eyes like the king of beasts. From a tiny body, Sylvie became a majestic and proud black dragon. Sylvie glanced at his stunned Arthur. This transformation only bolstered the people's courage. He watched her, a warm sunbeam landing on his smiling face. Below, flags were already flying high. The clock struck the hour that would decide the continent's fate. After rallying the people, Arthur returned inside. Sylvie reverted to her small, playful form, asking if she did a good job. Curtis also entered, calling out to Arthur unexpectedly. He stood with hands on his hips, his ultimate power pose. He'd heard Sylvie was a dragon during the school attack. Seeing Arthur now, Curtis was overjoyed. Catelyn stood by, wondering if he would attend the noble's banquet. Regret filled Arthur's eyes. He couldn't go, as he had other duties. It was a normal afternoon, yet the atmosphere felt unnaturally somber. A group stood before Adam's coffin. Arthur's father would likely never forget the man who saved his family from death. It had been too long since he'd fought beside his old friend. His hot-headed, impulsive, yet loyal and straightforward comrade. He thought time would dull the pain, but now, the feeling surged uncontrollably. But how could one remain trapped in the past? Though his friend was gone, he was certain he was still chasing his unfinished dreams in the next world. He then knelt down, placing a white flower on his comrade's casket. He truly hoped to meet his friend again someday, in another place. His words moved everyone around him to tears. Only Arthur was strong enough to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Stellan thanked him for coming. The man with the ponytail congratulated him on becoming a warrior and apologized for missing his speech. Arthur received warm hugs from everyone. He knew they all looked to him with immense pride. Yet, an unspeakable sadness reflected in his eyes. They stood there, lost in the heavy, mournful air. Arthur suddenly turned to the commander. He said the commander shouldn't have skipped the banquet to be here. For him and everyone else, holding Adam's funeral here was a great honor. The commander gave a faint smile. With the royal family there, the people wouldn't even think of him. Still, Arthur thanked him on behalf of the late Adam. But that wasn't important. A more urgent matter was at hand. The commander took out a round, bronze emblem and handed it to Arthur. He instantly recognized it as an Ali's artifact, something every land warrior possessed. The commander then told him to form a blood pact with it, which he would activate. Upon making the pact, his mage core would turn white like the other lands. Though he wasn't an S-ranker, it would be an honor to have him serve under him. Arthur hesitated before refusing. He would fight with all his might, even without it. He didn't want to rely on external power to reach the white core. From the moment he started on this path, Arthur decided to reach the highest realm on his own. As they spoke, Andia approached. He also agreed with Arthur's decision. Seeing him, the commander handed the artifact to Andia. Andia knew the artifact increased power, but it also limited one's future potential. He could give it to anyone, but not to Arthur. Especially now, because Sylvie's blood flowed in his veins. He knew it was a disadvantage for now, but in the future, it would become a great asset. Arthur faced the commander, whose tone was unusually different. He asked, "Are you ready for battle?" Arthur hesitated. He knew he wasn't truly ready, but what did that matter? He had to protect this place at any cost. No matter what, he would not lose this fight. Everyone had already gathered, prepared for the bloody war to come. Arthur then walked toward everyone. He felt too sad to look at his loved ones. As he approached, they noticed his presence. Only now did he understand what death truly was, as its hands reached for those he cherished. His father's eyes couldn't hide his sadness and worry. He wanted to look at them, to memorize them, before they faced the cruel battlefield. His mother came and took his hand, offering a gentle smile. Her smile seemed to promise his swift return, carrying the Empire's peace on his shoulders. Even so, she couldn't help but fear the worst. His father and mother left together, leaving him alone with his sister. Arthur's chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. He now knew death was a wake-up call, a reminder to cherish the present and those you love. Heavy snow fell across the Empire, as a warm light glowed from Arthur's window. Arthur leaned on his hand, his spirits clearly sinking. A small creature hopped onto the table, a reminder that arguments were no way to send off loved ones. But everyone had their own convictions. No matter how Sylvie explained, Arthur wouldn't admit he was wrong. She spelled out how they interpreted his words. Even if he didn't mean it, it sounded like he was telling them to go hide somewhere remote. And now, the battle was finally here. His family's safety was a weight that stole his sleep. Luckily, they hadn't brought A. Still, they shouldn't have put themselves in such danger. Sylvie watched him with sympathy, unable to guess the turmoil in his heart. She knew understanding another's mind was difficult, but not impossible. Arthur suddenly asked when Sylvie had learned his true identity. His eyes widened in shock. He never imagined she had been reading his thoughts since she was a child. He desperately asked if she had read everything. The answer was yes. Even his thoughts about Tisha were no exception. Sylvie smirked, teasing that Arthur could never do the same because she hid her thoughts. He just clutched his head and sighed. This was something he could never get used to. To keep him focused, Sylvie reminded him that the battlefield was waiting. She also told him Grandpa said it would be a long time before she became a true Asura. Sylvie would always be by his side, but she wasn't an invincible warrior. Therefore, the most important thing was that they had to support each other in battle. Sylvie finally confessed why she'd kept secrets, realizing Arthur was the one she trusted most. Arthur gently stroked her head, solidifying her trust in him. He had raised her since she was born. Of course, he wanted her to place her faith in him. Overcome with emotion, Sylvie thanked him. He kept stroking her hair to comfort her. He knew this battle had revealed her vulnerabilities. While comforting her, he also warned her to control her growing ego. Sylvie retorted for a moment, then hugged him tightly. She joked she always sat on his head to better read his mind. Arthur looked up at the moon. What Sylvie said wasn't wrong. So, just as Quinn Sam said, the warships approaching the continent carried Asuras with world-shattering power. A familiar voice cut through Arthur's thoughts. Both he and Sylvie turned to see Andia. Arthur was annoyed he had entered without even knocking, but Andia seemed to ignore his mood. He needed something else. Before coming here, Lord Injard had told him to trust Arthur's judgment. At first he was skeptical, but after today's speech, he understood. He felt Arthur shouldn't be limited by his sword. He also requested Arthur join him in the War Council room. Arthur snapped back, asking if he truly wanted him making decisions in the council. Even if Andia saw him as an inferior, he had an extraordinary talent. In some meetings, this could be an advantage, but he didn't want to waste that talent in a council room. He had another plan. Ignoring Arthur's mockery, Andia replied calmly. He understood this battle would open a completely new era. If Chen and the Asuras won, they could advance to a new continent. Arthur heard something in Andia's voice and asked if he had lost someone to Aona. Andia didn't hide it, but wasn't specific. He only answered vaguely, many. Arthur didn't intend to lose, so if Andia wanted his help, he had to trust his advice. His eyes narrowed with determination and resentment. The race Andia called inferior was fighting with all its might for the Empire. He would not allow anyone to insult them. But to this simple request, Andia replied that he was asking too much. It seemed the conversation was going nowhere. Then, Andia surprised him with praise. He turned to leave, his next stop the meeting room. Changing a long-held belief is incredibly difficult, but Andia accepted it for the sake of peace. As he was leaving, Arthur suddenly called him back. Before he could take his place as a land warrior, he still had a task to complete. Andia wanted to know what it was, but Arthur stayed silent. Sunlight glittered on the sea as the shriek of clashing metal filled the air. Two warriors fought fiercely, neither one giving an inch. CJ and Yona lunged at each other, both determined to win. The surrounding crowd grew, roaring their cheers. Among them was a strange man, his head covered by a cloak. That man was Arthur. What on earth was he doing here? Behind him, the shouts of soldiers being disciplined echoed endlessly. Stero held a ladle, scolding the slow soldiers. She then noticed the man behind her. She looked at him with vague recognition, but couldn't place him. Arthur had no time for them and quickly turned away. Sylvie suddenly stirred under his hood, making him pause. Arthur tried to calm her, assuring her no one would recognize him. Up ahead, soldiers were roaring about something. Arthur went closer. The duel between CJ and Yona wasn't over. Yona slashed, and CJ quickly raised her blade to block. Yona's assault was relentless, giving CJ no chance to counter. An opportunity finally came. CJ smiled slightly, then threw a punch. Yona quickly defended, leaping backward. As the fight grew more exciting, the crowd roared. Sylvie turned to tell him that CJ was actually a half-elf, a very rare lineage. She also reminded him not to meet too many people before the battle. Arthur watched CJ's fighting style with interest. Close-range combat was always more exciting than ranged fighting. Arthur soon stood before the command tent. The guard arrogantly asked, "What is your business here?" He didn't answer, instead asking if this was the command tent, irritating the soldier. At that moment, he revealed a badge with a lion emblem. The guard saw it and broke into a cold sweat, his loud voice gone. He quickly stepped aside, apologizing profusely to Arthur. Arthur stopped him, trying to avoid a scene. Sylvie saw the woman and quickly recognized Glow caring for a contracted beast. She couldn't hide her surprise at Arthur's arrival. Arthur entered the tent. It had been a while since he last saw Professor Glow. She turned and hugged him tightly. It was so good to see Arthur, or rather, General Li Yu. Atho wanted her to call him Atho, just like the old days, and she agreed if he called her Vanessa. He then asked for a quick report on the situation here. She moved to a map on the table and began to speak. Right now, Vanessa's division was severely undermanned. They had 20 elite rangers and 10 long-range omenters to make up for the lack of numbers. The rest were just ordinary mages and soldiers. Commander Oger and his division were marching from Mabe City to join them. He quietly figured that no enemy ships would reach this far south. Vanessa already knew of Atho's grand plan for the Laxia fleet at the coast. She asked Atho if it would even be effective. He replied that it would slow their advance, and if they were lucky, it might even sink a few ships. She expressed her regret at not being able to witness it. Vanessa took a swig of liquor and offered some to Atho. He declined, stating he was still a minor. Vanessa didn't think so. Old enough for the battlefield meant old enough to drink, and with that, she successfully tempted Atho into trying it. He winced as he took a sip of the liquor. Sylvie, who was nearby, wondered if getting drunk before a battle was a wise choice. Atho told Sylvie to relax, since it was only a single sip. But even saying that, Atho still choked on the potent alcohol. Vanessa took the bottle back and mentioned that the commander wanted her to give a motivational speech to the soldiers. Regarding that, Atho wanted to wait until Commander Ogre arrived. He was hoping to find some amusement within the camp first. Hearing his impulsive idea, Sylvie grew truly worried, as the continent's fate rested so heavily on Atho. As dusk fell upon the camp, Atho had changed into a different set of clothes and had concealed Sylvie. He stepped out of Vanessa's tent. A guard on duty was about to salute him, but Atho stopped him, not wanting his identity revealed. It was now time for the soldiers to rest. From a distance, a crowd had gathered to watch a fight between two soldiers. Atho approached to get acquainted. He asked a soldier sitting nearby who had won. The man told the girl next to him that she had only beaten him once after many battles. Hearing this, the girl shot her hand up, declaring it the first victory in a future winning streak. The man turned to Atho with a friendly handshake. He introduced himself as Nona, and the immature girl beside him as CJ. He asked Atho if he was a new recruit. Atho didn't deny Nona's guess. He simply introduced himself as Atho. Nona looked at the ongoing fight, guessing they were in for a long match. Of the two fighters, one clearly had the upper hand, repeatedly punching his opponent in the face, looking incredibly pleased with his own strength. Everyone around was watching intently and cheering with enthusiasm. Atho blended into the atmosphere. He clapped his hands to show his enjoyment. Nona turned and spoke to CJ. He knew that her extra training would surely pay off. CJ shyly lowered her head and thanked him. Nona then teased her, asking if she was blushing. CJ immediately denied it, blaming the heat, but then noticed it was snowing. Watching the two bicker, Atho felt the soldiers here were close, but these two seemed even closer than usual. Just then, the peaceful moment was shattered when a soldier appeared before Atho and called him a country bumpkin. That man was none other than Hezek, the one who had dominated the previous fight. He was likely fresh off his victory and smugly looking for his next victim. And Atho, being new, looked like harmless prey. Hezek tilted his head back, asking if Atho was deaf for not responding to him. Atho asked with genuine confusion if he really looked like someone from the countryside. Seeing Atho being bullied, CJ stepped in, telling Hezek not to pick on the new guy and to fight someone his own size. Hezek just scoffed, ignoring her. Meanwhile, Atho stood up and accepted the challenge, figuring it was all in good fun. Hezek put on a fake, righteous act for the crowd. He claimed he was just teaching the new recruits a few lessons. Stepping into the center, Atho offered his hand and introduced himself. But before he could finish his greeting, Hezek used the handshake to pull him in hard. At the same time, his other hand swung in a surprise punch toward Atho's face as he yelled to never let your guard down. Caught completely off guard and unprepared, Atho took the full force of Hezek's punch. His head was knocked sharply to the side. Atho clutched his face in pain. He couldn't believe Vanessi's camp had such an impulsive and reckless soldier. The easy first hit made Hezek pause for a second. He grew even more arrogant, claiming Atho was lucky he held back or he would have sent him flying. He then rushed forward to attack again with even greater force, adding a lesson that the Laxia bastards wouldn't show such mercy. This time, Atho fully understood this guy's personality. He smiled, his expression incredibly friendly, but a sharp awareness glinted in his eyes. He calmly blocked the man's face with one hand, saying he'd keep that in mind, while his other hand formed a fist and struck Hezek. With just a simple punch, Atho sent Hezek flying backward. He soared like a mercilessly thrown ball and finally landed unmoving. Everyone in the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, overjoyed that Atho had taken down Hezek. In contrast to the cheering crowd, Atho stood there, looking at his hand in confusion. He had even limited his mana, so how did that guy fly so far? Immediately after, before Atho could retreat, a girl stepped forward, expressing regret that she couldn't kick Hezek's huge butt herself. Her goal was none other than to challenge Atho. Meanwhile, Hezek was being dragged away in the distance, still yelling that it didn't count and he was just careless. The girl, named Nia, said she was used to fighting with a weapon and would appreciate it if Atho used one too. Atho wasn't here for a fight, so he tried to refuse, giving the excuse that the blacksmith was repairing his weapon. But before Atho could finish, Nia suggested someone lend him a weapon of the same size. Instantly, a sword flew into Atho's hand. Nia lunged forward before he could even finish speaking. The gleaming spear carved a deadly arc, slicing through the air as it rushed toward him. Atho flexibly moved back, dodging the sharp spearhead. Realizing her opponent was no simpleton, Nia attacked even more fiercely. She unleashed a series of rapid thrusts at Atho, giving him no moment to rest. She commented that he was no ordinary new soldier. Every one of her techniques was stopped by Atho. He moved with fluid agility, dodging his opponent's vicious attacks. The clash of metal rang out, creating a deadly symphony. Atho noted that her mana control was excellent and on another level compared to Hezek, but she lacked real combat experience. After parrying one of Nia's strikes, Atho swiftly launched a powerful kick at his opponent's leg. A precise, powerful kick shattered Nifia's balance. She spun through the air before crashing hard into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Nifia ordered everyone back, declaring she would create a fighting cage. Seeing her serious expression, Arthur reminded her this was just a friendly spar, not a deathmatch. Nifia wasn't having it. She glared at Arthur and growled, "Wrong. This is a warm-up for the coming battle, and in war, there are no limits." Nifia channeled her mana, slamming a hand on the ground. Instantly, massive wooden pillars erupted from the earth, converging into a cone to form a giant cage around them. Arthur could only sigh. By her logic, there were no cages on a real battlefield. In his past life, Arthur learned people get complacent with strong allies. He realized it was time to fight for real. "Very well," he told her. Humans always expect a glorious victory when a powerful warrior, or even a high-ranking soldier, fights beside them. Arthur rushed forward, closing the distance with Nifia. The fate of wars is often decided by a single duel, the world's destiny resting on one person's shoulders. The common folk could only accept their fate, powerless to change a thing. But that was in his previous life. But for these soldiers, a champion's support would bolster their morale. Arthur lunged at Nifia, holding nothing back this time. Nifia blocked the blow with her spear, but the force still sent her flying back. In this world, with its abundant mana, making mistakes was far more forgivable than in his old one. Without hesitation, Arthur unleashed a critical strike right where Nifia had been standing. Caught off guard, she leaped into the air. Her body parallel to the ground, she plunged her spear deep into the earth to stabilize herself. The intense clash sent shrapnel and dust flying everywhere. Warriors here focused only on raw power, not on patching their weaknesses. Even Arthur made that mistake when he first arrived, until the Asheras of photos taught him a hard lesson. Now, he was like a different person. He was no longer the smiling rookie, but a true warrior. He attacked Nifia as if she were a real enemy on the battlefield. He leaped into the air, launching a wind-cleaving kick at Nifia. Just as his foot was inches from her face, the loud clang of a pot echoed out, signaling dinner. It saved Nifia from the Reaper's scythe. The cook, Thera, banged the pot again, calling everyone to eat while the food was still hot. The crowd began to disperse. Yona dragged a reluctant sea away. Inside the cage, Nifia braced for the impact, closing her eyes, but the expected pain never arrived. Arthur had stopped his attack and offered a hand. "That was a great fight," he said. Nifia stood, too flustered to meet Arthur's gaze, and hesitantly agreed. Nearby, C shouted for Arthur to hurry. Suddenly, Vivi popped out from his clothes, wanting to eat too. As night fell, everyone gathered happily around the campfire to eat. Grabbing some food, Arthur sat by Yona. He watched CJ laughing nearby and remarked how well she fit in. Yona agreed, saying that after her family fell on hard times, she had to put her siblings first. Arthur continued, "So is that why she joined the war? For her family?" Yona confirmed it, but said CJ refuses any help, even from her. Arthur found something interesting in her words. He asked, "Are you in this war to protect C?" Yona quickly admitted it, then immediately denied it with a blush. She claimed she just didn't want C to go through that. Arthur kept teasing, "I never said you liked her." Yona could only fume in frustration. Just then, CD appeared with a drink, asking, "Since when were you two so close?" The embarrassed Yona became even more flustered. Arthur bluntly stated, "We were just talking about who Yona likes." Before he could finish, Yona slapped a hand over his mouth, not wanting CD to hear the rest. "It's just boy talk," she stammered. "I was saying one of those dancers is cute." CD scoffed. "I didn't know you were into long hair." Arthur just smiled watching them. "Ah, to be young." At some point, the cook Thera had approached him from behind. She placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling, "It's nice to be young." She mentioned she saw his fight, and more importantly, saw him leaving Gloy's tent. Her voice was low, but loud enough for everyone to hear, sparking doubtful whispers. Thera asked him to help her stretch her bones, in other words, to have a match. He politely agreed, but on one condition: he wanted to know who she really was. She told him to just call her Thera, the cook, but Arthur could see the powerful mana flowing from her arms. There was no way she was just a simple cook. Under the night sky, a crowd gathered to watch Arthur and Thera. Thera stood before him. Calmly, she spoke his name. With high hopes, she told him to show the soldiers a truly great sword fight. Hearing this, Arthur could only let out a weary sigh. She then reminded him to be gentle with her before lunging at him with unbelievable speed. Arthur was stunned. The shock was clear in his wide-open eyes. Thera unleashed a powerful sword strike. With a single blow, she put Arthur completely on the defensive. Thera smiled when he blocked her strike, proudly saying she was right. Excitement lit up her face. "I knew it," she declared. "You're no ordinary boy." Her arm was already poised for the next strike, as was Arthur's. Thera brought her sword straight down. All Arthur could do was dodge the blow. After dodging the attack, he smiled back. On the contrary, he replied, "I'm just an ordinary guy." As he spoke, he launched a beautiful counterattack of his own. "And you," he added, "are just an ordinary cook." Thera dodged his attack flawlessly and agreed with his statement. The soldiers watching the duel were completely astonished. She continued, telling Arthur that if he was curious, he could just ask the other soldiers about her. "Many of them were my students." The fierce battle raged on. They traded blows, a flurry of attacks and defenses. Hearing what Thera said, Arthur was stunned. "A teacher," he asked, "from the Just Academy?" Hearing this, the woman scoffed in disdain. She would rather eat hot sand than teach there again. As she spoke, she prepared to swing her sword. The blow came swiftly, but Arthur ducked to evade it. He then revealed to Aster that he was once a student there. Aster pressed, "Then you know how arrogant they are." Her hands never stopped their assault, but Arthur was her equal, parrying every single blow. The clash of steel became their conversation. Arthur could only agree with her words. There was no denying it. Another powerful strike came from Aster. She coolly told Arthur she taught at the Lendler Academy after the war ended. Arthur blocked her sword, stunned. That was a legendary school for elite soldiers. After deflecting her attack, he launched his own counter. His blade swept past her shoulder, but she blocked it with a calm expression. "That's right," she replied, though demand fell after the war. CG and Nona watched from the side, their faces filled with awe. Arthur and Aster were locked in a fierce battle. Nona's voice then broke the silence. He teased CG, "Hey, feeling confident? Why not challenge the winner?" Annoyed, CG told Nona to get lost. Meanwhile, Arthur's expression turned grim. He asked Aster if the war against Alaxia brought many students to Lenler. Arthur then unleashed a powerful swing. He was still curious why she'd become a cook here. Aster retreated backward, dodging his fierce attack. She replied that it was a story best told over drinks. Then Aster smiled. She curiously asked why he was holding back his true power. Her words shocked him to the core. He was stunned that she had noticed. Suddenly, they both stopped moving. He explained that using magic in a duel was disrespectful, especially since this was their first meeting. Just then, Aster began to glow with power. She praised his words as wise. Aster's hair transformed, turning a brilliant gold. She smiled, provoking him. Show the audience something they don't teach in class. Her power exploded, creating a massive gust of wind that forced Arthur to shield his eyes. The crowd outside was also astonished, terrified by the sudden gale. One man nervously told his friend he would drop out if she ever used that power in class. The light around Aster slowly faded. Seeing her true strength, Arthur was thrilled. A smile spread across his face. His grip tightened on his sword's hilt. He thought to himself, 40% of my mana should be enough. The moment he thought it, he unleashed his own power. The ground trembled once more. Seeing this, Aster smiled and asked, "What is a genius like you doing here?" As she spoke, she advanced, each step cracking the very earth beneath her feet. Aster continued her questioning. How could he have such masterful sword skills from a school like Juss? Stomping her foot, she charged toward Arthur, ready, prepared for a finishing blow. Arthur's face remained calm as he answered coolly, "Because I'm good with a sword." Aster's blade descended. Arthur met her strike with his own. The impact of their swords created a powerful shockwave. He pushed Aster back, then admitted he needed to improve his magic. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, "Is that really true?" The endless clang of steel echoed through the air. Their blows were so fast the naked eye could barely track their swords. Arthur's face hardened as his attacks proved ineffective. He thought coldly, "She fights like a seasoned veteran." CG and Nona were still watching in disbelief. Nona told CG he had never seen Aster miss so many strikes. CG voiced his own thought. It looked like Aster was fighting for her life, but Arthur seemed to be using very little effort. As he spoke, CG watched Arthur gracefully parry and counter. He showed absolutely no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Aster's eyes grew sharp. She stomped her foot, gaining momentum. Pointing her sword straight at him, she charged forward at high speed. Arthur inwardly praised her calculated movements. A direct thrust. This time, he dodged to the side, but she instantly spun around. Once again, she was ready to strike. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. He gripped his sword with both hands, his mind screaming. It was a feint. His sword came down, blocking Aster's fierce attack. Another shockwave erupted as their blades clashed violently. Large cracks began to spread across Arthur's sword. It slowly shattered, much to Aster's amazement. Seeing this, Arthur inspected his own blade. He scratched his head, smiled sheepishly, and told Aster he had lost. She was completely stunned. She quickly stopped Arthur. Shouting that it was only due to his sword's poor quality, she refused to accept it. Embarrassed, Arthur handed the broken blade to a soldier. He smiled and promised to replace it with a new one. The soldier, dazed, mumbled his thanks. The resulting silence was so awkward it made Arthur blush. He had no idea how to break the tension. Suddenly, the sound of a single person clapping surprised him. Van appeared from the crowd. At the sight of her, the soldiers snapped to attention. She praised their excellent match, saying the performance should now end. However, the night is still young. Van made her intentions clear. Everyone was to enjoy themselves. That's an order. With that, she turned and left. A short while later, everyone was eating and drinking merrily. They danced and sang together in celebration. Those who had witnessed the duel were still in awe. A black-haired man praised Aster's movements. His friend cheerfully replied, "She rarely uses mana in class." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, glowing with a brilliant aura. His words were a sharp wake-up call for the other two. He scoffed, "With your level of power, why would she even bother?" The moment he spoke, two pairs of cold eyes shot daggers at him. The two immediately fired back, daring him to show his skills in front of Sister Tur. Another chimed in, threatening to call her over and scare him senseless. Wicked grins spread across their faces, stretching from ear to ear. The blue-haired one kept shouting for Sister Tur until the terrified guy scrambled to stop him. Tears welled up in his eyes. Just then, a tipsy C stumbled forward. She pointed to herself and declared, "I'll be the one to fight, Tho." Her words shocked everyone. Seeing this, Jonna walked over. He effortlessly scooped Sai into his arms, stunning her, and said she'd had a little too much to drink. Held back by Jonah, Sai yelled furiously, "I know I can win." This was nothing new to Jonah. He just replied, "I believe that you believe you can win." The other three watched the drama unfold with eager, gossipy eyes. While everyone else laughed and celebrated, Athos sat alone in a corner. He watched them with a helpless expression as his hood slipped down. Sylvie looked up at him and said cheerfully, "You really enjoyed that last fight, didn't you?" Atho met her gaze and replied, "It's rare to find an opponent like that, though I have a feeling that's about to change." Atho continued, speaking to Sylvie, "Just being a normal soldier for a few days, it's nice. I want to make these small moments last." As he spoke, he glanced at Jonah's group joking around, but upon hearing his words, Sylvie immediately disagreed. She thought normal didn't suit him at all. But after everything they'd been through, she supported his wish for peace. Hearing her, Atho offered a gentle smile. Sylvie's expression turned mischievous. "Then you should start by celebrating your epic match with Sister Ter." After speaking, she began to beg for something. She held out her paw, demanding his roasted veal leg. Atho was left speechless. He sighed. "So this was your plan all along, huh?" Despite his words, he took out the veal leg, praising Sylvie for being well-behaved. The moment she saw the meat, Sylvie started drooling. Her eyes sparkled with delight. He placed the veal leg down, smiling. "Go on, enjoy." Suddenly, Sister Ter appeared, asking, "Am I drunk, or did you just feed a piece of fur?" Atho was at a loss for words. After a moment, he made an excuse, saying he was saving it for later. Sister Ter seemed to buy his explanation. With her curiosity satisfied, she held out her bottle of liquor toward him. She grinned to a great fight. Her bottle clinked against his mug. Without hesitation, Atho downed his beer. Sister Ter watched, impressed. She chided herself, admitting she'd underestimated him due to his origins. Atho replied that he had his friends and teachers to thank. She burst out laughing, calling him a wise old man, but they didn't see a soldier sprinting toward them. The man yelled, "General," startling Atho so much he spat out his drink. Atho's face flushed crimson as he glared furiously at the soldier. Seeing his commander's expression, the soldier quickly corrected himself. Then, he began to deliver his report to Atho. "Commander order has arrived," he reported, "but we can't find G." Atho sighed heavily. He slowly got up and said he would find Vanessa. Sister Ter was left bewildered by their exchange. She grew curious about how the soldier had just addressed him. Atho simply smiled. "That's a long story," he said. Sister Ter didn't hesitate to comment. "Sounds like a weird one." Hearing her, he could only smile in agreement, his face flushed. He gave her a gentle look and said, "It's a story for when we have more ale." The moon was high in the sky. Back at the camp, the celebration continued, but Atho and the soldier had already departed. Atho's face was still red as he followed the soldier. The soldier kept reporting, "Vanessa isn't in the barracks, but she couldn't have gone far." He wondered where she could be, when suddenly, Atho spotted something. He told the soldier, "There she is." The surprised soldier asked where. They both looked up towards a lone figure sitting atop the high cliffs. Atho glanced at the soldier with a reassuring smile. "Leave this to me." The soldier hesitated, saying commander order was waiting. Though reassured him that it wasn't urgent. Besides, he was too drunk to meet a man he didn't even know. He instructed the soldier to tell commander order they would meet in the morning. The soldier bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, General." The soldier departed under Atho's watch. When the coast was clear, Sylvie emerged. She worriedly asked if they were going to bother Vanessa. Though gently reassured her that they wouldn't be. He added that he just needed to make sure his subordinate was all right. With that, he began to channel his mana. A single leap sent him soaring upwards, landing softly behind Vanessa. Under the dark sky, Vanessa sat on the cliff's edge, gazing at the sea. Atho slowly walked toward her. Suddenly, Vanessa produced a bottle, offering it to him. She cheerfully asked if he wanted another sip. Atho was surprised. "You can still drink?" Vanessa shot back that he wasn't in much better shape. She pointed at his nose, which was as red as a cherry tomato. Her words made him scowl in playful anger. He snatched the bottle and began to chug it down. From the side, Sylvie could only watch. After drinking, he handed the bottle back to Vanessa. Then he sat down gently beside her. Vanessa wore a weary expression. She called out Atho's name, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Feeling uncertain, she asked, "Do you think we have a chance of winning this?" Hearing Vanessa's question, Atho fell silent, lost in thought. After a long moment, he admitted, "I'm not entirely sure." Arthur continued, "I said I'd do anything to make it real." Hearing this, Vanessa sighed. Her eyes and voice were filled with absolute trust in him. She told him that even though he was half her age, his words brought her immense relief. They were a beacon of hope. His words seeped into Vanessa's heart. A strange trust bloomed within her. But Arthur grew somber. A deep sorrow clouded his face. He confessed with a heavy heart, admitting he'd failed so many people. He was determined not to repeat his mistakes. Her eyes widened in realization. She had to ask him directly, "Are you talking about what happened at Jus?" At her words, despair surfaced in his eyes. He recalled the inferno at Jus, the school burning to the ground. So many students were injured, or worse. some hid in corners, paralyzed by fear. Then he remembered his own rage, his mana flaring, with Sylvie as a dragon behind him. Arthur needed to know what happened then. He had to understand the situation at just. Their confessions mingled with the sound of crashing waves. Arthur told Vanessa what little he knew, that even Tesh's memory was a blur. But Curtis and Carlin acted as if nothing was wrong, as if they refused to accept the grim reality. Arthur continued speaking to Vanessa. She could feel the sorrow in every syllable. She tried to comfort him, saying the past is the past. She worried the truth would shatter him, but Arthur was resolute. He insisted he had to know. He should have asked sooner, yet he'd always made excuses to avoid it. Pain filled her eyes. She recalled that day, standing lifelessly as horror unfolded before her. It was a scene of blood and mourning. Families wept over their children's bodies, their cries echoing endlessly. Vanessa began her story. Among the disciplinary committee, Joel was the first confirmed fatality. Hearing this, Vanessa, Curtis, and Carlin looked utterly broken. They were all in anguish. Even Thea suffered grave injuries and ultimately didn't survive. Even with aid from the Adventurers Guilds, a heavy gloom settled over everyone, pained by the tragedy. Arthur couldn't believe it. Shock was clear on his face. Vanessa continued, saying Lay was already critically injured when she arrived, pierced through the body. Stunned, Arthur asked anxiously, "What about Fizz and Lay? Did they make it?" A sudden noise startled two birds from a nearby branch. They flew away. Vanessa continued that Fizz, though badly hurt, was brought home safely. A pained expression crossed Vanessa's face. She told him Lay's clan was very secretive, but she heard that Lay was still alive. But given Lay's condition, she couldn't be sure. Arthur's face darkened, and he murmured that he understood. A flicker of hope ignited in Arthur's voice. At least Lay was still alive. Vanessa watched him sadly. Sensing her unease, Arthur looked straight at her. She quickly averted her eyes, but Arthur still wanted to know the rest. Vanessa frowned, not wanting to speak of it. That Kai Quellet was one of the traitors. He worked with Genip and Vergra, disappearing with his allies and taking captives. At that name, Arthur's fury was palpable. He remembered Kai's face with rage. Vanessa continued, "We captured 5 of the traitors." The more Vanessa talked, the tighter Arthur's fists clenched. She added that 30 had escaped. Sylvie could feel the rage building inside him. His expression grew grim. A storm was brewing within his heart. He reflected on what he'd learned, a chance to re-examine himself. His past life's memories were fading. His hand tightened, making Sylvie worry. His former self was vanishing. It was a chance for him to become who he wanted in this world. The waves crashed against the rocks where they sat. This overwhelming pain and sadness made him yearn to be his old self again. Under the bright moon, he longed to be cold and wise, a man who could hide his heart so no one could use it against him. Arthur remembered a warmer time, soldiers laughing and eating together. He worried for everyone he knew, even those he just met today. Would they die while he stood by, powerless to save them? How many could possibly survive this war? Arthur pictured the smiling faces of Siji and Nona, wondering to himself. Vanessa seemed to understand his anxiety. She comforted him, saying he couldn't save everyone, but he still made a difference, though her own mood was just as heavy. Yet she continued, saying that though she only taught it just a few years, she knew its people were resilient. They were already rebuilding the school, but without him, there'd be nothing left to rebuild. He saved the entire school, something even Vanessa couldn't do, she told him. Her words stunned Arthur. He quickly protested that it wasn't true, but Vanessa's expression didn't waver. She said sadly that she had failed him. She remembered when he fell into the pit in the dungeon, and she could do nothing. She didn't know what to tell the students, and she thought he was dead. As she spoke, she recalled the fear on his face then. Vanessa sadly praised his outstanding skill, that he had returned. She then shared her thought that the fire she felt from him at Juice when he fought for the school, it wasn't from a normal child. It far surpassed any power she had ever seen. Tears welled up in Vanessa's eyes. She spoke with worry that for the soldiers, she had to be strong to protect them. But she was terrified. Hearing this, Arthur grew silent. He sent a telepathic call to Sylvie in his lap. Arthur smiled at the small creature, asking her to stand guard tonight. Sylvie happily agreed. Vanessa, sitting beside them, was amazed. Sylvie's golden eyes glinted sharply. She then transformed into her true form. After Sylvie left, Arthur stood up, catching Vanessa's eye. He offered his hand to help her, leaving her confused. His face was still flushed, but he told Vanessa the night was young and the soldiers weren't stopping anytime soon. As commanders, it's our duty to join them, Arthur added, taking her hand to help her up. Chapter 189. Commander Gloy, arms full of documents, kicked a blanket away, revealing Arthur drooling in his sleep. "Good morning, General," she said. Arthur just grumbled at his superior. "I order you to put my blanket back and let me sleep a bit longer," he groaned. But Gloy simply said no. She threw the blanket over his head, dropping the papers on him. You were the one who delayed the meeting with Commander Order until this morning. She swept the curtain aside, adding, wash up and read those before we meet at the tent. Arthur sat up, groaning, how am I supposed to read all this before the meeting? Arthur jumped as a massive head with glowing yellow eyes suddenly appeared behind him, along with a voice. Looks like someone had an unproductive night. He threw a scroll and screamed in shock. Come on, Sylvie, he pleaded. My head is pounding. What happened? Sylvie asked. Don't you remember? I dragged you back like a corpse so you wouldn't make a fool of yourself. Really? Last night, Sylvie had to bite his leg and drag him back while he was wasted and giggling. Arthur could only manage a weak laugh and ask, besides that, how was the patrol? Anything unusual? Sylvie, perched on the tent, poked her head through the roof opening, her tail wagging happily. Too quiet, actually, Sylvie replied. A thick fog covered the west coast, so I couldn't see any enemy ships. I could have gone further, but I feared they might spot me. As she reported, Sylvie suddenly leaned in to sniff Arthur, making him wonder. What is it? Sylvie replied with disgust. You seriously need to take a bath. Later, Arthur headed to the meeting tent with Sylvie and the papers. On the way, Arthur saw two soldiers gathering firewood. Seeing him approach, both of them immediately saluted. Arthur waved back. When he arrived, Gloy was telling a commander, he will be here shortly. Seeing him, Gloy introduced them. Commander, this is General Arthur Lewin. General Lewin, this is Commander Order, head of the 2nd Division. His armor couldn't hide his powerful physique. He had silver hair and the pointed ears of an elf. He was staring at Arthur with a stern look. Arthur stepped forward to shake his hand. An honor to meet you, Commander, the man replied. The honor is all mine, General. After the formalities, he turned to Gloy. Commander Gloy, my division is camped in the woods near the cliffs. It's best if our divisions get acquainted before we join forces. Gloy replied, I agree. The two divisions must coordinate as soon as possible. General Lewin, how do you think we should deploy our forces against a potential attack? Commander Order overheard and asked, Deploy? How can deploying them anywhere but facing the coast be the best option for our infantry? Gloy countered, Commander Order, General Lewin was entrusted with the task of overseeing the divisions. Commander Order scoffed, General Lewin is a lance, responsible for ensuring our forces are ready for an attack. But he should know commanders are the ones who truly understand their divisions. Sylvie began to growl at his words. I'm about to eat this old man, she thought. It seems I'm not needed here. I'll get something to eat, Gloy asked. Do you have nothing to add? Arthur paused and replied, well, if I must add something, I think putting 100% of our forces in one spot is not a wise move. Commander Order boomed, we are the last line of defense for the west coast against the Vritra ships. If they don't attack from the ocean, where else will they attack from? General Arthur replied, Commander, I'm exercising immense restraint. As you said, Commander Vian sent me here to prepare for the worst-case scenario. That's why I made my suggestion. However, while I may seem indifferent, I suggest you never make the mistake of assuming you hold all the authority. Arthur's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with crushing pressure as a faint aura swirled around him. He glared at the commander and asked, Is that clear? The older commander flinched and obediently replied, Understood. Arthur said, Good. I don't intend to interfere with your decisions, so I'll leave the rest to you too. With that, he pulled back the curtain to leave. But suddenly, Arthur heard frantic screams from outside. He rushed out to see soldiers gathering, all staring, frozen at the sky. An armored arm, clutching a broken sword, was hovering in midair. Blood gushed from the severed limb, joined by distant screams. The arm made a slow arc through the air and fell with a thud among the soldiers. Arthur immediately roared, All soldiers, prepare for battle. Everyone instantly scrambled to get ready. Arthur asked, Commander Order, this armor. Didn't you say your division was stationed at the cliffs? Order spun around and ran, cursing, Damn it. Arthur grabbed his arm, stopping him. The commander roared, Let go of me. My men are being attacked while their commander is away. Arthur warned him, If you go up there alone and get killed, your men will be in a much worse situation than they are now. He yelled, Are you telling me I should leave them to fight alone, General? Arthur glanced at the division behind him and replied, Instead of blindly rushing into an unknown battle, I suggest you fight alongside Gloy's division and rely on their aid. Vannercy's division is already in formation. At that, Commander Order wrenched his arm free. Arthur watched him go toward the division, then frowned, gazing into the distance. This is no time for heroics. Before him stood a towering cliff, where he could see figures locked in a brutal, chaotic battle. Smoke rose as the soldiers began their march. Arthur watched them advance, noting that Vannercy had split her forces into smaller units instead of one large division. Each unit contained infantry, augmenters, archers, and conjurer mages. On the flanks, augmenters were tasked with protecting the casters and archers. Arthur analyzed the troop formation. The infantry front line stood ready, One hand held a spear, the other a shield. Company commanders stood behind the infantry, an ideal position for commands and protecting the casters. The commanders' uniforms were distinct. "We're at the dwarven border," he mused, "but I doubt this is a man-of-beast attack. They could be facing nomadic raiders or even factions opposing the war with Alakria." Arthur followed behind, a growing sense of unease washing over him. Arthur soon reached another encampment. He asked the woman before him, "Lady Saris, is everything secure here?" She replied, "Commander Glory couldn't find a better augmenter to protect the camp." Arthur nodded, "Then I'll be going." She called out, "General, caution is never wasted." Arthur replied, "The same to you." He then turned to Sylvie, "Get ready." She hesitated. "Is it all right for me to transform so soon?" "We need to know what's happening, fast," he insisted. "Fly high and blend with the birds." As he spoke, Sylvie transformed, awing the nearby soldiers. She carried Arthur on her back, soaring high into the sky. Those who witnessed it were left speechless. Lady Saris also watched in admiration. As they rose above the clouds, Sylvie spoke. "Father, before we enter the fight, you need to know there are limits to my help." The sun bathed them as they flew. She needed to be clear. Arthur listened, then asked, "Are you talking about the non-interference pact between the Asuras?" Sylvie banked sharply and replied, "Indrath already warned me about that, but it's more complicated than just that. Because of the awakening process Grandfather Indrath put me through, until my aether is fully awakened and under control, I can't help you much." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner," Sylvie said regretfully, while Arthur's face showed his surprise. He spoke gently, "It's all right. I didn't realize that training was so critical for you. I should have considered your condition first." Just then, they arrived above the battlefield. Below, a brutal fight was raging. Arthur's face paled as a monster ripped a soldier's head from his body. The field was pure chaos, filled with blood and screams. Arthur had witnessed the many variables of war countless times. He saw his soldiers lying broken on the blood-soaked ground. Vicious monsters were tearing into them, staining the earth crimson. Arthur thought grimly, "I consider this variable a serious miscalculation." Chapter 190. Arthur and Sylvie watched the bloody battle unfold as monsters overwhelmed the soldiers. Sylvie asked, "How could they have gotten here without being detected by us?" "There were no ships off the coast," Arthur said. "Climb higher, Sylvie. Change of plans. Can you become invisible and follow the Alacrians' trail? Find out how they got here." "I'm joining the fight," Arthur commanded, seeing his men being slaughtered by the powerful enemy below. Sylvie turned her head. What if you get into trouble? I'll be too far away to help you." Arthur replied, "Vanessa's division will arrive soon, but I have a bad feeling that even with me, we'll suffer heavy losses." His face grew stern. "If my suspicion is correct, this isn't just a battle between us. You're the only one fast enough." Sylvie lowered a wing for him. "All right," she said, "but the moment I sense you're in danger, I'm coming back for you, with or without your consent." "Thank you, Sylvie," Arthur said. He then leaped from her wing, calling back, "Stay safe." She watched him fall, whispering, "You too." Below, reinforcements had arrived. Glory, with a sword in each hand, commanded, "Units, flank their left. Archers, pin the right. The rest, with Commander Alder, charge the Alacrian bastards." As she shouted her commands, reinforcements charged forward. Suddenly, Glory sensed something land directly behind her. Quick as lightning, she spun around, her twin blades flashing. In an instant, they were pressed against Arthur's neck. It was the man who had just landed. "Gods, don't scare me like that," she exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" "I saw you and your bond fly off," Arthur replied. "And leave my dear subordinates? I just sent Sylvie on an equally important side mission." "Well, it's good to have you with us," Glory said. Looking at the brutal battle, Arthur's unease grew even stronger. For some twisted reason, he thought, "I was hoping the enemy would be like the Vritra. Monsters, anything but this." Arthur saw an enemy soldier leap from a beast. Wielding two swords, he cut down their men, spilling rivers of blood. But Arthur saw it clearly. They were no different from his own soldiers, except for their dark gray uniforms and red bandanas. Just then, an enemy with sharpened claws rushed him. Arthur kicked a sword up, but the man swatted it away. "Fast and powerful casting," Arthur noted. He caught the blade and raised it to block the clawed man's strike. A bright mana flared. Arthur sized him up. A yellow core augmenter. No, perhaps silver core. He swung his sword, knocking the man back. Arthur lunged, aiming a fiery slash at his stomach. But then, something felt wrong. What the hell? His blade couldn't cut him. A barrier had materialized around the man's body. Arthur scanned the area. It wasn't his spell. In the distance, he spotted a mage casting the protection spell. His opponent slammed a powerful blow where Arthur just stood. He dodged just in time. I've never seen a barrier controlled with such skill. He slid back, cursing inwardly. That mage is a problem. Ignoring the clawed man, he dashed towards the caster. Seeing him approach, the mage conjured 2 protective shields. Arthur charged toward the barrier, then screeched to a halt. Behind him, the clawed man was closing in fast, raising his claws to strike. But Arthur was faster, throwing a sword straight through his pursuer. The enemy was wounded, slumped on the ground. Arthur approached him cautiously. Doesn't this fool reinforce his body? He wondered. But why? He fought like a seasoned warrior, but left his body unprotected by mana. Finishing him would be easy now. Arthur scanned the battlefield, frowning. Their tactics make no sense at all. Why is this? He glanced to his left. It felt like his duel was completely isolated. He glanced to his right. It was as if the other soldiers couldn't see them. Was this place under some kind of illusion magic? Arthur felt like he was inside an invisible barrier, unseen by anyone. 2 enemies cornered him. Suddenly, Ironclaw roared. Guardian, fully enhance my body now. The mage complied instantly. Arthur realized their combat tactics were completely different from his own. How are their soldiers controlling mana so personally? I need to learn more about their power. To win this fight, I must understand. This occultist moves well, but it's not enough. He's experienced, so why only use mana claws? Arthur dodged left and right, evading Ironclaw's relentless attacks. The man spoke. He was right. You're no ordinary soldier. Arthur thought. He suddenly struck, shattering the man's barrier. Arthur glanced back at the mage supporting Ironclaw. My first strike was a feint, but he blocked my real attack just in time. He looks tense, though. Arthur suddenly charged his sword toward the mage. The enemy instantly raised a protective shield. Arthur wondered why everyone, friend and foe, was ignoring him. Just then, fireballs flew at him from the side. Where did those come from? With a few swings, Arthur shattered the fireballs. He then pointed his sword at a staff-wielding mage far in the distance. He asked the mage, "He's over there, isn't he?" Arthur immediately hurled his sword toward the distant figure. The mage behind Arthur chanted, a shield appearing to deflect the sword. Sensing danger, Ironclaw clasped his hands, and countless clones appeared behind him. Arthur smirked. No one notices. This must be visual deception magic. Now, dozens of Ironclaws surrounded him. They all chanted, "Something funny?" Arthur spread his arms. Purple mana erupted around him like lightning. His hair transformed to silver white. His eyes turned violet, and glowing gold markings appeared below them. He grinned. "Thanks to your illusion, I can finally stretch my legs." He could now see the mana gathering from the clones, not the occultist. The illusion was cast by the Guardian. Arthur concluded the occultist was the main attacker, as dozens of clones charged him. Kaiser provided ranged support for him. Arthur saw him casting from afar, creating a fiery orange vortex with his staff. He then launched the fireball at Arthur, just as the Ironclaws pounced on him. But Arthur used his thunder mana to strike down each clone, grabbing the original by the throat. A 3-man team, he mused. He threw the real Ironclaw into the oncoming fireball. A huge explosion erupted. Arthur wondered, does every unit have a guardian? Or just specific ones? The original Ironclaw now lay gasping on the ground. Arthur stood over him, forming his hand into the shape of a gun. He focused mana into his fingertip like a bullet as violet lightning crackled around him. He aimed at the distant mage, thinking, thanks to Jay Hath, I see everything clearly. Ironclaw screamed, "Guardian Kaiser, protect Merlin." Before he could finish, Arthur fired the bullet. The bullet, a pillar of thunder, pierced Ironclaw, ending him instantly. It continued on, shattering 3 barriers before impaling the distant mage. After taking down 2 opponents, Arthur stood amid the chaotic battle. This battle hasn't even lasted an hour, he thought. The winter chill couldn't hide the acrid smell of blood and burnt flesh. More enemies began to charge Arthur. Drawing his magic sword, he rushed forward, cutting them down one by one. Arthur noted the enemy had fewer soldiers, but far more mages. All of the Laxian army's techniques couldn't be revealed in a single battle. Arthur dispatched another foe, his mind racing. With the knowledge he'd gained, he easily leaped, dodging earthen spikes from a nearby mage. His body felt like it was dancing across the battlefield, eliminating anyone in his path. Arthur leaped high, then descended, decapitating another mage. No words were spoken in the heat of battle. Instead, both sides screamed madly, swinging swords as adrenaline surged. Arthur stood calmly. The mage's head landed just behind him. Nearby soldiers stared, jaws agape. Arthur thought, if people fought with words instead of weapons, wars would be bloodless. But once humanity has weapons, words become meaningless. The cycle of death just continues on. Arthur glanced over and saw CJ knock out a soldier, but his eyes suddenly widened. An axe wielder had appeared behind her. Chapter 191. An axe wielder appeared behind CJ, but she quickly ducked under his swing. He then took a punch to the gut from her, spewing blood. CJ raised a hand, celebrating her small victory. She saw Arthur in the distance saying something. What is he trying to say? I can't hear him from here. CJ glanced back, and an arrow suddenly pierced her chest. As Jonah screamed her name, she fell into a pool of her own blood. He rushed forward, screaming her name. CJ's eyes filled with absolute terror. Jonah held her, shouting, ignoring two armed enemies charging from behind. Thankfully, Arthur arrived just in time. He grabbed Jonah by the collar, shouting, "You fool! What are you doing in a war zone? You need to get out of here." But Jonah just wept. CJ will be fine. She'll be fine. Just then, another arrow shot through the air. Arthur blocked another arrow with his sword, cursing, "Damn it, Jonah." He glanced at the two behind them. He's completely useless right now. Moving a soldier who can't fight is a waste of time. But Arthur remembered their shared past and closed his eyes in frustration. Arthur struck the back of Jonah's neck, knocking him out. He carried CJ in one arm and slung Jonah over his shoulder. He clicked his tongue, enemies charged, and arrows rained down on him. Arthur condensed his mana into a whirling barrier, deflecting all the incoming arrows. He shot forward like a gale, a vortex of mana blasting soldiers away. The archers stared in disbelief. How can he dodge from this distance? With that, they loosed their arrows. In a flash, one flew straight for Arthur's eye. He leaned back just in time, the arrow's tail now protruding from his face. From afar, the soldiers thought he'd been struck, but Arthur had masterfully caught the arrowhead between his teeth. In the army camp, a pestle ground herbs in a mortar. Lady Astera looked up from applying a poultice to a wounded soldier on the ground. Arthur stumbled into view carrying two people, shocking her. "Arthur, what happened?" He set them down, care for the girl, and Jonah. The wounded soldier stared at Arthur, asking why. He grabbed Arthur's ankle, his voice filled with anguish. "Why didn't you save her like you saved me?" Hearing this, Arthur glanced at Sia's lifeless form. "In war," he said, "you can't save every soldier." Jonah screamed back, "You're lying." He questioned frantically, "I bet you could have. You're a lance, aren't you? For a moment, I even thought I saw you catch an arrow." Arthur yanked his leg free. He spoke without turning. "As I said, my priority isn't saving every soldier I find on the battlefield." Jonah yelled. "She may not have known you long, but if Sia were alive, she would never have seen you as just a soldier, General." Arthur gritted his teeth, grabbing Jonah's collar. "I am sorry about your friend, Jonah, but use your head. There are enemies out there stronger than you can possibly imagine." Arthur's desperate roar echoed through the camp. All around them lay wounded soldiers, far stronger than any adventurer Jonah had ever revered. "And you want me to waste my mana saving all of them? If I do that, who's going to stop the real enemy? Their commanders can move mountains with one finger." Lady Astera was silent. Jonah tearfully replied, "I promised her, when we got older. I was going to do it. I planned to ask her to marry me." He sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Jonah break down, Lady Astera spoke up. "I will take care of him, Arthur." She moved to comfort the still sobbing young man. She watched Arthur's retreating back and said, "Go." Gritting his teeth, Arthur sprinted back to the battle. The fight was not over. A voice called his name, making him turn. He saw Gloria wiping grime from her face and smirked. "You look absolutely terrible." Gloria shot back, "Even in war, you never say that to a woman." Suddenly, Arthur heard Sylvie's voice in his head. "Arthur, I'm on my way back," he asked. "Did you find anything?" Sylvie replied, "Someone is approaching your position." "Arthur, they're incredibly strong." The warning drained the color from Arthur's face. Gloria noticed his expression. "What is it? What's wrong?" Arthur replied, "Move the fighting. Anywhere but here." Gloria was confused. "Move the fighting? You mean retreat? You took out nearly all their long-range casters and augmenters. The Alacrian forces have already lost their advantage." Arthur placed a hand on her shoulder. "Someone's coming. An enemy as strong as me, maybe even stronger. Get everyone out of here. Don't let them get caught in our fight." As he spoke, the battle still raged fiercely all around them. Steel clashed and magic flashed. Gloria looked bewildered. "Our fight, you mean?" Arthur smiled grimly. "That's why I'm here. In case something like this happened. We must avoid more pointless casualties." Gloria just nodded. Understood. Instantly, a giant eagle landed beside her. Gloria said, "But you better come back alive, or I'll scour every corner of hell itself to drag you back." Arthur watched her silhouette fly away. He replied, "I promise." Gloria then commanded her unit, "Retreat." The great eagle soared, her voice echoing over the battlefield below. Below, the soldiers under Commander Order heard the command. They hesitated, looking to their leader for confirmation. He also hesitated, watching Gloria's retreating form. Arthur surveyed the battle. Good. The Alacrian soldiers are no longer the main problem. His soldiers were fighting the enemy to a standstill. He knew Vanders' corps and Commander Order could handle the rest from here. With that, he faced the dense nearby forest. Arthur leaped through the canopy, advancing at incredible speed. He vaulted across tangled branches, thinking, "Sylvie, are you there?" Standing on a limb, he called again. "Are you close? She can't be far, unless she's ignoring me." At that moment, a voice startled him. "Well, a cute little boy?" Arthur spun around, hearing the voice once more. "Are you lost?" Arthur frowned, sensing extreme danger. He instantly activated his second phase. The voice returned, "Looking for me?" Arthur glanced behind him just in time to see something vanish, leaving behind a puddle of green slime on the branch. Arthur scanned his surroundings but saw nothing. He only heard its voice. "You have sharp eyes, kid. Now, guess where I am. Over here, or maybe over there, or perhaps both places at once?" Each time it spoke, a shadow appeared and vanished before Arthur could look, leaving only more green slime behind. It zipped past Arthur's back again. "I could be there, or—" The hollow of a tree behind him split open as a gaunt hand with sharp claws reached out. The demoness contorted herself, emerging from the tree. One of its hands instantly grabbed onto Arthur's chin. It stared with blood-red eyes, finishing its taunt. "Right here." The demon's face was inches from his, its horrifying crimson eyes staring right through him. "What a handsome boy," she whispered. From chapter 192. The demoness appeared, hanging upside down, asking Arthur if he felt her warmth. One of her hands pinned Arthur's, while the other coiled around his neck. Her sharp fingers dug into his flesh, an eerie green light glowing from the wounds. Gritting his teeth, Arthur struggled to pry her hand from his throat. He channeled his mana, instantly freezing her arm solid. He broke free and leaped from the branch. The demoness's arm was encased in ice, her body still fused to the tree. She clicked her tongue, a flicker of regret in her eyes. She sprang from the tree, sneering. "So the little puppy has fangs." She landed in perfect sync with Arthur. The demoness mused. I'll have to strictly train my new pet, Kang." "Kang? What's that?" Arthur asked, as she plunged her frozen arm into a nearby tree trunk. Arthur shot back. "My mom told me not to talk to strangers, especially freaks like you." The demoness pulled out her arm, now completely healed, as the hole oozed with green slime. The demoness said, "I have a mission right now. But first, will Kang volunteer to be this beautiful lady's slave?" Arthur replied, "Sorry, not interested." She continued, "No matter. Breaking a disobedient slave's will is also quite fun." As she spoke, she raised a hand, unleashing her green mana. 3 massive roots erupted from the ground and shot towards Arthur. The root tips formed into 5 clawed hands, lunging for him. But Arthur dodged just in time. The 3 roots slammed into the earth right behind him. He gritted his teeth, glaring at her. She gathered green mana in her hand once more and said, "It seems this slave is quite special." Arthur retaliated, kicking a volley of stones at her, thinking, "Is she a J-Tainer or a scythe?" The demoness raised a shield to block the stones, then launched sharp-clawed vines right at him. Arthur knew then that it was time to stop holding back. With his sword in one hand, he gathered his ice mana in the other. A powerful, violet aura blazed to life around him. Arthur thought, "This is why I trained for years in the domains of the Asura." At that moment, the swarm of vine hands lunged for him. With lightning speed, Arthur slashed through a swarm of vines, then froze another swarm solid. Using his absolute zero, he froze the rest and charged the demoness. Just as he was about to reach her, a dense green gas erupted from her body. Arthur was forced to a screeching halt, cursing internally. He was on the ground, surrounded by thick green mist. The demoness's voice echoed, "Kang will have to try harder than that." Arthur knelt, choking. "It's poison gas. I can't breathe." He coughed, seeing green spots on his arm. He panicked. His runes, Sylvia's will, his mana was fading. Arthur gritted his teeth. Closing his eyes, he grabbed his throat and focused all of his mana. Finally, he created a small pocket of air in the toxic vortex. Arthur picked up his sword, knowing that in this fight, his mana reflected his will to live. Each time it surged from his body, it grew brighter and more powerful. Now, Arthur stood within a protective mana circle, sword ready. Using his enhanced eyes, he instantly located the demoness. The moment he found her, he struck, his enchanted sword slashing across her face. He realized in horror that her slime was cracking his sword, even his balisarda forged by an Asura. The demoness clutched her face, crying, "My mask, where's my mask?" Her mask had already shattered, its fragments scattered across the ground. She knelt, clutching the broken pieces. "I need my mask." She screamed as a dense wave of poison gas erupted from her body. Arthur poured mana into his sword, thinking if he ran her through with balisarda, he could freeze her from the inside. He immediately charged the demoness. He ran her through, the blade exiting her stomach, but he cursed. He saw her slime already creeping up the length of his sword. Arthur worried. I'm too weak to absorb ambient mana. I have to use my reserves. But suddenly, the demoness spoke, startling him. You poor boy, she said, her voice trembling. Now that you see my true form, I'm afraid I can't keep you as my pet anymore. She then turned her head to face Arthur. Her true face was hideous and wrinkled like an old crone, with glowing green eyes and matted hair. She opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of poison at Arthur. The gas formed into sharp hands reaching for him. Suddenly, Arthur recalled a warning. That technique you created, the one that brought you to me near death's door. Never use it again. Just as the poison hands were about to seize him, Arthur activated his burst skill. He dashed in a wide arc, flanking her. Then, Arthur used Absolute Zero again, dashing forward to grab her arm. It froze solid in an instant. He followed up with a lightning-fast spin. The frozen limb, now brittle, shattered instantly. But Arthur's hand was now covered in festering green slime. He summoned flames to cauterize the wound. The demoness rose, the sword still impaling her back. How dare you, she seethed. I will make you suffer the consequences for this. I am a Viridia. Clutching her head, she shrieked. I'll cut out your tongue and feed you through a tube. I will melt your limbs and keep you as a trophy. She then let out a maddened roar at the sky. Hearing her threats, Arthur scoffed. Oh, you'd have to be a scythe to even think about doing that. This only enraged her more. A scythe? A scythe? I'll eliminate that arrogant witch from area and take her place. She thinks she's better than me just because she's beautiful? The demoness snarled, trembling. Arthur seized the chance while she was vulnerable, rushing forward to finish her. But she wouldn't allow it, unleashing another blast of poison. It corroded his sleeve. The demoness roared, I'll show her just how pathetic her little Tamer truly is. Arthur stared at his dissolved sleeve, where the poison had struck. He thought, just a mere Tamer is already this powerful? My mana has never been this low. And the ancient runes are fading. He frowned, watching the glowing symbols on his arms slowly dim. Arthur clenched his fist, circulating his remaining mana. Dense streaks of dark violet lightning arced around him. He knew he couldn't last much longer, and his internal attack had failed. The female demon staggered towards a nearby tree, intending to drain its life force to heal her wounds. Arthur knew he had to use Flash Step again. In an instant, he appeared before the demoness, blocking her path to the tree. He raised a hand crackling with purple lightning mana, ready to strike. The demoness's green eyes widened in shock and fear as she screamed, Not my face. But Arthur swiftly dodged past her, gripping his sword. He channeled purple lightning mana through the blade still embedded in her back. The area erupted in an explosion of energy. Bolts of lightning flared violently as the demoness shrieked in agony. Arthur pushed forward, growling, Just die. When the lightning faded, the smoking demoness glared at Arthur with pure hatred. Suddenly, a vine shot out from behind, wrapping tightly around his neck. Arthur quickly froze it, but not before it slammed him to the ground. He trembled, thinking he shouldn't have used Flash Step, but he had no other choice. In despair, Arthur watched the demoness crawl towards another tree. Just then, he heard a voice calling his name, Arthur. He looked up to see Sylvie flying overhead. Sylvie, he called. His daughter scowled, gritting her teeth. Throw her up to me. Kneeling on one knee, Arthur gathered mana in his palm. He then unleashed a mana cyclone that tore through the air. The cyclone ripped across the ground, launching the demoness into the air where Sylvie was waiting. She caught the beast with her claws and reported, She's unconscious. Below, Arthur placed his hand on the ground, freezing the entire area. With all his might, shards of ice grew larger and thicker. Finally, Arthur formed a massive, sharp ice pillar aimed at the sky. He signaled to Sylvie, Drop her now. She lifted the demoness higher, replying, With a little extra force, and she hurled the demoness straight down onto the pillar. The beast slammed onto its sharp tip, causing a massive explosion. The ice pillar shattered, and the blast threw Arthur against a tree. Exhausted, he slumped down. Sylvie cried out in worry. Arthur opened his eyes to see her before him. I didn't call, he murmured before closing his eyes again. I thought you were trying to be dignified. Sylvie looked down at him. Not far off was a giant crater from the blast. In its center stood a towering ice spike, with the demoness impaled upon it. Her slime dripped down in streams, staining the ground a toxic green. Sylvie's worried voice echoed in the air. Papa. Chapter 193. A small squad of soldiers entered the forest. Commander Order directed Aik to take 4 men in one direction, Rhea and the rest, with me. After they split up, he grumbled to himself, What a waste of time. I should be preparing our next move, not searching for some brat who got lost in battle. Glow ordered a full retreat, but was I supposed to just obey his command? Then I found out it was that brat's order. So I ordered the human forces to support our elven army. That's when Glow took a sharp stake to the shoulder during the fight. With Commander Glow injured, I united the two scattered forces. But then, a deafening roar made everyone turn their heads. I don't know why Philia also withdrew when Commander Glow gave the order, but it's true. The monsters and the enemy all pulled back at once. Our soldiers cheered with relief, but nothing excuses a punk for deserting his post. The commander scowled, ordering a squad deeper into the woods. The demoness's toxic gas lingered in the air. Suddenly, Geo called out, "Commander, over here." He was kneeling by a tree, poking it with a stick. They were shocked as the stick slid right through the trunk, the bark oozing out like thick mud. The bark melted away, revealing a large, oozing hole. The tree then snapped and crashed down, its insides filled with a green, slimy substance. Commander Order grit his teeth, disturbed by the sight. The ground was covered in pools of green slime emitting toxic gas. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Order recognized Ake's voice. He drew his long spear and commanded, "Move forward." Ahead was a dense fog mixed with poisonous fumes. "What is this fog?" Order wondered. "Is it from the explosion?" He frowned as his vision grew obscured. Suddenly, his foot slipped. Luckily, Geo pulled him back before he fell into a deep pit. The thick fog had completely hidden the crater. Order nodded to his subordinate. The man understood, drawing his blade. With a few slashes, he cleared the dense fog, revealing the massive crater before them. In the pit's center was a tall ice pillar with the demoness impaled on it. Green slime from her body had formed a large pool at its base. Order watched the impaled demoness withering, her body leaking slime and toxic gas. "What in the hell is that thing?" he muttered. Looking closer, he saw the slime bubbling horribly. Order's eyes darted nearby. Ake, and one soldier is missing. Ake was on the ground, his arm and leg gone. The other soldiers were trying to treat him. Order then spotted Arthur on the far side of the crater, leaning against a tree with Sylvie. "That damn brat," he muttered. He noticed one of Arthur's arms was stained green. Did he really fight that thing? He wondered. If Ake was wounded like that just by arriving, then the other soldier must be dead. He swallowed hard. Looking at the demoness, a plan began to form. If I claim the monster that Punk risked his life to kill, imagine the reward. With that thought, he raised his hand and ordered, "Bring the brat's body over here." A soldier leaped into the crater, carefully moving around the bubbling slime. Suddenly, Arthur, seeing this, screamed out, "Don't!" Before the soldier could react, numerous vines erupted from the demoness's body. They shot forward, instantly severing one of his legs. The vines then coiled around the soldier and dragged him away. He struggled, but their grip was ironclad as they pulled him toward the slime pool. On the spike, the limp demoness hung with her mouth agape. Slime oozed from her eyes and mouth as a terrifying, bright red aura enveloped her. Vines extending from her body dragged the soldier into the slime below. The moment he was submerged, his flesh began to dissolve instantly. He writhed in a final, agonizing spasm before dissolving into a pool of blood. Order and his men watched in horror. One of them even gagged at the sight. Just then, H screamed, "Stay back from that thing." The general said it won't attack if we keep our distance. Order roared in fury, "What in the hell is this? Report immediately. Is that monster still alive?" Leaning against a distant tree, Arthur replied, "No, it's dead." Order's face darkened as he asked, "Were you involved in this?" Arthur answered, "With Jay Tainer's death? Yes, but not with your soldiers. Her defensive magic is still active, even after death." Order fumed. "How dare he speak to me like an idiot?" he demanded. "Why didn't you help them or warn us?" Arthur shot back, "Sorry, did you want a warning sign?" "Honestly, it was a struggle just for me to stay conscious." The old man seethed with threats. "General Arthur, you won't escape an inquiry. We demand you accompany us to the council." Arthur replied, "I will go to the castle later. Right now, I have other business." Gritting his teeth, Order ignored his men's cries and leaped into the pit. "Other business?" he sneered. "Relaying intel from the enemy general is a top priority." As he spoke, a creeping vine slithered toward his spear. Suddenly, a swarm of vines erupted, coiling around Order's spear. He fought to pull it free, then spun the weapon in a deadly arc, slicing through the grasping tendrils. He leaped back, dodging the lunging vines while cloaking his body in a shimmering layer of mana. Reaching the pit's edge, he aimed his spear at Arthur. "Listen here, Arthur. The council needs that information now." But then, Sylvie's eyes snapped open. "Take one more step," she warned, "and your head will leave your shoulders." Her threat froze Order in place. "It can talk," he stammered, as the other soldiers gaped in shock. Leaning on Sylvie, Arthur clutched a green-tainted arm, sliding into the pit and slowly approaching Order. A faint green aura enveloped his body as he walked right past the stunned commander. Arthur neared the ice pillar. Vines reached for him only to freeze solid just inches away. With every step, the ground beneath his feet turned to solid ice. Reaching the pillar, Arthur formed steps of ice, ascending to the summit. At the top, where the demoness lay, he stomped his foot and drew his blade. Sylvie now hovered above Arthur's head, From his high vantage point, he looked down at Order and commanded, "Tell Commander Glory to bring Jay Tanner's body to the council. I have other matters to resolve." The old man stared in silence. Then, he dutifully knelt on one knee and replied, "As you command, General." Arthur, clutching his tainted arm, mounted Sylvie and flew away. He remembered the past. When Gray and Nico got their letters, they were so shocked. Gray never thought he'd actually receive one. Hearing this, Nico just grinned, slinging an arm over his shoulder. "Only you're surprised. Cecilia and I were worried sick." When Nico turned to ask Cecilia for confirmation, he saw tears welling in her eyes. He immediately panicked, his mind racing, but she just gave the classic excuse, "It's just dust in my eye. I'm not crying." As they talked, Headmaiden Quill appeared to congratulate them. Seeing her, Gray and Nico became even more animated, laughing and joking around. Seeing their joy, Quill thought about framing those letters. But while everyone celebrated, Cecilia stood quietly, not joining in. Looking closer at the papers, Nico asked Gray, "Hey, why does your acceptance letter look different from mine?" Gray was annoyed that Nico chose the engineering school, not his. Just then, Headmaiden Quill's hand touched Cecilia's shoulder, and she suddenly pulled them all into a hug. It was a truly warm and happy moment. After a while, Gray asked the Headmaiden, "Do we really have to go? I could stay and help the orphanage." He admitted he wasn't a great student like Nico and Cecilia. Besides, the tuition is expensive, and you're getting older. Before he could finish, the Headmaiden gave him a painful flick on the forehead. Nico, on the other hand, burst out laughing, clearly enjoying his friend's pain. Headmaiden Quill then looked at Gray sternly, saying she would drag him to that school herself if she had to, even by the scruff of his neck. After years of dealing with a troublemaker like him, this old matron was tired, and he still wanted to stay and cause more problems. Hearing that, a cold sweat dripped down Gray's face. Desperate, he pointed at Nico. "He's the real culprit. I was just led astray." At that, Quill shot a piercing glare toward Nico. Seeing he was betrayed, Nico clutched his head. "Gray, you traitor." Just then, a soft laugh made them all turn. It was Cecilia. Seeing her laugh, Nico smiled brightly. "You've changed." Suddenly, Gray and Cecilia's eyes met. Instantly, they both grew shy, unable to look at each other. Headmaiden Quill knew exactly what was happening, though Nico was completely clueless. The Headmaiden then broke the silence. "This calls for a celebration. It's been a while since I last baked a cake." Cecilia immediately volunteered to help. The Headmaiden was relieved it was her, and not Gray and Nico. Nico was thrilled a letter and a cake on the same day, but Gray seemed worried. Nico tried to reassure him, "She controls her ki now. She probably won't make the cake explode." But Gray wasn't worried about that. "It's the tuition," he said. "It's too expensive. It'll be too hard on the Headmaiden. Maybe I should just join the military," he mused. "If I get in, the tuition is free." Hearing this, Nico's jaw dropped in disbelief. He grabbed Gray, shaking him desperately. "That's not an education. Those barracks brainwash soldiers to create candidates for the throne." He spoke with grim seriousness. "Students there are worked to death or kicked out if they don't meet the brutal standards." This time, Nico was truly furious. "If you really want to repay Headmaiden Quill, you need to get your head on straight. With your talent, you could achieve so much more with a real education." But Gray just burst out laughing. "Nico, if you're just lonely without me, just say so. Don't be shy." Hearing that, Nico pouted. He was only reminding him out of concern. In the fading twilight, a girl put an arm around Nico, thanking him. "Arthur, we're almost at the border." Snapping back to reality, Arthur stretched as he woke up. He winced in pain as he slowly sat up. Thankfully, his legs were working again. Using Aether so much consumed too much power. His knowledge of the Vivum branch was still far from her grandmother's level. "Model." Before Sylvie could even finish her thought, Arthur quickly reassured her, saying she had done an amazing job. Just a little longer, and his body would be healed. He gave Sylvie a fond look, promising he'd be fine, but she glanced up, asking if now was truly the right time. Even if his instincts were sharp, his condition looked far from stable. Despite that, this was the perfect moment to find some answers. Still, neither of them knew where to begin. Arthur recalled that they had briefly studied the landscape of the Dwarven Kingdom while planning, so he knew what to search for. But just like Sylvie, he had no idea where to actually start. Sylvie flew them over a barren land filled with vast canyons. Soon, they landed on a path. Tapping on a rock, Arthur realized he had finally found it. There had to be a secret lock here. Sylvie, now in her fox form, told Arthur to look lower. Brushing away some leaves, he finally saw it. He'd forgotten the height of dwarves. As his hand made contact, a yellow light flared to life, startling him. Could the key be Earth attribute mana? As he pressed, his fingertips seemed to sink right into the stone. When he pulled back, the light clung to his hand. Was the key a specific amount of mana? No, it wasn't about how much Earth mana he channeled. He removed his hand, but his glowing handprint remained. It was about how much mana he applied as he pressed deeper into the lock. His hair began to change color as yellow magic coursed down his arm. Suddenly, Arthur felt a sharp backlash from Cizo. He started to warn Sylvie, but she cut him off. She knew he wouldn't listen to her warnings, so they had to finish this mission and fast. Once they were done, he could finally rest. That was right. Without the ability to perceive mana fluctuations, this would have been impossible. He thrust his hand straight into the lock, creating a golden ripple effect. To Arthur's surprise, the ripple just grew larger and larger. And just like that, the secret door swung open. He turned to Sylvie, boasting, "The Dragon Clan never imagined their power could be used like this." His childish boast made Sylvie cringe, embarrassed to have ever called him father. The two of them stepped into the cavern. The passage was cramped for his height, but brightly lit. They could still talk freely. Hearing her jab, he reminded her he was the one who hatched her egg. He told Sylvie to get on his shoulder. From now on, he'd use a concealment art to remain unseen. He had to crouch to move through the passage. After a while, he discovered a massive, hidden chamber. Dozens of guards were posted before a large, red gate as a few people emerged from it. Sylvie realized Arthur was right. The dwarves were collaborating with the Vritra. Just then, one of the Vritra clan members spoke up. He grumbled about not trusting the dwarves and wondered when they could go home. The man next to him, tired of the complaints, told him to focus on his accomplishments. After all, his bloodline was grateful. He had been strong enough to pull his family out of the hovel he once proudly called home. Just then, one of the men noticed the crack in the rock. He leaned in, peering through to investigate. Luckily, Arthur and Sylvie dodged just in time. His hand brushed the stone, causing faint yellow ripples to appear. Seeing him hesitate, his comrade asked what was wrong. Seeing nothing inside, the man moved on. The term Vritra clan, it was so foreign. Yet, their speech patterns were oddly similar to those in Decathlon. Though the continents had no connection, Sylvie's grandfather spoke of Asuran intervention centuries ago. Back when the Vritra were one of the 8 great clans, the Asuras secretly sent agents to both Alakria and Decathlon. "So it's like how the Asuras granted us artifacts, right?" Arthur asked. "Exactly," Sylvie replied, "except this happened long ago. The Asuras gave humanity artifacts just to save them from extinction." Peering through the crack one more time, Arthur understood. It was suspicious for gods to help mortals thrive, but he had enough information. It was time to leave. Just as he turned to leave, a sharp voice echoed, "All units, to your positions." The command froze him in place. "She's arriving." Before the red gate, every single person dropped to their knees, bowing their heads in absolute reverence. From within the portal, a pair of high heels emerged. They were followed by silver hair and a pair of horns. She stepped through the ethereal pink light, radiating immense power. It was a scythe. After defeating one scythe, he thought he could handle another. Just then, the woman asked her subordinates about Scythe Ceres. One man rose and reported that Ceres was stationed near the northern coast of Sapin. He was awaiting her command to begin the assault. Despite the dwarves' betrayal, Arthur felt he could win. The subordinate then respectfully asked the new Scythe a question, needing to know who to escort to Commander Udo. "He is not ready," she replied coolly. "Melsry and Viessa are handling it." From above, even Sylvie was frozen by the woman's terrifying presence. Behind that slender frame and regal aura lay a source of power beyond all imagination. Her gaze was overwhelming, a purple light radiating from her body. Arthur and Sylvie were paralyzed. They felt like tiny ants staring into a maelstrom. The Scythe's eyes flickered toward them, and despair washed over him. She had seen them. Her careless glance was enough to make their blood run cold. Noticing her strange expression, a nearby attendant asked what was wrong. Arthur and Sylvie held their breath, terrified of being discovered. But Scythe simply curved her lips, her gaze deep. Then she turned and left as if nothing had occurred. Atho and Sylvie had just narrowly escaped death. Sylvie urged them to get out, but Atho refused, fearing they'd be spotted. Sylvie insisted as Sai had seen them. They had to leave. Atho considered it, but his active dream state likely confused the Sai. He decided they'd exit through the cellar, keeping the skill active until the end. Sylvie was worried. Even walking was a struggle for Atho now. It wondered how long until it could fly again. After a moment of silence, Atho replied, "Until his mana was depleted." At the Council Sky Castle, Eli stood before the gates. Janice approached, telling her to leave. All soldiers had returned. If she was waiting for a lover, she should go to the teleportation room. The medical team needed space, but Eli didn't back down. She said she was waiting for her brother and wouldn't be in the way. Janice then asked who her brother was. Eli turned to face him, speaking the name Atho Lai Win, which visibly shook Janice. He quickly composed himself, remarking that family members should look alike. Eli asked if he had fought alongside Atho. Not wanting to engage further, Janice turned to leave, snidely remarking she had more reason to wait now. The medical team wasn't here for no reason, after all. Suddenly, Boo appeared, startling Janice with his immense size. For a moment, he thought Tho had another sister. He clutched his chest, complaining about the Lee Win family's lack of respect. With a look of contempt, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Boo made a teasing face. As soon as Janice was a bit further, Eli mockingly repeated his words about the Lee Win family's lack of respect. She and Boo burst into laughter, fanning Janice's fury. Inside, the medical team worked tirelessly, the room more crowded than usual. Eli hugged Boo, saying Tho was just stubborn because he's strong and that he would return. As if on cue, a large, dark shadow flew toward the castle. She recognized it as Sylvie in its dragon form, carrying a Tho. But to everyone's shock, a Tho was unconscious on Sylvie's back. Eli stared in horror toward her brother. The medical staff immediately rushed to Tho's side. Eli could only whisper his name in anguish. A medic questioned if this was a Tho Lee Win. Commander Order never mentioned he was unconscious. Sylvie, unable to wait, roared that he'd only passed out 4 minutes ago from mana exhaustion. Sylvie added that besides his unusable legs, his entire right side was severely burned. Everyone, including Eli and Boo, was stunned that Sylvie could talk. Sylvie demanded they prioritize his mana core and give him a transfusion immediately. The creature was no longer soft and cuddly. Only a Tho's safety mattered now. Seeing the staff hesitate, Eli screamed for them to listen to Sylvie. A Tho was then carried away on a stretcher. Everyone rushed to save him. Sometime later, a Tho awoke in a hospital bed. The first thing he heard was Sylvie's joyful voice. He was awake, but groggily remembered nothing. Looking toward the window, he saw Eli and Boo sleeping, leaning against each other. A doctor appeared shortly after. The doctor said they hadn't left his side for a moment. Other physicians surrounded a Tho's bed, checking his condition. He asked how long he'd been out. 2 days, the doctor replied. Shocked, a Tho shot up in bed. His entire right side was wrapped in bandages from the burns. The sudden movement agitated his wounds, making him tremble. The doctor urged him to stay calm. They had just managed to stabilize him. The doctor introduced himself as Mendor, head physician of the Flying Castle. Tho was ordered to remain for treatment, but Tho cut him off, asking for Commander Vian. He needed to speak with him. Unfortunately, Vian was out with Commanders Order and Glow and General A. Tho guessed they were heading for the southern border. He worried what would happen if they ran into Laxia's army, or worse, a Sai. He wanted Sylvie to go warn them. Sylvie reminded him that the dwarves were Laxia's allies. He couldn't be left alone here. Tho covered his face in frustration, having forgotten that detail. He then asked about India. Mender replied only Commander Vian knew his location. He urged Tho to rest and heal. For now, Tho had to accept his fate. He asked if their diagnosis was complete. Mender confirmed it was, explaining he was a DVN who could use mana to see inside a living body. From bones and muscles to the nervous system, he could see everything. He lifted Tho's pants, revealing legs covered in red symbols and purplish skin. Tho's injuries were complex. Only his assimilated mana core kept him lucid. Mender was amazed he had the strength to even talk. Tho turned and smiled at Sylvie. He owed his survival to the creature. Sylvie dreaded ever having to do that again. Tho asked the doctor about his treatment. The wounds on his lower body had recovered but weren't fully healed. Mender's tone grew serious. To walk normally without mana would require breaking the bones, shredding his muscle tissue to pieces, and forcing it to heal correctly. Hearing this, Tho was truly in shock. It was a long, painful process with future implications, so they needed his consent. Tho glanced at Sylvie and saw the worry in its eyes. He decided to accept the treatment, but he didn't want his sister to know the details. He looked out and saw Eli was still sound asleep. The doctors began to prepare. Outside the window, Boo had woken up at some point. Tho gestured for him to be quiet. Mender announced that Commander Vian had gathered elite mages from all 3 races to help him recover. He finally ordered his associates to begin. A woman named Sylvia cast a spell, rendering Tho unconscious. Sylvie remained by his side, refusing to leave. Once Tho was under, Mender drew the curtains and began the procedure. Out in the hallway, a figure with long, flowing hair drifted past. She walked by Eli and Boo, right outside Tho's room. It seemed she had some connection to the patient inside. Meanwhile, on a street corner, a blonde kid named Guy asked in confusion, "All these books for just 1 semester?" The dark-haired boy, Nico, replied, "We were delusional to think it'd be easy after the entrance exam, but our education is worth it." Model, just imagine where we'll be in a few years. You seem optimistic about homework. Why wouldn't I be? Imagine what I could create once I've mastered all of mathematics. Just try that at the academy. I won't sit with you. That's because you have too many friends. Cecilia, exasperated by her 2 friends, finally spoke. I won't be sitting with either of you. Soon, they were all aboard the high-speed train. So, where to next? Nico, we still need to get our uniforms, right? Gray scanned the cityscape, lost in thought. To him, Akkad had never been a welcoming city, but now it held a certain charm. Nico's voice cut through his thoughts. We also need to buy backpacks and computers. We should probably get the backpacks first. That's the best plan. After a while, the train reached the forest station. The group stepped out together. Cecilia asked curiously why they weren't buying them downtown. We had to prioritize uniforms and books in the city center. Backpacks and other gear are cheaper out here. It's starting to rain. Let's hurry. The group moved quickly. As Nico and Cecilia chatted happily, Gray felt a strange chill. I don't remember it being this empty or this quiet. What could have happened here? Gray felt a strange chill. I don't remember it being this empty or this quiet. What could have happened here? The book from the pawn shop said key masters can sense the faint presence of others. I'm no master, but what I just felt was pure bloodlust. In the distance, someone was taking aim at them. Gray spotted the threat instantly and shoved his friends down. The moment they hit the ground, a bullet whizzed past. Unfortunately, the bullet grazed Cecilia's arm. Gray urgently told Nico to get her away from here. You better keep up. The shooter fired another round. Gray quickly used his book as a shield. Pulling the bullet from the cover, he wondered, what is this? The one who threw this dart has terrifyingly strong ki. The mysterious figure saw them run and gave an order. Spread out and chase them. Do whatever you want with the boys, but keep the girl alive. Catching up to them, Gray shouted, Run! They have tranquilizers. Why are they after us? We didn't steal anything. It's not us they want, it's Cecilia. They said they need her alive. Hearing this, the three of them ran for their lives, not daring to stop. Suddenly, Cecilia tripped and fell, trembling in pain. Nico immediately ran back to her. Just leave me, Cecilia pleaded. We can't do that. I'm putting you both in danger. They won't kill me. Right? That's true, but we have to hurry. At least take this. There's no time left. We have to go. She'll only get captured by them. Hearing approaching footsteps, Cecilia's voice trembled. Please, don't leave me alone. Just then, two mysterious figures arrived. The boss has seen the girl. The other brats abandoned her. It seems the tranquilizer dart was strong enough to immobilize her. Don't cry, little girl. We'll take care of you. Suddenly, Cecilia aimed at his head and unleashed a stream of electricity. Nico and Gray then burst out, attacking the other man. Gray aimed for the face and Nico for the legs, but their foe was too fast, easily dodging their attacks. Gray didn't give up, spinning to kick his opponent's ribs, but the power gap was too wide. He was grabbed by the neck and slammed down. You have potential, kid. A shame you die here. The man's grip was immense, making it hard for Gray to breathe. Begging is useless, but you forgot about this. With that, the dart Gray had picked up was plunged into the man's hand, causing him to stagger back in shock. Gray taunted them, good luck catching us now. As he finished his words, the man collapsed. Nice work, said Nico. You too. Now, let's get out of here before anyone else shows up. You should have just killed us and run far away from here. You brats have nowhere to return to, I guarantee it. The scene shifts to their orphanage, now engulfed in flames. At that moment, Gray's feet ran even faster. The group pushed through the crowded streets. Gray's small body weaved through the people. He ran straight to a stretcher placed on the ground. His hand trembled as he lifted the sheet. The person inside was Kubek. Gray held her hand, crying miserably. He was in so much pain, he screamed at the sky. A moment later, he was forcibly pulled away. The image of himself crying, along with the words you have nowhere to return to echoed in his mind. Suddenly, tears fell. Tessia sobbed, calling out for Arthur. She grabbed Arthur's hand, her face a mess of tears. Hey, why are you crying, you big idiot? I should be the one asking you that. Seeing Tessia smile at him, Arthur thought to himself, it's been so long since I've seen her, and even longer since we've really talked. Suddenly, Tessia tucked her hair back, revealing a scar near her ear. He immediately asked with concern, You're hurt? Oh, this is nothing? It's from cooking, not fighting. What about you? Do you have any idea how scared I was when I heard the news from my commander? Your commander? So you were promoted to captain? Unbelievable. Is captain all you're focused on? You almost died, Arthur. I'm just happy you're okay. I don't have the strength to argue anymore. After saying that, she leaned against him. You went to such great lengths, just to make sure everyone else was safe. I never realized how dangerous this battle was for you. Seeing you like this is a cold reminder that you're only human, not some invincible god of war. Is that how you've always thought of me? As an undefeated warrior? Emotionally, you're like a toddler. Is that any way to talk to a general? As they spoke, someone was eavesdropping outside. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a group of people tumbled forward. Outside the door was Tessia's entire family. Her mother quickly recovered, saying, Good afternoon, Arthur. Then she made a quick escape. We'll talk later. Tessia. Her father also chuckled and said, we just wanted to visit briefly. We're so glad you're okay. Remember to take care. Tessia's voice then rang out. Were you all eavesdropping? It was Grandpa's idea. Being mentioned, V calmly replied, I need a full report from you, but someone has been waiting even longer than me. Come on in, Ellie. The girl emotionally rushed into his arms. I was so worried. What would have happened if you died? I'd stick by your side like a ghost, of course, and haunt any boys who tried to get near you. After teasing her, he opened the blanket to leave the bed. Ellie, wait just a moment. I'll come find you later. You better find me soon. Seeing the girl leave, Alder spoke up. You should consider it a blessing from the heavens that you've recovered this much. Even with Sylvia's magic and a top medical team, only a divine elixir could bring him back. Luckily, he had the gem from Sir Quinn Sam. Atho remembered asking, you and Queens, you can't give me another divine potion, can you? The war has begun, so the treaty cannot be broken. Damn it, just then, V spoke. You must be exhausted right now, but I thought you might want this. He revealed Atho's broken sword, stunning him. I retrieved the rest of your blade from Jatur's corpse. Thank you, sir. Now is the perfect time for a new weapon to emerge. But first, I need to know something. Who controls the dwarf lances, Mikabon and Oz Gwen? Is it you or Jihia? After their talk, Atho rose from his bed. He stood before the mirror, unwrapping his bandages. As the cloth fell away, deep scars were revealed. Staring at his reflection, he sighed, wow, I look like hell. Sylvie's voice cut in. It should have been much worse. Atho just smiled grimly. I bet Eli and my parents would agree. Outside in the courtyard, he saw his sister Eli sitting alone. He quickly went and sat down beside her. Eli began to open up. You know, people always say I'm so lucky to have a brother like you, and the ones who aren't jealous of me are jealous of you. Because you're a lance, a prodigy, you have the respect of leaders across the entire continent. I've never said this, but sometimes I hated you. I thought it was your fault my life turned out this way. I couldn't live a normal life or have friends at school. But the crazy part is, how could I blame you when your life was so much worse? Most of my memories of you are just you coming home covered in wounds, always with stories of fighting some new monster. You were never there for the important moments. I wondered if you even cared about us. But then I realized the price you were paying. You were just a kid, and you barely saw mom and dad. At least, I still had them. Everything you had to sacrifice to get here. Seeing her tears, he reached out to comfort her. But she suddenly jumped up, looking refreshed. I finally feel better getting that all out. Now, I want to show you something. She grabbed her bow and ran, making Atho call out her name. Don't worry, I've got this. Seeing her determination, he smiled with pride. Eli took her stance and drew her bow. She released, and the arrow flew true, hitting the bullseye dead on. Eli, that's amazing. She silenced him with a gesture and began to chant. She drew the bow again, this time infusing it with shimmering mana. As she let go, the arrow multiplied, slamming into the target as 3 separate shafts. Atho was ecstatic, yelling. That was incredible. But Eli looked disappointed. I failed. I swear I hit the center before, and I'm only 12. Eli, most kids your age can't even form a manosphere, let alone shoot like that. Suddenly, Helen's voice rang out. It looks like all your training has finally paid off. You managed to leave your own brother speechless. You know, Atho, when Emily discovered your sister's talent, the bow was my idea. What talent? The ability to mold mana into intricate shapes. It's an impressive and extremely rare skill. Isn't that right? By the way, why are you two so dressed up? You haven't heard? There's a victory banquet at the castle tonight. A retainer was just defeated, after all. Oh, right. While they talked, Atho turned to Sylvie. They don't know I'm the one who killed him, do they? Huh? I suppose not. Virion must be enjoying this. T.S. Guess I need to find something to wear. He'd barely finished the thought when servants appeared, waving him over. Meanwhile, Tessia was getting ready with her mother's help. She sat patiently as her mother applied her makeup. She was wearing a stunning black gown. Her mother couldn't help but gush, "Oh my dear, you look absolutely beautiful. You always say that, because it's always true. Thank you for helping me. Of course. Dear, it's not every day I get to do this. Now, go surprise that special boy of yours." Just then David, Kazia, and Senis appeared, looking impressed. "You look absolutely beautiful, princess. You're stunning." "Thank you. But you have no idea how uncomfortable this is." "Well, at least you look amazing. You look quite charming yourself, Kazia. Eyeing a certain noble tonight? Oh, please. Most of the guests are heirs to their family names, which means they're all insufferably arrogant." David shot back. "My brother, Tinko, is an heir too. You must be talking about him, right? maybe we should help Stennis find a nice lady to marry. Right after the war ends, I'd love to play matchmaker. And what about me? Look how generous I am, inviting my friends to an exclusive nobles banquet. Get over yourself. Tessia would have invited us anyway. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance. They climbed the magical stairs, their laughter echoing in the lively hall. Davit walked in, already judging. Another dull, stuffy party. But Stennis was completely taken aback. Inside, tables overflowed with sweets and pastries. Romantic lights glimmered all around, and musicians played a beautiful, flowing melody. The dazzling scene made even the cynical Davit gasp in awe. Tessia, however, was scanning the room. Where could Grandpa be? He should be here with Atho by now. Seeing her search, Kazuya teased, scanning for your lover boy? He's not my lover. Atho was injured. I'm sure he's just resting. So the Great Lance was wounded? Guess he's not as tough as they say. He still kicked your butt, though. Suddenly, Davit yelled out, making everyone jump. I barely even touched you. It's not that, you idiot. I see my family. Come on. Let's go say hello and get this over with. Tessia simply smiled and greeted them. But then, Stennis spotted someone. Emily. She walked over and bowed. Master Stennis. Princess, I didn't expect to see you here. Well, who do you think set up all these lights? You did this. It definitely wasn't my lazy, carefree master. Master Gideon. Hearing his name, the man nearly choked on his food. He turned around, sputtering, Tessia, Stennis. Glad to see you two are still breathing. So this is why you wouldn't help me with the lights? I got my dress dirty because of you. Now, my dear student. Her grandfather gave me a far more interesting assignment. Besides, I'm here to meet the one person on this continent who's even smarter than I am. Someone smarter than you. Just then, Tessia spotted a flash of crimson hair. She called out Claire's name. Princess Tessia, it seems fate brought us together, Claire said, her voice heavy with emotion. Before she could finish, Kathleen flew into her arms, hugging her tightly. We missed you so much. Do you have any idea how worried we were? You being here means you're all right, right? Uncle Gatsby, don't wait up. We're just going outside for some fresh air. With that, the group moved to the balcony. Curtis, I hear you're an instructor at Xyrus Academy now? Yes. I love Dicathan, but with the war, Xyrus is the main source of mages. I thought I could help train them. I also heard you're training under a lance, Kathleen. And Princess Tessia, you're leading your own squad on the battlefield, correct? Please, just call me Tessia. Yes, I am, but I'm still learning how to grow stronger each day. The Bladeheart family's sword arts define my path. I'm truly envious. You must all be so powerful now. Is that wound from Xyrus still bothering you? It's almost completely healed now. You'll be joining the fight, won't you? We need powerful mages like you on our side. No, my external wounds are healed, but they couldn't repair my mana core. I can no longer use magic. The group was stunned into silence. I've gotten used to it. Now, I intend to help at the Bladeheart Academy. Training new soldiers will be my contribution to this war. To overcome such a loss and still move forward with a smile, that says more about your character than any mana core ever could. Those words brought tears to Claire's eyes. Thank you. This is so embarrassing. I can't believe I'm crying after all this makeup. It's all right. Curtis offered her a handkerchief, and she wiped her tears. One more thing. Please don't tell Arthur. My biggest regret is being unable to fight beside him and repay him. Curtis quickly agreed. Of course. We've only seen him briefly, but he's still the Arthur we know, just a bit more mature now. Of course, I know better than anyone just how much he's grown. Her words made the girl freeze. That's not what I meant. My greatest rival, and she won't even admit her own feelings. Kathleen, what? A rival? Who is it? Arthur? No. Arthur and Princess Tessia are a much better match. Hey, don't give up so easily. Just drop it, please. Watching Kathleen, Tessia wondered if Arthur liked the cute type of girl. Suddenly, Claire recognized the sound of familiar footsteps approaching. The one arriving was Vere, Claire's former master. Good evening. I am here tonight to escort the three of you. Lady Bladeheart, you are also welcome to join. Seeing Claire tremble, Tessia asked, Are you all right, Claire? Yes. It's just without my mana, General Vere's aura even suppressed. It paralyzed me for a moment. At last, the banquet began. As Tessia's family entered, Virian addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your patience. Everything you have heard about tonight's event is true. We have received some much-needed good news in these trying times. Allow me to introduce our first major step towards victory in this war. Tonight, we honor the one who eliminated a powerful foe from the enemy's side. The crowd gasped in shock as the corpse of Avritra was unveiled before them. Seeing it encased in ice, Tessia wondered, was this Vere's doing? It seemed not, as she looked just as surprised as the others. Then, an attendant began pulling back a curtain. Arthur stepped out with a commanding presence as Virian's voice boomed. Our newest lance, Arthur Lewin, is the one who defeated this Vritra. Arthur stood proudly beneath the Vritra's corpse. Tessia was stunned. A Vritra, defeated by Arthur? Then Arthur spoke with a calm voice. Normally, I would object to displaying a body as a trophy, but for those gathered here tonight, an exception must be made. In contrast to the crowd's awe, Curtis just scowled. Every noble here knows their people are anxiously awaiting news from the war. Until now, all you could offer were vague, baseless speculations. Because that's all this continent's leaders have given us. There are lances far stronger than I am. Yet even I, the newest and weakest among them, was able to defeat this Vritra. I defeated one of Alacria's strongest warriors, and I emerged from the battle unscathed. This is the gift you can take home and announce to your people. Feel free to embellish the story, of course. Tessia's mind was racing. How could Arthur move like that, given his state just a few days ago? Please, feel free to examine the Vritra, if you wish. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Approaching the body, everyone was surprised the Vritra looked almost human. Suddenly, Tessia spotted Arthur and her grandfather slipping behind the curtain. The looks on their faces were incredibly grim. Once inside a private room, Arthur collapsed onto a chair as Virian closed the door. My entire body is aching. Don't overdo it, kid. Then don't make me give a whole speech. Next time, give me more material. At least we got what we wanted. How's the recording, Gideon? Is a simple, thank you, Gideon? You're a genius is too much to ask. One moment. Here. This is when Virian announced the Vritra's death. Then came Arthur's appearance and finally, his claim of being unharmed. What is Glader looking at in this frame? Not what, but who. That's General Viray. I suggested to Tessia's father that the general be assigned to oversee the royal children. So that's why you froze the corpse. You wanted him to think our strongest lance killed one of their strongest, before revealing that you were the one who did it. Well, he certainly doesn't look pleased. He must be horrified knowing our weakest lance is stronger than Alacria's main forces. This doesn't prove the Gladers are helping Alacria, but it's enough to know where he stands, he said, walking to the window. So, what do you think? Just as he finished his words, Tessia was discovered eavesdropping. She gave a nervous laugh. Surprise? Arthur's mind raced. How much did she hear? Afterward, they went outside the party. Sylvie immediately smashed her face into a cake. Arthur mused, isn't this atmosphere like a normal festival? Suddenly, a drunkard stumbled into him. The impact sent a sharp pain through his wound. He regretted not leaving when he could. He'd moved around far too much today. All at once, Tessia linked her arm with his. She explained shyly, if I don't do this, those noblemen will keep asking me to dance. Besides, the other noble ladies can't approach you now. You can leave after we've circled the room once. As they walked, she introduced people to him. That man is Sir Reynold. He's a famous augmenter, but he gets furious if you stare at his bald head. And naturally, given their combined status, others greeted them respectfully as they passed by. Tessia had more experience in this world's politics. She knew who was important, who wasn't, and how to handle their personalities. Arthur had been to countless political parties in his past life, but here, he could only stay silent like a puppet. He didn't fear offending people. He was once a powerful king. But in this life, he was just a general and had to be cautious. Having Tessia by his side made everything simpler. After one lap, Arthur smiled at the last of the noble girls. Instantly, Tessia's jealousy flared. She pouted and gave his side a sharp pinch. In the distance, Elijah was waving at the two of them. They both happily waved back. Suddenly, two men started heading toward Elijah. Boo and Arthur had a quick, telepathic exchange. Tessia asked, what did you just do? With a warning gaze, Arthur replied, sent a message to Elijah's bonded beast. With just your eyes, it understands? It understands what it needs to. I have to get you out of here. Meeting these nobles is making you strange. At that moment, Boo had chased the two men away. A moment later, Tessia and Arthur were on the balcony. On quiet, starry nights like this, I wonder if there is truly a war going on out there. Sometimes I come out here and imagine the clouds below are an ocean, and I'm just drifting aimlessly on a boat. Childish, right? I think you have the right to be childish at times like this. You're the captain of an entire unit now. You're responsible for the lives of every person you lead. That's not a light burden, no matter how much experience you have. You speak with such maturity, as if you've already lived through it. Technically, you're a general, but lances don't actually lead soldiers. You're right. The primary duty of a lance is to single-handedly defeat the enemy's most powerful forces. That story leads me to something I wanted to tell you. Does it have to do with what you discussed with Grandpa and Gideon? Was it that obvious? Tessia suddenly bit her lip, looking up at the sky sadly. You're not the type to get sentimental for no reason. Either you're leaving for a long time or you're doing something dangerous again, or both. I guess I'm really an open book, aren't I? More like an open chapter in a book. Some parts of you are easy to predict, but there are other times I feel I don't understand you at all. Like what, for example? Like what your secrets are. You're proficient in every field, magic, combat, artifacts, and even public speaking. Heavens, even intelligence and military tactics. It's all thanks to my past life, he thought. Outwardly, he replied, I just read a lot of books when I was young. I don't even know what I expect from you anymore. Tess, you don't need to be in such a rush. It's just a little frustrating. Why is it frustrating? My mana core is only a bit behind yours. I'm a Beast Tamer, taught by the continent's greatest teacher, and a lance, just like you. Yet it feels like the closer I get, the further out of reach you become. Tess, she pulled aside a corner of his shirt, looking at the scar there. In a pained voice, she said, Promise me that you will return safely. I don't care how many scars you get, as long as you're still breathing and whole. Tess, why is catching up to me so important to you? Because only then will I be confident enough to tell you that I love you again. Arthur later met with Later and the other leaders to request military aid. He bluntly requested 2 divisions. A brief glance at the strategic map showed most forces were stationed on the western coast. He argued that sending 12,000 soldiers north as Arthur requested would drastically weaken this key position. Alduin was quick to agree. The coastal battles are ongoing, pulling any forces would give the enemy an advantage. Jasmine also nodded in agreement. She worried the flames of war would reach the cities. Seeing this, Muriel offered to send 2 of her divisions with Arthur. Varian then asked the others for their opinions. Byron argued Arthur's idea wasn't worth sacrificing 1 or 2 cities. Micah immediately seconded him. Moving that many troops hundreds of miles is also time-consuming, even using teleportation gates, and the risk is high. Arthur sighed softly. Even Aya was against his request. After a moment, Vere spoke up. Assuming Arthur's judgment is correct, the right choice is to send 2 divisions north, as he says. Even Arthur hadn't expected Vere to support him, although in this case, it could cause a backlash. As expected, Virion began to reconsider. If a scythe were to lead the next attack without a countermeasure, the losses would be catastrophic. So, he proposed sending 2 lances with Arthur to investigate. Later disagreed. He feared a drop in morale and unforeseen complications. Virion interrupted, I understand the pressure you're under from the nobles, who want their lands protected by the lances. But as leaders, we must see the bigger picture. Most lances must stay away from large-scale wars because their destructive magic could kill our soldiers as well as the enemy. The lances could also draw out a scythe. He explained that 2 lances was a small price. Their soldiers could manage without leaders for a few days. The entire room fell into silence. Caspian then nodded in agreement. They then decided which 2 lances would go north with Arthur. Radia suggested sending his 2 lances since Alder was absent. Varian smiled faintly. He also assigned Micah and Alfred to go with Arthur to investigate Sai and Jiner's plot. Varian instructed them not to alert the enemy, to avoid combat near civilian areas, and to be ready to leave by sunrise. The council dismissed. It took time, but everything fell into place. Every leader is selfish, caring only for their own kingdom. The meeting would have stalled if Viren hadn't forced an agreement. Afterwards, Micah approached Arthur, attempting to start a conversation. She and Alfred stayed to speak with him. The old man noted that while Arthur was polite, his education seemed lacking. He politely excused himself to rest for the long journey ahead. For a young lance, Arthur showed incredible composure and dedication to his duty. Alfred wondered, is that what it means to be a lance? Varian glanced over. Perhaps. For a long time, all Alfred knew were the brutal streets of the underground. In that world, Alfred couldn't trust anyone, not even Varian, the man who had offered him a way out. Varian taught him to read, write, and even wield mana, but Alfred always expected betrayal. That day never came. Instead, they became a family. He now saw him as a father. After graduating as a top mage, Alfred was chosen for the Royal Guard. The Greysunder family was greedy and despised other races, but he served them with complete dedication. His loyalty was to the king and queen. This was a lesson from Jihaya. During the succession struggle, Onrak wanted to give up. If his life was bound to anyone, it would be Rahat Dia alone. He respected Onrak's decision to withdraw, until he brought Mangler back. Knowing Rahat Dia's kindness, Anzi wasn't surprised at all. Still, he didn't understand Virian's secrecy. Eventually, Virian convinced Alfred to become a lance, binding his soul to serve the royal family. He might defy the king, but he would never defy Virian. Virian promised that his service to the Greysunders was temporary, and one day he would return. Back in his room, Arthur sat before a mirror, his face flushed, thinking of Tessia's burning determination to grow stronger. Arthur whispered her words from last night, her promise to say she loved him again. He considered staying one more day just to be with Tessia and Ellie. Looking at his broken body, he wondered if he'd done enough. Dark, depressing thoughts began to poison his mind. He feared if Tessia entered his world, his own selfishness would take over. He might ignore his destiny to save those he loved. Before sunrise, Ellie came to say goodbye. She didn't ask him to return soon, only to return alive. Arthur gently stroked her hair and replied, "I promise." He kissed her forehead, a silent vow to survive. He reminded her bond to watch over her. He met up with Micah and Alfred. She bluntly informed Arthur of the ugly rumors spreading about him. When Arthur asked why she spoke in the third person, Micah teased that the young lance had fallen for her. Alfred coldly urged them to move. Just then, Virion appeared. He had come to see them off. Placing a hand on Arthur's shoulder, he said, "You must be exhausted. I hope your suspicions are wrong so you can return and rest." Arthur smiled faintly. "I hope so too." He desperately prayed he was wrong, that Virion wasn't a traitor. Arthur, Micah, and Alfred traveled from dawn until dusk. He refused to even make camp, not wanting to waste a moment. But just then, Sylvie roared in protest. Arthur hesitated. He finally had to agree to rest, as his injuries made channeling mana difficult. He and the two generals lit a campfire in the woods below. Arthur sat in a meditative pose and began purifying his mana. When he opened his eyes, he met Micah's intense gaze. She said she had never felt anything like this before. Alfred noticed it too. Normally, mana purification is subtle, but Arthur's felt like a vortex, pulling at their own cores. But Arthur had never heard this before. Was it because he possessed the 4 elements? Alfred replied while reading his book. "A lance this young. I'm not surprised you're a quadra-elemental." When Micah asked how it felt to use all the elements, he knew he couldn't reveal too much. He answered humbly, "There are still some elements I struggle with, like gravity, for example. But the hardest part is choosing a spell to fly." Alfred could guess Arthur was a natural with several elements. When Micah offered to teach him gravity control, Arthur replied, "Gravity control requires much more practice than other elements." She explained confusingly, "Just imagine the world rising and falling, then grab it and release the power." Seeing her wild gestures, Alfred added, "You'd learn more from a rock." Micah came from a famous and ancient line of dwarven mages. Even among them, she was considered a genius, learning magic by pure instinct. She didn't even know basic mana manipulation concepts, even though her ancestor founded the Earthborn Academy, a pillar of dwarven power. Arthur was stunned that Micah came from such a prestigious family. She suddenly asked him, "Micah is still gorgeous, isn't she?" Alfred scoffed, "I admire your confidence, but if you're that gorgeous, why are you single after nearly 50 years? Before he finished, Micah summoned a giant mace. Alfred raised a hand, and the earth around them instantly formed a barrier. The shield easily blocked her powerful strike. My, old man Alfred seems to be getting senile, doesn't he? You know very well, I don't like spending time with men because my taste differs from dwarven standards." Arthur and Sylvie hid behind a nearby log. Both agreed they preferred Micah when she used the third person. Alfred manipulated mana, creating an earth golem that threw Micah back as he replied, "The only reason you aren't an outcast is your family's name. Maybe you'll find a child who likes playing with antiques to take you in." Micah slammed her mace down again, shattering the ground beneath her. Alfred's golem was sturdy enough to withstand it, but Arthur had to scramble for new cover. Micah yelled, "I don't see you with a lover either, old man Alfred." He shot back, "That you became a lance with that childish personality never ceases to amaze me. You're the childish one here." Before Micah could attack again, Arthur splashed water on their faces as a gentle reminder. "Are you two finished, or do you plan to tear this mountain apart? Maybe I'll call Vita when your mana is completely drained." The fight was over, but they were still furious. It was the old man's fault for talking about a woman's age. A pampered kid needs to learn some manners. They stormed off in opposite directions. Enrage built a small hut from earth. Mika did the same, but with a giant, sculpted middle finger. Tho sighed. The world's strongest beings were acting like children. Ignoring them, he extinguished the fire and went to sleep. The next morning, Tho woke, as the sun filtered through the trees. Onzi asked about the plan to find Jay, Tear, and Sai. Tho answered, tossing a cloak to the ground and stomping on it mercilessly. Confused, the others watched as he told Mika to wear it when they arrived. He and she would pose as slaves, a common sight where they were headed. Tho gave Onzi a red cloak and his old mask. He would pretend to be their master. They began to move again. Tho asked Onzi what he was doing as he fiddled with the mask. He'd used his skill to mend the crack, making it look more aristocratic. They'd have to walk the rest of the way. Sai could sense their mana from far away, so they had to keep it minimal. When they landed, Tho made sure no one was out searching for orchids. Since many adventurers wear masks and nobles own slaves, they'd get information from locals to avoid suspicion. Sylvie asked what if they were led to Vicha. If Mika and Onzi were traitors, would they have to fight both? Tho replied, I doubt they'd be so obvious. If things go wrong, we run. But just in case, Vion had already sent another orchid to follow them. Her code name was Fantasam. The name came from her ability to assassinate targets before they sensed her. Atho quickly followed Mika and Anzi. They reached the river by the main road, and Atho told the group to begin their disguise. While Mika envied Anzi's clean clothes, Atho began to mess up his own hair. He dug his hands into the dirt, smearing a handful across his face. When he suggested Mika do the same to avoid detection, she flatly refused. Seeing he couldn't convince her, he threw a bit of dirt at her. But the small and nimble Mika easily dodged it. Atho then closed the distance, easily smearing dirt on her face. She couldn't be the master because she looked like a student. Hearing this, Enrach burst out laughing. After a short walk, the group reached the main road. They still had to walk along the road to the nearest town. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage appeared. Mika and Anzi saw them and waved. Anzi claimed their carriage was attacked by bandits, and they lost their slaves in the fight, asking for a ride north. When asked about the mask, he said his father told him to hide his identity in dangerous times. The man pretended to consider it. It is indeed dangerous. And it's a shame you got lost. I'm not sure our carriage can take the extra weight. Hearing this, Anzi immediately pulled out a bag full of money. The man's face lit up and he invited him aboard. But Mika and Atho are slaves, so they must walk. Mika cursed under her breath. Atho assured her the next town was only an hour's walk. She wondered, "Are you familiar with this countryside?" Atho smiled, looking at the sky with a fond expression. "Yes. We're heading to my hometown." Atho arrived as dusk fell. It had been far too long since he'd returned. Only a few houses in town were lit. The ground was littered with trash, every building scarred, windows crudely boarded up. This was where Atho grew up, but it was nothing like he remembered. Enrach led the way as the group cautiously approached the lit building ahead. He sensed about 40 people inside the tavern, but Mika sensed 43. Atho said, "I thought we agreed not to use magic. If Fiksha is near, they'll detect us instantly." But they said they didn't need mana, just practice to sense people at short range. If they were detected, the whole plan would collapse. Entering the rowdy tavern, Anzi knew the patrons loved trouble. He warned the others not to bump into anyone. As they sat down, a waitress approached Anzi, deliberately leaning low to greet him. He dodged her cleavage and ordered 3 cold beers, stew, and a loaf of bread. She winked and shrugged. "Coming right up." For once, Anzi and Mika agreed on something. A woman should have toned muscles and rough skin. Except for their table, the entire tavern was filled with loud chatter and laughter. Atho glanced left, where a nobleman was enjoying his beer while talking to a girl. When the food and beer arrived, Anzi ordered 2 more cups. Ignoring the waitress's glare, he gave the 2 cups to Mika and Atho. Mika then chugged her beer down. She happily slammed the cup down and said loudly, "This cheap stuff is delicious." Immediately, the 2 tavern owners slowly approached their table. The female owner spoke up, "You really shouldn't spoil your slaves like this. They'll get ideas." Anzi replied while eating, "How I treat my slaves is none of your business." The male owner tried to calm him down. The woman continued, saying they weren't just tavern keepers. She mentioned having many discounted slaves he might be interested in. Though Anzi refused, the owner kept talking about the women and ladies they had. Mika and Atho's faces darkened with rage. When the owner mentioned they also had dwarf and elf slaves, Anzi paused for a few seconds. He glanced up. "I thought after the council was formed, multi-race slavery was abolished." They laughed and answered casually, "That's why you'll have to pay a hefty price for them." The demand for multi-race slaves was high because many noble families had children with them to enhance the next generation's magical potential. Lucas was a product of that process. The forests around the elf kingdom repelled intruders, and dwarves lived in hard-to-reach locations. So dwarf and elf slaves were rare, yet these two had so many. Anzi thought for a moment, then said he was curious about their offer, hoping to investigate. They happily led Anzi to their boss. When he asked for a room key first, the woman immediately tossed it to him. Anzi handed Arthur the key with a command. "You will clean my belongings before I return, and don't even think about escaping." Mika sat alone, trying to contain his boiling mana and fury. This slave trade wasn't their mission. Arthur followed Ons toward a nobleman at a nearby table, but a single glance was all it took for Arthur. The man was none other than Sebastian. A flood of childhood memories rushed back to him. Back then, he'd effortlessly shattered the man's leg. Now, in the present, Sebastian was speaking with Anzi inside his soundproof barrier. To him, this tavern was nothing but a pigsty, but he was more curious about Ans's mask. Sebastian had seen adventurers wear them, but never a noble. Ans tilted his head, feigning innocence. "Is it that obvious I'm a noble?" Sebastian laughed. "Nobles can always spot one another. Plus, your mask has real gold on it." When Ans noted this place didn't match his aura, the man slammed his mug down, calling him sharp. Sebastian then asked what kind of woman he was searching for. He asked because his men saw Onze's eyes light up at the mention of dwarf and elf slaves. Sebastian continued, oblivious to Onze's physical reaction. I'm not one to judge. What's the point of power if you can't have what you desire? Ons slammed the table, inventing a reason for his sudden rage. Those damn noble women. They scorned me for the scar on my face. There was a fire when I was a child. The burns on my legs stunted my growth. So now I'm a head shorter than even the slaves. Arthur thought the performance was convincing enough to fool him. Sebastian clenched his fist. I understand. When I served the royals, women threw themselves at me. The moment I lost my position, they treated me like dirt. Onze asked why he left his post. Sebastian shattered his mug. Because of that, son of a bitch. I'm a dual attribute user, on the verge of ascension. And yet, only commoners show me respect. Ons played along, echoing his sentiment. He ruined your life. I hope he dies a miserable death. Sebastian gripped his shoulder, having found a kindred spirit, and offered to show Onze some of his toys. With that, he called Arthur over, saying something about him was irritating. Sebastian jabbed the cane into him, using him as a crutch as he led them to the dungeons. Sebastian gruffly ordered the guards to open the gate. As the massive doors swung open, Arthur stared into a wide corridor, its walls stained with dried blood. Sebastian called over a man named Damon, who was torturing a slave. Dusting off his hands, he asked, Did we lose another one? Damon reported the pregnant slave had died, but the child, a girl, survived. A newborn was deemed more valuable. Arthur told Sylvie not to look. The slaves were treated worse than beasts. Some stared back with eyes full of hatred. Others were completely vacant, barely seeming alive. Sebastian asked Ons if he'd found one he liked. I have, he replied, suddenly grabbing the man's throat. As Sebastian choked, he screamed for his soldiers. The two guards from earlier charged forward instantly. With a casual flick of his wrist, Arthur dispatched them. Suddenly, the far wall exploded. Standing in the breach was U2, a twisted smile on his face. He had come to the dungeon for Arthur. Ignoring Ons, his gaze was fixed solely on him. U2 laughed. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. When Arthur said he hoped to meet another Tamer, U2 realized he knew far more than expected. Sylvie's voice reminded him of the innocents nearby. Arthur quickly called U2 out, proposing they battle somewhere else. He scoffed. Why would a wretch like you be worth my time? Arthur replied, because you came here for me. If you just wanted me captured, Ons and a few soldiers would have been enough. U2 fell silent for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter, telling Arthur to lead the way. Ons rushed to stop him. Gia's orders were to handle Arthur cleanly, but U2 didn't care. He even launched an attack at Onzi. Startled, Arthur glanced back at him. U2 sneered, Did you really think I'd waste a thought on your pathetic master? Arthur glanced back at Onze one last time. He then tossed a seed pod to the ground, crushing it underfoot before leading U2 out. Seeing the seed pod, Onzi realized Aya must be nearby. He traced a circle at his feet, and the ground sank, revealing an army awaiting his command. When he ordered an evacuation, the Araxian soldiers below began to murmur. He repeated firmly, I said, evacuate, now. Though Onze was more powerful, they refused to obey a traitor to the Decatheons. He felt no remorse if they died, but they were essential to the grand plan. However, Onze sensed it was already too late. One by one, the crystals embedded in the stone walls began to shatter. As the final crystal broke, the prison plunged into darkness. The Araxian soldiers looked around, about to face a fate worse than death. Suddenly, as if controlled, they began slaughtering one another. Ons knew Aya had arrived. He roared for her to show herself. He stomped his foot, and 10 earth golems rose to protect him. At the same time, he tried to stop the Araxian massacre. Ons yelled, You should know. Another Vindicator and a Sai will arrive soon. Leave now, and I can guarantee your safety. Aya could report Onzi's betrayal to Andia. He could use the soul-binding artifact to kill Onzi. He knew Aya wouldn't, but the bluff was better than actually fighting her. An afterimage of Aya appeared beside Onze, whispering, How considerate of you. His golem struck instantly, but passed through a mere illusion. Aya thanked Onze for gathering so many Araxians in one place. It made her job much easier. He touched the ground, and it erupted with molten lava. Show yourself and face me honorably, Ons roared. Have you no shame, you, shade? Aya's voice echoed back. Shame, this is simply how I fight, old man. You know this is my strength. Killing a shade might redeem his failure, but more Araxians would fall. A fight above ground was better, but Ons refused to spill the blood of his kin. Aya laughed mockingly. Is the impenetrable fortress of Lord Ons finally crumbling? For a split second, his eyes flashed. He had found her true position. His attack struck home. Aya finally materialized. She knew she could never lower her guard around a man like Onze. He taunts her. That sadistic habit of torturing victims is why her own people cast her out. Just as he thinks he's won, Aya instantly moves behind on Z. She says she'd rather be suffocated than die a slow, painful death in his lava coffin. She then makes his own earth puppets attack each other. The logic that the bat-like creatures deserve the same fate as their slaves is what led Onz to betray his god. Onz is certain Aya can't understand the dwarves' suffering. Even after the war, they were treated as a lower class. Because their magic was for creation, not destruction, they were despised and used. Zek fully trusted the decision to join Virgra and Jihadia's Laxia army, but Aya objected. Did he really think Vicha cared about Hardia and his people? They and the other Asuras call us inferiors because we are nothing compared to them. Vicha experiments on the Laxia to strengthen his army against other Asuras. They want to do the same to him, to us, to our people. The dwarves and humans were no different. Onz waited for Aya to lower her guard, then sent molten boulders flying toward her. With a single wave of her hand, Aya made his boulders drop like pebbles. Onz no longer cared about protecting the others. Those below were already dead. The rest escaped through a tunnel he made while Aya lectured him. Now, it was just the two of them. The real battle began. Every one of Aya's wind slashes was blocked by Onz's stone. Not only that, he equipped himself with earthen armor and summoned more clay puppets. Aya disposed of them with ease. She quickly closed the distance again. Reaching over her shoulder, Aya unleashed a slash that cut down 3 puppets, heading straight for Onz. The attack's wide range landed a solid blow. He gasped for air. His armor and cloak were only slightly torn. It seemed they were evenly matched. Aya wanted a quick victory, knowing a long fight might favor Onz. He instantly raised a rock shield to defend. After forging a lava sword, Onz rushed forward. Aya charged at the same time with a long spear. Its tip pierced his helmet, drawing only a little blood, but his sword had reached her. Aya's arm was quickly engulfed by lava. Onz dodged away from the spear tip. He noted Aya was smart and talented, but patience was never her strength. He took a step forward, his lava-clad arm piercing through Aya's body. Onz stated that, if it was any comfort, he never wanted it to come to this. I'm sorry. Just like that, her body slowly collapsed against him. Elsewhere, Arthur was grim, leading Uto through town to find a quiet spot. He could feel the difference between him and Jay Tainer from their last encounter. After stretching, Uto asked Arthur what kind of enemy was the most fun. I find those seeking revenge are always the most interesting. Arthur shot back, You think this is for revenge, isn't it? You seemed upset when you learned I killed that elf. The person he mentioned was Alea. Arthur found Alea as she was dying, so revenge wasn't his motive. He simply saw Uto as someone who needed to be eliminated. Uto looked disappointed, glancing at civilians in an alley. The sound of bloodshed echoed. When Arthur turned, Uto had already killed all 3 with his sharp spikes. Arthur's face immediately darkened. Uto added, And here I thought you'd transform to avenge your comrade. I should have killed someone in your family. His spikes shot toward another civilian, but the old man was saved by Arthur in time. He roared, Stop it. Uto clapped his hands and laughed. That's more like it. This is the rage I was looking for. His spikes began to spread further. Arthur had no choice but to protect the people and warn them to flee. Uto had another idea. Or, instead of family, maybe I should kill that little elf princess. What's her name? Tessia. Before he finished, Arthur lunged at him. Just as Uto thought the fun would begin, Sylvie slammed into him from behind. A powerful shove sent Uto flying out of the town. After landing, he was blasted even further away. Arthur immediately mounted Sylvie to give chase. Uto realized Sylvie's mana was weaker. Though she looked like a dragon, he didn't care. He just wanted Arthur to fight him with everything he had. Just as Uto summoned a volley of spikes, Sylvie dodged. Arthur leaped off directly. To his relief, not even Jay Tainer had been able to recognize Sylvie. The moment Arthur landed, he began clearing the spikes. Even one that tried a sneak attack was instantly cut down. He moved forward, clearing a path for Sylvie. Uto swung his scythe, clashing with Arthur's sword. A blast of Arthur's 4 elements erupted from the impact. As Uto was about to grab Arthur, Sylvie told him to duck. Arthur risked it and dropped low, allowing her to whip her tail into Uto. The blows sent him smashing into a boulder. Though Uto was still alive, Arthur knew it wasn't time to heal yet. Sure enough, he burst from the cloud of dust moments later. Uto swung his scythe again to restrict Arthur's movement. However, Arthur had already spotted the spikes growing from behind him. He quickly raised his hand. After parrying Uto's scythe, Arthur unleashed a lightning attack to destroy all the incoming spikes. He pulled his hand back, preparing a counter. Even with Arthur combining swordplay and lightning magic, Uto dodged with ease. He taunted him, I expected more, puppy. Sylvie noticed that the longer they fought, the faster and stronger Uto's attacks became. Arthur swung his arm, and a single punch shattered the ground beneath him. He then realized Uto stayed mainly in the shadows. The spikes were only created in dark areas. That's why his spells were stronger when fired from the shade. Arthur moved behind Uto, but he was seen. Uto grabbed the hood of his cloak and threw him into the same boulder as before. A worried Sylvie flew to Arthur's side. She landed and told him to get ready. Arthur climbed onto Sylvie's back, and they both flew upward. She tried to leave the shaded area, but Uto naturally gave chase with his spikes. Sylvie flapped her wings as hard as she could. Arthur and Sylvie soared through the clouds. Sylvie roared, its wings spread wide as the sunlight instantly dissolved the thorns. But Utah was already there, smirking, "You're a clever one, little pup. I'm thrilled you figured out my weakness." Arthur and Sylvie already had a plan. He instantly leaped from its back. Arthur swung his sword at Utah, but the demon dodged with ease. He hurled his scythe at Arthur, who parried, sending it flying back at its master. Sylvie swooped in to catch him on its back. Arthur moved forward and leaped at Utah once more. This time, his lightning strike was also effortlessly avoided. His follow-up sword strike was blocked by Utah. The demon flung Arthur away, but he quickly leaped back onto Sylvie. Utah looked utterly disappointed. "Even knowing my weakness, you can't land a single decent blow." Arthur quietly apologized. "I'm not fighting to impress you," he chanted, infusing his blade with multiple elements. Then, Arthur jumped from Sylvie's back again. Utah failed to defend and took a direct stab to the chest. Seeing him cough up blood, Arthur thought he had finally won, but that hope was instantly crushed. His face darkened in pure horror. Utah's wound mutated, sharp thorns sprouting from it. "If you could find my weakness so quickly, didn't you think I'd have found a countermeasure long ago?" Meanwhile, Ea and Ons had turned the secret passage into a true battlefield. Some were still being consumed by magma while alive. His allies lay dead, waiting to be incinerated. Ea collapsed on top of Ons. A moment later, Ons felt his hand bound by a cord. Ea slipped from his grasp. "You were right, I am quite talented." His body stiffened. Ons was stunned. Impossible. How? She knew he was always entranced by her magic. "Even now, you still want to know how I did it, don't you?" Aya gave the cord a tug, and Ons's entire body lurched forward. Every race has a natural defense mechanism against foreign magic. That's why a water mage can't simply drain the fluids from another person's body. Nor can an earth mage manipulate blood iron, or a wind mage empty someone's lungs. As Aya spoke, a mana orb began to form between her hands. Ons realized she had created a direct link to his mana. Aya had lowered his defenses by letting him think he had the upper hand. Furthermore, his cumbersome stone armor had dulled his senses, allowing cracks to slowly widen across its surface. Ons understood he was only breathing because Aya allowed it. In her hands, any breath could easily become his last. Ons closed his eyes as a memory from long ago surfaced. It was the day he fought for his rank. Gadia had asked if he had any lingering hesitation. At that moment, Ons's mind had been perfectly clear. Gadia's only regret was not seeing his people's victory. As he gently held Gadia's hand, he said, "Some things cannot be changed." Now, Ons begged Aya to spare Mika. He insisted Mika wasn't involved, that he had drugged her to keep her away. But Mika's fate wasn't in Aya's hands. Ons whispered, "Despite our differences, it was an honor." Aya smiled. "The feeling is mutual." She tightened her grip on the mana cords. That day, he told Gadia he knew his ambition was for their people, but those are the same ones who beat and humiliated me when I was astray on the battlefield. "The only reason I do all this without hesitation is because it is your will." Hearing this, Gadia had fallen silent for a long moment. That day, he had praised Ons for being a good child. Now, at the moment of defeat, it was all he could remember. Ons lay motionless. Aya wiped the blood from her lips and looked up. She silently prayed Arthur was all right. At that moment, Arthur pulled his sword back and kicked Utah away. He gritted his teeth as a volley of spikes shot from Utah's body. In freefall, Arthur dodged the rain of spikes, using his sword to defend himself. He kicked away a thorn that got too close. He leaned back, narrowly dodging into their spike aimed for his head. He spun, swinging his sword in an arc to destroy all thorns within arm's reach. But more spikes were already hurtling toward him. Gritting his teeth, Arthur swiftly cut them down. However, a single thorn struck his hand, forcing him to drop his sword. Arthur was now defenseless in his freefall. Amid the rain of spikes, he cried out Sylvie's name. Utah gathered 10 times the thorns, aiming to finish Arthur in one blow. Arthur reached back, just in time to summon a large ice shield for a temporary defense. Utah grinned madly, wanting Arthur to keep dancing for him. He then launched countless strange black stones from his body. Strangely, they only surrounded Arthur, not aiming for him like the thorns had. Using his magic, he managed to predict their trajectory. Arthur then gracefully twisted his body, escaping the ring of stones. The moment he was clear, they all converged on his former position. Sylvie flew in to catch Arthur, but Utah instantly caught up. He lunged forward, yelling excitedly, "You actually dodged that? I'm impressed." Then, Yutao slammed Sylvie with his thorn mace, sending both it and Arthur plummeting toward the ground. Sylvie refused to change into its fox form, knowing Arthur lacked the mana for the shockwave. Instead, it curled its body around him to absorb part of the impact. Arthur protested, but Sylvie's mind was made up. Yutao wanted to prolong his fun and unleashed another rain of thorns. Sylvie curled itself tighter to shield Arthur. Riddled with thorns, it finally made a painful landing. The aftershock completely annihilated the ground in the area. After defeating Ons, Aya and her soldiers freed the multiracial slaves. As she watched them, the impact from Sylvie's crash exploded like a bomb, shaking them to their core. While soldiers calmed the frightened slaves, the worry in Aya's heart intensified 100-fold. Not far from them was a vast, devastated landscape. Arthur slowly regained consciousness. He was leaning against Sylvie, who was out cold from the crash and massive blood loss. Arthur immediately panicked as memories of his nanny from a past life flooded his mind. He cried out for Sylvie to wake up, the fear of losing a loved one consuming him once more. Arthur leaned on Sylvie's motionless hand, begging it to wake up. The memory of a grave haunted him. He tried to heal it with ether. The effort reminded him of his frantic search for the arsonist long ago. Arthur trembled, his pleas continuing. In the past, he'd ignored Nico's attempts to comfort him. Back then, the young GJ had only trained, endlessly swinging his sword to become stronger. Now, he tried to assure himself that Sylvie would be fine. Arthur feared falling back into that dark pit of despair. Training until nothing was left had changed nothing in the end. The image of Aunt Olivia's portrait appeared vividly in his mind. Arthur whispered to Sylvie, his voice trembling with fear. After a moment, it finally took a few shallow breaths, as if suppressing pain. Just then, a white-haired woman appeared, assuring him Sylvie would live. Arthur looked up to see she had the horns of a Vritra, her hand gripping Yuta's neck. He recognized her as the scythe from the cave. Z stared at him with an unreadable expression. Arthur couldn't even sense her aura, but he was certain if she wanted him dead, he'd already be gone. Z grabbed one of Yuta's horns. To Arthur's shock, she snapped it off with ease. Z had broken Yuta's horns with just one hand. Then she tossed the broken pieces toward him. Arthur couldn't help but wonder. Horns were a vital part of a Vritra. Why would she do that to an ally? And she wasn't finished. Zay reached out her hand again. She pointed at Utah, performing some kind of destructive magic from within. He saw him writhing in agony. When it was over, Z threw him toward Arthur. He watched Utah's broken body roll to a stop near him. Arthur asked her, "Why did you do this?" Z replied that the fight was tough, but he'd successfully defeated Utah. You kept him alive, but for safety, you broke his core to ensure he can't use your mana. You did it so you could bring him back for questioning. He realized that for some reason, this scythe had her own ambitions. Arthur could cooperate. As long as he survived today, he cautiously asked for her name. After she told him her name was Ji, Arthur thanked her for this favor. Ji chuckled, calling him a strange boy. She said, "For both our sakes, get stronger, and do it fast. Utah's horns will be an invaluable resource, but only if you can extract the mana stored inside." Arthur looked doubtfully at the horns in his hands. When he looked up, Z had already vanished. Arthur sighed and leaned against Sylvie. He thought to himself, "The road ahead is long before I can face another scythe, let alone a retainer." His eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, Arthur heard someone call his name and opened them again. It was Tessia, running toward him. She approached anxiously, wearing lance armor. As she stood before Arthur, he could only look up with emotional eyes. With an innocent look, Tessia reached out to him and said, "I've been looking for you." Arthur laughed softly. "Is my mana so depleted I'm having hallucinations? But it would be great if their lives could get easier after this war." But the Tessia before him changed her gaze in an instant. She pulled her hand back and took a step away. Arthur was about to stand when Tessia's words froze him in place. "What makes you think you can have this happiness? That you deserve it? Have you forgotten what you did to them? You just continue to live? They died because of your choices. They paid the price for your selfishness. Whether you're Arthur or King Grey, you can only exist alone." Arthur looked down at his own bloody hands. He touched his face in shock, clutching his head as those words echoed. Arthur reached for the departing Tessia. She turned back, her face covered in blood, and called his name with hatred. Arthur jolted awake. The person calling his name was Aya. He sat up, dazed. Arthur rubbed his head, thinking about the dream. Aya asked with concern if he was okay. Arthur just nodded slightly. Aya reported that her side had no casualties. The prisoners were taken away safely. "I have purged the traitor. Micah is under guard and will be interrogated. I thought you might need me, but it seems that wasn't necessary." Arthur recounted the difficult battle to her. With Sylvie's help, he was able to defeat Yutao. Aya placed a hand on his shoulder to congratulate him on his victory. Arthur gently touched her hand. This was only the beginning. After Arthur and Aya returned from their mission, A council meeting was quickly convened. Mayo had collected and read through the preliminary reports of what happened. One of the reports came from Aya, but she said it would be better for them to hear what happened directly from Arthur himself. He naturally agreed. Except for the part where Z defeated Yutao, Arthur told them everything he knew. They interrupted him whenever they needed clarification or more details. It was clear that some were skeptical of his story. Lancer doubted that Arthur could defeat a scythe before even reaching the White Core stage. Even an experienced lance was killed before the fight even began. Vian spoke up, Arthur is also a lance. That title isn't just for show. Lancer defended himself, saying he just wanted to know how Arthur won. He used it as an excuse to prepare better for future fights against scythes and retainers, pressing him for more details. Arthur frowned slightly, but Lancer's suspicious gaze remained firm. After a moment, he admitted that he was right. The first scythe I fought wasn't as strong as Utah. And even then, I came back with a broken sword made from Asura. Arthur then grabbed his sleeve. Vian looked away. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing scars that the medical gauze couldn't hide, darkening the room's mood. Aya showed clear concern. Mayo was utterly shocked. Arthur continued, Utah could have killed me and Sylvie, but he wanted a worthy fight. He let his guard down, trying to provoke me. He lied, saying he and Sylvie took that chance to destroy his horns. Bay asked, how did you know destroying of Richard's horns would make them lose their ability to fight? Arthur replied that he didn't know, and he figured the Asuras didn't either, or they would have told them. He only mentioned that Aaliyah had said Utah was furious when his horn was chipped. At her name, the atmosphere grew heavier. Bun was about to object but was cut off by Vade. She told Arthur to continue. After we destroyed his horns, his power decreased significantly, and we barely managed to overpower him. The next thing he knew, Aya was waking him up. Arthur also mentioned that Sylvie was still unconscious with no signs of waking. The room fell silent for a moment. Vian spoke up to thank him. Arthur's report was recorded. Next, Gila wanted to form an alliance with the dwarves. Leader slammed his fist on the table. This meeting was for the traitor's fate, but Andia was on vacation. With Gia imprisoned and Andia gone, the dwarves were left without a leader. Arthur's intel from their kingdom confirmed it. Gila knew some factions were ready to aid Alakria. Anduin proposed sending Sapin's forces to watch the dwarves, but a human army would only create more panic. Using brute force would just breed chaos. After a moment, Arthur asked if Gia's capture was public knowledge. The answer was no. Arthur immediately saw an opportunity and a plan. The council considered his words. Varian called the idea brilliant. Remind me to never cross you, kid. The members understood. They just needed to make Gia talk, to learn how he contacted his people. Then they could impersonate him and issue new orders. They couldn't force a rebellion now, but they could gather intel by faking his commands. Virian would handle Mika, while Alea took the others. He put it to a vote, interrogate Gia first. Preserving the Dwarven alliance was their top priority. No one objected, but one issue remained. Virian spoke up. In wartime, it's hard to recognize an individual's merits. However, killing two commanders and exposing a traitor deserves a reward. Alea bowed but refused, feeling she was unworthy. I only did what was required for us to win. Virian then turned his gaze to Arthur. He learned from his past not to ask for rewards, but there was one thing he deeply wanted. Virian leaned in eagerly. Alea was curious too. Arthur paused. He had spent too long on the battlefield. He wanted some time off. Later, Ellie was at home, brushing her hair. At her feet, Boo slept soundly. Arthur quietly approached her room. The door creaked as he opened it, waking Boo. Arthur took a deep breath. Ellie, your brother's ghost has returned to haunt you. She ordered Boo to attack. The beast burst out, tackling Arthur in a massive hug. It wasn't just a tight hug. He covered Arthur's face in licks. Arthur laughed. Good to see you too, pal. Ellie ruffled her hair. I'm not 5 anymore. Arthur had to admit he deserved the slobbery welcome. Ellie stepped forward. She wrapped her arms around Arthur, holding him tight. Welcome home, brother. He gently stroked her hair. It's good to be back. After the meeting, Arthur had secured his leave to see Ellie. Meanwhile, Sylvie was still fast asleep on his bed. Outside, soldiers were training hard. Gis and Ladir discussed matters with Virian. Then, 2 arrows flew past the window, one landing a perfect bullseye. It was Arthur watching Ellie practice archery. Can you shoot that well when Boo is moving, he asked. Ellie slumped. Not yet. I can't. When Boo ran, she couldn't land a single arrow. Worse, he moved like he was trying to throw her off his back. Seeing Boo's confused expression, Ellie shot back. You really do. Arthur asked how long she practiced. About 6 or 7 hours, she replied. Every day? He pressed. What about your studies? Or friends? She gave a weak smile. Castle classes are once a week, and my homework takes only a day. As for friends, I'll have you know I'm quite popular. As Arthur drew closer, she avoided his gaze, sweating nervously. She finally confessed she just wasn't interested in their conversations. He sat down, mentioning other kids her age with fascinating magic. Arthur tapped the seat beside him, inviting her to sit. There weren't many mages like that. When they awakened, their parents would leave the castle or send them to an academy. Not many children had the chance to be trained by veteran mages in the castle like Ellie did. So as the war dragged on, parents wanted a proper education for them. Ellie longed to join an academy, but she knew her family would worry. She was only 12, but her words held a maturity Arthur never wanted for her. He knew the feeling of growing up too fast. Arthur wondered if he was selfish for wanting Ellie to be just a normal kid, whose biggest stress was an upcoming birthday. He told Ellie he'd talk to their parents about enrolling her, but if they agreed, he insisted on sending a guardian with her for safety. He knew she might feel smothered by a constant presence, so he would find someone she was comfortable with. Before he finished, Ellie hugged him, overjoyed. Arthur chuckled softly. He stroked her head, saying not to get her hopes up, but it was already too late. She was fired up to train harder and defeat all the arrogant nobles. Arthur smiled gently. He was also looking forward to Ellie's future. Spending these days with her felt truly good. With Tessia on another mission and Sylvie recovering, everything was peaceful. The thought was shattered by a shout next door. Gideon kicked the door open. "I'm an artificer, not an economist." Seeing Arthur, he marched over. "Kid, let me borrow that genius brain of yours," Arthur replied. "But I'm neither an artificer nor an economist." Gideon explained that attacks had increased on the road from Blackbend to the Wall, and the council wanted him to improve defenses. Gideon said they lacked resources to guard every single convoy. Blackbend supplied all food and weapons for the soldiers and the Wall. Arthur pondered this. The Wall was their front line against the Alacrian army and any monsters. Protecting it and its supply line was the absolute top priority in this war. He said, "The terrain around Blackbend is mostly flat plains, making convoys easy targets." He suggested optimizing the route itself, not just guarding the wagons. "What's ticking away inside that little brain of yours? First a genius, now a little brain." "This guy," Gideon continued. "The Combudium ore deposit has 5 large, active mines." He then asked Arthur, "You said we'd need a fuel source for the steam engines we designed. You guys call it coal, right?" They had found a mineral with enough energy to power the entire ship, but it wasn't coal. It takes just 4.5 kilograms of combudium to power a ship for 12 miles at full speed. Arthur was struck with a new idea. While Gideon was eager to hear it, he needed time to think. Just then, Alanisset's voice from behind startled Gideon. She had been personally assigned by Vion to become Arthur's new assistant. Gideon's eyes lit up at the sight of Alanisset as he cleared his throat. As she bowed, he immediately revealed the secret he discussed with Arthur, asking her to tell later to protect the Wall's supply route. Alanisset was here to escort Arthur to the training grounds. His request had been fulfilled. In the last meeting, Arthur had asked for leave from the battlefield. Vion had to weigh his request. The rest of the council said nothing. Arthur said, "In only a few months, the war has escalated alarmingly. I'm the newest lance and the youngest. Yet, I've already faced 2 battles for my life." Arthur refused to win his next battle through pure luck or his enemy's carelessness. He had to train before he ran out of time. Viray was the first to nod in agreement. Vion stroked his beard, considering. He put a hand on Arthur's shoulder. 2 months was all the time Vion could give him. Even so, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be called back to the battlefield if needed, and he was expected to attend the council meetings. So, Arthur planned to train inside the fortress. This was, of course, his second reward request. Arthur followed Alanisset to the training grounds. She opened the door. To speed up the process, Arthur had requested 4 skilled mages. Each commanded a different element. Their names were Here, Camped, Catheln, and Bull, back in a past life at Gia's academy. "Next, it's your turn." Gia was instructed to channel Ki into his sensor with his right hand. He stepped up, held out his hand, and took a deep breath. All students had to have their Ki levels recorded before being ranked. Gia kept the sensor glowing red for a while, until he began to tire. The proctor just silently took notes, then moved him to the next test area. Gia overheard others talking about the final test, live combat. His Ki may have been lacking, but a real fight was another matter. A short while later, Gia changed and gathered with other students in the main arena. The instructor, GZ, announced the final entrance exam would be a combat trial. He didn't reveal anyone's Ki level, but he warned them that no 2 are alike. No one would get a special match against an opponent with a similar Ki level. With luck, you might face an opponent who could only reinforce their fist. If not, you could fight someone with vastly superior Ki. However, they would be judged on their ability to adapt and, most importantly, to seize the upper hand. GZ snapped his fingers, and resources to advance their skills appeared. Only those who performed well would receive them. He declared that the weak would be left behind or even expelled. The first match began. Neither of the two fighters had a title or a key level displayed. Gia looked around. The children bearing their families' military crests were raised for this. Some were even candidates to become king. After a short battle, the black-haired boy fell. The orange-haired girl lunged with her spear. GZ appeared and caught the spearhead, and with that, the first match concluded. Both were told to return to their groups. GZ stood on the stage and announced the next pair. Gia's name was called. He would face Viel of House Amber. The boy gave Gia a contemptuous look and strode confidently onto the stage. Returning to the present, Vion had come to the training ground to find Arthur. He was there to introduce the four mages. The phalanx crest on Here's uniform was what caught Arthur's eye. Here asked if he was familiar with her family. Arthur suddenly remembered Jamin, the one his family considered a failure. He replied that he knew them very well indeed. Arthur asked Catherine why she was here. She replied shyly, "I am here to train you, not just to train with you." Arthur could sense Catherine's aura had grown immensely since Cyrus, feeling as if she barely needed protection anymore. Here said that although they agreed to help Arthur train, their top priority was still to keep Catherine safe. They were both there for the same goal of getting stronger, and they thought he could be taught by her. As Catherine was now a skilled ice mage, and her core had reached a dark orange color, Catherine added, "Besides training with Master Veray, I don't do much, so I'm happy to help you." Bunder stroked his beard and sighed. A princess and a knight, a classic duo. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young general. I am Bunder, but just call me Bull." Arthur inwardly marveled as he shook the man's rough hand. Though they had just met, Bull already assessed him as not bad. Vion introduced Bull as his best friend for years. He might not look like it, but he was a genius when it came to earth magic. Bull immediately felt defensive. "What about my appearance? Back home, I'm quite the lady killer, you know." Vion waved his hand and replied, "Who said anything about your appearance? Don't be so sensitive." Arthur understood. With the betrayal of so many dwarves, it was obvious Vion would introduce Bull as a friend to help them trust. But if they were that close, then why didn't Vion choose Bull as the representative for the dwarves instead of Radius? Arthur had to admit it. But interacting with a dwarf he'd never met before made him quite hesitant. Then again, wasn't thinking like that a form of racism? Camp was a rather straightforward person. He just needed Arthur to know his name. Arthur looked at Camp, a man scary enough to interrupt Vion. He must be very brave or very close. He had also never met an elf who didn't care about their appearance or hygiene like Camp. Vion assured them they would get to know each other better in the next few weeks. With that, he left the rest to Emily and Alanisit. He had to go deal with a mountain of unfinished paperwork. Emily wanted to go over a few notes before starting Arthur's training. Inside the box she held was his outfit. Emily carefully put the protective gear on Arthur. She seemed very pleased. "Perfect. It looks great." Alanisit stepped up and told him to stand still. She took his hand, using her power to check him. After a moment, Alanisit finished her scan and began to write. Before Arthur could ask, Emily kicked away the rocks behind him. Emily said all the equipment around the room was specially designed to help Arthur's training. Although he excelled in most aspects of mana control, he had hit his limit in using elemental magic, so he was not progressing at all, falling behind the other lances. Emily even said Arthur was now on par with a dual element mage. His training with Asusa was just basic close-quarters combat for his elementalism. He had become too reliant on ice and lightning magic. Through this training, Arthur aimed to master the other elements. Bull nodded. Even he struggled with other elements, let alone two at once. Hester countered, "General Arthur's potential isn't limited like yours. He will succeed." Just as they were about to argue, Emily intervened. "Good energy, but instead of bickering, channel it into this device. By filling the crystal with mana, we can activate the device and begin." Kale started first with the wind element. When his attack struck the device, the crystal flared to life, and the needle on the dial spun wildly. The device was activating. Next up was here with the fire element. Though it was fire, Arthur felt no heat, proving her absolute control. Then came Bull's earth element. They fought with such ferocity, Emily had to remind them this was not a competition. Bull replied, "To a true man, everything is a contest." The crystal blazed brightly, and the ground itself shook with his magic. Bull returned with a proud snort. The final charge belonged to Kathleen. Emily said they only needed a bit more, but Arthur knew Kathleen wouldn't hold back. She summoned a dragon of pure ice. It opened its fanged maw and snapped down. The device was now fully charged with mana. Emily pressed the start button. The entire wall groaned with the sound of heavy machinery. Alanis urged them to begin training immediately, and any real training session always begins the same way, with a thorough beatdown. Seeing the four of them ready, Arthur began to warm up. Just like the old days, he feared no one. On the other side, Davis' axe went flying, making him scramble after it. It landed with a thud as Senna and Kia howled with laughter. Tessia immediately teased him. "You should hold your weapon tighter. Training for today was over." While Senna and Kia were still laughing, Davis seethed with anger. One day, I will defeat you. I look forward to seeing you try. A messenger arrived from outside, Captain Tessia. The man approached, bowing as he presented a letter. A message for you. Thank you. She opened it carefully, reading each word. It's from Grandpa. I hope he's well. I have some news from the castle I'm sure you'll want to hear. Arthur has recovered and will stay here for 2 months of training. He pulled a fast one on me. He'll be training with some people you know. Here, Kale, Bull, and... But when she read the last name, Tessia screamed, Kathleen. At that moment, Kathleen and Arthur were locked in a fierce battle, evenly matched. Arthur moved like a blur, dodging every single attack. He lunged forward with cold eyes, unleashing a decisive blow. Suddenly, Arthur stepped on a loose branch, lost his balance, and stumbled. Bull saw this and immediately taunted him. Tripping over yourself, General? Arthur planted a hand on the ground to regain his balance. He was being attacked from all sides with no time to defend. Arthur drew his sword, his voice a challenge. With all that muscle, I expected more from you. Bull shot back without missing a beat. At least I don't trip over my own feet. From behind, Kale's sword sliced towards him. Lesson 1 for a battle mage. Kale's blade plunged into the earth. A shockwave of power erupted from the sword, forcing Arthur back. Kale raised his hand and the energy formed a raging vortex that surged toward Arthur. This is getting annoying, he thought. I can't even get close. The overwhelming power slammed into him, knocking Arthur off his feet. He used his blue fire to counterattack. Hester smirked triumphantly as she launched a relentless assault. Arthur's eyes widened in shock. Blue fire. Emily, watching from the side, was thrilled. I have never seen Arthur struggle so much. Alanis, beside her, replied, You're enjoying his misfortune, aren't you, Lady One? Emily just smiled, observing intently. Indeed, Miss Amaya. I hope he grows stronger from this, you know, for science. All the while, Arthur fought on desperately. Their combat experience was obvious. But how was their teamwork so flawless? His own movements became even faster. Arthur lunged forward, only to be thrown off balance again. Suddenly, the earth rose up and swallowed him whole. Bull put his hands on his hips, laughing. Got him, Kale tapped his chin thoughtfully. So this is the prodigy we've gathered to train? Inside the earthen pyramid, a flame on Arthur's hand began to glow, growing ever brighter. It lit up the dark space inside. He drew his sword, sensing something above him. The structure was incredibly solid. To fight a battle mage, he thought, I should become one. He placed one hand on the ground, crouching low to hide. But the flickering light from his flame caught Bull's attention. Arthur stayed hidden, observing quietly. Suddenly, an attack came from nowhere. He can sense me? Arthur thought in shock. Arthur stood on a piece of wood, combining both fire and water energy. The crafty dwarf emerged from the thick smoke. Here spoke up, he's creating steam. Princess, use the moisture. Kathleen ready to spell, but then she froze. The pyramid exploded. Hester was already poised to strike. Hello there, General. Arthur met her gaze with a defiant smirk. Suddenly, Kale lunged from behind. Arthur dodged backward, only to be ambushed by Hester. Kathleen watched, her heart pounding with worry. Hester unleashed her full power, trapping Arthur in a swirling energy vortex. Kathleen screamed in terror. Arthur. Fire and water energy merged together. Arthur, who was trapped in the vortex, emerged completely unharmed. He sighed, brushing his hair back. That was a close one. Here stood with her arms crossed, laughing heartily. See, Princess, nothing to worry about. Hester put her hands on her hips, chiding him. Impressive, General Arthur, but you're taking us too lightly. Bull glared, agreeing with her. If this is all you've got, then we're going to need more than 2 months to train you. Kale let out a long yawn of criticism. If you're this weak, what's our motivation to train you? Arthur shot back with pure sarcasm. My apologies. I have a habit of lowering my power to match my opponents and gauge their strength. A bad habit, right? His armor shifted, his face stern, his eyes sharp as daggers. Kale's face was a mask of ice. In contrast, Bull looked genuinely curious about his new form. As for Hester and Kathleen, they were both thrilled and astonished. The new armor radiated a brilliant aura. Arthur declared proudly, I don't use this form in official training, but since today is to learn our limits, I'll enjoy myself. Arthur stood firm, his gaze fixed intently on everyone. Heather smirked, intrigued by his new form. She prepared to attack but still praised Arthur. Catelyn was stunned by his new appearance and offered words of awe. The flames around Heather intensified as she yelled for them to spread out, but Catelyn was completely captivated by Arthur's new image. While she was lost in thought, the battle escalated fiercely. Arthur unleashed a strike, shouting, Now this is how it should be. Catelyn's eyes scanned the scene. They had the advantage in numbers, but now the situation had changed. Four of them surrounded Arthur, as Kamet remained cold and serious. Arthur's eyes began to glow, his senses on high alert, an unbeatable feeling. In contrast, Catelyn was consumed by worry, trying to reassure herself. No, you can do this, Catelyn. Don't doubt yourself. She and Arthur faced off, both prepared to unleash their full power. Just then, Arthur attacked, moving swiftly through the air. Bull instantly raised a wall to stop Kamat, who was sent flying by Arthur's blow. As for Catelyn, she formed a vortex with her water spirit, reminding herself, "Stop hesitating and just fight." Catelyn shaped her water spirit into a massive arrow and launched it forward. Kamet added his own wind power. The combined ice and wind arrow shot towards Arthur. He dodged like a missile, the arrow tailing him closely. Suddenly, Arthur countered Catelyn's water spirit arrow, causing it to detonate. What just happened to my spell? The water spirit shattered, splashing everywhere. Kamet pointed ahead, but Catelyn quickly waved in denial. It wasn't my doing, but 1,000 questions raced through her mind. Bull launched boulders, taunting Arthur. Surely you can do more than just change your hair color, right? Countless rocks, large and small, hurtled towards him, but Arthur fearlessly launched a counterattack. He created a magical arrow and fired it at Bull. The man used massive boulders as a shield, then shattered them into smaller fragments. The sharp fragments shot towards Arthur, but his sheer skill allowed him to evade every single one, leaving Catelyn in absolute awe. Arthur was too fast, but even though I'm closer, he still targets Heather. Why? Catelyn's expression darkened as she found the answer. General Vede taught me a spell I never wanted to use, but I hate being seen as pathetic even more. She dashed towards Arthur, piercing through him with her lance. Arthur glanced down, seemingly in disbelief at Catelyn's sudden action. She slowly withdrew the weapon. Arthur retaliated with a barrage of stones. Catelyn met each rock with a slash of her lance. Attacked from both front and back, Arthur was caught in a vortex created by Kamet. Bull quickly followed up to assist. The battle had reached its intense peak. Their four-person coordination was flawless. Because of it, Arthur was hit hard. He crashed to the ground, creating a huge explosion as smoke billowed out. That felt good. The princess is our savior. I was starting to think this general was still holding back. Arthur slowly climbed out from the crater. I can't maintain that form for too long, and I'm tired of all this dust. But still, I never expected you to rush me like some kind of ninja. Arthur chuckled from inside the pit. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Is that it? Emily stepped forward to gather them. Focus everyone. It seems we have much to discuss. The greatest issue on everyone's mind, especially General Arthur's, was safety. This problem won't last much longer. I'm developing a device that automatically activates a defense against fatal blows. An item like that would be useful for the army, wouldn't it? She sighed. Perhaps, but that item requires the scales of a rare phoenix dragon. The GZ clan gifted us a few, but that amount. And cut in, the cost would be astronomical. Plus, in training, your opponent holds back. On a real battlefield, the enemy will strike again without hesitation. A curious Arthur pointed to the discs on the wall. What's with this suit? And I'm guessing those discs on the wall aren't just for decoration. My dear friend, from this ugly armor to those strange discs, it's all designed to record and measure everything you need to help cast your spells. Emily explained like a true inventor. The discs have sensors to measure the force of each spell. I call this Power Measurement System, FPU. The discs on the wall began to glow. Those glowing energy lines are activated by the four elders, connecting them to measure the FPU as a spell is cast. Arthur had a question. What if I hit Elder Bull and he blocks it? If the attack doesn't reach the discs, how is it measured? Emily sighed in defeat. You found the flaw quickly. I realized that same problem during the initial testing phase. During a spar, half the impact data is lost or blocked. That's why I've installed discs throughout the entire room, including on the floor. Each disc not only emits an energy line, but also creates a pressure field. It can read a spell's power even before it fully materializes. Arthur stroked his chin. So basically, the discs create a field that can measure energy. If you want to summarize 6 months of my work in one sentence, then yes. Arthur smiled brightly. Trust me, you're brilliant. You've made a breakthrough that will help mages grow faster. But what about this armor? Emily explained proudly. It was designed to observe a single person's energy flow, but the discs are an upgraded version for tracking entire groups. But we need all the data we can get, and this armor perfectly supplements Emia's skills. Alan added, it grants me precise intel during your training. Arthur smirked. That explanation's a bit vague, don't you think? Maybe she's keeping her abilities secret for a big reveal, like Emily with her inventions. Alan's face was stern. General Arthur, you question Miss Wath's armor, not my capabilities. Curious about my ability? Just ask. Arthur took the bait. Alan, what is your power? Alan began to explain. Once I've made physical contact, I can use nature magic to observe their energy flow. Bull let out a smirk. Physical connection, you say, but Arthur was focused. So, you're a Divan nature mage? I'm not sure if it's advanced, nature, magic, or just a unique skill, but it's proven useful to the other clans. Alanet held up a measuring device. Use this. It was provided by Miss Watt. I can accurately measure your energy flow, General Arthur. Your body reinforcement takes about 0.46 years. Wind magic casting is up 40%, and earth 55% over ice and lightning. Fire and water magic weren't used, so there's no data. Bull scoffed. I've never seen a more useless device. Nonsense. Header snapped back, crossing her arms to face Bull. That device could measure how fast you run on those stumpy legs. Why run when I can move the earth, old witch? Arthur watched them bicker, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. Are they friends? In combat, the three elders moved as one. Kamek turned to Emily Lai. I won't bother Miss Watt, I'll find my own materials. It's no trouble. Making a few more is easy, since I already have the prototype mold ready. Arthur leaned in close to Caitlin. What is it? He suddenly realized and stepped back. Whoa, a bit too close. Caitlin answered with her head bowed. Elder Kamek asks if you can read multiple energy flows. He then turned to Alanet. Alanet, what about my speed when I use the Shadow Moss? I mean, when my hair color changes. General Arthur's spellcasting ability increased fivefold across all his elements. Alanet continued. My apologies, General. I couldn't record your body reinforcement stats post-transformation. Your reinforcement speed was on par with the other clans, but after you transformed, it became far too fast for me to measure. In a garden corner, amid sweeping servants and playing children, a voice asked, How has your brother been? Another replied, Curtis is now a training assistant at Lenner Academy. Servants bowed as Arthur passed, while Caitlin continued. He's been much better since father permitted him to leave the castle. Under supervision, of course, Arthur then asked, You weren't so fortunate, were you? She answered, I thought becoming stronger would grant me freedom, but my father still sees a timid little princess. He chuckled. Well, you are rather reserved. Caitlin countered, Someone told me I've become more outgoing. I only got to spar with you because I insisted. Realizing her slip-up, she shyly covered her mouth. Arthur's curiosity was piqued. Really? How did you insist? Caitlin grew flustered. It was simply for my training. As she shyly walked off, he smiled to himself. Caitlin always keeps things to herself, but she's different now, even if just a little. If I hadn't known her from the start, I'd think you were an arrogant noble just by your walk. Caitlin suddenly turned. Is something wrong, Arthur? Is something on my leg? Arthur quickly caught up. No, I mean. It's fine. She noted. Your footsteps are so quiet. I barely knew you were behind me. He looked at her. You're the same. No matter how confidently you walk, your feet barely seem to touch the ground. Caitlin explained, My mother is very strict with etiquette. Curtis and I had to master every aspect of royal decorum. Arthur snapped his fingers. Oh, right. My mother made Eli take those classes too. He added silently, though she learned not to become like them. Eli is your sister, right? It's short for Alara. Have you met her? She's often practicing archery in the back courtyard. I'll introduce you to her sometime. She'd be thrilled to meet you. I'd like that. Arthur then asked, Seen anyone else around the castle? It feels like the war brought people closer. She paused for a moment. Not really. I mostly see the same familiar faces. Really? He asked. What about your new guard, Heather? I haven't seen her before. Caitlin replied, Well, she didn't join me at the academy, but she's been with me most of my life. I see, Arthur said. Does she know Elder Bull? All three elders know each other, she said. He was surprised. Really? They were key figures in the final war between elves and dwarves. The dwarves sent soldiers to aid Sane during the war. That's how Elder Header and Elder Bull met. After the war, elders from the three kingdoms held conferences every few months. Header often mentioned their names. They also trained together often. Arthur understood. So that's why they fight so well together. He then asked, We're here. Will you be all right on your own? She touched her neck. My father reinforced my room. Then, she revealed a pendant with fiery red wings, like a phoenix in flight. Plus, I have this. Arthur recalled giving a similar item to Eli and Alice, remembering how he carefully fastened the pendant around Eli's neck. Snapping out of his memory, Arthur praised it. That's made from a dragon phoenix, isn't it? It's beautiful. She was surprised. I'm impressed you knew with just a glance. The artificer Gideon forged it from a dragon phoenix's core and scales. Thank you for escorting me. Header never lets me walk alone. Arthur smiled. It was nothing. I was free anyway. Besides, it's the least I could do, since you helped me with my training. His smile caught her off guard. Turning away, she replied, I was training too. You don't need to thank me. All right, let's both train hard and grow stronger. Arthur walked away with a final wave. Good night. The moment he turned, she blushed and whispered, "Good night, Arthur." The scene shifts to a dark, heavily guarded prison. Inside a cell, an arm holding a book goes limp, falling to the side. Mika was fast asleep on the sofa when a figure approached and called out, "Hey, Mika." She groggily rubbed her eyes. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Arthur," he nodded. "Sorry it took me so long to visit." As he sat beside Mika, he felt a pang of guilt, wishing he could do more for her. But before she's freed, she needs a thorough evaluation. I told her about my training, and she gave me some pointers on gravity magic. I'm having a hard time understanding her explanations, though. Before leaving, Arthur warned her, "Fion's team will have enough evidence soon." Mika patted his chest reassuringly. "I know. Don't worry about me. Just do what you have to do." Her expression suddenly turned fierce. Mika doesn't blame anyone but that old geezer Hadia. Arthur gave a polite smile. "Well, I hear his cell isn't nearly as comfortable as yours." As he left, she shouted, "Being alone without magic is so boring. Get Mika out of here soon, Arthur." Arthur waved back, "I will." Later, alone in his room, Arthur sat in silence, holding the black horn and lost in thought. My current state is useless to anyone, not even Jay. Suddenly, a pair of twitching long ears caught his attention. He asked, "Did you rest well?" Sylvie stretched out. "I feel like I can move normally again." She eyed the horn in Arthur's hand with concern. "So, that horn contains immense mana? Is it really safe to trust?" "The Asuras are forbidden from interfering, and Sai could have killed me. I don't think she has ill intentions. When she appeared, I was powerless. Without her, I don't think we could have defeated Yutao." Sylvie agreed. "It seems as we get stronger, so do our enemies. If this horn helps you reach the white core, then all the better." He placed half the broken horn on the bed. "This is enough for me. You take the rest." She immediately backed away, but Arthur turned and said, "You're still in the awakening process Lord Ingiaf mentioned. You absorb mana from the environment, which makes you sleepy. Taking it from Yutao's horn will speed that up." Sylvie's ears drooped. "Honestly, I've never tried to awaken. I'm afraid that when I awaken as an Asura, I won't be able to support you anymore. If I get too strong, it'll be hard to hide my identity." He patted her head. "You almost died in that last battle, Sylvie. I don't know what happens when you awaken, but whatever it is, we'll face it together." Sylvie relaxed at his touch. "We always have." After a moment, Arthur sat cross-legged, facing the sleeping, curled-up Sylvie. He closed his eyes, searching for mana inside the horn. "I can't feel anything." But it seems Sylvie sensed something. "Breathe deep, Arthur." With that, Arthur focused on the power from the horn. On the bed, man and beast sat in silent concentration. Suddenly, the horn flew from his grasp. Arthur yelled, "Damn it!" He stared at his hand, panting hard. Seeing fragments on his palm, Arthur wondered, "What's wrong with my core?" He fell back onto the bed. "This eclairite is a pain. Is this stupid weapon even usable?" Meanwhile, on the dueling grounds, a voice yelled, "Begin." Gray raised his sword, facing his opponent. Across from him, Vlai's gaze was firm as he lunged forward. As he dodged, he thought, "Impressive. Vlai has coated his weapon and body in ki. He might be from a noble family, but his ki is a result of talent and hard work. I need to conserve as much ki as possible. One clean hit and it's over." Despite his impressive ki and technique, he's still quite slow, at least to me. Just then, Gray switched from defense to offense, landing a strike on Vlai's chest. The blow sent him flying backward, clutching his chest. As an enraged Vlai prepared to counter, a voice rang out, "That's enough." He turned to the proctor. "This duel is over." Vlai screamed in fury. "What? That barely scratched me. I can still fight." The proctor cut him off. "Winning or losing is meaningless in this type of match. Student Vlai, I have seen enough from you both." Vlai pointed at Gray, yelling, "I object. He just got lucky with that hit." The proctor calmly replied, "Is that so? That lucky shot landed after 1 minute and 8 seconds, while you failed to land a single blow. Now, walk off, or I'll deduct points." Furious, Vlai slammed his greatsword to the ground. "Damn it." Gray watched in silence. Later in the cafeteria, Gray sat alone at a table. Nico placed his tray beside him. "Is this seat taken?" he asked himself. "Of course not." Gray was confused. "Is this amusing to you?" He then asked Cecilia, sitting opposite him, "How was your test? Did the charm work?" "It did. Based on the proctor's reaction, I'm probably somewhere between average and slightly above average." Nico gave a thumbs up. "I should have called it the slightly above average key indicator. See? Told you it would work." Gray was speechless, thinking, I knew Nico would find a way to help Cecilia. He was the first to recover after Director Quake's death and pulled me up with him. He sighed. "I still think you two should attend a normal school. It's not too late." Before Gray could finish, Nico threw his hands up, cheering, "We're sticking together." Then he turned, adding, Besides, this place isn't just for you. It has top-tier research facilities and workshops for engineer-class students. Cecilia also spoke up. Nico's right. We both think we can study here. Gray bowed his head. All right, but we must be careful. He crossed his arms. We still don't know who followed Cecilia last night. Nico waved a hand. You worry too much. That Kai control device will buy me enough time to build a more stable one. He glanced at the food tray, sticking his tongue out. Ugh, this food is so bland. Nico then suggested, want to go check the bulletin board? Guy stood up. Yeah, let's see how we did. The three of them headed out into the courtyard. He spoke first. So the engineer class is split up too? Yes and no, Nico replied, puffing his chest out proudly. Even the brainiacs need ki to craft their tools, so priority always goes to those with the most power. Gray and Cecilia put on a look of polite surprise. Oh, really? Nico continued, chin held high. But it's not as tough as for you martial arts students. I'll get into the first or second division, easy. Cecilia sighed sadly. I wish it were that simple for us. Why do martial artists need 5 divisions? Nico said, slinging an arm over Gray's shoulder with a grin. Hope you two get in the same one, Gray. Just handle anyone who gets near Cecilia for me. Cecilia's sweat dropped at the crowd. Looks like everyone's here to see the results. Nico decisively shoved Gray into the throng. We have to push through. Lead the way. Cecilia followed worriedly from behind. Nico, your bottom lip is bleeding. He wiped his mouth with his hand, took an elbow to the face protecting you, Gray said, leading the way. Nico often bit his lip when he was nervous. He must have bit too hard. Finally, they broke through to the front of the board. Nico nudged Gray's shoulder. The three of them looked up. Nico's face lit up seeing his name. Nico, First Division, Class 1. Cecilia's eyes sparkled too. Highest rank, Cecilia, Second Division, Class 4. Gray searched, muttering to himself, Gray. The moment he found his name, his goal to excel at this academy, to defeat those who killed Headmaster Kubake, suddenly seemed far more difficult. His eyes turned serious. Gray, 4th Division, Class 1. At that moment, Sylvie, resting on Arthur's chest, shot her eyes open, panting heavily. She called out softly, Arthur. He instantly sat bolt upright. Sylvie looked at Arthur with concern. Was it that dream about your past life again? He gently stroked her head. I'm not going to worry about it. Sylvie, you focus on recovering while I train. He then stood and walked out, leaving a crestfallen Sylvie with her ears drooped. Moments later, Arthur stood with Virian before the training grounds. He bowed his head in thought. I wonder why I keep dreaming about my past lately. Suddenly, Virian spoke up. What are you thinking about so seriously? Arthur scratched his head and chuckled, just hoping all of this will be useful. Virian grew pensive. Don't worry, he said, then glanced at Alanis and Emily. Alanis knows what she's doing. Arthur was curious. But why did you give me a personal assistant? Virian explained. After working with the Lances, I realized she would be a great asset for your training and development. Before this, she was stationed near the southern border of El Noir. I was there when her soldiers were ambushed by men of beasts. She was a medic, but her deviant magic was unlike anything I'd ever seen. She assessed the Lances and instantly knew where their mana flow was weakest, and just like that, they knew what they needed to improve. He concluded, now she's here to ensure your vacation isn't wasted, and I approve. Arthur was speechless at the selfish reason. So this was all to make him look good. Alanis approached, handing him a paper. Arthur bowed repeatedly in apology, then spoke. With all due respect, General Alanis, I'm contributing more than just to Commander Virian's reputation. This is your training schedule for the next 7 weeks. She continued as he scanned the paper. Focus your mana flow while augmenting your body and casting spells from your weaker affinities. After reading, Arthur looked up. The first 2 weeks are one-on-one training. Is that really the best use of time? Alanis replied, the main goal is to get you accustomed to fighting while using all your elements and to improve your weaker ones. It will also determine which elements and techniques can be maximized in future battles. It sounds professional, he thought, but replied aloud. Understood. She continued, while it's admirable that you're willing to be a training dummy, there's a problem. Go on, Arthur said. Alanis explained, your fighting style is already set. You've likely tried using your weaker elements before, but in a real fight, you revert to what you know, using the elements you find strongest. For your body to learn a new combat style, we must slowly add another factor, randomness. General Arthur, today you will spar one-on-one with the 4 elders here. They will switch out randomly so your body can adapt, and for each match, you will be restricted to a single, randomly chosen element. Arthur scratched his head. So my simple idea of a 4-on-1 spar has evolved. Virian patted his shoulder. The training regimen she created for the other lances was just as complex. He turned and waved. I'll come back later to see how things are going. Alanis, don't break Arthur. I still need him. Arthur stretched, cracking his shoulders. His gaze sharpened. So, who am I fighting first? Before he could finish, a pillar of earth launched him skyward. Below him, Boo stood with open arms. Arthur, my boy. Then, his hands gathered earth, morphing into giant stone gauntlets as he roared. Come to Papa. Arthur channeled his power and charged forward. Alanis's voice cut in coldly. No fire magic or its deviant forms. Arthur glanced back. She'd sealed his best element. He froze, then let out a cry. He stared down the relentless barrage coming for him. Arthur instantly sent spikes of ice across the ground toward Boo. The cold ice immediately froze the man's feet in place. Arthur then launched more ice shards at Boo. Camus praised him amidst Hester's delighted laughter. The kid learns fast. Boo's expression hardened. He summoned sharp spikes from the ground to intercept the ice shards, calling out with praise. Well done, kid, Boo yelled, charging on a wave of earth. But you'll have to try harder. Arthur leaped back to dodge the attack. I hate to admit it, he thought, glaring at Boo, but the way he shapes earth is impressive. Boo glanced back and renewed his assault on Arthur. He nimbly dodged the barrage of attacks. Emily adjusted her glasses, impressed. Arthur is adapting to your challenge very quickly. Miss Alanis. Arthur launched a powerful ice attack at Boo. He gritted his teeth and countered. The two powers clashed violently. Bull formed another earth pillar, lifting Arthur up. No more, Arthur declared. He glanced back, blocking a sudden attack. Alanis shouted, Heather's in, enter, with confidence. I see it. Thank you, Bull told her. I want to fight a bit longer. Heather told Arthur. Now, you must limit your water and ice magic. Arthur thought, I can't see the mana fluctuations without chanting, but I can still feel it. I can sense the danger. An attack rushed toward Arthur, forcing him to jump down. A thick smoke enveloped him. He analyzed the scene before him. She doesn't expect to hit me with that. She just wants to blind me. He launched a fierce counterattack. Heather clasped her hands, unleashing her power. He charged forward to strike her. Mana gathered around his fist. Suddenly, Arthur froze. He stood motionless, unaware of an attack coming from behind. He sensed the mana, Bull noted calmly. Heather doesn't know how to hold back, as Kamat watched the fight intently. She caught me with that once. It wasn't fun. A fierce stream of mana surrounded Arthur again. He stood his ground against it. He looked at the mana vortexes in the air. If she's trying to annoy me with these distractions, it's working. Annoyed, Arthur countered the attacks. He summoned earth pillars from the ground. Bull pointed in surprise. Hey, that was my move. Alanis explained. The key is that he's learning. The mana vortexes continued to swirl. Arthur faced them head-on. Arthur was determined to learn more earth magic after this. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the scene before him. Mana streams struck the earth pillars. He tried to form earth armor for protection. I need to find where she's hiding. Can I use my chant? That would consume too much energy. Think, Arthur. If I were Heather, how would I attack myself? This defense is driving me crazy. Arthur roared in frustration and launched an attack. Emily hesitated. Do you think we shouldn't have restricted his water and ice magic? Comet disagreed. This disadvantage is what will force him to innovate. Arthur braced for the returning attack. Her mana reserves are insane. He looked on with doubt. Is this the final attack? He glared at his opponent's mana and launched another spell. As a veteran fighter, Heather won't lower her guard. Now comes the hard part, he calculated. A multi-elemental mage must consider how to use their elements, but linking them together is the most crucial decision. He easily dodged Heather's attack. Startled, she glanced behind him. She turned to strike, and they clashed directly. A massive explosion erupted, surprising everyone. As the smoke cleared, the sight of Arthur defeating Heather was revealed. Emily cheered. The Phoenix Dragon scales are amazing. The artifact worked perfectly. Eli smiled, approaching. It gives me a headache when you're surprised that a device meant to keep my brother alive works. Emily waved her hands excitedly. I'm not just surprised. I'm happy no unexpected variables appeared. Bull wondered aloud. Hey, why don't I have a defensive artifact? She replied. Because you rushed in before I could give it to you. Arthur chuckled to Eli. Don't worry. I didn't really need it. Heather grumbled behind him. You will next time. Arthur put an arm around Eli. Besides, what are you doing here? The girl pinched her nose in disgust. I wanted to watch you train, but it looks like you're done. He turned to Vision. What about you? Vision, weren't you leaving for a council meeting? He replied instantly. I have some personal news for you. Everyone else began to leave. He told Eli, Lady Lai Yui should stay for this. Arthur crossed his arms, looking at Vision. What is it? He explained calmly. You know of the urgent need to transport supplies between Blackben and the Wall. We have assigned our best warriors to escort the convoys. They slowed the attacks for a short time, but a new report came in. His voice grew serious, startling Arthur and Eli. Tin Han's group and your parents are on that mission. Arthur sat in the carriage, staring out pensively. Sylvie looked at him, confused. Are you worried about your parents? He rubbed his temples and replied to it. There's a reason I didn't want them joining the war. Sylvie looked up at him. We've talked about this before, that we can't completely control everything. Remember? Arthur gently petted its head. I remember. But they've been gone for weeks, and they were attacked. He thought, how fast has this war escalated? Who's attacking the supply route, rebels or Laxia? There's no way Laxia could get near the wall. But we don't know how long they've been using the gate. They could be further than we think. The road between Black Ben and the wall is flat, an open territory. That's the ideal spot for an enemy to attack the supply line. Instead of weakening the wall elsewhere, they could send spies there. Catelyn spoke up, asking Arthur, enjoying the view? He snapped out of his thoughts and replied, not at all. Although I'm a bit surprised you both wanted to join me on this boring trip. She explained politely, as royalty, my presence will help you avoid some greetings. Besides, she glanced outside. I don't like how our people have to risk their lives for basic supplies. Heather added, I don't think the Laxia could get close. The guards would spot them. Arthur interrupted her. It's a different story if they're with mutated beasts. Catelyn had an idea. What if we station more soldiers at Blackben and the wall to guard the supply route? Gideon replied glumly, not enough soldiers. Commander Vi is hoping I'll invent some magic device to solve this problem. He chuckled, looking at Arthur. And I'm hoping young Arthur here will think of something. Give me a hint, General. Arthur replied, the terrain is to our advantage. He sighed, always so cryptic. A loud noise suddenly threw the carriage into chaos. Heather pulled back the curtain. What's wrong? The driver replied hastily, apologies, we've arrived. And that sight is spooking the animals. Arthur heard this and looked outside. The ground was littered with the bodies of slain beasts. Everyone on the carriage watched in disbelief. Inside a massive tent, countless wounded were receiving treatment. Catelyn looked grim. Are all these bodies from the protection squad? Arthur's shout suddenly cut through the air. Mom, Dad, what happened? Are you hurt? Alice replied gently. We're all right, dear. No one from Team Twy Han was seriously injured either. The injured are being well cared for. He sighed in relief. Angela struggled to look up. Those Laxia bastards ambushed us after Zeno scouted ahead. We didn't take down a single one, Helen worried. But your magic restrained the mutant beast long enough for Zeno to get back. That lucky guy got all the glory without a scratch. Jeno eyed Arthur with suspicion. But Arthur, what are you doing here? Did you come to check on us? Catelyn calmly explained. The supply route's condition is a council priority. Gideon and General Arthur are assessing it. They're tasked with creating a device to reduce casualties and protect resources. Jeno awkwardly scratched his head. Sometimes I forget you're a council member. Helen spoke bluntly. Yes, but he's also your son. Go talk to him. Alice turned back toward Arthur. I'll stay here in case Helen needs me. Sylvie rushed to hear. I'll stay too. I'll report any important information you might miss. Remember what we talked about. I know I can't control their decision. Jeno looked at Arthur, full of praise. Look at my boy. The new Villan now oversees the battlefield supply situation. He hesitated. Yes, but you were right. I came to make sure you were both okay. Jeno glanced at him. We're fine, and we'll stay fine. Our squad is strong. We even supervise other teams. You know that, right? Arthur replied calmly. Yes, I know, he thought. But that doesn't matter. So many strong people have died. How can I make you understand? Zeno began to ask. Little sister, do you know what happened? Arthur answered. Yes, I do. But Vion told us Team Twy Han had no casualties, so she's training again. She's great with a bow, he added. She even wants to join the academy. Jeno mused. A girl like her must be lonely in that huge castle. Arthur agreed. True, but I don't think she really wants friends. Jeno clicked his tongue. It's hard living in your shadow. Hopefully Eli can make friends while improving her magic. Suddenly, Arthur's question stopped him. Are you planning on visiting Eli? He nodded softly. I was, but with the war escalating, it's more critical we stay here. Arthur watched Jeno stroke his mount, but said nothing. He just sighed helplessly, joining his father to pet another beast. The moment had come. Arthur and his family shared a farewell hug. He waved as their carriage rolled away. If they insist on risking their lives out there, I just hope my plan works. The carriage finally stopped. Catelyn asked Arthur. That reunion was a bit short. Are you okay? He smiled. Yeah, they have to keep moving. I'm just glad I saw them. She mused, maybe I should visit my brother sometimes, but I don't miss him at all. Arthur chuckled. Just don't say that to his face, Gideon asked, bewildered. Okay, family reunions are nice, but what's your plan? What kind of device are you thinking of? Catelyn turned to, I'm also curious. Arthur explained casually, well, it's not really a device. It's more of a transportation model. Gideon stared blankly. What? Arthur repeated. Remember when you said combustium coal could run a ship at full speed? He held out a scroll. We'll use that to build a land ship. Not a water ship, a locomotive. A land ship. A locomotive? What poor man of beast did you name that after? Arthur offered. Care to see the designs? He angrily snatched the scroll. A locomotive, huh? Here shot him a warning look. At least get inside before you open it. Gideon stared, stunned at the papers before him. He rushed toward Arthur excitedly. This changes everything. Connecting Black Bend with North Cow or Sai by river is a massive headache, but with some water and an earth mage. Arthur, dazed from the shaking, cut in. Focus on the line from Black Bend to the wall first. Lines to other cities are important, but our priority is the mountains, ensuring our forces survive. Gideon spoke enthusiastically. Of course, but with this, we can create new cities. Arthur wondered, what do you mean? As he said that, Caitlin quickly explained. The Three Kingdoms' major cities are located by teleportation gates, but a safe transport method for supplies and people could create new cities anywhere. Gideon agreed. Exactly. Arthur was overjoyed. I'm glad to know my idea can literally change history. Gideon feigned outrage. Don't say such things in front of a master artificer. Perhaps I should just give up my lab and find another job. Arthur replied calmly. You can't retire yet. You will be the one presenting this idea to the council. He was stunned. Me? I do love the spotlight. But why let me take the credit? Arthur calmly explained. The council will accept it more easily from a master artificer. Besides, you're in charge anyway. He scratched his head, flustered. That's true. He then rushed off excitedly. It's a deal. I won't let you down. Gideon stormed through the portal. I'm off to prepare. Here watched him, judging. That old man is running on pure adrenaline. He won't sleep or eat now. Caitlin hesitated. Instead of going back right away, why don't we spend the night here? Everyone's jaws dropped in surprise at her words. Seeing their shock, Caitlin looked around, flustered. She explained, embarrassed, I mean, today was long, and we only have training tomorrow. And I haven't been to Black Bend in a while. The stalls here stay open late. So, can we at least have dinner here? Seeing her so flustered, Arthur couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? My suggestion was logical, wasn't it? General Li Yu, my apologies, I wasn't mocking you. I just never imagined you'd suggest a night out. Let's see what our royal guard thinks. Are we even allowed to relax and enjoy the evening here? Well, if the general approves and covers the drinks, we'll order a brew so good it'd make a bull jealous. Inside, Hester was amazed. She'd never seen the princess so animated. The Caitlin she knew was always quiet, withdrawn, an image that painfully reminded her of a young Jasmine. The memory brought a wave of sadness. Meanwhile, Arthur and Caitlin were chatting happily ahead. I saw you glancing at that tavern earlier. Is that the real reason you wanted to stay behind? A clever politician knows when to stay silent. A moment later, they were settled inside the tavern. Arthur asked, so where's Caitlin? She's drafting a proposal for the nobles, perhaps to make your land ship idea a reality. Or maybe she's still flustered by your joke. I shouldn't have teased her, should I? You're one of the few who can actually get a reaction from her. I encourage it. I never thought her loyal guard would say that. I say that as someone who's watched over her for 15 years. I'm glad you treat her like a normal person. Caitlin's guarded nature makes it hard for her to make friends. Even when she has them, they're not always true friends. Arthur set his mug down. Well, I'm glad she has you to lean on. I think you played a huge part in making her who she is today, and in who Jasmine became, too. She chuckled. Those two were bound to become amazing women. Jasmine grew up without needing to lean on anyone. You said you knew my family name, but I didn't realize. Until I saw your parents and Jasmine in the same unit, Arthur recalled. More than that, Jasmine was my personal guard during my adventurer days. Then you must know all about the Flamesworths, I take it? Enough to know not every member of the family is the same. Jasmine is my younger brother's daughter. She was gifted, far surpassing her siblings. Hearing this, Arthur whispered to Sylvie, did she ever mention how many siblings she had? Sylvie replied, she mentioned having siblings? Hester continued her tale. Jasmine's father has immense pride, perhaps the most of any fire mage of his generation. He hoped Jasmine would at least become a dual elemental mage. When wind became her only element, he threw her out. That's the story I was told. I've always regretted not being able to do more for her, especially right after her awakening. At this, she downed her mug of ale in one go. With a heavy sigh, she continued, I'm glad she found good people to rely on. But that's no excuse to call my brother a bastard. Easy, I'm not planning on fighting Jasmine's battles for her. Just being cautious. I can't have you ruining my family's name. He happily clinked his mug against hers. Now you sound like a true Flamesworth. So what is your brother doing now? I heard most Flamesworths joined the war effort. Last I heard, he was serving as a squad captain. His unit was one of the core forces at the Great Wall. Suddenly, a young woman approached their table. From the esteemed Flamesworth family, are you Lady Hester Flamesworth? My father served in your battalion. Oh? There were many fine soldiers in that unit. I've heard so many stories about you from the Atistan War. Well, that battle was mostly for show, really. I want to hear everything. Her companion chimed in, me too. Please, let me buy your drinks. Hester began to refuse. Not today, I'm afraid. But Arthur cut her off. Is off duty and deserves a few more rounds. He whispered to her, just relax. Caitlin will be fine. Besides, you should distract them before they realize a lance is sitting right here. Hester was right. You're a sly fox. Sylvie, knowing him all too well, asked, what schemes are you plotting now? Nothing. I just want my master here to get some free drinks. What's so bad about that? She burrowed into his robes. You're about to face your karma. What do you mean by that? Just then, the whispers from across the room grew louder. A few men approached their table. Excuse me, are you the newest lance? Arthur Lewin, isn't it? Thankfully, Caitlin appeared just in time. He is, but he's off the clock tonight. She added, I see you and Hester are partying without me. One beer hardly counts as a party. The two men from before backed away, whispering, that's the princess. You think there. No way. I've got to tell the other girls now. Seeing Hester so happy, Caitlin felt a warmth inside. She really deserved this break. She mentioned she's been with your family for a long time. Yeah, she's been there for as long as I can remember. But she only became my personal guard after the incident at Xyrus. I've always had faith in her and her abilities. Arthur then wondered aloud, does Curtis have a personal guard? Caitlin explained, no, that position's filled by Joder. At his name, Sylvie popped out excitedly. Joder, I like him. Sylvie says she likes him. I do too, but Curtis doesn't, right? He can be a little overprotective. Our parents always told him to look after me. He'd encourage me to leave the library, but then he would just hover nearby. I know he'd be the same even if we weren't royals. He almost refused his new position at the Lancer Academy when the war began to escalate. He hesitated to leave my side, but I convinced him he needed to go, and I was right. He's doing so well in his role at the academy. I'm incredibly proud of him, but I've been quite lonely without him. That's not something I could ever tell him, though. Next time we meet, I want to show him and everyone else how much I've grown. I'm glad you're one of my trainers. Caitlin raised her glass. I'm glad, too. I hope we can see Curtis and the others from Xyrus soon. It's been far too long. Have you heard anything from Claire? The question made Caitlin freeze for a moment. She remembered the scene at the party and Claire's warning not to tell Arthur about her condition. She hesitated, unable to speak. Instead, Caitlin chugged her beer and shouted, I'm seriously asking you for a dance. Then she grabbed Arthur's hand and pulled him away, ignoring his protests. I want to dance, she insisted. If you agree, we can dance. Were you expecting a dance? Not likely to happen here. Caitlin's flustered expression made Arthur laugh endlessly. All right, Caitlin, I'll teach you. She gently placed her hand in his and they began to dance happily. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tessia suddenly punched David in a rage. David had no idea why he was hit. Tessia simply said, I just felt annoyed all of a sudden. The next day at the training grounds, Arthur remarked, You two work fast, but are you sure you're okay, Emily? Perfectly fine, no hallucinations at all. After your last spar, we learned how to turn that bulky gear into these simple bands. Great, but you really should get some rest. You're starting to sound like an old geezer. His comment made her angrily tighten the band. Virian stepped in, daring to joke with our precious artificer. Clearly, the elders here are still too lenient with you. Arthur asked coldly, Not this again? Which made Virian mutter, This brat. Just then Viray spoke up. Caitlin, it's been a while, hasn't it? You've become much stronger, thank you, Master. Training with the elders and General Arthur has helped me immensely. Baron, however, grumbled, You're just here to take Arthur and interrupt our game. I mean, our training session. Humph. I'm up next, but the next person to take the stage was Viray. Well, I just returned from a mission and have some rare free time. I was hoping for a small duel with our newest lance. Emily immediately announced, The barrier is ready, I think. And with that, Viray and Arthur unleashed their power. Everyone present watched with rapt attention. They didn't dare blink, afraid they might miss a single moment. Caitlin knew exactly how they felt. Her master's very existence was enough to astonish even the most brilliant masters of magic. So seeing Arthur fight Viray, she knew a match with her master was far more valuable to him than one with her. On the field, the two opponents clashed fiercely. Viray launched beams of blue light at Arthur, but he dodged them easily. Byron remarked, Now we see how much the young general was holding back against us. Arthur tends to hold back against those he thinks are weaker. Against Varai, he can go all out. Then why isn't he using that special state? Maybe he's saving it to enjoy the fight longer. It's not every day we see my brother looking this happy. Just then, Varai summoned an ice dragon. She commanded it to charge straight toward Arthur. The terrifying power radiating from it even affected the onlookers. Yet Arthur stood his ground unwavering. Caitlin was shocked, as it was rare for her master to display so much of her power. She seriously thought about taking notes, while the elders behind her were busy placing bets on the winner. On the field, Arthur fired multiple mana slashes toward Varai. However, Varai easily destroyed his attack. He commented, "The air pressure drops as the temperature falls. That last attack of mine was truly foolish. Admitting your own mistake is a step forward." As she finished, she launched mana-infused icebergs at him. Arthur immediately conjured a whirlwind to defend. Hester observed, he knows how to combine the fire and wind elements to create more powerful spells. Hearing that, Caitlin wondered why Arthur didn't just dispel it. Wouldn't that consume his mana? Suddenly, she noticed something. Arthur was now fusing fire and water elements. He molded it into a mana arrow and fired it at Varai. Seeing it, Varai's gaze became serious. She summoned shields made of ice. The two techniques collided, creating a massive explosion. From the backlash, Arthur slid backward. He struggled to look up at the trump card Varai had just used. Arthur was thrilled as he summoned his own trump card. Perhaps it's time to bring this battle to its conclusion. Watching them, Caitlin remarked, "Even though I've seen Arthur's form before, it still sends a shiver down my spine. Do you think you could defeat Arthur in a match now?" Byron remained silent at the question. On the field, both Arthur and Varai were entering their most powerful states. General Arthur is chanting, but the spell isn't forming. He's also dispelling Varai's spell before it can even manifest. How is that possible? In that form, it is. Those faint crackling sounds are their mana clashing and canceling each other out. Arthur struck first, and Varai instantly created a shield to block. Arthur then switched tactics, and they clashed so fast their movements were a blur. In a flash, Varai retreated and summoned her sword, but Arthur just as quickly summoned his own blade to meet hers. Arthur's ice sword was weaker than Varai's, but he had the upper hand in close combat. Attack followed attack, and he swiftly formed a new blade whenever the old one shattered. The battle at this point resembled a dance. Both of them were clearly thrilled. Suddenly, Arthur's sword began to crack. He was stunned by this. A moment later, his sword shattered. Arthur tried to summon a new one, but this time Varai quickly froze his hand, and as his body was encased in ice, her sword was already at his throat. Arthur had lost, but he didn't look sad. Instead, he smiled brightly. Varai praised him in return. "That was an excellent match, General Arthur. As I suspected, there is still a gap between us," Varai lamented. "If you had maintained that state longer, you might have had a chance to overwhelm me." He shook Varai's hand. "To me, that form feels like a borrowed power, not my own. I thought my ice magic had improved, but fighting you today has made me doubt that. I wonder what kind of advice or criticism my masters have for me." But when he turned to them, they had all fainted. Only the younger spectators were still standing, which left Arthur speechless. Arthur now sat stiffly in his chair, feeling like he was being forced to attend a class meeting. Before him, everyone was waiting for Alanet's announcement. Alanet then cleared her throat to signal the start. She asked, "Does anyone have any feedback for Arthur?" The whole group started shouting over each other. "Why the hell did you use lightning magic when earth magic had the advantage? You always favor familiar elements. Please, just one person at a time." "Elder Camus, why don't you start?" "Humph, fine. Using wind to increase your spell's speed is a good idea, but your application of it was far too basic. Instead of using wind to push the lightning spear, why not integrate it into your spell? That way you could create a rotational force to increase its power without using much more mana. So that's how it is." Bull then added his own insight. "Due to its very nature, lightning is far less stable than fire." Arthur nodded, understanding. The best attack was a fire spear, sheathed in crackling lightning. As he spoke, he demonstrated, and the spear flared with immense power. "Thank you for the advice." Though his words were polite, Arthur's mind was already racing. He knew they were allies now, but this was still the man whose brother he'd killed. Just then, a sharp voice cut in. "Allow me to offer you some advice as well. Your control is excellent, but as your opponent, I must say, your ice magic is purely misdirection. I believe Princess Caitlin noticed it too." The battle flashed through Caitlin's mind. She agreed. "Aside from absolute zero, your ice magic is just a feint to distract from your powerful lightning spells. Am I that predictable? Your speed and casting ability compensate for this weakness, however, but in a prolonged battle, it will be your downfall." Soon, the debriefing concluded. Emily sighed in exhaustion, while Eli complained, being with High Land and the commander is so suffocating. You mean 3 lands. My brother is a land too. Yes, I'm your brother, and I'm a land. Happy now? Soon, it was time for Eli to leave. Goodbye, everyone, don't work too hard, she chirped. Farewell, Lan Arthur, that little rascal. Your sister is certainly unique. General Arthur, does she take after your father, and you your mother? I'd like to say I'm a mix of both, but I'm not so sure. If not them, then who do you resemble? Arthur met the question with silence. Suddenly, they all noticed Emily dozing off. Emily, I wasn't sleeping. Sorry to interrupt, but may I see my training data? As would I. I am also curious. I wonder how my own magic deployment was measured. Emily passed over the documents, but these numbers are essentially meaningless without a proper baseline for comparison. I have assistants at the academies testing lower-grade versions of this very artifact. She indicated the small device. That is the one. From them, we can gather a wide range of data for comparison. Arthur considered this, so the FPU index compares power between mages? Precisely. I can compare the FPU index between the 5 of you, but a larger sample size would yield more accurate results. I wonder, which of us elders is the strongest? At Camire's question, Bull instantly declared, that would obviously be me. Here, shot back, you can say that with a straight face while I'm in the room? Well, regardless of who it is. I feel incredibly fortunate to train alongside such powerful mages. Thank you. I don't take this opportunity for granted. Hearing this, Trukchak grumbled, is this brat trying to make an old man blush? That's right, you are lucky, Camire added, and the group burst into laughter. Weeks passed. Arthur knew he'd made the right choice in stepping away from the battlefield. Both Sylvie and he had their limits. His new instructors challenged him more than any soldier he'd ever faced on the front lines. As a new day began, Mayo spoke first. Gideon, are there any updates on your locomotive project? Ah, yes. The Earthship, the locomotive, will carry a payload 20 times that of a carriage, and the dangers of travel between Blackben and the Wall, a fixed route would become an easy target for Laya's forces. I agree. Destroying a section of track would be far too simple. An appreciative voice cut in. Excellent points, generals. After our own observations, Arthur and I have devised a solution. Oh? And what might that be? The solution is to build the line underground. The cost would be astronomical, would it not? Hearing King later, Arthur weighed the cost of such a massive project. Unusual for Gideon to ignore the cost. So he spoke up. If I may offer another perspective, King later. At his words, everyone listened intently. Arthur began his argument. This project addresses 3 critical issues at once. First, logistics. Second, the escalating supply costs of taming mana beasts due to the war in Bidkor Forest. And third, the issue of poverty. Poverty? What nonsense is this? The war has created a business. Boom. Let General Arthur finish. A boom for merchants, not for the common folk. Queen Rila, are there reports from the cities citing an increase in riots due to rising taxes and the cost of basic goods? She looked surprised. That was our very next topic. How did you know? A simple matter of supply and demand. The war effort takes precedence over everything else, meaning resources are prioritized for those fighting in it. For everyone else, living costs rise while wages stagnate. Coastal attacks stop fishermen, and border raids destroy fields. Andu interjected. So the project would create jobs for the populace? An underground railway is a massive undertaking, one that cannot be completed easily. With our mages needed for defense, the construction and maintenance would fall to non-magical laborers. Leonard then posed a question. A fine argument, General Arthur. But wouldn't slave labor be more cost-effective? This requires skilled work. Slave labor has its limitations. King later, we shouldn't see this as a risky venture. It is the dawn of an entirely new era. Gideon spoke with growing passion. It provides new work for non-magic users, from building tracks to charting routes between cities. We must cultivate these skills for the future, especially when our mages are desperately needed on the front lines. This project is a foundation for a new, skilled workforce. I want to work with those who see that potential. And if these workers are paid a fair wage, productivity on this urgent project will soar. That is what we need. After a closed vote, the Underground Railway project was approved. New policies were enacted alongside it, including one addressing slave labor. Arthur trusted Gideon to manage the project effectively. If this succeeded, it would pave the way for many more railway lines to come. It's incredible, witnessing the dawn of a new era, an age I only read about in the history books of my past life. I must admit, the war accelerated this industrial revolution. And while my knowledge couldn't stop it, I can still use it to help the people. Warm sunlight bathed the entire fortress. Sylvie slept soundly in a blanket, while the chefs were busy preparing the day's meal. Me and her friend sat in the garden, sipping tea and watching the children play. A moment later, she set her teacup down. They joked that today's training felt gentle, perhaps due to the weather. Meanwhile, Bull was skillfully dodging a flurry of attacks. He then stomped, creating a fissure that tripped Caitlin. She instantly regained her balance, forming an ice platform to stand on. Nearby, Arthur was focused on his warm-ups. Suddenly, Eli came over to tease him. "You're going to get destroyed next time." Arthur shot back, "As if you could do any better." She then told Cameron to hit him harder next time. The old master suddenly raised a hand. "Before we finish, I want to show you something. Punch me." Right in the palm. Arthur's face twisted with confusion. "What?" Cameron repeated. "Punch the center of my palm." Arthur asked again. "Punch you. A punch you throw at an enemy. Come now, I am ready." Arthur yelled out, "All right," then clenched his fist tightly. Arthur threw his fist forward, but just before impact, it suddenly stopped. The master easily caught his hand and said, "Hello there." "What the hell?" Arthur gasped in shock. It was like punching through mud. Cameron simply told him to think about it, as he was a smart kid. He thought to himself, "This master is incredible." Dejected, he offered a reason. "Somehow, you use wind to slow my fist." Of course, Cameron wasn't satisfied with that. "Don't you think that's a bit vague? I've suspected this since our first day of sparring, but your duel with General Va confirmed my suspicions." Confused about what was confirmed, Arthur asked, "Can we please try that again?" He then threw another punch into Cameron's palm. Arthur tried again, and again, and again. According to mana theory, when elements of the same type collide, they can be weakened or even nullified based on the mana output. Arthur suddenly realized it was air pressure. Cameron nodded, pleased. "You catch on quickly." Arthur confidently stated his conclusion. "You used air pressure. You created a vacuum in your palm to slow my fist." Cameron commented on his strange words, but saw he grasped the basics. Arthur praised him as a genius, wondering how he thought of it when he himself had not. Cameron seemed to read his mind. "You're wondering why you didn't think of it, correct?" Arthur had to admit it. The master then continued, "Just as I suspected, Sir Bull. The princess and I are here because you want to learn all the elements and understand how we use magic to create your own style, correct?" After Arthur confirmed this, Cameron pointed out the problem. "Your style is far too focused on offense, and when you must defend, you choose methods that waste too much power. You only see wind as blades or tornadoes, and earth as a wall of spikes. But to truly master an element, you must know its subtleties, not just its power to destroy." Cameron continued to teach. "Look at the marks on the ground from the fight between Bull and the princess. Do you know where they came from?" In his head, Arthur thought the answer was obvious, the attacks. But then he paused. He replied grimly, "No, I don't know." Across the field, the two were still locked in a fierce battle. Bull used his forearms like a shield, blocking all of Caitlin's attacks. Then he stomped his foot, sending a tremor through the ground. A master of the earth element can redirect an opponent's force into the ground, nullifying almost all impact from physical strikes. Cameron scratched his head sheepishly. "Basically, you outrank me, so it feels a little rude to be lecturing you. But let me say this, your optimization of the elements is excellent. Truly. However, you fight every battle like it's a one-on-one duel. And perhaps that is from your past combat experience. You shape your spells and attacks either to deal damage or to strengthen yourself for evasion. But the wars you will face are nothing like what you've faced before." Cameron clapped Arthur's shoulder. "Your time here is short, so make it count." Returning to his room, he saw Sylvie wagging his tail happily and teased, "Is that tail wagging just for me?" Sylvie obediently replied that a private training room was nice, but a bit boring alone. Arthur stroked his head, asking if there were any problems extracting mana from the horn. He quickly replied that everything was going smoothly. Arthur patted Sylvie. "I wish I could say the same, though perhaps I made some progress today." In truth, he felt a small but distinct difference while he was rebalancing the energy inside his body. Arthur was disoriented, not understanding what was happening. He tried to remain calm, reassuring himself he was safe within his own room. He struggled to open his eyes. Before him were unfamiliar window frames, which only increased his panic. Someone was kneeling respectfully before him. A deep, steady voice spoke, and Arthur couldn't believe it was his own. "Did I just speak?" Cao bowed to the ground. "Your subordinate, Cao of the Vio blood clan, is honored to receive your guidance." He seemed to hear himself speak again. "The Vio blood clan. Though you have little Vritra blood in your veins, your ancestors helped us greatly. Remove your cloak." It finally clicked for Arthur. This was a memory of Yu Tao. Cao obediently removed his cloak, revealing strange sigils on his back. After a moment, Yu Tao's subordinate reported 1 eye sigil from the awakening ceremony and 2 core sigils. One was received for selfless devotion, the other unlocked after mastering the eye sigil. Arthur could feel everything that Yu Tao felt. He was impressed that Kano unlocked a crest by mastering the Aegis, but he was disappointed they were both defensive magic. After a moment of regret, he announced his decision. For loyalty to Virtua and excellence against the Secrus, the Etar Jair of Virgo grants you entry to the vault to seek the emblem. Kano rose, his hand on his chest, and declared loudly. For the glory of Virtua and Laya, the followers below echoed his words. For the glory of Virtua and Laya, for Vericha. Just then, Arthur jolted awake. He saw the black horn piercing his body and let out a furious curse. The Alacrean crystal has drained my mana again. How can I reach the white core like this? Only shattered fragments remain in his palm. He wondered sadly, what weapon will it form if I absorb too much of the Asura's mana? Hopefully, Jen knows what he's doing. An arrow whizzed past its mark. Ellie cursed her poor aim. Meanwhile, Arthur was lost in thought about the Aegis crest and the emblem. He didn't know what they were, but they could be unlocked. He recalled the scenes from his dream, wondering, was gaining a crest normal, or was this Kano a special case? Considering the celebration, entering the OGN vault or getting the emblem must be a huge honor in Virtua and Laya. Those are the names of two nations. Just then, Ellie's voice cut through his thoughts. Is my archery form correct? Arthur didn't respond until she called again, startling him. Sorry. Ellie, what did you say? She snapped back angrily. Why watch me practice if you won't give any advice? Arthur quickly defended himself. Spending time with my precious sister is enough, isn't it? But she immediately shot back. No, I need advice. Ellie drew her bowstring taut again. He noticed she'd been training diligently these past few days. He wondered why she'd suddenly changed. She aimed and answered. Things out there are changing because of the war. If something happens tomorrow, I want to be able to fight. Arthur wondered if it was because their parents had joined the war. Ellie snapped angrily. Are you even listening to me? Even if Mom and Dad weren't fighting, even if they were still in the castle. Brown Bear listened intently to their conversation. She knew nowhere was truly safe. Ellie's face darkened. I don't just want to be, I have to be ready. And in the end, I want to do my part. If the people I love are fighting in this war, then so will I. Faced with his sister's determination, Arthur felt a headache coming on. He could only let out a sigh. He then instructed her. Your elbow dropped. Ellie asked, confused. What? He pinched her arm to remind her. That last shot. The moment you released the string, your elbow dropped. You need to hold your form even after the shot to maintain the arrow's mana shape and keep the power consistent. She yanked her arm away, saying, I know. Arthur pointed out she did the same thing last time. Ellie pouted. You weren't even looking. He walked over and lifted her arm, finally earning a thank you from his sister. Meanwhile, Amba's ears were perked, listening to his surroundings. He quickly recognized a familiar aura. As expected, Vian and Arthur were approaching. He cheerfully raised a hand to greet them. Good evening, Commander, General Arthur. Or is it daytime already? My apologies, there are no windows here. Vian calmly told him it hadn't been that long. He then turned to introduce Arthur. This is Amba Char, of the Char family. He comes from a famed military clan that has served the Aerolith family for generations. He realized Amba could easily handle the other soldiers. Vian guessed Amba had already heard about Arthur, and he had. He even heard Arthur was a candidate to be the Aerolith family's heir. The word heir made Arthur instantly embarrassed. The young man continued. You see, when the royal family has no sons, the one who marries. Arthur cut him off. I get it. Amba had always wanted to meet him, but he was tasked with guarding this door. He knew of Arthur's approach from his aura, but it was more terrifying than he imagined. Arthur was surprised, as he had concealed his presence. Vian explained briefly. The Char family is famous for its keen senses. Arthur asked Amba, what exactly is he doing here? His skills are perfect for the battlefield. Vian patted the boy's shoulder and answered. Amba was at Biger Girl until he disobeyed a direct order from his family head. He was supposed to be demoted as punishment, but I convinced them to send him here instead. This kid. He suddenly bowed his head, his gratitude for Vian as deep as the ocean. Arthur was curious what order he had refused. At this point, Vian ended the small talk, telling Amba to let them in and lock the door behind them. The boy quickly complied, and the heavy door creaked open. He carefully invited the two inside. Arthur recalled Lenader's loud declaration to the officials below. We must also consider Jander's perspective. Objectively, they weren't thinking of themselves, but of the entire continent. He then remembered being thrown in prison, recalling the intense frustration. Vian sensed the shift in his emotions. He asked with concern, does this prison bring back unpleasant memories? Arthur didn't deny it, something like that. It's ironic that I have to keep meeting the man who threw me down here a few years ago, the one who sided with Jander and tried to kill me. Vian calmly comforted him. If it were my decision alone, I would have locked them up myself. But Lord Andia is right. We need the Laders. Jander has little influence in their kingdom, but the Laders are respected by most humans. Sapin would fall into chaos if they knew what happened. That is not what we need during this war. Arthur suddenly wondered aloud. Come to think of it, where is that three-eyed Asura? He hasn't shown himself despite what happened with the Ades and Ozek. Vian asked in surprise, did your trip to Feudus make you so casual with Asuras? Lord Andia gave me a communication artifact to contact him, but I haven't been able to connect recently. Hearing this, Arthur knew it wasn't good news. He suddenly smelled the stench of blood. Before them was an old man with a set of torture tools. Seeing them, he wiped the blood from his hands and spoke cheerfully. Commander, General, it is an honor to have you here. Vian called the old man's name Rentry. Arthur rarely felt sympathy for traitors, but even he found it hard to believe the man deserved this bloody state. Vian introduced Gen Qi, a master of wind and sound magic who uses illusions to aid interrogations. The old man then reported, I fear it will take more time to shatter his spirit. That one, Jay Tyner. He's a most interesting specimen. He has incredible resilience, but the restraints on his mana are driving him mad. I believe we've nearly broken his will. Please be careful. Though Kanham has restricted Vodira's magic, he's still enraged and incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Udo's cell door opened, revealing him bound in heavy chains. His two broken horns slowly came into view. Arthur felt a sense of unease. With a single glance, he knew. Udo was still grinning wide. Udo began cheerfully, Hello, little dog. This only confirmed that his will was far from broken. Arthur calmly approached and spoke with scorn. You don't look very comfortable. Udo immediately shot back. What did you do with my horns? Arthur revealed the black horn. You mean this? Enraged, Udo screamed. Insolent whelp. Arthur put the horn away, speaking disdainfully. I'm not here to argue. I have work to do. His words pushed Udo to the absolute peak of his fury. Trembling, he swore by Vicha that when he escaped, Arthur would wish he were dead. Arthur remained unfazed. I think there's something you want more than to threaten me. You don't even know why you lost to me, and it's eating you alive. Udo was seething, but he was powerless to do anything. He thrashed wildly against his chains. Arthur coldly told Gen Qi to close the cell. The old man asked with a hint of doubt. Ento and I have tortured him physically and mentally, but I've never seen this level of rage. Perhaps we should Arthur cut him off, his expression dark. Just leave him. Do not open the door. As Arthur walked away, the old man called out, General, we should exploit his unstable mind for information now. What if he remembers why he lost to you? But Arthur was resolute. No, that is precisely what will slowly drive him insane. Vian seemed troubled by the look in Arthur's eyes. Arthur lowered his head, muttering, when the time is right, his gaze sharpened, I will be the one to question him. Arthur rubbed his arm, preparing for his training as his face grew pensive. Emily asked if he was ready. He gave a firm nod in response. Alana announced today's match. A 3-on-1. His magic was restricted to only water and ice. The moment she finished, he channeled a surge of mana into his feet. He then shot forward like an arrow. Here instantly predicted his close quarters approach, turning just in time to grab his arm. Using her momentum, he twisted into a shoulder lock, telling himself not to waste a second. Arthur then immediately threw her to the ground. He couldn't focus on one opponent. Just then, a torrent of water obscured his vision. Catelyn instantly froze it solid, trapping his body. He warned himself not to lower his guard, quickly melting the ice with fire. He then controlled sand to wrap around her leg. Catelyn reacted by freezing her own feet. Seizing the opening, Arthur lunged to attack her. The sand surged higher and higher, nearly engulfing Catelyn's entire body. He knew a protective artifact would keep her safe. Besides, to win this fight, he couldn't afford to hold back against anyone, so he threw a punch without hesitation. From the side, Camille was forced to intervene. Vicious winds slashed at Arthur, forcing him to rethink his strategy. This is annoying. I need an escape route, but that takes time. During the battle with Uto, I didn't even have a moment to think. To hell with strategy. If I don't have the power for this, how can I possibly face a scythe? He recklessly leaped out of their elemental vortex. A raging inferno now surrounded Arthur, forcing a curse from his lips. Then, Uto's haunting face flashed in his mind. Panting heavily, he focused his mind. I have to nullify this spell. I have to face it head-on. This is the only way to defeat Udo. He charged once more into the sea of flames. A long moment passed before Arthur opened his eyes to see Catelyn and the others. Confused, he asked what happened. She adjusted a cool cloth on his forehead. You still have a fever. Keep this on. He quietly thanked her. He sat up and apologized for his actions. Catelyn reassured him. It's all right, this is just training. But an elder nearby spoke sternly, though we elders feel differently. What has gotten into you? You fought like a reckless child thrown into an arena. You had zero awareness of your surroundings, and you knew at least 12 different ways to escape that situation instead of charging in. Arthur had to admit it was true. I just wanted to see if I could nullify their combination spell. Camille asked with concern, "You're feeling the pressure, aren't you?" To them, he was a teenage genius, but he still possessed the memories of a king. Admitting his feelings felt the same as admitting he was weak. Arthur's voice was heavy with despair. "If I can't even overpower a simple combo spell, how can I possibly defeat the remaining Jirs and Scythes? How can I protect Dikathan?" Camel tried to encourage him. "The title of a lance is a heavy burden, but you are not alone." Here then advised, "Arthur, set your pride aside. Surely you know the entire continent cannot rest on your shoulders alone." Catelyn also added gently, "Just as the people of Dikathan trust in the lances, you must also trust your soldiers. They will cover for your weaknesses." They all looked at him, awaiting his answer, but Arthur only gave a sarcastic smirk. "What is this? A therapy session?" Hedder quickly interjected. "Arthur, we just want you to know that we understand what you're feeling." He immediately cut her off. "None of you has ever shared the same air as a scythe. You've never even seen a J-Tear. You have no idea what we're truly up against. This isn't like the war between humans, elves, and dwarves. Even the Asuras fear Visha. How can I trust my soldiers when I barely survive myself? How can I be complacent, knowing the dangers our people are about to face?" Seeing Arthur so distraught, Eli called his name in a panic, but he just walked right past her, lost in his own world. He simply left, abandoning everyone who was worried for him. He even vented his anger on the door. Caitlin murmured in confusion, "I thought his battle with Jay Tanner was an overwhelming victory." Hera trailed off, worried she'd said the wrong thing. Boo quickly comforted her. "I don't think his reaction was because of anything you said." Eli explained that those feelings had been building inside Arthur for a while. "He returned from the battle bearing so many wounds," she said. Emily finally realized, "Henry. He's been training that relentlessly." Alanet spoke up, glancing at the papers in her hand. "I suppose we can end the report for today." Camute approached, telling her to just give the report to him. As the others stared, he stammered an excuse. "Well, someone has to check on my dear student's progress," Camute continued. "Even so, he needs to know he isn't fighting this battle alone." A purple dusk settled over the quiet castle. Leaning against the railing, Arthur was lost in somber thought. Camute approached from behind and praised him. "That was a fine performance." Without looking back, Arthur replied, "I won't lose like that again." But Camute corrected him. "I meant your speech at the end, not the match." He thought, although both were entertaining, he stepped beside Arthur to reassure him. "Your title and role are a heavy burden, but you're not the only one feeling it. Everyone here has faced their own weight on and off the battlefield. See, even your little sister speaks with wisdom beyond her years." Arthur's face grew grim as he sighed. "She and my parents are why I'm on this battlefield." Camute nodded with empathy. Protecting loved ones is a soldier's greatest motivation, but losing them can make a man forget why he fights at all. These words caught Arthur's full attention, and he turned to ask, "You speak as if from your own experience." Camute replied, "That's a story for another time. It is, however, why I remained in seclusion for so long." This only made Arthur more curious. "But I heard you're a unit captain now." Camute's response was cold, an empty title. "After losing my wife and my sight in the last war, I never intended to fight again." Hearing this, Arthur didn't press for any more information. It took a few seconds for his words to register. "Wait, your sight?" Camute then brushed his bangs aside, revealing a massive scar across his eyes. Arthur was completely stunned. "You've been unable to see this whole time?" Seeing his expression, Camute let out a loud laugh. "Surprised?" Arthur clutched his head. "Of course, I'm surprised. We've been training together for weeks, and I never suspected a single thing." He recalled how Camute had joked with everyone, noting that no action ever gave him away. Camute explained, "Oh, I can still see. Seeing with your eyes is just so mundane." He pointed to his own eyes and said, "Controlling the wind allows me to sense even the smallest changes in the environment. I just can't read facial expressions, so I'm sometimes seen as rude." Arthur hesitated, then asked, "Do you ever miss having your sight?" As soon as he asked, he cursed himself internally. "You idiot, of course he does," but Camute simply replied, "Sometimes." He put his hands in his pockets, calmly adding, "But the last thing I saw with these eyes was my wife. It keeps her memory perfectly preserved inside me." Arthur commented, "That's quite sad, but also very sweet. I'd like to hear more sometime." He said this while trying to hold back his tears. "Arthur, don't you cry." Camute placed a hand on his shoulder in encouragement. "You are young, General. With a battle ahead, there's no sense in listening to such dreary stories." He flicked his wrist, sending a gust of air that pushed Arthur toward the door. "Now go, get some rest, and come back tomorrow when you have a clearer head." He then added playfully, "And if I learn you've been going easy on me because I'm blind, you'll regret it." Arthur bowed in response. "Don't worry, if anything, I'm even more afraid of you now." Camute bowed his head slightly, his voice low. "It's a good thing we are allies, isn't it? Remember this, Arthur," he affirmed. War is not fought alone. Arthur's memories then drifted back to his past life, to the day he arrived at the academy and won his first victory as Guy, a rank 2 opponent defeated. He recalled first entering the academy, so naive to how corrupt the system truly was. Below him, the students were a mix of boos and cheers. If this were my first tournament, I'd think this victory would get me out of rank 3. But after a year, I know better than to think effort is fairly rewarded. Above, the judges were discussing something, making Guy extremely tense. What's left to discuss? I already won. Before long, an old judge named Dem cleared his throat to make an announcement. He glared at Guy, speaking coldly. Cadet Guy of no surname. According to Dem, your match was impressive, especially your swordplay. Guy stood frozen, listening to his absurd words. Your use of ki clearly shows your foundations are lacking. Therefore, you will be moved from Class 2 down to Class 1 of rank 3. Congratulations. Guy gripped his sword, suppressing a furious tremor. He thought to himself, it's useless to argue. As soon as Dem finished, a woman named Vera burst out laughing. She wiped away a tear, replying, my apologies. I really thought Judge Dem was joking when he said the boy's foundation was lacking. Dem said sternly, Lady Vera, given the solemnity of this sacred annual duel, your behavior is unacceptable. Before he could finish his sentence, Vera cut him off. She called him out directly. What's unacceptable and frankly pathetic is holding this boy back because he isn't from a noble family. Dem pointed a finger at Vera. What? I have no such intent. Vera pressed on. Then how do you explain demoting this student? Standing below, Guy looked up at Vera with eyes full of hope. He thought to himself, I hope this lady has enough power or backing to justify disrespecting that old judge. Vera continued to analyze. The boy's ki control surpasses more than half the students in Class 2 of the first rank. She pointed. That flaw in his ki usage is actually an impressive compensation for his low reserves. Enraged, Den snapped. Miss Vea, I appreciate your insight, but I have been a judge for nearly 20 years. Please show some respect for my experience in this field. Vea tapped the armrest, pausing for a moment. Very well, I will respect your decision. The judge was stunned. With those words, she vanished like the wind. In an instant, she landed on the stage, shocking Guy with her sudden appearance. What the? She looked into Guy's eyes. Just as Judge Hander said, you'll remain in the 3rd division. Vea extended her hand. But what if I became your personal mentor? Arthur's memories snapped back to the present. He recalled a fierce battle when his past life's memories first surfaced, filling him with questions. The arena floor cracked and shattered, exploding with debris. Aura and lightning filled the air. Arthur wondered, what am I even doing in this world? 2 weapon wielders stood before him, unleashing blasts of aura. Arthur was lost in thought. Is all of this just a coincidence? He faced another opponent, his eyes filled with resolve. Or is this destiny? His mind raced. I have no clue how I even got to this world. The Asuras, especially Lord Indrath, know more about me than they let on. Without something to bargain with, I'll never get any answers. Walking alone through an empty hall, Arthur mused, perhaps if I help win this war, Lord Indrath will finally tell me the truth. Moonlight illuminated Arthur's weary face, but there was a more certain way to find answers. He recalled words from his past. When your mana core reaches the white stage, you will hear my voice again. At that time, I will explain everything. He pushed the door open, thinking to himself, hopefully, the mana from Uto's horn will help me break through to the white core stage. As he entered, he saw a monstrous shadow radiating from Sylvie's sleeping form. Hearing Arthur's voice, she stretched and yawned, asking Arthur, what's wrong? Arthur slammed the door shut and quickly replied, me? Nothing. Are you okay? This puzzled Sylvie, who asked, what do you mean? Arthur waved his hands frantically in front of Sylvie. Your body was transforming in your sleep. I saw an arm. Unconcerned, Sylvie turned to lick her fur. Oh, I'm fine. Actually, I feel pretty great. The mana in that horn is potent. Arthur sat beside Sylvie. It's good to see you progressing. I'm still struggling with Uto's horn, but I'm making up for it with training. Sylvie explained, the mana flows into me so naturally, like it's mine. No wonder it's different for you. She nuzzled his leg affectionately. But I can feel your power growing. Your training is working, just be patient. Arthur stroked Sylvie, thinking, I'm glad she can sense the difference in my power, but it's still not enough for me. Uto's horn appeared in his hand. Staring at it, Arthur's resolve hardened. I must reach the white core. Earlier, Camus had been looking for Arthur and knocked on a balcony door, saying, good performance. However, it wasn't Arthur who answered, but a young man cleaning the hallway. He asked in surprise, who are you looking for? Embarrassed, Elder Camus turned away, scratching his head. Damn it, wrong balcony. The next morning, Arthur trained alone in his room. He thought, after all this time, I feel like I'm finally close to the white core stage. I'm glad I didn't accept the artifact Vion offered when I became a lance. Training with CJ improved my skills, and Utto's horn is strengthening my core. Through training, my mana flow has changed, but I still can't maximize my power and speed like the Asuras. Reaching the realm beyond the white core might unlock a whole new power. As Arthur was focused on his training, the door slowly opened. It was Ellie and Boo. The wind from Arthur's aura blast knocked Boo backward. The two siblings looked at each other and laughed happily. Watching them laugh, Emily remarked from afar, "So much energy for this early in the morning." They walked over, asking, "Were you up all night, Emily?" Emily sighed wearily. "More like every night. Emiya and I have been compiling 2 months of training data for your final lesson." Arthur said politely, "Thank you." Emily, busy typing, replied, "I've learned a lot too, so no thanks are needed. Emiya should be here by now." Just then, she exclaimed, "Ah, everyone's here." And indeed, Bound entered, leading the others. He told Arthur to bring his gear and prepare for the final lesson. "Let's go, kid." Soon, the group headed to the training grounds. Arthur stood surrounded by the four of them. Bull joked, "Remember, the loser buys the feast." Hester shot back, "I hope you have enough for dinner." Bull scoffed, "You'll burn through your whole family fortune." Since this was the final training match, General Arthur was not restricted to any element. As the battle was declared, Bull charged forward first. Arthur analyzed the situation. Cathel's mana level posed the greatest threat. Her attacks would have a massive area of effect. Against Bull's attack, he manipulated the ground to launch forward. Using Kama's wind, he created a slipstream to accelerate. He headed straight for Cathel. It wasn't a burst of speed, but it would be effective. With incredible quickness, he grabbed her wrist, stopping her attack. Immediately, he channeled power into his arm, throwing Cathel backward. Everyone watched in awe. His reactions are incredible. Kama's quickly followed up, creating 2 fierce tornadoes. Arthur leaped high to evade, thinking, "Is that old man really blind?" The tornadoes relentlessly pursued him, closing in fast. Arthur dodged, but Bull immediately appeared to block his path. He raised his mace high, roaring, "You're mine now." In the nick of time, Arthur jumped just as Bull's mace and Kama's tornado collided. The 2 powerful attacks crashed into each other. It created a shocking blast of wind, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Arthur weaved through the blazing aura, grimacing. Their teamwork was ridiculously flawless. Before he could recover from the last blow, he sensed something new. Lightning? That was Here's attack. Caitlin immediately combined it with ice. Arthur unleashed his own aura to defend. The clash of elements created a thick cloud of smoke. Arthur managed to form a shield to block the attack. Even so, he was pushed to his limit. He thought, "I need to cancel this spell before I land." And the perfect target came to mind. In a shocking move, he suddenly changed direction. Here shouted a warning. He's redirected the spell. The attack now hurtled towards Bull. Caught off guard, he was blasted backward. Seeing this, Comet sighed. "Someone really doesn't want to pay for the party." Inside the battle, Arthur asked, "You don't want to pay either, right?" Princess Caitlin answered curtly, "This isn't about money." Her spear struck relentlessly as Arthur focused on defense, the two exchanging words mid-clash. Caitlin said, "Perhaps defeating you now will persuade my parents to let me on the front lines." Arthur remarked, "So cold. Are you using me as a stepping stone?" As he spoke, he calculated, creating a vacuum in his palm to slow her spear's advance. He recalled Kamat's words, "A master of earth magic can redirect an opponent's force into the ground." He grabbed the tip of Caitlin's spear, neutralizing nearly all of its physical force. The spear's energy channeled through Arthur's body, straight into the earth. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and splinter. Caitlin could only stare in disbelief. In that split second, Arthur seized his chance. He pushed his aura into his hands and blasted Caitlin back. She had no time to defend. Caitlin was thrown, tumbling through the air. Just as he dealt with her, a fierce aura flared up behind him. It was Here's attack. She said, "I guess these 2 months of training have paid off, haven't they?" Arthur shot back confidently. "Or maybe I've just been going easy on you all." Comet joined the attack, reminding him, "Don't overestimate yourself. Your wind magic is still average." Arthur stood tall, arms outstretched, shattering the incoming auras with a single move. The display left both Here and Kamat completely stunned. Here just smirked, "This kid." After the energy dissipated, Arthur was nowhere to be seen. Emily, watching from above, gasped, "He's vanished." Bull just scratched his head with a bitter laugh. "Ha, he learns too fast." It's infuriating. While everyone was still confused, the ground suddenly split open. A dragon-shaped mass of earth shot upwards, wrapping around Comet's leg and throwing him off balance. The earth pulled Comet into the air and slammed him into a wall. Immediately after, Arthur leaped out from the fissure. Here swung at him, but he dodged. He struck back at Here with a magically enhanced arm. He kept up a barrage of blows, forcing Here to focus solely on defense. Arthur analyzed the situation carefully. Based on our mana levels, here's fire magic is superior, but in close combat, she's no match for me. He focused his energy into his fist and landed a solid blow to Here's stomach. The other three were exhausted, panting, and covered in sweat. Here clutched her stomach, wincing in pain. Outside the ring, Eli rode on Bull's back, pointing and laughing. Emily was in absolute shock, muttering, "This ranking. It can't be right." Arthur collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. He had won. Meanwhile, at the Council's Sky Castle, after the match ended, everyone gathered around Emily. Here immediately asked, "So, who's paying the outrageous bill for the banquet?" Bull wiped his sweat and replied, "Shouldn't the losers pay?" On that topic, Comet suddenly suggested, "True, but let's just pick one person." "I vote Bull pays." He was defeated first, which led to our loss. Hearing this, Here nodded in agreement with Comet. Bull was completely floored. "What?" He angrily blamed Comet. "Where did you get that ridiculous logic?" Just then, Arthur walked over, having a question for Here. "Why did you wait until our final match to use lightning?" Here answered honestly, "Because it consumes a lot of mana. I knew I had backup here if something went wrong, so I used it." After compiling the data, Emily cheerfully announced, "Listen up, this is the moment we've been waiting for. The record of progress in Arthur's mana flow optimization. While I prepared data on General Arthur, Princess Caitlin, Elder Kamat, Here, and Bull, I cross-referenced everything with data from my supporters. We have 300 participants, but since the continent is at war, data collection is ongoing. The participants are diverse, from students to soldiers, even lands." Her last words immediately caught everyone's attention. "Lands too?" Emily then reminded them, "Please note, this data isn't about mana mastery, just average spell output." Seeing Emily pause, Bull urged her on. "Keep reading, kid." Emily got straight to the point. "I'll start with Elder Bull, since he seems the most curious. Based on Elder Bull's FPU level compared to the average data we collected, his score is around 93. Bull was stunned. 93? What the hell? There's no way over 93% of the population is better than me. Comet calmly explained, "It means only 7% have a higher score than you." Realizing this, Bull quickly accepted it, looking rather pleased with himself. Emily looked on helplessly. "The data pool is still small and is only a reference. Your percentile will increase as more data is collected." She continued, "Next is Elder Comet. His is about 95%, and Elder Here. She is the highest, at 97%. Hearing her top score, Here shot Bull a smug glance. He grumbled, "The data isn't entirely accurate. Remember that." Here just smiled. "I didn't say a thing." Emily continued reading the results, and Princess Caitlin, "Your FPU index is." But Caitlin suddenly refused. "I'd rather not know. Comparing myself to others does more harm than good." Emily looked at her with admiration. "So cool, Princess." Next, Emily looked at her notes. "Well, that just leaves the final result for General Arthur. Arthur is around 92%. At that moment, Bull walked over to console him. "You'll get stronger with time, General Arthur. But for now, my FPU index is just a little bit higher than yours." Arthur, however, seemed completely unfazed by the results. "Model." Seeing Bull boast, Hester immediately provoked him. Big words for the first one out. Naturally, Bull's temper flared. "Want to take this outside, old hag?" Camus, getting a headache from their bickering, intervened. "Enough, both of you." He then turned to Alanis Emia. "Was our training with General Arthur fruitful?" Alanis replied with utter confidence. "I believe these past 2 months were completely maximized. General Arthur's mana flow has improved significantly." Then, Alanis gave Arthur her notes. "This is for you. My detailed analysis for the General. I've highlighted other key areas for improvement, so you can continue training on your own without my guidance." Arthur was grateful. "Thank you." He looked at the notes, astonished. "You've done an incredible job." Alanis smiled. "It was an honor to work with you." A moment later, Bull excitedly rallied the group. "All right, let's get dinner and enjoy some good food. I'm starving, and that 70-year-old wine is calling my name." Hester teased him again. "Yes, and the thought of you paying will make the meal even tastier." Bull panicked. "You're not actually making me pay, right? You're always dipping into your family's treasury anyway." Arthur thought of Emily. He offered, "We can wait for you, Emily," but she declined. "I'm almost done. You go on first." After everyone had left, Emily quietly shut down her equipment. She gently touched each piece. "Goodbye for now. My beloved mana discs and devices. Thank you for all the data you helped me gather, though I suspect not all of it is accurate." Emily knew her recording methods hadn't changed since the first duel, but these numbers were wildly different, especially when Arthur entered that unique state. Unmeasurable. How can that be? At the party, guests began to arrive. Stepping into the banquet hall, Ellie was amazed. Everything looked magical. Emily looked around excitedly. Just breathing the air in here makes me hungry. Just then, Ellie spotted some wine glasses and reached for one, but Arthur smacked her hand away. Ellie pouted at Arthur, but he just warned her coldly, "That's wine." Suddenly, Ellie seemed a bit tense. "Are you sure we don't need to dress up?" Arthur was more relaxed. "The decor is fancier than Vian said, but I'm sure it's a cozy dinner before I return to the battlefield." Ellie sighed. "I can't imagine how cozy it'll be with the elders and council here." Just then, a beautifully dressed Hester and Caitlin appeared. Hester smiled. "It seems you've made yourself comfortable, haven't you?" "General Arthur, both in your behavior and your attire." Hearing this, Arthur calmly greeted them. "I thought this was just a casual dinner." Hester gestured to her own outfit. "Is this not casual?" Arthur explained. "Casual means wearing loose pants to enjoy all the delicious food tonight." Just as he said that, Camus and Bull arrived. Bull was fired up. "Who's ready for a few drinks?" His eyes landed on Hester's dress. Bull immediately started teasing. "Wearing that? Are you only planning on eating appetizers?" Soon, other guests began to arrive. Although Vian called this a dinner to mark the end of my training, it was really a brief night of rest for everyone. Not only did King Len later avoid discussion, but I knew he still considered me a traitor to my homeland. With all the congratulations and toasts, I realized I'd had a bit too much. Lost in the moment, he got carried away, slapping Bull hard on the back. "I mean no harm," Arthur said, hugging him tightly. "Really, I don't." From a distance, Alder and Vaden arrived, witnessing the scene. Alder was pleased. "It seems some bonds were formed while we were away." Arthur blushed and greeted them. "Welcome." He quickly asked if they had seen Jay Tainer. Vaden answered, "By the time we arrived, they were likely long gone." Alder added, "All we can do is hope the reports were wrong, but we're glad to be back for your party." Arthur raised his glass. "This party is for all of us." While drinking, he suddenly noticed someone. "Mika," he said happily. Across the room, Mika waved back. Vian explained her presence. "My scouts in the Dwarven Kingdom found proof Mika wasn't involved with Gadia and Vericha." Mika chimed in, "My loyalty will always be with the Six Lances." At this, she suddenly grew somber. But Mika is confused, as there are no dwarves on the council and Endia is missing. Hearing this, Vian comforted her. "We have much to discuss and many positions to fill, but let's save that for tomorrow." Later, Vian addressed the entire room. "It is crucial for even our strongest warriors to have a moment of rest. Yes, we are at war. But war or not, there will always be another battle tomorrow." Hearing this, Len later silently nodded in agreement. All eyes remained on Vian. "So today, enjoy yourselves. Drink, eat, and laugh." Amidst everyone's cheers, he declared, "Then we can face tomorrow with refreshed spirits." After that, everyone began to enjoy the party, all in high spirits. It was truly a rare scene of harmony. Ellie happily devoured each dish, praising them with a full mouth. "This is so good." Meanwhile, Arthur felt a bit woozy. "I've had too much to drink, but the food is amazing, and the wine is just as good." Ellie suddenly pleaded, "Can I try some, please?" Finally, Arthur gave in. "All right, just one sip." Given permission, Ellie took a huge gulp. Emily, sitting beside her, warned, "Ellie, are you sure?" As expected, the girl immediately choked, spitting the wine everywhere. A moment later, Emily watched more delicacies arrive. She marveled. First raw fish, now fire mushrooms. Ah, it all looks so interesting and delicious. Elsewhere, Arthur thoughtfully sniffed the meat in his hand. Suddenly, he bent over, clutching his stomach. "Am I allergic to something?" "No, this pain isn't from my stomach." Just then, the observant Caitlin noticed something was wrong. She shot up, looking at him with worry. The incident was sudden. Arthur was facing an intense pain from within. Arthur clutched his abdomen in agony. "It's my mana core." He collapsed forward as those around him watched in horror. Slowly, everyone's attention turned to the commotion. Confusion filled the air. Arthur was struggling against the maddening pain. Bull, beside him, assumed he'd just had too much to drink. "This is just a rite of passage." "I understand, kid." He thought idly that this type of beer could take down even the strongest of men. The other guests finally relaxed. Not wanting to worry anyone, Arthur made an excuse to leave. He thought, "I seriously underestimated Dwarven Ale. My apologies, but this is my stop for tonight. Please enjoy yourselves." After he left, an awkward silence filled the room. Arthur stumbled towards his room's door. He wondered, "What's wrong with my mana core? Was I poisoned?" He dragged himself inside, collapsing after shutting the door. Arthur stared wearily at the object in his hand. He grimaced. This pain was worse than death. A moment later, Arthur blacked out completely. His mind drifted back to the past. Back when he was gray, he thought, "My mana pool held me back this year. I won't let that happen again." Just then, he scanned the crowd, suddenly spotting Cecilia and Nico waving at him. Gray happily waved back. He looked up at the sky, burdened. Still stuck in the third stage, but at least one teacher supports me. He glanced at her, knowing her ki pool and mastery were impressive. And to be a judge, she must have experience. Or, considering how this place works. Connections. Meanwhile, Gray was oblivious to the figure shadowing him. He was lost in thought. Still, having support isn't a bad thing. I need to use any help I can get to advance. Lady Vera. Have I heard that name before? By the time he noticed the danger, it was too late. A cloth covered his face, and he instantly passed out. Back in the present, Arthur lay unconscious. Slowly, his fingers began to twitch. Suddenly, Arthur bolted upright. What the hell? He felt a strange change in his body, looking down at his mana core as it radiated a brilliant white light. Joy erupted in Arthur. I did it. I've reached the white core stage. He felt the mana flowing within him, gently releasing it into the room with a satisfied smile. He felt an incredible sense of relief. Alanet will have to update her data now. Most mages need incantations and gestures to channel mana. True magic requires none of that. But it's far harder to use and control. My past life experience helped me grasp it quickly. Arthur was amazed. It had never felt this natural. He realized it was chantless, almost instantaneous. Reaching the white core stage was a huge leap. Has this power-up affected my perception too? So this is why the lances are so skilled at mana manipulation. He wondered, just what am I capable of now? Just then, a piercing scream echoed out. Arthur froze. He recognized that voice. Sylvie's thoughts came through, fragmented and panicked. Something's happening. He sprinted toward the sound, his heart pounding. Sylvie, what's wrong? Arthur burst through the door, rushing into the room. When he saw who it was, he froze in disbelief. He cautiously called out her name, already guessing the truth. Is that you? Sylvie, now in human form, finally spoke. Hello, Arthur. They simply stared at each other, neither daring to speak first. The silence stretched on, thick with tension. Sylvie finally broke the silence. Well, are you going to stare all day? Arthur snapped out of his trance. Sorry, I was just processing. What happened? Sylvie glanced down at herself. I think absorbing mana from Udo's horn broke the seal Mother placed on me. Hearing this, Arthur hesitated. So by breaking the seal, you've unlocked a human form. Just like the Asuras? Sylvie replied, I haven't learned about these changes to my body yet. I can't say for sure what's happening. But just then, Sylvie suddenly collapsed. Arthur rushed forward to catch her. Sylvie, are you all right? But before he could help, she staggered back to her feet. To his horror, Sylvie's body began to convulse violently. A moment later, she cleared her throat and gave a sinister smile. You can hear me, can't you? Witnessing this, Arthur was struck completely speechless. Seeing his reaction, the voice gloated, Yes, that's the expression I wanted. Arthur instantly put his guard up. Who are you? Ignoring the question, he continued, I'm glad you two were in the same room when the link began. It makes this much easier. Arthur could no longer contain his fury. He snarled, Who are you? The entity simply chuckled, then calmly introduced himself. Agrona, leader of the Vritra. And that's all for this video. This has been a summary of the story so far. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, farewell and see you next time.